This man's name was Yi Yun. He should have been the ninth prince, envied by everyone. But at the age of 16, he was driven to a deadly path by his family. He came from Earth, and in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person overwhelmed by work. After working through the night on a project, he died suddenly and woke up as a royal fetus. Sounds great, right? Wrong. Yi Yun did not obtain any extraordinary status. On the contrary, because his mother was just a palace maid, he was not valued from birth. For 16 years, he concealed his identity as a time traveler, keeping a low profile and only wanting to stay away from the royal family's intrigues. But living peacefully in the imperial family was far from easy. This world is called the Tianwu continent, where 5 great dynasties rule over the land. Here, the strong are respected, and martial artists can fly through the air, burrow underground, and overturn rivers and seas. Yi Yun, however, possessed mediocre talent and cultivation, had no background, no power, and not even the strength to protect himself. To make matters worse, royal regulations stipulated that princes must leave the capital and take up their fiefdoms upon reaching the age of 16. Only 10 days remain until Yi Yun comes of age. On the surface, this is the glory of a prince receiving a fiefdom. In reality, however, it may be a pre-arranged journey to his death, because after leaving the palace, he will have neither his father's protection nor the city's guards. The assassins, attempts to kill, and unexpected events along the way could prevent him from ever reaching his fiefdom. But before Yi Yun could figure out how to deal with it, an imperial edict arrived ahead of schedule. The emperor has decreed that the ninth prince must receive the decree immediately. A sharp voice came from outside the hall. Yi Yun immediately left the palace and knelt to receive the imperial decree. The decree first praised him for his handsome appearance, studiousness, filial piety, and understanding. But the true content made Yi Yun's heart sink. He was conferred the title of Prince of Jinbei, and his fiefdom was located in the most dangerous northern border of the White Tiger dynasty. At the same time, the emperor bestowed upon him 100,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk. While seemingly a generous reward, it actually appeared to be a pre-arranged compensation, as the northern border was desolate and barren, plagued by frequent famines. There, food shortages had led to tragedies like cannibalism. Sending a powerless prince to such a place made the outcome obvious. Yi Yun outwardly accepted the imperial edict, respectfully saying, "Your subject obeys." But the smile vanished instantly after the eunuch left. If the intention was simply to keep him away from the capital, why choose the northern border? If it were just a simple enfeoffment, why prepare such a generous reward in advance? Holding the imperial edict in his hand, Yi Yun finally understood one thing. Someone was already impatient and wanted to send away this worthless prince. They even hoped he would stay there forever. The palace maids and eunuchs all knelt down to congratulate him, believing that the ninth prince had finally risen to become a prince. But Yi Yun only let them receive their rewards, and then all withdrew. In the vast palace, he was left alone to face the cold reality. He originally only wanted to be an insignificant prince, to live a peaceful life without vying for power or the throne. But in the royal family, kinship is utterly worthless in the face of power. His elder brothers, who had the support of their maternal clans, all possessed powerful backing. He, however, had nothing. If he were to become involved in the struggle for the throne, he wouldn't even have the right to lose. The next morning, Yi Yun went to his father Yi Baishan's study. He knew he was about to leave the capital, and this meeting might be the last. Having received permission, Yi Yun, dressed in white brocade robes, entered the hall and bowed respectfully. Yi Batian looked at his son, whom he had neglected for years, and suddenly asked, "Have you ever blamed me for all these years of neglect?" Yi Yun lowered his head without complaint. He simply said calmly, "Father is busy with countless affairs of state. As your son, I dare not cause you any trouble." These words silenced Yi Batian for a long time. He simply said, "You've grown up." After a brief conversation, Yi Yun left. He had assumed he would have to rely on himself to find a way to survive in the Northern Territory. But shortly after leaving the study, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host detected. The Heavenly Emperor system is activating. Binding host. Binding successful. He stopped abruptly. That cold voice echoed in his mind. Yi Yun's heart pounded wildly. For 16 years, he had concealed his identity as a time traveler. Now, the opportunity to truly change his fate had finally arrived. The cheat-like abilities from those novels in his past life actually existed. But Yi Yun wasn't in a hurry to check the system. There were many eyes and ears in the palace. If anything unusual was exposed, he might not even have a chance to live to reach his fiefdom. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and quickly returned to his bedchamber. He then dismissed all the eunuchs and ordered no one to approach. After confirming that no one was around, Yi Yun finally began to inquire about the system's functions. The system told him that he only needed to silently recite the command in his mind to communicate. He could sign in every day and randomly receive rewards from all the realms. Sign-in was divided into daily, monthly, and yearly sign-in, and consecutive sign-in also had a chance to trigger a critical reward. In addition, he can summon outstanding figures from China once a month. These summoned individuals will be absolutely loyal to him and will never betray him. Hearing this, Yi Yun finally realized that his greatest weakness was being gradually addressed by the system. Just then, a notification for the newbie gift pack appeared. Without hesitation, Yi Yun chose to open it. The first reward was the exclusive cultivation technique, Heavenly Emperor Technique. This technique can bind to the fate of a nation and possesses unimaginable power. The second reward is the Heavenly Emperor's Robe. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, untouched by worldly dust, and can also protect against the prying eyes of those below the martial Emperor realm. The final reward was the exclusive divine weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's Sword. This sword could continuously grow, and its grade had now reached the highest level of yellow rank. But what truly excited Yi Yun was the system reminder that he hadn't checked in today. The next moment, he silently signed in his mind. Sign-in successful. Obtained Saint-level Overlord Battle Body. Fuse. Yi Yun chose to merge without hesitation. But the next second, intense pain instantly swept through his body. Terrifying power continuously assaulted his meridians. Yi Yun couldn't help but let out a low growl, his body almost unable to stand. He never expected that the process of fusing with a saint-level physique would be so painful. But the greater the pain, the more astonishing the reward. His aura began to surge wildly. Martial Apprentice Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. He then broke through to the Warrior level, then surged into the Martial Master level. Finally, his cultivation level continued to climb, directly reaching the first level of Martial General. In a short time, the once uncultivated Ninth Prince had become a powerhouse that countless martial artists could only dream of achieving in their entire lives. Yi Yun opened his eyes. An overbearing aura instantly filled the entire palace. But the system didn't stop. A new notification appeared, and used summoning attempts for this month. Summon now? Yi Yun immediately confirmed. Soon, the system provided its answer. Summoning successful. Zhou Tsang, a hero of China, has been obtained. The system informed him that Zhou Tsang was currently hiding in the shadows, protecting him. He would appear whenever Yi Yun called upon him. Yi Yun looked at the empty room and said in a low voice, "Come out." The next moment, a dark shadow flashed by. A burly man instantly appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. Zhou Tsang greets his lord. Yi Yun was shocked by his speed, but he quickly regained his composure, had Zhou Tsang stand up, and checked his strength. Zhou Tsang cultivated the heaven-level technique, the Tyrant Tiger Blade art, and possessed the heaven-level physique, the Tiger King body. His cultivation level had even reached the third level of Martial King. Such a powerful figure was enough to guard a region throughout the entire White Tiger dynasty. Yi Yun temporarily appointed him as the commander of the guards, responsible for his safety. Zhou Tsang accepted the order without hesitation. From this moment on, Yi Yun finally possessed power that truly belonged to him. He then checked his own panel. 16-year-old Yi Yun had become the Prince of Zhenbei, a martial general at the realm of cultivation. His cultivation technique was the Heavenly Emperor Technique. He had the Martial King Zhou Tsang under his command. His backpack also contained the Heavenly Emperor's Sword and the Heavenly Emperor Robe. The once unnoticed Ninth Prince was quietly changing. The next morning, Yi Yun checked in again. This time, the system's rewards were even more astonishing. Check-in successful, obtained a 100-man Jinui squad. Of the 100 Jinui, the centurion possessed the strength of a martial king at the first level. All 10 sergeants had reached the 5th level of martial spirit. The remaining members were all at the martial general level. Seeing this lineup, Yi Yun was shaken. A centurion was already a martial king. Then how powerful would the higher-level commanders of 1,000 or 10,000 men, or even the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, be? But Yi Yun didn't summon them immediately. This was the imperial palace. The sudden appearance of hundreds of unfamiliar powerful figures would only make him a target for everyone. Over the next 8 days, Yi Yun continuously checked in. He obtained the golden silk soft armor, the heavenly sword technique, the flying frost sword, snow ginseng pills, and various cultivation resources. His own cultivation level also steadily improved, reaching the 6th level of martial general. On the morning of the 8th day, a new reward appeared. Sign-in successful, received a profound grade Great Rejuvenation pill. This pill can increase cultivation by 20 years. Moreover, each person can only take it once in their lifetime. There are 5 pills in the bottle. As soon as he opened it, the rich aroma of medicine caused Yi Yun's internal energy to surge. He didn't waste any time and swallowed one directly. He then activated the Heavenly Emperor technique, focusing all his efforts on refining the medicinal power. 2 hours later, Yi Yun's cultivation level broke through again. He went directly from the 6th level of Martial General to the 1st level of Martial King. The medicinal power not only enhanced his cultivation, but also cleansed his marrow and removed impurities from his body, making him even stronger. Afterwards, Yi Yun handed a Great Rejuvenation pill to Zhou Tsang. Zhou Tsang wanted to keep it for him, but Yi Yun refused, because the road to the northern border would never be peaceful. Next, he would need this martial king to protect him. The next day was his coming-of-age ceremony. It was also the day he would leave the capital and head to the Northern Territory. Before leaving, Yi Yun went to the Purple Cloud Palace to see his mother. In the long, deserted palace, the woman sat alone in a corner. Only when she saw Yi Yun appear did her eyes regain their light. Yi Yun knelt down to pay his respects and told her that he would be going to his fiefdom the next day. The mother concubine whispered self-reproach, feeling that she was not capable of protecting him. Yi Yun simply comforted her, saying it wasn't her fault. He told his mother to take care of herself. The woman fought back tears, telling him only one thing. She would stay in the capital and wait for him to return. Yi Yun spent his last dinner with his mother, the imperial concubine, and did not return to his palace until late at night. He knew that after tomorrow, everything in the capital would be far away from him. On the morning of the 10th day, a palace maid came to remind him that his father and the entire court were already waiting for him. Yi Yun didn't hesitate any longer, because thinking any further was pointless. Although the journey to the northern border was dangerous, he already had Zhou Tsang and the embroidered uniform guard at his disposal. When it really came down to life and death, it was uncertain who would kill whom. Inside the main hall, Yi Batian, dressed in a black dragon robe, sat on a high dragon throne. Yi Yun, having changed into a black python robe, entered the hall and respectfully bowed. Subsequently, Yi Batian announced to the entire court that the 9th prince, Yi Yun, had reached the age of 16. Having been appointed the Prince of Jinbei, he was obligated to guard the northern border and protect the dynasty's territory. Yi Yun bowed his head and accepted the order. But everyone knew that the place the 9th prince was about to go was not a place of glory. After the court session, Yi Yun began packing his belongings. Outside the palace gates, 200 reserve soldiers of the royal guard were already prepared. These soldiers had the opportunity to become true royal guards. But now, they were to follow Yi Yun to the bitterly cold northern border. Everyone wore obvious dissatisfaction. Only after Commander Luan reprimanded them did they suppress their emotions and bow to Yi Yun. Yi Yun didn't blame them. He simply told them that his safety would depend on them on their journey north. The convoy slowly departed from the capital. Just as they passed through the city gate, Yi Yun suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Consort Xiao, the mother, was standing by the roadside dressed in a white robe. She had long been confined to Anning Palace, yet she risked leaving to personally see Yi Yun off on his final journey. Yi Yun immediately ordered the caravan to stop. He then jumped off the carriage and quickly went to his mother, Consort Xiao. Consort Xiao held his hand tightly. She told Yi Yun that someone had helped her get out temporarily and had even personally prepared a set of clothes for her. She stuffed the clothes into Yi Yun's arms. She only told him one thing. The journey to the north is long, and he must protect himself. She had no powerful background and couldn't offer Yi Yun any help. All she could do was hope that her child would survive. Yi Yun's throat tightened. He could only tell his mother that once he had enough power, he would definitely return to take her away from the palace. But just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly came from afar. Yi Lujin, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, rode up on horseback. He looked at the mother and son with a mocking smile. He said he wasn't there to cause trouble for Yi Yun, but rather to deal with the matter of Consort Zhao's unauthorized departure from the palace. He then publicly read the imperial edict. Consort Zhao had violated palace rules and was to be flogged 60 times and permanently banned from leaving Anning Palace. Yi Yun's face instantly turned icy. He directly denounced Yi Lujin as shameless and offered to take the 60 lashes for his mother. However, Consort Zhao hurriedly stopped him. She urged Yi Yun to leave quickly and not to delay their journey because of her. Before being taken away by the guards, she whispered that this was all she could do for her young master. From now on, everything would depend on Yi Yun himself. Watching his mother disappear in the direction of the palace gate, Yi Yun stood there, his eyes red. He stared intently at Yi Lujin's departing figure. At that moment, this grudge was firmly etched in his memory. Yi Lujin, however, remained indifferent. In his eyes, Yi Yun had no maternal clan support, no power of his own. Even if he felt anger, he was nothing more than a useless, harmless prince. A month later, Yi Yun's convoy finally entered the Northern Territory. This place was completely different from the capital. Sandstorms blanketed the wasteland, and the air was cold and dry. The further they went, the more desolate the land became. Animal and human skeletons were even scattered everywhere along the roadside. As dusk fell, the group halted and set up camp. Yi Yun gazed at this barren land, recalling the days he had endured hunger on earth. He made a silent vow. He would make this northern border his true foundation in the future. The next morning, Yi Yun had a simple breakfast and then checked in. Check-in successful. Received 10,000 Xuanzhao soldiers. This reward made Yi Yun's eyes light up. The Xuanzhao army was a historically renowned elite heavy cavalry force. The soldiers wore black armor, and their war horses were also equipped with protective gear. Once the charge begins, it will be enough to tear through the enemy's defenses. But before Yi Yun could even summon the heroes of the month, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted outside the camp. War horses bolted in fright, and servants fled in panic. Yi Yun rushed out of the tent and saw over 1,000 men in black emerging from the woods. They wielded sharp blades and completely surrounded the camp. Then, dozens of assassins with even stronger auras appeared. The strongest among them had actually reached the 8th level of Martial King. The other assassins were mostly at the martial spirit realm as well. These people had clearly known his route. Their arrival wasn't a warning, but rather to eliminate him completely. The assassins stormed into the camp in an instant. Commander Lu drew his sword and roared, ordering all soldiers to protect the Prince of Jinbei. The remaining soldiers quickly gathered around Yi Yun. They fought desperately, but were utterly unable to stop the enemy's onslaught. Servants without cultivation could only fall. The force of several hundred men was soon reduced to just over 20. Despite being covered in wounds, Commander Lu remained at the forefront. The defensive line continued to crumble, and despair filled everyone's eyes. Yi Yun had originally intended to conceal his trump cards, waiting until he reached the northern border to slowly develop his power. But now he had no choice. The next moment, Yi Yun issued a command in his mind: summon the Imperial Guards. Summoning successful. The summoned character will arrive at the host's side within 10 seconds. 10 seconds. It became a life or death countdown for everyone. Just as the guards were about to give up, a furious roar suddenly echoed throughout the camp. Who dares to harm our lord? 100 Imperial Guards emerged from the darkness and stormed onto the battlefield. Clad in flying fish robes and with embroidered spring knives at their waists, they moved swiftly and ruthlessly, instantly slaughtering a large number of black-clad assassins. The previously collapsing defensive line was instantly restored to its former strength. Yi Yun looked at the void behind him and said coldly, Yuan Fu, it's your turn to make a move. Yes, Your Highness. Zhou Tsang appeared, armored and wielding a sword, instantly rushing in front of several martial spirit assassins. With a single strike, several men died on the spot. The assassin leader roared and leaped into the air to attack, but was swept away by Zhou Tsang's backhand with a single slash, landing motionless. Zhou Tsang charged into the enemy ranks, his long sword flashing. In just a few breaths, dozens of assassins fell in pools of blood. The remaining assassins finally realized something was wrong and could only desperately set up a defensive formation. The man in black quickly took his position, his true energy erupting simultaneously. As the array patterns lit up, the aura of the person in the center surged dramatically. He progressed from the 9th level of martial spirit, breaking through to the martial king realm, and finally stopping at the peak of the 9th level of martial king. He was only one step away from the martial emperor realm. After his powers surged, he looked at Zhou Tsang, attempting to persuade him to surrender. He said following Yi Yun to the northern border was a dead end, and it would be better to join them. Sounds like he's offering Zhou Tsang a way out? Wrong. In Zhou Tsang's eyes, these assassins lurking in the shadows were utterly insignificant. You shady characters, do you think you can make me surrender? Zhou Tsang's words completely enraged his opponent. The man in black drew his sword and leaped into the air, unleashing terrifying power. However, in their first clash, he was forced back several steps, finally realizing Zhou Tsang's hidden strength. This man was at least a half-step martial emperor. Knowing he had no way out, the black-clad assassin could only burn his life essence to forcibly elevate his power to that level. He then unleashed his strongest martial technique, the flowing cloud blade technique. A 7-zhong long black blade of light ripped through the night sky, slashing fiercely towards Zhou Tsang. Faced with a strike powerful enough to kill an ordinary martial king, Zhou Tsang simply gripped his longsword. The next second, their forces collided head-on. A massive shockwave swept through the entire camp, and everyone thought Zhou Tsang had fallen. But when the dust settled, his figure was still standing there in mid-air. Zhou Tsang was unharmed. He looked at his opponent and coldly asked, Is this your strongest attack? The black-clad assassin was utterly desperate and turned to flee. But his aura had already been locked onto by Zhou Tsang. A cyan aura swirled around the blade. The next moment, the longsword fell. The assassin's weapon shattered, and he died instantly. The others maintaining the formation also suffered a backlash, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. All the soldiers and servants were stunned. They never expected that Yi Yun would have such a powerful figure hidden among his ranks. Zhou Tsang returned to Yi Yun's side and bowed respectfully. Yi Yun finally revealed his trump card. It turned out that Zhou Tsang had been on the verge of a breakthrough, and after taking the Great Rejuvenation Pill, he successfully entered the martial emperor realm. From then on, he remained hidden in the shadows, protecting Yi Yun. Unless a martial grandmaster personally intervened, almost no one could threaten his life. But Yi Yun didn't rush to celebrate. Instead, he ordered the Imperial Guards to capture several surviving assassins. He needed to know who wanted him dead. After swallowing the pill, the assassins regained consciousness. Faced with the threat of death, they immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Yi Yun didn't waste any words, giving them only one choice: reveal who was behind it all, or die. After a long silence, one of the assassins finally spoke. We were sent by the third prince, Yi Lin. Upon hearing this name, Yi Yun's eyes instantly turned icy. Yi Lin enjoyed extremely high prestige in the imperial city, and his strength and influence were second only to the first prince. There were even rumors that he had the support of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Yi Yun couldn't understand. He had already been banished to the northern border, almost losing his eligibility for inheritance. Why would Yi Lin still send people to kill him all? The assassin, however, didn't know the real reason either. But Yi Yun understood one thing. If Yi Lin was still unwilling to let him go, it meant that in Yi Lin's eyes, he still posed a threat. Yi Yun gazed towards the capital, silently memorizing the name, Yi Lin. One day, he would return to the imperial city. Then, he would no longer be controlled by anyone. Yi Yun then ordered the execution of all the assassins. Zhao Si drew his embroidered spring knife and dispatched them all. The surviving imperial guards, witnessing this scene, completely changed their minds. Commander Lu led dozens of soldiers to kneel and pay homage. They knew that Yi Yun's hidden power had been exposed. If they wanted to continue living, their only option was to truly stand on Yi Yun's side. Yi Yun helped Commander Lu to his feet and accepted their allegiance. But he also warned everyone beforehand that he would show no mercy to anyone who betrayed him. Everyone immediately pledged their loyalty, vowing to follow to the death. After resolving the crisis at the camp, the group continued their journey north. Back in the carriage, Yi Yun suddenly remembered something important. This month's hero summoning event hasn't been used yet. While he received many rewards from previous daily check-ins, they were far from comparable to the 10,000 Xuanjia army soldiers he obtained today. Filled with anticipation, Yi Yun directly activated the system summoning. The next second, a system voice sounded. Summoning successful. You have obtained Jia Su, a top strategist from the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Upon hearing this name, Yi Yun was utterly shocked. Many people only remember legendary figures from the Three Kingdoms period, such as Zhuge Liang and Guijia. But those who truly understand history know that Jia Su, this poisonous strategist, was equally dangerous. He helped Li Ju and Guisi launch a counterattack on Chang'an. He also assisted Zhang Xiu in defeating Cao Cao. Later, he used a divisive tactic to undermine Ma Chao and Han Sui. His strategies were enough to change the course of the world. Yi Yun immediately checked the attributes. The next second, he was stunned again. Jia Su is not only a top strategist. His current strength has reached the great perfection of the 9th level of Martial Sect. At his peak, he could even reach the 3rd level of Martial Saint. He possesses the Ghost Poison Saint body and cultivates the Poison Saint scripture. A strategist possesses such terrifying power. The system explains that summoned characters are evaluated based on a comprehensive historical assessment. Military generals are judged not only by combat prowess, but also by their ability to command troops. Civil officials are judged not only by their wisdom, but also by their capacity to govern the realm. These extraordinary individuals from other worlds will be suppressed by the rules of their respective worlds upon their arrival. Jia Su's true strength will require time to recover. Even so, he is still a martial grandmaster. More importantly, his most terrifying aspect has never been his military prowess, but rather his strategic acumen, capable of manipulating the fate of the world. Now, Yi Yun commands 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers, and has gained the cunning strategist Jia Su by his side. The road to the north was finally beginning to change. The north was located in the far north of the White Tiger dynasty. It had been plagued by orc attacks for years, causing people to flee and towns to gradually fall into ruin. What's more troublesome is that the northern border connects to the 100,000 mountains, where monsters roam freely. Even more than 20 martial venerable experts who ventured deep into the mountains never returned. Rumors circulated that a martial god-level being lurked within the mountains. Others speculated that terrifying power, even surpassing a martial god, existed there. Faced with this northern border, Yi Yun knew very well that he had not inherited a fiefdom, but a mess that could swallow him whole at any moment. After a long journey, the caravan finally arrived at Jinbei City in Tianyuan County. As the largest city in the northern border, it is also the location of the Jinbei Prince's mansion. From afar, the 35 high city wall pierced the clouds, its surface covered with protective array patterns. Above the wall, god-slaying crossbows and god-breaking spears were also deployed. These weapons were specifically designed to target powerful individuals. Anyone below the martial king level who approached would likely perish instantly. Seeing this, Yi Yun understood that although the northern territory was poor, it didn't mean it had no trump cards. But as soon as the convoy approached the city gate, the guards stopped them. Stop the caravan, dismount, and submit to inspection. Luwen's face instantly darkened. He wanted to tell them that the person sitting in the carriage was the Prince of Jinbei. But Yi Yun spoke up first. Let them investigate. The guards did not change their attitude because of Yi Yun's status. They carefully inspected all the vehicles and only allowed them to pass after confirming there were no abnormalities. Before leaving, Luen gave the guard a cold look, his warning clear. However, No sooner had the convoy left than the garrison commander summoned his trusted aide. After giving a few instructions in a low voice, the aide immediately left the city gate. Clearly, even as soon as Yi Yun entered the northern border, someone had already begun to monitor his every move. Soon, the convoy arrived at the Jinbei prince's mansion. Looking at the magnificent mansion before him, Yi Yun was somewhat surprised. Although he wasn't highly regarded in the palace, he now represented the face of the White Tiger dynasty, so the mansion naturally wouldn't be too shabby. Before Yi Yun could even step inside, the people on the street all stopped in their tracks. They showed no awe, but rather an expression of fascination, as if watching a spectacle. Everyone knew that the Prince of Jinbei's mansion had an arrogant and domineering steward. Luan went up and knocked on the door. The first time, there was no response. The second time, still no one paid any attention. The door finally opened only after the noise grew louder. A shifty-eyed middle-aged man poked his head out. He looked at the crowd outside and immediately began to curse. Who goes there, daring to knock on the gate of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion? Luan gripped the hilt of his sword in anger. But Yi Yun stopped him. He looked at the man and asked calmly, "What is your status in the prince's mansion?" The man puffed out his chest, his face full of arrogance. "I am the steward of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion." Then, he even threatened Yi Yun using Yi Yun's own name. He even said that the ninth prince was a ruthless killer, and that sparing their lives was already a favor. Hearing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. The real Prince of Jinbei was right in front of him. This steward was trying to intimidate him with his identity. The next second, Yi Yun took out his waist token. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. "Once you receive the news, how can I watch this good show?" Luan, seize him and break his legs. The steward turned deathly pale upon seeing the waist tag. He frantically knelt down and begged for mercy. But Luan did not hesitate at all, and two crisp cracking sounds rang out. The steward's legs were crippled. His screams echoed across the gates of the prince's mansion. Luan then tossed him onto the street like trash. The onlookers showed no sympathy. Instead, they clapped and cheered. Clearly, this steward had already incurred the wrath of the people in Jinbei town. Yi Yun entered the prince's mansion directly. It was vast, filled with pavilions and towers. But the servants hid in the distance, their faces filled with panic. Yi Yun summoned several maids to inquire about the situation. However, they did not know his identity and only dared to cautiously probe. Just then, Luan led his men into the mansion. "How dare you? This is the ninth prince of the White Tiger dynasty, the newly appointed Prince of Jinbei." These words caused everyone to kneel instantly. Yi Yun did not punish them, but simply asked them to continue answering questions. Soon, a steward named Chung rushed over. She knelt before Yi Yun, but instead of reporting immediately, she asked Yi Yun to first show her the imperial edict. Yi Yun wasn't angry. Instead, he asked Yuan Fu to produce proof. Upon seeing the imperial edict, Madame Chung immediately knelt down. She then reported on the situation at the prince's residence. Currently, there were 100 maids and 280 servants in the manor. Yi Yun pressed on. "How many people are connected to Steward Wang?" Madame Chung fell silent. She feared that revealing the truth would bring retaliation. But Yi Yun told her that Steward Wang had been crippled, and she would bear all the consequences herself. Finally, Madame Chung revealed the truth. A total of 167 people were involved with Steward Wang. Among them were 118 servants and 49 maids. Yi Yun didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered the elimination. "Luan, drive all these people out of the prince's mansion. If anyone resists, kill them." With the order issued, a major purge began at the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Luan was also appointed as the new steward of the residence, responsible for reorganizing its internal affairs. The next morning, Yi Yun listened to a report while having breakfast. The prince's mansion had been thoroughly cleared out the previous night, and all hidden forces had been driven away. However, the investigation also revealed new problems to Yi Yun. Jinbei City is home to numerous families, but only 5 truly stand at the top. The Feng family, the city lords, control the city guards. The Sun family deals in cloth. The Chung family controls grain. The Wang family deals in alcohol. The Tian family is responsible for monster hides. More importantly, the steward Wang, whom Yi Yun had crippled, turned out to be the younger brother of the Wang family patriarch's wife. This meant that from the moment he entered the Northern Territory, these families had already begun testing his attitude. Yi Yun understood that as soon as he arrived in Jinbei City, people were already eager to plant spies in the prince's residence. These people were all observing whether this newly arrived prince of Jinbei was truly qualified to control the northern border. Just then, he remembered he hadn't checked in for the day. Yi Yun silently recited the system's instructions. The next second, a notification sounded. Check-in successful. Received 10,000 Imperial Guards. Upon hearing the reward, Yi Yun paused slightly in his teacup. He had initially felt that 100 Imperial Guards were far from enough. But now, 10,000 Imperial Guards had arrived. His intelligence force was finally beginning to truly take shape. After reviewing the system data, Yi Yun discovered that this Imperial Guard was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Its commander, Mao Xiang, possessed the cultivation level of a martial venerable at the 3rd level. The 4 commanders Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are at least at the 8th level of Martial Emperor. Below them are ranks of commanders, including Kiliarchs, Centurions, Generals, and Lieutenants, with even ordinary Jinui Imperial Guards reaching the level of Martial Master to General. Such power was enough to change the entire landscape of the Northern Territory. But Yi Yun was not blinded by strength. He first summoned Mao Xiang and the 4 commanders, instructing them to arrive secretly in half an hour. After all, the true trump card must be hidden in the shadows. At the same time, Yi Yun summoned Jia Su. The northern border appeared calm on the surface, but was fraught with hidden dangers. He needed not just a warrior, but a strategist who could help him plan for the future. Half an hour later, Luan rushed in to report. 5 men in black had arrived outside the mansion, claiming to have received favors from Yi Yun and now coming specifically to seek refuge. Yi Yun immediately had them brought into his study. After the 5 men entered, they all knelt on one knee. "Greetings, my lord." Yi Yun helped Mao Xiang up, but instructed them to address him as Your Highness for the time being. The situation in the Northern Territory was complex, and their true relationships could not be easily revealed. Luan, standing to the side, watched the 5 people, deeply shocked. Although they hadn't unleashed their power, the invisible pressure they exuded made him realize that these were no ordinary experts. Just then, another message came from outside the door. A man claiming to be Jia Su requested an audience. Without hesitation, Yi Yun personally led Mao Xiang and the others to the gate to greet them. Standing outside was an ordinary-looking man with a calm demeanor. But Yi Yun knew that this man's truly terrifying quality was never his appearance. He smiled and said, "Wenhe, I've finally been waiting for you." Jia Su bowed respectfully. Yi Yun personally helped him up and arranged a banquet to welcome him. After the banquet, Yi Yun led Jia Su and Mao Xiang into the study. Luan tactfully remained outside, not wanting to disturb them further. Once seated, Yi Yun asked directly, "Wenhe, given my current situation, what do you think is the next step?" Without hesitation, Jia Su's first words hit the nail on the head. Although Yi Yun was the Prince of Jinbei, he didn't truly possess much in the Northern Territory. A title is merely a title. Without military power, influence, or sufficient deterrence, those powerful families and influential figures may not truly obey his orders. Yi Yun faced only 2 paths. First, to become a carefree, leisurely prince living a peaceful life. Second, to accumulate power in the northern border and ultimately contend for the world. Hearing this, Yi Yun smiled. This world reveres martial prowess. Ordinary people are constantly at risk of being harmed by the powerful. Even the top families fight amongst themselves for power and resources. So-called peace and stability is nothing but an illusion. Moreover, Yi Yun had never shown any ambition to vie for the throne. He even deliberately left the capital. Yet, despite this, Yi Lin still sent men to ambush him on his way. Even after retreating to the northern border, they still wouldn't let him go. Yi Yun had no reason to continue yielding. He now commanded 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 10,000 Jinui guards, and powerful figures like Jia Su and Mao Xiang. To continue to tolerate them would be truly foolish. The next second, Jia Su and the others bowed simultaneously. "We swear to serve your highness to the death." Then, Jia Su presented his complete plan. The first step was to have the embroidered uniform guard fully infiltrate the northern border and gather all intelligence. The second step was to secretly recruit talent and build up influence. Third, Yi Yun continued to conceal his true abilities, outwardly maintaining the identity of a carefree prince. Fourth, he sent the Xuanjiao army into the outer perimeter of the 10,000 mountains to eliminate bandits, hunt demonic beasts, and train elite troops. Yi Yun quickly made arrangements. The intelligence mission of the embroidered uniform guard was assigned to Mao Xiang and the four commanders. However, Jia Su cautioned that Mao Xiang and his men were too powerful. Using them all for intelligence gathering would be a waste. A true Jinyue Imperial Guard needed to be firmly established in the northern border region. Simultaneously, an assassination organization should be secretly built up. This force can both eliminate enemies and acquire funds. If it remains hidden long enough, it will inevitably become the sharpest blade in Yi Yun's hands in the future. Finally, Yi Yun gave the order. From this day forward, all news from the Northern Territory must be in the hands of the embroidered uniform guard. No matter the powerful families, the martial arts world, or the hidden enemies, none can escape his eyes. As evening fell, Yi Yun was drinking tea in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhou Tsang appeared behind him. He apologized, saying that he had left the manor without permission the day before to investigate information. Yi Yun did not blame him. Instead, he took him out to see Jinbei City. Zhou Tsang wanted to bring guards for protection, but Yi Yun refused outright. With his martial king cultivation and Zhou Tsang's martial emperor realm, ordinary enemies wouldn't even have a chance to get close to them. But as soon as Yi Yun entered the city, he discovered a problem. The people on the street were dressed in tattered clothes, with patches everywhere. This largest city in the north appears prosperous, but in reality, it is in decline. Just as they were passing a restaurant, they suddenly heard insults and a woman crying out. Yi Yun sent Zhou Tsang over to investigate. After the crowd dispersed, he saw more than a dozen guards beating an old man and a pair of twin siblings. The boy fiercely protected the old man and his sister. Even with his mouth full of blood, he did not back down. Beside him, a young man in blue sat eating fruit. Upon seeing this, he even clapped his hands and laughed, ordering the guards to continue. The people were furious, but no one dared to stop it. The next second, Zhou Tsang unleashed the oppressive aura of a martial emperor. The dozen or so guards froze instantly. The martial king's guards behind the young man wanted to protect their master. But before Zhou Tsang, they didn't even have the right to resist. A terrifying power erupted. Everyone, including the martial king's guards, was blasted away and coughed up blood. The young man in blue finally changed his expression. He introduced himself as Wang Yiyun, the young master of the Wang family, and inquired about the identities of Yi Yun and the others. But when Zhou Tsang uttered the words King of Jinbei, his caution instantly turned into disdain. Wang Yiyun mocked Yi Yun for being just a prince with no background. He even deliberately shouted that the prince of Jinbei was bullying the people in the street. Yi Yun didn't bother with any nonsense. He directly ordered, "Take it down." Even after being suppressed, Wang Yiyun remained arrogant. He said that Zhou Tsang was only a newly ascended martial emperor and couldn't cause any trouble in Jinbei City. He even tried to win Zhou Tsang over. As long as he is spared, the Wang family is willing to make him a guest elder. Faced with such ridiculous conditions, Yi Yun simply said coldly, "Considering you are the young master of the Wang family, you will be spared the death penalty. Break both your legs and throw you out." The next second, Zhou Tsang struck. Wang Yiyun's legs were crippled, and his screams echoed through the street. Several guards were terrified. They carried Wang Yiyun back to the Wang family home. The surrounding people watched this scene in silence. They knew that Jinbei City was about to face a truly terrible crisis. Meanwhile, inside the Wang family mansion, the patriarch, Wang Wei, was entertaining Xia Dingyan, a core elder of the Piyuan sect. Xia Dangyan possessed the cultivation of a martial grandmaster at the 3rd level. The Wang family's status as one of the 5 great families of Jinbei City was precisely due to the support of the Piyuan sect. The two sides have been cooperating for many years. The Wang family is responsible for collecting resources, while the Piyuan sect is responsible for providing protection. Just as the two were discussing Yi Yun, the Wang family butler suddenly rushed into the hall. "Master, The young master has been crippled. The teacup in Wang Wei's hand shattered instantly. When he heard the attacker identify himself as the Prince of Jinbei, he immediately understood. Yi Yun had arrived. Originally, they had planned to observe this new king. If he was sensible, they would spare his life. If he disobeyed, they would make him disappear. But before they could even make a move, Yi Yun had already crippled Wang Yiyun. Wang Wei suppressed his anger and rushed to the room with Xia Dengyan. At that moment, Wang Yiyun was lying on the bed, unconscious. The meridians in his legs had been completely severed, but the true energy left behind by Zhou Tsang remained in his body. Ordinary doctors simply cannot solve this problem. At least a martial grandmaster level expert would be needed. Even if the remaining power is cleared, Wang Yiyun's legs will be unlikely to recover. His path in martial arts has been almost completely severed. Wang Wei's face was grim. He looked at Xia Dengyan. Now, their only hope lay in the intervention of the Piyuan sect. Half an hour later, Xia Dengyan finally emerged from the room. His face was somewhat pale, clearly indicating that he had expended considerable energy, clearing away the true energy left behind by Zhou Tsang. He said that Wang Yiyun was no longer in mortal danger, and then the Wang family arranged for him to rest. But Wang Wei's anger did not subside. After confirming that his son was alive, he became even angrier. He stared at the shadows in the corner of the study and coldly ordered, "Thoroughly investigate everyone around the Prince of Jinbei. His cultivation practices, whereabouts, even what he eats and drinks every day, everything must be thoroughly investigated." A response came from the darkness. The aura quickly vanished. Wang Wei looked towards the direction of the Jinbei prince's mansion, vowing in his heart that he would make Yi Yun pay the price. Meanwhile, inside the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, a doctor was examining the 3 people Yi Yun had brought back from the street. The twin siblings' injuries were not serious, only some superficial wounds. But their grandfather's condition was extremely serious. The old man was very old and had suffered from long-term malnutrition. Ordinary medicines were simply ineffective. Precious elixirs were necessary. Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned deathly pale. She immediately knelt before Yi Yun, begging him to save her grandfather. She was willing to become a servant and stay in the palace to serve the old man for the rest of her life. She was willing to give anything as long as the old man could live. The boy beside him didn't kneel down. He just stared intently at Yi Yun, his voice firm. "As long as you save Grandpa, my life will be yours from now on." Yi Yun looked at the 2 of them but did not accept their conditions. He told the siblings to get up first. Saving lives did not require them to sell themselves. The boy's life shouldn't be wasted here. From now on, he should protect his grandfather and sister. Yi Yun sent Lu in to find the necessary elixir. This incident also made the siblings fully understand a principle. Without strength, you don't even have the right to protect your loved ones. Therefore, they proactively requested Yi Yun's permission to practice martial arts. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Yi Yun only told them to focus on recovering from their injuries. He assured them that once they were fully healed, he would arrange for someone to teach them. After the 2 left, a system notification suddenly sounded. Today's check-in is not yet complete. It will automatically expire if the time limit is exceeded. Yi Yun then remembered and immediately started checking in. The next second, the system reward appeared. 800 elite troops. Upon hearing this name, Yi Yun's eyes instantly changed. The Trapped Camp. This was the strongest elite force under Gao Shun during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. They number only 800, yet are extremely disciplined and well-armored. Every charge they make tears through enemy lines. The system classifies them as a top-tier unit. All 800 soldiers of the Vanguard camp possessed the cultivation level of a martial king. Among them, the sergeant had reached the 1st level of martial emperor, and the centurion was even at the 9th level of martial emperor. Such power is enough to drive countless small families to despair. In the White Tiger dynasty, the strongest members of many families are only martial kings. Yi Yun received 800 martial king-level experts with just 1 sign-in. If this army were to appear publicly, the entire Jinbei city would be shaken. At the same time, Gao Shun's information was also presented to Yi Yun. Gao Shun, commander of the Vanguard camp, possesses the Vanguard Divine Body. Currently at the 1st level of Martial Venerable. His loyalty is 100%. This man has lived a life of integrity and loyalty. Even in the face of defeat, he has never betrayed his lord. Yi Yun acquired another martial venerable expert. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the trapped camp. However, the simultaneous appearance of 800 men made them too conspicuous. The system directly assigned them to Snow Maple Valley, 80 miles outside Jinbei City, on the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. Afterwards, Yi Yun summoned all 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers and the remaining Jinyue. What he needed now was no longer the empty title of Prince Jinbei, but real power under his control. Meanwhile, inside the Wang family mansion, the crippled steward was wailing in pain. When Wang Wei arrived, instead of offering comfort, he immediately reprimanded him. The purpose of Steward Wang entering the Jinbei prince's mansion was to monitor Yi Yun and gather intelligence, not to allow him to use his family's status to act recklessly within the mansion. Wang Wei understood this perfectly well. No matter how unfavored Yi Yun was, he was still a prince of the White Tiger dynasty. If the Wang family were to openly attack him, it would damage the reputation of the royal family. For the sake of a mere steward, the Wang family wouldn't be foolish enough to turn against him directly. Steward Wang could only lament the situation to his own legs. Wang Wei agreed to deliver the bone-regenerating pill to help him recover from his injuries first, and they could discuss other matters later. After leaving the room, Wang Wei returned to his study. A man in black robes emerged from the shadows. He reported that the Jinbei prince's mansion had purged everyone associated with Steward Wang. Those who refused to leave or even attempted to cause trouble were executed. More importantly, all of this proved that Yi Yun was definitely not the useless person the rumors suggested. There was likely a martial grandmaster-level expert lurking among him. Wang Wei remained silent for a long time. Then he ordered Wang Yi to find several people unrelated to the Wang family. He wanted to reintegrate his spies into the Jinbei prince's mansion. Night. Yi Yun stood alone in the training room, shirtless, punching the air repeatedly. He was practicing a saint-level martial art, Overlord Strike. This technique consisted of only one move, but it required the spirit to guide the chi and the waist to lead the fist, achieving true unity of internal and external forces. At the highest level of cultivation, one can even form a fist domain. Once the fist domain is unleashed, one can sense the enemy's attack in advance and concentrate power into the strongest strike. The problem is, Yi Yun is currently only at the Martial King realm. To withstand a saint-level martial skill would come at an extremely high price. Each punch felt like his body was being torn apart, his bones seemingly being constantly crushed. But Yi Yun didn't stop. An hour later, he finally sat down cross-legged and began circulating the Heavenly Emperor technique to recover from his injuries. The next second, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Martial King Level 2. Martial King Level 3. Martial King Level 4. Martial King Level 5. Finally, he stopped at Martial King Level 6. This training session not only allowed him to successfully master the first level of the Overlord Strike, but also enabled him to break through 5 minor realms in succession. Looking at the training room full of cracks, Yi Yun felt a lingering fear in his heart. Saint-level martial arts techniques were indeed beyond his current capabilities to withstand. However, if he were to face a martial emperor again, he would possess the true strength to contend with them. Afterwards, Yi Yun left the training room. After bathing and changing, he went to the study. Go and invite Jiasu. A moment later, he looked into the empty space. Mao Xiang, what are the major families of Jinbei City up to? Mao Xiang appeared in the darkness. He said that the 5 major families were not acting strangely for the time being. However, because he only had 100 Imperial Guards under his command, the speed of intelligence infiltration was limited. Yi Yun then remembered that he hadn't yet handed over the remaining Imperial Guards to him. He took out his mobilization token. There are 10,000 Imperial Guards waiting to be dispatched in Xiefeng Valley, 80 miles outside Jinbei City. Establish a northern border intelligence network as soon as possible. Mao Xiang accepted the token, his eyes flashing with excitement. With these 10,000 men, he could finally truly begin his operation. At that moment, Jiasu also entered the study. Yi Yun voiced his concerns. Originally, he intended to continue concealing his strength and masquerading as a harmless prince. However, After crippling Steward Wang and Wang Yiyun, this facade could no longer be maintained. Mao Xiang was the first to speak. Since they couldn't keep up the pretense, they wouldn't pretend anymore. Anyone who dared to provoke them would be shown the power of the embroidered uniform guard. But Yiyun reminded him, don't just think about killing. A true strongman isn't just someone who wields a sword. He then looked at Jiasu. Jiasu pondered for a moment. The Wang family has already become enemies with Yiyun, he said. But even now, they haven't truly made a move. This is the most dangerous place. We must now accelerate the infiltration of the embroidered uniform guard. At the same time, we must expedite the Xuanjia army's bandit suppression plan. Yiyun nodded in agreement. With 10,000 embroidered uniform guards, Mao Xiang finally had the confidence to ensure that no news from the entire northern territory escaped the prince's mansion. Afterwards, Yiyun took out the purple cloud pill and gave it to Jiasu and Mao Xiang to enhance their cultivation. He also instructed Mao Xiang to deliver it to Qinglong and the others. With all arrangements completed, Yiyun waved for the two to leave. The game in the Northern Territory had officially begun. Night fell over Jinbei City. Yiyun's forces had already begun to operate quietly, and the banditry that had been hidden in the northern border for many years became his first target. Outside the 10,000 mountains, numerous mountain strongholds are entrenched. Among them, the 8 strongest forces are each backed by a martial emperor. They have been robbing caravans and oppressing the people for years, yet they have never been completely eradicated. Filongzai is one of them. This mountain stronghold is located in the Lianyun Mountains, 180 li east of Jinbei City. It is surrounded by mountains and can only be accessed by one road. If you choose to take a detour, it will take at least another month to travel there. The stronghold was built on the highest peak. It was surrounded by sheer cliffs, and the only entrance was heavily guarded. Without the strength of a martial king, it would be virtually impossible to force one through. The reason Flying Dragon Stronghold has been able to exist for so many years is that they never kill indiscriminately. Before each operation, they thoroughly investigate their targets, only robbing caravans without powerful backers. Therefore, they have almost never failed over the years. There are 5 leaders in the stronghold. The eldest leader, Zhong Hongjun, known as the Flying Tiger Blade Emperor, possesses the cultivation of a 3rd-level martial emperor. The second in command, the brothers Yun Feng and Yun Yu, have also reached the 2nd level of martial emperor. The third in command, Chen Yu, is a 1st-level martial emperor. As for the 4th leader, Mu Zhiqing, and the 5th leader, Qi Qingxi, although they were once just scholars, they now possess the strength of the 7th and 8th levels of martial king. More importantly, Flying Dragon Stronghold's development to this point is not solely due to martial prowess. Behind them, they also maintain secret connections with the major families of Jinbei City and the City Lord's Mansion. That evening, the 5 leaders gathered in the council hall. The 4th leader brought the latest news from the City Lord's Mansion. The Prince of Jinbei has arrived in Jinbei City. Not long after entering the northern border, he crippled the prince's steward and broke the legs of the young master of the Wang family, Wang Yun. Upon hearing the news, everyone's expressions changed. City Lord Feng Bai believed that this newly arrived Jinbei king was not as simple as the rumors suggested. Therefore, he ordered Filong village to temporarily cease its raids and not to descend the mountain lightly. At the same time, he prepared a batch of resources to send to the City Lord's mansion. He wanted to test Yiyun's true strength first. Yun Feng and Yun Yu were very dissatisfied after hearing this. They believed that the City Lord's mansion was just using the guise of cooperation to start interfering in Flying Dragon Village's affairs. However, 3rd leader Chen Yu reminded everyone that Yiyun's appearance had indeed changed the situation in the Northern Territory. Acting rashly now could easily backfire. Ultimately, 1st leader Zhong Hongjun made the decision. They temporarily restrained the mountain stronghold from raiding. Meanwhile, they prepared resources to send to the City Lord. In their view, if Yiyun refused to accept the arrangement, it was the City Lord's mansion and the major families of Jinbei City who were truly anxious. They believed that Yiyun was merely a prince abandoned by the royal family, accompanied only by 100 guards and a master who appeared to be a martial emperor. Such a foundation is simply insufficient to change the Northern Territory. The fifth master even believes that if the major families of Jinbei City join forces, they can directly sideline Yi Yun. They wanted to turn this prince of Jinbei into a figurehead. What they didn't know was that the entire conversation had been overheard by a single pair of eyes. That person was Qing Long. After Yi Yun and Jia Su decided to eliminate the bandits in the northern border, Mao Xiang sent Qing Long to investigate the various mountain strongholds. Qing Long had already figured out the terrain, defenses, and personnel configuration of Feilong Stronghold. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard the 5 leaders having a secret meeting. So he chose to stay. And all of Flying Dragon Stronghold's plans also fell into Yi Yun's ears. The next day, Yi Yun was reading in his study when Luan suddenly came to report that Wang Feng, daughter of the Wang family patriarch, had come to see him. Upon hearing this name, a hint of amusement flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. The Wang family had only come now, and even sent the daughter of their patriarch. Yi Yun would never believe they had no ulterior motives. He had Lu and lead Wang Feng into the reception room first. A moment later, Yi Yun slowly walked over. Inside the hall, a woman dressed in white sat quietly. She was tall and had a beautiful face. She appeared gentle, yet possessed a shrewdness. Upon seeing Yi Yun appear, Wang Feng immediately rose and bowed. Yi Yun gestured for her to sit down, and then had tea served. He didn't ask any questions, simply drinking his tea quietly. The entire hall fell silent. A full quarter of an hour later, Wang Feng finally couldn't help but speak. "Isn't your highness curious as to why the Wang family would take the initiative to come to our door at this time?" Yi Yun knew, of course. He had just crippled Wang Yiyun, and the Wang family's legs had been broken. Logically, the Wang family should have been eager for immediate revenge. Yet here they were, offering themselves up. It didn't seem right at all. But Yi Yun didn't show it. Instead, he said seriously, "I am handsome and dashing, with an extraordinary demeanor. Isn't it normal for beauties to take the initiative to visit me?" Wang Feng was clearly stunned. She clearly hadn't expected Yi Yun to answer like that. She could only awkwardly reply, "Your highness is indeed very handsome." Yi Yun immediately laughed, as if he had finally met someone who understood him. This, in turn, caused Wang Feng to choke on all the words she had prepared. She took a deep breath and finally revealed her true purpose. This visit was on behalf of the Wang family to apologize for what had happened to Wang Yun and the housekeeper. After listening, Yi Yun deliberately feigned confusion. "Haven't they already been punished by me? Wang Yun's legs and meridians have been crippled. Shouldn't the Wang family apologize to me?" Wang Feng's smile froze instantly, but she could only suppress her anger. Then, 8 servants carried 4 large chests into the hall. The chests were opened. They were filled with spirit stones, gold, and various cultivation resources. Wang Feng stated that these were merely a small token of the Wang family's appreciation and had no other purpose. After saying this, she excused herself by saying she was feeling unwell and left. Yi Yun feigned concern, having Luan personally escort her out. Only after Wang Feng left did the smile slowly fade from Yi Yun's face. "Zhuke." The next second, a figure silently appeared. "Collect these resources. Use them to develop the embroidered uniform guard." The 4 boxes vanished instantly. Zhuke was still nowhere to be seen in the hall. It turned out that after Mao Xiang went to take over the 10,000 imperial guards, Zhuke was left behind by Yi Yun to provide close protection. Just as Yi Yun sat down again, Luan came to report that Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City, had come to pay his respects. Yi Yun frowned slightly. Wang Fenggang just left. Feng Bai appeared immediately. Today was quite lively. Just then, Zhuke appeared and warned him that Feng Bai's visit was likely a test. Then, she told Yi Yun some news. Qinglong had infiltrated Feilong village last night and had already investigated the entire situation. Flying Dragon Stronghold is one of the 8 major bandit strongholds in the Northern Territory. It boasts nearly 10,000 bandits. Among its 5 leaders, 3 are martial emperors, and the other 2 have reached the peak of martial king. More importantly, Feng Bai had already informed Feilong village of Yi Yun's whereabouts. He wanted to use the resources Feilong village had prepared to test Yi Yun's strength, because they had seen that Yi Yun only had 100 imperial guards when he entered the city. In the 2 subsequent attempts, only Zhou Tsang appeared. Therefore, They concluded that Yi Yun's strength was limited. After hearing this, Yi Yun showed no anger. He simply picked up his teacup and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. A moment later, footsteps sounded outside the hall. Lu En entered, accompanied by a plump man in a purple official robe. This man was none other than Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City. As soon as he entered, he immediately knelt down and bowed. Then he began to frantically praise Yi Yun, saying he was exceptionally talented and had an extraordinary demeanor. He spoke as if Yi Yun was not a prince, but a celestial being descended from heaven. Yi Yun ignored this nonsense and went straight to the point. What brings City Lord Feng here today? Feng Bai quickly explained. The entire northern territory was Yi Yun's fiefdom. Jinbei City naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Jinbei King. As the city lord, he should have paid his respects much earlier. However, he was busy with official duties in the past few days, so it was delayed until now. After listening, Yi Yun said calmly, I only wish to be a carefree prince. I have no interest in vying for power and profit. Hearing this, Feng Bai felt a slight sense of relief. But the next second, Yi Yun's tone suddenly turned cold. But the Northern Territory is ultimately my fiefdom. The people here are also my subjects. Since you sit in the position of city lord, you must safeguard the peace of this region, Yi Yun said, staring at Feng Bai. He continued, if anyone dares to plot against me, this matter has reached the court, incurring the emperor's wrath. It has caused me to lose even my status as a carefree prince. Then don't blame me for turning ruthless. As he finished speaking, Yi Yun's aura suddenly hardened, his gaze sharp as a knife. Feng Bai was immediately covered in cold sweat, but he didn't even dare to wipe it away. He could only repeatedly agree, promising to restrain all parties and protect the people. Seeing this, Yi Yun suddenly withdrew his oppressive aura, a slight smile playing on his lips, and told him to wipe his sweat. Feng Bai felt as if he had been granted a pardon, quickly raising his sleeve to wipe his sweat, then taking out a small box from his robes and respectfully placing it on the table. He said it was just a small token of his appreciation and asked the prince to accept it. Yi Yun merely glanced at it, neither asking anyone to open it nor refusing, only nodding slightly. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Feng Bai immediately took his leave. As the wind did not easily dissipate, the smile on Yi Yun's face gradually faded. He ordered his guards to invite Jia Su, then looked towards the empty space, as if someone had always been hiding there. Soon after, Jia Su arrived at the reception room. Yi Yun told him that the city lord of Jinbei City had just come by, seemingly to pay his respects, but actually to test him, which Jia Su had managed to evade. Then Yi Yun spoke again, asking Zhu Ke to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ke appeared silently in front of the two of them, clearly having been secretly observing them ever since Feng Bai entered the room. Yi Yun asked her what she thought of this Lord Feng. Zhu Ke bluntly stated that this person was definitely not simple. Someone who could hold the position of Lord of Jinbei City, a vital city in the northern border, couldn't possibly be so easily intimidated by a few harsh words. She judged that Feng Bai's timidity was feigned, and his flattery was also an act. This man was extremely cunning and skilled at disguise. She would have to be very careful when dealing with him in the future. Yi Yun nodded in agreement, a cold glint in his eyes. Did they really think he was so easily fooled? Jia Su, standing to the side, also wore a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, Feng Bai had completely shed the humility and timidity he had shown in the prince's palace. He stood before an old man, his expression shrewd, and his tone had become serious. He told the old man that this Prince Jinbei, who had been exiled by the imperial court, was far more complex than he had imagined. In just a few words, he felt that the other man had seen through his disguise, though the other man did not point it out on the spot. The old man's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately asked Feng Bai to recount the events in detail. Feng Bai dared not conceal anything and clearly described every word he had spoken and every expression Yi Yun had made since entering the prince's mansion. After listening in silence for a long time, the old man finally reminded Feng Bai that this newly arrived prince of Jinbei should not be underestimated. He stressed that the Feng family must be kept in check recently, and no one should go out and cause trouble. Feng Bai nodded in agreement. He knew very well that the Feng family's current status was entirely due to his father's behind-the-scenes strategizing and the secret training of assassins. Without this old man, he would never have been able to become the lord of Jinbei City. Time flies, and another half-month has passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Yun woke up from his cultivation, and system notifications rang in his ears one after another. Today's sign-in has been refreshed, and this month's summons have also been refreshed. His heart skipped a beat, and a hint of anticipation immediately appeared in his eyes. The last time he summoned Gao Shun, the strength of the northern border had already increased significantly. If a commander-type general could come this time, it would be just right to fill the gap in the Xuanjiao army. Without hesitation, Yi Yun chose to sign in. The system quickly responded, confirming the sign-in was successful and rewarding him with 5 years of cultivation. He immediately chose to merge, and the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, rushing straight to his dantian. He immediately activated the Heavenly Emperor technique, refining the spiritual energy again and again. His cultivation level, originally at the 6th level of Martial King, rapidly increased, first reaching the perfection of the 6th level, then breaking through the 7th level, then stepping into the 8th level, and finally stopping at the 9th level of Martial King. Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant true energy within his body, and a smile appeared on his face. At 16 years old, he had reached the 9th level of the Martial King realm. Such speed was enough to make countless geniuses in the White Tiger dynasty bow their heads. He then opened his attribute panel. His cultivation level was Martial King 9th Heaven. His identity was the 9th Prince of the White Tiger dynasty, the Prince of Jinbei. His cultivation technique was Heavenly Emperor technique. His martial arts skills were Overlord Strike and Free and Easy Step, and his physique was Overlord Battle Body. He now commands 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers, 10,101 Jinui Imperial Guards, and 800 trap camp soldiers. Zhou Cong, Jia Su, Mao Xiang, Gao Shun, and others are also serving under him, making the prince's mansion even stronger than it was half a month ago. However, Yi Yun also knew that rapid improvement in cultivation was not necessarily a good thing. If his understanding and control could not keep up with his level, his foundation would become unstable, so he needed to settle down for a period of time. After calming himself down, he commanded the system to summon Qin Xiong. The system began operating, and a moment later, a notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Qin Xiong, a fierce general who helped found the Tang dynasty. Yi Yun was stunned on the spot, his eyes filled with surprise. Qin Xiong, courtesy named Xu Bao, was one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. His horse swept across both banks of the Yellow River, and his mace struck 3 prefectures and 6 counties. His fame had long been recorded in history books. This man was exceptionally brave and served in the Sui dynasty in his early years. Later, he joined the Wagong army, but because he disliked Wang Shicheng's treacherous nature, he switched allegiance to Li Yuan and his son Li Shimin. He followed the Prince of Qin in his campaigns and made numerous military achievements. Yi Yun immediately instructed the system to open Qin Xiong's panel. Qin Xiong's cultivation level was Martial Venerable 8th Heaven. Originally, his realm was Martial Saint 9th Heaven Perfection, but he fell down due to suppression by the Heavenly Tao after coming to this world. His cultivation technique is the blood-weeping divine art. His physique is the blood-weeping divine body. His weapons are the 8-sided golden mace and the blood-weeping golden spear. His exclusive troop type is the Xuanjiao army, and his loyalty is absolutely unwavering. Yi Yun felt much more at ease. The 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers he had received from the last sign-in session had been without a suitable commander until Qin Xiong arrived, which seemed tailor-made for this elite cavalry force. He asked the system how long it would take for Qin Xiong to arrive, and the system replied that he would come to find him within an hour. Yi Yun then waited in the prince's garden, drinking tea and eating pastries. Half an hour later, Luan rushed in to report that a burly man in black was requesting an audience outside the door. He claimed to be an old friend of the prince and said that he had come to seek refuge after hearing that Yi Yun had been appointed the Prince of Jinbei and was to guard the northern border. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately knew who the visitor was and instructed Luan to invite him in. Soon, a tall, imposing man in black entered the courtyard, it was Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the prince. Upon seeing him, Yi Yun burst into laughter, declaring that he had been waiting for a long time, and that his 10,000 elite Xuanjia cavalry were in dire need of a fierce general like him as their leader. Qin Xiong quickly thanked him for his kindness. Yi Yun asked him to get up, but noticed that the famous Tang general looked somewhat embarrassed. It turned out that he had been traveling all day and hadn't eaten anything yet, so he wanted to fill his stomach first. Yi Yun was amused by his appearance and immediately ordered the servants to prepare wine and meat. Qin Xiong added quietly, "Have them prepare more. He has a big appetite." Yi Yun's smile deepened, and she told the kitchen to make sure there was enough. The two then went to the living room. After the food was laid out, Qin Xiong didn't stand on ceremony and devoured it. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yi Yun had tea served and then instructed a guard to invite Jia Su and Zhou Tsang to come and discuss matters. Evening, in the study, Yi Yun sat behind his desk with Zhou Tsang, Jia Su, Mao Xiang, Zhu Ke, Qin Xiong, and others standing before him. He had summoned everyone tonight because the bandit suppression plan could no longer be delayed. Previously, they had lacked a commander for the Xuanjia army, but now that Qin Xiong had arrived, the operation could finally begin. Yi Yun first looked at Mao Xiang. The 10,000 mountains concealed many mysterious places, and the assassination organization needed a secret base. He instructed Mao Xiang to draw men from the embroidered uniform guard to secretly enter the mountains and find a suitable location. Mao Xiang was responsible for the specific arrangements. Then, he looked at Jia Su. The prince's palace had the authority to form its own direct army, and Yi Yun decided to begin recruiting soldiers tomorrow, tentatively numbering 10,000, with Lu and assisting Jia Su. The requirement was singular, unwavering loyalty. Cultivation could be developed, but not so low as to take too long. After arranging the troops, Yi Yun took the token and tossed it directly to Qin Xiong. He instructed Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang to go to Snowwind Valley, 180 li outside Jinbei City, where 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers and 800 elite trapped battalion soldiers were stationed, commanded by Gao Shan. This time, Qin Xiong was the commander-in-chief, mobilizing the Xuanjia army and the trap camp to wipe out bandits in the surrounding mountain strongholds, while secretly recruiting capable men to gradually expand the army. Yi Yun's tone was calm, but every word was like a military order resounding in everyone's hearts. Everyone understood that this step was of great importance. He then instructed Mao Xiang that the embroidered uniform guard must provide Qin Xiong with intelligence and not allow the army to operate in the dark. After receiving the order, everyone left the study in turn. Zhu Ke continued to remain hidden in the shadows to protect them, while Mao Xiang, Zhou Tsang, and Qin Xiong left the palace that very night and headed out of the city. The next morning, Jia Su summoned Luan, gave him brief instructions, and then began recruiting soldiers. The news quickly spread throughout Jinbei City and the surrounding cities. Upon hearing that the prince's palace was recruiting soldiers, men flocked to sign up, but many were discouraged on the spot when they saw the requirements. The prince's palace had very clear requirements for recruiting soldiers. Those aged 16 to 40, those with military experience were given priority, and at the very least, they had to have the cultivation level of a warrior. Ordinary soldiers received 20 taels of silver per month and could also learn military martial arts techniques, a treatment that made countless people envious. However, the minimum warrior cultivation level eliminated most of the applicants. Although everyone was disappointed, they could understand that the prince's palace wasn't recruiting cannon fodder, but rather its own direct troops. After more than 20 days of selection, the 10,000 troops were finally recruited. During this period, Yi Yun did not interfere in the minutiae of the palace's affairs, leaving everything to Jia Su and Luan. He diligently checked in every day, steadily improving his strength. On the surface, the palace remained calm and peaceful, but in reality, a much larger network was beginning to unfold. Meanwhile, outside Snowwind Valley, Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang finally arrived after a long journey. But as soon as they reached the valley entrance, they sensed an aura locking onto them. If they made the slightest move, the hidden person would immediately attack. Qin Xiong circulated his inner energy and shouted loudly into the valley, announcing that he was the commander of the Xuanjia army appointed by Yi Yun and had been ordered to take over the troops. As soon as he finished speaking, several black armored soldiers flew out of the valley, their eyes cold, and demanded proof of their identity. Qin Xiong took out Yi Yun's token. Several black armored soldiers saw it and immediately saluted, their attitude changing instantly. Then, they led Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang into the valley camp. The camp gate opened, and the chilling aura of the Xuanjia army rushed out. Before entering the command tent, Qin Xiong ordered his men to summon all commanders of the Xuanjia army above the rank of centurion for a meeting, and also sent for General Gao Shan. Soon, the figures in the command tent arrived one after another. Qin Xiong sat in the commander's seat, with Zhou Tsang sitting to his left. The atmosphere was calm, yet oppressive. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the tent paying respects to General Gao. Qin Xiong looked up and saw that the newcomer was tall, with a dignified face, neatly trimmed sideburns, and a heroic air between his brows. His eyes had an imposing presence, making it clear at a glance that he was a fierce general on the battlefield. After Gao Shan entered the tent, he bowed to Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong did not put on airs of a commander-in-chief, but instead responded humbly, saying that he had obtained this position because of the prince's favor, and that he would need Gao Shan's assistance in the future. Gao Shan also said frankly that he would help in any way he could. Once all the commanders had arrived, Qin Xiong rose and explained his purpose. Yi Yun had ordered them to wipe out the surrounding bandit forces and secretly recruit and expand their army. Yi Yun's current situation was not stable. He had too few well-organized troops, and they needed to use the bandit suppression campaign to strengthen their forces. Qin Xiong looked at the crowd, his voice suddenly rising, and asked them if they were willing to follow him and die for the prince. The generals in the tent responded in unison, vowing to follow the general and swear to serve the prince to the death. At that moment, a murderous aura filled the command tent, and the Xuanjia army truly began to move. Qin Xiong told everyone to go back and rest first, and that they would set out the next day once the Jinyue Imperial Guard received intelligence. Just as Gao Shan was about to leave, Qin Xiong stopped him and sincerely entrusted him with the responsibility of training the troops and guarding the valley. He also said that after he led his army out of the valley, he would need Gao Shan to manage the affairs of the camp. Gao Shan agreed in a deep voice. As long as he and the 800 Vanguard Battalion were still alive, Snowwind Valley would be safe. As for training soldiers, since the prince and Qin Xiong trusted him, he was willing to do his best. The next day, in the mountains a kilometer away from Filong village, a black armored army lay in ambush without a sound. They cooked breakfast at dawn, then broke camp and rushed here, waiting for the Jinyue to deliver their final message. This was the Xuanjia Legion, led by Qin Xiong. There was no noise in the forest, only the occasional rustling of armor blades. Everyone knew that after tonight, Flying Dragon Stronghold, one of the 8 major bandit forces in the Northern Territory, might disappear from the world. Standing beside Qin Xiong were 2 people, one of whom was Zhou Tsang. Initially, he only had the cultivation of a martial king, but later he received the Great Rejuvenation Pill as a reward from Yi Yun, which allowed him to break through to the martial emperor realm. With the help of the pill, he continued to cultivate and has now reached the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. He is only 1 step away from being able to break through to the martial grandmaster realm. The other man was rather thin, with a slightly dark complexion, and looked unremarkable, but he was Dong Feng, the commander of 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers. He had previously led 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of martial emperor, making him far more than he appeared. In just a few days, Zhou Tsang and Dong Feng were completely convinced of Qin Xiong's abilities. The invisible pressure emanating from Qin Xiong made them gasp for breath and made them realize even more clearly that this commander's strength far surpassed theirs. Based on previous intelligence, the strongest member of Flying Dragon Stronghold is only at the martial emperor level. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd leaders are all at the martial emperor level, but Zhou Tsang and Dong Feng are also at the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Even if the other side has hidden methods, Qin Xiong is enough to keep everyone in check. Being able to fight under such a powerful commander, The Xuanjiao army felt no unease whatsoever. On the contrary, they were like a suppressed fire, just waiting for a command to ignite it. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the forest. A figure dressed in a flying fish robe and carrying an embroidered spring knife at his waist flashed over. It was none other than Qin Long, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. He landed in front of Qin Xiong, Zhou Tsang, and Dong Fang, cupped his hands in greeting, and remained composed. Qin Xiong nodded slightly and asked directly if there had been any changes inside Flying Dragon Stronghold. Qin Long replied that everything was normal at Flying Dragon Stronghold, and no abnormalities had been found. The Xuanjiao army could proceed as planned. After speaking, he had to hurry elsewhere, so he turned and flew away. Watching Qin Long's figure disappear into the forest in an instant, Qin Xiong secretly sighed, realizing that the imperial guards under the prince's command were indeed formidable. If even a commander was this capable, it was clear how many sharp blades Yi Yun concealed. With the news settled, Qin Xiong didn't delay any longer and immediately sent Zhou Tsang and Dong Fang to organize the troops. A moment later, the two returned to report that the Xuanjiao army was ready and awaiting the order to depart. Qin Xiong looked at everyone and spoke in a low voice. The first, second, and third leaders of Flying Dragon Stronghold were all Martial Emperor-level experts, but he personally dealt with them without Zhou Tsang and Dong Fang having to intervene. As for the fourth and fifth leaders, as well as the other strongmen in the stronghold, he left them to Zhou Tsang and Dong Fang to handle. He ordered the two to kill the enemy's high-level martial artists as soon as possible, and to let the Xuanjiao army wipe out the remaining henchmen. He was determined not to let the enemy's experts break into the army formation and cause casualties. This was the Xuanjiao army's first battle, and they had to win quickly, establish their momentum, and build their reputation. Qin Xiong's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unyielding, domineering tone, striking every soldier's heart like a war drum. A fervent fervor ignited in the eyes of Zhou Tsang, Dong Fang, and the other Xuanjiao soldiers. Had they not been lurking near Flying Dragon Stronghold, they would likely have already roared into battle. Even without a sound, the suppressed fighting spirit continued to rise in the forest. Looking at the high-spirited army before him, Qin Xiong felt his own blood boil. Although the leaders of Flying Dragon Stronghold were martial emperors, they were no match for him. Tonight's battle held no pressure for him, only the absolute necessity of victory. Zhou Tsang and Dong Fang gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The soldiers showed no fear of the impending battle. Instead, they were like predators eyeing their prey, waiting for nightfall to pounce on Flying Dragon Stronghold. Qin Xiong nodded in satisfaction, then ordered the entire army to rest and eat their fill. They would launch a night raid on Flying Dragon Stronghold at midnight. Once this night was over, Flying Dragon Stronghold, one of the 8 major powers of the Northern Territory, would be history, and everything within would belong to them. Zhou Tsang and Dong Fang received their orders and withdrew, quickly relaying the message throughout the army. The Xuanjiao soldiers found places to rest, suppressing their killing intent and preparing for the night's battle. Seeing everyone quiet down, Qin Xiong also sat down on the ground and closed his eyes to recuperate. In the dead of night, the area in front of the gate of Feilongzai on the mountainside was deathly silent. The bandits on the watchtower were dozing off against the wooden pillars, and the people next to the gate were also sleeping haphazardly. They never dreamed that Flying Dragon Stronghold, infamous in the northern border, where even city lords had to give them some face, would have someone dare to sneak up the mountain tonight. Qin Xiong led Zhou Tsang and Dong Fang to the gate of the village. Looking at the guards who were sleeping like dead pigs, he raised his hand and made a cut across his neck. Dong Fang immediately understood what he meant. Several guards drew their short blades and silently leaped forward. A flash of cold light, and the blade slit a throat. The gatekeeper bandit hadn't even opened his eyes before he was sent to his death. In a short time, hundreds of bandits in front of the village gate died in their sleep. The Xuanjiao army acted swiftly and without making a sound, then quickly opened the gate to welcome the army into the village. Qin Xiong saw the gates of the stronghold open, a slight smile playing on his lips, and waved his hand behind him. The Xuanjiao army, who had been waiting in the forest for a long time, shed their disguises, and surged into Flying Dragon's stronghold like a black torrent. After entering the stronghold, the army immediately split into several groups, each led by its commander, and rushed towards the various dwellings. Their goal was to eliminate as many of the Flying Dragon stronghold's remaining forces as possible before the bandits could react. Qin Xiong, clad in armor and wielding twin maces, charged straight towards the mountaintop, channeling his inner energy. Several leaders of the Flying Dragon stronghold resided there, the true key to this battle. The Xuanjiao army moved through the stronghold like ghosts, their attacks ruthless and silent. Many bandits were still lost in their dreams when a single blow to the throat slit was delivered, and they never saw the dawn again. No matter how careful you are, you can't prevent accidents. One night, a bandit got up to urinate and happened to see soldiers in black armor slaughtering their comrades. He was so scared that he almost jumped out of his skin and tried to warn them. Before he could utter a sound, a large hand tightly covered his mouth. The soldier behind him had cold eyes. A short blade sliced across his neck, and after a couple of struggles, he fell silent. But the commotion had still woken up several bandits inside. The Xuanjia soldiers rushed in to silence them, but one of them, before dying, let out a scream that instantly tore through the darkness. Filong village was in chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. Some shouted that the enemy was attacking the village, while others yelled for them to come and meet the enemy. The bandits, who had been sleeping, grabbed their weapons and were thrown into disarray. Now that they had been exposed, the Xuanjiao army no longer concealed themselves. They gripped their longswords tightly and charged forward with abandon, their black armor clashing with the flames, and screams echoing throughout the mountain stronghold. Inside their mountaintop lodging, the bandit leader, Zhong Hongjun, was fast asleep, embracing a woman he had robbed, when he was awakened by the commotion outside and roared angrily. The next moment, a bandit burst through the door. The man, his face filled with terror, shouted that the enemy had already stormed the mountain. Zhong Hongjuan's expression changed drastically. He angrily cursed the guards for being useless, and then ordered his men to gather the troops from all directions and inform the leaders. Zhong Hongjun burst out of the room, leaping into the air and unleashing the aura of a third-level martial emperor. A gust of wind whipped up fallen leaves as he roared down, demanding to know who dared to trespass on Flying Dragon stronghold. Soon, the second-in-command Yunfeng and Yunyu, the third-in-command Qinyu, the fourth-in-command Mu Zhiqing, and the fifth-in-command Qi Qingxi arrived one after another. When they looked down, they saw that the mountain stronghold had become a slaughterhouse. They witnessed their fellow villagers being slaughtered by the black armored soldiers and were instantly enraged. Just as they were about to rush into the battlefield, they were stopped by three figures who forced them back with a single blow. The newcomers were Qin Xiong, Zhou Tsang, and Dong Feng. Qin Xiong wore a purple gold crown, a robe adorned with flowers, and beast-faced armor that gleamed coldly. He held two maces in his hands, and his imposing presence made everyone's hearts sink. Zhong Hongjun stared at the three of them, growing increasingly alarmed. Zhou Tsang and Dong Feng were both at the late stage of the martial emperor realm, but Qin Xiong was unfathomable. His earlier arrogance had instantly subsided by more than half. He asked in a deep voice who the three men were, why they were attacking Flying Dragon stronghold, and whether Flying Dragon stronghold had ever offended them. Qin Xiong sneered, and said that they were there to kill people, of course. Qin Xiong's gaze swept over the leaders, his tone full of disdain. If they were willing to surrender, he might spare their lives. These words pierced their hearts like knives. Yunfeng and Yunyu were the first to lose their temper, angrily saying that the other side was only two late-stage martial realm cultivators, and the other one was probably hiding his aura with a treasure. The five of them might not lose if they joined forces. Before the words were even finished, the two brothers had already leaped towards Zhou Tsang. Blade light and energy clashed instantly, the three of them unleashing their full power, their martial arts techniques sweeping and powerful, the aftershocks of the battle causing the mountains and forests to tremble. Seeing the unfavorable situation below, the fourth and fifth leaders hurriedly asked Zhong Hongjun for permission to go down and gather the villagers to organize a counterattack, so that these black-armored soldiers would know that Flying Dragon Village was not to be trifled with. Zhong Hongjun glanced at Qin Xiong and finally nodded. The fourth and fifth leaders immediately turned and charged down, but they had only flown halfway when a dark figure darted out from behind Qin Xiong. Dong Feng activated his movement technique, his spear piercing the air, instantly blocking the two in front of him, and roared angrily. "Where do you think you're going? Take this. Your two guards are being held back by my brothers. Why aren't you hiding? You actually dare to stand here." Zhong Hongjun stared at Yi Yun, his eyes filled with rage. He was convinced that Yi Yun was only so calm because he was using a treasure to conceal his aura. But the more he saw Yi Yun's disdainful expression, the more uneasy he felt. Zhong Hongjun stopped wasting words and directly called on Chun Yu to join him in the attack. He wanted to kill Yi Yun as soon as possible, and then go back to help the other leaders stabilize the situation in Flying Dragon Stronghold. Chun Yu also reacted and rushed forward with her sword in hand. Although neither of them could see through Yi Yun's cultivation level, they both felt that this person was definitely not simple, and his first move was a killing blow. In the Northern Territory, martial grandmasters rarely operate openly, let alone martial venerables. Therefore, Zhong Hongjun and Qin Yu never imagined that they would be defeated here. Seeing the two men charging towards him, Yi Yun burst into laughter. He swung his golden mace and charged forward to meet their attack head-on, showing no sign of backing down. The three collided instantly, the deafening roar causing shockwaves to ripple around them. Zhong Hongjun and Chun Yu staggered back several steps before regaining their footing, while Yi Yun remained motionless in place. Zhong Hongjun's expression changed drastically, realizing he had misjudged the young man. This young man before him had likely already reached the martial grandmaster realm, and Flying Dragon Stronghold was doomed this time. Yi Yun simply smiled and said that for now, he would remain a martial grandmaster. He hadn't had a proper workout in a long time and only hoped that these two would fight him. Zhong Hongjun and Chun Yu sensed his disdain, and their anger intensified. Even knowing that Yi Yun might be a martial grandmaster, the two did not back down, but instead charged forward again. Seeing that they still dared to attack, Yi Yun's fighting spirit intensified. He also increased the force of his attack, and with each sweep of his golden mace, his true energy exploded like thunder. All three knew the battle was perilous, and they held nothing back. Swords flashed and shadows danced, their afterimages swirling in the air, making them impossible for outsiders to discern. A series of violent roars echoed, and the aftershocks of the battle spread in all directions. The people fighting below the mountain stronghold were also drawn by the astonishing commotion and looked up in the direction of the roar. A member of the Xuanjia army shouted that it was General Yi, along with General Zhou and General Dong. They were fighting against several leaders of Filong village, and their imposing aura was so strong that the opponents could not lift their heads. The crowd grew increasingly excited as they watched, for the generals appeared remarkably composed, as if they hadn't exerted their full strength. The morale of the Xuanjia army soared, and their attacks became even more ferocious. On the other hand, the bandits of Flying Dragon Stronghold grew increasingly panicked as they saw their leader being suppressed. Despite some of them having higher cultivation levels, they were forced to retreat step by the Xuanjia army. A martial king commander watched the battle in the sky, his face pale. The four leaders of Flying Dragon Stronghold were all martial emperors, and the fourth and fifth leaders were also martial kings at the 9th level, yet they still couldn't hold out. Even more terrifying was that Yi Yun effortlessly deflected the powerful attacks of the first and third leaders. The commander was filled with fear, knowing he was utterly outmatched in this battle. He quickly regained his composure, realizing that any further recklessness would only make him cannon fodder. His only hope now was to gather some brothers amidst the chaos and find an opportunity to escape Flying Dragon Village. But the moment he had that thought, a lightning-fast spear strike came hurtling towards him. He hurriedly swung his weapon to defend, but underestimated the power of the attack. With a clang, the weapon shattered. Before the martial king commander could react, he collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. A deep voice came from the side. The fourth one. Dong Feng walked slowly over, holding a long spear, his armor stained with blood, his eyes cold. It turns out that after killing the fourth and fifth leaders, he had been wandering around the battlefield, targeting the best bandits to reduce casualties for the Xuanjiao army. Seeing their general swiftly defeat powerful enemies, the morale of the Xuanjiao army surged once more. With each swing of their long swords, shouts of battle and the clashing of weapons filled the Flying Dragon stronghold. These Xuanjiao soldiers were elite troops, veterans of countless battles in their previous lives, and their teamwork was far superior to that of bandits. The people of Filong village fell one after another under their charge. The battlefield was shrouded in dust and swirling stones, plunging the world into darkness. Swords still clashed in the air, and fireballs and whirlwinds churned as several major battles raged fiercely. The bandits of Filong village were collapsing under the fierce offensive of the Xuanjiao army, and fear began to spread. Just then, a huge explosion suddenly rang out in the sky. In the sky, the three figures collided once again, the explosion even more terrifying than before. Under the desperate attack of the two, Yi Yun directly released the aura of the 9th level of Martial Grandmaster. But even with all their moves, Zhong Hongjun and the other man could not harm him in the slightest. Yi Yun looked at them coldly, his tone full of mockery. He asked them if they dared to call themselves one of the 8 major bandit forces in the Northern Territory with such meager abilities. At that moment, Zhong Hongjun felt a surge of anger, but it was suppressed by an even deeper sense of powerlessness. They couldn't fight back, and they couldn't escape. Zhong Hongjun finally lowered his head and tentatively asked Yi Yun if they had offended him in any way, and that they were willing to compensate him. But Yi Yun only replied indifferently that they hadn't offended him. He simply didn't like them. These words completely ignited Chunyu, the 3rd leader. She roared, frantically circulating her inner energy, and charged towards Yi Yun, intending to self-destruct and take him down with her. Zhong Hongjun saw through her plan. His expression changed drastically, and he urgently told her to stop, but it was too late. With a deafening roar, the sky seemed to be ripped open. Terrifying aftershocks swept in all directions, leaving the area within a 30-mile radius unrecognizable. At the center of the battle, dust swirled, obscuring everything. The Xuanjia soldiers and bandits below all stopped fighting. They looked up at the cloud of smoke, none of them knowing what had happened inside. Zhong Hongjun, seeing Chunyu die before his eyes, roared in grief, picked up his weapon, and charged straight at Yi Yun. On the other side, the Yunfeng and Yunyu brothers were also enraged by Chunyu's death and escalated their attacks to the extreme. But Zhou just looked at them coldly and said that she had had enough fun and would now send them down to join her. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou circulated his true energy, channeling his power into the blade, and unleashed a powerful spring and autumn slash. The sharp blade light was as fast as thunder, instantly piercing through the clouds and rain. Before the two could react, their bodies were separated, their eyes filled with only resentment. Deep within the smoke and dust, Yi Yun remained unharmed. Chunyu's self-destruction was indeed astonishing, but once he truly unleashed his martial venerable cultivation, it was utterly ineffective against him. Zhong Hongjun rushed towards him, but upon feeling the oppressive aura, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Zhong Hongjun gave a bitter laugh, saying he never expected Yi Yun to be a martial venerable realm expert, and even less that a dignified martial venerable would come to such a barren place as the Northern Territory. Defeated by such a person, their deaths were not unjust, but he had 2 requests before he died. Yi Yun let him speak. Zhong Hongjun took a deep breath, only wishing to be buried with his brothers after death. The 5 of them had sworn to share both good times and bad. Secondly, he hoped Yi Yun would spare the brothers in the mountain stronghold and give them a way to live. Yi Yun remained silent for a moment before agreeing to the first request. As for the second, he made it very clear. If the people in the mountain stronghold had attacked or robbed civilians, they would not be let off the hook. Zhong Hongjun did not refute him, but suddenly asked him who he was. Yi Yun coldly uttered 2 words, Zhenbei. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hongjun suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh both desolate and relieved. He said he never imagined the whole world had been deceived, then whispered to his brothers, "Brother, I'm here to join you." The next instant, Zhong Hongjun circulated his inner energy, severing his heart meridian and dying. Yi Yun watched him fall, a touch of emotion welling up within him, only saying that he was a true hero. Then, he grabbed Zhong Hongjuan's body and, with a few leaps, burst forth from the dust. The crowd finally saw the outcome. Yi Yun appeared before them, one hand gripping the golden mace, the other carrying the lifeless Zhong Hongjun. The bandits were utterly devastated, but the Xuanjia army soldiers' eyes burned with fervor, as if they had seen an invincible god. Yi Yun lifted Zhong Hongjuan's corpse and shouted at all the bandits, "Our leaders are all dead. Lay down your weapons and surrender to avoid death." Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the bandits had no will to resist and dropped their weapons, kneeling down to surrender. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Yun felt a surge of pride, as if he had returned to the battlefield of his past life. He laughed and told his soldiers that they had worked hard, and that as their commander, he was very proud to have such a group of brave and valiant subordinates. He then ordered the prisoners to be incorporated and the battlefield to be cleaned up. From this day forward, Flying Dragon's stronghold belonged to them. As long as they continued to train and strengthen their forces, one day they would uproot all the major bandit forces and make everyone submit to them. The soldiers stared at Yi Yun with fervent fervor. Soon, deafening shouts echoed across the battlefield. "General, you are mighty. General, you are mighty." Inside the study of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yunduan sat at his desk, reviewing the battle reports sent by the embroidered uniform guard. He was very satisfied with the results of Qin Xiong and the others' actions, which gave him even more confidence in his next move. He summoned the system to check his attributes. He was now a martial king at the 9th level, possessing the Heavenly Emperor technique and the Overlord battle body. He commanded the Xuanjiao army, the embroidered uniform guard, and powerful figures such as Zhou Tsong, Jia Su, Mao Xiang, and Qin Xiong. A few months ago, he was worried about having no one to command. But now, his cultivation has improved rapidly, and he has several martial venerables under his command. Looking across the Northern Territory, this power is enough to make many forces tremble. Yi Yun knew very well that he still lacked a truly powerful army. Once Qin Xiong and the others had cleared out the bandit strongholds around Jinbei City and trained the army into a complete force, that would be the time for him to truly show his prowess. But now is not the time to make his move. He has only publicly assembled a 10,000-strong royal guard, while his hidden forces must remain concealed. Only when the opportunity arises can these trump cards be revealed to the world openly. Today happens to be the monthly sign-in and summoning day. Yi Yun is also looking forward to it. Usually, the sign-in rewards are small items, but if he can get something good this time, it will definitely boost the strength of the royal mansion to another level. He immediately had the system sign in. The next moment, a system notification sounded, congratulating him on obtaining the Ancient Shadow Battle Formation. Upon hearing the words, Ancient Battle Formation, Yi Yun immediately perked up and asked the system to provide a detailed introduction. The system explains that this is a military formation tactic, with a minimum combat unit of 100 men. It can concentrate the internal energy of 100 men into one person, increasing the attack power by more than tenfold. Multiple units can further stack this effect, with the power increasing with the number of units. Yi Yun was shocked upon hearing this. This was practically a battlefield cheat code. In this world, the strong were respected, and armies relied more on individual combat prowess. Complete coordinated battle formations were almost non-existent. With this battle formation, even ordinary soldiers can unleash astonishing power. Even if they can't defeat a strong opponent in a one-on-one fight, as long as 100 men are in formation, they can forcefully close the gap and even rewrite the rules of the battlefield. Yi Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. The newly formed royal guards generally had low cultivation levels, and this shadow battle formation came at just the right time. With proper training, these people could transform from ordinary guards into true elites. He then continued summoning heroes. The system notified him that the summoning was successful, congratulating him on obtaining the peerless General Su Chu. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Su Chu was Cao Cao's most valiant bodyguard, known as the Tiger Marquis, possessing unparalleled strength and courage. When Ma Chao planned to launch a surprise attack on Cao Cao, he was intimidated by Su Chu's fierce eyes and dared not make a move. Cao Cao regarded Su Chu as a trusted bodyguard and called him his fan Kuai. Yi Yun opened Su Chu's information. Su Chu, courtesy name Zhongkong, titled Tiger Marquis, was a martial venerable at the 7th level, and his original cultivation was even higher at the martial saint at the 9th level. He wielded the peerless war hammer, cultivated the war god technique, possessed the war god divine body, and commanded the top-tier Tiger Guard. Seeing this information, Yi Yun felt much more at ease. This was a true fierce general. With the strength of a 7th-level martial venerable, coupled with the reputation of the Tiger Guard, if he were to train the guards, he would surely be able to create a formidable army. Yi Yun instructed the system to summon Su Chu, and the system indicated that Su Chu would come to find him within half an hour. He had anticipated this, and then opened the system warehouse to take stock of the resources he had recently obtained through daily check-ins. The warehouse contained pills, weapons, cultivation resources, a bottle of body-tempering pills, and a set of dark green armor. Looking at these two items, Yi Yun immediately realized they could be used to enhance the strength of the royal guards. However, before distributing them, he had to have the embroidered uniform guard thoroughly investigate. Resources could be given, but loyalty had to be verified first. He would never use his own resources to cultivate a group of traitors who would turn against him in the future. Just then, there was a knock at the study door. A guard reported that a burly man named Su Chu was outside, saying he had come specifically to seek refuge with the prince. Neither Steward Lu nor Mr. Jia were present, so the guard dared not let him in without permission. A look of joy flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. He hadn't expected Su Chu to arrive so quickly. He put away the items in his hands, opened the study door, and instructed the guards to take the man to the courtyard, saying he would arrive shortly after. In the courtyard, a strong, middle-aged man strode in, led by a guard. He had a beard, a burly build, and a steady gait, exuding a fierce and imposing aura from afar. The guard respectfully reported that Su Chu had arrived. The burly man stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and solemnly paid his respects to the prince. Yi Yun laughed loudly, personally telling him to dispense with the formalities, and said that he had finally welcomed Zhongkong. Subsequently, Yi Yun directly entrusted him with important responsibilities. From now on, Su Chu would be responsible for his own safety, and the training of the prince's guards would also be entrusted to him. He hoped that Su Chu could truly train these soldiers into a formidable force. Su Chu accepted without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yun looked at the Tiger Marquis before him and knew in his heart that from this moment on, the Jinbei prince's mansion had gained another truly sharp blade. The next day, accompanied by Su Chu, Yi Yun arrived at the prince's guard camp. The camp was located 10 miles south of Jinbei City. From a distance, it was complete with arrow towers, sentry towers, and small city walls. It looked more like a newly built small city than a military camp. The city walls blocked the view inside, and only faint shouts of battle could be heard. As soon as Yi Yun stopped, a soldier at the gate immediately shouted at them to leave immediately, saying that this was a military camp and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. Su Chu's face darkened, and he immediately rebuked the soldier for being blind. Yi Yun, however, raised his hand to stop him, speaking calmly, saying that the soldier had done a good job and that he should go in and inform Jia Su and Lu and that the Prince of Jinbei had arrived. Upon hearing the words, Prince of Jinbei, the soldier was so frightened that he immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness. The other guards also knelt on one knee to pay their respects. Yi Yun did not reprimand them, but simply told them to rise and urged the soldier to quickly enter the camp to report. A moment later, Jia Su and Lu En arrived quickly, one after the other. Upon seeing Yi Yun, they immediately bowed and apologized, saying they were late, and asked the prince for punishment. Yi Yun, however, chuckled and said that his sudden arrival was nothing to wait a while for. These two men trained his troops day and night without making any mistakes. On the contrary, they were meritorious. Jia Su and Lu En were deeply moved upon hearing this and immediately knelt on one knee, shouting in unison that they were willing to die for the prince. Yi Yun nodded and had them lead the way to see how well the guards were training. Upon arriving at the training ground, Yi Yun scanned the entire area. Apart from the guards, all the soldiers were drilling, creating a considerable spectacle. However, he quickly noticed a problem. The soldiers' overall cultivation level was low, their training methods were monotonous, and they lacked genuine killing intent. This cannot be entirely blamed on Jia Su, and Luan Jia Su was not a traditional military general, and although Luan had served in the royal palace guards, his position was not high, and he had no access to the core training methods. The current guard force resembled the royal palace guards, but also incorporated elements from other disciplines. However, with Su Chu's arrival, the situation changed. As long as this team was rebuilt according to the Tiger Guard's training methods, and combined with the ancient battle formation he obtained yesterday, the soldiers' combat power would be completely transformed. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. He ordered Luan to halt the training. Luan immediately stepped forward and loudly ordered the entire army to assemble. The soldiers quickly stopped what they were doing, lined up, and all eyes turned to Yi Yun. Many had already guessed his identity, but they still couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Yi Yun stood before the crowd and spoke directly. He told everyone that his name was Yi Yun, the 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty, and the prince of Jinbei, who guarded the northern border. They were all members of the prince's guard, whose duty was to protect his safety. The soldiers were shocked. This Prince Jinbei, who rarely left his palace, had actually come to the military camp in person today. But the next moment, Yi Yun's tone suddenly turned cold, saying that he was very disappointed in them, and that this group of warriors and martial arts masters could not protect his life at all. But he didn't rule out the possibility entirely. He had seen their perseverance and hard work, but the rewards they received were meager. Today, he brought someone with him. This person would become their new commander, and his orders would be Yi Yun's orders. Anyone who fails to withstand the new commander's training will be eliminated. Everyone knows what elimination means. Those who persevere will become true Tiger Guards, Yi Yun's personal troops, and follow him to see another world. After speaking, Yi Yun looked at Su Chu and handed over the rest of the matter to him. Su Chu strode forward, his voice like thunder. From this day forward, he is the commander of this army. All orders must be obeyed unconditionally. You may disobey today, but after today, anyone who disobeys orders will be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers with martial spirit cultivation stepped forward, openly expressing their dissatisfaction. Su Chu grinned and asked them what it would take for them to submit. Without hesitation, they replied that if he wanted them to submit, he would have to defeat them first. Su Chu threw his head back and laughed loudly, then jumped directly into the center of the training ground, ordering them to attack him all at once. He declared that he would stand still, and if they could break through his defenses, they would win. These words enraged the crowd, and several soldiers immediately led the charge. The next instant, a series of muffled thuds erupted. The soldiers who had been shouting moments before were blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground and groaning in pain. Su Chu hadn't even truly made a move. The force of the recoil alone was enough to make everyone understand the difference in their abilities. Su Chu coldly swept his gaze across the entire training ground, saying that with such meager strength, they dared to boast and refused to submit. He announced his name, Su Chu, known as Tiger Marquis, with a cultivation level of Martial Venerable. Upon hearing the words Martial Venerable, the entire training ground erupted in an uproar, and the eyes of every soldier changed. Su Chu continued, "The Tiger Guard is a gathering place for the strong, a synonym for strength, and they are still far from it. As the prince's personal guards, as his soldiers, they must never go out and embarrass themselves." Next, he would use every means to train them, to make them true Tiger Guards. Everyone was deeply moved, and no one dared to object anymore, responding in unison, "We understand." At that moment, the atmosphere on the training ground finally changed. Yi Yun handed a scroll to Su Chu, explaining that it contained an ancient battle formation and instructing the soldiers to learn it as soon as possible. He told them that if they lacked cultivation resources, they should send someone back to the palace to relay the message, and he would arrange a solution. He had only one requirement: to train an elite force capable of fighting on the battlefield in a short period of time. He didn't want a bunch of cannon fodder, but truly transformed Tiger Guards. Afterwards, Yi Yun left Luan behind to assist Su Chu, then turned to Jia Su and said, Wenhe, you come back to the palace with me to oversee things. With that, he turned and walked out of the military camp. As soon as Yi Yun's carriage came to a stop in front of the Jinbei prince's mansion, a guard hurried up to greet him, his expression clearly anxious. He whispered that the city lord's mansion had already sent someone, who was currently waiting in the reception hall. Yi Yun frowned slightly after hearing this. The city lord's mansion had come suddenly without explaining their purpose beforehand. This matter was clearly not so simple. He didn't ask any further questions, but simply led Jia Su towards the living room, wanting to see what message the city lord Feng wanted to convey. In the living room, a middle-aged man was quietly drinking tea and waiting. Yi Yun entered and went straight to the head seat, sitting down with an expression so calm that he seemed completely oblivious to the man's presence. Jia Su stood below, silently observing the newcomer's reaction. After Yi Yun sat down, he spoke casually, saying that he had returned late and had kept the other party waiting. The middle-aged man immediately stood up and bowed, explaining that he was the steward of the city lord's mansion and had come on the orders of the city lord to deliver an invitation. The steward said that the annual Genius Gathering of the Northern Territory would be held at the Glazed Pavilion in Jinbei City in a week. The city lord of Feng City had specially invited Yi Yun to attend, and this invitation was the official invitation from the Genius Gathering. The maid took the invitation and handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun held it in his hand and noticed its considerable weight. It was made entirely of gold. Inside were only a few words, but the meaning was clear. He was expected to attend no matter what. After reading the document, Yi Yun did not immediately express his opinion. After a moment, he nodded and told the steward to go back and tell Lord Feng that he would definitely be there on time. The steward quickly agreed, respectfully took his leave, and Yi Yun also instructed the guards to escort him out of the palace. After everyone left, the living room fell silent. Yi Yun gazed in the direction the butler had gone, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He turned to Jia Su and asked him what he thought of this genius. Jia Su gave a wry smile, saying that he had been staying in the military camp for some time and knew nothing about this so-called genius association. Yi Yun was not surprised and immediately dismissed the maid, then summoned the vermilion bird, which was hidden in the shadows. From the shadows, Zhu Ke slowly emerged and bowed to Yi Yun. She reported that the embroidered uniform guard had indeed uncovered some information. The Talented Individuals event was held annually, at a location that varied but was always within Jinbei City. The so-called Gathering of Geniuses is actually a grand event for various forces in the Northern Territory to select talent. Any young person with some ability will take this opportunity to showcase their talent and strive to be noticed by a major power and obtain cultivation resources. Representatives from the 5 major families of Beicheng in the northern border town, as well as from other families in various cities, will also be present. They will try to recruit outstanding young talents to their families and have them serve in the future. If they encounter a genius with exceptional talent, the various families will make grand promises. Some offer resources, some promise status, and some even use marriage alliances to win them over, all in an effort to seize them for themselves. Hearing this, Yi Yun's lips curled into a smile. This was no ordinary gathering. It was clearly a grand open competition to select talent. What was a contest for others might also be an opportunity for him. He looked at Jia Su and asked for his opinion. After pondering for a moment, Jia Su said that after staying in the military camp for so long, it would be good to go out and see the world. Besides, this talent show was indeed worth attending. Perhaps they could even take the opportunity to recruit some talented individuals. Yi Yun immediately decided to personally visit the Liuli Pavilion a week later. He had Jia Su accompany him and instructed Zhu Ke to secretly dispatch a team of Imperial Guards to follow them in advance, in case there were any unforeseen events behind the Genius Society. Finally, Yi Yun asked what the Glazed Pavilion was. Zhu Ke replied that the Glazed Pavilion was just an ordinary place in Jinbei City, with no special background, but it occupied a large area and was suitable for holding large-scale events. Meanwhile, outside Jinbei City, deep in the Lianyun Mountains, the former Flying Dragon stronghold camp had been completely transformed. All traces of the great battle had been restored, and the dilapidated stronghold had been reorganized into a military camp. Numerous tents were erected within the camp, and a brand new training ground was added, large enough to accommodate 50,000 people training simultaneously. The main gate of the mountain stronghold was demolished and rebuilt, and hundreds of Xuanjia soldiers guarded it rigorously, with hidden sentries lurking in the shadows. Every 5 minutes, a patrol team of 10 men would take turns patrolling. The entire camp was heavily guarded, and there was no trace of a bandit's den. Instead, it resembled a formidable, battle-ready camp ready to be deployed at any moment. On the high platform of the training ground, Qin Xiong was watching the soldiers training below. After the last great battle, he reorganized the prisoners and, after only 1 day of rest, continued to sweep away bandits within a radius of 200 miles in the Lianyun Mountains. Through continuous campaigns and acquisitions, Qin Xiong's army rapidly grew in strength. It now numbered 50,000, including the Xuanjia army. He also sent a large number of prisoners and supplies to Snowwind Valley, handing them over to Gao Shun for disposal. A deafening battle cry suddenly rang out, pulling Qin Xiong back to reality. Looking down at the soldiers below, their faces filled with murderous intent as they trained desperately, a smile of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, these people were just bandits in various strongholds. But now, they have been forged into iron-blooded warriors, gradually becoming a truly usable force in Yi Yun's hands. Chapter 29 Mysterious Woman. Qin Xiong had no idea that Gao Shun, in Snowwind Valley, was sitting in his command tent with a worried look on his face, his desk piled high with official documents, which were giving him a headache. At first, Gao Shun was happy when Qin Xiong sent prisoners and supplies to Snowwind Valley. Finally, there were soldiers to train and things to do. But as time went on, problems began to emerge. More and more prisoners were being sent, and supplies were piling up, but he only had 800 elite soldiers in his elite infantry unit at his disposal. At first, each soldier was in charge of 10, but now each soldier was in charge of 100. In a short period of time, Snowwind Valley had gained 80,000 people. To accommodate these people, Gao Shun had to expand the camp again and again, and now Snowwind Valley resembled a large military town. Yi Yun, however, remained completely unaware of all this within the Junbei prince's mansion. He continued to live his leisurely life, utterly oblivious to the fact that Gao Shun was on the verge of being overwhelmed by his massive population. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the most exciting talent gathering in Junbei City was finally about to begin. Yi Yun got up early in the morning and, with the help of his maids, changed into a black brocade robe, making him look handsome and noble. He went to the hall for breakfast, and seeing that Jia Su had not yet arrived, he sent a maid to invite him. Not long after, Jia Su walked in, still sleepy-eyed, and bowed with a helpless expression. Yi Yun, still chewing something, told him to sit down and eat, saying he would accompany him to the genius gathering later. Jia Su was even more helpless, because the genius gathering didn't start until the afternoon. Yi Yun, however, had already made plans. He had been in Junbei City for so long, but hadn't had a proper chance to explore it. Last time, he had just started to enjoy it when the young master of the Wang family spoiled his mood, so he naturally wanted to make up for it this time. He added that he was only at the martial king level and needed a powerful ally by his side for peace of mind. Seeing his high spirits, Jia Su had no choice but to agree to accompany him. Half an hour later, Yi Yun, accompanied by Jia Su and a squad of imperial guards arranged by Zhu Ke, left the prince's mansion. The carriage slowly drove into the city. The imperial guards, dressed in flying fish robes and with embroidered spring knives at their waists, exuded an imposing aura. Today, Junbei City was exceptionally lively, with martial artists from all sides thronging the streets. Martial kings and martial emperors, rarely seen on ordinary days, were also frequently appearing, and those below the martial king level were even more ubiquitous. Many reclusive young ladies from aristocratic families were also allowed to go out by their elders. On the surface, they were going shopping, but behind the scenes, they all carried out family missions. If they could win over 1 or 2 geniuses, it would be a great achievement. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of the Luoyuan auction house. The imperial guards lifted the curtain, and Yi Yun stepped out first. Dressed in black with a jade pendant, His handsome features made him look like a dashing young man from a noble family. Jia Su then alighted from the carriage. He was dressed in a black robe, looking ordinary, yet his true nature remained unfathomable. Yi Yun looked up at the auction house and found that the building was not luxurious, but rather understated. But the guards at the entrance made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The fact that they used martial spirit and martial king level experts to guard the entrance was enough to prove that the Flowing Cloud auction house was no ordinary place. Yi Yun looked at Jia Su and asked him what he thought. Jia Su's expression was solemn, and he replied in a low voice that there were several martial venerables hidden in this auction house, and one of them even had an aura that made him feel threatened with death. Yi Yun was startled and immediately asked if the other party had discovered him. Jia Su said that he had escaped instantly thanks to his special technique, and the other party could not confirm who had been spying on him, but already knew that someone was watching. Meanwhile, inside the secret chamber of the Flowing Cloud auction house, an elderly man in blue robes suddenly opened his eyes and angrily demanded to know who dared to spy on him. He tried to pinpoint the source of the aura, but found it had vanished. The old man's face instantly darkened. The person who could escape right under his nose was no ordinary individual. He dared not delay, immediately stood up, and strode towards the top floor. In the rooftop room, a young girl sat quietly. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair and smooth. Even in the southern capital, few could compare to her. Her white brocade robe paled in comparison. A knock sounded at the door, and the girl recognized the voice of Uncle Fu, so she let him in. The old man in blue pushed the door open and entered, looking anxious, clearly still disturbed by what had just happened. Uncle Fu told the girl that someone had been spying on the auction house, and although he had tried to investigate, the person escaped using strange methods. The girl was surprised to hear this, and her first thought was that someone from her family had arrived. Uncle Fu denied it categorically. If someone were a cultivator from the family, there was no way they could escape his detection. The girl was silent for a moment, then softly said that she had been hiding here for almost 2 years, and her peaceful days might be coming to an end. Just then, Uncle Fu remembered something else, saying that he had overheard the guards reporting that the Prince of Jinbei had come to the auction house. Curiosity immediately appeared in the girl's eyes, and she whispered Yi Yun's name. The rumored Yi Yun is the 9th prince, abandoned by the White Tiger dynasty, lacking both power and background. Yet he somehow managed to ascend to the position of Prince of Jinbei. Why would such a person suddenly appear at the Luoyuan auction house? The young woman stood up and looked at Uncle Fu, deciding to personally meet this legendary Prince Jinbei. Seeing her unusual interest, Uncle Fu could only nod in agreement and accompany her on the trip. Chapter 30. A New Little Sister. I never imagined that after all this time, there would be such a mysterious auction house hidden in Jinbei City. Yi Yun looked at the Luoyuan auction house in front of him, his tone calm, but a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. He turned to look at Zhu Ke, a centurion of the embroidered uniform guard, and casually instructed, "Go back and tell the commander to send people to keep an eye on this place, and not to act on their own. The mysterious being inside is probably no match for even a martial venerable." Zhu Ke quickly accepted the order and dared not say more. Yi Yun then led Jia Su inside, with Zhu Ke selecting 10 imperial guards to follow, while the rest stayed outside to guard the carriage. The atmosphere immediately became cautious. Although Luoyuan Auction House is called an auction house, it does much more than just auctions. Upstairs, it sells pills, weapons, cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and all kinds of cultivation resources, making it practically a hidden treasure trove in the city. But as soon as Yi Yun entered the first floor, he found the lobby unusually deserted, with only a few people scattered around. He frowned and was about to ask Jia Su when a richly dressed man spoke up beside him. The man smiled and explained that there was no auction today. The Flowing Cloud auction house only holds an auction once every 2 months, and most people who come here on weekdays are going upstairs to buy things they need for cultivation. Yi Yun then looked at the other person. The man introduced himself as Shang Wanyu from Yunqing, and was accompanied by a little girl in yellow named Shang Wanting. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Yun, and she whispered that she praised him for being handsome. Yi Yun smiled faintly, introduced himself, and casually complimented the little girl on her cuteness. Seeing his extraordinary demeanor, Shang Wanyu took the initiative to lead the way, explaining the origins of the Luyun auction house as they walked. This auction house was initially unremarkable, but it gradually began to offer rare treasures, even auctioning top-grade Earth-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Because of this, a martial grandmaster once led a group to cause trouble, attempting to forcibly seize the treasures. As soon as those people made their move, several martial venerables in blue robes appeared in the auction house and instantly killed all the troublemakers. From then on, no one dared to act recklessly there again, and the Flowing Cloud auction house became one of the most mysterious forces in the Northern Territory. As they talked, they arrived on the second floor. It was indeed much more lively there, with many cultivators selecting pills, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Shang Wanyu took his younger sister to buy things, and as they left, Shang Wanting playfully waved to Yi Yun. After watching the brother and sister leave, Yi Yun took Jia Su for a casual stroll. But not long after, footsteps suddenly came from the third-floor staircase, and a woman and an old man walked straight towards him. The woman approached Yi Yun and bowed respectfully. Li Shirhan from Luyun Auction House greets Your Highness. I was unaware of Your Highness's arrival and apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Yi Yun remained expressionless, only saying that he had been invited to the glazed pavilion to participate in the Genius Gathering, and had only recently arrived in Jinbei City. He had come in out of curiosity while passing by, and had no intention of disturbing anyone. Li Shihan responded with a smile, saying that Luyun Auction House was a place for business, and she was more than happy to welcome the prince. Although their words were polite, the gazes of those around them had subtly changed. Just then, Shang Wanting suddenly ran over, grabbed Yi Yun's trouser leg, and looked up to ask, Big brother, so you're the rumored useless prince? How come you're different from what others say? Shang Wanyu's face changed in fright, and he quickly chased after her to apologize, afraid that his sister's childish words would anger Yi Yun. But Yi Yun was not angry. Instead, she squatted down and asked her with a smile if she looked like the person in the rumors. The little girl shook her head earnestly, saying he didn't look like him at all, and that he was a handsome older brother. Yi Yun was amused by her, and asked, Then how about I be your older brother? Shang Wanting's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked him if he would buy her lots of delicious food. Yi Yun nodded, and said of course he would. The little girl was overjoyed and kept calling him brother over and over again. Yi Yun then turned to look at Shang Wanyu, his tone casual yet undeniable. I'm recognizing Tinger as my younger sister. You shouldn't mind, right? Shang Wanyu froze on the spot, his heart churning with shock. He never imagined that the person he casually struck up a conversation with would be the rumored useless prince. Even more unexpectedly, this prince now wanted to recognize his younger sister as his godsister. But seeing his sister's happy expression, he finally lowered his head and agreed. It is His Highness's honor to acknowledge my younger sister as his sister, Shang Wanyu said respectfully. Shang Wanting, however, was oblivious to these subtleties, simply holding Yi Yun's hand and happily calling out, Brother, brother. Chapter 31 Heavenly Grade Pills. Brother Shangwan, did you come to Jinbei City to participate in that genius gathering as well? Yi Yun looked at Shang Wanyu, his tone tinged with curiosity. The earlier commotion had subsided, and the situation had finally calmed down. Shang Wanyu nodded in agreement, still respectfully addressing him as Your Highness. Yi Yun, however, waved his hand, saying that he had already recognized Shang Wanting as his younger sister, so there was no need for such formality in addressing her. He could simply call her Brother Yi. Shang Wanyu hesitated for a moment, but seeing Yi Yun's straightforward attitude, he stopped worrying. He changed his address to Brother Yi, and told Yi Yun not to call him Brother Shangwan anymore, but to just call him Shang Wanyu. Seeing that he was no longer reserved, Yi Yun asked him if he wanted to go to the glazed pavilion together. Shang Wanyu explained that they had come with their family elders and had only brought Shang Wanting out to buy some cultivation resources. They would be meeting up with their elders later. After hearing this, Yi Yun didn't insist, only saying that he would see her at Lioli Pavilion later. He looked down at Shang Wanting in his arms and gently coaxed her to go with her brother first, promising that he would definitely come over later. Shang Wanting blinked, looking pitiful, and begged him not to lie. Yi Yun smiled and agreed. saying how could he possibly lie to such a cute and obedient girl like Tingu? Shang Wanyu took his younger sister from Yi Yun's arms and bid him farewell. The little girl waved goodbye to her big brother, and Yi Yun smiled and responded, watching the brother and sister leave. After the two had walked away, Yi Yun turned to look at Li Shihan. He spoke calmly, saying that he had disturbed the auction house's business, and, to express his apology, he had something he could give them for auction. Li Shihan smiled and politely asked him what he wanted to auction. Yi Yun didn't keep her in suspense and directly took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to her. He said that inside was a low-grade heavenly level pill called the Heavenly Cloud Pill. This pill could increase the chance of a martial grandmaster breaking through to martial venerable by 80%. These few words instantly froze the smile on Li Shihan's face. A heaven-grade pill. Li Shihan was shocked. She came from an extraordinary background and had seen countless treasures. Her family also had many martial venerable experts, but this was the first time she had ever heard of a pill that could greatly increase the probability of a breakthrough. What she found even more unbelievable was that such a thing had actually appeared on the Tianwu continent, in the hands of a 16-year-old Prince Jinbei. She stared at the porcelain bottle, her eyes no longer able to remain calm. Yi Yun sensed her suspicion, but remained nonchalant. He said that if Miss Li didn't believe him, she could have it appraised to see if he was lying. Li Shihan immediately apologized to him, then handed the white porcelain bottle to Uncle Fu behind her, asking him to examine it personally. Uncle Fu took the bottle, poured out the pills, and his expression immediately became serious. He carefully examined the color and aroma of the pill, and after a moment, put it back into the porcelain bottle and handed it back to Li Shihan. Then, he whispered a few words in Li Shihan's ear and stepped aside in silence. Li Shihan was even more shocked after hearing what Uncle Fu said. She suppressed her emotions and said to Yi Yun, "I'm sorry to have kept your highness waiting." Yi Yun didn't care, only asking if this pill was qualified to be auctioned at their auction house. Li Shihan immediately smiled charmingly and said that if this heaven-grade pill wasn't qualified, then what in the world was? Yi Yun nodded, telling her to take good care of him. Then, he turned and prepared to leave. Seeing their lord depart, Jia Su and the others quickly followed. Seeing this, Li Shihan quickly offered to see her off. Yi Yun, however, didn't turn around, simply waving his hand casually, telling her to stay and not to see her off. Only after Yi Yun and his group had completely left did Li Shihan's smile slowly fade. She whispered to Uncle Fu what he thought of the Prince of Jinbei. Uncle Fu said in a deep voice, "The Prince of Jinbei is definitely not simple. At such a young age, he already has the cultivation of the 9th level of Martial King. Judging from his aura, he is probably not far from breaking through to Martial Emperor." Li Shihan's expression changed. Yi Yun was only 16 years old, and such cultivation was enough to make him worthy of attention even among the geniuses of her family. However, the cultivation environment and resources that those people possessed were far beyond what Yi Yun could compare to. Uncle Fu added that the people around Yi Yun were equally extraordinary. The guards in that group all possessed at least the cultivation level of a martial general, and their talents were considerable. Most importantly, the middle-aged man who had been constantly by his side actually possessed the cultivation level of a martial venerable. These words left Li Shihan completely silent. A 16-year-old prince, yet he had a martial venerable following him and could casually produce heaven-grade pills. The things hidden behind this were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Uncle Fu reminded her that she must be cautious when dealing with the Prince of Jinbei in the future. Although his cultivation level was sufficient to ensure her safety, it was still best to be careful when dealing with someone so unfathomable. Li Shihan nodded gently, indicating that she understood. However, Uncle Fu didn't hear her. As she turned away, she murmured, "Yi Yun, you've successfully piqued my curiosity." A moment later, Li Shihan put away the porcelain bottle and turned to walk upstairs. She said to Uncle Fu, "Let's go back and plan how to help this prince auction off this elixir." Before we knew it, it was afternoon, and there was less than half an hour before the genius competition officially began. Outside the Lioli Pavilion, the rapid sound of horses' hooves suddenly came. A carriage, surrounded by 100 guards, sped up and came to a steady stop in front of the gate. Yi Yun and Jia Su stepped out of the carriage. Yi Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had only intended to stroll around casually, but he had almost completely forgotten about the genius gathering. Fortunately, he still made it in time. He led Jia Su and the Imperial Guards toward the gate, where the guards immediately stopped them, demanding to see their invitations. Yi Yun remained calm, took out the invitation from the city lord's mansion from his robes, and handed it over. The guard opened the package and his face instantly changed. He hurriedly bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. Yi Yun didn't make things difficult for him, only asking casually if he could go in. The guard quickly smiled apologetically and let him through. Led by a maid, Yi Yun and his entourage entered the glazed pavilion. As soon as they entered, a delicate floral fragrance wafted over them. The corridors were lined with exotic flowers, and even rare spiritual flowers could be seen. After passing through the long corridor, a clear lake came into view. The water rippled in the lake, and rows of ironwood trees lined the shore. In the center of the lake stood a 9-story pavilion, its entire structure as crystal clear and magnificent as glass. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Yun felt a little puzzled. This place was indeed magnificent, but he couldn't see anything special about it that made it so sought after by all sides in the Northern Territory. The closer they got to the attic, the clearer the sounds became. There were women laughing and men talking loudly. When Yi Yun and his group stepped onto the first floor, almost all eyes in the attic fell on them at the same time. The maid didn't linger and led them directly upstairs. Seeing them ascend to higher ground, the crowd grew even more curious and began speculating about the young man's identity. Finally, Yi Yun arrived at the 5th floor. Many prominent figures from the Northern Territory were already seated there. With a casual glance, he spotted Wang Wei, Wang Feng, Sheng Wanyu, and Feng Bai, the city lord of Zhenbei City. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Sheng Wanting immediately grabbed Sheng Wanyu and ran over, calling out "brother" repeatedly. Yi Yun quickly stepped forward and hugged her, deliberately scolding her for running too fast with a stern face. The little girl blinked and pouted, saying she just missed her big brother. Yi Yun was amused by her, and his originally cold expression softened. Sheng Wanyu then stepped forward to greet him. On the other side, Wang Feng also saw Yi Yun. Thinking of how she had been infuriated by his rogue behavior at the Zhenbei prince's mansion last time, she gritted her teeth and felt a surge of resentment. Feng, not easily noticing the commotion, quickly rose to greet the prince of Zhenbei with respect. Yi Yun told him to dispense with the formalities, then, holding Sheng Wanting's hand, led Jia Su and the others directly to the high seats to sit down. The atmosphere on the 5th floor changed immediately after Yi Yun sat down. Feng Bai immediately introduced him to everyone, saying that this was the newly appointed Prince Zhenbei of the White Tiger Dynasty, responsible for guarding the northern border. Upon hearing this, everyone was initially shocked, but then they all understood. They had previously thought the young man was too casual, but after learning his identity, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Everyone stood up and bowed, greeting the prince in unison. Yi Yun waved his hand, saying that he was just there to freeload, and told them to eat and drink as they pleased and not to worry about him. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Bai also took the opportunity to announce that now that the prince had arrived and the representatives of the major forces in the Northern Territory had almost all arrived, the genius gathering would officially begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in black robes leaped onto the central platform. He announced loudly that this competition for geniuses would be divided into a literary contest and a martial arts contest. The literary contest would be based on submitted works, while the martial arts contest would be based on friendly sparring. The literary contest involves talented young people reciting their best essays and poems, and whoever receives the most approval from the audience is declared the winner. The martial arts contest involves a contest of skills on stage, which is limited to a point and must not result in injury or death. After explaining the rules, the man in black robes stepped down. Soon after, a young man leaped onto the stage, introducing himself as Li Mu of the Li family in Yun City. He first bowed to Yi Yun and Feng Bai before beginning to recite his work. After that, one after another, talented young people took to the stage. From pastoral to lyrical, from 5-character to 7-character poems, the lineup was quite impressive, but Yi Yun found it all rather unremarkable. These poems and essays might be considered masterpieces in the North, but compared to the timeless classics he had heard in his previous life, the difference was obvious. He sat in his high seat, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. Wang Feng had been watching him closely, and seeing his expression, a plan suddenly came to her mind. She spoke up in front of everyone, saying that she had heard that the prince was exceptionally talented in literature, proficient in poetry, lyrics, and songs, and suggested that she compose a poem herself today. All eyes immediately turned to Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at Wang Feng and asked her where she had heard that he was proficient in everything, something he himself didn't even know. Wang Feng, however, refused to back down and deliberately provoked him, saying, "Is your highness afraid that what you write will be inferior to the young talents present, and that you will lose face for nothing?" Yi Yun smiled slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. He said he didn't even know how to write the word fear, but he was afraid that if he actually wrote it down, it would scare her. Having said this, everyone held their breath. Yi Yun thought to himself, with 5,000 years of Chinese culture at my disposal, how could I possibly fear a mere Wang Feng? He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the room, and his voice fell steadily. "You'd better listen carefully. A man with a sword travels 1,000 miles, slaying barbarians along the way. A man should kill, and kill without mercy. Do not ask, for a man has his own way of doing things. To kill one is a crime. To slaughter 10,000 is to be a hero. To slaughter 9 million is to be the hero of heroes." Chapter 33: The Shangwan Family. As Yi Yun continued reciting A Man's Journey, the originally noisy Liuli Pavilion instantly became eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Wang Feng, who had been shouting just moments before, was now completely frozen in shock. She stared at Yi Yun, her eyes filled with astonishment. She couldn't believe that this man, whom she considered a rogue, could write such a stunning poem. This poem, A Man's Journey, perfectly captures the spirit and integrity of a man. Even the combined poems of all the talented young men present today cannot overshadow its brilliance. Wang Feng wanted to criticize it, but the words wouldn't come out. She considered herself well-read, but she had never seen any poem that could compare to this one. In the end, she could only sigh and turn back to her seat. Feng Bai was the first to recover from the shock and immediately led the applause. As soon as the applause started, everyone in the pavilion came back to their senses, and the applause was like a tidal wave, with all eyes falling on Yi Yun. Yi Yun simply raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then said indifferently that this was just a casual piece of work by him and did not deserve such praise from everyone. He suggested it as entertainment and that the literary contest should continue. He finished speaking and sat back down, ignoring everyone's reactions. Seeing that he had no intention of saying more, Feng Bai could only suppress his shock and tell the match to continue. The ensuing martial arts battles were utterly uninteresting to Yi Yun. Most of the fighters on the stage were martial masters and generals, and the occasional martial spirit was only recently awakened and didn't even register on his radar. As the competition was nearing its end, Yi Yun looked at Shang Wanting beside him and whispered, "Do you want to go to the prince's mansion?" The little girl immediately shouted excitedly that she wanted to go. Yi Yun smiled and told her to go and inform her brother and the elders of the clan first, and that he would wait for her at the door later. Then he instructed the imperial guards to take Guan Ting over, while he called Jia Su and the others to go downstairs and leave. Feng Bai did not try to stop Yi Yun, but immediately ordered someone to bring paper and pen after Yi Yun left the pavilion, and copied down the poem A Man's Journey in its entirety, for fear of missing a single word. At this moment, Yi Yun and his group were almost at the door, completely unaware of what was happening in the pavilion. Jia Su suddenly smiled and said, "I didn't expect your highness to have such talent. You've kept it well hidden all this time." Yi Yun glanced at him helplessly and said that even Wenhe was making fun of him. He had originally thought that this gathering of geniuses would be somewhat interesting, and perhaps he could discover one or two truly talented people, but it turned out to be boring the whole time, and he hadn't even seen a shadow of a genius. Seeing that he was not in high spirits, Jia Su said no more and turned to arrange for the imperial guards to fetch the carriages. When the group arrived at the gate, they saw several carriages parked by the roadside, and a group of people were standing there, including Shang Wanting. Jia Su glanced at them and whispered a reminder to Yi Yun that the Shangwan family members were all quite powerful, including 3 martial emperors, 8 martial kings, and the rest were mostly below martial spirit. Yi Yun's brows twitched slightly, and he muttered, "Interesting." Just then, Xiao Tinger saw him come out and immediately cried out, "Big brother," in Shang Wanyu's arms, trying desperately to run over. But she was too young, and Shang Wanyu held her firmly in his arms, so she couldn't break free and could only continue waving her little hands and shouting. Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh at her anxious appearance and walked straight over. When the Shangwan family saw Yi Yun arrive, they quickly bowed respectfully. Yi Yun told them to get rid of the formalities, then looked at Xiao Tinger and asked her with a smile why she had called out so urgently. Little Tinger said with a pitiful look that she was afraid her older brother would leave and forget her here. Yi Yun laughed and said that how could he possibly forget such a cute little Tinga? The Shangwan family members were deeply shaken by this scene. They hadn't believed Shangwan Yu's earlier claim that Xiao Tinger had recognized the Prince of Jinbei as her brother. After all, the Shangwan family was only a mid-level family in the Northern Territory, and their strongest member was no more than a martial emperor. Yi Yun, on the other hand, was the 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty and the Jinbei king who guarded the Northern Territory. How could he possibly recognize a girl from a small family as his younger sister? But now, Xiao Tinger is snuggling in Yi Yun's arms, and Yi Yun isn't displeased at all. Even if they don't understand, they have to admit that it's true. Yi Yun looked at the elders of the Shangwan family and said directly that he wanted Xiao Tinger to go to the prince's mansion for a few days. He said that Shangwan Yu should have already informed them and asked if they had any objections. The elders of the Shangwan family quickly expressed that it was Xiao Tinger's good fortune to be favored by the prince, and they naturally had no objections. However, the family had matters to attend to and needed to return, and they were worried that no one would escort Xiao Tinger and Shangwan Yu back to Yunqing. There are many bandits in the northern border, so they dare not be careless. Yi Yun understood their concerns and told them to go back without worry, as he would send his own guards to escort the two of them. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Since Xiao Tinger was his sister, he would never allow her to be put in danger. After hearing this, the elders of the Shangwan family were relieved and took their leave. Before leaving, they reminded Shangwan Yu to keep a close eye on his younger sister during this time, and not let her be too naughty and cause trouble for the prince. Shangwan Yu quickly agreed. When Xiao Tinger heard someone speaking ill of her, she immediately turned away from Yi Yun's arms, stuck out her tongue at the elder, making everyone laugh and cry. After the Shangwan family left, Yi Yun carried Xiao Tinger to his carriage. The imperial guards immediately stepped forward, lifted the curtain, and respectfully invited him to get in. Meanwhile, the Shangwan family's convoy slowly departed. Inside the carriage, the elders who had just spoken with Yi Yun gathered together, their expressions grim. One of them said in a deep voice, "This Prince of Jinbei is definitely not simple. An ordinary prince would not have such an elite guard. Those guards are at least martial generals." Another person mentioned that the middle-aged man who always followed Yi Yun seemed even more unfathomable. Whether their connection to the Prince of Jinbei was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. After discussing it, the group decided to return to their clan and report the matter truthfully to the clan head, who would then make a decision. However, despite this, their brows remained furrowed. Chapter 30 for the development of the Xuanjiao army. Under the blazing sun at midday, the training grounds of Feilong village shimmered with heat. Qin Xiong, clad in armor, stood atop a newly built platform, his gaze steadily sweeping over the 30,000 soldiers below. Among these people were the Xuanjiao army soldiers who had followed him the earliest, as well as bandits who had been recruited after the destruction of the mountain strongholds. Originally numbering 50,000, now only 30,000 remain. The number of people has decreased, but the stench of bloodshed has become even stronger. They underwent training, fought battles, and experienced the pain of losing their comrades. Through countless battles, every survivor was transformed, and even the weakest soldier had reached the level of a martial arts master. Below the high platform, 30,000 soldiers stood in neat formation, no one making a sound, all looking at Qin Xiong. Their eyes held both awe and fervor, because he had been at the forefront all this time. In every battle to capture a city, Qin Xiong always led from the front. His invincible figure was etched into the hearts of the people, making them understand that this general was worthy of their homage. Qin Xiong looked at the soldiers below who were silently awaiting orders, a smile appearing on his face. Then his voice echoed throughout the entire area. He told everyone that during this period, they had captured countless mountain strongholds, and many of his comrades had also died in battle. But those who survived will not forget them. The Xuanjia army owes its current glory to every soldier who stands here, and to those who sacrificed their lives in the great battle, the fruits of victory bought with their lives. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiong announced the rewards for meritorious service. All the soldiers who participated in the battle were rewarded with 100 taels of gold, 1 top-grade Xian level martial arts manual, and 1 top-grade Xian level martial arts technique. Each martial master will be awarded 10 profound origin pills and 1 earth origin pill. Martial general will be awarded 10 earth origin pills and 1 heaven origin pill. Martial spirit will be awarded 10 heaven origin pills and 1 profound spirit pill. As for those at the martial king level, they were rewarded with 10 profound spirit pills and 1 earth spirit pill. At this moment, everyone below the stage held their breath, because many of them had never even seen these things before. Qin Xiong added that this was a unified reward. In future battles, someone would specifically tally the battle merits, and once a certain amount of merits were accumulated, they could be exchanged for better cultivation techniques, elixirs, and cultivation resources. If you want better things, you have to work for them. As soon as he finished speaking, the training ground erupted in cheers. The soldiers shouted excitedly, "General, you are mighty. General, you are benevolent and righteous. We are willing to go through fire and water for you." The bandits who were recruited shouted until their eyes turned red. They were originally just small fry in various mountain strongholds, and they were lucky if they could get enough to eat. They never dared to dream of martial arts techniques or elixirs. In the past, when they went out to plunder, they relied solely on their fearless ruthlessness. But now, having survived the battles, they receive rewards just like everyone else, and in the future, they can exchange their war merits for resources. At that moment, for the first time, they felt that they were not cannon fodder being driven around at will, but truly accepted soldiers. A sense of belonging exploded in their hearts, and their shouts grew louder and louder. Qin Xiong looked at the excited soldiers below, his serious expression softening slightly. He loudly told everyone that in his army, everyone was treated equally, and there would be no discrimination based on background. As long as they remain absolutely loyal to him and the prince, then he and the prince will never let anyone down. Upon hearing this, all 30,000 soldiers knelt on one knee. Their eyes were bloodshot, their spirits soaring, and they swore to follow Qin Xiong forever, to fight for the prince and become the sharpest blade in his hands, vowing never to betray him in this lifetime. Qin Xiong then announced that from this moment on, they would have only one common name, the Xuanjia army. After such a long period of continuous fighting, they would take a break, but their training must not be neglected. Because even stronger enemies will emerge in the future, if we don't work hard, we will eventually be eliminated. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the entire Flying Dragon stronghold. Qin Xiong then began to reorganize the army. 10 men formed a squad, each with a captain. 10 squads, each with 100 men, were each led by a centurion. 10 centurions were under the command of a 1,000-man general, and 10,000-man generals were then under the command of a 10,000-man general. Those at the centurion level and above were directly responsible to him, while those below the centurion level were normally managed by their respective captains. Zhou Cong and Dong Feng temporarily served as his deputies, each commanding 10,000 men and responsible for training. Zhou Cong and Dong Feng immediately saluted excitedly, expressing their determination to live up to the trust placed in them. However, the positions of captain, centurion, and chiliarch had not yet been decided. Qin Xiong then announced to the public that a martial arts tournament would be held at noon 3 days later. Everyone was welcome to participate. Background and seniority were irrelevant, and only skill would determine the position. As long as you demonstrate sufficient ability, you can rise through the ranks. In the Xuanzhao army, the strong are respected. These words ignited a frenzy among the soldiers. Many saw an opportunity to turn their lives around. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "A martial arts contest is perfect. I can also try my luck for a position." Seeing the crowd's high spirits, Qin Xiong said, "We'll see who's right in 3 days." After saying this, he called to Zhou Tsang and Dong Feng, then turned and walked down the platform toward the council hall. In the evening, Yi Yun and his party finally returned to the Junbei prince's mansion. He looked down at Xiao Tinger, who was fast asleep in his arms, and couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl had been chattering incessantly the whole way, but once they arrived at the prince's mansion, she slept like a kitten. Yi Yun handed Xiao Tinger over to Shang Wanyu, and then asked a maid to take them to rest. Everyone was exhausted after a long day of running around, and any matters could only be discussed tomorrow. Then, he looked at Jia Su, his tone softening, and told him to go and rest as well. Jia Su bowed respectfully and withdrew. The palace quickly quieted down, with only the night slowly creeping into the courtyard. Yi Yun was feeling sleepy, so he walked towards his room alone. But the moment he pushed open the door, a cold glint of light suddenly approached, and a sharp, icy blade was pressed against his throat. He didn't shout or panic. He just paused slightly, then slowly walked into the house. The next moment, he gently closed the door with the back of his foot, as if nothing had happened. The room was dimly lit, and Yi Yun was able to make out the other person. It was a woman dressed in black night clothes, holding a sharp blade in her hand, with multiple knife wounds all over her body, and blood was still seeping out of the wounds. Her hair was disheveled, her face was deathly pale, and blood occasionally trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes remained fixed on Yi Yun. If he made the slightest move, the knife in her hand would surely slit his throat. Yi Yun quickly regained his composure and instead addressed the door, telling the guards and maids to go and rest. His reason was casual. He simply didn't want to be disturbed by the changing of the guard. The crowd outside responded and withdrew, their footsteps fading into the distance. The entire Junbei prince's mansion remained quiet. No one knew that a strange woman covered in blood was hiding in the prince's room. Once there was no more noise outside, Yi Yun looked at her and said calmly, "The person has been sent away. Now, tell me, who are you?" The woman in black spoke weakly, yet still wary. She said she didn't want to hurt anyone and told Yi Yun to keep quiet and not meddle in other people's business. The more she knew, the faster she would die. But before she could finish speaking, her body suddenly trembled, and she coughed violently. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and could no longer hold on, falling straight backward. Yi Yun reacted quickly and caught her. Her body was incredibly light, as if she had exhausted her last bit of strength, and even the hand holding the knife could not fall limply. He carried the woman to the bed and laid her down, then took out a great earth healing pill from his pocket and fed it directly to her. Soon after the pill entered her mouth, her disordered breathing gradually calmed down. The woman's pale face gradually regained color, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. Yi Yun was relieved and, seeing her disheveled appearance, initially intended to help her tidy up. But he had already sent the maid away, and considering the difference between men and women, he ultimately did not make a move. In the end, he simply sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the bed, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, guarding her all night. The next morning, Yi Yun awoke from his cultivation and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He got up and went to the bedside. Seeing that the woman in black was still asleep, he went out of the room and instructed the maid to prepare women's clothing and hot water for a bath. When he returned to the room, the woman in black on the bed had already opened her eyes. Her first reaction was to look around warily, and her eyes only flickered slightly when she saw Yi Yun. Yi Yun only said one sentence, "I'm awake." Then, he took out a porcelain bottle and tossed it to her, telling her to take the healing pills inside, which would restore most of her injuries. The woman in black took the porcelain bottle and, without hesitation, opened it and poured the pill into her mouth. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and asked her if she wasn't afraid it was poison. The woman retorted, "If he wanted to poison her, why did he save her last night?" As soon as she finished speaking, the power of the elixir exploded within her body, a surge of scorching heat coursing through her limbs and bones, quickly suppressing her remaining internal injuries. Her weakness had subsided considerably, but the wariness in her eyes hadn't completely disappeared. She stared at Yi Yun and asked him in a low voice why he had saved her. Yi Yun looked at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and said he couldn't just stand by and watch such a beauty die in front of him. A blush immediately rose to the woman's face, and she softly said thank you. Yi Yun stopped teasing her and instead asked about her identity and why she was in the Jinbei prince's mansion and even hid in his room. The woman in black remained silent for a moment, then said that she had been chased all the way and had fled into Jinbei City. Seeing that this was the Jinbei prince's mansion, her pursuers dared not easily enter, so she seized the opportunity to sneak in. She spoke very simply, clearly concealing much. Yi Yun didn't press her for details, only telling her to rest well first, and that the maid would soon take her to bathe and change. He told her that she could leave any time she wanted, and no one would stop her. If she understood and was willing to explain things clearly, he would have a maid take her to the courtyard to find him. After speaking, Yi Yun turned and left without hesitation. The woman in black watched his retreating figure, a complex light flashing in her eyes, as if she were reassessing this prince of Jinbei. 2 hours later, in the courtyard of the prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun sat at a stone table, flipping through an ancient book, with fresh fruit that a maid had just washed beside him. He remained calm, as if nothing had happened, but the woman in black who had been rescued the previous night had already changed her clothes and was being led into the courtyard by a maid. After bathing and changing, she was no longer the disheveled woman covered in blood from the previous night. Her complexion had regained its rosy hue, her features were delicate and beautiful, and she looked gentle and obedient, like a pampered young lady raised in seclusion. A maid stepped forward and bowed, saying that the young lady wished to see the prince. Yi Yun waved for her to leave, his gaze falling on the woman, and asked her in a calm tone if she had thought it through. If she's willing to reveal her identity and the reason she's being hunted, Yi Yun is willing to listen. If she's just here to say goodbye, she can leave now. The Jinbei prince's mansion won't force her to stay. The woman smiled bitterly and said that she could no longer leave. As soon as she stepped out of the palace gates, the people outside would immediately ambush and kill her in the street. She had no chance of survival. Yi Yun's eyes turned cold. He hadn't expected anyone to dare monitor the Prince of Jinbei's residence, and even dare to take action right under the noses of the embroidered uniform guard. He immediately ordered Zhu Ke to investigate, and, if anyone was indeed watching the residence, to eliminate them all. The woman remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Her name was Sun Yue, and she was the eldest daughter of the Sun family in Tianfeng City. She had infiltrated Jinbei City to seek revenge against the Wang family and the Feng family of the city lord's mansion. She was discovered when she attempted to assassinate an important member of the Wang family, and was subsequently pursued all the way before finally escaping to the vicinity of the Jinbei prince's mansion, where she was rescued by Yi Yun's men. Yi Yun asked her what blood feud the Sun family had with the Wang and Feng families. Sun Yue, her eyes red, said that the Wang family was secretly colluding with the Beastman Empire and preparing to launch an invasion of the northern border in 3 months. These words instantly changed Yi Yun's expression. The Orc Empire's plan to attack the northern border was no small matter. It was a shocking conspiracy capable of overturning the entire northern border. Sun Yue said that her father overheard this news by chance. At the time, the Wang family was having secret talks with spies from the Beastman Empire, and coincidentally, the other side had a martial grandmaster-level expert by their side. After her father was discovered, he could only burn his life force and use the Sun family's secret technique to escape back to his clan. Once back, he used his last breath to tell his clansmen the news and urged the Sun family members to leave the northern border as soon as possible. But before the Sun family could evacuate, disaster struck. That very night, just as the first group of disciples were being led into the secret passage, a large number of assassins stormed into the Sun family compound. Those people killed anyone they saw, regardless of age or gender. Sun Yue could only hide in the shadows, watching helplessly as her loved ones fell into pools of blood, unable to even rush out. Later, The secret passage was also discovered, and the surviving members of the Sun family were too weak in cultivation to escape in different directions. She managed to escape, but she could never swallow this blood feud. She guessed that the main force of the Wang family was still hunting down the other members of the Sun family. So she risked coming to Jinbei City to assassinate key figures of the Wang and Feng families. But her whereabouts were exposed as soon as she made her move. After listening, Yiyan asked her why the Feng family was also involved. Sun Yue said that she wasn't sure whether the Feng family had colluded with the Beastman Empire, but she had personally seen the Feng family's third elder among the group that slaughtered the Sun family. Yiyan sneered. It seemed these people in the Northern Territory had been too peaceful for far too long. The Wang family dared to collude with the enemy, and the Feng family dared to participate in the extermination of their clan. This game was even dirtier than he had imagined. Sun Yue suddenly knelt down, begging Yi Yun to avenge the Sun family. She said she was willing to stay in the prince's mansion as a servant, at Yi Yun's beck and call, as long as he was willing to help. Yi Yun looked at her, a half-smile on his face, and asked what made her think she had the ability to avenge her. To outsiders, he was just a newly arrived prince of the north with no real power base. Sun Yue, however, said that precisely because he was the prince of Jinbei, the Beastman Empire wanted to attack the northern border he guarded. Looking at the guards of the prince's palace and the vermilion bird lurking in the shadows, the prince's palace was definitely not as simple as it appeared. She also mentioned the embroidered uniform guard. The fact that they could prevent the Wang family's pursuers from forcing their way in, and that they could keep their guards hidden in the shadows without making a sound showed that Yi Yun had a terrifying force behind him. Yi Yun laughed, surprised that she could discern so much from just these details. He immediately agreed to let Sun Yue stay by his side as his personal maid. As for the Wang and Feng families, Yi Yun will handle them personally. When that day comes, he will hand over the heads of the Wang and Feng families to Sun Yue to deal with personally. Sun Yue kowtowed deeply, referring to herself as a servant, and thanked Yi Yun for his kindness. She quickly understood her identity. From this moment on, her life was in the hands of the Jinbei prince's mansion. A moment later, Zhu Ke appeared in the courtyard, carrying an unconscious man in black, which she casually tossed to the ground. This man was the leader of the group monitoring the prince's mansion, whose cultivation had been crippled. Zhu Ke reported that everyone else outside had been dealt with. Yi Yun glanced at them and then ordered the imperial guards to take them away for interrogation, regardless of the method used. He only wanted the final result. Soon, 2 imperial guards appeared, grabbed the man in black, and took him away. Yi Yun then instructed the maids in the mansion that from now on, Sun Yue would be his personal maid, and told everyone to remember this clearly. He then asked Sun Yue to go to the kitchen to wash some more fruit. Sun Yue knew Yi Yun had something to discuss, so she didn't ask any further questions and immediately turned to leave. After she had walked away, Yi Yun spoke into the shadows. Zhu Ke, you heard what Sun Yue said. Immediately notify Mao Xiang and have the embroidered uniform guard investigate the relationship between the Wang family, the Feng family, and the Beastman Empire as soon as possible. It turned out that Zhu Ke had never left. She had simply been hiding beside Yi Yun. Upon hearing the command, she vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Chapter 37 Analysis. As evening fell, the lights in the prince's study gradually came on. Yi Yun watched the sky darken outside the window and immediately ordered the imperial guards to summon Jiasu. He also sent a message to Mao Xiang, instructing him to return to the prince's residence to see him at once. This time, his tone was more somber than usual. The news Sun Yue brought was too shocking. The Beastman Empire might invade, and the Wang and Feng families were involved. If anything went wrong, the Northern Territory would be thrown into chaos. Half an hour later, Jiasu arrived at the study. Yi Yun did not rush to speak, but only asked him to sit down, drink tea, and wait, because Mao Xiang was farther away and would not arrive for a while. While waiting, Yi Yun remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was already making plans. If the news was true, then there were 2 hidden dangers within Jinbei City, one from the Wang family and the other from the Feng family of the city lord's mansion. 2 hours later, a rapid knocking finally sounded at the door. Mao Xiang strode in and bowed, but Yi Yun waved him off, telling him to dispense with the formalities. She then recounted her encounter with Sun Yue that evening, along with the information she had revealed. Upon hearing this, both Jia Su and Mao Xiang's expressions changed. Mao Xiang, in particular, was responsible for intelligence as a member of the embroidered uniform guard. Yet, they hadn't even detected such a major event as the Orc Empire's planned invasion. What's even more terrifying is that the Wang family is involved, and even the Feng family of the Jinbei City Lord's mansion might not be uninvolved. The more the two thought about it, the more frightened they became. If Yi Yan hadn't known in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mao Xiang immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness, admitting that the embroidered uniform guard had failed in its duties. Yi Yan, however, did not pursue the matter further, but coldly told him that now was not the time to settle scores, and that he had more important matters to attend to. Just as Mao Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Yan reminded him not to be too happy. If the next task was botched, both old and new grievances would be settled without mercy. Mao Xiang immediately pledged to complete the order at all costs. Yi Yan then inquired about the situation of the Wang and Feng families in Jinbei City. Mao Xiang, who had already placed people in various major forces, recounted the intelligence he currently possessed. Wang Wei, the patriarch of the Wang family, is a 9th-level martial emperor. Among the 6 elders of the family, Wang Gui is a 6th-level martial emperor, Wang An is a 3rd-level martial emperor, and Wang Ming and Wang Cheng are both 1st-level martial emperors. The 5th elder, Wang Yu, and the 6th elder, Lin Baran, are both at the great perfection of the 9th level of martial king. The Wang family also has a forbidden area that only the family head can enter. It is highly likely that the Wang family's ancestor is hidden inside, but the number of people and their strength are currently unknown. The Wang family members and their private army number in the tens of thousands, including many martial kings and martial spirit realm warriors. Traces of the Wang family can be seen throughout the entire northern territory. Their influence is already deeply entrenched. As for the Feng family, the head of the family is Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City. The Feng family only has 4 elders, but their overall strength is stronger. The first elder, Feng Yaowu, is at the 8th level of martial emperor, while the second elder, Feng Buchan, and the 3rd elder, Feng Xiaoi, are both at the 5th level of martial emperor. The 4th elder, Feng Jie, is slightly weaker, but he is still at the 3rd level of martial emperor. It is also unknown whether the Feng family has an ancestor, because they occupy the title of City Lord's Mansion and have more clansmen and private soldiers, about 16,000 people. After listening, Yi Yan pondered for a moment, then asked about the extent of the embroidered uniform guard's infiltration. Mao Xiang truthfully replied that the Feng family was heavily guarded, and only 3 people had successfully infiltrated so far. One of them had already gained the appreciation of the city guard commander and was responsible for guarding the south gate of Jinbei City on a rotating basis. The Wang family side is progressing more smoothly, with 6 imperial guards having secured their positions. The biggest gain is that one of them successfully won over Lin Baran, the 6th elder of the Wang family. Lin Baran had been a member of the Wang family for decades, but due to limitations in his aptitude, he had never been able to break through to the martial emperor realm. With his lifespan nearing its end, he was preparing for one last desperate attempt. Upon learning of this, Mao Xiang, a member of the embroidered uniform guard, managed to send him a letter. The letter promised to help Lin Baran break through to the martial emperor realm. Mao Xiang disguised himself and went to the agreed location to wait, and Lin Baran indeed showed up. After several conversations, they reached an agreement. He would pledge allegiance to Yi Yan, and Yi Yan would help him break through. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan finally smiled. He praised Mao Xiang for handling the matter well, and then ordered that the movements of all members of the Wang and Feng families be closely monitored in the near future, especially those who had already infiltrated. However, the Imperial Guard guarding the South Gate must not make any moves recently. Yi Yan knew very well that if the situation developed to the point where they might have to rely on this man to open the gates of Jinbei City. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, after this, Jinbei City would be completely in his hands, and it would become the starting point for his conquests and control of the northern border. After arranging Mao Xiang, Yiyan looked at Jia Su and asked if he had anything to add. Jia Su closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened them and said that Yi Yun's arrangements were mostly fine, but he still needed to have a backup plan. Jia Su suggested that the embroidered uniform guard should be dispatched immediately to inform Qin Xiong in the Lianyun Mountains and Gao Shun in the Snow Wind Valley, so that the two armies could secretly sneak outside the city and join forces to find a secluded place to set up camp. Meanwhile, Gao Shun was to lead 800 elite soldiers in disguise into the prince's residence, just in case. Yi Yan nodded after hearing this, admitting that he had almost overlooked this point, and immediately instructed Mao Xiang to do as Jia Su had said. After the matter was settled, Yi Yan also showed signs of fatigue. He told the two men to step down and rest, and that they would readjust their strategy based on the situation once Qin Xiong and Gao Shun's army arrived in a couple of days. Jia Su and Mao Xiang took their leave in unison. After leaving the study, Mao Xiang only said goodbye to Jia Su before disappearing into the night, and no one knew where he was going. Before Jia Su could speak, Mao Xiang had vanished. He gazed at the night sky, shook his head slightly, and then slowly walked alone towards his room. Chapter 38: Two Large Armies. The next day, in the study of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun sat at his desk, his brows furrowed. He felt there was still something he hadn't dealt with, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became, unable to grasp the key point. The study door opened, and Sun Yue entered carrying freshly made pastries, bowing respectfully. The moment Yi Yun saw her, he suddenly remembered that he had been so preoccupied with the Wang and Feng families' collusion with the Beastman Empire last night that he had completely forgotten to verify her identity. He was already making plans in his mind, but his face remained calm. He simply told Sun Yue to put the pastries down. He had no appetite at the moment, so he told her to leave first, but just as she was about to turn around, he called her back. Yi Yun took out a bottle of pills from the system and placed it on the table, telling her to take it for cultivation. Sun Yue looked at the bottle of pills, clearly hesitant to accept it, feeling that it was too precious and should be left for the prince to use himself. Yi Yun's tone turned serious as he told her directly that he no longer needed the pill. Her martial spirit cultivation was far from sufficient to keep her by his side as his personal maid. Sun Yue hesitated, but his words silenced her, and she hurriedly stepped forward to accept the pill. After Sun Yue left, the study fell silent again. Yi Yan looked towards the corner and asked Zhu Ke how the investigation by the embroidered uniform guard was progressing regarding Sun Yue's background and the Orc Empire's invasion. Zhu Ke appeared and reported that the Imperial Guards had gone to the city where Sun Yue had originally been to investigate. The results confirmed that she was indeed the eldest daughter of the Sun family, and that the entire Sun family had indeed been wiped out overnight, with only a very few people escaping. So far, the Imperial Guards have not found any survivors other than Sun Yue. After the incident at the Sun family's residence, the local city lord's mansion also sent people to investigate the scene, but they also found no useful clues. As for the Orc Empire's invasion 3 months later, the Imperial Guards are still investigating because the time frame is too short. Zhu Ke made it very clear that any definite news would be delivered to the prince's residence immediately. Yi Yan nodded and asked her to convey a message to the brothers of the embroidered uniform guard, thanking them for their hard work. He promised to reward them handsomely once this matter was over. Zhu Ke thanked him on behalf of everyone, and seeing that she looked tired, Yi Yan told her to go and rest. After Zhu Ke left, Yi Yan was left alone in the study. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, but his eyes grew increasingly deep. The massacre of the Sun family, the unrest in the Beastman Empire, the collusion between the Wang and Feng families, each of these events was like a dark cloud hanging over the city of Jinbei. Meanwhile, deep within the Lianyun Mountains, in the mountaintop council hall, Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang were discussing a massive terrain map. As they continuously deduced troop deployments, an urgent report suddenly came from outside the hall. A soldier in black armor strode in and reported that a member of the Imperial Guard was requesting an audience outside the camp, saying he had come to deliver orders from the prince. Qin Xiong immediately ordered someone to invite him in, and soon, an Imperial Guard dressed in a flying fish robe and carrying an embroidered spring knife entered the hall. The newcomer identified himself as Chen Tian, a commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and bowed to Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang. After the other soldiers withdrew, Qin Xiong directly asked him what orders the prince had. Chen Tian, with a serious expression, read out Yi Yun's secret order on the spot. Yi Yun ordered Qin Xiong to immediately hand over the development status of the Xuanjiao army to the Imperial Guard and forward it to the prince's palace. He then led his Xuanjiao army to secretly assemble 20 miles outside Jinbei City within 5 days. This mission was better delayed than exposed. After receiving the order, Qin Xiong immediately instructed Zhou Tsang to go to the training ground to inform Dongfang to prepare soldiers and supplies. At midnight that night, the army broke camp and set off. This time, he was only taking 20,000 Xuanjia soldiers with him to the outskirts of Jinbei City. Because a full mobilization would be too conspicuous and easily reveal their whereabouts, the remaining 10,000 or so Xuanjia soldiers would remain to guard the Lianyun Mountains, responsible for training and expansion. Zhou Tsang would be in charge of the garrison duties. Zhou Tsang accepted the order without hesitation and left immediately. The camp in the Lianyun Mountains remained outwardly calm, but in secret, it had already begun to operate. Armor, war horses, provisions, and military orders were all being prepared rapidly before nightfall. At the same time, in Snowwind Valley, Gao Shun had just received the order from the embroidered uniform guard. He also made the same decision, to temporarily lead the trapped camp and 20,000 soldiers to secretly assemble outside Jinbei City, while the remaining forces would continue to guard the valley. Snowwind Valley is now a formidable force. Relying on the constant stream of prisoners and supplies sent by Qin Xiong, Gao Shun has trained an army of 100,000. Although their elite status is not yet on par with the trapped camp, their combat strength is no less than that of the Black Armor Army. These men were trained to most of the standards of the vanguard camp. The fact that they survived such brutal training speaks volumes about their strength. At a single command, they could become sharp blades in the hands of the Prince of Jinbei. Upon receiving replies from the two armies, the Imperial Guards immediately relayed the messages at top speed. The mountains and snow valleys stirred simultaneously, and all military intelligence was rapidly being sent to the Prince of Jinbei's residence, hoping to reach Yi Yun as quickly as possible. That night, in the main hall of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun was playing with Xiao Tinger. The little girl tugged at his sleeve, her eyes red with grievance, asking him where he had been these past few days and why he hadn't spent time with her since returning. Seeing her like this, Yi Yun felt a pang of guilt. Since returning to the manor, he had been preoccupied with one matter after another, leaving Xiao Tinger and the Shangguan siblings neglected. He quickly coaxed her, saying that Shouting was so well-behaved and adorable. How could he not like her? It was just that he had been too busy these past few days and had neglected her. It was his fault. Upon hearing that he hadn't abandoned her, Shouting immediately stopped crying and smiled. Seeing that she was sensible, Yi Yun's heart softened. Suddenly remembering something, he smiled and said he wanted to give her a gift. Xiao Tinger's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of a gift, and she hurriedly asked what it was. Yi Yun could tell that the cultivation technique she was practicing was only a top-grade Xian level technique. Although the grade wasn't bad, it was far from sufficient for her aptitude. Fortunately, he had a cultivation technique that was more suitable for her, so he decided to give it to her. Little Tinger, upon hearing that it was even better than a top-grade Xian level item, excitedly exclaimed that she wanted it. She said she wanted to become stronger quickly so she could help her big brother in the future. Hearing this innocent remark, Yi Yun felt a gentle jolt in his heart. The next moment, he took out a cultivation manual from the system and handed it to Xiao Tinger. The manual was called Heavenly Cold True Technique, a top-grade Earth-level technique that would cause countless forces to fight tooth and nail if it were outside. Yi Yun simply handed it to her casually, telling her to cultivate diligently and that he would be waiting for her to help him in the future. Little Tinger exclaimed in surprise, hugged the cultivation manual, nodded seriously, and waved her little fist, saying that she would help him fight bad guys in the future. Her serious demeanor amused Yi Yun. However, Shangguan Yu, who was standing to the side, had already recovered from his shock and quickly spoke up to stop her, saying that this was a top-grade Earth-level cultivation technique, which was far too valuable. Yi Yun's tone was calm, yet brooked no refusal. He said that once he gave something away, he would never take it back. Besides, Xiao Ting'er was his younger sister, and it was only natural for a brother to give his sister a gift. After saying that, he looked at Shang Wanyu. Thinking that he had indeed not taken good care of the two siblings these past few days, he took out a bottle of cultivation pills and handed it to them, saying that he had run out of cultivation techniques but still had some pills, and that they must accept them. Shang Wanyu initially thought it was just an ordinary pill, so he reached out and took it. But when he opened the porcelain bottle and saw the pills inside, his expression changed drastically, and he couldn't even speak properly. He felt that this gift was too heavy for him to bear. Yi Yin seemed to have anticipated this, and simply waved his hand, telling him to keep it safe and not to make a fuss. Then, seeing that it was getting late, he asked Shang Wanyu to take Xiao Ting'er down to rest, and instructed Xiao Ting'er to keep the cultivation manual safe. Little Ting'er obediently agreed, and even said goodbye to him in a crisp voice before leaving. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the brother and sister, the smile on his face gradually fading, and then he walked alone towards the study. In the study, Yi Yun flipped through ancient books, occasionally chuckling softly when he found something amusing. But in the quiet night, a soft sound suddenly came, and Zhu Chue's figure appeared in the room. She bowed respectfully and reported to Yi Yun that the embroidered uniform guard had just sent back news of Generals Qin Xiong and Gao Shan. Yi Yun immediately put down the ancient book, his expression turning serious. He hadn't contacted the two for a long time and wanted to know how far their relationship had progressed. Zhu Ke reported that the embroidered uniform guard had arrived at the two generals' residence at noon yesterday and conveyed the prince's orders. Qin Xiong now commands approximately 30,000 Xuanjia soldiers, well-equipped, with even the lowest-ranking soldiers possessing the cultivation level of a martial general. More importantly, Qin Xiong had already led 20,000 men to the assembly point outside the city in the early hours of last night, while the remaining troops were left to guard the city by Zhou Tsang. Meanwhile, on Gao Shun's side, the forces in Snowwind Valley had surged due to the large number of prisoners and supplies Qin Xiong had sent. Gao Shun trained an infantry force of about 100,000 men using roughly the same intensity as the elite trapped camp. These soldiers all possessed at least the cultivation level of martial arts masters, and although they were not as strong as the actual trapped camp, they were already considered a formidable army. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun could not hide his shock. In such a short time, Qin Xiong and Gao Shun had managed to gather around 130,000 elite troops, a speed far exceeding his expectations and filling him with immense joy. With these 130,000 elite troops at his disposal, Jinbei City was no longer a problem. He could even lay the groundwork for the entire northern border and gradually bring it under his control. Thinking this, Yi Yun immediately gave the order to Zhu Ke. He ordered the Imperial Guards to keep a close watch and to send someone to report as soon as Qin Xiong and Gao Shun arrived at the assembly point outside the city. At the same time, he ordered Gao Shun to temporarily hand over his troops to Qin Xiong, while he himself led the elite troops to infiltrate the city and rendezvous with the prince's residence. Yi Yun gave a final, special instruction. The operation must be carried out with utmost care, and no one should be allowed to discover it. Zhu Ke solemnly accepted the order, and with a flash, disappeared from the study. 3 days later, in the study of the prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun summoned Shang Wanyu. He didn't beat around the bush and directly told Shang Wanyu to take Shang Wanting back to the family first, as he had matters to attend to and couldn't entertain them for the time being. Shang Wanyu sensed that something was amiss and immediately asked if they needed any help. Yi Yun, however, said it was nothing, instructing him to go back and supervise Shang Wanting's cultivation and arrange for a Jinui commander to escort them away. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Shang Wanyu did not press further, but solemnly stated that if the prince's mansion needed anything, they should send a message to the Shangwan family at any time. Yi Yin nodded in agreement, but did not personally see him off, because he knew that if Shang Wanting saw him, she would definitely cling to him and refuse to leave. An hour later, a member of the Imperial Guard flew into the study and knelt on one knee. The man was none other than Commander Chen Tian, who brought news that Qin Xiong and Gao Shun had arrived at the assembly point outside the city at dawn, much earlier than originally planned. More importantly, Gao Shun and the trap camp had already entered the city in disguise in batches and were heading to the prince's mansion. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was shocked, and excitement flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and ordered Qin Tian to immediately send a message to Qin Xiong. The army must be completely hidden, leaving no trace. Anyone discovered, regardless of who they are or why, will be killed without exception. Qin Tian accepted the order and left, the atmosphere in the study instantly turning cold. Yi Yun then summoned a guard and sent someone to invite Jia Su. Not long after, Jia Su arrived at the study. Yi Yun informed him of Qin Xiong and Gao Shun's arrival and also outlined the most pressing problem at hand. The elite garrison has 800 men, and they must not let outsiders know about them. However, 2 days later, the royal palace will host a banquet for officials from various major forces in the northern border and the city lord's mansion. With so many people around, improper arrangements will inevitably arouse suspicion. After pondering for a long time, Jia Su finally came up with a plan. He arranged for the elite troops to be stationed in the backyard of the prince's mansion, claiming it was the women's quarters and forbidden to outsiders. All their food, clothing, and supplies would be secretly delivered by the imperial guards. This was the safest arrangement at the moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately made a decision. The darkest hour is often the safest. He instructed Jia Su to make immediate arrangements, and after the elite troops entered the mansion and settled in, Gao Shun would be brought to see him. Afterwards, Yi Yun instructed Jia Su to prepare invitations and have the guards notify all the major powers and officials in the Northern Territory. 10 days later, the Prince of Jinbei's mansion would host a banquet, inviting all the prominent figures in the entire Northern Territory. Seeing the meaningful smile on Yi Yun's face, Jia Su guessed that this banquet was anything but simple, but he didn't ask any further questions. He bowed and accepted the order, then turned to arrange everything, while the chess game in the shadows of the prince's mansion began to unfold. A day later, officials from major cities in the Northern Territory, as well as various factions, received invitations from the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. The invitations clearly stated that Prince Yi Yun of Jinbei would be hosting a banquet at his mansion in 10 days and invited everyone to attend. Everyone was filled with surprise and uncertainty upon receiving the invitations. This prince, who had been exiled to the northern border and was usually quiet and unassuming, was now suddenly hosting a grand banquet for all sides. Was he trying to win people's hearts, or did he have other motives? Despite their doubts, no one dared to disregard the invitation. Although Yi Yun was a prince abandoned by the dynasty and had no chance of ascending the throne, he was still the son of the ruler of the White Tiger dynasty and a prince guarding the northern border. In this fiefdom of the Northern Territory, the highest authority still outwardly belongs to the Prince of Jinbei. Because behind him stands the White Tiger dynasty, his every move represents the face of the dynasty. Anyone who shows disrespect is asking for trouble. So the various powers began preparing gifts, and officials from all the cities straightened their robes. No one wanted to be impolite at this banquet, and no one wanted Yi Yun to have any leverage over them. Everyone understood that they had to go, and they had to go respectably. 10 days later, the once deserted street in front of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion had completely changed. The wide avenue was now completely blocked by luxurious carriages and tall war horses, leaving almost no space for pedestrians to step. The heads of various powerful families, dressed in splendid attire, and the officials from various cities, in their official robes and carrying invitations, underwent thorough checks by the guards of the prince's residence, led by their servants. Only after their identities were confirmed were they allowed into the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Families who knew each other exchanged pleasantries, and officials greeted each other with smiles. Some walked together, while others chatted as they went. On the surface, it was a lively and harmonious scene, but behind those smiles, no one could say how much sincerity was genuine. On the streets outside the prince's mansion, the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. The desire to watch a spectacle is the same everywhere. Someone recognized the important figures and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "The city lord of Tianfeng City has arrived. The city lord of Yun City has arrived too." Soon, someone pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look, Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City, and the heads of the 5 major families have arrived. The crowd immediately became even more excited. While inside the gates of the Jinbei prince's mansion, a real storm was just beginning to brew. Chapter 41, The Black Knight. My goodness, what day is it today? So many important figures from the north who we would never normally see have come to our Jinbei city on the same day. Pedestrians on the roadside couldn't help but sigh as they watched the endless stream of luxurious carriages and priceless steeds arrive. TCH, you guys don't know this yet? Several days ago, news spread from the Jinbei prince's mansion that a banquet would be held today. The Jinbei prince was going to host a banquet for the heads of various forces in the Northern Territory, as well as officials of all ranks in the major cities. If the Jinbei prince is hosting, how could they not come? With all these important figures here, how could it not be lively? Some of the locals who knew a little about the situation were boasting to the onlookers about what they knew. The people on the street were still talking about it. At this time, no matter who arrives at the gate of the prince's mansion, they must hand their invitation to the guards of the prince's mansion for inspection. Only after the inspection is passed will Jia Su arrange for a maid to bring them into the prince's mansion. Those who come to attend this banquet must be the leaders of various powers and officials of all ranks in various cities. Therefore, after being led into the mansion by the maid, the sheer size of the palace did not surprise anyone. Instead, it was the 200-man squads of imperial guards that Yi Yun had specifically left behind to protect the palace that attracted attention. This royal palace actually has such elite guards. This martial king is just a guard captain. His cultivation level is high enough to make him an elder in my family. Then the patriarch of one of the smaller families spoke up. After hearing the clan leader's words, everyone around couldn't help but nod in agreement. Some shrewd individuals secretly thought to themselves, "It seems that our prince is not as simple as he appears. When we get back, we must instruct the younger members of our families not to offend him. This banquet is likely to be quite a show." A moment later, the group entered the courtyard, led by the maids. Because there were so many guests, the banquet had been moved to the courtyard. The maids led them in and then left without assigning seats. However, before leaving, they specifically told them that the lack of assigned seats was a decision made by the Prince of Jinbei. Although everyone lived in the northern border region, they all had their own matters to attend to, and it was rare for them to have time to gather together. The reason we didn't assign fixed seats is to make it easier for everyone to sit together with people they know, chat, and have a good get-together. After hearing the maid's explanation, everyone exclaimed, "Your Highness is so considerate of us. He even thought of such a small matter." Seeing the reactions of the guests, the waitresses in charge of the food and drinks didn't say anything, as this wasn't the first time the guests had reacted this way. Guests were still arriving one after another, and Yi Yun had not yet shown up. Jia Su and his men were in charge of everything. Yi Yun was still in bed in the bedroom at this moment. Bang, 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 bang. There was a rapid knocking at the door. Who is it? Can't a person get any sleep? Yi Yun was awakened by the urgent knocking on the door and shouted impatiently at the door. "Your Highness, Mr. Jia sent me to inform you that more than half of the guests have arrived. You'd better get up and tidy up quickly, or they'll have to wait in the courtyard." A maid's clear voice came from outside the door. "Then let them wait." Yi Yun said impatiently. "Hey, you outside, go and prepare some hot water for me. I'll be taking a bath and changing soon." After a while, he thought that since it was Jia Su who sent someone to inform him, he should get up and then gave instructions to the maid outside the door. A moment later, Yi Yun was lying comfortably in the wooden tub with his eyes closed. System. Yi Yun was extremely bored, so he silently recited in his mind. "Host, what is it? Use today's sign and opportunity." "Yes, host." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50,000 Black Knights." "What? The Black Knights? And 50,000 of them? Haha, heaven is helping me." Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun shouted excitedly, startling the maid beside him. "Your Highness, what has happened?" A maidservant cautiously asked. "It's nothing, nothing. I was just thinking about something pleasant. Hurry up and help me change." After Yi Yun finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, letting the maids continue to dress him. After hearing Yi Yun's words, the maids consciously quickened their pace in dressing. System, open the Black Knight attribute panel. "Yes, host." The familiar white panel appeared in Yi Yun's mind. Legion, Black Knight. Cultivation level, soldier minimum martial general level, 10,000 general martial grandmaster level. Weapons, dark blade, shadow bow. Technique, netherworld ghost technique. Battle formation, none. Excellent. These 50,000 Black Knights are all at least at the martial general level. They are incredibly powerful. Most importantly, the 5 commanders of 10,000 men are all martial grandmaster level experts. Now, taking Jinbei City is a sure thing. Unfortunately, these 50,000 Black Riders do not yet have a suitable commander. You must know that an army with a commander is completely different from an army without a commander. We can only keep it for now. It's not a good time to summon it. 50,000 people would be too much of a commotion. Let's stick to the original plan and take Jinbei City first. Suddenly, the guards' voices came from outside the door, urging them on again. Your Highness, have you finished packing here? Mr. Jia has sent someone to urge you again. All right. Go tell Jia Su I'll be there soon, and have him take care of things first. Don't rush me. Yi Yun muttered to himself, that Jia Su. Then, he helplessly addressed the guards outside the door. A while later, after Yi Yun finished tidying up, she slowly followed the maid toward the courtyard where the banquet was being held. At this moment, in the courtyard, most of the guests had arrived. Occasionally, 1 or 2 powerful figures or officials of varying ranks would arrive late due to delays on the way, and they would be guided to their seats by the maids. Just as the guests were chatting happily, a guard's loud voice rang out. The 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty, the Prince of Jinbei, has arrived. The scene fell silent instantly, and everyone unconsciously looked in the direction of the guards. Chapter 42, The Prince's Banquet. A strikingly handsome young man stood before them, dressed in pristine white robes. Beneath his finely arched eyebrows, his long, narrow eyes flowed like gentle spring water, their warmth like a soothing breeze. His nose was straight and imposing, like a distant, dark green mountain. His thin lips were pale in color, with a slight upturn at the corners. Though a youth, his cultivation techniques imbued his every movement with a touch of domineering power. A subtle imperial majesty emanated from him. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, everyone in the courtyard stood up and looked at him. Then, they all spoke in unison. We respectfully welcome your Highness. Long live your Highness. Please don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Please take your seats. Yi Yun returned the greeting to everyone and said modestly. Yi Yun then went straight to the head seat and sat down. At the head table, Jia Su had arranged for the city lords of various cities in the Northern Territory, as well as the heads of various families with martial emperors among their members. Those whose family heads were not present were the corresponding responsible persons. After Yi Yun took his seat, everyone greeted the people around them, and then immediately sat down. At this moment, Jia Su, who was in charge of the banquet, saw that everyone was seated and said to the maids beside him, "Go and arrange for them to serve the dishes." A moment later, rows of maids brought out delicious and colorful dishes and fine wines to the tables. Taking advantage of a break while the dishes were being served, Yi Yun stood up and addressed the crowd. First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving me, Yi Yun, the honor of attending this banquet I have hosted, no matter how far you have come. I have been in the Northern Territory for some time now, and have only toured around Jinbei City. I am not very familiar with the various places in the Northern Territory, let alone know much about you all. I do not know many of you. Therefore, the main purpose of this banquet is to invite everyone to get together, and for me to get to know you all. The future development and security of the Northern Territory will depend on the joint efforts of everyone present. Your Highness, since you've put it this way, it would be too disrespectful of us not to help. Your Highness, please just tell me what you need in the future, and I certainly won't refuse, even if it means going through fire and water. One of the guests, who had a fiery temper, immediately spoke up loudly. Others in the crowd also spoke up. Yes, Your Highness, if there is anything you need in the future, please feel free to give your orders, and I will do my best to complete them. The others echoed Yi Yun's speech and the promises made by some people, but it was unclear how many of them were sincere and how many were not. Seeing this, Yi Yun said nothing more, but smiled and raised his wine glass, speaking boldly. Haha. Very well, since you all agree so readily. I, Yi Yun, would like to express my sincere gratitude to you all. Come on, Let me toast you all. Eat and drink to your heart's content, and don't leave until you're drunk." Seeing this, everyone raised their glasses to Yi Yun and said loudly, "We respect your highness." After everyone finished their drinks, they sat down and chatted enthusiastically with the people next to them. As everyone drank and chatted in the courtyard, the atmosphere of the banquet grew even more intense. For a moment, the shouts and conversations of the people mingled together, creating an incredibly lively scene. "Come on, drink." Yi Yun looked at the person sitting at the same table and said loudly. Seeing Yi Yun's condition, everyone could only reluctantly drink with him. In their hearts, however, they were constantly wondering what the Prince of Jinbei was up to. As the banquet continued, Yi Yun, seeing everyone's expressions, knew that it was almost time. So, feigning a slight drunkenness, he called out to everyone and then said, "Did everyone enjoy the food and drinks today? Have a great time." Everyone present answered loudly, "Okay, very good." Seeing this, Yi Yun slowly spoke again. "Gentlemen, I have something I wish to announce to you all today." Upon hearing this, everyone realized that the important matter was indeed about to begin. Since I have been in the Northern Territory for some time now, and there are still many places I haven't visited, I plan to start touring the Northern Territory in 2 days. I will also take the opportunity to fulfill my duty as the Prince of Jinbei to guard the Northern Territory and inspect it. What do you all think? Yi Yun said slowly and deliberately. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, the once noisy courtyard where the banquet was being held suddenly became completely quiet, showing no trace of the lively scene from just moments before. At this moment, Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City, broke the silence and asked cunningly, "Your Highness, you were having a good time in Jinbei City. Why did you suddenly want to travel and inspect the northern border? But I have not neglected your Highness in any way. Please tell me, Your Highness, and I will make the necessary changes immediately." "What? Can't I even take a stroll and inspect my own fiefdom? Is the title of Prince Jinbei bestowed upon me by my father just for show? And is the fiefdom in the north a mere formality? Then I'll have to find some time to ask my father." Seeing the reactions of the crowd and Feng Bai's question, Yi Yun seized the opportunity to intimidate them and spoke fiercely. No, Your Highness, you misunderstand us. The northern border is of course your fiefdom. You are the Prince of Jinbei, personally appointed by His Majesty. How could it be fake? Your Highness, your sudden departure makes me wonder if there's something I haven't done well enough for you to leave. Seeing that the Prince of Jinbei had misunderstood him and placed such a huge accusation on his head, Feng Bai hurriedly explained to Yi Yun in a panic. "Oh, so that's what you meant, Lord Feng. It seems I misunderstood you. Don't worry, Lord Feng, you haven't done anything wrong. It's just that I wanted to enjoy the scenery of the Northern Territory and fulfill my duties as the King of Jinbei. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself to the capital." Yi Yun then smiled and said. At this moment, Wang Wei, the head of the Wang family, suddenly spoke up for some unknown reason. "Your Highness, the northern border is impoverished and plagued by refugees and bandits. It may be inappropriate for Your Highness to travel and inspect it this time. We hope Your Highness will prioritize your own safety." Other family members around them also chimed in. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun spoke loudly without hesitation. "My safety is none of your concern, Lord Wang. I believe that my guards and the 10,000 newly recruited royal guards outside the city can protect me. Moreover, although my northern territory is vast, it has many cities and the number of city guards stationed there is several times greater than that around the capital. Can't they guarantee my safety? Lord Feng, Lord Dong, could you please tell Patriarch Wang that your city guards can guarantee my safety within your city limits? Your Highness, we, the city guards, swear to protect you to the death." The city lords responded loudly. "Did you hear that, Patriarch Wang? So you don't need to worry about my safety." Seeing that Yi Yun had spoken so frankly, it seemed that his inspection tour was a done deal. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun smiled, and the quiet and oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard instantly vanished without a trace. A moment later, the courtyard was bustling with activity again, filled with the sounds of conversation, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 43, each with their own plans. Late at night, in an inconspicuous courtyard in the town of Jinbei, several masked men dressed in black were discussing something. Is what you're saying true? One of the masked men in black spoke up in surprise in a low voice. Your Excellency, it is indeed true. Today, Prince Yiyun of Jinbei hosted a banquet at his palace for the heads of various powerful families in the Northern Territory, as well as officials of all ranks from the major cities. Yiyun seated himself at the banquet. At that time, some people tried to persuade him, including us, but Yiyun's attitude was very firm. It is certain that he is indeed going to tour and inspect the Northern Territory. But whether the Prince of Jinbei went there for sightseeing or had other purposes remains unknown to us. At this moment, another slightly overweight man in black spoke up. Regardless of his purpose, as long as it doesn't affect our plans, we can ignore everything else. If the Prince of Jinbei is simply traveling, then we will do our best to send people to protect and serve him well. But if the Prince of Jinbei is ungrateful and tries to cause trouble, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Besides, they only have 2 elite guard teams of about 100 men each, and a guard army of 10,000 men that was recently recruited. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, what big waves could such a small force stir up? Another man in black, who had remained silent until now, spoke menacingly. You are all right. As the city lord of Jinbei City, I will send troops to protect the Prince of Jinbei when he goes on his travels. So I estimate that I will send 2,000 city guards to accompany him. These 2,000 people are all trusted confidants trained by my Feng family. This trip is not only for protection, but also for surveillance. Now that our prince's purpose is unclear, we should be careful. Feng Bai spoke up. Then I won't send anyone openly. You all know that my Wang family has a conflict with the Prince of Jinbei, so it wouldn't make sense for me to send anyone. It would only arouse Yiyun's suspicion, which would be a loss. The first man in black to speak was none other than Wang Wei, the head of the Wang family. By the way, I need to send someone ahead to inform the people of Flying Dragon Stronghold and remind them to behave themselves recently. Otherwise, they might offend the Prince of Jinbei when he goes on his trip. Whether Flying Dragon Stronghold is destroyed or not is not important, but I'm afraid it might affect our plans with the envoy. That's true. Your analyses are all correct, so let's do as you say. When the plan succeeds, His Majesty of the Beastman Empire will absolutely not mistreat you with wealth, honor, and cultivation resources. But if the plan is leaked or fails, then you should know the consequences. The man in black, addressed as the envoy, spoke menacingly to the group. After saying that, he flew away and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, the group quickly offered their assurances, regardless of whether the envoy who had vanished into the darkness could hear them. We will certainly live up to Your Excellency's expectations and guarantee the completion of the plan. After discussing for a long time, the group finally reached a consensus and then left to prepare. However, they thought their plan was perfect, but what they didn't know was that someone was secretly watching their entire conversation while they were discussing it. This person was none other than Mao Xiang, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Although the black-clad man addressed as envoy also possessed the cultivation of a martial venerable, he had only just entered the martial venerable realm. Mao Xiang, on the other hand, through his recent cultivation and with the help of the large quantity of pills bestowed upon him by Yiyun, had already broken through to the 9th level of the martial venerable realm a few days ago. It was believed that he would be able to attempt to break through to a higher level of martial venerable in a little while. After the group left, Mao Xiang activated his internal energy and disappeared into the night. The Prince of Jinbei's mansion. In the study. At this moment, Yiyun sat quietly at his desk, while Jia Su and Gao Shun stood silently to the side. The entire study was utterly silent. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who? Before Yiyun could speak, Gao Shun shouted loudly towards the door. It is I, Mao Xiang of the embroidered uniform guard. Upon hearing that it was Mao Xiang, Yiyun immediately spoke up. Come in. It turns out that after the banquet earlier today, Yiyun had Mao Xiang keep an eye on Wang Wei, Feng Bai, and the others to see if they would make any moves after learning that he was going to travel and inspect the northern border. That's why Mao Xiang was monitoring everyone just now. Your subordinate greets your highness. Upon hearing Yiyun's words, Mao Xiang immediately entered the study and respectfully bowed to Yiyun. All right, no need for formalities. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard has met Mr. Jia and General Gao. Mao Xiang then clasped his hands in greeting to Jia Su and Gao Shan. Commander Mao, you're too kind. The two returned the greeting in unison. All right, you guys stop flattering each other. Mao Xiang, tell us everything you found out. Yi Yun couldn't stand watching the group of people flattering each other any longer, so he interrupted and asked Mao Xiang a question. Yes, Your Highness. My subordinates followed two people who first met with the city lord of Yunqing in the Northern Territory, the deputy commander of the Tianfeng City Guard, and the city lord of Liye City. Afterwards, the city lord of Fengcheng, Wang Wei, the head of the Wang family, and the city lord of Yunqing met together tonight in an inconspicuous dilapidated house in the west of Jinbei City with a man in black who claimed to be an envoy of the Beastman Empire. Oh, has the identity of the man in black been confirmed? Your Highness, the man in black was always masked, and he possessed the cultivation of a martial venerable. In order not to alert him, I did not pursue him to investigate. Okay, please continue. Yes, Your Highness. Then the group discussed. Half an hour later, Mao Xiang finally finished recounting the entire process. Your Highness, it seems our opportunity has arrived. A glint flashed in Jia Su's eyes as he listened, and he then spoke to Yi Yun. Oh, Wenhe, do you have any good ideas? Yi Yun turned his head and looked at Jia Su with a puzzled expression. Your Highness, according to what Commander Mao just said, it seems that these people do not know that Flying Dragon Stronghold has been destroyed by us. The 10,000 Xuanjiao army, led by Zhou Tsang, is currently stationed there. Could we have Zhou Tsang pretend to be a bandit from Filong Village, and when we go out on patrol, find a place to fight us? Take the opportunity to kill all the soldiers that Feng Bai wanted to send to monitor us, and then pretend to destroy Filong Village, frame the Feng family and the Wang family and their group, and use this as an excuse to take over Jinbei City and further denounce other cities. Then the prince's power can be brought into the open, and the prince can develop it vigorously. All right, let's do it your way. Continuing to hide like this won't solve anything, and the Orc Empire's invasion is imminent. Wenhe, I'll have to trouble you with the specific plans. Mao Xiang, this matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed. You will personally go to Filong Village to inform Zhou Tsang of the plan. My subsequent travel itinerary will also require the rapid communication of your Jinyue. During this time, mobilize all the Jinyue under your command who are capable of serving. Gao Shan, you will continue to lead your elite troops and remain hidden in the prince's mansion. When the time comes, you will cooperate with General Qin to take Jinbei City. After listening to Jia Su's plan, Yi Yun pondered for a moment, then without hesitation, gave instructions to Mao Xiang and Jia Su. Then everyone went their separate ways. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the group, a slight smile appearing on his face. Chapter 44 Trip. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, several incredibly luxurious carriages were quietly parked at the entrance, flanked by imperial guards on fine warhorses, dressed in flying fish robes, and with embroidered spring knives at their waists. There were at least 200 of them. The serious demeanor of the imperial guards made passers-by afraid to approach them even slightly, and they could only watch from a distance, whispering among themselves to those they knew. At this moment, Yi Yun, dressed in black, was exceptionally handsome with an icy expression and went straight to the carriage. Upon seeing this, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard immediately ordered the caravan to slowly drive towards the north of Jinbei City. The people who were still whispering on the side of the street were left behind. At the same time, at the north gate of Zenbaking, a solemn atmosphere prevailed, as city guards, armed with sharp blades and clad in armor, stood watch on both sides of the city gate. 2,000 elite city guards stood quietly waiting in the open space outside the city gate. A faint sense of murderous intent permeated the air. It is evident that these soldiers were all elite warriors who had actually been on the battlefield and fought against the enemy. At this moment, Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City, was also quietly waiting for something by the city gate. Look, why are there so many soldiers at the city gate today? What happened? The unsuspecting villagers couldn't help but ask their companions. What business is it of his? We should mind our own business. Look, isn't that Lord Feng? Why is he waiting here? It seems like something important has happened. Some observant people noticed that Feng Bai was also among them and couldn't help but speak up. Today is the day that the Prince of Jinbei is going on an inspection tour of his fiefdom. Some of the informed villagers explained this quietly to their companions. Look, the Prince of Jinbei's convoy is here. Feng Bai looked up at the sounds coming from the people and saw several luxurious carriages slowly approaching the city gate under the escort of 2 teams of imperial guards. Upon seeing this, Feng Bai straightened his clothes and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Your subordinate, Feng Bai, the Lord of Jinbei City, pays his respects to your highness. We pay our respects to your highness. Seeing that the wind was not easy to blow, the surrounding people and soldiers all bowed to Yi Yun, and everyone knelt down to pay their respects. Lord Feng, you're too kind. Please don't stand on ceremony. Please, everyone, do not stand on ceremony. I am merely out for a stroll and taking this opportunity to inspect the area. There is no need for such formalities. Yi Yun looked at the people bowing, then jumped off the carriage and cupped his hands in greeting. Lord Feng, you are too kind. You are usually very busy with official duties. This time I was just going out for a simple tour, but you made such a big fuss and troubled you to arrange 2,000 elite soldiers to protect my safety. I actually have 200 imperial guards and 10,000 newly recruited guards from the prince's palace to protect my safety, which is sufficient. I feel a little guilty about your arrangement. Seeing that everyone had gotten up, Yi Yun then greeted Feng Bai with pleasantries. Your Highness, you are too kind. You don't need to feel guilty. I have already prepared the rations for the 2,000 soldiers on this trip. Your Highness does not need to worry about their food. Your Highness, your safety is of utmost importance. The Northern Territory has been poor since ancient times, and there are many bandits. I am not at ease if we do not send more soldiers to protect you. The entire Northern Territory is your fiefdom, and your Highness is our pillar of support. Moreover, we are busy with official duties and cannot get away. Otherwise, I would have personally accompanied your Highness on the inspection. Therefore, I can only do my best to ensure your Highness's safety before we can feel at ease. Moreover, almost all the soldiers are from the north, and they are extremely familiar with the north. So, with them accompanying you, you can not only protect the prince, but also act as his guide and give him a detailed introduction to the north. Lord Feng's arrangements are truly thoughtful. I thank you in advance. I will reward you handsomely when I return. Your Highness, I thank you. Feng Bai said respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Yun didn't say anything more, and there was no need to be polite. He then spoke to Feng Bai. Lord Feng, it's getting late, so I won't say any more. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he jumped onto the carriage. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Imperial Guard shouted, Let's go. The convoy slowly drove out of the city. As Feng Bai and the others watched Yi Yun's convoy gradually disappear into the distance, they respectfully clasped their hands in greeting at the city gate. We respectfully see your Highness off. 2,000 soldiers outside the city, led by a commander, quickly caught up with the convoy and followed behind. The long procession moved slowly forward until it disappeared from sight, at which point Feng Bai led everyone back. 3 hours later, Yi Yun's convoy arrived at a hilly area. Your Highness, General Su Chu's 10,000 guards have already set up camp ahead and are waiting for you. A soldier came to deliver the message. All right, pass down the order to speed up the march and reach the camp within half an hour. 15 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the gate of a camp. At this moment, Su Chu was waiting for him at the door with Luan. Your subordinate greets your Highness. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, the two immediately bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Luan, arrange for the convoy's personnel to rest. Set up those 2,000 soldiers at the back together separately, and have our brothers keep a close eye on them. Yi Yun then whispered to Luan. Yes, your Highness. Zhongkong, come and tell me how well the royal guards are training now. As Yi Yun spoke, he walked toward the military tent in the camp. Reporting to your Highness, after our training, and with the abundant cultivation resources provided by your Highness, the lowest cultivation level among their soldiers is at the martial master level, and those with better aptitude are not lacking in martial spirit or martial king realms. The soldiers have basically mastered the ancient battle formations that your Highness taught me last time, but currently they can only form battle formations of 100 men to fight the enemy. A battle formation of 1,000 men is still a bit of a stretch. Su Chu gave a detailed explanation. Okay, not bad. You've worked hard. Yi Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after hearing this. As they talked, the two arrived at the camp tent. Your Highness, please rest for a while. Soldiers will bring the food in a little while. I'll go check on how Lu's arrangements are going. You don't need to worry about me. Go ahead. Send someone to keep an eye on those 2,000 soldiers. Yes, Your Highness. Your subordinate takes his leave. Chapter 45 Pretending to be a Bandit. 2 days later, Yi Yun and his group had been out of Jinbei City for 3 days, or more accurately, 2 days. In these 2 short days, Yi Yun and his group encountered the ruins of a village that had been ravaged and slaughtered by the Orc Empire and was now deserted. They also encountered some refugees who had fled from near the border, people who were emaciated and starving. The people they encountered along the way, seeing his luxurious motorcade and large number of soldiers, would run far away to avoid it, fearing that they or their children might offend the important figures and soldiers in the motorcade and bring about their own death. Seeing the starving refugees, Yi Yun ordered his soldiers to distribute some of their rations to the displaced people they encountered along the way. However, the food that Yi Yun and his group carried was far from enough to help the refugees they encountered along the way. Yi Yun was powerless to do anything about it, and he remained sullen throughout the journey. He could only silently resolve to take control of the Northern Territory as soon as possible so that he could bring a better life to the people of the Northern Territory. When Yi Yun first arrived in the northern border, he had heard about its poverty and later learned from various sources that the lives of the border people were even more miserable. But he never imagined that the lives of the people in the northern border would be this bad. I can't believe I was in Jinbei City a while ago, indulging in feasting and drinking. I deserve to die. Yue, go to the carriage in the back and call Jiasu over here. I need to speak with him. Yi Yun spoke softly to Sun Yue, who was sitting to the side peeling fruit. Yes, Your Highness. I'll go right away. Sun Yue smiled and answered, then called out to the coachman. Brother coachman, please stop the carriage for a moment. His Highness has asked me to go and fetch Mr. Jia. Whoa. Upon hearing Sun Yue's voice from inside the carriage, the coachman quickly pulled the horse to a stop. When Sun Yue saw the carriage stop, she immediately lifted the curtain, jumped off, and quickly walked towards the carriage where Jiasu was. Mr. Jia, the prince sent me to see you. He needs you to come to the prince's carriage. Sun Yue approached Jiasu's carriage and spoke into the carriage. The prince is looking for me? Let's go. Don't keep the prince waiting. Jiasu lifted the carriage curtain, glanced at Sun Yue, then jumped off the carriage, said something to Sun Yue, and walked quickly towards Yi Yun's carriage. A moment later, the two then arrived at Yi Yun's carriage. Your Highness, what can I do for you? Jiasu respectfully asked the carriage. Oh, Wenhe is here. Don't stay outside. Come up and talk to me. Yi Yun's deep voice came from inside the carriage. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Jiasu no longer hesitated, immediately boarded the carriage, lifted the curtain, and entered. Your Highness, please sit wherever you like, Wenhe. I think we should be almost at the ambush site we planned. Yi Yun asked Jiasu with a question. That's right, Your Highness. If the group continues at the current pace, we expect to arrive there around 10 p.m. Jiasu answered Yi Yun affirmatively. I wonder how Zhou preparations are going. I hope he doesn't mess things up. But Zhou was a member of the Yellow Turban Army in his previous life, so he shouldn't be exposed while playing a bandit. Yi Yun muttered to himself. Your Highness, there's no need to worry too much. We received word from the embroidered uniform guard that they explained your plan in detail to General Zhou several days ago, and General Zhou has already begun preparations. He and his men should already be at the ambush site waiting for us. I'm confident that this plan will be executed perfectly as we envision. Hearing Yi Yun's mutterings, Jiasu couldn't help but speak. Yes, this plan absolutely cannot have any mistakes, otherwise we'll have to find another opportunity. Time waits for no one. Go and finalize the arrangements as soon as possible, just in case there are any oversights. Yi Yun spoke softly to Jiasu. Yes, Your Highness. I will go down again and cooperate with General Su Chu to conduct another secret inspection. After Jiasu finished speaking, he got off the carriage and walked towards Su Chu at the front of the procession. At the same time, on a cliff, The tranquility of the woods atop the cliffs was gone. At this moment, all that could be seen on the cliff were a group of soldiers dressed in armor and holding sharp blades, hiding among the trees. If you look closely, you'll find that there's a huge, dark mass everywhere. This group of people were none other than Zhou Tsang, who was left behind at Filong village, and the remaining 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers. A few days ago, Zhou Tsang received a secret report from the embroidered uniform guard, which detailed the specific process of the plan. Zhou Tsang was well aware of the importance of this plan, so he made preparations early on. 2 days ago, he led the Xuanjia army to this place to familiarize themselves with the terrain and make corresponding arrangements. At this moment, Zhou Tsang was sitting on a huge rock with his eyes closed, resting. "General, we have made arrangements for our brothers in accordance with your orders." At this moment, several centurions came to Zhou Tsang's side and whispered something. "Very good. Remember to tell the brothers who went out to scout to pay close attention to the prince's convoy's route and report back every 15 minutes. As soon as they reach the place I told you about before, have the brothers take action immediately. Tell the brothers that our main target this time is the 2,000 soldiers sent by Feng Bai, the city lord of Jinbei City. We must annihilate them completely. Don't underestimate them. Once on the battlefield, give it your all. Don't let your arrogance get you killed. Also, don't worry about the Imperial Guards and the 10,000 soldiers in red armor in the prince's army. They are the prince's men. They will also help us fight the enemy." Seeing this, Zhou Tsang carefully instructed the several centurions. "Yes, General. The brothers will complete the mission." Several centurions gave their assurances in unison, and then turned to leave. At this moment, Zhou Tsang hurriedly called for a few people to stop. Then, with a ferocious expression on his face, he said in a deep voice, "Remember this. We are the protagonists of this operation. Pass a few words down to the brothers below. Our operation is crucial to whether the prince can truly control Jinbei City, and even the Northern Territory. Warn the brothers not to make any mistakes in this matter. If anyone makes a mistake, no matter the reason, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. I will make them taste what true cruelty is." "Yes, General. We guarantee that our brothers will not make any mistakes. If anyone does, you won't need to lift a finger. We'll personally send him on his way." Seeing Zhou Tsang's ferocious expression and his menacing words, the officers quickly assured him. Chapter 46 Battle in the Valley Part 1. It was afternoon. Yi Yun's large convoy arrived at a dangerous place. Su Chu immediately ordered the convoy to stop. The road was narrow and the terrain was treacherous. The mountains on both sides of the road were extremely high and covered with lush trees, making it an excellent place to ambush the enemy. Yi Yun, who was sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed, felt the carriage stop and opened his eyes to speak to Sun Yue. "Yue, go ask Su Chu's caravan why they stopped. If there's nothing else, let's hurry on our way." "Yes, Your Highness." After saying this, he immediately got off the carriage and walked quickly towards Su Chu at the front of the procession. A moment later, Sun Yue returned and respectfully said, "I have attained enlightenment." "Your Highness, I just asked General Su. He said that the terrain ahead is treacherous and there may be an enemy ambush. Therefore, we will stay here for a while and wait for the scouts sent out by General Su Chu to return. If there are no problems, we can set off." Yi Yun thought to himself, "It seems we've reached the pre-planned ambush location. Su Chu is probably using this opportunity to send someone to inform Zhou Tsang's side, to see if they are prepared." At this moment, the soldiers that Su Chu had sent out to scout quickly arrived at the woods and the cliff and carefully searched for something. Suddenly, the soldiers seemed to have discovered something, and then shouted loudly in panic into the silent woods. "Brothers in the forest, please don't misunderstand. I am Su Yun, a personal guard of General Su Chu under the prince. I have important business to discuss with General Zhou. I hope you brothers in the forest will inform him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of swish-swish sounds came from the woods not far in front of the soldier. There, 100 or so Xuanjia soldiers, dressed in black armor and holding crossbows, were pointing their arrows at him. Seeing this, the soldier thought to himself, "That was close. We almost became a hornet's nest." One of the Xuanjia soldiers said to him, "Su Yundao, do you have any proof? This is my family's general's token. You can see for yourself." After Su Yun finished speaking, He took out a token from his pocket and threw it to the Xuanjia soldier. The Xuanjia army soldier took it and checked it. Finding no problems, he said to Su Yun, "Brother Su, please forgive my rudeness earlier. We are being so careful because this operation is of great importance and we cannot afford to make any mistakes." I understand. Time is short. Please take me to see General Zhou as soon as possible." Seeing that the other party kept apologizing to her, Su Yun didn't say much, but urged him to take her to meet the person quickly. Soon the two arrived at the place where Zhou Tsang was. He was seen talking with several commanders, indicating that he already knew the prince's entourage had arrived. "Greetings, General. The prince has sent someone." The Xuanjia soldiers bowed respectfully to Zhou Tsang and said, "Greetings, General Zhou. My general dispatched me here mainly to inform you of the location of the prince's carriage, as well as the location and situation of the 2,000 soldiers sent by Jinbei City. I'd also like to casually inquire about the progress of preparations on your side. The 2,000 soldiers in Jinbei City are all elite troops, including many with high cultivation levels. That's the basic information about those 2,000 soldiers. I hope General Zhou will treat this matter with caution and try to minimize the casualties among our own brothers. Go back and tell the prince and your general to rest assured that everything is ready. As for those 2,000 soldiers, we will do our best to wipe them out. We will need your cooperation at that time." After listening to Su Yun's introduction, Zhou Tsang put away his contempt and solemnly replied to Su Yun, "General Zhou, then I shall take my leave now." Seeing this, Su Yun immediately spoke to Zhou Tsang, and then quickly traversed through the woods along the same path. Soon, Su Yun returned to the ranks, and the other soldiers who had been sent out to make a show of things also returned one after another. "Greetings, General. We have not noticed anything unusual ahead." Su Yun bowed respectfully to Su Chu, then secretly winked at him. Seeing this, Su Chu nodded to himself. "Yes, pass on the order to continue advancing." Then he called Su Yun to his side and whispered something to her. "Go and tell the brothers in secret that we're about to move out. Tell them to keep their spirits up and not let me down, or they'll be in for a world of trouble." After hearing this, Su Yun left and kept making various excuses to wander around the group. The commander of the 2,000 soldiers in Jinbei City looked at Su Yun, who was wandering around aimlessly, without thinking much about it. His face was full of disdain. How much of a role could such a disciplined army play? "Lord City Lord, you are overthinking things." Soon the massive procession began to move rapidly, and the very front of the procession soon entered the narrow valley. Just as the group reached halfway through Xiaogu, boom boom. Suddenly, several loud explosions came from ahead. In an instant, dust billowed up. The already narrow road ahead was now blocked by several huge rocks. Although this obstacle is completely useless for martial artists of the Martial King level and above. Seeing this, Su Chu smiled to himself. The plan had begun. He then pretended to be panicked and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All personnel on high alert." The 2,000 soldiers from Jinbei City at the end of the column heard the voices coming from the front and gave orders to their soldiers. "All personnel on alert, prepare for battle." Although the team was initially in a state of panic, under the orders of their respective leaders, they quickly organized themselves into a defensive posture, each holding a sharp weapon and warily surveying their surroundings. At this moment, 5 people appeared at the rear of the column, quickly moving to within 100 meters of them. These 5 were none other than Zhou Tsang, who had been lying in ambush, and several commanders of the Xuanjiao army. "This mountain is mine. These trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. Robbery. If you want to live, hand over your valuables now, or else haha." Zhou Tsang then spoke. At this moment, Su Chu also rode his horse quickly to the rear, looked at the situation in front of him, and stood aside to observe. Upon hearing Zhou Tsang's words, the commander of the Jinbei City Guard immediately shouted a rebuke. "You think you can rob us with just a few people? Are you tired of living? Don't you even know how few people you have? Are you still dreaming? Oh, more people? Look at those people up there, they're enough to rob." Zhou Tsang waved to the cliffs on both sides of the road, then spoke to the city guard commander. As soon as Zhou Tsang waved his hand, the cliffs on both sides were filled with a dense crowd of people. Upon seeing this, the city guard commander not only did not restrain himself, but reprimanded him even more sternly. Which bandit camp are you from? Didn't your chieftain tell you? You even dare to rob the convoy of the Prince of Jinbei. Are you tired of living? Zhou Tsang completely disregarded the city guard commander's roar, his face full of disdain. He mocked the city guard commander. The Prince of Jinbei? So what if he's the Prince of Jinbei? Even if the Heavenly King himself came, my flying dragon village would still rob us today. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want wealth or your lives? If you don't hand over the goods, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 47 Battle of the Valley Part 2. Upon hearing Zhou Tsang mention the mountain stronghold, the city guard commander immediately spoke up. Flying Dragon Stronghold? You're courting death. Didn't your leader, Zhong Hongjun, warn you? Don't you even know whose caravan this is before you dare to rob us? I bet you came here on your own. Your leader probably doesn't know that. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you remain obstinate, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, you're welcome. I'd like to see just how unreserved you are. As for Zhong Hongjun, if you want to see him, I can give you a ride. Remember to say hello to him for me when you get to the underworld. Zhou Tsang said impatiently. What? You killed Zhong Hongjun? The city guard commander looked shocked upon hearing Zhou Tsang's words. I've talked to you for so long. It seems you have no intention of handing over. All you've said is nonsense. Tell the brothers to make a move. Who cares about the king of Jinbei or the king of Jinshi? Since you won't listen to my sweet talk, then I won't be polite. None of you will leave here today. Seeing that he had been rambling on for so long, Zhou Tsang turned to the person next to him with a cold expression. Upon hearing Zhou Tsang's order, the soldiers of the Xuanjia army hurled stones and logs from the mountainside at the city guards on the ground, while archers drew their bows and arrows, mercilessly reaping the lives of the soldiers. The city guard commander was surprised that Zhou Tsang would resort to violence without warning, and he had no choice but to give orders to his soldiers. All soldiers, listen to my command. Form a defensive formation, close the perimeter, and gradually move closer to the prince's carriage to protect him. Upon hearing their commander's order, the city guards quickly organized themselves into a defensive formation, continuously narrowing the battle zone and slowly approaching Yi Yun's convoy. General, be careful. A soldier leaped and tackled the city guard commander to the ground. Several arrows struck the soldier, killing him instantly. The city guard commander, regaining his senses, was filled with lingering fear. If his personal guards hadn't risked their lives to shield him from those arrows, he would probably be dead today. But seeing the way his personal guards died tragically while trying to save him, his face was filled with rage. He then stood up and looked at the soldiers on the cliff, his face full of resentment. He then leaped into the air, wielding a large sword, channeling his inner energy, and fiercely slashed at the soldiers on the cliff. One hammer blow decides the fate. At that moment, Su Chu leaped into the air, wielding his warhammer and using his martial arts skills to intercept the powerful sword energy of the city guard commander. General Su, why are you doing this? Upon seeing this, the city guard commander looked at Su Chu with an angry expression and asked. At this moment, in the valley, boulders and logs continued to hurl at the city guards, causing them heavy losses. Some were only slightly injured, while others were hit and killed on the spot. The already narrow passageway in the valley was now completely blocked by boulders and logs being thrown down, creating a chaotic scene. After Su Chu blocked the city guard commander's full force attack, he ignored the commander's questioning and instead turned to give a serious order to the prince's palace guards. Tiger guards, heed my command. I'm waiting. Immediately cooperate with the brothers of the Xuanjia army to annihilate the city guards as soon as possible, leaving no one alive. Yes, General. Upon receiving orders from their general, the Tiger Guards brandished their sharp blades and charged towards the remaining city guards. Upon seeing this, the Xuanjia army soldiers also rushed down the mountain and attacked the city guards in the valley. Kill. In an instant, shouts of killing echoed throughout the entire valley. Soon, the Xuanjia army and Tiger Guards clashed with the remaining city guards. Only the city guard commander and about 10 of his personal guards remained. The Xuanjia army and the Tiger Guards surrounded them in layers. Suddenly, the soldiers parted to make way for Su Chu and Zhou Tsang, who slowly walked up to the group. Upon seeing this, the city guard commander seemed to understand something. and then raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The world has underestimated the Prince of Jinbei, Lord City Lord. We have all seriously underestimated the Prince of Jinbei. Knowing he could not escape death that day, the city guard commander immediately drew his sword and committed suicide. The few remaining guards, seeing that their general had committed suicide, exchanged glances and said in unison, "General, wait for me. I swear to follow you to the death." They then drew their swords and committed suicide. Seeing this, Shotsang sighed. They are all heroes. Men, give them all a proper burial. The rest of you, quickly clean up the battlefield and give our fallen brothers a proper burial. Su Chu spoke up calmly from the side. Yes, General. At this moment, Yi Yun, inside the carriage, listened to the gradually fading sounds of battle and smiled. He thought to himself, Su Chu and Shotsang must have been dealt with by now. Soon, Su Chu and Shotsang arrived in front of Yi Yun's carriage and respectfully bowed. Your Highness, the 2,000 city guards were completely wiped out by the combined forces of the Xuanzhao army and the Tiger Guards. Not a single one escaped. The city guard commander committed suicide, and his dozen or so personal guards followed him in death. All right, we're just on different sides. Let's bury him later. Yi Yun sighed for a moment, then gave the instructions. Go and call Mr. Zhao over. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Jiasu approached the carriage and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Greetings, Your Highness. Wenhe, let's not worry about these formalities now. Wenhe, our plan is already halfway successful. What's the safest course of action now? Yi Yun asked doubtfully. Your Highness, none of the 2,000 city guards survived this mission, so the news won't reach Jinbei City for the time being. However, we still need to take action as soon as possible, or things might change. Have the embroidered uniform guard notify Qin Xiong's army outside the city and the trap battalion hidden inside the prince's mansion to prepare. Also, have the embroidered uniform guard notify the embroidered uniform guard who successfully infiltrated the city guards and is responsible for guarding the south gate to prepare. Once the attack begins, we must quickly take down the Feng family and the Wang family of the city lord's mansion and find evidence of treason. Only in this way can we rightfully take control of Jinbei City. All right, then I'll trouble Wenhe to make the arrangements. I'll have the embroidered uniform guard fully cooperate with you. We will lead our troops to meet Qin Xiong later, and we will take action tomorrow once we are ready. Chapter 48 Planning to Open the City Gates. Yi Yun and his group traveled through the night, and to prevent their whereabouts from being discovered, they dared not rest at all along the way. Finally, in the early hours of the next day, they arrived at the place where Qin Xiong and the others were stationed. Upon arriving here, one sees high mountains and dense forests all around, making it an excellent hiding place. Qin Xiong and the others had received a secret report from the embroidered uniform guard well in advance. After arranging the soldiers, they waited in the tent for Your Highness's arrival. Upon hearing the news from the guards outside the camp that the prince had arrived at the camp gate, they hurriedly rushed to greet him. Your subordinate pays respects to Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. Qin Xiong looked at Yi Yun and the others who had slowly entered the camp with the soldiers, and quickly stepped forward to respectfully bow. Shu Bao, please get up quickly. What wrong have you done? How could I blame you? Seeing this, Yi Yun quickly stepped forward to help Qin Xiong up and said with a smile, Your Highness, as soon as I received the secret report from the embroidered uniform guard, I immediately arranged for the soldiers to make preparations and sent out men to check the surrounding situation and take necessary precautions. I've also arranged for the soldiers to prepare a meal. You and your brothers have traveled for so long, so go to the tents and have some food before you get a good rest. Seeing the exhausted looks on Yi Yun and the others, Qin Xiong quickly and concisely explained the important matters. All right, then I'll leave the arrangements for the Xuanzhao army and Tiger Guard brothers to you. Yi Yun glanced at everyone, then spoke to Qin Xiong. Your Highness, this way please. Qin Xiong addressed Yi Yun, Jiasu, and their group. He then gave instructions to Qin Yi, one of his personal guards. Qin Yi, take a few men and make sure the Xuanzhao army and Tiger Guard brothers are settled in, and also prepare their meals. Make sure the brothers are well fed. Yes, General. Qin Yi's firm words came through. Then Qin Xiong quickly followed Yi Yun and the others to lead the way. Qin Yi then turned and strode quickly toward the soldiers of the Xuanjiao army and the Tiger Guard. Brothers of the Xuanjiao army and Tiger Guard, come with me. We have prepared a place for you to rest, and there is plenty of delicious food to eat. Hurrah! Cheers erupted from the Xuanjiao army and Tiger Guard camps. Finally, they could rest and have a good meal. Night. South Gate of Jinbei City. The city walls were guarded by elite soldiers, and small squads of soldiers patrolled the walls and the city gates every so often, demonstrating the strict defense of Jinbei City. In a dense forest outside the city, Yi Yun and the others were quietly waiting. Your Highness, news has come from the Imperial Guards in the city that they will make their move at midnight tonight and open the city gates. Mao Xiang rushed to Yi Yun's side and said respectfully, All right, go tell the brothers that once we take Jinbei City, I'll give you the top credit as members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Thank you, Your Highness. I will take my leave now. Qin Xiong, Su Chu, it's only an hour until midnight. Immediately give the order to the brothers to get ready. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard opens the city gates, we must take control of the city walls as quickly as possible, and then take over the city lord's mansion and the Wang family as soon as possible. Yi Yun then gave instructions to Qin Xiong and Su Chu. Yes, Your Highness. The two responded firmly in unison, then turned and left. Hey brothers, you've worked hard. Seeing that you're on night watch, I specially ordered some good wine and food from Chunfeng restaurant in the city and brought it over for you to have a good time tonight. Just then, a young man dressed in the armor of a city guard captain was seen walking casually towards the city gate, carrying a bunch of things in his hands, and speaking loudly to the guards at the city gate. Captain, how could you do this? We feel so bad that you have to spend money on us. We can't accept this. One of the gatekeepers said to the young man with a grin on his face. You little brat, you're still feeling embarrassed? Can't you see I'm carrying all this stuff? Hurry up and come help me carry it, or you won't get any later. The young man looked at the city guard who had spoken and couldn't help but laugh and curse. They're here, brothers. Come on over. The captain brought some great wine and food from Chunfenglu. If you're late, it'll be all gone. Upon hearing the young man's words, the city guard responded loudly and ran quickly towards him. The soldier, meanwhile, turned and shouted back to the soldiers behind him. This kid. Why? Seeing the soldier's appearance, the young man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He thought to himself, if only you weren't a member of the city guard, but unfortunately we belong to different factions. For the sake of the prince's ambition, I can only apologize. This young man was none other than the Jinui Imperial Guard that Mao Xiang had mentioned earlier, who had successfully infiltrated the city guards and been appreciated. Captain, let's go. The soldier's shouts pulled the young man back to reality. Okay, let's go. Brothers, come quick. The captain brought a lot of good food. We're in for a treat tonight. The soldier took some of the wine and food from the young man, then turned and ran towards the city gate. The soldiers at the city gate also gathered around. You guys eat first. I'll go and bring some to the brothers on the city wall. Seeing that the soldiers were all gathered around the soldier from before, the young man smiled and spoke to them, not forgetting to wave the remaining food in his hand. Thank you, Captain. Upon seeing this, the young man strode towards the city gate tower. Halt! Who are you? What are you doing here? The young man had just stepped onto the city wall when a soldier shouted at him to stop. Brother, where is your captain? I'm Zhang Zhong, the captain of the 8th Squad of the 1st Battalion. I just delivered some food and drinks to the brothers stationed below the city gate. I was thinking that you guys are working hard, so I thought I'd bring some up here so that you brothers can have a good time and pass the time. Zhang Zhong began to explain. Oh, it's Captain Zhang. Weren't you patrolling downstairs? What made you decide to come up to the city wall? At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing captain's armor walked over from behind the soldier and asked, Captain Zhang is here to bring us some food. Upon hearing his captain's question, the soldier turned around and respectfully explained. Oh, thank you so much, Captain Zhang. You even thought of us brothers. Next time you have time, I'll treat you to a good meal. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll head down now. You guys eat it while it's hot. Thank you. Take care. Zhang Chong arrived at the city gate tower and saw the soldiers eating and drinking enthusiastically. Upon seeing Zhang Zhong's arrival, they all greeted him respectfully. Captain, come quick. The food at Chunfenglu is so delicious, you should have some too. Seeing this, Zhang Chong spoke up. You guys eat. I already ate before I came. Take your time, I'll go check on things for you. Thank you, Captain. Seeing this, Zhang Chong pretended to look around, then came to a corner of the city wall, flashed into a dilapidated house, and respectfully said, Your subordinate greets Commander Qing Long. The food laced with the drug has been delivered. People downstairs are almost all eating and drinking, but I'm not sure about upstairs. I feel that Captain Feng upstairs is very wary of me. It's all right, you've done very well. Go back and wait. The prince's army is already assembled outside the city and ready to go. We'll start our operation at midnight tonight. All you need to do then is cooperate with the brothers to open the city gates. Yes, Commander. After finishing his sentence, Zhang Chong left and returned to the place he had been patrolling. He pretended to be nonchalant and slowly walked towards the city gate. 3/4 of an hour later, when Zhang Chong arrived at the city gate again, he found that the once bustling city gate was now completely quiet, and midnight was fast approaching. Zhang Zhong didn't have time to think much. He immediately gestured to the Imperial Guards who had been secretly watching the situation, and instantly 100 or so Imperial Guards came to his side. Upon seeing this, Zhang Zhong immediately spoke up. Quickly, you few go and open the city gates to welcome the prince into the city. The rest of you, stay with me and keep watch. Several Imperial Guards immediately turned and ran towards the city gate. Yes. Who are you? What do you want? At this moment, a soldier upstairs appeared at the corner of the city wall stairs and shouted loudly when he saw Zhang Zhong and the others. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong thought to himself, this is bad. He then threw the knife in his hand at the soldier. Although they successfully killed it, its shouts attracted the attention of the city guards upstairs. Chapter 49 The City Falls. Those who rushed over from the city wall changed their expressions upon seeing this and shouted loudly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Puff puff! Puff puff! Seeing this, the Imperial Guards picked up the bows and arrows nearby, and a large number of arrows were shot at the soldiers on the city wall, accompanied by screams of agony. Captain! Captain! Something bad has happened. There are enemies at the city gate. One of the soldiers ran toward the direction of the captain, shouting loudly. What? Quickly organize men to block them. We absolutely cannot let them open the city gates. I will go and inform the city lord immediately. The captain gave the order anxiously, then turned and ran towards the city lord's mansion. In the dense forest outside the city, hearing the shouts of battle coming from inside the city, Yi Yun and the others knew that the embroidered uniform guard had been discovered. Your Highness, let's go now. Otherwise, if our brothers in the embroidered uniform guard fail, the consequences will be unpredictable. Su Chu, standing to the side, spoke up anxiously. The city gates are not open yet. Jinbei City has many defensive weapons, and its walls are extremely strong. Even if we eventually capture it, we will suffer heavy casualties. I can't gamble with the lives of my brothers. Now we can only trust our brothers in the embroidered uniform guard. Pass down the order. As soon as the city gates open, the army will move out immediately. Yi Yun said helplessly. Yes, Your Highness. Then the entire forest fell silent, and everyone waited anxiously. Sudden. Your Highness, look, the city gates are open. Seeing the city gates slowly opening, Qin Xiong immediately spoke to Yi Yun. Good job, brothers of the embroidered uniform guard. Qin Xiong, Su Chu, proceed according to plan. Seeing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but speak loudly. Yes, Your Highness. After responding, the two men turned to the soldiers behind them and spoke. Soldiers, the time has come to make our mark. Proceed according to plan. Kill them. After saying this, the two immediately took out their weapons, mounted their horses, and led the charge towards the city gate. Seeing this, the soldiers followed closely behind. Soon, the soldiers stormed to the city gate, only to find that the original 100 or so Imperial Guards had dwindled to less than 10 men, all wounded, struggling to hold off the ever-increasing tide of city guards. Upon seeing this, Su Chu and Qin Xiong shouted orders to the soldiers behind them. Kill them. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong and the other Imperial Guards finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, all of them exhausted. Su Yun, You lead a squad of tiger guards to protect these brothers here. Upon seeing this, Su Chu immediately gave instructions to his personal guard, Su Yun. Yes, General. My lord, something terrible has happened. The enemy is attacking the city gate. The captain who had just left was seen rushing towards the main hall of the city lord's mansion, shouting as he ran. Feng Bai, who was cultivating in his room, was also awakened by the commotion. He then flashed away, quickly heading towards the hall. What's going on? Why are you making such a racket so late at night? Feng Bai arrived in the hall and, upon seeing the soldiers, immediately asked them a question. My lord, someone is trying to open the city gate, but our brothers have discovered them and are currently stopping them. I have come to inform you of this. The soldier said anxiously. What? Let's go see who's got the nerve. As soon as the two stepped out of the hall, they heard an extremely domineering voice. The wind is not easy to blow. Hurry up and come out to die. The sky above the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Su Chu stood in midair and let out an extremely domineering shout. Kill kill. Aha. Qin Xiong's words were clearly heard by the Feng family members in the city lord's mansion, but at this moment, the Feng family members in the city lord's mansion had already engaged in battle with the Xuanjiao army and other soldiers. Although the Feng family members were generally slightly more skilled than the soldiers, these soldiers had all been trained by Qin Xiong, Gao Shun, and others. Moreover, the Xuanjiao army soldiers had experienced countless large-scale bandit suppression campaigns and had seen bloodshed. Screams echoed continuously from within the city lord's mansion. In a short time, the soldiers broke through the outer defenses of the city lord's mansion. Feng Bai, who had just stepped out of the hall, also heard the screams coming from outside the city lord's mansion. His face was full of solemnity, and he then leaped into the air and stood there as well. Feng Bai asked Su Chu in a deep voice. Hero, I wonder where my Feng family has offended you, that you would go to such lengths to attack my family. Ha ha ha, isn't this world just a law of the jungle? I just don't like you and want to attack you. How about that? Besides, you're a despicable scoundrel who colludes with foreign enemies. So isn't it only right to beat you up? Upon hearing Feng Bai's question, Qin Xiong replied with a mocking expression. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's words, Feng Bai fell silent instantly, thinking to himself, how did he know about my cooperation with the Orc Empire? Where exactly did things go wrong? Unable to understand, Feng Bai stopped thinking about it and spoke to Qin Xiong. In that case, I'll take a look at your impressive skills. Chapter 50 Annihilation of Two Major Families. Ha ha ha. You, a mere martial emperor, think you can test my skills? Very well, I will make one move. If you can survive one of my moves, I will spare your life. Upon hearing Feng Bai's words, Qin Xiong looked at Feng Bai with disdain and couldn't help but mock him. Feng Bai stared at the terrifying middle-aged man before him, clad in armor and exuding an ever-growing aura. He had no idea when his Feng family had offended this group of people. Gurgle gurgle. Seeing Qin Xiong's increasingly powerful aura, Feng Bai couldn't help but swallow hard and said to Qin Xiong again in a fearful manner. Hero, I do not know where my Feng family has offended you. If you are willing to leave now, my Feng family is willing to offer a large amount of cultivation resources. What do you think? Feng Bai understood this very clearly. As long as a person is alive, other things are gone and can be found again, but if you lose your life, then you truly have nothing left. What good are countless cultivation resources and techniques then? You've been talking too much. Since you have time to waste, you must be ready. So I won't hold back and will prepare to take your hits. Qin Xiong looked at Feng Bai, who was spouting nonsense, and couldn't help but speak loudly. After Qin Xiong finished speaking, he raised the golden mace in his hand, circulated his internal energy, and casually swung it out. In an instant, a powerful force shot straight toward Feng Bai, who saw a powerful attack coming toward him. He also used his best skills to defend himself, but the two were not on the same level at all. Qin Xiong's attack instantly broke through Feng Bai's defense and struck him. Puff, 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 puff. He coughed up blood, flew backward, and crashed onto the stone steps in front of the hall. He died instantly. Who dares to cause trouble in my Feng family? Two elderly men and several elders from the Feng family were seen rushing towards them at high speed, shouting loudly as they spoke. Snort. Qin Xiong merely snorted coldly upon seeing the newcomer and said nothing more. Upon seeing their ancestor and elders arrive, the Feng family disciple immediately knelt down and wept. Ancestors, elders, you must avenge the patriarch and his disciples. The patriarch and many other family members have been killed by him and his men. What? Not easy to die. One of the old men turned around and rushed towards Qin Xiong in the air, coldly asking him a question. So it was you who killed my son, my ancestor? Indeed, it is I. Qin Xiong responded loudly. Fine, since that's the case, then go down and pay for my son's life. After the old man finished speaking, he took out his weapon and charged at Qin Xiong. The old man and several other elders, seeing this, also drew their weapons and charged at Qin Xiong. Wind and Cloud Sword Technique. Radiant Palm. Dragon Frost Soul Blade. Dream Chasing Reincarnation Gun. Haha, well done. But you few are no match for me. Qin Xiong laughed loudly when he saw the group of men charging towards him. The Demonic Dream Reincarnation Mace. The Feng family members felt a huge surge of true energy rushing towards them. The two martial grandmasters and several martial emperors were nothing but weaklings in front of this person, as easy as an adult beating a child. In an instant, the Feng family members felt that the opponent's true energy had already invaded their bodies and begun to wreak havoc without their knowledge. Suddenly, everyone felt a sweet taste in their throats and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Qin Xiong increased his output of true energy instantly. Boom! A huge explosion came from the sky. The Feng family members flew backward rapidly, finally crashing into the courtyard, where they lay motionless on the ground like dead fish. Upon seeing the tragic state of their ancestor and elders, the members of the Feng family hurried towards the spot where they had fallen to check on them. Even the combined might of the clan's patriarch and elders couldn't withstand a single blow from the man standing in the air. What chance do we have of winning? All the Feng family members couldn't help but feel dejected. My lord, I surrender. Please spare my life. Among the Feng family members, one timid man, upon seeing this, quickly threw his weapon aside and began kowtowing repeatedly, begging Qin Xiong. With someone taking the lead, the others, naturally unwilling to die, threw down their weapons and knelt down, begging for mercy. I surrender, please don't kill me. I surrender. Soon, only a portion of the direct descendants of the Feng family remained around the Feng family patriarch and others, showing no intention of surrendering. The Feng family patriarch, seeing his disciples kneeling and begging for mercy, was enraged and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he still managed to stand up with the help of the few remaining direct descendants beside him. Qin Xiong also arrived in the courtyard at this time, and walked slowly towards the Feng family patriarch and elders with a blank expression. Tap, tap, tap. Seeing this, everyone knew they were doomed to die, so they slowly closed their eyes and awaited their demise. Seeing this, Qin Xiong also swung his golden mace with all his might, and the Feng family patriarch and several elders perished. The direct descendants of the Feng family who were supporting him also could not escape. Upon seeing this, all the remaining members of the Feng family changed their expressions drastically, and the Feng family disciples who had already knelt down and begged for mercy intensified their pleas. Slay all members of the Feng family, leave no one alive. Qin Xiong didn't consider himself a good person either, but these disciples of the Feng family, who had been raised from childhood, didn't even have the courage to fight to the death for their family. He would never accept them into his army. This group of people was different from the bandits who had surrendered and been incorporated into his ranks before. The bandits he had recruited back then were just poor people who had no choice but to join the mountain stronghold in order to make a living. Qin Xiong's resolute words rang out. The Feng family members stared at Qin Xiong in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's order, the Xuanjiao army soldiers immediately brandished their sharp blades and charged towards the Feng family members. Kill. A moment later, a large number of members of the Feng family were killed inside the city lord's mansion. Some members of the Feng family, knowing they were doomed, fought back desperately, but the battle in the city lord's mansion lasted only a quarter of an hour. Qin Xiong watched the Xuanjiao army fight and was very satisfied with their combat strength and fighting methods. 15 minutes later, the city lord's mansion was littered with corpses, including members of the Feng family and members of the Xuanjiao army. Seeing this, Qin Xiong spoke to the Xuanjia soldiers beside him, passed down the order to have the brothers collect the bodies of the Feng family members and burn them. As for our own brothers, we should properly collect their bodies and give them a proper burial after this battle. Yes, General. Tap 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 tap. Greetings, General. My brothers have discovered many treasures in a secret chamber. Please come and take a look. A Xuanjia soldier rushed towards Qin Xiong and said respectfully, "Walk." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong immediately perked up. Upon entering the secret chamber, one sees piles of gold and silver jewels, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources, elixirs, weapons, cultivation techniques, and martial arts skills. Qin Xiong then gave instructions to the soldiers. Send more brothers to guard this place well, and take stock of the spoils inside. We await the prince's decision. Yes, General. At the same time, the Wang family mansion was also in a state of chaos, with a large number of imperial guards slaughtering members of the Wang family. By this time, Mao Xiang had already wiped out almost all of the martial emperor and martial sect masters of the Wang family. Only the head of the Wang family and the Wang family patriarch remained, barely clinging to life. Who exactly are you? Why are you here to destroy my Wang family? Aren't you afraid the city lord's mansion will come after you? Seeing more and more of his clansmen dying tragically, Wang Wei couldn't help but ask loudly again. You shouldn't have colluded with the Orc Empire, and you shouldn't have provoked the wrong people. Mao Xiang said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei broke out in a cold sweat. How could this man in black know that he had secretly allied with the Orc Empire? You've said enough. Go to hell and think about it some more. After Mao Xiang finished speaking, he immediately swung his long sword at Wang Wei and the other man, and their heads fell to the ground instantly. Give the order to end the battle quickly and withdraw immediately. Yes, Commander. An hour later, the battle at the prince's mansion had ended, and Mao Xiang glanced at it. Then he spoke to the Imperial Guards. Withdraw. The Imperial Guards, who had been fiercely killing just moments before, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 51 Letters and Account Books. Inside the Wang family mansion, when Su Chu led the Tiger Guards to the scene, they found that all the members of the Wang family had already fallen into pools of blood. For Tiger Guards, who had only experienced 1 or 2 battles, the brutal scene before them shocked everyone. Looking at the scene before him, Su Chu thought to himself, these Jinyui under Mao Xiang are quite swift. Seeing the soldiers stunned by the scene before them, Su Chu loudly gave the order. Pass down the order to collect all the corpses and take them out of the city to be burned or buried. They must not be left in the city for long, lest they breed a plague. In addition, take inventory of the items and resources in the Wang family mansion, and carefully check for any secret rooms or anything like that. Yes, General. The soldiers responded in unison. They then scattered in all directions. Su Chu, accompanied by several guards, headed straight for the Wang family's main hall. A moment later, a soldier rushed in to report. General, we found a large number of standard military weapons and armor in a secret room, as well as dozens of letters between the royal family and the Orcish Empire. There are also some bribery ledgers between the royal family and some ministers in the imperial court. Oh, let me see it. Su Chu took it and saw that it was indeed true. As he flipped through the records, a look of shock appeared on Su Chu's face. He then looked up at the soldier and said, You have done a great job. I will report this to the prince separately when we get back. You will certainly receive a reward. Your subordinate thanks the general for his guidance. As the Tiger Guards continued their clearing, only ruins remained in the entire Wang family mansion. The Wang family mansion at this moment was completely unrecognizable from its former grandeur. If someone were to come here now, they would never imagine that this was once the residence of one of the 5 great families of Jinbei City. At this moment, inside the prince of Jinbei's mansion, the guards at the prince's residence were no longer the few dozen palace guards and imperial guards who had followed him from the capital. Instead, they were all replaced by the trapped camp under Gao Shan as the visible guards, while the imperial guards provided covert assistance. The strictness of the guards at the Prince of Jinbei's mansion is evident. Yi Yun returned to the prince's mansion early under the protection of the embroidered uniform guard. He was quietly reading ancient books in his study, seemingly oblivious to the battles outside. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the study, and soon Mao Xiang appeared in the study, respectfully saying, "Your Highness, the entire Wang family has been wiped out, and General Su Chu has taken over the Wang family mansion. All right, tell the brothers to wait for the rewards after the war." "Thank you, Your Highness." After Mao Xiang finished speaking, he stood quietly to the side and waited, knowing full well that others would come soon. A moment later, Gao Shun appeared in the study instantly and spoke respectfully. "Your Highness, Mr. Jia has arrived. Bring him in quickly." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately put down the ancient book in his hand and spoke urgently to Gao Shun. Soon, Jia Su, dressed in a blue robe, entered the Daoist study under the guidance of Gao Shun. "Su greets Your Highness and Commander Mao." Jia Su bowed respectfully. "Wen He is here. Tell me, how did the operation go? What were the results?" "Your Highness, General Qin has already wiped out the Feng family of the city lord's mansion. He is currently clearing out the area and dispatching soldiers to garrison Jinbei City. Because Jinbei City is far from the border, there are almost no imperial troops stationed around it. However, because the operation was discovered in advance, our soldiers also suffered heavy casualties. Among them, the Xuanjia army suffered more than 4,000 deaths and more than 2,000 serious injuries, and the Tiger Guard suffered 2,200 deaths and 900 serious injuries. The remaining troops guarding the 4 city gates are too scattered. We urgently need to transfer the 80,000 troops in Snowwind Valley to the city as a precaution." "There's no need to worry about troop strength," Yi Yun interrupted. "Mao Xiang, take this token and go 10 miles outside the city. There are 50,000 troops waiting there. After you take it, bring it into the city and hand it over to Qin Xiong." As Yi Yun spoke, he took out a black token from his pocket and tossed it to Mao Xiang. Mao Xiang took the token and saw that the front of the token had the 2 large characters "Black Rider" written on it, and the back showed a soldier wearing black armor and a cloak, masked, and holding a sharp blade. "Yes, Your Highness." After saying that, he turned and disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Yun silently invoked the system in his mind, ordering it to summon 50,000 Black Riders. "Wen He, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue." "Yes, Your Highness." General Qin and General Su Chu discovered a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as cultivation resources, including martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and elixirs, in the secret chambers of the Feng and Wang families. However, the quality of these items was not very high, with the highest being only a dozen or so grade-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Most importantly, General Su Chu also discovered dozens of letters exchanged between the Wang family, the Feng family, and the Beastman Empire, as well as an account book, which contained records of the Wang family bribing officials of all ranks in the imperial court, and some of the officials' secrets. After Jia Su finished speaking, he took out an account book and letters from his bosom and handed them directly to Yi Yun. Oh, Yi Yun was shocked. He had been worried that without concrete evidence, he would have trouble explaining to the people and the court. Now it seemed that he didn't have to worry about anything. He never expected to gain this much. He then took the account book from Jia Su and slowly opened it to examine it. In 596 AD, during the White Tiger dynasty, in order to seize control of the northern wine market, the emperor bribed the lord of Jinbei City with 10,000 taels of gold and a Xian-level martial arts manual, secretly eliminating his rival in prison. In the 597th year of the White Tiger dynasty, in Yun City. In the 597th year of the White Tiger dynasty, in the capital city, the Li family. In the 597th year of the White Tiger dynasty, the Chung family of Tianyang City. Yi Yun was increasingly surprised as he looked on. He hadn't expected the Wang family to be involved in such a wide-ranging affair. Wen He, it seems we should make good use of this ledger. Yi Yun stopped reading and closed the ledger, speaking to Jia Su. Not right now. We have to wait until things stabilize. Jia Su replied. All right, everyone's been busy all night. Let's go and get some rest. We can discuss anything else tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness, we shall take our leave. Gao Shun, send someone to tell Su Chu and Qin Xiong to make arrangements and come see me tomorrow. Yi Yan called out to Gao Shun, who was about to turn and leave. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone slowly withdrew from the study, but Yi Yan remained alone, staring at the account books and letters on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 52 Summoning. After the others left, Yi Yan thought for a moment and then stopped dwelling on it, walking alone towards his room. System, check-in. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for 1 million high-grade spirit stones and 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Yan listened to the system notification and was filled with shock. Spirit stones are not rare items in the entire Tianwu continent. Many spirit stone mines exist in various dynasties, but the output is not high. Spirit stones are classified from lowest to highest grade as follows: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. In the White Tiger dynasty, the annual amount of spirit stones mined is only about 10 million, most of which are low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. There are only a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones each year, not to mention top-grade spirit stones. It would be quite good if there were 10,000 or so each year. It's important to know that there's a conversion rate between spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit stones, one high-grade spirit stone for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and one mid-grade spirit stone for 100 low-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate may vary in the black market. Although there are clearly defined exchange rates for spirit stones on the Tianwu continent, no one would exchange top-grade spirit stones for high-grade, or even mid-grade or low-grade ones. This is something that cannot be compensated for by quantity. I was so busy today that I almost forgot to sign in. I thought I'd just sign in casually and see what I got, but I didn't expect to get so many spirit stones, and they were even high-grade and top-grade spirit stones. The quantity is considerable, almost equivalent to the annual spirit stone mining output of the White Tiger dynasty. With so many spirit stones from this sign-in, Qin Xiong, Su Chu, and Jia Su's cultivation levels will improve rapidly, and perhaps some will even be able to break through to Martial Venerable. By then, our foundation will be even stronger. If you're not convinced, just fight us. Then, he took out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He sat cross-legged, placed the spirit stones around him, and fully activated the Heavenly Emperor technique. The light of the top-grade spirit stones around him quickly dimmed until they completely turned into a layer of powder. At this moment, a massive surge of spiritual energy also entered Yi Yan's body, rampaging through him. With the continuous operation of the Heavenly Emperor technique, the spiritual energy was instantly refined and transformed into true energy within Yi Yan's body, stored in his Dantian. That's not enough. Continue. Yi Yan then continued to extract spirit stones for further refinement and absorption. As the spirit stones were continuously consumed, a large amount of spiritual energy entered Yi Yan's body and was refined by him. The true qi in Yi Yan's Dantian was also increasing, and Yi Yan's aura was also rising. Huff huff. As the spiritual energy is continuously refined. Suddenly, Yi Yan felt a bang sound, as if a barrier within his body had been broken. He felt incredibly comfortable and warm all over, and his speed in refining spiritual energy also increased significantly. Yi Yan focused all his efforts on refining the remaining spiritual energy. A moment later, Yi Yan slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and assessed his current strength. A look of surprise appeared on Yi Yan's face. I never expected that the spiritual power in the Spirit Stone would allow me to successfully break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Although I am only at the first level of Martial Emperor, my realm is very stable, and there is no sign of it being unstable. But the consumption of Spirit Stones is too terrifying. I actually consumed a full 10,000 top-grade Spirit Stones just to break through from the 9th level of Martial King to the 1st level of Martial Emperor. I've never heard of anyone expending so much energy to break through when I was in the palace. Could it be due to my physique and cultivation method? Yi Yan muttered to himself. He stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes to begin cultivating again. The next day, Yi Yan awoke from his cultivation, his face filled with satisfaction. Just as Yi Yun was about to get up and go out to shower and change, two sudden system notifications stopped him from getting up to shower, and he stayed behind. Host, today's check-in has been refreshed. Would you like to check in? Host, the monthly talent summoning event has been refreshed. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? Yi Yun thought for a moment. Since a bath wouldn't make a difference, he decided to sign in first and summon the creature later. Maybe he could even draw on last night's good luck and get some good stuff. System, check-in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one outstanding person summoning card. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun was initially puzzled, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected that besides the monthly summoning of heroes, he could also sign in to get hero summoning cards. If he could sign in every day, he'd be on a roll. Yi Yun smiled slightly, thinking to himself, my luck is off the charts today. My daily check-in has given me such a pleasant surprise. System, use the hero summoning card. Okay, host, please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Li Tsuanxiao, one of the 13 protectors. What? Li Tsuanxiao, the strongest of the 13 protectors. Wow, this guy is something else. Li Tsuanxiao, one of the 13 protectors, was a household name in my previous life, Yi Yun exclaimed in shock. Li Tsuanxiao's original name was Jingxi, and he was known as the Flying Tiger General. He is often compared to Xiang Yu, the Hegemon King, and is known as no general surpasses Li, no king surpasses Xiang. He was brave and skilled in battle, riding and archery, and was the fiercest general in the late Tang dynasty. According to unofficial historical records, Li Tsuanxiao once led 18 horsemen to capture Chang'an, which shows that Li Tsuanxiao was incredibly brave and invincible. System, open Li Tsuanxiao's attribute panel. Yes, host. A white light screen reappeared in front of Yi Yun. Detailed information about Li Tsuanxiao. Name, Li Tsuanxiao. Title, Flying Tiger General. Realm, 9th level of Martial Saint original realm was, but will be gradually unlocked due to suppression by the world's rules. Weapon, Xinkuan Huntian Spear. Cultivation technique, Ancient Overlord Body Technique. Physique, Pajun's Sacred Body. Unit, Flying Tiger's top-tier unit. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. Looking at Li Tsuanxiao's information, Yi Yun exclaimed in shock. He actually has the cultivation level of the 9th level of Martial Saint. With a stronger foundation, it seems many things can be done ahead of schedule. System, summon Li Tsuanxiao. Alright, host. Renjia has been successfully summoned and will come to find you within 2 hours. Please wait patiently. Seeing this, Yi Yun said to the system again, use this month's monthly summoning opportunity as well. System, use monthly summoning opportunities. Okay, host, please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. You've had incredible luck and successfully summoned Lord Wuan, Bai Qi. What? Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. This time, Yi Yun was completely shocked. Lord Wuan, Bai Qi, was truly a ruthless person. This man was a great military commander in Chinese history, known as the god of slaughter. According to historical records, Lord Wuan Bai Qi experienced more than 100 battles, large and small, throughout his life and never suffered a defeat. In the Battle of Yik, he beheaded 240,000 soldiers of the combined forces of Han and Wei. In the Battle of Yan and Ying, he led his army to capture Ying, the capital of Chu, and Yan, a secondary capital, severely damaging the Chu army and drowning hundreds of thousands of people in Yan. In the Battle of Huaiyang, 150,000 soldiers of the Wei Zhao allied forces were beheaded. In the Battle of Xingqing, 50,000 Han soldiers were beheaded. In the Battle of Chongping, 450,000 Zhao soldiers were beheaded and buried alive. Historical records indicate that only about 2 million soldiers died in battle during the Warring States period. However, Bai Qi killed nearly half of them in just 5 large-scale battles, not counting the other battles he participated in throughout his life. It is clear that the phrase, killing God, butcher of men, is the most appropriate way to describe it. Now that he had summoned such a formidable figure, how could Yi Yun not be shocked? The system opens Bai Qi's attribute panel. Yes, host. The white light screen appeared in front of Yi Yun once again. Detailed information about Bai Qi. Name, Bai Qi. Titles, Lord Wuan, Butcher, God of Slaughter. Realm, ninth level of Martial Saint original realm was, but will be gradually unlocked due to suppression by the world's rules. Weapons, Heaven-Piercing Halberd, 7 Kill Sword. Technique, God of Slaughter Technique. Physique, 7 Killings Sacred Body. Unit Type, Godslayer Guardian Peerless Unit. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. After reading Bai Qi's information, Yi Yun was overjoyed. He was another martial saint. System, why are there question marks around Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao's original cultivation levels? Host, your cultivation level is currently too low to know about realms above Martial God. What? There are realms beyond Martial God. Yi Yun was shocked upon hearing the system's reply. However, he quickly recovered and silently recited the message to the system. System, summoned Bai Qi as well. Yes, host. Renjia will arrive within 2 hours. Hearing the system notification, Yi Yun left the room satisfied to take a bath and change clothes. He then went to the study to quietly wait for Renjia's arrival. Chapter 53 The Birth of Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao. 2 hours later. Inside the study, Yi Yun was quietly looking at the ancient book in his hands. Tap, 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 tap. A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and Sun Yue followed her in, bowing respectfully to Yi Yun before speaking. Your Highness, General Qin Xiong and General Su Chu have arrived and are currently outside the gate requesting an audience. So early. Go ahead and bring them to the study. Yi Yun looked surprised and thought to himself, I didn't expect Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao to arrive before them, but they came first. Then he gave instructions to Sun Yue. Yes, Your Highness. A short while later, led by Sun Yue, the two entered the study one after the other. They respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate Qin Xiong greets Your Highness. Your subordinate Su Chu greets Your Highness. Shu Bao, Zhongkong, there's no need for such formalities. Yi Yun looked at the two of them and said, then asked another question. Have the arrangements been made for the Feng family and Wang family of the city lord's mansion, as well as the city guards? Your Highness, the Feng and Wang families have been dealt with, and the city's defenses have been arranged. This is all thanks to Your Highness's order for Commander Mao to mobilize 50,000 Black Riders overnight. Qin Xiong quickly replied. Very good, well done. I called you here today mainly to see what kind of reward you want, and we'll discuss some other things later. Yi Yun looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Serving the prince, I do not seek any reward. All right, enough with the formalities. With me, merit is rewarded and demerit is punished. Just tell me what you want. This, seeing that the two showed no sign of speaking, Yi Yun spoke directly. All right, let's do this. I'm sure you've seized quite a bit of cultivation resources, gold, silver, and valuables this time. Divide them into 4 parts. 1 part can be given as a reward to the soldiers. As for how to distribute it, you can decide for yourselves. Give 1 part to Mao Xiang's Imperial Guards and let him distribute it himself. Keep 1 copy for later use in recruiting and training soldiers. If there's 1 left, take it back to the palace for now. As for you, I'll give you something good later. We'll talk about that later. Qin Xiong and Su Chu were filled with gratitude after hearing Yi Yun's assignment. On behalf of our soldiers, we thank Your Highness for your generous reward. Tap, 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 tap. Just then, another set of footsteps sounded outside the door, and Gao Shun strode into the study. Yi Yun and the others also turned to look at Gao Shun. Your Highness, there are 2 people outside the palace requesting an audience. One of them claims to be Bai Qi, and the other is Li Tsuanxiao. Gao Shun respectfully addressed Yi Yun. Bring them directly to the study. Yi Yun smiled. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Gao Shun led the 2 into the study. Yi Yun looked at the 2 people who walked in. One of them was dressed in a light blue outfit, about 7 feet tall, and rather slender, unlike Su Chu who was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. He was not at all imposing. Instead, he gave off the air of a refined scholar, but his sharp eyes, which seemed to radiate murderous intent, were enough to show that this person was no ordinary individual. If you underestimate him, you will suffer a great loss. This person was none other than Li Tsuanxiao, the 13 protectors, known as the Flying Tiger General. The other person was dressed in a long black robe and was much taller than Li Tsuanxiao. However, there was no sharp edge to his appearance. It was as if the place where he stood had a natural and harmonious feel to it, giving people a very mature and steady feeling. This person was none other than Lord Wuan, Bai Qi. As soon as the two followed Gao Shan into the study, they respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Li Tsuanxiao greets your highness. Bai Qi greets your highness. Haha, you too. No need for formalities. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Yun looked at the two men who were bowing respectfully and laughed heartily. He quickly stepped forward to help them up and said, Thank you, your highness. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao smiled slightly upon seeing Yi Yun's courteous treatment and thanked him in unison. Tsuanxiao, let me introduce these three to you. One is General Qin Xiong, who is currently in charge of the Xuanjiao army. The other is General Su Chu, who is in charge of the Tiger Guard and is mainly responsible for our safety. And the other is General Gao Shan, whom you have already met. He is mainly in charge of the trapped camp. Yue, go and tell them to prepare a sumptuous feast. Yi Yun then spoke to Sun Yue, who was standing to the side. Yes, your highness. Gentlemen, come on, let's eat and talk about things later. Yes, your highness. It was around noon. In the living room. Wenhe, let me introduce you. These two are General Li Tsuanxiao, who is at the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, and General Bai Qi, who is also at the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm. When Yi Yun introduced the two men's cultivation levels, everyone gasped in astonishment. With the addition of these two generals, your highness, our plans can be brought forward. Jiasu smiled and said to Yi Yun. Everyone looked at the two who were speaking in riddles with confusion, and Su Chu couldn't help but ask first. Your highness, what plan? Take a look at this first. These are the letters and ledgers you received from the royal family's secret chamber. They involve almost all the city lords in the entire northern territory, and even ministers in the imperial court. The group took turns examining the ledgers that Yi Yun had placed on the table. Now that Jinbei City is under our control, I plan to redistribute military power to facilitate our external campaigns. What do you generals think? After Yi Yun and the others finished reading, he spoke slowly. I will obey your highness's orders. Everyone responded in unison. Good. Your highness, now that this ledger is in our hands, we should make good use of it. First, we should post notices throughout Jinbei City, publicly announcing the reasons for the annihilation of the Wang and Feng families. This will appease the other major families and people in Jinbei City. We should also send urgent messages to the capital and the border general, the commander of the Blood Tiger Army, about the Wang and Feng families' collusion with the Beastman Empire to invade the border. Your Highness can feign sympathy to obtain more resources. Although the princes and their factions in the dynasty may try to obstruct us, this matter is of great importance, and the emperor in the palace will likely be furious. He will definitely send someone to investigate. By doing this, your highness can obtain some resources and openly develop the army, and also gain some favor with the Blood Tiger Army's Grand General. This is extremely beneficial to us. Once the army is reorganized and divided, we can use this as a pretext, along with the strength of our generals, to quickly occupy the dozen or so cities surrounding Jinbei City. This will give us a vast space for development. Once the Legion is fully formed, we can completely bring the northern border under our control. Jiasu explained in detail. All right, then let's do as Wenhe says. I will order the embroidered uniform guard to send the news and evidence to the Imperial City and the Blood Tiger Army camp respectively. Sun Xiao and Bai Qi have just arrived, so they should rest well first. And Shu Bao, Zhongkong, Gao Shan, Wenhe, you all worked hard last night. Go down and get some rest. I'll have someone let you know once I've figured out how to divide it. That's fine then. Yi Yun looked at everyone and said with a smile. Thank you, your highness. Your subordinate takes his leave. Chapter 54. Secret Agents of the Capital. The next day, early in the morning, accompanied by Jiasu and protected by Gao Shan and a dozen soldiers from the trapped camp, Yi Yun headed straight for the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion, they found that the area outside the gate was crowded with the people of Jinbei City, as well as servants and guards sent by various families in the city to gather information. My lord, is everything stated in the city's notices true? Are the Feng and Wang families really colluding with the Beastman Empire to invade our territory? One of the old men spoke up and asked the soldier. It's true. Next to the notice, there were also letters between the Feng family, the Wang family, and the Beastman dynasty. How could we possibly fake such a thing? Fortunately, our prince discovered it in time and took action to eliminate them beforehand. My lord, the soldiers of the Xuanjiao army were guarding the city lord's mansion, while the people below kept asking the soldiers all sorts of questions, trying to verify the authenticity of the notices posted by the soldiers in the city lord's mansion and throughout the city. Yi Yan knew that the Feng and Wang families had colluded with the Beastman dynasty and were thus eliminated by him, a plan he and Jia Su had only implemented yesterday. However, he did not expect Jia Su to act so quickly. He then turned to look at Jia Su. Jia Su simply smiled calmly. The people of Jinbei City had long been fed up with the oppression and arrogance of the Wang family. When they learned that the Wang family had been destroyed by the king of Jinbei, they couldn't help but applaud. But what they never expected was that the Wang family had actually colluded with the Beastman dynasty to invade the northern border, and even the Feng family of the city lord's mansion had participated in it. Seeing the crowd of Zenbaking residents blocking their way, the soldiers of the trap camp were about to step forward to drive the crowd away and clear a path. Yi Yan glanced at the onlookers and quickly stopped the soldiers of the trap camp. The Feng and Wang families were wiped out by me, and countless people in Jinbei City were overjoyed. Now is the perfect time for me to take this opportunity to win back the hearts and minds of the people of Jinbei City. Thinking of this, Yi Yan strode forward and shouted loudly to the people gathered there. Fellow villagers, please make way. Yi Yan's voice rang out, and the people gathered there all looked toward where Yi Yan was. Yi Yan has been in Jinbei City for quite some time now. A small number of the people in the city have seen Yi Yan before, but they haven't seen him in a long time. They also know that there is a prince from the capital living in Jinbei City. At this moment, they saw the soldiers of the trap camp behind Yi Yan and realized Yi Yan's identity. Upon seeing this, the people of Jinbei City stepped back and made way for Yi Yan and his group. Seeing this, Yi Yan led Jia Su and the others to the top of the steps in front of the city lord's mansion. Yi Yan turned around and shouted loudly to the people gathered in front of the city lord's mansion. Fellow countrymen, I am Yi Yan, the 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty, and also the Northern Territory prince personally appointed by His Majesty the Prince of Jinbei. I discovered that the Feng and Wang families were colluding with the Beastman Empire. I led my army to annihilate them both the night before last. I have already sent someone to urgently report this matter to His Majesty. During this period, I will take over all military and political affairs in Jinbei City and the surrounding villages. I have learned a lot about everyone's lives during my time here. Please believe that under my rule, there will be no more instances of tyranny and oppression of the people in Jinbei City. Regarding the possibility that the Orc Empire might invade our northern border, please rest assured that we still have General Yi leading 300,000 Blood Tiger soldiers on our border, and my soldiers will also do their utmost to protect you. There is no need for anyone to be afraid. I, the king. After Yi Yan's moving speech, the many people gathered there felt a significant increase in their goodwill towards him. However, many people are currently taking a wait-and-see approach, which Yi Yan can understand, since he is only making empty promises at the moment. Yi Yan also knew that winning over the hearts of the people was something that couldn't be rushed. It wasn't realistic to try to win them over too quickly. It had to be done step by step, turning words into actions. As people's lives improved and they benefited, their hearts would naturally continue to rise. Although Yi Yan has his own system that allows him to summon outstanding individuals and receive rewards for signing in, relying solely on the system is not enough. Gaining the support and endorsement of the people under his rule is also extremely important. The heroes and armies summoned are also living, breathing people who need to eat, drink, and cultivate. Without sufficient food and cultivation resources, how can such an army be strong and help them conquer the world? I am not a tyrannical ruler who acts with impunity. I must be a wise and benevolent ruler who loves his people like his own children. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, they found many people repairing the damage caused by the previous night's battle. Zhou Tsang was arranging night patrols for his soldiers when he saw Yi Yan arrive. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Zhou Tsang greets your highness. You go about your business. I've just come to take a look and have a stroll. Your highness, I have just apprehended a spy in the crowd outside the mansion. Based on the investigation by my subordinates and the direction from which the message was sent, this person is very likely from the capital. Sazaka suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yun and said, "Oh, from the capital? What a coincidence. Have the Imperial Guards bring him over. I want to take a good look at him." Yi Yun was startled at first, then immediately gave the order to Zhu Ke. "Yes, Your Highness." Zhu Ke respectfully responded, and then waved his hand. A middle-aged man dressed in ordinary civilian clothes was escorted over by 2 Imperial Guards. "Kneel down." Upon reaching Yi Yun, one of the Imperial Guards kicked the middle-aged man, causing him to kneel on the ground. "My lords, I am truly just an ordinary martial artist in this Jinbei city. My lord, I am truly innocent." The middle-aged man spoke in a fearful voice. The embroidered uniform guard has now completed its infiltration, and it can be said that no matter how small the disturbance is in the entire northern border, it will not escape the eyes of the embroidered uniform guard. "Your Highness, when a large number of people gathered at the entrance of the city lord's mansion today, I instructed my men to pay close attention to the crowds and the news from Jinbei City. Just as Your Highness arrived at the city lord's mansion, the embroidered uniform guard discovered that this fellow had left alone. According to the common people's thinking, since the Prince of Jinbei has come, he should definitely stay and see what's going on before leaving. But this guy is different. He left as soon as you arrived. So I kept a closer eye on him and had my men follow him to his residence. Sure enough, soon several of them flew out from the courtyard. Your Highness, this is a letter that was taken from a pigeon." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ke took out a few small slips of paper from his pocket and handed them to Yi Yun. Chapter 55 Killed. Yi Yun took the rolled-up slips of paper that Zhu Ke handed him, unfolded them, and found that the contents were all the same. It seems to be a backup plan in case the news didn't get out. The note read, "The Feng family of Jinbei City's Lord's Mansion, as well as the Wang family, one of the 5 major families of Jinbei City, have all been massacred by the 9th Prince's army under the pretext of colluding with the Beastman dynasty to invade the northern border. The 9th Prince has 2 fierce generals under his command, the specific level of which is unknown. The exact number of his army is unknown, but it is at least around 30,000. The 9th Prince has seized control of the military and political power of Jinbei City. Your Highness is advised to make preparations as soon as possible." Yi Yun carefully read the contents of the note, then immediately held it tightly in his palm. He thought to himself, "I wonder which prince in the capital this note refers to." Yi Yun then turned to stare at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. Since his assassination attempt on the road, he had not encountered anyone from the Imperial Palace or the capital city to cause him trouble. He had even thought that the people in the capital city had forgotten that there was a prince like him in the northern border. Unexpectedly, spies from the capital have once again appeared in Jinbei City. If the embroidered uniform guard hadn't now completely controlled intelligence in the northern territory, and if Zhu Ke hadn't been more vigilant, this person might have escaped today. "My lord, I am truly innocent. I am just an ordinary martial artist in the city, and I am definitely not the spy you are claiming me to be. Although I am a martial artist, I really don't know anything about this note you are talking about." Seeing Yi Yun's sharp gaze fixed on him, the middle-aged man who had been captured by Zhu Ke kept shouting his innocence. "Since you claim to be a martial artist, then tell me why you live in a dilapidated house." Looking at the middle-aged man who kept crying out for justice, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask, "My lord, although I am a martial artist, my cultivation is not high, and I don't earn much money on a regular basis." The middle-aged man explained calmly, "You, a martial artist with the cultivation level of martial spirit, dare to say that your cultivation is low and that you have cultivated a martial art that hides your true cultivation level. You're telling me you don't earn much money? You don't even have enough money to buy a decent house. And judging from the fine fabric you're wearing, the clothes must be quite expensive." Upon hearing Yi Yun Kai's few words, the middle-aged man who was being held kneeling on the ground by 2 Imperial Guards couldn't help but darken his expression. He never expected that the 9th Prince, who had never shown his true colors in the capital, would be so wise, pointing out all his flaws with just a few words. "Is there anything else you want to explain?" Yi Yun spoke calmly to the middle-aged man. It seems everyone in the capital underestimates you. I never expected that the Prince of Jinbei would be so capable. Seeing that he had been exposed, the middle-aged man simply stopped arguing and struggled and spoke directly. No more excuses. Very well, since you come from the capital, who is the prince mentioned on your note? Could you please answer my question? Yi Yun looked at the middle-aged man and said jokingly, since the Prince of Jinbei has already seen through my identity, it's pointless for me to say anything more. There's no need to continue this charade. Your Highness, this is not something you can know right now. The Prince of Jinbei, with the help of these few experts and tens of thousands of soldiers who came from who knows where, has annihilated the Wang family and the Feng family and taken control of Jinbei City. But if you think that this little bit of power is enough to compete with the princes in the capital, then you are being far too unrealistic. The prince's power is beyond your reach. However, if the Prince of Jinbei doesn't kill me today, I can point out a path to heaven for him. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also shouted loudly without fear. You? You dare to point me to a path to heaven? I'd like to know what makes you so special. Do you think you can rely on the prince behind you? Yi Yun chuckled upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Yes, Prince Jinbei, with His Highness behind me. This is an extremely good thing. If you pledge allegiance to my prince, it will only bring you benefits and no harm whatsoever. My prince will certainly not treat you unfairly. Seeing the middle-aged man spouting nonsense, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Uft, have you finished speaking? That's all. There's no need for further interrogation. Yi Yun spoke to the Imperial Guard standing beside him. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the middle-aged man was overjoyed and thanked Yi Yun, saying, Thank you very much, Your Highness. He then shouted at the Imperial Guards, Didn't you hear? The prince said there's no need for interrogation anymore. Untie me right now, or else. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Yi Yun gave instructions to Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke, this person is no longer of any use. Just take him away and kill him. The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, thinking he had misheard, and then asked Yi Yun to confirm. Prince Jinbei, you're not joking with me, are you? You? You're not worthy. I was just joking with you. Yi Yun's face was full of mockery. What? Yi Yun, I am His Highness's man. If you dare to kill me, His Highness will never let you get away with it. If you want to kill me, I won't let you get away with it. After saying that, the middle-aged man quickly circulated his inner energy, intending to self-destruct. However, he underestimated Yi Yun and the others too much. Zhu Ke immediately drew his embroidered spring blade, and with a swift stroke, the corpse was severed from its head. The middle-aged man did not even make a ripple. Zhu Ke then spoke respectfully to Yi Yun. Your subordinate has failed in his duty and disturbed Your Highness. Please forgive me. It's all right. Let someone tidy it up quickly. Yi Yun waved his hand and gave instructions to Zhu Ke. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 56 The Four Great Legions. Afternoon. In front of the Jinbei Prince's mansion. Gao Shun, go and inform Qin Xiong, Zhou Tsong, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and Su Chu to come to my study later. I will be waiting for them there. As soon as Yi Yun alighted from the carriage, he gave instructions to Gao Shun. Then, accompanied by Jia Su, he turned and walked towards the prince's residence. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Shunying said. Suddenly, Yi Yun turned around and said, Oh, right. Gao Shun, remember to come along too. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Shun said respectfully. Half an hour later, inside the study of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun was sitting at the table talking with Jia Su. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, a series of chaotic footsteps came from outside the door, followed by Sun Yue's voice. Your Highness, the generals have arrived and are waiting outside the gate. Let them all come in. Upon hearing Sun Yue's voice, Yi Yun immediately gave the order. Yes, Your Highness. Generals, His Highness allows you to go straight in. He is waiting for you in his study. After Sun Yue answered respectfully, she turned to Qin Xiong and the others and said, Thank you, Miss Sunday. After Qin Xiong and the others bowed to Sun Yue in thanks, they quickly entered the study. Yue, go and tell the kitchen to prepare some snacks and send them over. Yi Yun then gave instructions to Sun Yue. Yes, Your Highness. Miss Yue, could you please bring more snacks later? Su Chu grinned and said to Sun Yue. Yes, General Su. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. You bastard. Looking at Su Chu's expression, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh and scold him. All right, let's get down to business. When I went to the city lord's mansion today, Zhu Ke caught a spy from the capital among the crowd of onlookers. I believe that once the Feng family of the city lord's mansion and the Wang family, one of the 5 major families in the city, are wiped out, it will probably cause a shock in the capital, especially the princes will probably make a move. We need to hurry, we don't have much time left. Yi Yun said helplessly to everyone. Jia Su and I just discussed for a long time and decided to take over the entire northern territory ahead of schedule. First, we need to reorganize the military. Let me first tell you about the military reorganization plan that Mr. Jia and I just discussed. You can raise any objections later. Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang. Your subordinate is here. The Xuanjia army currently has about 25,000 men left, all of whom will be assigned to you. In addition, 5,000 men will be separated from the 100,000 men brought from Xiefeng Valley, so that you can make a total of 30,000 men. Qin Xiong will be the legion commander, and Zhou Tsang will be the deputy general. Start building the first legion, which will be fully staffed with 200,000 men. Bai Qi, Gao Shan. Your subordinate is here. I will give you all 50,000 Black Riders and 800 Vanguard Battalion soldiers. Bai Qi will be the legion commander, and Gao Shan will be the deputy general. Start building the second legion, which will be fully staffed with 200,000 men. Li Tsunxiao and Luan. Your subordinate is here. From the 100,000 people brought from Snowwind Valley, 30,000 will be assigned to you. Li Tsunxiao will be the legion commander, and Luan will be the deputy general. Start building the third legion, which will be fully staffed with 200,000 men. Su Chu. Your subordinate is here. The remaining 6,000 plus Tiger Guards will all be transferred to you. We will also take 15,000 men from the troops brought from Snowwind Valley, bringing your total strength to around 20,000. Su Chu will be the legion commander, and you will begin to build the Imperial Guard Legion, which will be fully staffed with 100,000 men. Jia Su, I'll temporarily entrust the remaining 50,000 men brought from Snowwind Valley to you as the garrison force of Jinbei City. As for manpower, this is all I can give you for now. You'll have to fill the remaining positions yourself later. You must complete the preparation of the army within 2 days. This is crucial to our future development. The Orcish dynasty in the capital and beyond the borders doesn't have much time left for us. Once the army is ready, you will be ready to fight abroad. Yes, Your Highness, I swear to complete the mission to the death. Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and the others said in unison. Once your army is ready, proceed according to the following plan. Qin Xiong led the 1st Legion westward to capture 4 cities, Songyue City, Yifeng City, Wuling City, and Yunyao City. After the capture, they stationed themselves on the spot, recruited and trained soldiers, and completed the legion's full strength. Bai Qi led the 2nd Legion north to attack 6 cities, Illusion Moon City, Star Dream City, Elan City, Blood Moon City, and Cloud City. After capturing them, they stationed themselves on the spot and recruited troops. Li Tsunxiao led the 3rd Army Corps eastward to attack 5 cities, Tianfeng City, Luoyun City, Ziyue City, and Feishue City. After capturing them, he immediately recruited and trained soldiers. Su Chu, I will temporarily allocate another 10,000 soldiers from the guards of Jinbei City to you. In addition, you will lead the Imperial Guard Legion to conquer the 3 cities of Duli City, Yinji City, and Yinshui City in the south. After that, recruit more soldiers. Once you have enough soldiers, leave the guards behind and take the newly recruited soldiers back to the vicinity of Jinbei City for training. Yi Yun explained the plan he had discussed with Jia Su to everyone in detail. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, the refreshments are ready. May we come in now? Just then, Sun Yue's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to the door. Sun Yue led several maids in, carrying exquisite pastries, and they placed the pastries on the table one by one. A moment later, after the maids finished setting out the snacks, Sun Yue spoke to Yi Yun. Your Highness, please enjoy your meal. We will take our leave now. Okay, go down. Do whatever you want. Help yourselves. Yi Yun smiled and said to the group. Chapter 57 The Army Sets Off. Night. Yi Yun was alone in his room, cultivating using a large number of spirit stones. Congratulations, host, on gaining initial control of the city. The system will now be upgraded, and its functions will be unavailable for the next 7 days. Please stay tuned. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, startling Yi Yun, who was cultivating. Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, his face full of questions. Upgrade? This system can be upgraded. I wonder what good things will appear after this upgrade. After muttering to himself for a few moments, Yi Yun decided that there was no point in thinking too much now. So he simply stopped thinking about it, and would deal with it later when he leveled up. He then slowly closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. 2 days later, it is located 10 miles outside the town of Jinbei. Here, rows upon rows of neatly arranged tents stood, and the training ground was densely packed with soldiers. Rows of elite soldiers, clad in armor and wielding sharp blades, stood motionless, like statues. That's right. These are the 4 legions that Qin Xiong, Bai Qi and others prepared according to Yi Yun's instructions. The first legion, led by Qin Xiong, was clad in red armor and cloaks, while the second legion and the Imperial Guard Legion, led by Bai Qi and Su Chu, wore black armor and cloaks. The third legion, commanded by Li Tsuanxiao, wore blue armor and cloaks. Qin Xiong and the others were seen riding their fine steeds, standing in front of their respective soldiers, waiting for Yi Yun's arrival. Giddy up, giddy up. Suddenly, dust billowed up on the distant official road, and the sound of hurried horseback riding could be heard. As the sound of horses drew closer, everyone could see that the approaching group was Yi Yun and his entourage. Yi Yun, dressed in a black outfit, was riding his horse at full gallop towards the direction of the army, with a squad of Imperial Guards following closely behind him. Whoosh whoosh. Soon Yi Yun and his group arrived in front of the army, and Yi Yun and the others quickly pulled on the reins. Then, Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and the others spoke. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and the others quickly dismounted and stepped forward to respectfully bow to Yi Yun. We pay our respects to your Highness. Upon seeing this, the soldiers behind the crowd also knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. Please, everyone, no need for formalities. Soldiers, you may rise. Yi Yun addressed the crowd and soldiers loudly. He then spoke to Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and other generals. I am late. I have kept you waiting. Your Highness has arrived just in time, not late at all. Su Chu spoke up. Your Highness, this way please. Qin Xiong and the others then led Yi Yun toward a high platform. A moment later, Yi Yun stood on the high platform, dressed in a black python robe, his sharp gaze fixed on the soldiers of the 3 armies before him. He then spoke loudly. Soldiers, the Feng and Wang families of Jinbei City, in collusion with various forces in many cities in the Northern Territory, have conspired with the Beastman Empire to invade the borders of my White Tiger dynasty, slaughter my people, plunder the wealth and resources of my Northern Territory, and even enslave my people. Soldiers, do you agree to this? I disagree, I disagree. The soldiers shouted loudly. Today, I will send several generals to lead you into battle to kill the enemy and slaughter those traitors who have betrayed my northern people, so as to protect my northern people and safeguard the peace of my northern border. Fellow soldiers, I am the 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty, bestowed the title of Prince Jinbei. The northern border is my territory. Today, I swear here that anyone who betrays my dynasty will be killed without mercy, and anyone who betrays my northern border and bullies my northern people will be killed without mercy. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, the soldiers below the platform immediately responded. Kill, kill, kill. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. At this point, the army's morale had reached its peak. After the army shouted dozens of times, Yi Yun raised his right fist, and the tens of thousands of soldiers below the stage instantly fell silent, and the scene became completely quiet. My lords, in this battle, we must win. We cannot afford to lose. Let us all strive together. Gentlemen, the army is about to set off. Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and the others, upon seeing Yi Yun issue the order to march, bowed to him with clasped hands, then mounted their horses and returned to their respective camps, leading their soldiers toward their destinations. Standing on this high platform, Yi Yun looked at the densely packed army slowly marching into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, he never imagined that he would one day command thousands of troops to fight on the battlefield. This feeling was simply amazing. No wonder so many people in ancient times wanted to be emperor. The ancients were right. In order to quickly seize control of the cities surrounding Jinbei City, he dispatched all of his elite troops. If he weren't worried about insufficient forces, he wouldn't have targeted only half of the northern border cities, but the entire northern border. He left only 40,000 soldiers and some imperial guards in Jinbei City. 40,000 troops, plus the hidden imperial guards within the city, are enough to defend Jinbei City. Watching the army figures disappear from sight, Yi Yun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He then mounted his horse and, with Jin Yi by his side, sped off towards Jinbei City. Chapter 58 Upgrade Successful. Yi Yun, who was still riding his horse towards Jinbei City, was unaware that the news of his personal escort of the army to war outside the city and the oath he had made had caused a great uproar in the city. The north was already a poor land, and the people were not well off. In addition, the tyrannical rule of some powerful families in various cities made life even more difficult for the people. Officials of all ranks in the major cities were only concerned with their own comfort and had no interest in the hardships faced by ordinary people. Upon learning that the newly arrived prince of Jinbei, Yi Yun, had dared to collude with the Beastman dynasty to invade the northern border in exchange for their own immense benefits, he immediately led his soldiers to swiftly and mercilessly slaughter both the Feng and Wang families. He also personally assembled a large army and dispatched all his soldiers to various cities to deal with the officials of all ranks in the northern border cities who were involved. Before the army set out, he personally declared, "Anyone who betrays my dynasty will be killed without mercy. Anyone who betrays my northern border and deceives my northern people will be killed without mercy." How could such behavior not be loved and respected by the people? It was such a simple departure ceremony, but as the oath Yi Yun made spread, the people's support for the newly arrived Prince Jinbei, Yi Yun, deepened in no time. Yi Yun never imagined that simply making a vow would unintentionally win him a large number of popular supporters. This is truly unexpected. It was already shocking that the Feng and Wang families in this city colluded with the Beastman dynasty, but I never imagined that there would be so many heartless scoundrels in our northern territory, and that so many people would be involved. Yes, but luckily our new prince discovered it early. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, and we ordinary people would have been the ones to suffer. That's right. Those officials and powerful families in the major cities only know how to oppress the people and amass wealth for themselves. They never even glance at the lives of ordinary people like us. That's fine. At least we can barely make a living. But we never expected that they would actually collude with the Beastman dynasty to invade our northern border. They are simply a pack of wolves that cannot be tamed. If the orc army invades, we will have no chance of survival. But I wonder how strong the army led by our prince is. In a corner of Jinbei City, several people dressed in ordinary people's clothes were discussing something. We don't know the specifics of the army's combat strength, but the murderous shouts coming from outside the city just now are definitely not comparable to those of ordinary soldiers. In my personal opinion, these troops are far superior to those who only care about eating, drinking, and having fun. One of the people said. Another citizen chimed in agreement. Who cares? Since our prince has already sent out the army, it's enough that we believe the army will win. Yi Yun and his group were hurrying towards the Jinbei prince's mansion. As a master of the martial emperor realm, Yi Yun could hear the whispers of the common people from afar. This time, by occupying the surrounding cities, he simply wanted to expand his sphere of influence as soon as possible, eliminate the unstable factors in the surrounding area, and thus further truly control the northern border. However, gaining the support and love of so many people is an unexpected bonus. Yi Yun arrived at the prince's mansion and spoke to Jiasu. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to cultivate. I'll leave all the affairs of Jinbei City to you. Yes, Your Highness. Don't worry, I will handle it. After saying that, Yi Yun headed alone towards the cultivation room in the room. 5 days later, inside a secret chamber of the prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun was seen with beads of sweat constantly forming on his forehead and his brows furrowed. After nearly half an hour, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He exhaled a breath of stale air and muttered to himself. Finally broke through to the second level of Martial Emperor. This time, the forced breakthrough was a little difficult, and I almost failed. This forced breakthrough to the second level has left my cultivation level a little unstable, so I need to stabilize it properly. Yi Yun then closed his eyes and quickly resumed his cultivation. A moment later, system upgrade complete, currently loading, please wait patiently. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Yun's mind, and Yi Yun slowly woke up from his cultivation state. Is the system upgrade complete? Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised. Yi Yun opened his eyes and saw the familiar white panel appear before him, which made him feel very at ease. On the white panel, a progress bar was continuously increasing. 20%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Loading successful. What new features were added in this system upgrade? Yi Yun silently recited the command to the system. Host, this system upgrade has enabled the summoning of the heroic Destiny troops, the exchange of Legion battle formations, and has increased the host's power luck, power value, and other details. Please explore them on your own. Summon your primary unit? Battle formation? Yi Yun asked in confusion. He then carefully examined the detailed introduction about himself and the system. Summoning a hero's destined unit requires influence points. 10 influence points can summon one elite Xuanjia army infantryman, while 50 influence points are required to summon a Xuanjia army cavalryman. Yi Yun then opened the human hero's innate troop summoning interface, where countless troops were densely arranged, but most of them were grayed out because they could not be summoned due to the lack of a main general. Yi Yun quickly found the Xuanjia army and others. The Xuanjia army consists of one elite infantryman with 10 power points, one elite cavalryman with 50 power points, and one Xuanjia divine army soldier with 1,000 power points. The Flying Tiger army consists of one elite infantryman with 10 force points, one elite cavalryman with 50 force points, and one divine tiger guard with 1,000 force points. Tiger Guard army, one elite infantryman with 10 force points, one elite cavalryman with 50 force points, and one Tiger Imperial Guard with 1,000 force points. The God of Slaughter Guards are divided into two groups, the Iron God of Slaughter Guards, each with 10 power points, the Silver God of Slaughter Guards, each with 50 power points, the Gold God of Slaughter Guards, each with 100 power points, and the God of Slaughter Guards, each with 10,000 power points. Yi Yun was increasingly shocked as he looked through the document. The lowest cultivation level of the natal soldiers he had redeemed from the system was between Martial Spirit and Martial King. The system upgrade has been going on for so many days, and I've lost all my daily check-ins. You have to compensate me with something. Yi Yun complained to the system in his heart. Host, haven't you noticed that there's something extra in your system space? The system complained to Yi Yun. Upon hearing the system's complaint, Yi Yun opened the system space and found an extra gift pack with the words Compensation Gift Pack written on it. Yi Yun silently recited open in his mind. A flash of light appeared, followed by a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have been granted a special opportunity to summon a remarkable person. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun was shocked for a moment, then overjoyed, exclaiming that he hadn't expected to get a chance to summon a hero. But who will this extraordinary individual summon? Host, do you wish to summon? No summoning. Yi Yun suppressed his excitement and did not immediately use up his summoning opportunity. They then immediately began research on the upgraded system. Chapter 59 Exchange. System, what is this power value? Yi Yun looked puzzled and silently asked the system in his mind. Host, this power value is a comprehensive data result of the system's evaluation of the actual number of cities occupied, soldiers commanded, and people under your command. System, where can I view this power stat? Host, the system has updated the attribute panel. From now on, you can check your power value, luck value, and other values in your personal attribute panel. Okay, system, open the battle formation exchange interface. Yi Yun then gave instructions to the system. Yes, host. On the white light screen, one could see a dense array of various formations. The Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation requires 1 billion power points to exchange. The 10,000 Immortals formation requires 900 million power points to exchange. The Heavenly Dipper formation requires 10 million power points to exchange. The 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams formation requires 10 million power points to exchange. The Blazing Array requires 100,000 power points to exchange. The Frost Array requires 100,000 power points to exchange. Killing Array requires 10,000 power points to exchange. Looking at the array formations in front of him, some worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, Yi Yun could only watch with envy. He then silently recited something to the system. System, open my properties panel. Yes, host. As soon as the system notification sound ended, the dense array on the white screen completely disappeared, replaced by a simple display of about 10 lines of text. Host details. Name, Yi Yun. Identity, 9th Prince of the White Tiger Dynasty, Prince of Jinbei. Cultivation level, Martial Emperor, 2nd Heaven. Age, 16 years old. Technique, Heavenly Emperor Technique. Martial Arts, Overlord Strike, Carefree Step, 9 Tribulations, Sword Technique. Physique, Overlord Battle Body Saint Level. Exclusive Units, Heavenly Emperor Guards, Heavenly Emperor Iron Guards, Heavenly Emperor Silver Guards, Heavenly Emperor Gold Guards, Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards, Heavenly Emperor Personal Guards. Outstanding Figures, Bai Qi Martial Saint 9th Heaven, Li Tsunxiao Martial Saint 9th Heaven, Jia Su Martial Venerable 9th Heaven, Qin Xiong Martial Venerable 9th Heaven, Su Chu Martial Venerable 8th Heaven, Mao Xiang Martial Saint 1st Heaven, Zhou Cong Martial Ancestor 6th Heaven, Gao Shun Martial Venerable 5th Heaven. Powers, 1st Legion 30,000 men, 2nd Legion 50,000 men, 3rd Legion 30,000 men, Imperial Guard Legion 20,000 men, Jinbei City Guard 50,000 men, Embroidered Uniform Guard 10,000 men. Luck, 10,000. Power level, 150,000. System Backpack, Heavenly Emperor Sword, and various cultivation resources. Looking at the brand new, fully equipped attribute interface, Yi Yun was filled with emotion. However, when Yi Yun saw that his power value was actually 150,000, he was extremely surprised. This was enough to summon ordinary Xuanjia soldiers and other infantry, a total of 15,000. These were not soldiers recruited from the lowest level of martial artists. You must know that the lowest level of these were martial artists at the martial spirit realm. How terrifying is an army of more than 10,000 martial spirits? However, Yi Yun was just thinking about it. How could he possibly use it all to summon soldiers? Currently, many soldiers in the major legions are not summoned and have limited combat power. For now, it's best to exchange for a few battle formations to strengthen the overall power of the major legions. However, these 150,000 power points aren't enough to exchange for any really good battle formations. I'll just exchange for some to use for now, and then exchange for better ones when I have enough power points later. After thinking it over in his mind, Yi Yun gave the system his instructions. System, open the Legion Battle Formation Exchange interface. Yes, host. System, list out the Legion battle formations that I can currently afford to redeem and temporarily hide the others. Faced with the densely packed battle formations before him, Yi Yun could only helplessly give instructions to the system. Okay, host. Screening complete. The previously densely packed Legion battle interface suddenly shrank by dozens of times. Yi Yun decided to stop thinking about it and began to slowly examine the detailed descriptions of various Legion battle formations. The one-word sword formation, it's. An hour later, Yi Yun finally selected several Legion battle formations from the vast number of options. The killing formation can be formed by 100 soldiers. During the battle, they can absorb the killing energy, blood energy, and death energy, thereby enhancing the strength of those in the formation and allowing them to unleash power that surpasses their own by one major realm. The formation can be formed by 10 soldiers. When forming a defensive formation, it can withstand attacks that are one major realm higher than oneself. The Gale formation can be formed by 10 soldiers. After the formation is completed, the movement speed of the soldiers in the formation will be more than twice that of before. Since the Xuanjiao army is a heavy cavalry, The arrival of this formation greatly makes up for the problem of the heavy cavalry's slow advance speed. Yi Yan looked at the legion battle formations he had selected and became more and more satisfied, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. At that time, the killing formation will be handed over to Bai Qi's 2nd Legion, the defense formation to Su Chu's Imperial Guard Legion, and the sharp formation to Sun Xiao's 3rd Legion. That should significantly boost the combat effectiveness of the major legions. System: exchange for the following 4 formations: killing formation, defense formation, gale formation, and sharp formation. Yes, host. Formation exchange successful. The formation scroll has been sent to the host's system inventory. The host can check it himself. This exchange consumed a total of 40,000 power points. Hearing the system notification, Yi Yan opened his system inventory and saw 4 scrolls of different colors stored quietly inside. Yi Yan did not take it out, but spoke to the system instead. System: open the soldier summoning interface. Yes, host. System: summon 10 members each of the Xuanjia Divine Army, Divine Tiger Guard, Killing God Golden Guard, and Tiger Guard, and place them near Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and the others, so that they can each go to their own general. Yi Yan opened the window to check his exclusive troop type. When he saw the power value required to summon his troop type, Yi Yan couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. The white panel read: Heavenly Emperor Iron Guard, 10,000 power points each. Heavenly Emperor Silver Guard, 100,000 power points each. Heavenly Emperor Gold Guard, 1 million power points each. Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. Heavenly Emperor Personal Guard. Even the most ordinary Iron Guard costs 10,000 power points. The Divine Guard and Imperial Guard are just question marks. The exchange for the formation cost 40,000, and the summoning of 10 members each from the 4 major legions: the Xuanjia Divine Army, the Divine Tiger Guard, the Killing God Golden Guard, and the Tiger Guard cost another 40,000. That leaves 70,000. Let's exchange for 4 Iron Guards, and save the remaining 30,000 for a rainy day. System: exchange for 4 Heavenly Emperor Iron Guards. Yes, host. Exchange successful. It is expected to arrive at the host's side within 1 hour. Please be aware. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan immediately exited the system exchange interface. It was truly frustrating to see so many good items, but not being able to exchange them. Yi Yan thought to himself, it seems I need to get Qin Xiong and Bai Qi to speed things up. Chapter 60: Zhao Gao. Yi Yan realized he still had one special summoning opportunity left, so he decided to use it as well. He then gave the system the command. System: use the special talent summoning opportunity. Yes, host. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Zhao Gao. Renjie will arrive to find you within 2 hours. Yi Yan was completely numb when he heard the system notification. It turned out to be Zhao Gao, the greatest traitorous eunuch in history. The system opens Zhao Gao's detailed information. Yes, host. Then another white panel appeared in front of Yi Yan. Detailed information about Zhao Gao. Name: Zhao Gao. Cultivation level: Martial, Venerable, 9th Heaven. Age: 30 years old. Technique: Azura Shadow Technique. Martial Arts: Deadly Strike, 9 Steps to Heaven, Azura Sword Technique. Physique: Shadow God Physique. Exclusive Unit: Net Assassins, Iron Ranked Assassins, Bronze Ranked Assassins, Silver Ranked Assassins, Gold Ranked Assassins. Looking at Zhao Gao's detailed information, Yi Yan was incredibly excited. He never expected that Zhao Gao's cultivation level had reached the 9th level of Martial Venerable, and that Zhao Gao's exclusive troop type was actually the Luo Wang Assassin Group. It's important to know that in the previous life of Qin's Moon, the Luo Wang Assassin Group was the most powerful and mysterious organization in the Qin Empire. Yi Yan then calmed himself down, logged out of the system, got up and tidied himself up, and then walked out of the secret room into the room. He saw Sun Yue leading several maids to clean the room. Your Highness, you have emerged from seclusion. Sun Yue noticed Yi Yan's arrival at this moment. She then bowed respectfully and asked, Go and prepare some hot water for me. I need to take a bath and change clothes in a bit. Yi Yan responded briefly, then gave instructions to Sun Yue. Yes, Your Highness. Sun Yue agreed, and then led several maids to make preparations. 1 hour later, inside the courtyard of the prince's mansion, Yi Yun was enjoying tea and snacks, with Sun Yue massaging his shoulders beside him, and he was completely at ease. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Who dares to spy on my Jinbei prince's mansion? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Upon seeing this, Yi Yun flashed and appeared on the roof of the prince's mansion, whereupon he asked Jia Su a question. What's going on? Your Highness, there are several people sneaking around the palace, searching for something I don't know. What? Yi Yun was taken aback. Suddenly, while the two were still talking, four people dressed in black armor appeared on the roof. Yi Yun carefully examined the 4 people who had suddenly appeared. They were dressed in black armor, wearing black cloaks with silver trim, and their faces were completely covered by helmets, making it impossible to see their features. On the armor on their chests, one could vaguely make out the character Iron. System, could this be the Heavenly Emperor Iron Guard among the Heavenly Emperor Guards I just redeemed? Yi Yun couldn't help but silently ask the system in his mind. Yes, host. Upon receiving the answer, Yi Yun was initially delighted, but then realized that Jia Su was about to eliminate several people. He immediately shouted loudly at Jia Su. Stop. They are all my men. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Jia Su immediately stopped and addressed Yi Yun. Your Highness, are these your men? Yes, they are my personal guards. They only obey my orders, and their main responsibility is to protect my safety. Let's go downstairs and talk. In a flash, he returned to the courtyard. Seeing this, Jia Su and his 4 iron guards followed Yi Yun without hesitation and entered the courtyard. At this moment, the 4 iron guards came to Yi Yun and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate greets the Heavenly Emperor. All right, for now, please continue to call me Your Highness. Yi Yun looked at the group and said, What are your names? What is your current cultivation level? Your Highness, we have no names, only numbers. As for cultivation level, I am currently at the 5th level of Martial Emperor, while the other 3 are at the 3rd level of Martial Emperor. One of the guards spoke coldly. Okay, in that case, you'll be called Huang Yi from now on, and the other 3 will be called Huang Air, Huang San, and Huang Si. Any new brothers we add will follow the same pattern. Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing upon me a name. From now on, you'll be mainly responsible for my safety, understand? Yes, Your Highness. The group quickly settled into their roles, each taking a different position to best protect Yi Yun. Just then, a guard quickly entered the courtyard, respectfully bowed to Yi Yun, and said, Your Highness, there is a man outside the door requesting an audience. He claims to be Zhao Gao, and says that Your Highness will summon him as soon as you hear his name. Go and invite him in. Take him to the study. Yi Yun nodded and gave instructions to the guards. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, in the study, a middle-aged man dressed in black, with a ruthless expression and sharp, menacing eyes, was led into the study by a guard. Upon seeing him enter, the guards, with great tact, closed the study door. This humble servant, Zhao Gao, greets Your Highness. After Zhao Gao bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, a soft, feminine voice rang out. Ha! Zhao Gao, you finally arrived. Yi Yun is also facing a dilemma, how to deal with Zhao Gao. After all, he doesn't currently need to use him. Yi Yun was deep in thought. The study instantly fell into complete silence. All right, how could I forget that place? Yes, that's right. It's the Imperial Palace in the capital. Although it is quite difficult to gain trust in a short period of time, Zhao Gao, as a notorious treacherous minister in history, could not have been so simple in his schemes and tactics to climb to a position second only to the emperor. Placing him in the capital would not only increase our spies, but also allow us to secretly help the guards take care of his mother. Since arriving in this northern region, he summoned Mao Xiang and others, and sent Mao Xiang to investigate. However, Mao Xiang did not even enter the imperial city because he discovered a great terror hidden deep within the palace. He was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he did not make any rash moves. Zhao Gao, in a little while, I will arrange 100 iron rank assassins, 50 bronze rank assassins, and 4 silver rank assassins outside the city. You will lead them to do your best to develop the assassination organization in secret. You need to try to enter the palace, gain trust little by little, and establish a firm foothold. In the early stages, I don't need you to do anything for me. Just focus on developing your own power. If my mother encounters any difficulties after you enter the palace, do your best to protect her. If things become unbearable, send a message to me in advance, and I will send troops to meet you. Yi Yan carefully explained to Zhao Gao. I will obey your highness's orders and will certainly not fail your highness's trust. Zhao Gao spoke respectfully to Yi Yan. Go ahead. I've already arranged for your men to be in a dense forest 10 miles outside the city. You'll see them when you get there. Yes, your highness. I take my leave. Take care of yourself. As Yi Yan watched Zhao Gao's figure disappear, he thought to himself, Zhao Gao, please don't let me down. He actually spent 20,000 power points to exchange for the Luo Wang assassin group for Zhao Gao, which greatly reduced his already meager power points. Chapter 61 Night Raid on Phantom Moon City. In the dense forest outside the city, a group of men in black were quietly waiting in the dense forest. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of leaves being blown down came from behind, and the 4 men in black who were leading the group shouted loudly. Someone's there. Be on guard. Excellent. They are all elites. I am even more confident in handling the prince's matter this time. I am Zhao Gao. We pay our respects to your excellency. Upon hearing Zhao Gao reveal his family background, the group of men in black immediately sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully. Okay, let's go. After saying that, he immediately got up and led the way, rushing towards the capital of the White Tiger dynasty. Seeing this, the man in black quickly followed. In an instant, Zhao Gao and the assassins of the Luo Wang assassin group vanished without a trace, and the dense forest returned to its original tranquility. At the same time, 160 li from Jinbei City, at the south gate of Huanyue City. This is in the northern region, located directly north of Jinbei City, and is the closest city to the north. However, the city walls here are nowhere near as majestic and tall as those of Jinbei City. Their defensive capabilities are also far inferior to those of Jinbei City. At this time, Bai Qi's Second Legion was quietly hiding in an unnamed valley 20 miles outside the city. Bai Qi, clad in black armor, gazed silently into the distance. Zhang Qian, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, greets General Bai. Suddenly, a member of the Imperial Guard appeared in front of Bai Qi and bowed respectfully. How's the investigation going? Reporting to the general, Illusion Moon City has likely received news of our impending attack. The city gates have been reinforced, and the patrolling soldiers have reduced their intervals by more than half. But I have already informed the brothers in the city. They will provide support from within the city when you, General, prepare to attack. Good. Send a message to them that I will lead my troops to attack the south gate at midnight tonight. Tell the Imperial Guards in the city to prepare. Bai Qi gave instructions to Zhang Qian. Yes, General Bai. Without pausing after speaking, Zhang Qian turned and left, his figure disappearing into the jungle in an instant. Bai Qi watched Zhang Qian's departing figure, standing silently in place, his mind racing with calculations on how to allocate troops and how to march, so as to capture and control the northern cities in the shortest possible time. Night fell, dark clouds covered the sky. There was no moonlight, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen in the surroundings. Seeing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but mutter to himself, it seems even the heavens are on my side. Someone, pass down the order. Everyone prepare their armor and weapons, and quietly advance towards Illusion Moon City. Wrap the horse's hooves in cloth, proceed carefully, and try not to make any noise to avoid attracting the attention of the soldiers inside the city. Bai Qi gave instructions to the several commanders standing beside him. Yes, General. The group responded in hushed tones, then turned and walked back to their own group. Soon, it will be almost midnight. Outside Illusion Moon City, Bai Qi had already led his 50,000 Black Riders from the Second Legion to hide 2 miles away from Illusion Moon City. On a dark and windy night, the time for murder and arson, the entire army of 50,000 stood silently, without making a sound, like a pack of wolves waiting for their prey. It was late at night, and the guards on the city wall were gradually losing their strength. Sleepiness was creeping in, and many soldiers were already slumping over and dozing off, completely unlike their daytime selves. At this moment, the city lord of Illusion Moon City was still eating, drinking, and having fun in his mansion, seemingly not taking Yi Yun's troops to attack him seriously at all. In addition, they already had prejudices against Yi Yun and had limited understanding of him. Most of the soldiers defending the city also thought that it was already late at night, and if they were going to attack, they would have come long ago. They certainly wouldn't come now. Then one by one they dispersed, each finding a comfortable and peaceful place to take a nap. At midnight, Bai Qi led his army slowly toward Huanyu City. Soon the army stopped less than 1,000 meters from the city wall. The guards on the city wall were still fast asleep and had no idea that Bai Qi's army had arrived, with the scythe of death already at their necks. At this moment, in an ordinary house not far from the city gate, more than 30 people dressed in black night clothes were discussing something. These 30-odd men in black were none other than the Imperial Guards who had infiltrated Illusion Moon City. Get ready, let's get started. The leader of the group, a black-clad Imperial Guard, spoke in a low voice to the crowd. Yes, sir. The crowd responded in hushed tones. Upon hearing the order, the more than 30 Imperial Guards quickly gathered their equipment, then left the houses and stealthily made their way towards the city gate. A moment later, all the Imperial Guards gathered at the city gate, only to find that there were only about 100 soldiers guarding the huge gate, but these soldiers were all fast asleep, lying in various places. The Imperial Guards exchanged glances, short blades in hand, and stealthily made their way toward the soldiers. Soon one of the Imperial Guards approached a city-guarding soldier who was fast asleep and had no idea that death was approaching. The Imperial Guard reacted swiftly, covering the soldier's lips with one hand, while simultaneously swiftly slicing a short blade across the soldier's throat with the other. The entire movement was fluid, clean, and efficient. The soldier whose throat had been slit suddenly opened his eyes wide, trying to shout, but because his throat had been cut, he could not make a sound, and soon the soldier lost his life. The Imperial Guards gently put the soldier down and then moved on to their next target. The Imperial Guards relentlessly slaughtered the gatekeepers. Soon, only a handful of gatekeepers remained. Just then, an accident occurred. A soldier, needing to urinate, went down to relieve himself on the city wall. He vaguely saw dozens of men in black moving about at the city gate. At first, he thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he saw what was happening, the soldier was utterly shocked. He only saw a group of men in black constantly reaping the lives of his companions. The soldier immediately cried out in panic. Enemy! Help! The enemy is attacking the city gate. Instantly, chaos erupted within the city. Soldiers on the city walls were awakened and rushed towards the city gates, weapons in hand. At this moment, the Imperial Guard closest to the shouting soldier flashed to the soldier's side, brandishing his sharp blade. A flash of cold light appeared, and the soldier's pupils dilated as he repeatedly covered his neck with his hands. Moments later, his body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Imperial Guard spoke loudly to the crowd without hesitation. 10 or so of you go open the city gates, and welcome General Bai and the brothers of the 2nd Legion into the city. The rest of us will hold off the enemy and buy time for our brothers. Yes. Chapter 62 Victory. Upon hearing the order, the Imperial Guards immediately split into 2 teams, one of which charged towards the rapidly approaching soldiers of Illusion Moon City. The other team quickly arrived behind the city gate, laboriously lifted the huge horizontal beam above the gate, and slowly removed it. With all their might, they spun the winch rapidly, and the city gate, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened as the Imperial Guards spun the winch. At this moment, Bai Qi and the others, who were quietly waiting outside the city, heard the shouts of battle coming from inside the city and thought to themselves, "Oh no, the embroidered uniform guard has been discovered." He then loudly commanded the soldiers. All soldiers of the 2nd Legion, listen to my command. Follow me. Attack the city. Charge towards Illusion Moon City. Kill them. Bai Qi no longer tried to hide his voice carefully. It was loud and clear, reaching the ears of every soldier in the 2nd Legion. After saying that, Bai Qi circulated his true energy and soared into the air, flying towards Illusion Moon City. The Black Riders, who had been waiting quietly, now revealed their true fangs, exuding murderous intent. They spurred their horses and galloped wildly towards Illusion Moon City. Kill! Kill them! The soldiers' deafening battle cries, mixed with the charging momentum of tens of thousands of troops and the constant tremors of the earth, quickly attracted the attention of many soldiers on the city walls. Because the night was so dark and everything was pitch black, the city walls could only be illuminated by firelight. The soldiers guarding the city walls looked out into the darkness beyond, completely unaware whether the deafening shouts of battle were coming from outside their own gates. The short distance of 1 kilometer was only a matter of a dozen seconds for the Black Knights. Soon the army was less than 50 meters from the city wall. Only then could the guards on the wall see clearly that a middle-aged man in black armor was standing in the air, with tens of thousands of soldiers in black armor following below. At this moment, the army below the city wall was rapidly charging towards the city gate. Upon seeing this, the soldiers guarding the city were greatly alarmed and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A large army is attacking from outside the city. Go quickly and inform the city lord and the general." The guards lit all the unlit campfires in that instant, and the city wall became brightly lit. The soldiers who were resting in the city heard the noise and quickly got up, put on their armor, grabbed their weapons, and ran towards the source of the shouts. At that moment, 2 loud roars echoed from within the city. "Who dares to run wild in my Illusion Moon City? Are they tired of living?" A middle-aged man wielding a long spear and another wielding a large hammer rushed out of the city and confronted Bai Qi in the void. At this time, the massive and heavy city gate had been opened by the embroidered uniform guards to a gap that was barely enough for one person to pass through. However, it was still a bit difficult for soldiers and their war horses to pass through together. Meanwhile, some of the embroidered uniform guards had been killed in battle, leaving only about half of them still struggling to hold on. However, the number of Jinyui was still too small. Even though every Jinyui had a cultivation level above martial spirit, and several of them were martial kings, they still couldn't compete with the sheer number of guards, and there were quite a few skilled ones among them. The Imperial Guards were also being forced to retreat, getting closer and closer to the city gate. Although he was increasingly outmatched by the city's defenders, he could still escape if he wanted to. However, his orders were to bring Bai Qi's 2nd Legion into the city, and with the mission not yet completed, how could he abandon his mission and flee for his life? As time passed, the stamina of the Imperial Guards continued to decline, and several more were killed by the city's defenders due to exhaustion and carelessness. Finally, the 2 commanders of the Black Riders were the first to enter the city gate. They immediately circulated their inner energy and brandished their long swords, fiercely slashing at the city's defenders. 2 black blade beams swept towards the soldiers. In an instant, wherever the 2 black blades passed, the city guards were cut in half. They instantly slaughtered all the enemies within 3 meters in front of them. Upon seeing this, the remaining soldiers paused in their tracks and slowly retreated, none daring to charge forward. The remaining Imperial Guards were also shocked. He quickly regained his composure and continued pulling the winch, and the black-armored soldiers outside the city entered one after another. At this moment, the 2 middle-aged men in midair could no longer contain themselves and wanted to rush towards the city gate. But how could Bai Qi give them a chance? He then flashed and blocked their path. Seeing this, the 2 exchanged a glance, then drew their weapons and charged towards Bai Qi, shouting loudly, "9 Cold Heavenly Star Hammer. The returning star's final cry." Haha, well done. Bai Qi looked at the 2 men displaying their martial arts skills with imposing aura and couldn't help but laugh loudly. He then lightly swung his long sword to meet the powerful martial arts of the 2 middle-aged men. Bang! A loud crash resounded, and the 2 were sent flying 10 meters away before regaining their footing, while Bai Qi remained completely still. The 2 were shocked to see Bai Qi's appearance. They were both martial grandmasters, albeit only at the early stage. They were still strong, yet even after using their most powerful martial arts, they couldn't budge the person in front of them. The 2 men couldn't help but take the man in black armor seriously and spoke to Bai Qi. "My lord, I don't know where my Illusion Moon City has offended you. Please tell me, and Illusion Moon City is willing to compensate you tenfold. All right, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll kill you all, and then all the stuff will still be mine. Prepare to die," Bai Qi said coldly. Immediately, Bai Qi circulated his inner energy, drew his sharp blade, and swung it forcefully at the two of them. A terrifying blood-red sword light shot towards them at lightning speed. The two men hurriedly raised their weapons and tried their best to defend themselves by circulating their inner energy, but to no avail. The sword light flashed and sliced through them in an instant, and moments later, their bodies were separated from their heads. They plummeted rapidly from midair. They landed right at the city gate, in front of the guards. By this time, about 1/5 of the black armored soldiers had entered. The city gate was now fully open. Bai Qi flashed in front of everyone and said with murderous intent, "Surrender, and you will be spared." Everyone felt an immense killing intent, and the scene instantly turned icy cold. The cowardly soldiers of Illusion Moon City were the first to drop their weapons and kneel down to beg for mercy. With a leader in charge, all the soldiers were soon forced to surrender. Those who resisted were all slaughtered by the Black Knights. Soon, Illusion Moon City fell under Bai Qi's control. However, instead of waiting and then slowly advancing to attack other cities, Bai Qi immediately arranged for the remaining soldiers and generals to take charge. After a short rest for the army, he led the other soldiers and sped towards Xingming City. Soon, his figure disappeared into the dark night. Chapter 63 Heavenly Wind City. Tianfeng City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it is the second largest city in the north. It turns out that Tianfeng City was the largest city in the Northern Territory, and at that time it was the most powerful and prosperous city in the Northern Territory, without exception. However, due to Tianfeng City's geographical location and its proximity to the Orcish dynasty's territory, the Orcish dynasty frequently sent soldiers to plunder the borders. The northern lands were already barren, and with the subsequent natural disasters and famine, most of the people in Tianfeng City had to leave their homes and flee to find a way to survive. The imperial court's relief efforts were timely, but at that time, the capital was too far from Tianfeng, and distant water could not quench immediate thirst, although in the end, the city was indeed saved by the imperial court. However, due to the large outflow of population and the departure of talents, Tianfeng City could never return to its former prosperity. From then on, Tianfeng City gradually became the second largest city in the Northern Territory. The current city lord of Tianfeng City is named Wu Lin. He is a member of the family of the mother of the current fourth prince. When the fourth prince returned to his maternal home to visit his relatives, he discovered that Wu Lin had some talent and decided to promote him. At first, he was just a minor local official, but as time went by, Wu Lin became more successful because he was good at interpersonal relationships and handling affairs. Through various maneuvers, the fourth prince's mother finally promoted him to the position of lord of the second largest city in the northern border, making him a regional ambassador. Wu Lin was also a grateful person who took the fourth prince's mother's requests very seriously and always handled them perfectly. Wu Lin treated the fourth prince's mother with great respect, and by extension, he treated the fourth prince with the same respect. Wu Lin once said that without the appreciation of the fourth prince's mother, there would be no Wu Lin, the city lord of the second largest city in the Northern Territory. It was precisely because of this that the fourth prince's mother and the fourth prince himself thought highly of him. They spared no effort in helping Wu Lin. In a valley 50 miles outside Tianfeng City, a group of soldiers were cooking. Their faces were etched with exhaustion, clearly indicating that they had endured a long march. "General, the brothers of the embroidered uniform guard have already found out the situation in Tianfeng City. The soldiers are now cooking their own meals." Luan, clad in elite armor, approached Li Tsunxiao respectfully and spoke. He knew all too well how terrifying the cultivation level of the man before him was. The mere trace of aura he had unintentionally revealed earlier had already made Li Tsunxiao breathless. As if being stared at by a prehistoric beast, Luan treated Li Tsunxiao with extreme caution from then on. "Okay, make sure the brothers are well fed and watered, then let them rest for 2 hours. After that, slowly sneak out of Tianfeng City and hide there, waiting for my orders." I went to Tianfeng City earlier to take a look and spend some time with the city lord. Li Tsunxiao said calmly, but a playful smile appeared on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished without a trace. Luan swallowed hard as he watched Li Tsunxiao disappear in an instant. Thankfully, this isn't an enemy. Just how powerful must one be to reach such a level? He then shook his head and turned to walk towards the camp. At the gate of Tianfeng City, Li Tsunxiao was dressed in a black, close-fitting outfit and held a sword. He looked like a rogue martial artist. Li Tsunxiao looked himself up and down, and finding nothing amiss, he walked straight into Tianfeng City without further hesitation. After being checked by the gate guards, Li Tsunxiao easily entered the city. Once inside, he found that the city's prosperity was comparable to that of Jinbei City. The streets were lined with all sorts of vendors, all enthusiastically hawking their wares. Come, take a look at these freshly baked pancakes. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Looking at it from afar is not as good as looking up. Looking up is not as good as holding it in your hands. And looking at it in your hands is not as good as buying it and using it at home. It's definitely great value for money. Don't miss it if you're passing by. These are top-quality medicinal herbs that have just been picked. Looking at the bustling scene before him, Li Tsunxiao couldn't help but think to himself, it would be such a pity if such a lively and prosperous street were destroyed because of a major battle. Li Tsunxiao wandered around the city, eventually arriving at a restaurant. Li Tsunxiao shouted loudly to the waiter as he entered the room. "Waiter, bring me a bottle of good wine and 2 pounds of top-quality wild game meat." "All right, please come in, sir. Would you like to sit in the lobby or in a private room?" "Private rooms are charged separately." "Private room," Li Tsunxiao said coldly. Then, out of sight of others, he subtly revealed a small portion of the token in his robes to the waiter. The waiter was shocked to see the token in Li Tsunxiao's arms, but his expression remained unchanged. He then shouted loudly to the lobby, "The VIP box for 1 guest." Immediately, a maid came and led Li Tsunxiao to a private room upstairs. Upon seeing this, the waiter immediately turned around and walked straight towards the kitchen. Li Tsunxiao was quietly drinking tea in the private room. Knock, 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 knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Li Tsunxiao said loudly, "Who?" "Sir, the 2 pounds of wild game meat you ordered are down to 1 pound. May I add a pound of beef for you?" "Give me 3 pounds of beef, half raw and half cooked." "Sir, is it all right to eat it half cooked?" "I can." As the words fell, the door to the private room opened. A man with a serious expression walked in, peeked out to check the room's surroundings, and then closed the door. "This subordinate, Lu Guang, commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, greets your excellency." "What brings you here, sir?" The visitor respectfully bowed to Li Tsunxiao and asked, "No need for formalities. I have 2 things to ask of you. First, can your Embroidered Uniform Guard find out the whereabouts of Wu Lin, the city lord of Tianfeng City? Second, do you have a portrait of Wu Lin? If not, can you find it before tonight?" Li Tsunxiao spoke to Lu Guang in a slightly cold voice. "No problem, but could you please let me see your token, sir?" Lu Guang spoke tremblingly to Li Tsunxiao. Upon seeing this, Li Tsunxiao immediately took out his personal token from his pocket and handed it to Lu Guang. Seeing this, Lu Guang carefully took the token, examined it for a moment, and then respectfully returned it to Li Tsunxiao, saying respectfully, "What you just said is all correct. I will have the brothers take action immediately, but you will need to wait a little while." Seeing that Li Tsunxiao was not going to say anything more, Lu Guang turned and left. Seeing this, Li Tsunxiao didn't say anything, but instead ate meat and drank wine heartily. Chapter 64 Wu Lin dies. Late at night, a torrential downpour began outside. Lu Guang rushed back from outside and slipped into the restaurant through the back door. Before he could even change his wet clothes, he quietly went to Li Tsunxiao's room to meet him. "Your Excellency, I have completed the 2 tasks you instructed me to undertake. Wu Lin, the city lord of Tianfeng City, learned in advance that you had dispatched troops to settle accounts with those connected to the Wang and Feng families. After getting the news from somewhere, Wu Lin is preparing to host a banquet for officials and guests at the Kunyanla, the largest brothel in the city, tonight, in order to discuss how to deal with your army. My lord, this is a portrait of Wu Lin, the city lord of Tianfeng City." Lu Guang spoke respectfully, then took out a folded portrait from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Li Tsunxiao. Li Tsunxiao took the portrait Lu Guang handed him and examined it carefully. If you wish to assassinate Wu Lin, sir, our embroidered uniform guard can handle it for you. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. Seeing Li Tsunxiao carefully examining Wu Lin's portrait, Lu Guang cautiously spoke up. Li Tsunxiao remained silent, instead carefully examining every detail of the portrait, as if afraid he might have overlooked something. A moment later, Li Tsunxiao circulated his inner energy, and with a tremor in his hand, the portrait turned into ashes in an instant. He then stood up and looked at Lu Guang, who was soaking wet, and said, "Just do your own job. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. I will report your achievements to the prince truthfully. Go and change your clothes now." After Li Tsunxiao finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the house. "Yes, sir. Your subordinate respectfully sees you off, sir," Lu Guang replied respectfully. Li Tsunxiao arrived at Kunyan Tower and looked at the colorful and vibrant place before him. The usual bustling atmosphere of Kunyan Tower was completely absent. The area around the tower was only occupied by soldiers stationed there, along with numerous guards and servants. It's clear that Kunyan Tower has been booked out by Wu Lin, the city lord of Tianfeng City, and will not be receiving any other guests today. But this was no problem for Li Tsunxiao at all. He entered the area as if it were his own backyard. He then leaped up, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was on the rooftop, completely unnoticed by anyone. Li Tsunxiao looked through the window and saw that there were about 10 people sitting in the private room. In the very center, there was a man dressed in red, with a fat body and a small mustache on his chin, who was looking at the dozen or so people in front of him with a slight smile. This person was none other than Wu Lin, the city lord of Tianfeng City. At that moment, he was being served by 2 dancing girls, one on each side. Li Tsunxiao didn't recognize the other dozen or so people, but judging from their clothes, some of them should be soldiers from the city, and others should be heads of various families. At this moment, Wu Lin, with a smile on his face, spoke to a dark-skinned middle-aged man. "General Li, the army sent by the Prince of Jinbei will be your responsibility. There must be absolutely no mistakes. I'm counting on you. Please rest assured, Lord City Lord, I guarantee to complete the mission and will absolutely not let you down." "Ha ha ha. Good, this city lord believes you. Thank you for your trust, sir. This humble general offers a toast to the city lord." The middle-aged man called General Li fawned over Wu Lin. "Good. Ha ha. This is the general of my Tianfeng City. He has courage." Li Tsunxiao, who was on the rooftop, heard the conversation coming from inside the room, and his face was full of disdain. Li Tsunxiao guessed that Luin and the others had already gathered outside the city. Without further hesitation, he immediately put his foot down. Splash, splash. In an instant, a large hole was trampled into the roof. Li Tsunxiao's action caused debris from the roof to fall. Everyone in the room was startled and immediately stood up, turning to look at where the debris had fallen. Everyone watched as Li Tsunxiao leaped down from the air. "Who are you?" The people standing nearby all spoke up and reprimanded him. Wu Lin was furious and glared at Li Tsunxiao, shouting loudly, "Who are you? Don't you know who I am? How dare you come here to disrupt my banquet, Wu Lin's banquet? You must be getting impatient. Guards, guards, stop yelling. Someone like you is the lord of the second largest city in the north." Li Tsunxiao looked disgusted. "Who exactly are you? How dare you cause trouble here? If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones and pretend that today's events never happened. What do you say? My lord, you're being too naive. Do you think I'm a fool? So what do you want? Money. If you leave now, I can give you 5,000 taels of gold and 100 low-grade spirit stones." Wu Lin then spoke. He, Lord City Lord, is truly generous and wealthy, casually offering 100 low-grade spirit stones. It's quite tempting indeed. But you are doomed to die today, so don't think about anything else. To tell you the truth, I am Li Tsunxiao, the commander of the Third Army under the Prince of Jinbei, the very person you are discussing and planning to deal with here. I've come here to ask one question. From now on, I will be in charge of Tianfeng City. My Lord City Lord, do you have any objections? You can forget about it. Without an imperial decree from the capital, I, Wu Lin, will absolutely not agree. Wu Lin, his face contorted with rage, glared at Li Tsunxiao and shouted. Deep down, however, He secretly thought that once he escaped, he must deliver this message to the Empress, warning her that the Prince of Jinbei was quite ambitious and that she must be extremely careful. Li Tsuanxiao looked at Wu Lin and said nonchalantly, "Don't think about anything else. You don't have any other chances." Seeing the hatred on everyone's faces, Li Tsuanxiao said impatiently, "Since that's the case, I'm too lazy to waste any more time with you all. Prepare to die." Everyone was taken aback when they heard Li Tsuanxiao's words. Seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao released his terrifying pressure without hesitation. Although everyone present was a martial artist, including many martial emperors and martial masters, they were insignificant in front of Li Tsuanxiao at this moment. Just 20% of the pressure was enough to make everyone nearly suffocate. Upon seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao immediately unleashed his full power, releasing his oppressive aura to the fullest extent. In an instant, everyone bled from all 7 orifices and died. Looking at the lifeless people before him, Li Tsuanxiao couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? He then cut off Wu Lin's head, cut off a piece of cloth to wrap it, picked it up, and flew quickly toward the city wall. His figure quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 65 Auction. Jinbei City. Inside the courtyard of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Yi Yun was eating snacks and sipping tea, while Sun Yue was carefully peeling fruit for him. Such a life is truly delightful. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Tai Wei Huang appeared in front of Yi Yun in an instant, bowing respectfully. "Your subordinate pays respects to your highness. Commander Mao requests an audience." "Oh, Mao Xiang, what brings him here? Please, come in." Upon hearing Huang Yi's words, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask in confusion, but then still gave Huang Yi instructions. Before long, Huang Yi led Mao Xiang and hurried towards the courtyard. "Your Highness, Commander Mao has arrived." Huang Yi spoke to Yi Yun, and then stood around, forming a protective circle with the remaining iron guards. "Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects." Mao Xiang said respectfully to Yi Yun. "Mao Xiang, what brings you to me today?" Yi Yun looked at Mao Xiang in front of him and couldn't help but ask a question. "Your Highness, I have received battle reports from the embroidered uniform guard, which were entrusted to them by the generals. Therefore, I have come to see your Highness and have presented these reports to you." As he spoke, Mao Xiang took out several pages of written battle reports from his pocket and handed them to Yi Yun. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi stepped forward, took the battle report handed over by Mao Xiang, and then turned around and handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took the battle report handed to him by Huang Yi and examined it carefully. Well, after a moment, Yi Yun, who was carefully examining the battle report, couldn't help but shout. The battle report detailed the course of the battle and the current status of control over the captured cities. Yi Yun was confident that he would soon receive news that the army had firmly grasped the planned cities in its hands. That way, my influence will skyrocket. When the time comes, I can use the PowerPoints to exchange for a wave of soldiers, which will further strengthen my forces. Mao Xiang, have the embroidered uniform guard send orders to the generals, instructing them to speed up their efforts and capture the remaining cities within 3 days. Then, they should recruit soldiers and train their troops on the spot. I hope that when I see them next time, their respective legions will be at full strength. Then he gave the order to Mao Xiang. Yes, Your Highness. After Mao Xiang finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave. Mao Xiang and others. Seeing that Mao Xiang was about to turn and leave, Yi Yun quickly shouted loudly. Your Highness, is there anything else you require? Mao Xiang asked doubtfully. How is the embroidered uniform guard doing now? Are there any of our people in the capital or other countries? Yi Yun pressed for an answer. Your Highness, the embroidered uniform guards have already begun to infiltrate the capital city. As for other dynasties, we haven't sent anyone due to a shortage of manpower. Mao Xiang answered Yi Yun respectfully. Yes, you need to speed up the development of your embroidered uniform guard. Also, during this time, have the brothers in the embroidered uniform guard keep a close eye on the border and gather information about the Northern Orc dynasty, just in case. Yi Yun then gave further instructions. Yes, Your Highness. Okay, that's all. You can go ahead and get back to work. Your subordinate takes his leave. After speaking, he turned and left. Yi Yun watched Mao Xiang's departing figure and the battle report in his hand, lost in thought and muttering to himself. I hope everything goes well. Evening. Yi Yun was quietly reading in his study when Huang Yi came to report. Your Highness, a guard just reported that there is a person outside the palace who claims to be from Luyun Auction House and requests an audience with you. Oh, Luyun Auction House. Why would they send someone to see me so suddenly? Interesting. Huang Yi, go and take him to the reception room. Yi Yun looked puzzled for a moment, but then gave Huang Yi instructions. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Yi responded, then turned and left the study, heading straight towards the main gate of the prince's mansion. Inside the reception room, Yi Yun sat in the main seat. Soon, Huang Yi appeared with a middle-aged man, followed by 2 guards. Yi Yun sized up the middle-aged man, noting his refined and scholarly demeanor in a long blue robe. Both guards were martial artists at the 8th level of the Martial King realm. Soon the group arrived at the reception room. Greetings, Your Highness. Your subordinate has brought them here. Huang Yi bowed respectfully first, and then spoke. He then tactfully stepped aside and remained silent. Yi Yun nodded slightly upon seeing this. Li Hong greets Your Highness. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. No need for formalities. Please have a seat. Someone, serve this gentleman tea. Yi Yun casually pointed to the chair next to the middle-aged man. Then he gave instructions to the maids in the hall. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Li Hong first thanked Yi Yun, then sat down to the side. I wonder what brings you all here to see me today. Yi Yun asked the group with a question. Your Highness, I am now a manager at Luyun Auction House. Tomorrow night, Luyun Auction House will be holding an auction. I have come to deliver the invitation to Your Highness on behalf of my young lady. The heaven-grade pill that Your Highness gave to my young lady will also be auctioned tonight. I would be honored if Your Highness would grace my Luyun Auction House with your presence at that time. Li Hong explained the matter to Yi Yun in detail. Then he took a box from a guard and handed it to Yi Yun. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi quickly stepped forward, took the box, and handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took the box, but did not open it. Instead, he smiled at Li Hong and said, All right, go back and tell your young lady that I have accepted the invitation and that I will arrive as promised tomorrow night. Yes, Your Highness. Then I won't bother you any longer, Your Highness. I'll take my leave now. I'll be waiting for Your Highness at the auction house tomorrow night. All right, someone, see the guest out. Chapter 66 Shock. The next day, evening. At the entrance of the Luyun Auction House, the hall was brightly lit, and a steady stream of people were coming and going. A steady stream of powerful individuals entered the auction hall, including renowned masters from the martial arts world and those who quietly focused on their cultivation. Representatives from various large and small families and forces also attended tonight's auction. Just then, Yi Yun, along with Jia Su, Sun Yue, and others, arrived at the entrance of the Luyun Auction House, escorted by Huang Yi and 3 other iron guards. Ho! Your Highness, we have arrived at the Luyun Auction House. Upon seeing that they had arrived at the auction house, Huang quickly pulled on the carriage reins. He then turned and respectfully addressed Yi Yun inside the carriage. After hearing Yi Yun's calm response, the carriage curtain was immediately lifted by Yi Yun. He then jumped off the carriage. Yi Yun looked around and realized that the auction held at the Luyun Auction House tonight was indeed incredibly lively. All around were people coming and going, including many from other places, and their martial arts cultivation was not weak. Among them were many masters at the level of Martial Grandmaster and Martial Venerable, and there were also quite a few martial artists at the level of Martial Emperor. However, while Yi Yun was still observing the crowd around him, inside the auction hall, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked out. This man was none other than Li Hong, a manager of the Luyun Auction House who had gone to deliver the invitation to Yi Yun yesterday. This humble servant, Li Hong, greets Your Highness and welcomes Your Highness to the auction house. Li Hong bowed slightly to Yi Yun, clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Stewardly, there's no need for such formalities. It is my great honor to have you here at such a lively auction. Yi Yun looked at Manager Li, who was extremely respectful to him, and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Manager Li quickly raised his head and respectfully addressed Yi Yun. Not at all, Your Highness. It is an honor for our auction house to attend your auction. My young lady instructed that the prince be treated well, as he is a distinguished guest of our auction house. I have been waiting for your arrival at the auction house. Your Highness, this way please. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun stopped chatting with Steward Li and immediately spoke. Then we'll have to trouble Manager Li to show us the way. No, Your Highness, please come inside. Manager Li immediately stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation so that Yi Yun and the others could pass easily. Yi Yun then nodded to Manager Li and strode straight into the auction house. Upon seeing this, Jia Su, Sun Yue, and Huang Yi, along with other iron guards, quickly followed. Beside Yi Yun, Manager Li followed closely behind Yi Yun, explaining everything to him in detail. Your Highness, last time you mainly visited the upper floors of our auction house. Today, I'll introduce you to the venue where we hold our auctions. What you see here is what we use to entertain our guests. In a moment, we will pass through this main gate and enter the main hall of the auction. This small door next to it is the passageway to the VIP boxes that our auction house has prepared for our guests. I will open the door for you. As he spoke, Manager Li walked past Yi Yun and quickly arrived at the magnificent door adorned with dragons and phoenixes, knocking twice rhythmically. Creak. Two incredibly heavy doors were opened from the inside. Two middle-aged men dressed in brocade robes walked out and stood quietly on either side of the gate. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately led everyone towards Steward Li. Led by Manager Li, Yi Yun and his group arrived at an extremely luxurious private room. Your Highness, this private room was specially reserved for you by my young lady. Your Highness, please come in. Manager Li then opened the door to the private room. Yi Yun then entered the private room, where he saw fresh fruit already prepared on the table. After Yi Yun sat down at the table, he saw that the view from there was excellent, allowing him to observe the entire auction hall. It seems this auction house really put in a lot of effort. Steward Li, please thank your young lady for reserving such a good seat for me. Yi Yun then spoke to Steward Li. Yes, Your Highness, I will certainly convey your message. Manager Li, how much longer until the auction begins? Then, Yi Yun smiled and asked Li Hong. Upon hearing this, Manager Li immediately answered truthfully. Your Highness, there is less than an hour before the auction is scheduled to begin. Okay, Manager Li, you can go ahead and get busy. Yes, Your Highness, then I shall take my leave. After leaving the room, Manager Li did not head back towards the main entrance. Instead, he walked straight into the private room and arrived at the door of a separate room in the blink of an eye. He respectfully addressed the people inside. This humble servant, Li Hong, requests an audience with Mississippi. Come in. Li Hong then opened the door and entered. The person in the room was none other than Li Shihan, whom Yi Yun had met before. Miss, the matter has been taken care of. I have brought the Prince of Jinbei to the private room. When the Prince of Jinbei heard that it was specially reserved for him by you, he specifically asked me to thank you. What is your opinion of the Prince of Jinbei? Unfathomable. Miss, today, besides the gentleman from last time, the people accompanying Prince Yi Yun of Jinbei are 4 men in black armor and a maid. The maid is nothing special, but the 4 masked guards in black armor and black cloaks are quite terrifying. You can feel a faint, bloody killing intent from them, and their strength is all at the martial emperor level. What? Li Shihan exclaimed in surprise. It's important to know that anyone who exudes a blood-red killing intent is extremely rare, unless they've crawled out of a pile of corpses on the battlefield. You can go now. Just take good care of them. Li Shihan realized her lapse in composure and quickly regained her composure, giving instructions to Li Hong. Yes, miss, I'll take my leave now. Watching Li Hong's departing figure, Li Shihan then went to a bookshelf and activated a mechanism from somewhere. Instantly, a passage was formed behind the bookshelf, and she walked straight into it. A moment later, the room returned to normal and became completely quiet. Chapter 67 Heavenly Jade Pill. Half an hour later, inside the Luoyuan auction house, in the auction hall, the place was bustling with noise and incredibly lively. The private rooms upstairs were already full of people. The hall was bustling with activity, with a dense crowd filling every seat. Discussions about the auction items and related matters could be heard frequently from within the crowd. When the auction items were discussed, gasps of surprise occasionally rippled through the crowd. You need to know, This auction is far grander than the previous Genius Gathering. Numerous large and small families and powerful figures from the surrounding area have arrived. Suddenly, a gasp rang out from the crowd as a tall, slender woman gracefully walked onto the high platform of the auction hall. The crowd saw the woman arrive at the high platform. The people in the hall stopped their discussion and quietly watched the woman, because they all knew that this grand and extraordinary auction, which Luoyuan Auction House had been planning for a long time, was about to begin. First of all, on behalf of Luoyuan Auction House, I would like to welcome everyone to our auction house to participate in this auction. I am Linger, the auctioneer for this auction. The beautiful woman spoke loudly to the crowd. He then proceeded with the same opening remarks he had repeated countless times. They quickly got to the main topic of today's auction. Linger smiled, raised her hand, and announced loudly, "I hereby declare the Flowing Cloud Auction House auction officially open." Okay. The crowd below the stage was alarmed and began to shout. Seeing this, Linger raised her hand slightly, and the crowd below waited quietly. For this auction, Luoyuan Auction House has prepared a total of 60 items. This auction is limited to transactions settled in spirit stones or equivalent items. Gold and silver will not be accepted. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped, for spirit stones were incredibly precious. Many leaders of smaller factions sighed, realizing they would likely return empty-handed. Linger ignored the murmurs of the crowd below and spoke loudly. The auction is now beginning. Please welcome our first item. As soon as the words were spoken, a maid from the auction house slowly walked up to the platform carrying a tray in both hands. The items on the tray were covered by a red cloth. Upon seeing this, the crowd in the audience and the private boxes immediately perked up, ceasing their discussions and focusing their attention intently on the high platform. Some people even had an extremely strong look of excitement on their faces, which was still too obvious despite their efforts to restrain themselves. As is widely known, the Flowing Cloud Auction House is very mysterious, and every auction features many good items. However, previous auctions only had around 30 items, but this time the number had doubled, which was sure to excite everyone present. It should be noted that among the previous 30 items, there have been items of Earth level or even Heaven level quality. This suggests that there must be many good items among these 60 lots. There must be some truly amazing treasures among them. Upon realizing this, everyone present was greatly encouraged, their eyes fixed on the plate brought up by the maid on the high platform. A moment later, a maid brought a plate to Linger's side. Linger lifted the red cloth from the tray held by the maid and smiled as she spoke loudly to the crowd below. Now we will proceed with the auction of the first item of this auction, a top-grade Xian level elixir entrusted to us by a martial artist, the Heavenly Jade Pill. CC, a top-grade Xuanji pill? It's a Xian level pill right off the bat, and it's even the Heavenly Jade Pill, which can raise a person below the Martial Emperor realm without limit. Isn't this pill supposed to be extinct? How come it's being seen at today's auction? Starting with a rare, top-grade Xian level pill, the Flowing Cloud Auction House certainly has a grand ambition. I must get a picture of it. I have to get this pill no matter what, so I can break through to the Martial King realm and the family's power can grow even further. We absolutely have to take the bid. My son is currently at the 9th level of the Martial General realm. If we can win the bid this time, he can easily break through to the Martial Spirit realm. Everyone seemed to have their own plans, but those inside the private room watched the scene unfold without making a sound. Those who could enter the private room were all members of major families in the martial arts world and renowned masters. Naturally, they weren't particularly interested in Xian-grade pills. But the fact that they were given Xian-level pills right off the bat made everyone realize that they had made the right decision to come today. Linger had just finished speaking. Everyone present was instantly shocked. You should know that Xian-grade pills are already quite valuable, but this is the almost extinct Tianyu pill. It's easy to imagine the tremendous impact this almost extinct elixir, the Heavenly Jade Pill, had on the participants of this auction. Please be patient. Linger smiled broadly and said loudly, "Everyone please be quiet. The starting bid for the Xuanji top-grade Heavenly Jade Pill is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 100 spirit stones higher." 1,000. As soon as Linger finished announcing the starting price, someone in the audience shouted out, 1,100 low-grade spirit stones. 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. Oomph, you're all so stingy. I'll offer 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. As that domineering voice fell, the scene instantly became completely silent. Seeing this, Linger couldn't help but shout loudly. This friend has offered 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Does anyone else want to raise the price? 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per attempt. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones twice. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to this friend for winning this top-grade Xian level pill, the Heavenly Jade Pill, for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The people in the private box watched the intense bidding below, their faces remaining unchanged. They showed no intention of making a move. In their view, the truly valuable treasures are yet to come, and the real fierce competition is yet to come. What we're seeing now is merely a small appetizer. The thoughts of the hidden experts in the private rooms and those concealed in the main hall were largely the same. With the completion of the first item, everyone was also eagerly anticipating the appearance of the second item. Soon, the auction for the second item began. Next, we will proceed with the auction of the second item, which was also entrusted to our Luoyuan auction house by a martial artist. The low-level Earth-grade martial arts technique, Tiger King technique. The starting bid is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Linger's lively and clear voice once again resounded throughout the entire auction hall. Chapter 68, 5 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the red cloth on the tray. Earth-level beginner-level martial arts technique Tiger King skill. Even many people in the private room showed some interest in this cultivation technique. My Heavenly Flow sect wants this Tiger King technique. Next month is my son's 6th birthday, and I can use this Tiger King technique as a birthday present for my precious son. A middle-aged man in a blue shirt spoke loudly. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a man in a tight-fitting outfit who recognized him also spoke up loudly. Sect Master Li, this Earth-level cultivation technique is quite excellent. You're just going to take it for yourself with a few words? What about our dignity? My son is missing a cultivation technique. This Earth-level technique Tiger King technique, I'm determined to have it. Linger listened to the heated arguments below the stage and smiled. Everyone, the bidding for the Earth-level cultivation technique Tiger King technique will now begin. After speaking, Linger lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing an ancient book that looked very old lying quietly on it. Judging from its cover, it had been passed down for countless years. It really is a level earth cultivation technique. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. It's worth it. The middle-aged man in blue who had spoken earlier was the first to shout loudly. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Okay, customers have already started bidding. If you're interested, don't hesitate. This is a one-time opportunity. Once it's gone, it's gone. The customer who just offered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, so the price of a level earth cultivation technique is now 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Does anyone have a higher offer? 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then, another man in tight-fitting clothes who had been arguing earlier shouted loudly. 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a man who looked extremely lewd and was sitting in the third row from the bottom in the hall shouted loudly. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price was quickly pushed to an extremely high level. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The man in blue spoke again, shouting loudly. The scene immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Linger couldn't help but patiently guide everyone. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones per attempt. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is the last chance. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones in 3 bids sold. Congratulations to our customer for winning this local grade cultivation technique. Subsequently, all sorts of items were auctioned off. The 3rd item, the 4th item, 8th item, item 20. The 50th item. Ladies and gentlemen, the last and most anticipated treasure you've all been waiting for is here. Now we've finally reached the most exciting part. That's right, we've waited so long. Hurry up and bring out the items for auction. Let us see what treasures they are. A customer in the audience shouted loudly. That's right. That's right. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and take it out. Open it and introduce it. All right, let's take a look at the final treasure that you've all been waiting for. Linger slowly lifted the red cloth while creating the atmosphere. It's actually a pill. At this moment, a customer sitting in the front row of the hall exclaimed loudly. A pale purple, perfectly round pill lay quietly in a box that looked very ancient and grand. Everyone has seen and even taken quite a few pills, but it's rare to see one that's so perfectly round and radiates a purple glow, especially one packaged in such an antique and elegant wooden box. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but discuss it. The moment the red cloth was lifted, everyone in the private room on the second floor stood up, their faces filled with shock. Of course, this was our Prince Yiyan. Yiyan looked at the pills in the box and couldn't help but complain. Isn't this my heavenly cloud pill? The Flowing Cloud auction house is really good at creating hype. It seems that if I need money in the future, I can just put something up for auction from time to time. How is this possible? Such a pill has actually appeared in Jinbei City. An elderly man in one of the private rooms looked on incredulously and muttered to himself. Miss Linger, although this box looks very ancient and grand, and the pills are also quite good, we have never seen them before. What makes these pills worthy of being the last item to appear? Don't try to deceive us. A customer in the audience couldn't help but jeer at Linger. This pill is something you would never expect. Linger smiled at everyone. Miss Linger, stop being so mysterious and just tell me. The crowd racked their brains but couldn't figure out what kind of pill it was, and they couldn't help but ask Linger. All right, I'm not joking with you anymore. This pill is a low-grade heaven-level pill, the Heavenly Cloud Pill. Its function is simple. It can increase the chance of a Martial Grandmaster breaking through to Martial Venerable by 80%. What? A heavenly grade elixir, the Heavenly Cloud Pill. The crowd below gasped in shock, then shouted in unison. The Heavenly Cloud Pill can actually increase the chance of a Martial Grandmaster breaking through to the Martial Venerable realm by 80%. Isn't that the same as taking this pill and being able to break through to the Martial Venerable realm without any problem? The crowd below couldn't help but start discussing it. Everyone in the private room was envious. If they could win the bid, their respective forces would definitely gain a Martial Venerable expert. All right, enough with the nonsense. The starting bid for the Heavenly Grade Elementary Pill Heavenly Cloud Pill is 500,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, and each bid must be at least 10,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Linger had built up the atmosphere enough, so she announced it loudly. 500,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. The head of the Tang family from Hailing City was the first to bid in the private room. Although he didn't need this item, his family had several Martial Grandmasters at the Great Perfection stage. If they could win the bid, it would only benefit the family and wouldn't do them any harm. 800,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. A man dressed entirely in black robes stood in the audience. His hoarse voice also rang out. 1 million low-grade Spirit Stones. 5 million low-grade Spirit Stones. The head of the Liu family in Yunhai City announced loudly. When the price of 5 million low-grade Spirit Stones was announced, a brief silence fell over the room. No one raised the price anymore. Seeing this, Linger spoke up. 5 million low-grade Spirit Stones once. 5 million low-grade Spirit Stones twice. 5 million 3 times. Make a deal. Linger declared loudly, making the final decision. Congratulations to the Liu family of Yunhai City for successfully bidding on the final item of this auction, a low-grade heavenly level elixir, the Heavenly Cloud Pill. This auction at the Luyun Auction House has now come to an end. Thank you all for coming. Guests who have won the bid, please proceed to the backstage area to pay the Spirit Stones and collect your prizes. We will announce the details of the next auction later. We look forward to seeing you all again. Linger smiled and said loudly. Chapter 69 Cooperation. At this moment, inside Yi Yun's private room, his face was filled with shock when he heard that the pills were finally sold for 5 million low-grade Spirit Stones. This tiny pill is worth 5 million Spirit Stones. If all the pills in my backpack were auctioned off, the amount would be astronomical. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shudder. It seems that I have been underestimating the preciousness of cultivation resources all along. Suddenly, there were several knocks on the door of the private room. Knock, 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 knock. Yi Yan snapped out of his daze and winked at Tai Wei Huang. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi instantly understood Yi Yan's meaning, then turned around and walked towards the door, opening the door to the private room. My lord, I am here on my mistress's orders to escort the prince to retrieve the spirit stones. My mistress also wishes to see the prince. Could you please inform him? The person standing outside the door was none other than Steward Li, who had led everyone in earlier. Huang Yi, bring Steward Li in. Hearing Li Hong's voice coming from outside the door, Yi Yan didn't wait for Huang Yi to come in and announce his arrival before speaking loudly to the person outside. Yes, Your Highness. Manager Li, please. Upon hearing Yi Yan's voice from inside the house, Huang Yi quickly responded and then spoke to Li Hong. You're too kind, sir. I am hardly an adult. I am merely an ordinary guard by the prince's side. Steward Li, please come quickly. Don't keep the prince waiting too long. Seeing that Manager Li still wanted to say something, Huang Yi quickly urged him on. This humble servant, Li Hong, greets Your Highness. Li Hong entered the private room and immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Yan. The auction is over. What brings Manager Li here? Yi Yan asked in confusion. Your Highness, I have come here for 2 reasons. First, to take you to collect the spirit stones for the heavenly grade pills you entrusted to our auction house for auction. Second, my young lady wishes to pay her respects to Your Highness. I wonder if Your Highness would do her the honor. Oh, since such a beautiful lady as Miss Li has extended an invitation, how could I, Wang Qi, refuse? Take Huang Yi and the others to the backstage in a little while to collect our spirit stones. After that, just wait for me at the entrance. I'm going to see Miss Li. After giving serious instructions to everyone, Yi Yan then spoke to Steward Li. Manager Li, please lead the way. Your Highness, this way please. Upon seeing this, Manager Li was even pleasantly surprised, and then turned to Yi Yan and said respectfully. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan strode towards the door. Although the Luoyuan auction house is not large, it is a world of its own. Under Li Hong's guidance, they kept circling around the auction house. 15 minutes later, finally, they stopped in front of a door on the top floor of the building. Miss, I have invited the Prince of Jinbei over. Li Hong first knocked on the door, then spoke respectfully to those inside. Let the prince come in directly. Yes, Mississippi. Your Highness, please. Li Hong bowed in response, then pushed open the door, gestured for Yi Yan to enter, and said respectfully. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately stepped into the room. Upon entering the room, it was clear that this was a woman's boudoir. Yi Yan was quite surprised. Why would this Miss Li arrange to meet him here? Upon entering, one sees Li Shihan standing by the window, seemingly lost in thought. She is dressed in a white dress, with a delicate face and an exquisite temperament. What an extraordinary woman. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. Yi Yan's sigh also startled Li Shihan, who was standing by the window. She turned around and said to Yi Yan, I apologize, Your Highness. I was lost in thought just now. Not at all. Miss Li, you're too kind. It was I who was being a bit presumptuous. Yi Yan said shyly. Your Highness is too kind. I must first congratulate Your Highness on successfully taking control of Jinbei City. With your methods and power, Your Highness, I estimate that the entire Northern Territory will soon be under your control. Oh, Miss Li, what makes you say that? Did you send someone to investigate and follow me? Yi Yan couldn't help but joke. He firmly believed that if someone were investigating or following him, they would definitely not escape the eyes of the Imperial Guards in the Northern Territory. However, Yi Yan still underestimated the power behind Li Shihan. Your Highness, I would like to cooperate with you. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Yan looked at Li Shihan with a puzzled expression. Cooperation? How to cooperate? What to cooperate on? Li Shihan then spoke up. I can provide you with substantial resources to support your military development and expansion of power. Oh, that's great. But I imagine your circumstances are anything but simple. Despite hearing such generous terms, Yi Yan remained unblind by the resources and calmly asked Li Shihan. The prince probably guessed that I have extraordinary power behind me. My family wants to use me for a marriage alliance to strengthen the family's power and is forcing me to marry someone I don't like. If the person I'm going to marry is well-behaved, I don't mind sacrificing myself for the sake of the family. But that person is a complete pervert, a lecherous scoundrel, a total playboy. Therefore, I fled to this town of Jinbei under Uncle Fu's guidance to hide. My condition is that if my family pressures me in the future, you must stand firmly on my side. Why do you think I can do it, instead of choosing someone else? After listening, Yi Yun pondered for a moment and then asked a question. Since our first meeting, Brother Yun, the guards accompanying you have been extraordinary. Each of them has excellent cultivation aptitude, and their cultivation levels are not weak. In addition, last time Your Highness personally dispatched a large army to fight, I secretly asked Uncle Fu to take me to see them. They are all elites, and the general leading them is a hero among men. And the 4 guards who accompanied Your Highness today are definitely not ordinary guards either. Therefore, I believe that Your Highness will be able to grow stronger, and with the resources I provide, it would be difficult for you not to become powerful. I never expected that Miss Li would be so intelligent, discovering and analyzing so many things just from the people around me. After listening to Li Shihan's detailed description, Yi Yun couldn't help but praise her. Your Highness, please don't call me Miss Li anymore. Just call me Shihan. Miss Li, you can just call me Yi Yun. Okay, but I'll still call you Brother Yun. Li Shihan spoke cheerfully. All right, Shihan, I agree to your cooperation. However, let me make this clear from the start. You cannot send anyone to interfere in any affairs of my army without authorization. Similarly, I will stand firmly behind you whenever you need me in the future. Okay, Brother Yun, it's a pleasure to work with you. Li Shihan smiled and gestured to Yi Yun with her slender hand. Yi Yun instantly understood and extended his hand to shake it. It's a pleasure to work with you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 70 Yu Family Army. Late at night, the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. The study was brightly lit. Yi Yun and Jia Su were sitting opposite each other, with Yi Yun continuously telling Jia Su something. Jia Su sometimes frowned, and sometimes relaxed. That's the gist of the matter. I've already agreed to Li Shihan's conditions. After a while, Yi Yun finished speaking and then asked Jia Su a question. Your Highness, this condition may seem insignificant to me, but it appears that the power behind this Miss Li is far from simple. We are still developing and have already provoked such a powerful enemy. Considering all factors, it is indeed unwise. However, we need not be afraid of them. Since Your Highness has agreed, we must accelerate the development of our power. With the resources they provide, an elite legion can be built. Combined with the command of the various generals under the prince, there will be one powerful and battle-hardened legion after another in the future. Jia Su thought for a moment, then slowly poured out all his thoughts at once. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded to himself. Although he had daily sign-in through the system and had obtained a lot of cultivation resources during that time, it was still not enough for the huge number of legions. Our current influence is too low to summon a large number of soldiers. At this stage, we mainly need to recruit and train local soldiers. With the resources provided by Li Shihan, his army can quickly grow stronger, and his power will become increasingly greater. At that time, relying on powerful individuals and elite troops, no matter how powerful your background is, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Yi Yun thought to himself. Then he spoke to Jia Su. You'll have to take care of coordinating and allocating the resources provided by Li Shihan. I don't trust anyone else with this task. I will inform Mao Xiang to dispatch several hundred-man squads of the embroidered uniform guard to follow your orders and fully cooperate with you. Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. After hearing Yi Yun's words, Jia Su respectfully bowed and responded. Well, you've been running around with me all day. Go and rest now. Yes, Your Highness. Your subordinate takes his leave. Watching Jia Su's departing figure, Yi Yun was about to get up and leave when a sudden system notification stopped him in his tracks. Byte. System notification. The daily check-in has been refreshed since the host has checked in for half a year in a row. There will be a lucky critical hit bonus this time. Good luck to the host. Do you want to check in? System notification. This month's summons have been refreshed. Do you wish to summon? Yi Yun carefully reviewed the notification sounds, and his eyes lit up instantly. It's that time of the month again, the happiest and most exciting time of the month. However, this 6-month contract even has a lucky critical hit bonus. I wonder what kind of good stuff I can get by signing in. Yi Yun muttered to himself. System, check in immediately. Yi Yun couldn't help but silently repeat it in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving this sign-in reward. 200,000 U Family Army soldiers. What? U Family Army? It actually has a full 200,000 men. Yi Yun couldn't help but shout out, his face full of shock. Wow, this stroke of luck is amazing. A 6-month contract actually gave me a total of 200,000 U Family Army soldiers. It is well known that the U Family Army was known for its strict discipline, and was praised as, it is easier to shake a mountain than to shake the U Family Army. Yu Fei relied on this disciplined and unparalleled U Family Army to fight in the north and south, repeatedly defeating enemy forces despite being at a disadvantage. The Yu Family Army also had a powerful and elite force called the Beiwei Army. It should be noted that before the Beiwei Army was established and rose to prominence in the Yu Family Army in the previous life, the Jurchen people, a nomadic tribe in the north, were considered by Emperor Taizu of Liao, Yaluabaoji, to be invincible if the Jurchen number less than 10,000, but if they number 10,000, they are invincible. However, this very myth was repeatedly defeated by the Beiwei Army, a special force within Yu Fei's Yu Family Army. Yu Fei once defeated Jin Wuju's 100,000-strong army with only 500 Beiwei soldiers in Juxian town. System, open the Yu Family Army attribute panel. Yes, host. The familiar white panel reappeared. Legion name, Yu Family Army. Techniques, Yu Family Divine Fist, Star Radiance Sacred Technique. Number of troops, 200,000. 10,000 Beiwei Army, 15,000 Xianfeng Army, 15,000 Xinjia Army, 20,000 Tabai Army, 20,000 Yui Army, 20,000 Pidi Army, and 20,000 each for the front, rear, left, right, and center armies. Realm, soldiers' minimum cultivation level is Martial General's first level. After reviewing the attribute panel of Yu Family Army, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh to the system. Great system, you're like my own father. If the system had a physical form, Yi Yun would want to worship it lavishly right now. Host, please calm down. You get so excited over such a small thing. How did this system end up with a host like you? As long as you continue to grow and expand your power, you will have everything you want. The system's slightly mechanical prompts kept coming. Yi Yun said excitedly, that's an army of 200,000. Enough for me to build another legion. It's a pity that there is no suitable person to lead this army at present. In Yi Yun's eyes, only the martial Saint Yu Fei is the most appropriate commander of the Yu Family Army. If we can summon Marshal Yu this month, that would be absolutely perfect. Yi Yun couldn't help but think to himself. Then, he shook his head, came to his senses, and silently recited to the system in his mind. System, summon outstanding individuals. Yes, host. Summoning in progress. Host, please wait patiently. Chapter 71, Summoning Again. I wonder who will be summoned this time. Give me Yu Fei, or a great commander. Yi Yun's eyes flickered and changed, while he silently prayed in his heart. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the famous Song Dynasty General, Yu Fei. Yu Wumu. Hearing the system notification, Yi Yun was startled. He hadn't expected that Yu Fei Yu Wumu would actually be summoned. Yu Fei, the founder of the Yu Family Army, is the only one more qualified to command it. Now, the commander of the Yu Family Army will no longer be a problem. System, view Yu Fei's attribute panel. Okay, host, please wait. Detailed attributes of Yu Fei. Name, Yu Fei. Cultivation level, Martial Saint second level. Original realm was Martial God Perfection, suppressed by the world's rules to now be Martial Saint second level. Weapon, Lichuan Spear Saint level. Physique, Martial Saint Physique. Exclusive troop types, Yu Family Army, Beiwei Army, Tabai Army, Yi Army, etc. Loyalty, unwavering. After carefully reviewing Yu Fei's character introduction and attribute panel, Yi Yun was filled with shock. He was another outstanding individual with the cultivation of a martial saint, and moreover, a peerless general with formidable command abilities. Yu Fei's deeds were well known in his previous life. He was the foremost of the 4 generals who revived the Southern Song dynasty. He studied martial arts diligently under martial arts masters such as Zhou Tong and Chen Guang. When the Jin army launched a massive invasion, Yu Fei stepped forward in the face of the Song dynasty's crisis, which led to the famous story of Yu Fei's mother tattooing words on his back. After joining the army, he established the Yu family army, a powerful force in the world, and launched several northern expeditions, defeating the Jin army in great ways. Unfortunately, like Bai Qi, Yu Fei was framed and imprisoned because of his great achievements that threatened the emperor's power, and ultimately died tragically on a fabricated charge. Thinking of this, Yi Yan couldn't help but look forward to Yu Fei's arrival. System, where is Yu Fei right now? Reporting to the host, the system has summoned Yu Fei and placed him within a radius of 100 miles around the host. He will come to join the host within 10 hours. Please wait patiently, host. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun immediately exited the system space. He got up and walked straight towards the room. At the same time, the great battle to capture Yunyao City, led by Qin Xiong's 1st Army Corps, is about to begin on the west side of Jinbei City. At this moment, the armies atop Yunyao City and those below were locked in a standoff. On one side of the city wall, a densely packed army was deployed. The exact number was unknown, but judging from the appearance, it was certainly no less than 100,000. Leading the army on the wall was Lin Ruan, the city lord of Yunyao City, and one of the main participants in the collusion with the Beastman dynasty. All of them looked at the army below with serious expressions. Lin Ren's ability to ascend to the position of Northern City Lord is not to be underestimated. He possesses the cultivation level of the 1st level of Martial Grandmaster, and it seems he has only recently broken through. Behind him stand several elders. According to the Imperial Guards, the one in purple robes is likely the patriarch of the Lin family, possessing the cultivation level of the 4th level of Martial Grandmaster. The others are the heads of various powerful families connected to the city, all possessing the cultivation level of Martial Emperor. Qin Xiong's 1st Legion stood quietly 1,000 meters away from the city wall. The soldiers were densely packed with black armor, showing that the number of soldiers had not decreased but had increased considerably after attacking several cities. Every soldier in the entire column had a faint killing intent in their eyes, and the army was eerily quiet, without a sound of disorder. Leading the group were Qin Xiong and Zhou Tsang, followed closely by 10 Xuanjia Divine Guards. The aura and killing intent emanating from these 10 Xuanjia Divine Guards were even more terrifying. Yi Yan gave orders to the 4 major legions. The battle must be ended within 3 days, and the previously planned cities must be completely controlled. The other legions had already completed their missions to evade the Imperial Guards. Yunyao City was indeed quite far away. Today is the last day of the deadline, and it will also be the day when the prince brings all 19 cities in the Northern Territory, including Jinbei City, under his control. Qin Xiong believed that with his martial venerable cultivation level, no one in Yunyao City could withstand his attack. However, Qin Xiong did not let his guard down because of this. Underestimating the enemy is the worst mistake a good commander can make. Moreover, it should be noted that the army under his command not only includes the 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers summoned by the system, but also ordinary soldiers recruited and gathered during this period. However, after experiencing dozens of bandit suppression battles and several siege battles, as well as the provision of a large amount of cultivation resources, his soldiers are now all elite troops. Moreover, the lowest level among the soldiers is the Martial Master realm, and those with good cultivation talent, such as the captains of 10, 100, and 1,000, have even reached the Martial General, Martial Spirit, or even higher realms. Imagine what a legion of around 30,000 martial artists at the lowest level of martial arts master would be like, and how powerful their combat strength would be. At this moment, the entire battlefield of Yunyao City became increasingly oppressive. Neither side made a sound, and the atmosphere grew more and more tense. The soldiers all knew that war was about to begin. As time went by, Qin Xiong saw this and waved to the messenger beside him. The messenger waved his flag instantly, and the soldiers of the First Legion charged towards Yunyao City like tigers descending a mountain. Martial kings and above who could fly all exerted their inner energy to the utmost, wielding their battle swords, leaping into the air, and charging towards Yunyao City. Kill! Kill! The scene immediately descended into chaos, filled with shouts of killing. In an instant, whether it was the ground siege forces or the battle between martial artists of the martial king level or above in the void, they all clashed together in that instant. The battlefield was filled with screams and deafening battle cries. The soldiers of Yunyao City were still much weaker. After only a short time of contact, the Yunyao City garrison suffered countless casualties, and even 7 or 8 martial kings who had passed through the Void Realm had fallen. Seeing this, Lin Ren couldn't help but speak to the elderly men beside him. We can't go on like this. The enemy's soldiers are far more elite than ours. If we continue like this, our soldiers will not be able to hold on, and our entire army will be wiped out. Everyone, let's make a move together. After exchanging glances, Lin Ren and the others nodded in agreement. Then, Lin Ren took the lead and charged into the battlefield in the void. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiong immediately led Zhou Cang and the 10 Xuanjia Divine Army Guards to meet Lin Ren and the others. Qin Xiong alone arrived in front of Lin Ren and his group, stopping them. Zhou Cang and the 10 personal guards then charged towards the other Yunyao City martial kings in the void. You don't think you can stop all of us by yourself, do you? Seeing this, Lin Ren and the others had no choice but to stop, and then spoke disdainfully. Ha ha ha. The people standing nearby couldn't help but laugh. You'll soon find out whether I can stop you or not. It's pathetic that you don't even realize you're about to die. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiong was not angry. Instead, he looked worried. Enough talk. Let's see what we can do. Lin Ren shouted loudly, and then charged towards Qin Xiong at lightning speed. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. 7 clouds descend with the divine spear. Heavenly cloud palm. Tiger taming saber technique. As powerful attacks came toward him, Qin Xiong gripped his double maces and frantically circulated his inner energy, instantly revealing his martial venerable cultivation level. Oh no, he's a martial venerable realm expert. Run! Lin Ren was the first to notice that Qin Xiong's aura was off, and then shouted loudly to everyone. It's too late to run now. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiong couldn't help but speak up. He then channeled his inner energy into his twin maces and swung them forcefully towards Lin Ren and the others. Everyone saw that this fierce attack instantly destroyed the attacks of the others, but Qin Xiong's offensive momentum did not decrease as a result. It struck them instantly. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and Lin Ren and the others were instantly sent flying backward, crashing down below the city wall. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiong immediately shouted loudly. Lin Ren and the others have been executed by me. You may be spared death if you surrender. Seeing this, the defenders of Yunyao City knew they had no chance of winning and surrendered, dropping their weapons. Chapter 72 The Envoy of the Divine Capital. The next day, knock 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 knock. Yi Yun was still asleep when he was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Yi Yun shouted coldly with a gloomy face. Who is it? What's all the noise about so early in the morning? Your Highness, I deserve to die for disturbing your rest. But there is a burly man in black outside the palace who claims to be Yu Fei and specifically requests to see your Highness. We have no choice but to come and inform your Highness that Mr. Jia has gone to the Luoyuan auction house and is not in the prince's residence. We dare not make decisions on our own. The guard outside the door trembled as he slowly recounted the reason. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's initial dissatisfaction dissipated considerably. Upon learning that Jia Su had actually gone to the Luoyuan auction house and that Yu Fei had also arrived, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This article and its execution were quite fast. My Grand Marshal Yu has arrived. He then gave instructions to the guards outside the door. Take Yu Fei to the reception room first. I'll wash up and be there. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's voice from inside the room, the guard breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned and ran towards the door. As Yi Yun listened to the footsteps fading into the distance, He then gave instructions to the maid outside the door. Someone, prepare hot water for me. I want to take a bath. Half an hour later, with the help of maids, he dressed neatly and strode straight toward the reception room with Sun Yue. A short while later, Yi Yun then came to the outside of the living room. Looking into the hall, he saw Yu Fei, a man of imposing stature and powerful strength. Dressed in a black, close-fitting outfit, he exuded no murderous aura whatsoever and appeared to be nothing special. Yi Yun stopped thinking about it and quickly walked into the hall. He then spoke loudly. Yu Fei, my great marshal you finally arrived. Before Yi Yun could continue speaking, Yu Fei interrupted him. Your Highness, please just call me Pengju. All right. I won't stand on ceremony with you. My 4 legions are currently engaged in battles abroad, and the war is not over yet. Jinbei City is now practically empty, with only a few tens of thousands of soldiers guarding the city. I want you to form an army, the 5th Legion under my command. I wonder if Pengju would be willing? Yi Yun bluntly explained the current situation to him. Your Highness, there is no problem in forming the 5th Legion, but recruiting soldiers locally and organizing training will make it very difficult to form combat capability in a short period of time. Yu Fei directly expressed his concerns. Seeing this, Yi Yun smiled dejectedly. Pengju, you don't need to worry about the soldiers. I have already prepared your own special troops, the Yu family army of 200,000. I wonder if Pengju has the confidence to command them. Your subordinate is willing. Yu Fei was well aware of the strength of his own troops, the Yu family army, especially since it consisted of a full 200,000 soldiers. Great. Yu Fei, heed my command. Your subordinate is here. I hereby appoint Yu Fei as the commander of the 5th Army Corps, to lead the Yu family army, and to form the 5th Army Corps under my command. This subordinate obeys the order. Pengju, take this Yu family army tiger tally and go to a mountain range 50 miles outside the city to receive your army. After you have taken over the army, make good preparations. I may need you to go to the battlefield soon. As Yi Yun spoke, he took out a tiger tally from his pocket and handed it to Yu Fei. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Go ahead. I'll have the embroidered uniform guard inform you of any news. Yes, Your Highness. This humble general takes his leave. After Yu Fei finished speaking respectfully, he turned and left, disappearing from Yi Yun's sight a moment later. Noon. The Prince of Jinbei's mansion. In the courtyard, Yi Yun had just finished lunch and was taking a walk in the back courtyard of the prince's mansion with Sun Yue to digest his food. However, it wasn't just a simple stroll. He was contemplating future developments and how to plan for the future. According to the embroidered uniform guard, the battle between the 4 major legions is nearing its end. However, the detailed battle report has not yet been sent. Just as Yi Yun was pondering in his mind, a guard ran quickly into the courtyard, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and said, Your Highness, someone from the capital has arrived and is currently in front of the palace gates. They request that Your Highness go to receive the imperial decree. It arrived so quickly. Judging by the time, the urgent letter should have arrived not long ago. Go and lead the messengers to the living room. I will be there shortly. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly ran towards the gate. Seeing this, Yi Yun looked puzzled and walked towards the living room while trying to figure it out in his mind. Soon, Yi Yun arrived in the living room, where he saw an old man dressed as a palace eunuch in a purple robe standing on a high seat, closely followed by 2 young eunuchs in gray clothes. Prince Jinbei received the imperial decree. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, the purple-robed eunuch at the head of the group spoke up. Your subject Yi Yun receives the imperial decree. Yi Yun cupped his hands in a respectful yet calm manner and said. Seeing this, the purple-robed eunuch didn't say much. He took the imperial edict from the tray of a little eunuch and read it aloud. The emperor of the White Tiger dynasty issued an edict. 9th Prince Yi Yun, having just arrived in the Northern Territory, has quickly discovered and eradicated the traitors Feng and Wang families of Jinbei City. This is truly a blessing for the Northern Territory and for the White Tiger dynasty. 9th Prince Yi Yun is hereby given full authority to handle this matter. All those involved shall be executed without mercy. He is granted the authority to recruit and build an army. and is hereby bestowed with 3 earth-grade cultivation techniques, 10 profound-grade techniques, 30 yellow-grade techniques, and various cultivation resources. I hope my son Yun will continue his efforts and achieve even greater merit. This is the imperial decree. Your subject Yi Yun expresses his gratitude. Yi Yun respectfully accepted the imperial edict from the purple-robed eunuch with both hands, his face remaining expressionless, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Now his unification of the Northern Territory was even more legitimate. Then, he said to Sun Yue who was standing next to him, Yue, go and get some spirit stones for your father-in-law. Yes. Before long, a plate containing 500 low-grade spirit stones was handed to the purple-robed eunuch. Upon seeing this, the purple-robed eunuch's face was full of smiles, and his attitude had completely changed from before. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Yi Yundao, Your Highness, His Majesty was overjoyed by your meritorious service this time. But when discussing the reward, almost all the ministers felt that the reward was too generous, so His Majesty made the final decision. Thank you for informing me, father-in-law. Yi Yun nodded to the purple-robed eunuch. He then instructed Sun Yue to escort the purple-robed eunuch away. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the group and pondered deeply. Chapter 73 Conversation. Evening. Inside the study. Take a look at this. Yi Yun then picked up the imperial edict from the desk and handed it to Jia Su, saying, Your Highness, this. Jia Su looked at the imperial edict before him, took it, and couldn't help but ask a question. The envoy sent by the Divine Capital Palace has arrived today, and this was brought along. Take a look at it first. Yi Yun explained. After listening, Jia Su said nothing more, and then opened the imperial edict in his hand to read it carefully. A moment later, after handing the imperial edict back to Yi Yun, Jia Su calmly said, Your Highness, this imperial edict has come at the perfect time. Our troops, which are currently in the open, will now have a legitimate reason to act, which will be beneficial to our future unification of the entire northern border. That's what I think too. Once the war between the 4 legions is over, let them secretly expand their armies and train their soldiers. Turn the cities we have captured into our own real cities. Your Highness, once we take control of these dozen or so cities, we will face a huge problem. The officials stationed in each city are unable to resolve the issue. Jia Su quickly stated the problem he was facing. I'll handle this. Tap, 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 tap. A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Soon, Mao Xiang strode into the study and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate Mao Xiang greets Your Highness. Mao Xiang, what brings you to see me in such a hurry? Yi Yun looked at the travel-worn Mao Xiang and couldn't help but ask a question. Your Highness, the battle reports from General Bai Qi and General Qin Xiong have just been delivered by the embroidered uniform guard. I came to see you as soon as I received them. Mao Xiang took a breath and began to explain. Oh, let me see it quickly. Upon hearing the battle report, Yi Yun immediately stood up and spoke urgently to Mao Xiang. Upon seeing this, Mao Xiang immediately took out several documents resembling memorials from his pocket and hurriedly handed them to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took it and immediately opened it to take a look. A moment later, great. Yi Yun had a big smile on his face and kept muttering to himself. He then casually handed the battle report he had finished reading to Jia Su and said, You should take a look too. Yi Yun then spoke to Mao Xiang. Mao Xiang, have your embroidered uniform guards send a message to the commanders of the 4 major legions, instructing them to quickly stabilize the morale of the people in the major cities and prevent any major unrest. Once things are stable, they should recruit and train soldiers locally, and try to keep their legions at full strength. Yes, Your Highness. Now that the war between the 4 legions has ended, it's time to settle some of the old grudges. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He then coldly gave the order to Mao Xiang. Mao Xiang, I need your imperial guards to do something for me in the capital. Your Highness, please give your orders. The embroidered uniform guard will carry out the mission to the death. Upon seeing this, Mao Xiang immediately spoke to Yi Yun with unwavering resolve. All right, I want you to personally lead the team to the capital and massacre the entire family of Yi Lujin, the deputy commander of the Royal Palace Guards, Yi Yun said. Your Highness, Should we also deal with Yi Lujin? He belongs to me, but I don't need him for now. I want her to watch her family members die before him. Yi Yun said through gritted teeth. Yes, Your Highness. Take this token and go to the capital to find a man named Zhao Gao. His organization will provide you with some assistance. Yi Yun then took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Mao Xiang, giving him instructions. Yes, Your Highness, I will certainly not fail in my mission. Go. I will be waiting for your good news in Jinbei City. Mao Xiang then strode towards the door. How's the resource coordination with Luoyuan Auction House going? Your Highness, the coordination is almost complete. The first batch of resources is expected to arrive in 10 days. The total value exceeds 10 million. Low-grade spirit stones. Oh, it seems Li Shihan really went all out. Upon hearing Jia Su's words, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. He then spoke directly. Once the resources arrive, distribute them immediately. Have the embroidered uniform guard deliver the resources to the 4 major legions. They are about to recruit and train a large number of soldiers, and they will likely be in dire need of all kinds of resources. Remember the 4 million low-grade spirit stones we brought back from the auction a few days ago? Keep a small amount for yourself, and use half of the rest to purchase the relevant resources. After purchasing them, transport them along with the remaining spirit stones to a mountain range 50 miles outside the city. My newly formed 5th Legion, composed entirely of elite warriors, is stationed there. You will handle this personally. The 5th Legion must not be exposed for the time being. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Jia Su bowed and agreed. Well, it's late at night now. You should go and get some rest. We can take care of the rest tomorrow. Seeing that everything was all right, Yi Yun then said to Jia Su, Is that all right? Yes, Your Highness. Your subordinate takes his leave. Yi Yun watched Jia Su leave, then walked alone to the window of the study, looking up at the bright, clear moon in the sky. Yi Yun was not complacent about his current achievements. He always felt that a huge disaster was about to befall him. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Since obtaining the system, something called ambition had gradually taken root and sprouted in Yi Yun's heart, constantly expanding. Huang Yi, Yi Yun called out casually. Suddenly, Huang Yi and his group, dressed in black armor and cloaks, appeared behind Yi Yun and bowed respectfully in unison. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Here are 4 sets of top-grade spirit stones, each worth 100,000. You, Huang Er, Huang San, and Huang Si should each give these sets of top-grade spirit stones to the commanders of the major legions and tell them that while they are urging their soldiers to cultivate and train, they should not neglect their own cultivation as well. The remaining portion contains 200,000 spirit stones for the 4 of you. You must also hurry up and cultivate for me. I have plenty of resources. Your main task right now, besides delivering spirit stones, is to seize the time to cultivate and quickly break through to a higher realm. Only in that way will you have more opportunities in the future. We will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations. Huang Yi and the others bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded. Go and come back quickly. Yes, Your Highness. Then Yi Yun took out a spatial bag and tossed it to Huang Yi. Yes, Your Highness. Led by Huang Yi, the Iron Guards left the palace and arrived outside the city. Huang Yi distributed spirit stones to the group and then flew quickly toward their assigned destination. Chapter 74 Annihilation of the Entire Family. The capital city. In a courtyard of moderate size in the city. At this moment, in the courtyard and house, 2 men dressed in black robes were seen with their eyes closed, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, the 2 of them opened their eyes at the same time and looked towards the door. A short while later, knock, 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 knock. Several rhythmic knocks came from the front door. Thump, thump. Then, Qinglong tapped the table next to him twice in a certain rhythm. As soon as the knocking stopped, the door to the room opened, and a middle-aged man dressed as a servant strode in. He respectfully bowed to Mao Xiang and Qinglong. This humble servant, Wang Cheng, is the commander of assassins under Lord Zhao Gao. I have come to greet you both. Lord Zhao Gao originally intended to come in person to assist you, but he is currently in the palace and cannot come in person to avoid revealing his identity. Commander Wang, you're too kind. How's the intelligence gathering going? Mao Xiang said coldly to Wang Cheng. Reporting to your excellency, we have already ascertained the situation of Yi Lujin, the deputy commander of the royal guard, and his residence. Yi Lujin, the deputy commander of the imperial guard, is on duty in the palace tonight. He will finish his duty at midnight and return to his residence as usual. It takes him about 15 minutes to get from the palace to his residence. Yi Liujin's mansion is located in the north of the city. It occupies a large area, and his family has 500 or 600 members, all of whom are martial artists. Most of them are at the martial warrior level, with 18 at the martial king level and 2 at the martial emperor level. Including the elderly, women, and children, there are about 1,000 people in his mansion. It is said that there is also an ancestor who is about to break through to the martial grandmaster level. However, since we have only been in the capital for a short time, and the two lords' actions came suddenly with limited time, we have not yet determined the specific situation of this ancestor. Wang Cheng recounted all the information he had gathered to Mao Xiang and Qing Long in detail. Yes, it's already quite impressive that you've gathered so much information in such a short time. Thank you for your hard work. Mao Xiang nodded secretly and said to Wang Cheng, You two are too kind. We are all working for the prince. If our brothers need anything, just let us know. Wang Cheng responded with fear upon hearing Mao Xiang's words. My lords, do you need our brothers to participate in this operation? The brothers under my command are all top-notch assassins. Wang Cheng then asked Mao Xiang and Qing Long. No need, we can handle it. The most important thing for you now is to follow your adults and grow stronger. Qing Long glanced at Mao Xiang, then smiled and said to Wang Cheng, We'll be going now, goodbye. Please take care, gentlemen. Wang Cheng clasped his hands in greeting to the two men. Mao Xiang and Qing Long walked out of the room and into the courtyard. They looked at each other, then leaped into the air and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. After the two left, Mao Xiang ran towards Lin Liujin's residence, while Qing Long quickly rushed towards the Jinyui's assembly point. Half an hour later, 200 elite imperial guards, all with cultivation levels above martial spirit, had infiltrated the capital city through various means and gathered around the residence of Yi, the deputy commander of the Royal Palace Guards. Sir, the brothers are all in position and awaiting your orders. Qing Long strode over from the darkness and whispered to Mao Xiang. A dark and windy night is the perfect time for murder and arson. It's a good night. Mao Xiang looked up at the bright moonlight that was obscured by dark clouds and couldn't help but sigh and mutter to himself. He then immediately spoke to the Azure Dragon. Go ahead and do it. Leave no one alive in the Yi family. Mao Xiang's calm voice came through, but the moment he spoke, one could feel the surrounding air grow colder, his words filled with murderous intent. Yes, sir. Azure Dragon clasped his hands in response, then turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. After receiving their orders, the Jinyui guards, who had been trying their best to suppress their killing intent, released it all at once. They used their stealth skills to rush into the Yi residence and kill anyone they saw. Before anyone in the Yi family could react, they were all killed by the embroidered uniform guards' Xiuquan blade, including all the martial kings and martial emperors. With the imperial guards, Mao Xiang, and Qing Long personally taking action, it was a devastating blow. Half an hour later, the entire Yi family was wiped out. Not a single person survived, all perishing under the blades of the embroidered uniform guards. Sir, the search is complete. There are no survivors. Withdraw. After Mao Xiang finished speaking, he took the lead and ran out of the Yi residence. Seeing this, the others also dispersed in twos and threes. In an instant, the imperial guards vanished without a trace. Midnight 11 p.m. 1 a.m. Inside the palace. Having just finished dealing with the imperial guard's military affairs and ending his duty for the day, he was preparing to return to his residence. Soon, accompanied and escorted by several guards, Yi Lujin returned to the gate of his mansion. But Yi Lujin sensed something was wrong as soon as he got outside. Where were the guards at the door? There used to be 10 family guards on duty day and night in front of his mansion, but today not a single one of them was there. Moreover, whenever he was on duty, he would inform his family in advance, and they would prepare to welcome him back home after he finished his duty in the evening. I clearly told the steward of the manor yesterday. But now there wasn't a single person outside the mansion, and there wasn't even a sound inside. It was eerily quiet. Yi Lujin couldn't help but take a few steps back. He whispered cautiously to the commander of the personal guards beside him, giving instructions. Yi He, take a few men inside and see what's going on. Yes, General. A young general stepped forward from beside Yi Lujin and bowed in response. He then turned to several soldiers and spoke. A few of you come with me to take a look. The rest of you protect the general. Yes, Commander. A short while later, Yi He arrived at the mansion gate with several soldiers, each holding a drawn sword. The men exchanged glances and slowly pushed open the gate. The group carefully and slowly entered the mansion. Seeing that the group had successfully entered the mansion, Yi Lujin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The soldiers who had gone in to investigate were seen running out in a disheveled state, shouting and stumbling. The group seemed to have witnessed something extremely terrifying, and they screamed incoherently. Blood, it's all blood. They're all dead. All of them are dead. Seeing this, Yi Lujin slapped Yi He, the commander of the personal guards. What exactly happened inside? General, you should go in and take a look yourself. After being slapped, Yi He finally came to his senses and stammered. Upon hearing this, Yi Lujin dared not delay any longer and immediately turned around and strode into the mansion. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly followed. Sure enough, when Yi Lujin entered the mansion, he saw that it was full of corpses, with not a single survivor. When Yi Lujin entered the hall, he saw on the wall written in blood, Yi Lujin, are you satisfied with my operation this time? You'd better live well, and wait for me to come and take your dog's life myself. Seeing the provocative words in the hall, Yi Lujin's face turned purple with anger, the veins on his arms bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot. But he couldn't figure out who did it. Chapter 75 New Year's Festival. General, I will immediately send men to mobilize troops to seal off the city gates and capture this damned murderer. The bodyguard standing to the side said angrily. Yi Lujin glared fiercely at the guard who had spoken, then angrily shouted at him. Catch them, my ass. Do you think they'd wait for you to catch them? They've probably already disappeared somewhere. Go, find someone to clean up my mansion. No one is allowed to spread today's events. Just say that most of the people in my mansion have returned to their ancestral home. If I hear any rumors outside, you'll all lose your heads. Yes, General. Instead of mobilizing a large force to hunt down Mao Xiang and his associates, Yi Lujin covered up the news of his family's annihilation. Yi Lujin is indeed a ruthless person. He was able to endure even in this situation. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Lujin didn't want to gather his men to hunt down the murderers who massacred his family. Rather, he was terrified by the scene. You see, Yi Lujin had grown into the deputy commander of the royal guards in the White Tiger dynasty, and he had experienced all sorts of bloody assassinations. However, this was a case of a powerful entity with several martial emperors and one martial grandmaster being completely wiped out without making a sound. That would require an immense amount of military force. This demonstrates the immense power of their forces. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't imagine how he could have provoked such a powerful enemy. He firmly believed that the people who had slaughtered his family were all above the martial grandmaster level, and that there were also many other powerful martial artists among them. Only such a martial artist could easily wipe out his own family without making a sound. If he were to mobilize a large force to conduct a massive search and even hunt down these people in the city, what if they turned around and fought him to the death while he was being guarded? Yi Lujin didn't think that his cultivation at the first level of martial grandmaster would be enough to survive the desperate resistance of these men in black. It seems I need to be more careful lately. Although I don't know who you are, if you dare to come again, I will make you pay for the deaths of more than 1,000 members of my Yi family. Yi Lujin made a silent vow in his heart. Time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In just 2 more days, it will be the New Year's Day of the White Tiger dynasty, which is somewhat similar to the New Year's Eve festival in my previous life. On this day, people will spend more money to prepare some delicious food, order some pastries, and visit each other with their friends and acquaintances. On this day, people forget their previous troubles, stop what they are doing, and completely relax and enjoy themselves. After Yi Yun completely took control of the 19 cities in the Northern Territory, with the help of Jia Su and combining what he had learned in his previous life, he promulgated many policies that benefited the people. The quality of life for the people in these 19 cities in the north has improved by more than one level. They are now able to eat their fill and stay warm. Based on past experience in the north, it's unknown how many more people will die this winter. Therefore, Yi Yun now enjoys a high reputation among the people of the Northern Territory. In fact, many people from other cities have brought their families to any of the 19 cities under his direct rule to make a living. Now he enjoys the support of the people, which is exactly what he has always wanted to achieve, and he has finally made some progress. The history I learned in my previous life taught me that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, even if this world is one with unparalleled military power. Of course, Yi Yun wouldn't be foolish enough to advocate for the equality of everyone in his previous life, because this world is inherently unequal. Cultivation talent is innate, and if a child with extremely poor talent doesn't have a heaven-defying opportunity, how can they defy fate and change their destiny? The 4 legions led by Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and others have now reached near full strength after more than 2 months of development. However, its overall combat effectiveness still needs improvement. It is far inferior to the 5th Army Corps, which was entirely composed of Yufei's troops. So much so that after Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and others visited Yufei's 5th Army, they all clamored to equip it with some of these elite soldiers. Yi Yun had no choice but to summon 10,000 soldiers for them by himself, which finally gave Yi Yun some peace and quiet. Yi Yun had been enjoying a rare period of relaxation these past few days, spending his time eating, drinking, and having fun, occasionally visiting Li Shihan to tease her. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Of course, Yi Yun also has his moments of sorrow. Having been in this world for so long, the only thing Yi Yun lacks is family affection. Ordinary people are filled with laughter and joy during this festival, with their families gathered together in harmony. But for someone like me, living in an imperial family, there is no such thing as family reunion. I am always alone, feeling cold and lonely. Why? I wonder how my mother is doing in the cold palace. Although I have sent Zhao Gao to infiltrate the palace to gain his trust and take care of her, he has only been there a short time and probably won't be of much use. Last time I sent Mao Xiang, he sensed an extremely mysterious aura in the palace and failed. It seems I'll have to find a time to have Bai Qi or Li Tsunxiao go for me. Yi Yun looked up and gazed in the direction of the capital. His only remaining relative was his mother, who was now in the cold palace of the capital. Your Highness. Suddenly, Jia Su, wrapped in a thick gray cloak, came to Yi Yun's side and respectfully greeted him. Wenhe, why are you here at my palace in this cold weather instead of staying home and enjoying yourself? Yi Yun looked at Jia Su and asked in confusion. Your Highness, of course we've come to the palace to see you. Jia Su tightened his thick cloak and then spoke. Oh, what business do you have with me? Because of the heavy snow in our northern border this year, many roads have been blocked and impassable. Merchants have run out of meat to transport and sell, but many people in the city still haven't been able to buy meat. I'm thinking of taking some of the cattle, sheep, and wild animals that we've confiscated and slaughtering to sell to the people. Here's what we'll do. Go outside the city and inform Gao Shun to slaughter all the cattle, sheep, and wild animals that were captured during the last attack on the 18 cities. Keep some for the army and distribute the rest to the people so that the people of these 19 cities can have a good new year this year. Jia Su was stunned when he heard Yi Yun's words. Chapter 76, Distributing Supplies. Jia Su was stunned when he heard Yi Yun's instructions. He never expected his lord to give such an order. Jia Su hadn't expected his lord to be so magnanimous and compassionate towards ordinary people. His face was filled with astonishment. Kindness, magnanimity, ruthlessness, it's hard to describe them all. They can't be summed up in just a few simple words. The longer Jia Su spent with Yi Yun, the more he realized that he could no longer understand his lord. However, Yi Yun also fulfilled the ambition and iron will that many people who wanted to become emperors could never cultivate in their entire lives. Such a person, once he grows up, will become a great emperor, a true emperor for all time. Yi Yun now possesses many of the qualities required to become an emperor. With the assistance of his talented subordinates, it's safe to say that as long as Yi Yun lives, he will surely ascend the throne and become an existence that dominates the ages. Thinking of this, Jiasu snapped out of his shock and respectfully addressed Yi Yun. Your Highness's love for the people and concern for their well-being is truly a blessing for the people of our northern border. I admire you greatly. I swear to follow your Highness to the death and to rule the world. I will send someone to inform them immediately and try to distribute the meat to the people of the 19 cities as soon as possible. Okay, go ahead. Seeing this, Yi Yun said calmly. Yes, Your Highness, then I shall take my leave. Yi Yun smiled and nodded in response to Jiasu. 2 days later, on the day of the Lunar New Year, when the proclamation informing the people to go to the city lord's mansion to collect meat spread throughout Yi Yun's territory, the people of all 19 cities were shocked. How could the common people have imagined that the Prince of Jinbei would actually distribute meat to ordinary people like them? On the streets, people flocked towards the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, an unsuspecting villager quickly grabbed one of the villagers and asked him the question. Hey brothers, what's all this rushing around for during the Lunar New Year? Where are you all going? Ah, you didn't know that? This news has been spread everywhere for a while now. To tell you the truth, because of the heavy snow in the northern border this year, many official roads have been closed, and meat from other places cannot be transported to our northern border for sale. The king of Jinbei doesn't want everyone to have a bad new year. So they took out some cattle, sheep, and wild animals, slaughtered them, and distributed them to us ordinary people for free, so that we could have a good new year. The man who had been pulled stopped and slowly explained to her. At this moment, the people standing nearby also chimed in with their agreement. The Prince of Jinbei is truly exceptional to us ordinary people. Such a good thing. Let's go, let's go. What are we waiting for? If we're late, there won't be anything left. Upon hearing this, some unsuspecting civilians immediately realized what was happening, shouted loudly, and then rushed towards the city lord's mansion. On this day, Yi Yun's unintentional act unexpectedly brought his prestige among the people of the 19 cities he truly controlled in the Northern Territory to another peak. Even young martial artists in cities across the country regretted not joining Yi Yun's army. On the street in front of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, a large number of ordinary people gathered. People's faces broke into rare smiles. Dear fellow villagers, please do not crowd. Please line up and come one by one. We have prepared plenty of meat, so please do not worry about not being able to get any. The city lord's mansion has also dispatched soldiers to set up distribution stalls on several main streets in the city. Please truthfully report the number of people in your family to us for registration, and we will distribute the meat according to the number of people in your family. No falsification is allowed. If we find any falsification, we will bear the consequences ourselves. A soldier dressed in centurion's armor shouted loudly at the dense crowd. Upon hearing the soldier's shouts, the people lined up in an orderly fashion and waited quietly to receive their supplies. However, some ruffians tried to cause trouble and disrupt the procession. However, the soldiers guarding the side all lifted them out of the line with one hand, gave them a friendly lecture, and then revoked their eligibility to receive the gift. When the thugs who were causing trouble saw that the soldiers around them were all fierce-looking and staring at them menacingly, they didn't have time to think and scattered and fled. Come on, line up, let's start collecting. Suddenly, they heard a voice from ahead saying that they could collect the gifts. The people forgot about watching the show and all looked ahead. The people at the front were already carrying the supplies they had received, surrounded by their children, and happily walking home. Upon seeing this, the crowd immediately erupted into lively conversation once again. It's no wonder that these ordinary people are so happy about such a small amount of meat. The main reason is that the lives of the people in the north have always been extremely difficult. At the same time, the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. In the kitchen, Yi Yun was also working frantically all by himself. Yi Yun, the Prince of Jinbei, actually came to the kitchen to cook himself. He instructed his servants to take a portion of the freshly slaughtered beef and mutton, as well as some wild game meat, and the internal organs of these animals, and bring them to the kitchen. He then sent guards from the mansion to the Luoyang auction house to invite Li Shihan, Jia Su, Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and others to their respective mansions for a gathering at the prince's mansion. Yi Yun also prepared a dish from his past life hot pot for everyone. Chapter 77 Busy. At this time, in the kitchen of the prince's mansion, Yi Yun was seen working busily with the help of Sun Yue and a group of maids. Upon arriving first, Jia Su and Mao Xiang, having spent the most time with Yi Yun and been by his side the longest, were no longer surprised by his endless stream of various methods. They had become numb to it. However, many of the maids in the palace were whispering among themselves. I never expected our prince to be so skilled in cooking. He's amazing. Your Highness, are these things you had prepared really edible? We have never heard of anyone in this vast dynasty saying or trying that animal organs are edible. One of the maids, who was assisting Yi Yun, held up a piece of animal entrails that was being cleaned and processed and asked Yi Yun a question. Indeed, there are no records of anyone eating animal organs in the history of the White Tiger dynasty, because they basically only wanted the animal's skin and meat, and the animal's organs were either discarded or buried somewhere. You can rest assured, would I lie to you? As maids and guards in my residence, as long as you are loyal enough to me, I guarantee that I will not treat you unfairly. We've prepared a lot of things this time. Once they're ready, you can have some to try. Stop being curious. There's still so much stuff that hasn't been cleaned properly. No matter how much I tell you, nothing beats experiencing it for yourself. Hurry up and get it done. Yes, Your Highness. After hearing this, everyone continued to work diligently on their tasks. It was evening. Everything is finally done. Yi Yun was also exhausted and vowed in his heart that he would never pretend again and would never do it himself again, even if he were beaten to death. At this time, Qin Xiong, Gao Shun, Li Tsuanxiao, Su Chu and others who had been invited arrived one after another, and Li Shihan from Luoyang Auction House also brought the old man named Uncle Fu to the Wang mansion. Seeing this, Yi Yun instructed the maids to move everything into the courtyard. Immediately, the pot was set up and the fire was lit, and soon the aroma of hot pot filled the entire courtyard. Your Highness, this is the hot pot you were talking about. It smells amazing. Su Chu rushed into the courtyard first, shouting loudly. His eyes were fixed on the piles of various meats and vegetables on the table, which had been cleaned and prepared. Most importantly, there was also the fine wine that Yi Yun exchanged from the system using PowerPoints. He exchanged a lot for just 10 PowerPoints. Su Chu smelled the aroma of the hot pot, mixed with the fragrance of fine wine, and his mouth was practically watering. He then asked Yi Yun impatiently, Your Highness, when are we going to eat? It smells so good, I can't wait any longer. It'll be ready in a moment. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke up. Following closely behind Su Chu were Li Shihan and Uncle Fu from the Luoyang Auction House. Shihan, you're here. Come on, please take your seats here. Upon seeing the two arrive, Yi Yun smiled and said, Shihan has met Brother Yun. This old servant greets Your Highness. Shihan, there's no need to be so polite. Shihan calls you Uncle Fu, so I'll teach you to do the same. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to the two of them. Brother Yun, your cooking is really good. It smells so good. It's a shame you don't open a restaurant. Li Shihan said with a smile. Are you trying to work me to death? I've been busy preparing this hot pot since morning, and I'm exhausted. Running a restaurant? Forget it. Ha ha ha. Li Shihan today may have been dressed up carefully. She is already stunningly beautiful, and this makeover makes her even more breathtaking. That smile touched Yi Yun's heartstrings even more, and Yi Yun's gaze was fixed on Li Shihan. It took him a moment to come back to his senses. Since everyone is here, please find a seat. I've been busy all day, and I'm starving. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, Yi Yun addressed them loudly. Before long, the maids had laid out all sorts of tempting dishes on the table. The aroma alone was enough to captivate everyone, and they all quickly found seats, as if afraid that the fragrance would disappear in no time. However, upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that it contained a lot of animal organs, which was the first time they had ever heard that animal organs could be eaten. Li Shihan, who was standing to the side, also spoke up in surprise. These various offal from cattle and sheep are things that people usually throw away. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Yun broke his silence and spoke loudly. This is how you eat hot pot. It's a rare delicacy. Very well, I will personally demonstrate for you. Yi Yun casually picked up a plate of tripe and poured it into the boiling pot. After a while, Yi Yun scooped up the tripe that had just been put in, then picked it up, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. Yi Yun's expression of immense pleasure and enjoyment made the onlookers almost drool. Seeing this, everyone picked up the dishes on the table and poured them into the pot. After a few minutes, they scooped them out and began to eat them heartily. You can faintly hear words like delicious coming from his mouth. Everyone raved about this so-called hot pot. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately picked up the wine jar next to him, poured half a bowl of white wine into the empty bowl in front of him, stood up, and said loudly to everyone, "Gentlemen, today is a festive day. My achievements in such a short time are inseparable from your assistance. In the future, we will conquer more and larger territories. I hope you will all accompany me on the day when I truly rule the world. I, the king, would like to offer you all a toast." Dry. After Yi Yun finished speaking, he drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. Everyone present stood up, picked up their wine bowls, and spoke loudly. "We respect your highness." After saying that, they all drank it all in one gulp. At the same time, in the 19 cities under Yi Yun's rule, smoke curled from the chimneys of ordinary people's homes, and the aroma of meat wafted out continuously. The cities were also filled with the sounds of children playing and laughing. Such a scene has not been seen in the harsh and cold north for who knows how long. Isn't this exactly what ordinary people expect? Chapter 78: The Blood Tiger Army Arrives. Time flew by. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Jinbei City. Inside the study of the prince's mansion, Yi Yun was sitting alone, quietly flipping through ancient books. Among the major legions, Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, and others were in charge, and Jia Su led officials to handle the administration of the 19 cities. Yi Yun had absolutely no worries about military or political affairs. His life couldn't be more comfortable. Knock, 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 knock. Just as Yi Yun was marveling at this wonderful life, a sudden, urgent knocking came from outside the door. Yi Yun's thoughts were instantly pulled back. Mao Xiang pushed open the door and strode into the study. He then bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. "Your subordinate greets your highness." "No need for formalities, Mao Xiang. What brings you to me in such a hurry?" Seeing Mao Xiang in such a hurry, Yi Yun immediately asked, "Your highness, the Blood Tiger Army stationed on the northern border has sent men to borrow grain." "Borrow grain?" Yi Yun couldn't help but ask. "Yes, according to the information gathered by the embroidered uniform guard, the Beastman dynasty, which borders our White Tiger dynasty in the north, is stirring up trouble again, gathering its army to prepare to invade our northern border cities. The Blood Tiger Army probably also received this information, so it sent people to the major cities in the rear to borrow food in advance to prepare for the upcoming battle." Mao Xiang truthfully reported all the information he knew in detail. "Yes, we've already taken care of their inside man, but we didn't expect the Orcish dynasty to still be so persistent." "Very well, now that I have come to this northern border, which is also my fiefdom, how can I allow that barbaric Orc dynasty to run rampant in my territory?" "Mao Xiang, bring the leader of the grain-borrowing team to the living room. I will be there shortly." Yi Yun then gave instructions to Mao Xiang. "Yes, your highness." Mao Xiang agreed, and then turned and left. Yi Yun watched Mao Xiang's departing figure, then put down the ancient book in his hand, got up and walked straight into the living room. A moment later, Mao Xiang was seen leading a burly, armored middle-aged man who exuded a murderous aura, clearly a seasoned veteran of many battles. "Your Highness, I have brought the person here. This humble general, Xue Zhan, commander of the Blood Tiger Army, pays his respects to your Highness." He had learned from Mao Xiang's brief introduction when he came in that the man waiting in the main seat in the hall was the Prince of Jinbei. The middle-aged man in armor bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. "General Xue, you may dispense with the formalities. Please sit down." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to Xue Zhan. "What is the current situation on the frontier?" Yi Yun asked. "Currently, the border troops of the Orc dynasty are still assembling, and only a few small-scale conflicts have occurred. However, the food supplies of our Blood Tiger Army on the border are running low. The general is worried that there will not be enough food reserves for the later battles, so he has instructed us to come to the major cities to borrow food in advance. In the past, we had to fight the enemy on an empty stomach several times because of the untimely delivery of food, and many soldiers lost their lives as a result. Shuizhan explained in detail. The more he spoke, the more one could feel the sorrow in his words. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became somber. Yi Yan also knew that the northern border was already very poor, so one could imagine how harsh the frontier was. Yi Yan then gave instructions to Mao Xiang. Mao Xiang, go and tell Jia Su to come to the prince's residence now. Yes, Your Highness. General Shui, please wait here for a moment. I will do my best to help you with this matter. I will not watch the Blood Tiger Army brothers go to the front lines hungry. A short while later, Mao Xiang rushed into the hall with Jia Su. Your subordinate, Jia Su, greets Your Highness. I wonder what brings Your Highness here so urgently. Jia Su spoke respectfully to Yi Yan. Let me introduce you. This is General Shuizhan, commander of 10,000 men in the Blood Tiger Army. He has come to borrow grain and fodder on the orders of the Blood Tiger Army's Grand General. How much grain can we mobilize from the 19 cities we currently control? Yi Yan looked at Jia Su and spoke directly. Jia Su has met General Shui. Jia Su bowed respectfully to Shuizhan. Then he spoke to Yi Yan. Your Highness, in addition to the 200,000 dan of grain reserved by our own army, we expect to be able to mobilize about 150,000 dan of grain from the 19 cities. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan frowned and muttered to himself. Only 150,000 dan. Keep in mind that the Blood Tiger Army has a total strength of 500,000 men who have guarded the border for generations. 150,000 dan of grain wouldn't last long for the Blood Tiger Army, which is about to engage in a major battle. His own army would definitely have to participate in the war. He commanded 5 legions totaling approximately 600,000 men. Even the 200,000 he had reserved might not be enough. As Yi Yan was deep in thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, you can exchange it with PowerPoints in the system. He then silently recited in his mind. System, open the redemption interface. Yes, host. Yi Yan then searched through the system and finally found the option to exchange grain. The grain exchange rate is 100 dan a unit of weight for every 1 unit of power. Looking at the exchange interface, Yi Yan did not hesitate at all and immediately gave instructions to the system. The system has exchanged 5,000 PowerPoints for food and stored it in the system space. Yes, host. Byte. The grain has been successfully exchanged. 500,000 dan of grain has been stored in the system's inventory. The host can collect it at any time. Looking at the 500,000 dan of grain in his backpack, Yi Yan's worried expression vanished instantly. This grain could sustain the army for quite some time. He then spoke to Shuizhan, who looked anxious below. General Shui, I can provide your Blood Tiger Army with 300,000 dan of grain, but I must send troops to escort it. When Yi Yan said this, Shuizhan was stunned on the spot, and then came back to his senses and asked Yi Yan again to confirm. Is Your Highness truly telling the truth? Chapter 79 Borrowing Grain. Looking at Shuizhan, who was now as excited as a child, Yi Yan saw no trace of the fierce warrior who had just exuded murderous aura. He then laughed loudly. Ha, would I lie to you? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Upon receiving such a positive answer from Yi Yan, Shuizhan immediately stood up, knelt down, and performed a grand salute to Yi Yan. Thank you for lending us the grain, Your Highness. On behalf of my hundreds of thousands of Blood Tiger Army brothers, I thank you very much. General Shuizhan, no need for formalities, please rise. The Northern Territory is my fiefdom. Your Blood Tiger Army guards the border, and you have never retreated even a step despite the harsh conditions. Now that you are short of food and medicine, I will naturally take care of you. There is no need to thank me. These are all things you deserve. Yi Yan patiently spoke to Shuizhan. Then he turned to Jia Su and said seriously, Immediately send people to the cities we do not actually control to inform the city lords that they must begin mobilizing grain and recruiting medical officers at this time. All officials must take this matter seriously and must not be negligent. Anyone who disobeys orders will be punished as a traitor and executed without mercy. Your subordinate obeys. Jiasu then turned and walked towards the door. He did not ask Yi Yun why he had given so much grain. Instead, he left the hall and arranged for people to do things. Seeing this, Yi Yun then gave instructions to Mao Xiang. Mao Xiang, inform Yu Fei to send his troops to escort 300,000 dan of grain to the Blood Tiger army camp on the border. Once preparations are complete, they must depart immediately without delay. Have notices posted throughout the city to recruit as many doctors as possible, and then send people to escort them to the front lines of the border. Yi Yun kept issuing various orders. Then he spoke to Xue Hao. General Xue, I have already arranged for my men to handle this matter. You can wait a few days and escort the grain back with my men, or you can go back to the Blood Tiger army camp at the border now to inform the general. Thank you, Your Highness. The situation at the border is uncertain, so to be on the safe side, I shall take my leave now. All right, General Xue, rest assured, the supplies will be delivered on time. This humble general takes his leave. After saying that, Xuezhan immediately turned and walked towards the door without any hesitation. Evening. Inside the study of the prince's mansion. Your Highness, Mr. Jia is requesting an audience outside the door. The guards of the prince's palace reported from outside the gate. Bring him in. Yes, Your Highness. A short while later, Jiasu arrived at the study. He saw Yi Yun intently studying the map of the northern border on the table. Jiasu stood quietly to the side, waiting patiently without interrupting Yi Yun. A moment later, Yi Yun spoke up and asked Jiasu a question. Didn't I tell you to arrange for the notification of the other city lords we don't control? Why are you here with me now? What do you want with me? Upon seeing this, Jiasu, who was waiting nearby, bowed to Yi Yun and said, Your Highness, I have already notified the city lords you instructed me to do, but these city lords are not very obedient and do not take Your Highness's orders seriously at all. I dare not make a decision on my own, and I have come here today to ask for Your Highness's opinion. Do you know that when I learned of the Orc dynasty's mobilization of its army, I did not immediately summon my generals to prepare for the journey to the border? Your Highness, could it be? Jiasu looked at Yi Yun with a surprised expression. Yi Yun could tell from Jiasu's expression that Jiasu already knew his intentions. That's right, just as Zhao Pu of the Song dynasty said. Therefore, those who wish to repel external aggression must first secure internal stability. He didn't want to see his family in complete chaos while he was working so hard to defend against the Orc dynasty outside. That was not what he wanted to see. Since they won't listen, it seems these people are tired of living. Perhaps these disobedient city lords are no longer necessary. When I was dealing with those 19 cities, I wanted to take them all down at once, but I didn't have a good reason. If I forcibly occupied them, it would leave me with a handle to use against me. The imperial court would definitely pursue this matter relentlessly. Although I'm not afraid, I'm just afraid of trouble. I didn't expect these people to so easily put the butcher's knife in my hand so quickly. It would be a bit unreasonable not to take action now. You don't need to worry about this now. I will handle it. In the next few days, you should get the grain ready as soon as possible and have Yu Fei send someone to escort it out. Yes, Your Highness. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and then Jiasu took his leave in a hurry. Zhuke, have all your Jinyue men mobilize and monitor all the city lords in the Northern Territory who are not under our control. I want to know what they have been doing, even what they ate and drank today. Anyone who disobeys orders should be recorded and given to me. Yi Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he spoke loudly. Yes, Your Highness. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow flashed by. Chapter 80 Quantity of Food and Supplies. Time passed by unnoticed, and more than half a month had passed since the Blood Tiger army last sent people to borrow grain. During this half-month, Yi Yun had not left the prince's mansion even once. He had been studying in the prince's mansion, examining the map of the northern border, and analyzing various pieces of information gathered by the embroidered uniform guard. This included the specific situation of the remaining cities and forces in the north that were not under central control, as well as the implementation of his own order to collect provisions. There are 48 cities in the north, and the total population is estimated to be between 40 million and 60 million, according to available data. However, the cities he currently controls are relatively safe, with almost no refugees. But in the remaining 20 or so cities, according to the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the number of refugees is countless. These are mainly concentrated in several large cities near the border. Long ago, the Orcish dynasty did not have a unified imperial system of governance. Instead, they were mainly composed of tribes who lived a nomadic lifestyle. However, later on, a tribal son with exceptional leadership and cultivation talents emerged. He continued to grow and eventually, after a long period of conquest and military suppression, unified the current Orcish dynasty. Through development, it has built up more and more elite armies, and has grown into a dynasty power capable of rivaling the four great dynasties of the human race. The rapid rise of the Orc dynasty has put immense pressure on the borders of the White Tiger dynasty. Knock, 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 knock. A knock came from outside, instantly pulling Yi Yun back to reality. Your Highness, Jia Su requests an audience. Let him come in. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Jia Su arrived in the study and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate, Jia Su, greets Your Highness. No need for formalities. What brings you to see me today? Yi Yun looked at Jia Su, whom he hadn't seen for half a month, and saw him suddenly rushing to find him. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. Your Highness, I have come regarding the collection of provisions in the cities we do not yet fully control. Oh, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Upon hearing that it was related to procuring provisions, Yi Yun immediately became very attentive and urged Jia Su to speak. Your Highness, these are the specific data on the collection of grain and fodder reported by various cities. As Jia Su spoke, he took out a stack of papers covered with writing from his bosom and handed them to Yi Yun. Yi Yun then took the letter from Jia Su, opened it, and began to read it carefully. After Yi Yun issued the order, I immediately sent people to each city to inform their city lords and announce Yi Yun's order. It was only today, after I had just collected and compiled the data from all the cities, that I came to hand it over to Yi Yun as soon as possible. I've been exhausted by this for the past 2 weeks. Looking at the amount of grain collected from the 29 cities recorded on the paper, Yi Yun was surprised to find that the 29 cities had only managed to collect a mere 100,000 dan of grain. Upon seeing the total amount of grain, Yi Yun was instantly furious, but he restrained himself from losing his temper and continued to look at the detailed data recorded on the paper. 3,000 loads, 5,000 loads, 10,000 loads, 300 loads. The specific data for each city made Yi Yun laugh in exasperation. You only managed to collect 200 or 300 dan of grain for one city. You're trying to fool someone. It seems these people aren't so obedient. Huang Yi, go and fetch all the intelligence that the Embroidered Uniform Guard has sent over the past few days. Yi Yun spoke into the corner of the room and gave instructions. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Yi's figure flashed past in the corner as he spoke. Jia Su already knew that Huang Yi and others had been hiding around Yi Yun to protect his safety, so Huang Yi's appearance did not surprise Jia Su. During this period, Jia Su had been focusing on the terrain of the northern border and information about the Orc dynasty. He hadn't paid much attention to the previous issue of supplies, so he hadn't bothered to examine in detail the intelligence that Mao Xiang had ordered the Embroidered Uniform Guard to collect. A moment later, Huang Yi returned to his study, where he was holding a box. He quickly walked to the table, opened the box, took out the letters inside, and neatly placed them on the desk in front of Yi Yun. He then placed the box aside and stood silently by, protecting Yi Yun's safety. Seeing this, Yi Yun didn't say anything more. Instead, he immediately picked up the letter, opened it, and carefully examined its contents, marking the parts he deemed important. Yi Yun continued reading through each letter in this manner. In half an hour, Yi Yun finally read through all the letters carefully. Yi Yun didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. The good news is that he has enough reason to send troops to occupy all these cities, thus truly unifying the northern border and giving him the foundation to contend for supremacy. What worries me is that with such a great war imminent, the city lords of these cities are only concerned with indulging in their own pleasures. If such people become officials, then our northern border is in danger, and the White Tiger dynasty is in danger. To Yi Yun's utter surprise, the entire northern territory was filled with such incompetent and corrupt individuals who only knew how to exploit the people and indulge in pleasure. Huang Yi, go and inform Bai Qi that Yu Fei, Su Chu, and Qin Xiong can come to the palace to see me. Yi Yun then gave an order to Huang Yi, who was standing to the side. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, he turned and left. Yu Fei watched Huang Yi leave, then picked up the intelligence report on the table and continued to ponder it. Chapter 81: The Imperial Court. At the same time, the capital city. Inside the palace. Chaodian Hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall was extremely oppressive. Inside the main hall, on the left stood a group of civil officials dressed in purple robes, while on the right stood a group of military officers in white armor. Basically, all the officials in the court were present. The crowd stood quietly and waited. Suddenly, Yi Batian, who was on the throne, handed the urgent letter he had just finished reading to the eunuch beside him and asked him to read it aloud. Urgent report from the northern frontier. The Orcish dynasty is currently stirring up trouble and is amassing a large army on the border, threatening to invade our northern border. The Blood Tiger army is actively raising provisions and preparing for war, but the northern border is already poor. We hope Your Majesty will provide support to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Urgent report from the southern border front. The Xuanwu dynasty, located to the south of the Imperial dynasty, is also making moves. It has repeatedly sent small groups of soldiers to infiltrate our border villages, looting them clean. Countless of our border people have been killed or wounded. We urge Your Majesty to make a decision. Yi Baishan's personal attendant finally finished reading the contents of the letter in a sharp voice. My esteemed ministers, this is the situation. Now that you are aware of it, do any of you have a good plan to deal with it? Upon seeing this, Yi Batian immediately addressed the crowd in the hall and asked them a question. The moment he spoke, an extremely powerful imperial aura swept over everyone. Inside the main hall, both the civil and military officials stood quietly, their faces solemn. Among them, many civil and military officials could be seen sometimes frowning and sometimes relaxing. At this moment, a loud voice rang out from the ranks of the generals. An old general with gray hair stepped out from the ranks and spoke in a very serious tone. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that we should immediately order the assembly of elite troops to be stationed on the southern border to prevent the Xuanwu dynasty from making a comeback. The northern border is currently guarded by General Ye's 500,000-strong Blood Tiger army, as well as the soldiers organized by the 9th Prince. This should be sufficient to resist the invasion of the northern Orc dynasty. However, Your Majesty still needs to allocate food and supplies and send troops to escort them to the northern border. And we are assembling the dynasty's elite legions, ready to support the border war at any time. Despite his gray hair and slightly thin physique, this old general possesses an immense amount of vital energy hidden beneath his frail and aged body, demonstrating that his cultivation level is not to be underestimated. Indeed, looking around, who in this hall is weak? The weak cannot possibly stand in this hall. All the civil and military officials in the court were martial arts experts with considerable skill. However, it can also be said that the group of people in the main hall can be considered the backbone of the dynasty, supporting half of the White Tiger dynasty. Your Majesty, I believe that the Northern Beastman dynasty is not a concern at present. We should focus our attention on the Xuanwu dynasty on the southern border. At this moment, an official walked out of the literary hall and spoke loudly. Your Majesty, I believe. This humble subject believes. One minister after another stepped forward, each expressing their own opinion. The room instantly became incredibly lively, with everyone believing they were right, and the sounds of their arguments incessant. Quiet. What? Do you think this palace is a bustling marketplace? You are all high-ranking officials, yet you are making a ruckus like commoners. What kind of behavior is this? Seeing the civil and military officials in the main hall arguing amongst themselves, unable to reach a consensus, Yi Batian grew extremely impatient with the noisy commotion and immediately reprimanded them. Upon seeing this, the civil and military officials fell silent and dared not say anything more. The hall fell completely silent. Minister Chun, you are in charge of important military affairs. What are your thoughts on the recent wars on the northern and southern borders? I would like to hear your opinion. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, he looked at the old man at the front of the group of military officers and asked, Chun Bin is the Grand General of the White Tiger Dynasty, and his family has served in the military for generations. On the surface, he appears to be a martial venerable level 3 expert, but no one knows his true cultivation level. He had served as an advisor to the late emperor, fighting alongside him in numerous battles and achieving great military exploits. After the late emperor abdicated, he was appointed as a regent, assisting the young Yi Batian. However, as Yi Batian matured and his way of handling affairs and cultivation reached a certain level, Chun Bin gradually stopped interfering in government affairs and allowed Yi Batian to explore and grow on his own. He himself devoted himself wholeheartedly to military training, and his Jingguo army, after a long period of training and a large investment of resources, became the elite of the elite. Therefore, Yi Batian treated Chun Bin with utmost respect. Chun Bin originally did not want to get involved in this matter and silently closed his eyes to rest until he heard Yi Batian call him. Only then did he slowly walk out of the group and come to the center of the hall. The crowd looked on with admiration and respect at the figure that walked out. Your Majesty, I believe that although the Northern Territory has General Ye's 500,000 Blood Tiger army and the 9th Prince's army, we still have to be on guard against the ferocious Orc dynasty's million-strong army. Moreover, the Northern Territory is poor. Therefore, I suggest that we gather 200,000 elite soldiers to escort sufficient food and supplies to the Northern Territory for support. As for the Xuanwu dynasty in the south, Your Majesty need not worry. This old minister has decided to personally lead his 600,000-strong Jinghua army there. As long as the Xuanwu dynasty arrives, this humble minister will ensure that they do not return. I will make sure to wash away the shame of my Baihu dynasty with the blood of the Xuanwu dynasty. This minister has been waiting for this day for a long time. As Chun Bin spoke of the Xuanwu dynasty beyond the southern border, he gritted his teeth, his words filled with murderous intent. The hall suddenly felt a bit colder. After speaking, Chun Bin bowed to Yi Batian. As soon as Chun Bin finished speaking, the court erupted in chaos. No one expected that the Grand General would personally go there and lead 600,000 Jinghua army soldiers. Everyone gasped in astonishment, knowing that Chun Bin's reputation was built on countless battles. Yi Batian was also taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting Chun Bin to offer to lead his troops to provide support. He was then overjoyed, as even as the emperor, he wouldn't have been able to force this important court official and martial venerable level expert to take action if Chun Bin hadn't requested to lead the troops. However, he still calmly addressed the other officials in the court and asked them a question. My dear ministers, what do you think of what General Chun Bin said? General Chun, your consideration is very thorough. I have no objection. Your Majesty, in this war on the southern border, I am willing to follow General Chun to fight against the Xuanwu dynasty and wash away the shame of my Baihu dynasty. Immediately, all the military officers in the hall came out, knelt on one knee, and made their requests to Yi Batian. I understand your feelings, my dear ministers, but it is impossible for you all to follow the general to the southern border. In this way, the general of the southern border will serve as the commander-in-chief, and all the accompanying soldiers will be selected by the general himself. The officials in charge of the army's food and supplies must not delay. Anyone who dares to delay me at this time will be executed without mercy. Your Majesty, we obey. Go and prepare. I will personally escort the army to the front. Court adjourned. The eunuch immediately shouted loudly. Chapter 82 Orders. The North. Jinbei City. In the study of the prince of Jinbei's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yin was quietly waiting for Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others to arrive. I wonder where they are now. Yi Yin muttered to himself. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Huang Yi appeared in front of the study door, then pushed the door open and respectfully bowed to Yi Yin. Your subordinate greets your highness. No need for formalities. How's the matter going? Yi Yin looked at the iron guard Huang Yi, who had returned alone, and couldn't help but ask a question. Your Highness, I have conveyed the news of your Highness's summons to Generals Bai Qi and Qin Xiong. The generals told us to return first to inform your Highness, and they will arrive shortly afterward. Huang Yi respectfully explained to Yi Yin. A short while later, Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, and others arrived at the prince's mansion one after another, heading straight for the study. Upon reaching the study door, Bai Qi and the others saw Huang Yi standing quietly guarding the door from afar. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi and the others immediately asked Huang Yi a question. Commander Huang, is the prince currently in his study? Generals, you've finally arrived. The prince has been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing that it was Bai Qi and the others, Huang immediately began to complain. Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others exchanged smiles upon seeing this, and then spoke to Huang Yi. Commander Huang, you'd better go in and inform the prince quickly. Don't keep him waiting too long. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi immediately turned and walked towards the study. Your Highness, Generals Bai Qi and Qin Xiong have arrived and are now requesting an audience outside the study. After entering the study and respectfully bowing to Yi Yun, he spoke. Let them in quickly. Upon hearing Huang Yi's report, Yi Yun immediately put down the map in his hand and urgently gave Huang Yi instructions. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, Huang Yi turned around and quickly walked towards the door. Generals, the prince wants you to go inside immediately. This way, please. Upon arriving outside, Huang Yi immediately addressed Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others respectfully. After speaking, he stepped aside and gestured for her to proceed. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others did not hesitate any longer and strode into the study. After Huang Yi and the others went inside, he casually closed the study door and stood guard quietly at the door, his sharp eyes watching everything around him, as if afraid that someone would come to eavesdrop or disturb Yi Yun and the others' conversation. In the study, after Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others entered the study, they quickly approached Yi Yun and respectfully bowed to him. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. Get up. Yi Yun spoke up, then picked up a piece of paper covered with writing from the table and handed it to Bai Qi and the others. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi stepped forward, respectfully accepted the item, but did not immediately examine it. Instead, he asked with a puzzled expression, Your Highness, this is... Seeing this, Yi Yun said, This is a list I've compiled, which covers almost all the cities in the Northern Territory that we haven't truly controlled. You can take a look first. I'll give you specific instructions after you've finished reading. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others said nothing more, opened the papers in their hands, and began to examine them carefully. Qin Xiong, Su Chu, Yu Fei, and the others nearby also gathered around to look. As they looked down, their expressions grew increasingly grim. A moment later, everyone finally finished reading all the text written on the paper. At this moment, the group had completely lost their previous calm demeanor, their faces filled with anger. Their eyes were blazing with an incomparably sharp, killing intent. Keep it down. This is my palace, not a battlefield. Seeing the appearance of the group, Yi Yun couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others instantly snapped out of their rage and spoke to Yi Yun. We are sorry, Your Highness. We have offended you. Please forgive us. All right. Now that you've finished looking at everything, share your thoughts. Yi Yun waved his hand and said casually, Your Highness, if you ask me, Old Chu, we should just fight them. These cowardly city lords who only know how to prey on the people should be killed. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Su Chu spoke up first in a carefree manner. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh and scold. You brute. Yi Yun then asked Bai Qi and the others. Where are you guys? Your Highness, although General Su Chu's words are somewhat rough, they are not without reason. We should take advantage of this opportunity to send troops to take down all these disobedient cities, thereby truly unifying the northern border and laying the foundation for defending against the invasion of the Orc dynasty. Otherwise, while we are on the front lines resisting the Orcish dynasty's attack, these unstable factors in the rear will cause big problems. Yu Fei then spoke calmly. This humble general's opinion is consistent with that of General Yu Fei and General Su Chu. Qin Xiong also spoke up. Kill. Bai Qi, standing to the side, uttered a single word, but everyone could clearly sense the killing intent in his tone. Very well, your thoughts coincide with my thoughts. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Since that's the case, then let's fight. But we don't have much time left this time, so we must act quickly and decisively to unify the northern border before the Orcish dynasty invades. All generals, listen to my command. Your subordinate is here. Bai Qi will lead his legion to take charge of all the cities in the north. After the war ends, they will rest and recuperate on the spot, and be stationed in the northern city closest to the border to guard against the Orc dynasty and provide support to the Blood Tiger army at any time. Bai Qi can act as he sees fit in the northern war. This subordinate obeys the order. Qin Xiong will lead his army to be in charge of all cities in the east, and will be fully responsible for the war in the east. He may act as he sees fit. This subordinate obeys the order. Su Chu will lead his legion to be in charge of all cities in the south, and will be fully responsible for the southern war. He may act as he sees fit. This subordinate obeys the order. Yu Fei, the west is now in your hands. This subordinate obeys the order. This battle must be fought swiftly. Anyone who dares to resist along the way will be executed without mercy. Gentlemen, I await your triumphant return in this Jinbei city. We will certainly live up to your highness's expectations. All the generals knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Having said this, the generals rose and immediately departed, flying towards their respective army camps. They dared not delay for even the slightest moment. At each of the various military camps, Bai Qi and his men arrived at their respective camps and immediately summoned their soldiers to prepare for battle. All is ready. Once everything is prepared, we will set off immediately. At this moment, Yi Yun, in his study, watched the figures of the others disappear. He stood at the door, gazing up at the boundless night. He didn't know if his decision was right, because it meant many people would die. But for the sake of more people to live happily, these deaths were unavoidable. Chapter 83 Zhang Juzhing. Evening. Inside the courtyard of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun was leisurely drinking tea and eating pastries and fruits, completely devoid of the anger he had shown during the day. Li Shihan from the Luoyun auction house was currently a guest at the prince's residence. Now that Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and others had each led their armies out, and with the cooperation of the imperial guards, Yi Yun was confident that good news would soon arrive. Yi Yun was contemplating the next move in his mind. If the Orcish dynasty's army was fully assembled and invaded the northern border, he would definitely lead his army on a northern expedition. Then it will be time for me to show my strength, unleash my potential, and make a big splash. Suddenly, a system notification sound came, pulling Yi Yun back to reality. Ding! This month's heroic figure summoning event has been refreshed. Would you like to summon someone? Yi Yun thought for a moment. It had been several months since he last used the summoning opportunity, and he hadn't used it several times during that time. So much has happened in just a few months. System, besides this summoning opportunity, how many more summoning opportunities are left? Yi Yun stopped thinking about it, and silently recited the command to the system in his mind. Returning to host, you have accumulated 3 opportunities to summon outstanding individuals. Would you like to use this month's opportunity to summon a hero? The system notification sounded again. System, use this month's summoning opportunity. Yes, host. A moment later, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained Zhang Juzhing, the top civil official of the Ming dynasty. Zhang Juzhing will arrive to find you within an hour. Please wait patiently. What? They actually summoned this big shot. You should know that Zhang Juzhing was the Grand Secretary of the Ming dynasty. He assisted the Wanli Emperor in carrying out reforms, although his reforms were not entirely successful in the end. However, his reforms also had a profound impact on the history of the Ming dynasty. Zhang Juzhing's reforms led to a brief period of revival in the Ming dynasty, promoted the reform of the national administrative system, and laid a solid foundation for the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. This shows that Zhang Juzhing can be considered a truly top-notch talent in domestic affairs. Yi Yun has no shortage of fierce generals and elite troops under his command, but he is extremely lacking in talent for internal affairs. Currently, all government affairs are handled by Jia Su, who has complained to Yi Yun countless times. Jia Su was so busy with government affairs that he was rarely seen. Although Jiasu is currently managing the 19 cities under my control, his true expertise lies in military strategy, while his ability in domestic affairs is not on par with his military strategy. Now that Zhang Jujing has arrived, all the problems will be solved. He is a top-notch domestic affairs talent who can govern a country without any problem, let alone this mere northern border. System: Open Zhang Jujing's attribute panel. Name: Zhang Jujing, courtesy name Shuda. Cultivation level: martial venerable, first heaven. Physique: vast and holy body. Cultivation technique: righteous qi technique. Loyalty: unwavering loyalty. Looking at Zhang Jujing's attribute panel, Yiyan thought, he truly deserves to be called a top-tier talent in internal affairs. However, he also possesses the cultivation level of a martial venerable. It should be noted that as a talent in internal affairs, one usually spends a lot of time handling affairs, which greatly reduces cultivation time. Therefore, it is reasonable that the cultivation level of a talent in internal affairs is lower than that of a martial general. It is already quite remarkable that Zhang Jujing possesses the cultivation level of a martial venerable. I have enough manpower at the moment, and I'll save the remaining summoning opportunities for later. Yiyan thought to himself. Then he exited the system. He chatted with Li Shihan, who was standing next to him, while quietly waiting for Zhang Jujing to arrive. An hour later, Yiyan was having a pleasant chat with Li Shihan when a guard's announcement interrupted them. Your Highness, a gentleman who claims to be named Zhang Jujing says he has come at your Highness's invitation and is currently waiting outside to see you. The guard hurriedly approached Yiyan, bowed respectfully, and then took a breath and slowly spoke. Oh, uncle is here. Bring him here. Yiyan gave instructions to the guards. Yes, your Highness. After the guard finished speaking, he turned around and quickly walked away towards the gate of the prince's mansion. A short while later, the guard soon reappeared in Yiyan's sight, but this time a middle-aged man was following behind him. The middle-aged man was dressed in white, with a straight posture, an extremely serious face, and an aura of righteousness emanating from his entire body. Soon, the two arrived in front of Yiyan. The guard bowed respectfully to Yiyan and then spoke. Your Highness, Mr. Zhang has been brought here. Standing behind the guards, Zhang Jujing walked past them and stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yiyan. Your subordinate Zhang Jujing greets your Highness. Upon seeing this, Yiyan immediately stood up, went to Zhang Jujing, helped Zhang Jujing up with both hands, and said with a smile, Uncle, there's no need for such formalities. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. With Uncle's help in the future, I will have no worries about my political affairs. From now on, I will have to ask Uncle to pay more attention to my work. Your Highness, there's no need for that. I am more grateful for your high regard and appreciation. Seeing Yiyan's attitude, Zhang Jujing's originally serious face showed a smile, and he excitedly responded to Yiyan. Your Highness, who is this gentleman? Seeing this, Li Shihan couldn't help but ask a question. Oh, Shihan, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Jujing, who will soon replace Mr. Jia in handling all government affairs for me. Uncle, this is Li Shihan, the person in charge of Luyan Auction House. She is currently providing us with a lot of resources. We hope you will cooperate more in the future. Shihan greets Lord Zhang. No, I've met Miss Li before. I hope Miss Li will continue to guide me in the future. Zhang Jujing and Li Shihan exchanged greetings. All right, you two stop flattering each other. We'll be working together for a long time to come. Shihan, I have something to take care of in a bit, so please excuse me for a moment. Brother Yun, you go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. Seeing the two complimenting each other, Yiyan couldn't help but smile and say something. Uncle, come on, I'll take you to Jiasu to hand over some government affairs. Yes, Your Highness. After Yiyan finished speaking, he led Huang Yi straight out of the prince's mansion, and Zhang Jujing quickly followed. As Li Shihan watched the two leave, she thought to herself, it seems that Brother Yun is not as simple as he appears. Just look at the many fierce generals and civil officials under his command. Each one is a peerless talent. The fact that so many top talents have gathered under Brother Yun's command shows that he has many secrets that I do not know about. Why worry about so much? As long as Brother Yun is on my side, that's enough. Chapter 84 Shanghai City. Half an hour later, Yi Yun led Zhang Jujing to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, the guards immediately saluted Yi Yun respectfully. Your subordinate greets your highness. No need for formalities. Where's Jiasu? Yi Yun asked the commander of the guards. Your highness, Lord Jia is currently handling matters in the main hall. I will escort you in. The guard commander said respectfully. No need. Go and tell Jiasu that I have arrived and that I know the way. Yi Yun directly rejected the suggestion from the guard commander and instead gave the order. Yes, your highness. Upon hearing this, the soldier commander turned and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Uncle, let's go in too. Seeing the soldiers hurrying away, Yi Yun turned to Zhang Jujing and said, Your highness, please go first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing immediately replied to Yi Yun and gestured for him to enter. Seeing this, Yi Yun stopped refusing and strode towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing that Yi Yun was about to go inside, Zhang Jujing, Huang Yi, and the others quickly stepped forward and followed behind Yi Yun, heading towards the main hall. Upon seeing Yi Yun and his group arrive, the guards in the corridor bowed their heads in greeting. Yi Yun nodded in response. Soon, Yi Yun and his group passed through the corridor and arrived at the courtyard in front of the main hall. Yi Yun saw the guard commander who had come in to report earlier rushing toward them in a hurry. A middle-aged man in a blue robe followed closely behind the guard commander. That's right. This person is none other than Jiasu. Seeing this, Yi Yun stopped advancing and waited quietly for Jiasu to arrive. Soon, the two arrived in front of Yi Yun and the others. Your subordinate greets your highness. The commander of the guards bowed respectfully. No need for formalities, you may leave now. Yes, your highness. Jiasu, who was standing to the side, also took a breath and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun before asking a question. Your highness, what brings you to the city lord's mansion to find your subordinate today? Haha, it's nothing serious. It just means you won't have to deal with these complicated government affairs anymore. Real. Upon hearing this, Jiasu immediately asked in surprise. Come, Wenhe, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Jujing, courtesy named Shuda. Uncle Da is a top-notch talent in internal affairs. We will entrust all government affairs to him from now on. Uncle, this is Jiasu, courtesy named Wenhe. He is one of the most outstanding strategists in the world. Yi Yun introduced the two to each other. Uncle, I had to let Wenhe handle the affairs of state because I didn't have anyone skilled in it. Now that you're here, Wenhe can finally get some free time. Upon hearing this, Jiasu respectfully bowed to Zhang Jujing and greeted him. I am Jiasu, and I greet Brother Zhang. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jujing quickly returned the greeting to Jiasu. Zhang Jujing has met with Lord Jia. I will need Lord Jia's guidance in the future. I wouldn't dare accept such praise. I wouldn't presume to offer guidance. Let's exchange ideas more often in the future and work together to assist your highness in achieving great things. Jiasu quickly responded. As the two chatted, they became more and more engrossed in their conversation and suddenly felt a sense of mutual appreciation, completely forgetting about Yi Yun standing to the side. They completely ignored Yi Yun. Cough, cough. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun coughed softly a few times. The two men only realized what was happening when they heard the coughing, and secretly thought to themselves that they had left their prince standing there unattended. Your Highness, we have been impolite. Jiasu and Zhang Jujing gave an awkward smile, then apologized to Yi Yun. It's all right. You'll have plenty of time to talk later. Let's get down to business first. Wenhe, from now on, the administration of these 19 cities in the Northern Territory, as well as the cities that Bai Qi, Qin Xiong and others have taken over, will all be handed over to Uncle Da. You should first show Uncle Da the environment and the specific situation and hand over the things you have been handling to him. Uncle, I am now entrusting the affairs of state to you. You'd better hurry up and familiarize yourself with government affairs. Right now there are only 19 cities, but soon the entire northern border will need your management. Yi Yun then gave instructions to Jiasu. Yes, Your Highness. I will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations. The two bowed to Yi Yun, then turned and walked towards the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Yi Yun ignored the two and led Huang Yi and the others out of the city lord's mansion, where they strolled around the city. At the same time, Bai Qi led his 100,000-strong army to the outskirts of Shanghai City, the first city he was to capture in the north. On the walls of Shanghai City, all the garrison troops had assembled. The city gates were tightly shut, and the Shanghai City defenders gripped their weapons tightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Their eyes were fixed on the black armored army that was gradually approaching Shanghai City. Suddenly, a black figure rushed to the city wall. This person was Mo Qing, the city lord of Shanghai City. Mo Qing looked at the black armored army that was gradually approaching Shanghai City, his face full of solemnity. Outside the city, a large army of black armored soldiers stood imposingly, their disciplined bearing clearly indicating a highly disciplined elite force, numbering at least 80 or 90,000. Thinking of this, Mo Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. At this moment, the garrison commander of Shanghai City came to Mo Qing. Upon seeing this, Mo Qing immediately asked, "Could we find out whose troops are stationed outside the city?" Reporting to the city lord, the black armored army outside the city belongs to Yi Yun, the prince of Jinbei. What? The army of the prince of Jinbei? Why would the king of Jinbei's army be here? Could it be that the Orcish dynasty is about to invade, and they have moved to the border to set up camp in advance? Mo Qing looked puzzled after hearing the garrison commander's reply. In the brief moment of their exchange, Bai Qi's army had already stopped 1,000 meters outside Shanghai City. Mo Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the army outside the city stop advancing. He then soared into the air, arriving in the void 100 feet away from the army outside the city, and shouted loudly while circulating his true energy. "I am Mo Qing, the city lord of Shanghai City. May I ask which general commands the troops below? Would you be so kind as to come up and have a chat? I, Bai Qi, will grant your wish." Bai Qi looked up at Mo Qing in the void. He saw that this person had an upright expression and did not look like the kind of corrupt officials who only knew how to prey on the people. Immediately afterwards, Bai Qi also circulated his true energy, soared into the air, and instantly arrived in front of Mo Qing. "General Bai Qi, what brings you to my Shanghai City with your army today?" When Mo Qing saw Bai Qi come up, he asked in a humble yet assertive manner, "Don't you know why I'm here?" Seeing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but mock. "Please enlighten me, General. My lord recently ordered all the major cities to gather provisions to support the Blood Tiger army stationed on the northern border. However, you all cheated and shirked your duties in this matter, and the entire Shanghai City only managed to gather 500 dan of provisions. Tell me, what crime do you deserve?" Chapter 85 Surrender. General Bai Qi, I have been wronged. Even before His Highness sent someone to my Shanghai City to inform us of the need to gather provisions, I had already received news that the Orc dynasty was assembling a large army, intending to invade my northern border. When I learned of the news, I thought that according to past practice, the Blood Tiger army would send people to borrow grain. So I ordered my men to collect grain and took out more than half of the grain stored in the granary. I sent my soldiers to escort it to the Blood Tiger army camp in advance. General Bai Qi, the northern border is already poor. We have already raised a large amount of grain once. Your Highness, you have sent someone to ask me to raise grain again. I am truly powerless to do so. Mo Qing reluctantly recounted the entire incident to Bai Qi in detail. I didn't want to know the truth of your reasons, so you can explain them to the prince yourself. My orders are to temporarily take over the city. I wonder if Lord Mo will open the city gates for me to take over, or order my iron cavalry to attack. Bai Qi said coldly, "What? Take over the city?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qing realized that reconciliation was impossible today. The other side's intentions were clearly hostile. Mo Qing glanced down at the imposing and murderous army of 100,000. He couldn't help but think to himself that he absolutely could not let them take over the city. Once they did, there would be nothing left for him. He had to send people to ask other cities for help. "General Bai, I will not let you take over Shanghai City today. Please go to another city instead." Thinking of this, Mo Qing immediately shouted loudly at Bai Qi, "Oh, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm giving you an order. Do you understand?" Bai Qi's slightly cold voice rang out again, releasing 30% of his strength, and then a powerful pressure swept towards Mo Qing. Mo Qing felt the immense pressure coming at him, and immediately tried to circulate his inner energy to resist, but the difference in their cultivation levels was simply too great. In a short while, Mo Qing was sent flying backwards and crashed onto the city wall. Upon seeing this, the soldiers guarding Shanghai City rushed forward to help him up, calling out anxiously, "Lord of the city, are you all right?" With the help of the soldiers, Mo Qing struggled to her feet. She looked at the soldiers around her, their faces filled with worry. Thinking to himself, based on the previous covert contest, Bai Qi could kill him without breaking a sweat, and his side had no chance of winning at all. Then he looked at the city guards around him, and a look of pity flashed across his face. After catching his breath, he shouted loudly at Bai Qi in the air, "General Bai, it's not impossible for you to take over Shanghai City, but please grant me one condition, otherwise we will fight to the death." "You say?" Upon seeing this, Bai Qi was secretly impressed, never expecting such a remarkable person to exist in this mountain and sea city. He then responded, "After the general takes over the city, he must restrain his soldiers and ensure that they do not harm the soldiers guarding the city, let alone the people in the city." I wonder if the general would agree. "Very well, I agree. After I take over the city, if any of your soldiers are willing to continue serving, they can accept my reorganization. Those who are unwilling can leave the army and go home. The people in the city will remain the same as they are now. Let me make this clear from the outset. But if anyone tries to cause trouble during this chaos, don't blame me for breaking our agreement. As for you, I will have someone take you to Jinbei City, and you can explain to the prince yourself. Are you satisfied with my promise?" Bai Qi said calmly. After listening, Mo Qing broke free from the soldiers' support, slowly raised his right hand, and calmly addressed the soldiers. "Soldiers, relay my orders. Put down your weapons, open the city gates, and welcome the army of the Prince of Jinbei into the city." The soldiers stared at Mo Qing, who had just issued the orders, their faces filled with disbelief. "Hurry up and open the city gates so that General Bai Qi's army can enter the city." Seeing that the soldiers guarding the city were not moving, Mo Qing looked at them with a disappointed expression and scolded them. Seeing this, the commander of the guards was extremely unwilling to surrender, but since his city lord had made his stance clear, he could only swallow his reluctance. He then led a few soldiers straight toward the gate. Bai Qi, who was in the void, sent Mo Qing's men to open the city gates. He then stopped lingering in the void, turned around, and leaped back into the army camp, waiting quietly. Soon, the city gates of Shanghai City were slowly opened. Mo Qing led the officials of Shanghai City to the city gate to welcome Bai Qi's army. At this time, the soldiers guarding the city had all put their standard weapons aside and were quietly waiting for Bai Qi and his men to arrive. Before long, Bai Qi and his army arrived at the city gate. Upon seeing this, Mo Qing quickly went to greet him. "General Bai, this is the seal of the city lord of Shanghai City. I will now hand it over to you." As he spoke, Mo Qing took out a small box from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Bai Qi. "Lord Mo, thank you for your kindness. I will definitely keep my promise to Lord Mo. Men, pass down the order. Once inside the city, strictly observe military discipline and do not harass the people in the city, or you will be killed without mercy." "Yes, General." One of Bai Qi's personal guards responded and left, weaving through the army and shouting Bai Qi's orders. "General Bai, please." Seeing this, Mo Qing immediately spoke to Bai Qi, and then stepped aside to make it easier for Bai Qi and the others to pass. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi immediately shouted loudly, "Go into town." After saying that, he walked towards the city. Looking at the rows of elite soldiers before him, Mo Qing felt an even greater sense of awe and intimidation than before. Such a powerful army would be extremely difficult to defeat. With the help of Mo Qing and others, Bai Qi quickly and completely took control of Shanghai City, without losing a single soldier. At the same time, he also dispatched his personal guards to lead a team of soldiers to take Mo Qing to Jinbei City to see Yiyun. He left a portion of his troops to garrison Shanghai City, and then led the main force to rush towards the next city. Chapter 86: The Tragedy of Sand City. Evening. The Prince of Jinbei's mansion. In the study. Suddenly, Huang Yi hurriedly pushed open the study door and strode into the study. "Your Highness, The embroidered uniform guard has just sent word that General Bai Qi has successfully captured Shanghai City. The city lord, Mo Qing, surrendered on the condition that the city's inhabitants would not be harmed, and General Bai Qi has agreed. In addition, General Bai Qi also instructed the embroidered uniform guard to tell the prince that Mo Qing, the city lord of Shanghai City, does not seem to be a corrupt official who preys on the people. As for the matter of raising grain, there is a reason. Soldiers have been dispatched to escort him back to await the prince's decision. After bowing respectfully, Huang Yi addressed Yi Yun respectfully. Good. Speed is of the essence in war. General Bai truly lives up to his reputation. As for this Mo Qing, he's interesting. Huang Yi, go and inform the embroidered uniform guard to collect information on Mo Qing, the city lord of Shanghai City. I need to know his detailed information. After listening, Yi Yun pondered for a moment and then gave instructions to Huang Yi. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, Huang Yi turned and left. Meanwhile, Yi Yun in the study was rhythmically tapping the table with his index finger, his eyes closed, and it was unknown what he was thinking. At the same time, southern part of the White Tiger Dynasty, the place where it borders the Xuanwu Dynasty. There is a city not far from it. This city is called Sand City, a small city in the southern border region of the White Tiger Dynasty. The city lord stationed here is a powerful expert at the great perfection of the martial emperor realm, named Wang Yong. He wields his treasured sword with formidable skill. However, the walls of Sand City were already littered with corpses, clearly indicating that a great battle had just taken place. On the city wall, Wang Yong, the city lord of Shaqing, looked at the dead soldiers around him with a solemn expression, but his eyes were fixed on the black-robed man in front of him. Who are you? Why have you invaded my White Tiger Dynasty and slaughtered my people of Sand City? Lord Wang, as a soldier, I admire your courage, but everything you are doing now is in vain. Don't waste your energy. We have been planning for decades, even centuries. If we are so easily quelled and defeated by you, what use are all those decades and centuries of planning? The man in black robes looked at Wang Yong, who was fighting desperately, and mocked him. Snort. You bunch of scum who dare to smuggle in the shadows. You dare to invade the territory of my White Tiger Dynasty? Even if I die in battle today, you will not get a single benefit from me. Wang Yong said coldly and disdainfully. He immediately raised his broadsword and slashed at the man in black robes. A white blade of light shot straight towards the man in black robes. Seeing this, the man in black robes was not to be outdone, and immediately circulated his true energy to form a defensive energy shield around himself. In the blink of an eye, the blade struck the black-robed man's defensive shield. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded from within, and the shockwave from the collision sent surrounding buildings flying in all directions. As the dust kicked up by the shockwave gradually dissipated, the black-robed man who had been at the center of the collision was seen standing unharmed, quietly watching Wang Yong. Upon seeing this, Wang Yong's expression changed drastically. Lord Wang, your cultivation level is no match for mine. I advise you to surrender. The man in black robes spoke. Humph, you think you can do anything? I, Wang Yong, may not be a hero, but I know loyalty, righteousness, and a sense of shame. Don't even think about surrendering to me, Wang Yong, or betraying your country for personal gain. You should just give up on that idea. Lord Wang, don't you think about your wife, children, and elderly parents? You actually used my family to threaten me? My family is all in the capital. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. Wang Yong, his face full of disdain, mocked the man in black. I have tried so hard to persuade you. But since Lord Wang is so ungrateful, then I have no choice but to ask Lord Wang to set off on his journey. The man in black robes was also enraged by Wang Yong's constant mockery. He originally wanted Wang Yong to submit so that it would be easier for him to carry out his plans, but he did not expect that Wang Yong would be so stubborn. On the road, it's not certain who will send whom on their way. Wang Yong couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Wang Yong then roared, burning his life essence and circulating his internal energy with all his might. Wang Yong's cultivation aura was visibly increasing at a rapid pace. Reincarnation blade slash. A blade of light, 10 times larger than before, was gathering and forming. Wang Yong swung it forcefully toward the man in black robes. 9 forms of flowing clouds. Seeing the even more powerful blade aura approaching, the man in black dared not be careless and immediately drew his sword. Then, countless streams of true energy gathered on the blade. Then the man in black robes roared, and a white sword beam of equal power met the huge blade beam head-on. Boom boom. As the blade and sword clashed, a tremendous explosion rang out. The shockwave from the collision sent the surrounding ruined city walls and houses flying. Wang Yong, who was on the city wall and had been burning his life essence to gain power, was also blown away by the shockwave. It finally crashed into a pile of ruins and came to a stop, but it was coughing up blood, its face contorted in pain, and it lay on the ground, extremely weak. However, the man in black robes was relatively relaxed. He only flew backward for a few dozen meters before stabilizing himself, but ultimately, he did not suffer any real damage. Once the shockwave subsided and the dust settled, the man in black robes went straight to Wang Yong's side. Looking at Wang Yong, who was lying on the ground, extremely weak, there was no pity on his face, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The man in black robes immediately drew his sharp blade and, without hesitation, swung it around. Puffed. Wang Yong's eyes widened instantly, blood streaming down his neck. He desperately tried to cover his neck with both hands, but it was all in vain. A moment later, his head lolled to the side, and he died. Upon seeing this, the man in black robes turned and left, heading towards the city. However, at this time, the city of Sand City was littered with corpses, and the entire population of the city had been slaughtered. At this moment, the black-robed man who had just left arrived at a military camp outside the city. The once heavily guarded military camp was now eerily silent. Corpses of soldiers and men in black wielding sharp blades were scattered throughout the camp. Your subordinate greets your excellency. Upon seeing the arrival of the man in black robes, the men in black on guard duty immediately bowed respectfully. Is everything resolved? Reporting to your excellency, the entire city of Shacheng and this military camp have been slaughtered. Not a single person has survived. Very good. We've received intelligence that the White Tiger dynasty has dispatched General Chen Bin, the assistant general, to lead the Jinghua army. Issue the order to withdraw immediately and proceed according to plan. I'm going to prepare a grand gift for our General Chen. After the man in black finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Yes, sir. Chapter 87 Battle of Heavenly Sword City. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Skysword City, the last city in the western part of the north. At this moment, outside Tianjin City, on a vast expanse of land, 2 massive armies were facing off against each other. That's right. One of these armies was the 200,000-strong Yu family army under Yu Fei's command, which was under Yi Yun's command. After receiving Yi Yun's battle orders, Yu Fei led his Yu family army to conquer the western cities. His army achieved a series of victories, refusing to suffer a single defeat despite the fierce resistance of the various cities. Since their westward advance, the Yu family army had been incredibly brave and relentlessly pushed forward. In just half a month, they had captured almost all the western cities, leaving only this last one. After a series of continuous battles, the soldiers of Yu family army had not had a proper rest for even a single day. At this time, they were extremely exhausted, but there was not a trace of fatigue on their faces. They fought even more bravely, and wherever Yu family army went on the battlefield, destruction followed. Their combat power was incomparably strong. On many occasions, Yu Fei's soldiers defeated enemies several times their size with their unstoppable bravery. At this time, the soldiers facing off against Yu Fei's army were mainly the garrison of Tianjin City and the allied forces formed by those who had fled from other cities. Since Yu Fei marched westward, the major cities in the west have suffered repeated defeats. Under these circumstances, the city lords all knew that if they could not win a battle and break the invincible reputation of Yu Fei's army, then they would be completely finished. As a result, the lords of the major cities that had not yet been affected discussed and decided to unite to fight against Yu Fei's army. Many city lords even voluntarily abandoned their previously controlled cities and brought their soldiers to gather at the Heavenly Sword Sect, intending to fight to the death or die trying. If they win, they can take the opportunity to reclaim the cities they lost. If they lose, they will face certain death. This led to the scene at the beginning where the two armies faced off against each other. Both sides are fighting to the death in this battle, which is bound to be extremely brutal. At this moment, Yu Fei, who was standing in front of the Yu family army camp, had a solemn expression on his face. He had also seen the purpose of the Allied forces, including Tianjin City. This is the last struggle of the Allied forces. If we can completely break this momentum of their temporary counterattack, then we can say that we have won more than half the battle. Since that's the case, there's no need for my Yu family army to hold back anymore. Let's go all out and deliver a fatal blow to the Tianjin City coalition, showing them the true strength of my Yu family army. The setting sun was like blood, its rays fading in the west. The billowing smoke from the battlefield soared into the sky, turning the heavens black and creating an oppressive atmosphere in front of the Heavenly Sword sect. Both sides were filled with murderous intent and a chilling aura. Even before the battle began and blood was shed, a faint smell of blood already permeated the air. Looking down from the void, one could see that the two camps on the battlefield were clearly divided. The Heavenly Sword City camp was a vast, dark mass of elite soldiers, each holding a sharp blade, silently arrayed in formation. Their jet black armor, illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun, exuded a chilling aura, and the blades gleamed with an incomparably sharp white edge. 200,000 Yu family army soldiers stood ready, their strength yet to be unleashed. But never underestimate any soldier in Yu family army. When they unleash their full power, it may be the moment of their demise. Suddenly, several roars came from the rear of the Heavenly Sword City camp. A moment later, behind the Heavenly Sword City camp, 3 massive streams of blood energy shot out at incredible speed. By the time everyone could see clearly, 3 powerful martial venerables from the Heavenly Sword City camp were already standing in the void. 3 powerful martial venerables strode through the void, their auras immense, and their eyes gleaming with killing intent. Even from a great distance, one could feel the intense killing intent emanating from the other party, as if it were about to materialize. At this time, upon seeing this, Yu Fei, who was in the Yu family army camp, couldn't help but smile contemptuously. He then flashed into the void, instantly appearing to confront the 3 martial venerable level experts from the Heavenly Sword City camp. He then circulated less than 50% of his true energy, releasing an incomparably powerful and vast pressure. The overwhelming killing intent directly attacked the Heavenly Sword City martial venerable experts, and the pressure released by the 3 Heavenly Sword City martial venerables was instantly shattered upon contact. The group of people were sent flying dozens of steps before they managed to stop. At this moment, Wang Feng, the last martial venerable realm expert in the Heavenly Sword City Allied Forces camp, was shocked upon seeing this. However, he quickly regained his senses, no longer paying attention to the situation in the void, but instead looking at the army in front of him. It is important to know that this decisive battle between the two sides is of utmost importance to the Tianjin City Allied Forces. They are all determined to fight to the death and defeat the army under the command of the Zhenbei king no matter what. Kill. Wang Feng waved his right hand, and messengers in the army sprang into action, constantly moving through the army's ranks. Soon, the Tianjin City Allied Forces sprang into action, shouts of battle echoing as the massive Tianjin City Allied Forces rapidly advanced towards Yu family army. Form ranks to meet the enemy. A deputy general in Yu Fei's army camp shouted loudly, and the order was instantly transmitted to the ears of every soldier in Yu Fei's army. In an instant, Yu family army also sprang into action, and battle formations were instantly organized and arranged. Although they had been fighting continuously and were already exhausted, they were not afraid of this large-scale army battle at all, but were full of fighting spirit. The sounds of war horses neighing echoed from both sides' cavalry camps, and the clanging of armor reverberated throughout the ranks. Every soldier of the Yu family army stared intently at the advancing Tianjin City Allied forces, their killing intent filling the entire area around their camps. Kill. Seeing that the soldiers had finished lining up, the deputy general drew his sword, pointed it at the Tianjin City Allied forces, and shouted. Then, taking the lead, he leaped into the air and charged straight towards the Allied forces. Upon seeing this, the soldiers of Yu Fei's army also shouted battle cries and charged towards the Allied forces. Such large-scale troop operations on plains rely on strength and courage. A moment later, the two armies clashed, engaging in close combat. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew across the battlefield. Swords clashed, and the air was thick with murderous intent. The soldiers all knew that in such large-scale military operations, the only way to survive was to fight desperately. On the battlefield, as time passed, the battlefield was already stained red with blood, a scene of utter carnage and brutality, and many casualties were also suffered by Yu Fei's army. However, compared to the Allied forces of Tianjin City, they are almost negligible. Chapter 88 Unification of the North. In the void, the three martial Venerable Realm experts who had been sent flying backwards and managed to stop themselves looked at Yu Fei, who had easily broken through their defenses with just his aura. The three were immediately shocked, and a sense of fear inevitably arose in their hearts when facing Yu Fei. He couldn't help but think to himself that he had underestimated Yu Fei. They actually valued Yu Fei highly, but they never expected things to turn out this way. The group was panting heavily, still reeling from being overwhelmed by Yu Fei's imposing presence, when Yu Fei's casual strike followed immediately. Retreat quickly. One of them reacted instantly and shouted. Without a moment to think, the group retreated rapidly, thus avoiding Yu Fei's casual strike. At this moment, the three people in the void no longer had the fighting spirit they had before. They had no desire to fight Yu Fei anymore. Yu Fei's strength far exceeded their previous expectations, and judging from his appearance, he probably hadn't even used his full strength yet. If things continued like this, they would all be stuck here today. They exchanged glances and quickly fled backward, wanting only to escape the battlefield as soon as possible and avoid clashing with the king of Jinbei in the northern border. However, how could Yu Fei let them escape so easily? Seeing the three people trying to escape, Yu Fei took out his weapon, the Lichuan Divine Spear, which conjured countless spear shadows. Instantly, his blood energy surged, and the spear light became extremely sharp. Trying to run? Have you asked if I've already taken my spear? Yu Fei shouted to the group, and then thousands of spear lights rushed towards them. They had no room to dodge. Seeing this, they had no choice but to join forces to resist Yu Fei's attack. However, Yu Fei's attack was not so easy to defend against. Yu Fei's attack collided with the defenses of the group in an instant. The spear shadows exuded an extremely strong killing intent. Upon collision, a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire battlefield. Not good. Under the onslaught of gunfire, cracks quickly appeared in their defenses. The group was immediately alarmed. Bang! The defensive shield formed by the group was breached, and the group suffered a backlash as a result. However, the attack of the spear light did not stop. Instead, it went straight for the group. Having just suffered a backlash, the group had no time to dodge before the spear's edge struck them instantly. In an instant, the spear light pierced through their chests, causing them to explode in mid-air, their souls and bodies annihilated, and they were completely dead. Upon seeing this, Yu Fei remained unfazed. He immediately sheathed his spear, stood with his hands behind his back in the void, exuding a strong killing intent, as if a god or demon had descended to earth. Three martial venerable level experts from the Heavenly Sword City Allied forces were thus killed. On the battlefield, the Allied forces of Tianjin City witnessed everything in the void. They all slowed down their slashing movements, their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. The war had only just begun, and three of the four martial venerable experts in the Allied forces had already been killed, some even reduced to ashes, leaving not even a complete and dignified corpse. At this moment, the Allied forces of Tianjin City had long lost their fighting spirit. All they felt was a chill in their hearts. Even martial venerable experts were no match for them, and were killed with a wave of their hands. Could it be that a lowly soldier like myself could lead an army to achieve a miraculous comeback? On the contrary, the soldiers in Yu family army camp saw their general casually kill three of the enemy's martial venerable experts in one fell swoop. Their morale soared. If their general was so brave, how could they, as his soldiers, possibly disgrace him? Kill. Instantly, the soldiers of Yu family army seemed to transform into demons, shouting as they charged towards the allied forces of Tianjin City. The sounds of battle cries filled the entire battlefield. Soon, under the powerful offensive launched by Yu family army, the allied forces of Tianjin City were thrown into chaos and became disorganized. The scales of victory have tipped in favor of Yu Fei's army, and the Tianjin City coalition is gradually showing signs of defeat. One after another, the soldiers of the Tianjin City allied forces were killed by the soldiers of Yu family army. The corpses of the fallen allied forces soldiers were trampled beyond recognition by the iron cavalry of Yu family army. Blood stained the earth red, and corpses were everywhere on the battlefield. The surviving soldiers of the Heavenly Sword City coalition looked at everything before them, their eyes filled with despair. The Yu family army soldiers on the other side were too powerful. Each one was practically a devil. There was no way we could defeat them. This was a completely unequal war. Many soldiers have even taken the lead in throwing down their weapons and kneeling to surrender. They no longer dream of winning the war. All they want now is to survive. Yu Fei remained standing in the void, quietly observing the situation on the battlefield below. Even before he attacked Tianjin City, he received news from the embroidered uniform guard that the other three armies had successfully occupied the city. Tianjin City would be the last city in the northern territory that had not yet been controlled. Therefore, this war will be the last unification war in the north. After this war, the north will be unified, and the prince will be able to truly control all affairs in the north. The next day, the soldiers of Yu Fei's army were on the plains where the battle had taken place the day before, constantly searching for and collecting the bodies of their comrades and clearing away the corpses of the allied forces. Yu Fei, along with a few personal guards, watched everything unfold from the city wall. The earth before him was stained crimson with blood, and corpses lay everywhere, piled up like mountains. Although the great battle is over, an extremely strong murderous aura still lingers on the battlefield, which cannot be dissipated in a short time. More than half of the Tianjin City allied forces were annihilated, with only a small portion escaping and the rest surrendering. That's all. The North is united. Chapter 89. The Great Battle is imminent. The capital city. In the reception hall of the Grand General's residence, Chen Bin, clad in armor and dressed in military uniform, sat in the main seat of the reception room. On each side of the room stood a dozen or so armored military officers, their faces solemn, quietly awaiting orders. "Father, how long are you going to keep this from me? I've only been in seclusion for half a month, and you've already taken on such an important mission. How can you personally lead the expedition?" This time, the southern border was extremely strange. The city of Shaqing and the garrison were slaughtered overnight without a sound, which shows how many strong people there were. The battlefield was even more dangerous than before. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to my elder brother? Below the main seat in the hall, a middle-aged man dressed in armor looked at Chen Bin and said anxiously. His eyes were full of worry. This person was none other than Chen Bin's second son, Chen Kaiyu. Chen Bin gazed intently at his second son, his eyes filled with love and longing. He then thought of his eldest son, who had grown into a great general guarding the eastern border. Then he spoke meaningfully to Chen Kaiyu in front of him. "Kaiyu, do you know what my Chen family has relied on to develop to where it is today? It's not just about force. Although force is the foundation, it's also about our loyalty and courage as soldiers. Our Chen family has served in the military for generations. It can be said that our family was established in the early days of the White Tiger Dynasty. Our family has been bound to the White Tiger Dynasty. When our ancestors invaded the Black Tortoise Dynasty, they did not choose to sit and wait for death or live a cowardly life. Instead, they fought the invaders with the determination to die. Even if they were to be shattered to pieces, they never had a fear. Now, foreign enemies have invaded again, and it is the Xuanwu Dynasty, which has a blood feud with us. You come and tell your father, as a son of the Qin family, how can we be afraid of death and hide in the rear? Furthermore, if the dynasty is truly destroyed, do you think these invaders will allow my Chun family to continue to exist? As for your elder brother, he has now grown into a general guarding a region. He has his own responsibilities. There is no need to tell him about this matter, so as not to distract him and cause trouble on the eastern border again. So, Caillou, my son, there are some things we have to do. Do you understand? Chun-Bin spoke slowly and calmly, yet his words were so convincing that everyone present was momentarily stunned. Father, Chun Caillou wanted to say something more, but Chun-Bin immediately interrupted him and gave an unquestionable command. All right, that's enough. Don't waste any more time. Immediately get the assembled troops in order. Preparing supplies for this large army has already taken a long time. We'll be leaving shortly. Chun Caillou looked helpless, his eyes filled with worry. But there was no way to change his father's decision. He could only obey orders and try to get more people around his father. Without further thought, he immediately turned and sped off towards the army camp. Generals, this battle is unlike any other. The northern border is unstable, and the southern border is home to the Xuanwu dynasty, with whom we have a blood feud. Even if we fight to the last man, we will do our utmost to wash away the shame of our fallen soldiers with the blood of the enemy. Seeing Chun Caillou turn and leave, Chun-Bin stood up and spoke loudly to the crowd. Kill! 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 The generals in the hall all knelt on one knee, clasped their fists, and shouted loudly. Shouts of battle echoed across the sky. At the same time, the north, inside the Prince Jinbei's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun had just finished his cultivation and entered the study, intending to read some ancient books. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Your Highness, Commander Mao requests an audience. Huang Yi's voice came from outside the door. Please come in quickly. A moment later, Mao Xiang walked in, looking travel-worn. Then, he bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. No need for formalities. Your Highness, the Battle of Tianjin City has ended. General Yu Fei has sent a battle report, and the northern border is now unified. Mao Xiang then took out a battle report from his pocket and respectfully addressed Yi Yun. So fast. I thought it would take another 2 days. Bring me the battle report quickly so I can take a look. Yes, Your Highness. Mao Xiang then came to Yi Yun, handed him the battle report, and then stepped back a few steps, standing respectfully. After receiving the battle report, Yi Yun immediately began to examine it. A moment later, Yi Yun slowly closed the battle report, looked up at Mao Xiang, and then asked, Besides this battle report, what's the situation with the Orsish dynasty on the border and the southern border lately? Your Highness, so far only a few small-scale battles have occurred. The Orsish dynasty is still amassing a large number of troops, but the number of soldiers gathered on the border is estimated to have exceeded 700,000. It is estimated that it will head south very soon. According to intelligence from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Jinghua army under General Chun-Bin has assembled and is ready to go. Their food and supplies are almost ready, and they are expected to break camp soon to support the southern border. However, the forces on the southern border are quite complex this time. According to the investigation by the Embroidered Uniform Guard, there are not only people from the Xuanwu dynasty, but also this mysterious force mixed in with them. Mao Xiang, pass on the order. Order by Qi, Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, Su Chu, and others to quickly arrange the defense of each city, assist the officials dispatched by Zhang Jujing to handle city affairs, and at the same time appease the people. Restore people's livelihood as soon as possible. After the arrangements are made, Bai Qi will be stationed in the city closest to the frontier to keep a close eye on the situation there. I grant him the authority to act as he sees fit. The 3 armies of Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, and Su Chu are ordered to return to Jinbei City immediately to assemble and await further orders. Inform Zhang Jujing to transfer the qualified government officials recruited during this period to major cities to handle government affairs, and Zhang Jujing will be in charge of them. Also, tell Zhang Jujing that no matter what methods he uses, he must stabilize the northern border for me as soon as possible. Notify Zhao Gao in the capital to send someone to see if they can find out about this mysterious force on the southern border. Order Li Tsunxiao to assemble his army, keeping the horses saddled and the men in full armor to conserve their strength. Once the battle begins, his troops will be the vanguard. Yes, Your Highness. After Mao Xiang finished speaking, he turned and left. Yi Yun watched Mao Xiang's figure gradually disappear, then strolled to the window, looked at the overcast sky, and murmured to himself. The calm before the storm. Chapter 90 Invasion of the Orc Dynasty. The Orcish dynasty's army was assembled at a camp on the northern border. At this moment, the camp was brightly lit, and patrolling soldiers passed by every now and then, showing how strict the guard was. At the strong suggestion of his accompanying strategist, the commander of the Orc Dynasty army, Jia Yifeng, did not rush to attack the border defenses guarded by the Blood Tiger army. Instead, they dispatched scouts to conduct long-term reconnaissance and continuously sent small groups of soldiers to harass the Blood Tiger army, while waiting for the arrival of the Imperial army to provide reinforcements. When the scouts reported the situation of the Blood Tiger army, the reinforcements had already arrived the previous night. As a strategist, how could he not know that the opportunity had arrived, and how could he stop Jia Yifeng from sending troops? At this moment, inside a massive camp of the Orc army, "Marshal, please give the order. The brothers can't wait any longer." A man dressed in armor, looking fierce and menacing, spoke loudly. "Marshal, I am willing to lead my men into battle first and serve as the vanguard of the army." "Marshal, give the order." "Marshal." Sitting in the main seat of the tent, Jia Yifeng looked at his subordinates, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was very satisfied and nodded to himself. He and the commander of the Blood Tiger army were mortal enemies. He had suffered a loss at the hands of the commander. Now that he had a million-strong army, he really wanted to go directly to the commander of the Blood Tiger army and his Blood Tiger army to avenge his previous defeat. However, Jia Yifeng wasn't that brainless. He knew that he had come to invade the White Tiger dynasty with a mission, and he couldn't let personal grudges cause any losses to the country. Jia Yifeng pondered for a moment, then gave instructions to his subordinates. "We have already spent enough time preparing for this battle. To save time during the attack, the troops will be divided into two groups to launch a surprise attack on Blood Tiger Pass and Jiyan City, which are guarded by the Blood Tiger army. When it gets dark, I'll give you 400,000 troops. You must bypass Blood Tiger Pass and take Jiyan City for me. The remaining 600,000 troops will come with me to attack Blood Tiger Pass. Let's have a good fight together." Upon hearing Marshal Jia Yifeng's arrangement, Tian frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with this two-pronged approach. However, seeing the other general's excitement and fighting spirit, Tian could only keep his thoughts to himself. He then clasped his hands in salute to Jia Yifeng and accepted the order. As dusk fell, Jia Yifeng received the order. He then saw his commanders rubbing their hands together, full of fighting spirit. As the commander, Jia Yifeng smiled, then waved his hand at his generals and shouted loudly with a heroic expression. "Break camp immediately and launch a full-scale attack. Warriors, lead your men and follow me to achieve great deeds." "Yes, Marshal." The generals responded in unison. Before long, in the Orcish dynasty's army camp, the army was quickly ready to set off. Tian and Jia Yifeng exchanged a glance, and then led a large army straight towards Jiyan City. But Tian could never have imagined that Jiyan City was no longer the Jiyan City it once was. Seeing that Tian had already led his army off, Jia Yifeng immediately led his men towards Blood Tiger Pass. However, on that very night, the northern frontier is no longer as peaceful as it once was. Late at night, the Blood Tiger army soldiers responsible for guarding the border were harassed by small groups of soldiers sent by the Orc dynasty to plunder and raid the border. This meant that the Blood Tiger army soldiers were already exhausted. At this moment, a group of soldiers were patrolling the walls of Blood Tiger Pass. The soldiers, clad in Blood Tiger army armor, wore faces etched with exhaustion, yet their steps remained impeccably synchronized. The squad leader, Su Jun, also looked weary, but he struggled to maintain his composure and remain as alert as possible. This shows that the Blood Tiger army was indeed a rare and elite border force. After Su Jun led his squad on patrol for another half hour, just as he was about to lead his squad to call for other squads to relieve him, one of his team members suddenly shouted, "Captain, look! What's that?" "What do you mean? What are you doing?" "I'm telling you. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly?" Although Su Jun was saying this, he still turned his head to look in the direction the soldier had pointed. What I saw shocked me. A pack of wolves was charging towards us from beyond the pass, with armored orc soldiers riding on their backs. Oh my god! Quickly, quickly, notify the brothers, there's an enemy attack. The weariness that had been etched on the ranks instantly turned into terror. Looking at the boundless, murderous Orcish army outside the city, the soldiers scattered in all directions, shouting as they ran. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! When the Blood Tiger army soldiers, who were guarding the border, learned of the enemy attack, they all grabbed their sharp weapons and assembled. A moment later, the city walls were filled with Blood Tiger army soldiers standing ready for battle. At this moment, General Yi, the commander of the Blood Tiger army, had already arrived. He looked at the densely packed Orcish soldiers of the Imperial dynasty outside the pass. Jie Yifeng looked at the Blood Tiger army soldiers standing ready on the city walls, waved his hand, and the Orcish dynasty army charged straight towards Blood Tiger Pass. Instantly, shouts of battle filled the entire Blood Tiger Pass. Seeing this, the Blood Tiger army also entered battle mode, unleashing a barrage of defensive weapons at the Orc dynasty army. The two sides clashed back and forth, with martial artists of the martial king level and above turning the void into a battlefield, unleashing various martial arts techniques, and creating a constant roar of battle. Countless soldiers were wounded, their cries of agony filling the air. The battlefield was in utter chaos. That concludes the discussion. In the north, the war of invasion by the Orcish dynasty began. Chapter 91: The Coming of Chaos. 3 days later, Jinbei City. Inside the main hall of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun was leisurely sipping tea, while Sun Yue respectfully served him beside him. Yi Yun's life couldn't be more comfortable. Suddenly, Huang Yi, who was hiding in the shadows protecting Yi Yun, rushed into the hall from outside the door and bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets your highness. You look so rushed, is something urgent? Seeing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask casually. Your highness, the embroidered uniform guard has just sent a letter from General Bai, which your highness needs to review personally. While respectfully answering Yi Yun's questions, Huang Yi took out a letter from his pocket and quickly handed it to Yi Yun with both hands. Seeing this, Sun Yue quickly stepped forward, took the letter from Huang Yi, and handed it to Yi Yun. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately took the letter. However, he did not open it immediately after receiving it. Instead, he looked around the hall and then glanced at Sun Yue. Seeing this, Sun Yue nodded to herself and gave instructions to the maids in the hall. You may all come down with me first. Yes. The maids responded in unison. Yi Yun watched the maids' departing figures. Then without further hesitation, he opened the letter and began to examine it carefully. A moment later, Yi Yun then finished reading the letter written by Bai Qi. However, Yi Yun was frowning and silent at this moment, as if he was thinking about something. In his letter, Bai Qi mentioned that the Orcish dynasty's army had begun its invasion 3 days prior, and the Blood Tiger army had already clashed with them more than 10 times in those 3 days, resulting in extremely fierce battles. The Blood Tiger army's casualties were rapidly increasing. The Blood Tiger army's commander and general Yi had already written to the capital requesting reinforcements. Just the night before last, the Orcish dynasty army launched a frenzied attack, causing severe casualties to the Blood Tiger army. In addition, the Orcish dynasty has an army of about 400,000 men marching towards Jian City, which will arrive at the city currently guarded by Bai Qi in 2 days at the latest. Bai Qi now has less than 100,000 troops under his command and hopes that he can send troops to support him. Although Bai Qi's 100,000-strong army was composed entirely of elite troops, they had just experienced the battles of conquering cities in the northern part of the country and had not yet fully recovered. Now they had to face an enemy 4 times their size. Without support, this battle will be extremely difficult to win. Even if they manage to hold out in the end, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Thinking of this, Yi Yun immediately made up his mind and gave Huang Yi the order. Huang Yi, your subordinate is here. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi immediately responded loudly. Send an order to Li Tsunxiao, instructing him to lead his legions with ample provisions and supplies, and to arrive at Jian City within 2 days to support Bai Qi. At the same time, send an order to Mao Xiang, instructing him to fully mobilize his Jinyue, especially those stationed on the northern border. Report back immediately if any useful information is discovered. Yi Yan gave the order decisively. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Yi then bowed slightly to Yi Yan, turned around, and disappeared into the hall. Someone come here. Yi Yan then called out to the door again. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. A soldier quickly entered the hall and respectfully saluted Yi Yan. No need for formalities. Go and inform Zhang Jujing that the Orc dynasty's army has invaded the border. Have him issue notices throughout the cities of the Northern Territory, instructing newly appointed officials and garrison commanders to be on high alert, strengthen night patrols, and ensure the cities are well defended. Report any abnormalities immediately. In addition, a conscription mobilization order has been issued in the Northern Territory. All cities in the Northern Territory have begun conscription as reserves and fresh troops to resist the invasion of the Orc dynasty. The entire Northern Territory has entered a state of war, and all armies under my command have entered a state of combat readiness. Yes, Your Highness. After the guard finished speaking, he respectfully saluted Yi Yan, then turned and left the hall, walking quickly towards the main gate of the prince's mansion. At this moment, only Yi Yan remained sitting alone in the hall. Yi Yan's eyes were closed, and he kept tapping the table next to him with one hand. His brows furrowed and relaxed at different times. I don't know what he's thinking. At the same time, what Yi Yan didn't know was that the Blood Tiger Army's plea for help had already been sent to the Imperial Palace in the capital. At this moment, in the main hall of the Imperial Palace in the capital city, Yi Batian sat high on the main seat at the very top of the hall, with his ministers standing below him. Everyone present wore a solemn expression and whispered among themselves. Upon seeing this, Yi Batian immediately addressed the crowd and asked a question. My esteemed ministers, the war on the southern border is not yet over. We never expected that the Orcish dynasty on the northern border would be so arrogant, now gathering 1 million troops to invade our border. Tell me your views and countermeasures. The officials in the hall looked at each other, and then an old general stepped forward and respectfully addressed Yi Batian. Your Majesty, we should mobilize troops to provide support as soon as possible. Where is the Minister of War? Your old minister is here. How many troops can the dynasty still spare? Your Majesty, in order to deal with the war on the southern border, in addition to the Xinghua army, another 500,000 troops were mobilized to the southern border. At this time, the number of troops that can be mobilized is less than 600,000. 600,000 troops? That's far from enough. In addition to these 600,000, we must ensure that we can mobilize 1 million-strong army at any time. Issue the order to immediately issue a conscription order, requiring the recruitment of 1 million soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, there is no need to conscript 1 million soldiers at present. According to reliable sources, the army under the command of the King of Jinbei in the northern border has nearly 500,000 troops. Your Majesty can send 200,000 troops to support them and obey the orders of the King of Jinbei. I think that with the army under the King of Jinbei and those talents, it will not be difficult to stop the invasion of the Orc dynasty. At this moment, a refined-looking civil official stepped forward and respectfully addressed Yi Batian. The suggestion is good, but the number of recruits cannot be changed. It remains 1 million. Issue the order to immediately mobilize 300,000 troops to support the northern border. The army is under the control of the Prince of Jinbei. The Prince of Jinbei shall lead his troops to meet the invading army of the Orc dynasty. In special circumstances, I will allow him to act as he sees fit. Yes, Your Majesty. You may all go and make the arrangements. After Yi Batian finished speaking, he got up and left. Upon seeing this, the officials in the main hall quickly left, each rushing off to attend to their own business. You must understand that once war begins, time is the most precious thing. If you cause a defeat because of your own delay, you will be held responsible even if you die 100 times. As the announcement of the impending conscription of 1 million soldiers spread throughout the capital, the entire White Tiger dynasty was in an uproar, filled with a sense of fear and unease. Shortly after the order was issued, large numbers of troops from the cities surrounding the capital began to move frequently, rapidly converging on the vicinity of the capital. Troops from further away also assembled immediately upon receiving the order and rushed towards the capital. Chapter 92. Who is she? The next day, the main hall of the imperial palace. Yi Batian sat in the main seat, quietly looking at the ministers below, and then asked loudly, "Where is the Minister of War? Your subject is present. Has the army supporting the northern border been fully assembled? Your Majesty, the 300,000 troops supporting the northern border have been assembled this morning and are ready to set off at any time. Subsequent troops are being assembled, and the conscription order has been issued. It is expected that the recruitment of 1 million troops will be completed soon." A middle-aged man stepped out from the ranks of military officers, bowed to Yi Batian, and spoke in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. "Good. Where is the Minister of Revenue? Your subject is present. Are the provisions for the army supporting the northern border ready? Your Majesty, I received orders yesterday to immediately gather and mobilize provisions overnight. However, we only had 1 day to prepare. Due to the short preparation time, the provisions we have prepared are only enough to support the 300,000-strong army in the north for 3 months. I don't want to hear any explanations. I don't care what methods you use. You must ensure that the army fighting abroad does not run out of food supplies. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Order the 300,000 troops that have already assembled to take the provisions they have collected, break camp immediately, and set off for the northern border. Also, keep a close eye on the fighting in the north and south, and report any developments promptly." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yi Batian arranged the tasks one by one. The capital city. A magnificent mansion. In a luxurious room within the mansion, there were 3 people sitting there at the moment. There was no one else in the room besides the 3 people. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. "Third brother, fourth brother, what do you think our father was thinking? Why leave so many generals in the court to command troops, and instead put Xiao Jiao in charge of this northern border war?" Xiao Jiao had unknowingly grown his army to 500,000, which had become quite a threat. Now, although Xiao Jiao doesn't have any powerful backing, his army is not to be underestimated. This time, the emperor even handed the knife in his hand to Xiao Jiao. "Sixth brother, is the Orcish dynasty's army so easy to deal with? We didn't have any good opportunities to weaken their forces before, but now the opportunity has come. Ninth brother is in charge of the war in the north, so he will definitely be on the battlefield. It would be best to let his army and the Orc army fight to the death, and then we can reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Third brother, what if Xiao Jiao really manages to quell the Orc dynasty's invasion? It's not that easy to quell the unrest. We'll do some underhanded things later, and in the end, we'll be the ones who benefit." Ha ha. The room was instantly filled with the laughter of the group. At the same time, having arranged everything, Yi Batian arrived at the most mysterious place in the palace, known as the Forbidden Area. All around was a dense forest, and a pitch-black pavilion was shrouded in the lush foliage, adding to the already eerie atmosphere of the place. The pitch-black pavilion was enormous, with a huge plaque hanging above its entrance that read, "Pavilion of Offerings." Yi Batian, who was originally 100 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of the gate at the entrance of the pavilion. At this moment, Yi Batian had long lost the domineering and majestic aura he had displayed in the main hall. Instead, he was extremely respectful. Looking at the pitch-black, massive offering pavilion before him, Yi Batian calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and respectfully called out to the pavilion. "Yi Batian, the current emperor of the White Tiger dynasty, requests an audience with the grand secretaries." Creak creak. Not long after Yi Batian finished speaking, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance of the pavilion, and the door of the offering pavilion slowly opened. Upon seeing this, Yi Batian did not hesitate and, with a slightly respectful expression, carefully entered the pavilion. Tap 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 tap. The attic was extremely quiet, with only the sound of one's own footsteps echoing within. Upon entering the attic, I found it to be far from the luxurious place I had imagined. Instead, it was extremely simple. There were dozens of people sitting on their respective prayer cushions on the first floor, their eyes closed, as if they were statues. Yi Batian glanced around quickly, not lingering on the first floor for even a moment, and went straight up to the entrance of the second floor. The number of people on the second floor was less than half that on the first floor. However, there was an alchemy furnace in the middle of the second floor, from which wisps of smoke could be seen, giving the entire second floor an indescribable charm. Yi Batian came to his senses and, without thinking further, went straight up to the third floor. On the third floor, there were only 12 people sitting cross-legged on their own prayer mats. All 12 were elderly men with gray hair. Yi Batian walked straight up to the group and respectfully greeted them, who were meditating with their eyes closed. Yi Batian greets all the elders. Batian, instead of being a proper emperor, why do you have time to come here to see us old folks today? As Yi Batian finished speaking, an old man sitting in the middle suddenly opened his eyes, stared at Yi Batian, and asked, "Your Excellency, I have come here today to discuss important matters. Not long ago, war broke out again on the territory of my White Tiger dynasty. The Beastman dynasty outside the northern border has amassed 1 million troops to launch a major invasion, and the Black Tortoise dynasty outside the southern border has returned with renewed force. According to the investigation by the Hidden Dragon Guard, there is also an extremely powerful and mysterious force mixed in with the southern border. What? The court is in such a state of chaos. How are you planning the war now?" Then, one of the old men opened his eyes, stared straight at Yi Batian, and asked a question. "Your Excellency, the Grand General Chun Bin has requested permission to personally lead the Jinghua army to the southern border. As most of our forces in the north are engaged in the southern battlefield, and we cannot move our troops in the east and west, my ninth son has only been on the frontier for a year, yet he has already amassed a full 500,000 elite troops under his command, including several fierce generals. The entire northern border is now under his control. Therefore, I have dispatched 300,000 troops to be under his command, with the 9th Prince Yi Yun in charge of the northern border war." 9th Prince Yi Yun? He's that woman's. Upon hearing this, the Grand Secretary exclaimed in surprise. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Batian interrupted him. "Yes." Upon seeing this, Yi Batian quickly changed the subject and respectfully addressed the elders. "My lords, there are many strange things about this war. I would like to ask you to lend a hand when the time is right. Don't worry, Batian. We will take action when necessary. If the situation changes, you can send the Hidden Dragon Guards to inform us." Now I am relieved. I thank you all, Grand Secretaries. Hearing everyone's replies, Yi Batian finally felt relieved. He then bowed respectfully to everyone. Yi Batian then left the offering pavilion without lingering and headed towards his residence. Chapter 93, Commanding the Three Armies. The North. Inside the study of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun was carefully examining the terrain and city distribution map of the northern border. He was seen examining the document while deep in thought, his brows furrowing and relaxing at times. Huang Yi and the others stood quietly to the side, protecting Yi Yun's safety at all times. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Then a guard's loud voice was heard. "Your Highness, Generals Qin Xiong, Su Chu, Yu Fei, and Gao Shun, along with Commander Mao Xiang, Jia Su, and Lord Zhang Jujing, have arrived and are currently outside the gate requesting an audience with your Highness." "Okay, let them come in." "Give the order. A 30-meter cordon will be established around the study. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. Anyone who trespasses will be executed without mercy." After hearing the words from the guard outside the door, Yi Yun immediately gave the order. "Yes, your Highness." The guards respectfully responded. Then they addressed Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, and the others respectfully. "Generals, you have heard what the prince said. You may go in directly. I need to gather men to establish martial law, so I will take my leave now." "All right. Thank you, Commander Wang." Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, and the others watched Commander Wang's departing figure, then stopped thinking about it, pushed open the study door, and quickly entered the study. They bowed to Yi Yun. "We pay our respects to your Highness." "Please, everyone, no need for formalities. This time, you generals have really worked hard. You have just gone through several major battles and have not had a good rest, but you have rushed to Jinbei City with your troops to assemble again. Haha, your Highness has given the order, and we will not hesitate to go through fire and water, even if it means going through fire and water. Su Chu, standing to the side, spoke up in a carefree manner. I'm willing to die for you. Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, and others all spoke in unison. All right, I know what you all mean. Forget about dying. Keep your bodies and go to the battlefield to make a name for yourselves. I'm still waiting to rule the world with you all. Now, let's get down to business. Yi Yan looked at the group and then waved his hand with a smile. This time, the Orc dynasty has gathered 1,000,000 troops to invade the border of my White Tiger dynasty. In the past few days, they have fought more than 10 battles with the Blood Tiger army. The Blood Tiger army has suffered heavy casualties. General Yi has already asked the capital for help, and at the same time, a letter requesting help has been sent to me. Bai Qi, who was guarding Juyin City, originally thought that with the invasion of the Orc dynasty's army on the border, he could support the Blood Tiger army from the side. However, he did not expect that the Orc dynasty would split its forces into 2 routes, with nearly 400,000 troops heading towards Juyin City. Bai Qi only has less than 100,000 troops under his command. I have already ordered Li Tsunxiao to lead his legion to provide support. Reinforcements from the capital should arrive soon. What should we do next? Wenhe, what do you think? Your Highness, some time ago, several generals led their respective legions to quickly capture and take control of the cities in the northern border. I think the bravery of your Highness's generals and the strength of their legions have probably already spread far and wide. The power of our Jinbei Prince's mansion is rising rapidly. It shocked the whole world the first time it appeared in the public eye. Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. Yu Fei, the martial saint. Su Chu, the unparalleled warrior. Qin Xiong, the unparalleled warrior. The names of the 4 generals are renowned far and wide. According to the intelligence of the embroidered uniform guard, in order to support the war on the southern border, General Qin Bin, the assistant general of the state, took away 600,000 troops in addition to the 600,000 Jinghua army. Therefore, the army that the dynasty can gather in the short term will definitely not exceed 400,000. The court is very likely to let the prince command the northern border army to block the invading Orc dynasty army from the south. Jia Su, standing to the side, carefully analyzed the situation and then slowly spoke. Uncle, what do you think? After listening, Yi Yan nodded and then asked Zhang Jujing a question. Your Highness, I agree with Lord Jia's point of view. It is very likely that your Highness will take the lead in blocking the army of the Orc dynasty this time, because His Majesty in the capital knows that if he sends a commander, it will be difficult to mobilize the troops of our Jinbei Prince's mansion. In that case, why not let your Highness take charge of the northern border war? There is another reason, I guess, to test your Highness. After all, you have no power behind you, but you have been able to develop an army of 500,000 and several brave generals in just about a year. It is hard not to arouse suspicion. Just as everyone was engaged in a heated discussion and analysis, there was a sudden knock on the study door. Knock, 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 knock. Didn't I tell you not to bother me unless it's absolutely necessary? Upon seeing this, Yi Yan angrily shouted at the door. Your Highness, the people from Shindu have arrived. They are now waiting in the main hall. Commander Wang spoke from outside the door, neither humble nor arrogant. Is there someone from all the gods? Wenhe, Shu Bao, you two continue your discussion in the study. I'll go check on things and then return. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he got up and walked towards the door. Upon opening the study door, one could see Commander Wang, the guard, standing respectfully at the entrance, waiting for them. Seeing this, Yi Yan spoke up. Let's go. He then strode quickly toward the hall, and the guard commander, seeing this, quickly followed Yi Yan. A moment later, Yi Yan entered the main hall. Upon seeing that the person from the capital was the same eunuch who had come to deliver the imperial decree last time, he quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, What brings you here today, father-in-law? To enjoy the scenery in my northern border region. Oh my, your Highness, this servant did not come here for sightseeing. His Majesty has issued an edict to the prince. Oh, I see. Yi Yan pretended to be stupid and said, Your Highness, let's begin. The purple-robed eunuch took an imperial edict from a box held by a nearby imperial guard, opened it, and his previous playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious one as he spoke to Yi Yun. Prince Yi Yun of Jinbei receives the imperial decree. Your subject receives the decree. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately knelt down on one knee and said. Upon seeing this, the purple-robed eunuch immediately began to read aloud. By imperial decree of the White Tiger Dynasty, the Beastman Dynasty's army is now invading our northern border. However, the war in the south is critical, and the court has not been able to muster many capable soldiers. I have heard that my son has many elite troops and fierce generals under his command. Therefore, I hereby appoint Prince Jinbei, Yi Yun, as the Grand General of Jinbei, to command all the armies in the north and be responsible for the war in the north. The 300,000 reinforcements from the capital will arrive soon and will all be under the command of Prince Jinbei. I hope that Prince Jinbei will live up to my expectations and achieve a resounding victory. Your subject Yi Yun obeys the decree. Yi Yun then respectfully accepted the imperial edict and gave instructions to son Yue, who was standing to the side. Yue, give that little bit of silver to your father-in-law for tea. Yes, your highness. A short while later, Sun Yue handed a tray containing 500 taels of silver to the purple-robed eunuch. This servant thanks your highness for the reward. I wish your highness a great victory. This servant must hurry back to the capital to report back, so I will take my leave now. Your highness, please wait. The purple-robed eunuch spoke to Yi Yun with a broad smile. I thank you very much, your excellency. Yi Yun nodded, then instructed Commander Wang to escort the purple-robed eunuch away from the palace. Yi Yun watched the departing crowd, then glanced at the imperial edict in his hand. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a smile crept onto his lips, and he strode straight toward the study. Chapter 94: The Elite of the Tang Dynasty. A moment later, Yi Yun took the imperial edict he had just received and went back to the study. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Yu Fei and the others immediately stopped talking and stood up to bow and greet him. Your Highness. Yes, no need for formalities, please have a seat. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately addressed Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and the others. He then strode quickly toward the main seat in the study. Everyone else sat down after Yi Yun took his seat. Your Highness, why did the palace send people here at this time? Su Chu looked at Yi Yun with a questioning expression and asked. Take it and take a look. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately took out the imperial edict from his spatial storage and placed it on the table in front of him, addressing everyone. Upon seeing this, Su Chu, without waiting for Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and the others to react, immediately stepped forward, took the imperial edict from the table, and opened it to examine it. After a moment, Su Chu frowned, looked up at Yi Yun, and then stared intently at the contents of the imperial edict. Upon seeing this, Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and others also gathered around to examine the contents of the imperial edict. Soon, all of them had read the contents. Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, and the others sat silently to the side. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately addressed the crowd. Now that you all know the details, let's hear your thoughts. Your Highness, I believe this could be an opportunity for us. Jiasu tried to speak. Oh, tell me more. Logically speaking, the Northern Territory was originally Your Highness's fiefdom, and now that we have completely taken control of it, we cannot sit idly by and wait for our doom even without the imperial court's orders. It was only a matter of time before we fought against the Orcish dynasty's army, so the fact that the capital sent someone to issue an imperial edict to take command of the Northern War was not unexpected. Moreover, through this title of General of the North, we can completely bring our army into the open, and perhaps even take the opportunity to invade part of the Orcish dynasty's territory. By the way, the various legions can also take the opportunity to expand their strength. Moreover, this time we might even have a chance to verify the truth of the mysterious offering pavilion in the capital, which would be even more advantageous for us. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Jiasu pondered for a moment, then slowly analyzed the situation for everyone. Upon hearing Jiasu's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately asked Mao Xiang. Mao Xiang, how far has the embroidered uniform guard developed now? Your Highness, after more than a year of unrestricted development, now the entire White Tiger dynasty, except for the Imperial Palace in the capital, has spies of my embroidered uniform guard. In the other major dynasties, my embroidered uniform guard is also constantly infiltrating, establishing strongholds, and collecting intelligence, but progress is slow. Good, that's enough. Order the northern border and the Imperial Guards already infiltrated into the Orcish dynasty to gather intelligence on the Orcish dynasty's army. Any news must be reported immediately. Yes, Your Highness. What is the current situation of the major legions? Your Highness, the major legions have just experienced the great battle to recapture the city some time ago. All the legions have suffered losses, with the legions under General Qin Xiong and General Su Chu suffering the most severe losses. Originally, each of them had 100,000 troops, but now each has less than 50,000 troops. Currently, besides the legions under General Bai Qi and General Li Tsuanxiao, as well as the garrison troops in various cities, the army assembled in Jinbei City can number around 200,000. 200,000 troops are enough. Xu Bao, this time I may have to trouble you to lead your legion to stay and guard Jinbei City. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle, I'm entrusting my rear to you. Yes, Your Highness, I will certainly live up to your expectations. For this campaign, Jia Su will serve as the military advisor, with Yu Fei and Su Chu leading their respective legions to accompany the troops. Yes, Your Highness. The crowd responded respectfully to Yi Yun. You all go and prepare yourselves. Yes, Your Highness. We will take our leave. After Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and the others finished speaking, they all turned and left. Watching the departing figures of the crowd, Yi Yun couldn't help but think of the long accumulated check-ins he had accumulated. He decided to take this opportunity to try his luck and see if he could get an army through check-ins. Then use a few more summoning opportunities to make up for the fact that there are almost no deputy generals available in the major legions besides the main general. Yu Fei, Bai Qi, and others have complained to themselves about this several times. System, combine my accumulated daily check-ins into one check-in opportunity. Yes, host. The sign-in opportunity has been successfully generated. Would you like to sign in immediately? The reward will be greatly increased. Good luck, host. Check-in. Byte. Congratulations, host, on your incredible luck. You have acquired a 300,000-strong elite Tang Dynasty army. What? 300,000 elite soldiers of the Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yunman was shocked, but then a slight smile appeared on his lips. It is important to know that the prosperous Tang Dynasty, with its economic prosperity, also possessed unparalleled power in the world. This was thanks to the fact that the Tang soldiers were far superior to the surrounding countries in terms of weaponry and equipment, and even surpassed many dynasties. The infamous Mo Dao and the extremely defensive Ming Guang armor, among others. The 300,000-strong elite Tang army added a powerful new force to their ranks. Yi Yun quickly brought his thoughts back and silently recited the command to the system in his mind. Check the information on the Tang Dynasty army. Legion name, Great Tang Elite. Commander, none. Legion size, 300,000. Cultivation level. All ordinary soldiers have the cultivation level of a martial arts master. Technique, formation breaking technique. Chapter 95 Crazy Summoning. After looking at the attribute panel of the Tang Dynasty elites, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. This is an elite army with at least a martial arts master level, which will make up for the lack of troops in my various legions. Just a second ago, he was considering whether to use his influence points to exchange for a batch of soldiers to make up for the lack of troops, but now it seems that he doesn't need to, and he can save those influence points. System, how many more monthly summoning opportunities do I have left? Yi Yun silently recited the command to the system in his mind. Ding. Searching, please wait. Query successful. The host has 5 summoning opportunities remaining. System, begin summoning outstanding individuals. Yi Yun listened to the system's notification and then silently recited the message to the system again in his mind. Yes, host. Summoning heroes, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Fang Xianling, one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion in the early Tang dynasty. Fang Xianling, the man from the Fang Mao Du, a famous Chinese military strategy incident, was actually summoned by himself. Yi Yan did not stop there, but continued speaking to the system. System, continue summoning. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Wu Tianci, a fierce general from the Sui and Tang dynasties. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yan couldn't help but feel excited, as he hadn't expected to summon Wu Tianci. The system continues to summon. A moment later, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Wu Yuanzhao, a fierce general from the Sui and Tang dynasties. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Hua Rong, the little Li Guan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Liang Shirtai, one of the 8 great hammers of the Sui and Tang dynasties. All the outstanding individuals have been summoned and are on their way to join the host. Please wait patiently. In this way, Yi Yan performed 5 summons in a row, using up all the summoning opportunities he had accumulated over the past 6 months. Since the host has summoned enough outstanding individuals, the system has reached the upgrade standard and will soon be upgraded. During the upgrade, the exchange interface will not be affected. Please wait patiently. Then, Yi Yan heard a system notification in his mind, and saw that the entire summoning interface of the system had turned gray and was unusable. Yi Yan silently called out to the system a few times in his mind, but seeing no response, he could only read the introduction of the world-renowned hero he had just summoned in the system himself. Fang Xianling, one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Cultivation level, martial venerable, first heaven. Physique, demonic holy body. Technique, the sacred book of strategy. Weapon, Lingyu Fan. As expected of the left chancellor, who was known as the strategist of Fang and the decisive one of Du, alongside Du Ruhui. Now there is one more person offering advice, and a top-notch one at that. Name, Wu Tianci. Cultivation level, martial, venerable, 9th heaven. Physique, Hun Tian demon dragon physique. Technique, peerless Hun Tian Ju. Weapon, double-bladed dragon spear. Mount, snow-treading ink dragon. Name, Liang Shirtai. Cultivation level, martial, venerable, 9th heaven. Physique, divine pattern demon tiger physique. Technique, heavenly sacred hammer technique. Weapon, polar star octagonal hammer. Mount, demon tiger. After a short while, Yi Yan finally read through the basic information of the 5 people. Apart from Xiao Liguang Hua Rong, whose strength was relatively low, the attributes of the others were quite powerful. It seems that once these people arrive, we'll have to reorganize and establish a more comprehensive legion structure. Thinking of this, Yi Yan instantly exited the system. He then spoke up. Huang Yi. No sooner had he finished speaking than Huang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yan and respectfully replied. Your subordinate is here. Take this token of mine and go to a valley 80 miles outside the city. There I have secretly trained 300,000 elite troops. After gathering them, bring them to camp 10 miles outside the city. While giving instructions to Huang Yi, Yi Yan picked up a token from the table and handed it to him. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi quickly and respectfully accepted the token and responded, Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, he turned and left the study, disappearing from sight in a flash. Seeing this, Yi Yan also left the study and walked towards the courtyard of the prince's mansion. 3 hours later, at this moment, Yi Yan was lying on a deck chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun, while Sun Yue occasionally fed him peeled fruit. Such a life is truly delightful. Suddenly, a guard's announcement broke the tranquility of the scene. Your Highness, 5 men who claim to be Fang Xianling, Wu Yunzhao, Wu Tianci, Liang Shirtai, and Hua Rong have arrived at the gate. They say they have come specifically to seek refuge with Your Highness. A guard rushed up to Yi Yan, bowed respectfully, and said, Where are they now? After listening to the guard's words, Yi Yan immediately asked a question. Your Highness, the group is currently waiting at the entrance of the prince's residence. Go quickly and invite them in, then take them to the main hall. I'll be there shortly. Yes, Your Highness. After the guard finished speaking, he turned around and walked quickly toward the gate. Seeing this, Yi Yan also spoke to Sun Yue, who was standing to the side. Yue, come with me to the main hall and meet some heroes. Yes, Your Highness. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he strode straight towards the hall. Seeing this, Sun Yue quickly gave some instructions to the maid beside her, and then followed Yi Yan closely. In the hall, Yi Yan had just taken his seat in the main seat when a guard led 5 middle-aged men into his line of sight. Among the 5, the leader was dressed as a scholar, while the other 4 were all burly and dressed in military uniforms. They walked with a powerful stride, and the aura they exuded unintentionally proved their extraordinary nature. Soon, the group arrived in the hall, led by the guards. Your Highness, we have brought the 5 brave warriors with us. The guard was the first to respectfully bow to Yi Yan. Yes, you may leave. Fang Xianling, Wu Yunzhao, and the others bowed to Yi Yan in unison. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Xianling, Tianzi, Yunzhao, Huarong, Shirtai, please make the formalities. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are all heroes among men. It is my good fortune to have your assistance. I will have to rely on you more in the future. Your Highness is too kind. We are honored by Your Highness's high regard for us. We are willing to die for Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately laughed loudly at the group. Haha, with a great battle imminent, your arrival has relieved my worries. I imagine you must all be quite tired from your journey. I have already instructed the servants to prepare guest rooms for you. Please go and rest for a while. The servants will bring your meals to your rooms shortly. We'll discuss the specific arrangements for you guys later. Right now, you all need to get plenty of rest and be in good spirits. Otherwise, when war breaks out, it will be difficult for you to get proper rest. Yes, Your Highness. Someone, take these people down to rest and treat them well. Thank you, Your Highness. We will take our leave now. Fang Xianling, Wu Tianzi, and the others bowed respectfully to Yi Yan. They then left the hall, led by a maid. Chapter 96 Recruiting Soldiers. The next day, Yi Yan woke up early from his meditation and cultivation. With the help of his maids, he bathed and changed his clothes before going to the courtyard. Looking at the scene inside the prince's mansion after the heavy rain, I couldn't help but think that it had been about 10 days since the conscription order was issued. It seems I need to make a trip to Zhang Jujing's residence in the city lord's mansion. He then shouted out to Huang Yi and the others who had been hiding around him to protect him. Huang Yi, Your Highness. Suddenly, Huang, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared in front of Yi Yan and bowed to him. Huang Yi, make arrangements. Lead a team of Imperial Guards and come with me to the city lord's mansion in a little while. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately gave instructions to Huang Yi. Yes, Your Highness. After responding, Huang Yi turned and left. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan walked straight towards the study. A short while later, Huang Yi appeared in the study and then respectfully bowed to Yi Yan. Your Highness, I pay my respects. The personnel have been arranged and are ready to depart at any time. Okay, pass the word down, depart immediately. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he led Huang Yi straight towards the gate of the prince's mansion. Yi Yan sat on the carriage, swaying back and forth. After about 15 minutes, Yi Yan and the others finally arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing Yi Yan and his group arrive, the commander of the guards at the city lord's mansion immediately ordered the soldiers beside him to go in and announce their arrival, while he himself went to greet them. He bowed respectfully to Yi Yan, who had just alighted from the carriage. Your subordinate, Wang Fang, pays his respects to Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately spoke to Wang Fang. Get up. Is Zhang Jujing at the city lord's mansion now? Your Highness, Lord Zhang has been busy with matters these past few days and has not returned to his own residence. He has been staying at the city lord's mansion. Oh, this uncle, take me to see him. Yi Yan then gave instructions to Wang Fang. Yes, Your Highness. This way, please. Upon receiving the order, Wang Fang respectfully addressed Yi Yan, then stepped aside and gestured for him to proceed. Seeing this, Yi Yan glanced at Wang Fang, nodded, and then led Huang Yi straight into the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Wang Fang quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Just as Yi Yun and his group arrived at the corridor leading to the main hall of the city lord's mansion under Wang Feng's guidance, they saw Zhang Jujing, led by a guard, rushing towards them. Soon Zhang Jujing met Yi Yun and his group. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jujing immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. "Your Highness, I am unaware of your arrival today. I have failed to greet you properly and hope for your forgiveness." "Uncle, there's no need for such formalities. My visit today was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, so don't worry about it. But uncle, I heard from the guards that you haven't been home for the past few days and have been sleeping in the city lord's mansion." Yi Yun smiled and said to Zhang Jujing, "Your Highness, I don't want to sleep in the city lord's mansion either, but there are too many things to do lately and not enough manpower, so I have no choice but to stay in the city lord's mansion to handle things as quickly as possible." Zhang Jujing said to Yi Yun with a helpless expression, "By the way, uncle, it's like this. It's been a while since I issued the conscription order, and I've come today mainly to find out what the current situation is." Yi Yun then spoke to Zhang Jujing with a slightly serious expression. "Your Highness, let's talk in the main hall." "Okay, lead the way." "Your Highness, this way please." The group chatted as they walked, heading straight for the hall. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi immediately followed, while Wang Feng and another guard tactfully returned to their posts. Soon Yi Yun and his group arrived in the hall. Yi Yun walked straight to the main seat in the hall and sat down. After Yi Yun took his seat, Zhang Jujing respectfully addressed him. "Your Highness, after you issued the conscription order, all the major cities in the Northern Territory issued the conscription order on the same day. In just over 10 days, the major cities throughout the Northern Territory have recruited more than 200,000 soldiers. Furthermore, nearly a quarter of the 200,000 troops recruited this time are members of various families in the Northern Territory. Most of them are at the martial apprentice and martial warrior levels, but there are also quite a few martial masters to martial spirits, and even many more powerful individuals with higher cultivation levels." Not bad. Uncle, let's stop this recruitment drive once we've recruited 300,000 soldiers. Any more, and our workload will be enormous. In addition, the training of these new recruits must be arranged properly. "Yes, Your Highness." Just as Yi Yun was talking with Zhang Jujing, suddenly, a guard's voice came through the room announcing something. "Your Highness, Lord Zhang, there is a man outside the gate who claims to be a commander of the embroidered uniform guard and requests an audience with Your Highness." "Oh, please come in quickly." "Yes." A short while later, a guard appeared in the hall with a member of the Imperial Guard. "Your subordinate, Chen Tian, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, pays his respects to Your Highness." The Imperial Guard bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. "Get up. Is there something you need that's causing you such a rush to see me?" Yi Yun asked Chen Tian. "Your Highness, this is intelligence from the embroidered uniform guard on the front lines. Please take a look." As Chen Tian spoke, he took out a piece of intelligence from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Yi Yun. Seeing this, Huang Yi, who was standing to the side, quickly stepped forward to take the intelligence that Chen Tian handed over, and then turned around and handed it to Yi Yun. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun took it and immediately opened it to examine it carefully. Chapter 97 Rectification Arrangements. A moment later, Yi Yun was feeling very down at this moment. He couldn't help but sigh and slowly put down the intelligence in his hand. The intelligence brought by Chen Tian mentioned the current battle situation on the border with the Blood Tiger Army. The Blood Tiger Army has been guarding the border for many days and has been engaged in a series of bloody battles with the Orc Dynasty Army. The number of casualties on both sides is rising. If this continues, without reinforcements, the Blood Tiger Army will soon fall to the border, and the Blood Tiger Army may even be wiped out. Countless villages around the border battlefield where the Blood Tiger Army was located were massacred by the Orcish Dynasty's army. The vast land of the north was stained with the blood of innocent people, turning the earth blood red. Hundreds of thousands of people were displaced and had no choice but to embark on a desperate journey of fleeing their homes and seeking a living. However, the only thing that slightly eased Yi Yun's mood was the information about the battle situation in Juyin City, which was guarded by Bai Qi. Bai Qi truly lives up to his name. His command is unparalleled. Before Li Xuanxiao's reinforcements arrived, Bai Qi had already clashed with the Orcish dynasty's army. During this time, Bai Qi, with fewer than 100,000 troops, personally led a portion of his army into battle, fighting a stalemate against the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Orcish dynasty. He even used his superior cultivation to kill a dozen or so martial arts experts from the Orcish army. Finally, 8 black-robed figures from the Orcish camp joined forces to withstand Bai Qi's offensive. Due to the vast disparity in troop strength between the two sides, Bai Qi had no choice but to retreat into the city once again. However, Li Tsuanxiao's reinforcements arrived very quickly. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao originally thought that with the strength of their own legions and their own powerful forces, it should not be a problem to take down the 400,000-strong army attacking Jian City. However, to their surprise, the black-robed men who had previously joined forces to resist Bai Qi reappeared. Last time there were only 8 of them, but this time the number doubled to a total of 16. What alarmed Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao the most was that they were unable to detect the exact strength of these black-robed men. Ultimately, this great battle came to a swift end. Even so, numerous battles, large and small, took place in Jian City during this period, and Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao made a name for themselves during this time. Discussions about these two armies could be heard from time to time throughout the northern border. The man in black robes? Who could possibly escape the detection of Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao? You must know that both Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao have the cultivation level of the 9th level of the unholy realm. To withstand the combined attacks of Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao, the opponents must be at least Martial Saint level to stand up to them. It's impossible for anyone below Martial Saint level. But where did this Orc dynasty suddenly get so many Martial Saint level warriors? No matter how hard Yi Yan thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Chen Tian, you just returned from the border. What's the latest situation there? Yi Yan couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and asked Chen Tian. Your Highness, when I left the border, the Orcish dynasty's army outside Jian City had already begun constructing fortifications and had not launched another attack. Regarding the black-robed figures that Bai Qi mentioned appearing among the Orcish dynasty's army, have your embroidered uniform guards investigated anything about them? Your Highness, on the day these men in black robes appeared, our brothers in the embroidered uniform guard did their best to investigate their origins, but no matter how hard we investigated, we couldn't find a single clue. It was as if these men appeared out of thin air. Appeared out of thin air? Could there be other transmigrators in this world besides me? Or are these people all hidden forces within the Beastman dynasty? Or perhaps they come from forces possessing power beyond the martial god realm? Yi Yan was now filled with questions, and the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Yi Yan then gave instructions to Chen Tian. Chen Tian, send a message to Mao Xiang, instructing him to do everything in his power to investigate where these black-robed men came from, whether they are a hidden force of the Beastman dynasty or whether other forces are involved. Yes, Your Highness. Go and rest. Yes, I'll take my leave. After Chen Tian finished speaking, he turned around and walked straight towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately gave instructions to Huang Yi. Huang Yi, go and inform Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, Jia Su, and Wu Tianxi, Fang Xianling, and others who just arrived at the prince's mansion yesterday, to come to the city lord's mansion to see me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Yi responded and immediately turned and left. Half an hour later, Yi Yan was discussing the recent political situation in the northern border with Zhang Jujing when a guard's urgent report interrupted their conversation. Your subordinate greets Your Highness and Lord Zhang. Generals Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and others are currently outside the mansion requesting an audience with the prince. Let them in. After hearing what the guard had said, Yi Yan calmly replied, Yes, Your Highness. The guard bowed in response. He then turned and ran quickly toward the main gate of the mansion. A moment later, the guards then led the group into the main hall. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and the others bowed respectfully to Yi Yan in unison. No need for formalities. Gentlemen, the battle at the front is now critical, and I am in charge of the war in the north. I have decided to lead the army in person to make the Orcish army understand that those who invade my northern territory will be killed without mercy. I have gathered you all here today to make some new arrangements for you, and to reorganize and redeploy the military. After several hours of discussion, the group finally decided to make the following changes. The 1st Legion, originally under Qin Xiong's command, with Qin Xiong as commander and Zhou Tsang and Liang Shirtai as generals, was formed by drawing 100,000 troops from the 300,000 troops outside the city and incorporating them into the 1st Legion, bringing its total strength to 150,000. The 2nd Legion, originally under Bai Qi's command, with Bai Qi as commander and Luin and Wu Tianxi as generals, was joined by 50,000 troops from outside the city, bringing the total to 150,000. The original 3rd Army Corps under Li Tsuanxiao, with Li Tsuanxiao as commander and Hua Rong as general, was divided into 50,000 troops outside the city and incorporated into the 2nd Army Corps, bringing the total to 150,000. The original 4th Army Corps under Su Chu, with Su Chu as commander and Wu Yunzhao as general, was merged into the 4th Army Corps, bringing the total number of troops to 150,000. The original 5th Army Corps under Yu Fei will remain unchanged and its status quo will be maintained. Gao Shun led his elite troops to become the personal guard of this king. Wu Tianxi and Hua Rong, listen to my command. You two will immediately proceed to the camp outside the city and each lead 50,000 troops to Jueyun City to join your respective commanders' legions. This subordinate obeys the order. Wu Tianxi and Hua Rong responded loudly. Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and Su Chu, listen to my command. Proceed to the main camp outside the city immediately to reorganize the troops. This time, I will personally lead the expedition against Yu Fei, with Su Chu leading troops to accompany me, and Qin Xiong leading troops to guard the rear. Your humble servant obeys. After the generals gave their resolute response, they all turned and left. Xianling, Wenhe, you two will serve as military advisors to me on this expedition. Seeing the departing figures of the generals, Yi Yun gave instructions to Jia Su and Fang Xianling beside him. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle, I will have to rely on you to support me in the rear. I will have the embroidered uniform guard and Su Chu cooperate with you. Your Highness, rest assured, I will certainly not fail in my mission. Haha. Uncle, there's no need to feel too much pressure. Qin Xiong's 150,000 strong army is not to be trifled with. Yi Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 98 Memory Rosary. 2 days later, outside Jinbei City, on a huge training ground, banners were everywhere, spears stood in rows, and soldiers of the 3 armies were dressed in black armor, holding elite weapons that gleamed with a cold light. A large black banner with the character Leaf stood on the high platform amidst the army. The wind blew the banner, making it rustle, and a chilling atmosphere filled the air. Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and others, each leading their respective legions, stood quietly and proudly on the training ground, awaiting Yi Yun's arrival. A moment later, click click click, a series of rapid hoofbeats came from the direction of the Jinbei City gate. They quickly recognized who it was. Gao Shun led a portion of the trapped camp out of the city gate, followed by Huang Yi and other iron guards who closely protected Yi Yun, and they appeared in the sight of Yu Fei, Su Chu, and Qin Xiong. Today, Huang Yi and his companions had changed their usual attire, now wearing dark armor with a blood-red, iron character embroidered on the chest, black cloaks, and carrying sharp blades. Their faces were covered with black cloths, and their eyes exuded an extremely fierce aura. Similarly, Yi Yun was also dressed in black armor and a black cloak today. Soon Yi Yun and his group arrived at the training ground. Upon seeing this, Yu Fei, Qin Xiong, and Su Chu all stepped forward and respectfully bowed. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. Gentlemen, you are all in armor, so there is no need for further formalities. Accompanied by several people, Yi Yun arrived at a high platform on the training ground. Yi Yun's sharp gaze swept over the hundreds of thousands of troops below the platform, and then he slowly spoke, circulating his true energy. Soldiers, do you know what this large-scale military operation is for? Kill the enemy, defend our homeland. Kill the enemy. The soldiers below the platform shouted in unison. Good. I ask you. You are about to face the incredibly ferocious Orcish soldiers of the royal dynasty, who outnumber you many times over. Tell me, are you afraid? Yi Yan asked again. Don't be afraid. The soldiers of the Orcish dynasty want to invade our homeland and slaughter our people in the north. Tell me, what should we do? Kill, kill, kill. Shouts of battle erupted from the soldiers, their voices echoing through the heavens and earth, and the soldiers' morale reached its peak at that moment. Yi Yan then spoke to Su Zi, Yu Fei, and Qin Xiong. Yu Fei and Su Chu, listen to my command. At this moment, Yu Fei and Su Chu quickly came from the side to Yi Yan and bowed to him. Your subordinate is here. Seeing this, Yi Yan gave the two of them a serious order to set off. Marching into battle, Yu Fei and Su Chu responded in unison. Yes, Your Highness. The two then turned and strode quickly toward their respective legions. Soon, the soldiers sprang into action, and the sound of clashing armor echoed across the training ground. Rumble, rumble. Hundreds of thousands of troops marched in orderly fashion toward the northern border frontier. Seeing this, Yi Yan turned to Qin Xiong, who was leading the troops to guard the rear, and spoke earnestly to him. Uncle Bao, are you dissatisfied with being left to guard the rear this time? Your subordinate dares not. Shu Bao, I'm sure you know how important the rear is. Yu Fei's army will definitely be taken with us. Su Chu's overall perspective isn't quite there yet. So Wenhe, Shuda, Xinling, and I discussed it for a long time before deciding to have you lead the army to stay behind. Only by ensuring the safety of the rear can I focus on the front lines without any distractions. Uncle Bao, I can now entrust my rear quarters to you. This humble general will certainly not fail Your Highness's trust. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately led Jia Su, Fang Xinling, and others, mounted their war horses, and galloped away into the distance. Splash, splash, splash. On the official road in the northern border, a huge army of soldiers was marching in an orderly fashion, like a long black dragon. This large army was none other than Yi Yan and his group. After a day and a night of continuous marching, they only stopped briefly to eat before continuing their journey. At this moment, Yi Yan, dressed in full armor, was riding a tall horse in the middle of the group. Beside him were Yu Fei, Jia Su, Fang Xinling, and Gao Shun, the commander of the trapped camp, among others. As for Su Chu and Wu Yunzhao, they were dispatched to lead their legions to clear the way ahead. Although Yi Yan was riding a war horse, he was checking the system. The system had already been upgraded last night, and even included an upgrade gift pack. But Yi Yan had been busy leading his troops on an expedition, so he had temporarily put it aside. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of the journey and see what exactly is included in this gift package. He then silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Yes, host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 cultivation enhancement card, 1 memory bead, and 1 special unit summoning card. Yi Yan looked at the items in the gift pack and checked them one by one. The cultivation enhancement card could boost his cultivation by 1 major realm without any side effects. He was about to experience a great battle, and this system had just given him a cultivation enhancement card. This system was really thoughtful. Yi Yan couldn't help but think to himself, Memory Rosary? What is this? Yi Yan asked with a puzzled look and immediately clicked on the item description to take a look. After a moment, Yi Yan finally understood the function of this memory rosary. It was specially prepared for the heroes he summoned, and it could awaken the past life memories and personalities of the heroes he summoned. Through the system, Yi Yan also learned that once Renjie uses the memory beads, Renjie will remember his past life's memories. At this time, Renjie will have his own personality, and if Yi Yan does something bad, Renjie's loyalty will gradually decrease. Once it decreases to a certain level, Renjie will no longer be loyal to him. If the person I summoned was an enemy in a past life, it's hard to predict what will happen after they awaken their past life memories. Yi Yan also checked the system's exchange shop and found the memory prayer bead, but it was a bit pricey, costing 200,000 power points per bead. My current accumulated influence value is only 2 million. This shows how precious these memory beads are. 1 bead alone accounts for almost 1/10 of one's power value. Yi Yun hadn't yet decided who should use the memory rosary that was being given as a gift. Think about it carefully. Then he silently recited it to the system. System, use a special unit summoning card. Yes, host. Special forces are being summoned. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the special unit, the 18 Riders of Yinyun. It has been summoned into the world. The 18 Riders of Yinyun will be waiting for the host on the marching road 80 miles away. Chapter 99, The 18 Riders of Yinyun. What? The 18 Riders of Yinyun. In his previous life, Yi Yun was particularly fond of the 18 Riders of Yinyun and had even collected various materials about them. It can be said that Yi Yun was very knowledgeable about the 18 Riders of Yinyun. The 18 Riders of Yinyun were a special cavalry unit under the command of Luo Yi, the Prince of Beiping, in the novel romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. They were a unit that frequently operated in the desert. There were only 18 riders in total, but each of them is an elite among elites, practically an ancient version of special forces. They were dressed in black brocade robes and cloaks, wore masks, carried crescent-shaped swords, and had precious bows on their backs. The 18 riders of Yinyun were as fast as the wind and as fierce as fire. Wherever they went, slaughter followed. They are an extremely terrifying killing squad, born only to kill, and every appearance of theirs is accompanied by a horrific massacre. Once, a tribe called Chahatai in the Liao army gathered troops to invade Yinmen Pass. After learning the news, Luo Yi personally led the 18 riders of Yinyun to launch a surprise attack. In just one night, they killed about 3,000 Chahatai soldiers who had invaded the border. After the remnants of the Liao army's Chahatai fled back to the desert, Luo Yi personally led the 18 riders of Yinyun in pursuit, chasing them all the way to Chahatai's hometown. In just one night, the 18 riders of Yinyun slaughtered all 20,000 Chahatai people, regardless of age or gender. This demonstrates the terrifying nature of the 18 riders of Yinyun. I never imagined that I would summon such a devilish army. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, check the attributes of the 18 riders of Yinyun. Yes, host. Legion name, 18 riders of Yinyun. Number of people, 18. Cultivation level, Martial Sect 1st Heaven Martial Sect 9th Heaven. Constitution, Netherworld Ghost Body. Technique, Netherworld Concealed Assassination Technique. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. After reviewing the attributes of the 18 riders of Yinyun, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a top-notch special forces unit, this kind of army, when placed on the battlefield, would be a one-sided massacre. This is a small army composed of at least Martial Grandmaster level cultivators. A moment later, Yi Yun logged out of the system and thought to himself, it seems I need to find some time to use that cultivation enhancement card. I've been cultivating continuously lately, and my cultivation level has been gradually increasing. I've now broken through to the great perfection of the 9th level of Martial Emperor. This is a good opportunity to use the cultivation enhancement card to raise my cultivation level even higher. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with fervor. He then gave instructions to Huang Yi, who was standing to the side. Huang Yi, pass down the order to speed up the march. Yes, Your Highness. After Huang finished speaking, he immediately rode his horse forward, shouting loudly as he galloped. His Highness has ordered that the march be sped up. His Highness has ordered. With Yi Yun's order, the army's marching speed quickly increased again. The next day, evening, Yi Yun's 2 legions arrived near a small city called Shuihan City. Although the city was small, it was the shortest route to the northern frontier. If they had gone from other places, it would have taken almost half the distance. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves approached. Soon they saw a middle-aged man in commander's armor leading several of his personal guards, galloping rapidly towards them on horseback. The soldier approached Yi Yun, quickly dismounted, and respectfully saluted him. Your subordinate, Yun Tian, the garrison commander of Shuihan City, pays his respects to Your Highness. General Yun, you may dispense with the formalities. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun quickly spoke up. Your Highness, you flatter me. You can just call me Yun Tian. Upon hearing Yi Yun address him as General Yun, The middle-aged man immediately responded respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Yun shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "All right, since that's the case, Yin Tian, I will lead my army to the front line. Tonight, we will set up camp outside the city and prepare to spend the night. Find me a good place and make arrangements for the army behind me." "Yes, Your Highness." Night. In a relatively large tent within the army camp, the outer perimeter was heavily guarded by the trapped camp. Gao Shun, Huang Yi, and others stood silently outside the tent, protecting Yi Yun's safety. Inside the tent, the lights were bright. That's right. This is Yi Yun's camp. After having dinner, Yi Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, instructed Huang Yi, Gao Shun, and others to guard his tent. He then entered the tent, sat cross-legged, and silently recited to the system in his mind. "System, use the cultivation enhancement card." "Yes, host." As soon as the system notification sound ended, Yi Yun felt an immense surge of true energy coursing through his limbs and bones, continuously strengthening his meridians. Yi Yun dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately pushed his cultivation technique to its limit. In a short while, the bottleneck that he had been trying to break through several times without wavering shattered in an instant. As time passed, Yi Yun's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his cultivation level rose at a visible speed. Martial Sect First Heaven. Martial Sect Second Heaven. Martial Sect Fourth Heaven. As his cultivation level surged, Yi Yun's mental power also surged at that moment, and his sensory abilities underwent a tremendous change. As time passed, the camp gradually returned to calm, but Yi Yun remained motionless, meditating and cultivating. However, no one knew that a tremendous change was taking place within Yi Yun's body. The next morning, Yi Yun's motionless figure suddenly unleashed an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura. Yi Yun opened his eyes, and a sharp light emanated from them. The Martial Sect Ninth Heaven has been achieved. I never expected that just one upgrade card could raise our cultivation level by a whole major realm to the 9th level of Martial Grandmaster, and without any side effects. Yi Yun thought to himself. At the same time, Gao Shun and the others who were waiting outside the door were startled by the sudden appearance of this terrifying aura. "Oh no, the prince's camp!" the group exclaimed inwardly, and then their figures flashed, and they instantly appeared in the camp. "Your Highness, are you all right? What was that aura you just felt?" Looking at Gao Shun and the others, who were exhausted but full of worry, as they entered his tent, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile and say something. "I just broke through my cultivation level. I didn't expect to alarm you. You all worked hard last night. Go and get some rest." "Yes, Your Highness." Your subordinate takes his leave. After they finished speaking, they left the tent. Chapter 100 Martial Sect 9 Heavens. Yi Yun watched as the group left the tent, then silently recited something to the system in his mind. "System, open my properties panel." "Yes, host." Soon, the familiar white light screen appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. Name, Yi Yun. Cultivation level, Martial Sect 9th level. Age, 17. Title, 9th Prince of the White Tiger Dynasty, Prince of Jinbei, General of Jinbei. Cultivation technique, Heavenly Emperor's Manual. Martial arts, 9 heaven-splitting strikes, carefree steps, 9 absolute swords of the Heavenly Emperor. Physique, Overlord Battle Body Saint level. Powers, 5 major legions, 800,000 troops, 800 elite troops, 18 Yin Yin cavalry, Jinui Imperial Guards, and 4 Heavenly Emperor Iron Guards. Outstanding figures include Zhouzong Martial Ancestor, Jiasu Martial Venerable, the 4 commanders of the Embroidered Uniform Guard Martial Ancestor, Maoxiong Martial Venerable, Qinxiong Martial Venerable, Gao Shun Martial Venerable, Li Tsunxiao Martial Saint, Bai Qi Martial Saint, Yu Fei Martial Saint, Wu Tianxi Martial Venerable, Wu Yunzhao Martial Venerable, Hua Rong Martial Ancestor, Zhang Zhuzhing Martial Venerable, Fang Xianling Martial Venerable, etc. Backpack, Heavenly Emperor Sword, Heavenly Emperor Robe, 6 Great Rejuvenation Pills, 26 Purple Cloud Pills, 500 Profound Level Cultivation Techniques, 156 Earth Level Cultivation Techniques, 18 Heaven Level Cultivation Techniques, and various other cultivation resources. Yi Yun looked at his fully equipped attribute panel and couldn't help but smile slightly. Yi Yun then exited the system, sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and gradually entered a state of cultivation. This would help solidify the martial arts cultivation that had just been boosted by the cultivation enhancement card. Time slips away unnoticed. The next morning, inside Yi Yun's camp, Yi Yun gradually stopped cultivating and slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. In the instant he opened his eyes, a barely perceptible, yet incredibly sharp glint flashed through them. I finally managed to get a basic grasp of this sudden surge in cultivation, but it will take some time before I can fully master it. Yi Yun exhaled a breath of stale air and muttered to himself. Just as Yi Yun was thinking about how to quickly and completely control his rapidly increasing cultivation level, a conversation suddenly came from outside the tent. "Commander Huang, has the prince woken up yet?" "General Yu, is there something urgent that you've come to see the prince so early?" "Huang Yi, let General Yu come in directly." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately called out towards the door. Huang Yi and Yu Fei, who were outside the tent, heard Yi Yun's voice coming from inside. Huang Yi first responded respectfully towards the direction of the camp. "Yes, Your Highness." Then he turned to Yu Fei and said, "General Yu, please." Upon seeing this, Yu Fei immediately clasped his hands in thanks to Huang Yi. "Thank you, Commander Huang." After saying that, he strode straight into the tent. Soon, Yu Fei arrived at Yi Yun's tent. Yi Yun was already sitting at the table, examining a map of the northern border. "This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness." "Pengjiu, there's no need for such formalities. What brings you to see me so early?" Yi Yun asked in confusion. "Your Highness, the 300,000-strong reinforcement army dispatched by the imperial court has arrived. Several generals are now waiting outside the gate to see Your Highness and obey your orders." Upon seeing this, Yu Fei respectfully cupped his hands and replied to Yi Yun. "What? The reinforcements from the capital arrived so quickly. Let's go. Pengjiu, come with me to take a look." Soon the two arrived at the main gate of the camp, where they saw a densely packed army of soldiers in red armor. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, several generals of the army stepped forward and respectfully bowed to him. "This humble general pays his respects to the Prince of Jinbei. We have been ordered to lead our troops to support the northern border and await Your Highness's command." "Generals, there's no need for such formalities. You have traveled thousands of miles to support my northern border. On behalf of the people of my northern border, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you all. However, the war in the northern territory is serious, so I will not stand on ceremony with you. The Orsish dynasty is now attacking my northern territory in two directions. General Yi of the Blood Tiger Army is currently fighting a bloody battle and has suffered heavy losses. They urgently need support. I hereby issue this order. You may all lead your troops to the Blood Tiger Army's border to support them. After joining forces with the Blood Tiger Army, you will all be under the command of General Yi. I will personally lead my army to support Juyin City. We must not allow the Orsish dynasty to cross the Blood Tiger Army's border and let the flames of war spread to our northern lands. Gentlemen, I'm entrusting this to you." After Yi Yun finished speaking, he bowed to the generals from the capital in front of him. "Your Highness, you?" Upon seeing this, everyone immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed loudly. This humble general will certainly not fail Your Highness's trust. If their initial respect at the meeting was merely due to their status, their current respect is genuine. Your Highness, we take our leave. Take care, everyone. After they finished speaking, they walked back, mounted their horses, waved their hands, and led their soldiers to gallop towards the Snow Tiger Army's border. Seeing the 300,000-strong army gradually disappearing into the distance, Yi Yun then gave instructions to Yu Fei beside him. Pengjiu, pass down the order to pack up the camp and break camp immediately. We will head to Juyin City right away. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, as Yu Fei's orders were relayed throughout the camp, the nearly 400,000-strong army sprang into action. They were fully equipped in less than half an hour. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately ordered the army to set off, and soon the mighty Black Army was rapidly marching towards Juyin City. Chapter 101 Mysterious Sect. On the border of the Orsish dynasty, In the camp where the Orsish dynasty had previously gathered a 1,000,000-strong army, it once again welcomed its second wave of masters. Where the camps of the 1,000,000-strong army had previously been dismantled, now one massive military camp after another has risen again. Countless patrol teams composed of elite soldiers moved through the various camps. Moreover, large cavalry squads were constantly patrolling the perimeter of the camp. This demonstrates the severity of its security. In the very center of this camp, there stands an enormous tent. Inside the tent, a group of people were having a lively discussion. One of the men in black robes sat at the top, with 15 men in black robes standing on each side below him. These black-robed figures were none other than the mysterious black-robed figures who had joined forces with Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao to fight against them last time. These men in black robes are gathered here to await the orders of the man in black robes who sits in the main seat. How many troops has the White Tiger dynasty mobilized to reinforce the northern border so far? Reporting to the elder, according to intelligence obtained by the spies of the Beastman dynasty, the White Tiger dynasty has now assembled an army of 300,000 in the capital to support the northern territory. At the same time, it has also ordered the Jinbei king, who is guarding the northern territory, to lead his army to provide support. The capital also ordered the Prince of Jinbei to command the entire northern army and take full responsibility for the northern war. The Prince of Jinbei has nearly 500,000 troops under his command. The generals we fought against in Juyin City were under the command of Prince Yi Yun of Jinbei. And there is also a newly recruited force of 300,000 soldiers in the north. Oh, when will the White Tiger dynasty's reinforcements arrive at the front lines? Reporting to the elder, the White Tiger dynasty's army is expected to arrive at the border front within 2 days at the latest. With an army of nearly 1 million and such a group of brave generals, it seems that the frontline troops are about to face a tough battle. It seems we underestimated the White Tiger dynasty. The man in black robes, seated in the main seat, spoke with emotion. Elder, to be more precise, we underestimated this Prince of Jinbei, Yi Yun. Elder, right now we need to join forces to barely hold off even the generals under the command of the Prince of Jinbei. Moreover, the mysterious offering pavilion in the White Tiger dynasty has not yet appeared. If the offering pavilion appears, we probably won't be able to withstand it on our own. Elder, why don't we ask the sect for help? A man in black robes stepped forward from below the stage, bowed respectfully to the man in black robes in the main seat, and said, "Don't worry, if the offering pavilion dares to show up, someone will deal with them. You don't need to worry about that." After listening, the group did not get the answer they wanted, and they looked at each other in silence. Seeing this, the black-robed man in the main seat knew that he couldn't keep quiet and not give them any information. I have already sent the letter requesting help back to the sect. The sect leader has already dispatched people to support us. Among them, the second elder will lead about 50 guardians to join us. The grand elder personally led 100 or so Dharma protectors and 200 blood-clad disciples, hiding in the shadows, specifically to prepare for the confrontation with the offering pavilion. What? The second elder and the first elder have arrived. One of the men in black robes exclaimed in surprise after hearing the news. With the assistance of 2 elders and numerous protectors and blood-robed disciples, their strength is definitely no less than that of the offering pavilion that came to support the northern territory, and may even be much stronger. After all, the White Tiger dynasty is now fighting on 2 battlefields, one in the north and one in the south. Are you all at ease now? The black-robed man at the head of the table saw the expectant expressions on everyone's faces, as he himself had been shocked when he received the news. He then slowly addressed the crowd. "We were very offensive just now. Please punish us, elder." The group of men in black robes all knelt on one knee and said in unison, "It's all right, get up, everyone." At this moment, Yi Yun, who was leading his army forward, was completely unaware of this, as he was busy leading his troops to march rapidly towards Juyin City. "Pengjiu, how much longer until we reach Juyin City?" Yi Yun, riding a tall horse, asked Yufei beside him. "Your Highness, we will arrive at Juyin City in 2 more days." "Very good. Pengjiu, send word to speed up the march a little. We will try to reach Juyin City as soon as possible to meet up with Bai Qi, Sun Xiao, and the others." "Yes, Your Highness." With Yi Yun's order given, the army's marching speed quickly increased. 2 days later, outside Juyin City, boom 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 boom, boom boom, a massive black army, resembling a crouching black dragon, appeared, with huge royal banners bearing the character, Yape, leaf fluttering in the wind. Wherever the black army passed, dust billowed up, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. At the same time, the garrison commander on the city wall of Juyin City hurriedly ordered his men to inform Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, and the others. Soon Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao arrived at the city wall. Upon closer inspection, they saw that Yi Yun had led his army. They were overjoyed and led their personal guards directly to the gate of Juyin City to respectfully await Yi Yun and his arrival. Soon, Yi Yun's army arrived outside the city. The soldiers looked slightly tired from marching all night, but they still maintained good formation. Yi Yun saw that Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, and the others were waiting for him at the gate of Juyin City. He then took the lead and went straight to the city gate. This humble general, Bai Qi, pays his respects to your highness. This humble general, Li Tsunxiao, pays his respects to your highness. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao immediately bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. I'm leaving the army behind me to you to manage. The brothers have had a hard journey, so get them something good to eat. Yes, your highness. Bai Qi hurriedly ordered his personal guards to lead Yi Yun into the city to rest, while he and Li Tsunxiao went to arrange the encampment and meals for Yu Fei and Su Chu's 2 major legions. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately followed Bai Qi's personal guards and rode straight into the city. Huang Yi, Gao Shun, and the others quickly followed. Chapter 102 Surprise Attack. Juyin City. Inside the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun sat high in the main seat in the hall, constantly scanning Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, Su Chu, and others in the hall. Seeing that everyone was standing respectfully on both sides of the hall, Yi Yun then gave his instructions. Please sit down and rest for a while. We'll discuss this further when Pengzhu arrives. Yes, your highness. The crowd responded in unison. They then turned around and sat down in the seats behind them. A moment later, Yu Fei rushed over. Upon entering the hall, he immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. This humble general pays his respects to your highness. I am late and have delayed the appointed time. Please forgive me, your highness. Seeing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile and say to Yu Fei, Pengzhu, please rise quickly. You arrived late because you were busy arranging the army. How could I blame you? Please take a seat. All right, everyone, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. Bai Qi, Siyuan Xiao, please give us a report on the latest battle situation. Yi Yun then turned his gaze to Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, and the others, and gave them instructions. Yes, your highness. Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao responded in unison, then exchanged a glance. Bai Qi stood up and slowly addressed the crowd. Your highness, generals, since the black-robed man appeared and joined forces to resist me and General Li, the Orcish dynasty's army has not launched any large-scale sieges. They only occasionally send small groups of soldiers to the surrounding villages to massacre and plunder. Although we have also sent soldiers to the surrounding villages for rescue, the villages are too scattered. I can only move the people who are closer to the city to take temporary refuge. According to the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Blood Tiger Army is currently in a very bad situation. The Orc Dynasty's army over there has not stopped attacking the Blood Tiger Army's border defenses. Because we have that mysterious black-robed man and hundreds of thousands of Orc troops on our side, I dare not easily send troops to support the Blood Tiger Army. The only good news is that, so far in the war, the Orcish Dynasty's army has not breached any of our border fortresses. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence received yesterday from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, a large army has once again appeared and is stationed at the place where the Orc Dynasty's army had previously gathered on the border. Currently, besides the 2 battlefields guarded by Juyin City and the Blood Tiger Army, there are 2 other battlefields on the entire northern border. One is a place called Jinxiao Pass located in the east of Juyin City. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Previously, the Orc Dynasty sent troops to take advantage of the situation to occupy this place, But fortunately, the Jinui brothers discovered the Orc dynasty's intention in advance. Now, Wu Tianxi is leading an army of 100,000 to guard this place. Although this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, if the mysterious black-robed man makes his move again, Jianxia Pass will probably be breached very soon. There is another place, a small city called Bright Moon City. There are not many troops stationed there at present, because even if they take Bright Moon City, if they want to truly open the gate to my northern border, there is another important city behind it, Lingxua City. Besides, as Yu Fei spoke, he also pointed them out on the map. Your Highness, generals, that's about it for now. After Yu Fei finished speaking, he addressed Yi Yun and the others. How many troops does the Orcish dynasty currently have stationed outside Jian City? Are there any signs of reinforcements? Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately asked, Your Highness, I have sent men to inquire about the soldiers who are confronting me outside Jian City. Apart from the men I lost in the previous battles, the Orc army outside the city is estimated to have around 400,000 men. The most mysterious among them is the man in black robes. Apart from the man in black robes, there is a martial artist at the 8th level of Martial Venerable in the army, as well as 2 deputy generals at the 1st and 2nd levels of Martial Venerable. Yu Fei then recounted all the information he had gathered. Yi Yun nodded after hearing this. Once I take action this time, I must wipe out this Orc army outside Jian City, otherwise I will be in trouble if I have to fight on multiple fronts. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a guard's announcement broke their concentration. Your Highness, the White Tiger commander of the embroidered uniform guard requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun frowned, but still gave instructions to the guards. Let him come in. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Bai Hu, looking travel-worn and somewhat disheveled, walked straight in and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. Greetings, generals. No need for formalities. White Tiger, what happened to you that made you look so disheveled? Yi Yun asked aloud. Your Highness, I recently received a letter from General Bai Qi, asking us to help investigate the background of that mysterious man in black robes. So I went to the vicinity of the Orc dynasty's army to observe and see if I could find any clues. However, the men in black robes stayed in their tents the whole time and didn't come out even once. I was really at a loss. But just 2 days ago, it seemed that these men in black robes had received some kind of order. They all disguised themselves and left the Orc army camp outside Jian City, rushing towards the Orc dynasty. I followed him secretly the whole time, but halfway there a person came to greet me. He exuded a terrifying aura. If he had discovered me, I would have had no chance of survival. So, I stayed where I was, concealing my aura, and only dared to come out after they had all left. Are you so sure that all the black-robed figures in the Orc army have left? Yi Yun asked. Your subordinate confirms. They all left without exception. This is simply a godsend. Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh, then smiled, and said to Jia Su and Fang Xianling. Xianling, what do you think? There is great potential. The two responded in unison. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately gave orders to everyone without hesitation. Li Tsuanxiao, Yu Fei, Su Chu, heed my command. Your subordinate is here. Li Tsuanxiao, Su Chu, and Yu Fei all stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly. Order Li Tsuanxiao, Su Chu, and Yu Fei to lead their respective legions and launch a surprise attack on the Orc army outside Jian City at midnight tonight. Yu Fei will be the commander, and Li Tsuanxiao and Su Chu will lead their troops to assist him. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to the 3 of them. Your subordinate obeys. The 3 of them quickly got up and walked straight out the door. Yi Yun watched the 3 figures leave, noticing his right index finger tapping incessantly on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 103 Battle of Juyin City. Late at night. There was less than half an hour left until midnight. Yu Fei, Su Chu, and Li Tsuanxiao each led their own legions slowly toward the Orc army's encampment. Your Highness, generals, the Orc dynasty's army camp is located 20 miles ahead. A member of the Imperial Guard rushed over and reported to the group. Nu, go back and tell Bai Hu that you must make sure that all the sentries and spies arranged by the Orc dynasty are completely eliminated. and that the enemy does not notice anything. Yi Yan nodded, then gave instructions to the Imperial Guard. Yes, Your Highness. After the Imperial Guard finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. In fact, long before the army set off at night, Yi Yan had already dispatched Bai Hu to lead the Imperial Guards ahead to scout out the area and clear out all the spies and sentries that the Orc dynasty had planted near their camp. This was to ensure that the army would not be detected by the enemy before launching an attack on the Orcish dynasty's army. Fortunately, most of the sentries and spies assigned by the Orcish dynasty's army commander here were not very skilled. These sentries and spies had no power to resist the Embroidered Uniform Guard, an organization skilled in concealment, assassination, and intelligence gathering. They were easily wiped out by the Embroidered Uniform Guard led by White Tiger before they could even react. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the current tense situation of war, which commander would let his most powerful subordinates do a lowly sentry or spy job? This is why Yi Yan, Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, and their group were able to easily lead their army to a location 20 miles from the Orc dynasty's army camp without encountering any obstruction or being discovered by the enemy. As they drew closer to the Orcish dynasty's army camp, Yi Yan gave instructions to Yu Fei, who was standing beside him. Peng Jiu, pass down the order to raise my royal banner with the character Yi and all the general banners of the major legions. In today's battle, I will make the enemy remember my royal banner forever. Wherever the royal banner goes, even gods and demons will give way. Yes, Your Highness. Yu Fei responded, then turned and whispered instructions to the guards beside him. Soon, banners and flags were everywhere in the army. As time goes by, it gets closer and closer to midnight. Yi Yan and his men had already led their troops to the vicinity of the Orc dynasty's camp. Once the time is right, we can launch an attack on the Orcish dynasty's army. Yi Yan looked toward the Orcish dynasty's army camp not far away. The entire camp was enormous, and the campfires burning in the darkness were very conspicuous, giving Yi Yan and the others a general idea of the camp's extent. The camp was heavily guarded, with patrol teams of soldiers constantly moving through and inspecting everything in the camp. The camp was very quiet, but this was merely the calm before the storm. At this moment, the Orcish royal army was unaware that a killing blade was already hanging over their heads. This night is destined to be an extraordinary one. Thinking of this, Yi Yan immediately stopped paying attention to the enemy camp, but his heart was already surging with excitement. You know, I've been in this world for so long, and I've never really experienced a battle like a soldier. At most, I've only had minor skirmishes. Now that he finally has the chance to experience it, how could Yi Yan not be excited? Just then, Su Chu's voice came from the side. Your Highness, it's midnight. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan nodded to Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, and Su Chu, and slowly spoke. Go and make the arrangements. Yes, Your Highness. The three responded in unison. Su Chu and Li Tsuanxiao then led their respective guards and walked quickly toward their respective legions. At this moment, the 18 riders of Yan Yun, who were following the army, also came to Yi Yan's side. This time, Yi Yan did not bring Gao Shun's trapped camp. Yu Fei, who was standing to the side, immediately mounted his horse, brandished his spear, pointed the tip at the Orcish dynasty's army camp ahead, and shouted loudly. 5th Legion, heed my command. As Yu Fei shouted, the soldiers behind him gripped their spears tightly, their eyes filled with fanaticism, and a strong killing intent gradually emanated from them. Sharp blades were drawn, and the sounds of clashing armor echoed continuously. Attack! Upon receiving the order, the messengers from all the legions spurred their horses into a gallop, shouting the command aloud. The general has ordered the entire army to attack. In an instant, the entire army sprang into action. Shouts of battle and the thunder of hooves resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Yi Yan's Yi character royal banner and the banners of the various legions charged fearlessly to the forefront of the ranks. The entire army, like 3 sharp arrows, pierced straight into the enemy's heart with overwhelming force. Seeing the soldiers of the various legions charging towards the enemy camp like tigers unleashed from their cages, Yi Yan couldn't help but mutter to himself. The real war in the north has only just begun. Thinking of this, Yi Yan no longer hesitated immediately mounted his horse and led the 18 riders of Yan Yun to charge towards the enemy camp. The three legions, totaling 500,000 troops, marched out and quickly surrounded the Orcish dynasty's army camp. At the same time, just as Yi Yun's army began its attack, with shouts of battle and the sound of iron hooves echoing through the heavens and earth, the Orcish dynasty's army camp also discovered the situation. Seeing that armies were attacking from several directions, they all shouted in panic. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Quickly, someone come. There's an enemy attack. Organize a defense. Defend against the enemy. The chaotic and panicked sounds instantly spread throughout the camp, and some soldiers who were still asleep were also awakened at this moment. The soldiers rushed out of their tents, weapons in hand, ready to fight the enemy who were launching a night raid, without even wearing armor. At the same time, in the central camp of the Orcish dynasty army, one after another, martial arts experts clad in armor flew out of the tents and stood in the void. Seeing the menacing enemy and his own chaotic army, the leader circulated his inner energy and shouted loudly, "All of you, don't panic. Commanders of all armies, keep your soldiers in check. Don't let them run around aimlessly. Organize defensive formations to defend against the enemy." Indeed, the person speaking at this moment was none other than Tianan, the commander of the 400,000-strong army of the Orc dynasty. The Orcish army's previously chaotic camp gradually began to regain order after hearing Tianan's instructions. However, how could Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, Su Chu, and others possibly give them the opportunity to organize a proper defense? Chapter 104 Post-War. Kill. The soldiers of Yi Yun's three legions quickly charged into the Orcish dynasty's camp. In an instant, the charge of the three legions shattered the barely formed defensive formation of the Orcish dynasty army. Immediately, the sounds of various weapons and armor clashing filled the battlefield. However, since the soldiers fought so bravely, how could a general remain in the rear? Su Chu, a martial venerable, charged straight at the martial artists with profound martial arts cultivation in the void. Not to mention Li Tsuanxiao and Yu Fei, who were martial saints. Their speed was extremely fast. In just a short while, the two killed several martial venerable experts in the Orcish dynasty army. Moreover, relying on their superior cultivation levels, the two effortlessly killed powerful enemies, and in the blink of an eye, several people perished under their attacks. At this point, the three legions had completely surrounded the Orcish dynasty's 400,000-strong army. Yi Yun led the 18 riders of Yan Yun, wielding the Heavenly Emperor's sword and charging into the enemy ranks, hacking and slashing. In an instant, the enemy's blood splattered everywhere. In just a short while, Yi Yun's face was covered in blood, and blood dripped continuously from his robes. It looks extremely ferocious and terrifying. Now, the entire Orcish dynasty's army camp is engulfed in flames, with shouts of battle echoing everywhere. Countless tents have collapsed and been set ablaze, illuminating the battlefield in the darkness. As time passed, and enemies fell one after another, the blood had completely stained the ground beneath their feet crimson. Shouts of battle, the clash of martial arts, the neighing of war horses. At this moment, Yi Yun was no longer charging in a battle, but instead led the 18 riders of Yan Yun to stand quietly on a hill not far away, watching this one-sided massacre. Yes, you read that right. It was a massacre, a one-sided massacre targeting the Orcish dynasty army outside Jian City. Many Orc soldiers died, without ever knowing why they had been suddenly killed. Everything happened so fast. They still don't know how so many elite troops suddenly appeared in Jian City. Who exactly are you? In the void, Tianan, clutching his chest with one hand and holding a sharp blade in the other, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked Yu Fei, "Us? You should ask that question in the underworld." After Yu Fei finished speaking, he immediately brandished his spear, and an incomparably terrifying spear light shot straight towards the dark sky. Seeing this, Tianan hurriedly swung his sword to defend, but he overestimated himself. In an instant, Yu Fei's spear light shattered Tianan's sword, and the huge attack struck Tianan. Under the light of that spear, it instantly turned into a sky full of blood mist. Seeing their commander fall to the ground, One of the Orcish soldiers fighting in the camp shouted loudly to the other soldiers, "Brothers, the marshal has been killed by them. Avenge the marshal. Kill, kill." With that, he led the charge towards the soldiers of the three legions. However, their charge was ultimately futile and could not change the course of the battle. As time passed, almost all the highly skilled martial artists in the Orcish dynasty army were killed, and the Orcish dynasty army's defeat was inevitable. Many low-ranking Orcish dynasty soldiers rushed to the weakest points in the encirclement to break through and escape. However, the soldiers of the three legions who were able to surround the weak points in time could not be broken through by the Orcish dynasty army, which was currently devoid of fighting spirit. In the instant they made contact, most of them were killed by the soldiers of the three legions. This night raid lasted a long time, with shouts of battle, the neighing of war horses, the clash of weapons, and the sounds of martial arts never ceasing. The battle continued until the early morning of the next day, when the sky was just beginning to lighten and the fighting gradually came to an end. Your subordinate Yu Fei pays his respects to your highness. Then Yu Fei, whose body was also stained red with blood, came to Yi Yun's side and bowed to him. "Pengju, you've arrived. Your highness, the battle results have been tallied." "Speak." "Yes, your highness." Yu Fei responded, then unfolded the paper in his hand and slowly read it aloud. "In this battle, our army annihilated 240,000 Orcish dynasty troops and captured 120,000 enemy soldiers. The enemy's commander and deputy commanders were all killed in battle. My troops suffered 8,000 dead and 10,000 wounded. General Li's troops suffered 9,000 dead and 15,000 wounded, and General Su's troops suffered 10,000 dead and 11,000 wounded. Our army suffered a total of 27,000 dead and 36,000 wounded in this battle." Yi Yun nodded to Yu Fei and then gave him instructions. "Pass down the order to thoroughly clean up the battlefield, properly collect the bodies of the fallen soldiers, and let the survivors take them home." Yi Yun barely made any moves after that, but he didn't leave to wait for news. Instead, he watched the entire battle unfold from the sidelines. Although quite a few escaped and managed to get away from the soldiers of the three legions, Yi Yun did not specifically order his soldiers to intercept and kill them. In Yi Yun's view, these fleeing soldiers posed no significant threat to him. Yi Yun then rode his warhorse slowly toward the battlefield. Upon seeing this, the 18 riders of Yin Yun quickly spurred their horses to follow Yi Yun. Yi Yun watched as his soldiers carried out their orders, collecting the remains of the fallen soldiers from the three legions and placing them on one carriage after another. After the bodies were properly placed, squads of soldiers were dispatched to escort them slowly back in the direction they had come from. Go home. Among the fallen soldiers, many were summoned by the system himself. They were not machines. They were all living, breathing people. When they came to this world, the first thing they saw was the land of the north. Yi Yun couldn't help but think that perhaps they believed the north was the land that had given them birth. Bringing it back to the north for burial now can be considered a return to its roots. At this moment, Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, and Su Chu also came to Yi Yun's side and respectfully bowed to him. "This humble general pays his respects to your highness. Let's skip the formalities on the battlefield." "Thank you, your highness." "Your highness, what should be done with the 120,000 orc prisoners of war captured in this battle?" At this moment, Yu Fei spoke up. "If you ask me, we might as well just kill them to avoid wasting our food." Before Yi Yun could speak, Su Chu spoke loudly. Yi Yun looked at the prisoners being guarded by soldiers in the distance, and then slowly spoke. "First, escort them all back to Jian City, and then send someone to escort them to Zhongjujing, so that he can reclaim wasteland and repair the city walls." Yi Yun was not a bloodthirsty person. He did not kill all the low-ranking soldiers. Instead, he sent them to the rear to cultivate wasteland and repair city walls. It can be said that Yi Yun was very merciful to these prisoners. After Yi Yun finished speaking, he looked up at the Yi character king flag fluttering in the wind on the battlefield and remained motionless for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 105: The Current Situation of Yuhu City. Yuhu City, a strategically important border city guarded by the Blood Tiger Army. Today, Yuhu City has experienced numerous bloody battles with the Orcish dynasty's army. The city walls are stained red with blood, and there are countless broken swords and ruins. Even now, the Blood Tiger army is still holding its ground in Yuhu City. Despite the ferocity of the Orc dynasty's army, it cannot shake the Blood Tiger army soldiers' determination to defend their homeland. Unbeknownst to the Blood Tiger army soldiers, a large elite Orcish army was rapidly marching to reinforce Blood Tiger City, just 200 miles away. However, at this moment, General Yi of the Blood Tiger army was also gathering his generals to discuss the next battle plan. At the same time, soldiers were dispatched to urge reinforcements to arrive as soon as possible. Evening. Outside Yuhu City, in the camp of the Orcish dynasty army. At this moment, Jia Yifeng sat in the main seat in the tent, looking at the map on the table in front of him, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a lieutenant hurriedly entered Jia Yifeng's tent, instantly pulling Jia Yifeng back to reality from his deep thoughts. After the deputy general entered the tent, he came to Jia Yifeng and bowed respectfully to him. Garuda pays his respects to the marshal. No need for formalities. Garade, what brings you to see me in such a hurry? Jia Yifeng looked up at Jia Lui, whose face was full of panic, and couldn't help but ask. Reporting to the marshal, something terrible has happened. All the soldiers we dispatched to attack Juyin City have been wiped out, and General Tianan has also. He died in battle. Garuda spoke with a slight sob in its voice. What? Upon hearing this, Jia Yifeng immediately stood up, his face filled with disbelief. He then turned to Garuda and asked a question. Where did you get this information? Is it true? Marshal, this news is absolutely true. It was told by some of the soldiers who broke through and escaped from General Tianan's command. Marshal, should we temporarily halt our plan to attack Yuhu Pass? Garuda answered cautiously. No. If I hadn't borrowed all the black-robed men sent by that sect to support the attack on Yuhu City, Tianan and the others wouldn't have died in battle. It's all my fault. The plan will proceed as scheduled. I will use the blood of the Blood Tiger army and all the people of Yuhu City to pay tribute to General Tianan and my hundreds of thousands of soldiers. With a ferocious expression on his face, Jia Yifeng spoke through gritted teeth. Yes, Marshal. Where is General Tianqi's army now? Marshal, according to our scouts, Marshal Tianqi's army is expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Garuda immediately replied. Send word that I don't care what method General Tianqi uses. He must arrive before noon tomorrow. Yes, Marshal. At the same time, in a dense forest hundreds of miles away from the Orc army's camp, countless figures resembling soldiers moved swiftly through the dense forest, their movements extremely cautious, as if afraid of being discovered. These men were dressed in elite armor, some carrying sharp spears, while others wielded sharp broadswords. The spears and broadswords gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The soldiers were focused on marching forward quickly, without whispering or exchanging words. In the dense forest, there were only the faint sounds of armor clashing and the footsteps of soldiers moving quickly across the ground. Royal Tiger City. In the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the City Lord's hall was brightly lit, and a man stood with his hands behind his back, constantly examining and calculating in front of a map. This person was none other than General Yi, the commander of the Blood Tiger army. Suddenly, a lieutenant strode in and bowed respectfully to him. This humble general pays his respects to the general. If Yi Yun and the others were here at this moment, they would definitely recognize this deputy general as Shui Zhan, who went to Jinbei City to borrow grain last time. Shui Zhan, what brings you here so late? Reporting to the general, according to the scouts, the Prince of Jinbei has dispatched all the reinforcements sent by the capital to support us. We have a full 300,000 troops, and reinforcements will arrive in 10 miles. Please give us your instructions, General. What? Reinforcements have arrived. Great, that's wonderful. Ying then turned around and said with a look of surprise. Let's go, follow me to welcome the army into the city. After Ying finished speaking, he walked straight out of the City Lord's mansion. Yes, General. Seeing this, Shui Zhan quickly followed Yi Ying's footsteps. The next day, noon, inside the Orc army camp, in Gaifeng's tent. At this moment, Jia Yifeng was sitting in the main seat, carefully reviewing the battle report on the battle outside Juyin City. Reporting to the marshal, General Tianqi's reinforcements have arrived. Okay, I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. Garade, issue the order. Assemble the army. This time, I will make everyone in Yuhu City pay with their lives for Tianan and those 400,000 brothers. At the same time, send a message to those people preparing to attack Yuhu City. Yes, Marshal. Garuda responded, then turned and walked straight out of the tent. As Jia Yifeng watched Jia Lui's retreating figure, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. As darkness falls, I will make the White Tiger Dynasty army pay for their blood debts. Royal Tiger City. On the city wall stood several middle-aged men dressed in different armors. The leader of this group was Yi Ying, the commander of the Blood Tiger Army, along with several deputy generals of the Blood Tiger Army and several generals from the 300,000 reinforcements that had arrived the previous night. General, with such a large-scale mobilization of soldiers in this Orcish army camp, it seems they are preparing to attack again. At this moment, one of the Blood Tiger Army's deputy generals spoke up. Who cares? It's not like we haven't fought them before. We've repelled them so many times with our Blood Tiger Army. What's one more time? Besides, we have a full 300,000 more troops this time. Before Ying could even speak, Shuizhan shouted loudly. Just as Ying was about to say something, he was interrupted by a soldier's announcement. Reporting to the general, the Prince of Jinbei has sent an urgent message from Juyin City. Where is he? Please come quickly. Your subordinate, Chen Tian, commander of the embroidered uniform guard under the command of the Prince of Jinbei, pays his respects to the general. A man then stepped out from behind the soldier and respectfully saluted Ying. Commander Chen, please rise quickly. I wonder what orders His Highness has given you. Ying then asked. General, the prince sent me to tell you that the 400,000-strong orc army outside Jian City has been completely annihilated by the prince's army. However, the mysterious black-robed man in the Orc Dynasty's army has been suddenly transferred away for some reason and has not appeared. I hope the general will be extra careful. Chen Tian said slowly. Your Highness means that the mysterious black-robed man who appeared in Jian City is very likely to be transferred to the battlefield of Yuhu City. Looks like we're in trouble now. After listening, Ying pondered for a moment and then spoke to Chen Tian. Commander Chen, this morning the Orcish Dynasty's army began a large-scale mobilization outside Yuhu City. I strongly suspect that the enemy may be planning a desperate gamble to take Yuhu City. We have not received any news from the Imperial Palace in the capital yet. We request that Commander Chen convey a message to the prince, hoping that he will lead his troops to provide support. Otherwise, once the city falls, my soldiers and hundreds of thousands of people in the northern border will be slaughtered. General, rest assured, I will inform the prince of this news as soon as possible. Thank you. Upon hearing Chen Tian's firm promise, Ying clasped his hands in thanks to Chen Tian. This subordinate takes his leave. Chen Tian returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute, then turned and left without any hesitation. Chapter 106 The Great Battle Begins. Inside the Orcish Dynasty's army camp, there wasn't a single Orcish royal soldier patrolling or guarding the area around the incredibly mysterious and enormous camp. Instead, there were only mysterious figures dressed in black robes and wearing masks guarding the place. Inside the camp, at this moment, 3 men in black robes were seated on high positions, with about 10 men in black robes standing on each side. At this moment, everyone was listening to the news coming from Jia Yifeng. Elder, Marshal Jia Yifeng has sent word that the reinforcements have arrived, and Marshal Jia Yifeng is assembling his troops. They are just waiting for us. Well done. Send someone to tell them to attack according to their own ideas. If the opposing side's offering pavilion makes a move, we will stop them. Just let them fight without worry. Yes, Elder. The black-robed messenger accepted the order, stood up, and quickly walked out of the tent. Passed down the notice. All protectors and blood-robed disciples, assemble and await orders from this moment on. At this moment, the black-robed man in the middle of the high position spoke. Yes, Elder. Inside the tent, the men in black robes responded in unison. They then all headed out of the tent. Third Elder, I heard you encountered an opponent in Juyin City last time. Seeing everyone leave, the man in black robes in the middle slowly spoke and asked. Reporting to the Grand Elder, that is indeed the case. The two people there are quite skilled, and I can vaguely sense that they are not using their full strength. Even with my combined forces of the Dharma protectors, we can barely hold them off. But if the enemy goes all out, I estimate that none of us will escape. Oh. The commander's tent of the Orc dynasty's army, Gaifeng. At this moment, Jia Yifeng's army had been fully assembled, and with the reinforcements that came to support him, the total force numbered 1 million, all now awaiting Jia Yifeng's orders. At this moment, Jia Yifeng, dressed in military uniform, stood with his hands behind his back in front of a huge map, examining it carefully. Sometimes he frowns, sometimes he relaxes. Just then, a man in black robes appeared instantly in Jia Yifeng's command tent. The man in black robes stepped forward and spoke respectfully to Jia Yifeng. Your subordinate pays respects to Marshal Jia Yifeng. The elder instructed me to tell the marshal to go all out and leave the White Tiger Dynasty's Hall of Worship and other experts to us. The White Tiger Dynasty's Imperial Pavilion and other experts will absolutely not affect you, Marshal. All right, please thank the elders for me. After listening, Jia Yifeng calmly responded to the man in black robes. Upon seeing this, the man in black robes quickly entered Jia Yifeng's command tent. At the same time, Jia Yifeng's deputy, Jia Lui, couldn't help but speak to Jia Yifeng. General, what do you think these people are trying to do? Why didn't they just tell us to attack on our own? Why don't they just join us in the fight? It would be enough if they could just stop the White Tiger Dynasty's Imperial Pavilion from reaching me. I don't believe it. Without them, my million soldiers couldn't even take down a small city like Yuhu. Pass down the order. The army shall set off immediately to attack Yuhu City. Yes, Marshal. Upon seeing this, Garuda immediately accepted the order and strode out of the command camp. An hour later, outside Yuhu City, Jia Yifeng looked at the city before him, then waved his hand and shouted, All troops, listen to my command. Attack! Jia Yifeng's military order spread throughout the entire army in an instant. A million-strong army moved at the command. Kill, kill. Rumble, rumble. The cavalry at the forefront of the army frantically spurred their horses and squeezed their bellies with their legs the instant Jia Yifeng gave the order. The war horses, startled, charged straight towards Yuhu City like tigers descending from the mountains. At this moment, the million-strong army surged towards Yuhu City like a flood. Martial artists who could fly circulated their true energy, took to the air, and flew towards Yuhu City. The ground trembled under the trampling of the army. At that moment, the battle cries of a million-strong army resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Kill, kill. Kill, kill. On Yuhu City, Yi Ying and his deputy generals were already on high alert. But now, seeing the million-strong army charging in, their battle cries shaking the heavens, they were still in shock. At this moment, everyone looked solemnly at the army below the city. Yi Ying then gave orders to everyone. Pass down the order. Everyone, prepare for battle. Martial artists with cultivation levels of Martial King or above can take to the air to defend against enemies. Yes, General. As soon as Yi Ying issued his military order, the entire Yuhu City sprang into action. Archers drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Various defensive weapons were ready to be deployed at any time, and martial artists with cultivation levels of Martial King or above stood in the air, holding sharp blades, waiting for the enemy to enter the attack range. Soon, the army led by Jia Yifeng entered the attack range of the Blood Tiger army. Upon seeing this, Yi Ying's face turned solemn. He then raised his right hand, waved it, and shouted loudly, Put! In an instant, arrows rained down on the enemy, and huge stones, aided by catapults, hurtled straight at them. In an instant, the army charging towards Yuhu City from outside the city suffered heavy casualties. Some giant crossbows could pierce through several people simultaneously before stopping when they were fired. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately, screams filled the battlefield, but the Orcish army was also bloodthirsty, raising their weapons and charging straight towards Yuhu City regardless of their own lives. Upon seeing this, Jia Yifeng immediately ordered his archers and siege engines, including catapults, to fire at the city walls. With the military order issued, The archers and catapults in Jia Yifeng's army frantically fired arrows and hurled boulders at Yuhu City. Whoosh whoosh, buzz buzz. Countless arrows, crossbow bolts, and boulders were rained down on the soldiers of Yuhu City. Uft. In an instant, the soldiers guarding the walls of Yuhu City were knocked down one after another, and many were killed by arrows. Adada. Along the entire city wall, large numbers of defending soldiers lay on the ground, groaning and screaming incessantly. Upon seeing this, the deputy general quickly arranged for men to evacuate the wounded soldiers to the rear for treatment. Upon seeing this, Ying couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 107 News arrives. A moment later, Ying could no longer hold back. He immediately circulated his inner energy, soared into the air, and stood in the void above Yuhu City. He continuously gathered true energy in his hands, and soon an enormous white shield was formed, blocking the boulders thrown by the orc army outside the city. Jia Yifeng, who was watching the battle from the sidelines outside the city, saw Ying make a move and immediately took to the air, standing opposite Ying in the void. Then he looked at Ying and slowly said, "Ying, surrender, or you and your entire army will die here today." Jia Yifeng, my White Tiger dynasty has never had a general who surrenders since ancient times. Besides, the Great War has only just begun. You are overestimating yourself. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. My dear General Yi, you are being far too naive. Haven't you noticed that those people haven't made a move yet? Ying knew, of course, who the people Jia Yifeng was referring to were, but at this moment Ying was helpless and could only hope that the reinforcements from the Gongfeng Pavilion and Jinbei, King Yiyun, could arrive as soon as possible. He then forced himself to remain calm and shouted loudly at Jia Yifeng. "Jia Yifeng, there's no point in saying more. Let's see who's the real deal. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Haha. Then let me see just how capable the marshal of the Orc dynasty's million-strong army really is." As soon as they finished speaking, both of them drew their weapons. Whirlwind slash. Jia Yifeng made the first move. As soon as Jia Yifeng finished speaking, he completed the preparation of his greatsword and swung it at Ying, sending a huge blade of light straight towards Ying. Seeing this, Ying dared not be careless at all. He immediately brandished his sword, and a huge sword beam rushed towards the blade beam. Boom boom. As the blade and sword light collided in the void, a huge explosion was produced. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact. A small vacuum zone was formed in the void due to the collision. Huff huff. The scattered air currents blew by, causing the cloaks behind the two to rustle. In the exchange just now, neither side went all out. Both were testing each other's strength. With your level of cultivation, you probably won't be able to stop my army today. We're old rivals, so take my advice and surrender. As long as you surrender, my Orc dynasty can give you power, wealth, and cultivation resources. Why are you so stubborn? Jia Yifeng looked at Ying with a pained expression and said loudly, "You don't understand." Seeing this, Ying shook his head and said with a smile, "Since I've offered you such kind advice, and you still refuse to live, then you might as well die." Ha ha, enough nonsense, just bring out your tricks. Our strengths are about the same. I want to see what makes you think you can decide my life or death. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jia Yifeng, wielding a large sword, appeared beside Ying in an instant and swung the sword at Ying with great force. Ying reacted quickly, immediately sidestepping and raising his long sword to block Jia Yifeng's slash. When, in a flash, swords clashed, and the two men stared at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They separated instantly after the collision. The afterimages of the two figures moved continuously in the void, making it impossible to see the battle scene clearly. They could only be identified by the color of their clothes. Countless afterimages appeared in the void, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was an afterimage. All that could be heard was the sound of clashing swords coming from the void. At the same time, in Jueyun City, at this moment, Yiyun was in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, reviewing the latest intelligence gathered by the embroidered uniform guard. Just then, a guard rushed in. "Your subordinate greets your highness." "Your highness," Chen Tian, a commander of the embroidered uniform guard, is currently outside the gate requesting an audience. Let him in. Yes, Your Highness. The guard responded, then turned and quickly walked towards the door. A moment later, travel-worn and looking somewhat disheveled, Chen Tian entered the hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Chen Tian, a member of the embroidered uniform guard, pays his respects to Your Highness. Get up. How is the battle going at Yuhu City? Yi Yun looked at Chen Tian in front of him and then asked, Your Highness, I arrived at Yuhu City yesterday and relayed Your Highness's words to General Yi Ying. However, due to the critical situation on the battlefield of Yuhu City, I set off to return overnight. The situation in Yuhu City is not good now. According to General Yi Ying, Marshal Jia Yifeng of the Orc dynasty has requested reinforcements from his dynasty. It is estimated that by the time the reinforcements arrive, Yuhu City will face an army of up to 1 million orcs. Most importantly, the black-robed men who appeared in Juyin City last time have most likely all gathered on the battlefield of Yuhu City. However, there are very few top-notch combatants in Yuhu City now, and the reinforcements from the Divine Capital Offering Pavilion have not yet arrived. General Yi Ying asked me to tell Your Highness that once the city falls, the soldiers of Yuhu City and hundreds of thousands of civilians will likely not escape the slaughter of the Orc army. Therefore, General Yi Ying specifically instructed his subordinates to inform Your Highness of this message as soon as possible and request Your Highness to send troops to support you immediately. Yes, I understand. You've been traveling all night. Go and get some rest. Yes, Your Highness. After Chen Tian finished speaking, he walked straight out of the hall. Huang Yi. Yi Yun watched Chen Tian's departing figure and then called out, Your subordinate is here. In an instant, Huang Yi appeared in the hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Go and inform Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, Su Chu, and Gao Shun to come and see me. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as Huang finished speaking, he vanished from the hall. Chapter 108 Using the Memory Rosary. Half an hour later, Yi Yun saw Huang Yi, along with Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, and others, appear in the passageway outside the hall from afar. The group quickly arrived in the hall and bowed respectfully to Yi Yun in unison. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. All right, no need for formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. After thanking Yi Yun, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others stood up respectfully, awaiting Yi Yun's instructions. Please sit down, and we can talk slowly. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately addressed Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Yun spoke after the others had taken their seats. The embroidered uniform guard just sent word that the Orc dynasty has sent reinforcements to Yuhu City. Once the reinforcements arrive, Yuhu City will be facing a 1 million-strong enemy army. Furthermore, the mysterious black-robed man who last appeared outside Jian City to join forces against Bai Qi and Sun Xiao is reportedly currently among the Orc army outside Yuhu City. General Yi Ying also sent a message to the capital, requesting the support of the Offering Pavilion, but so far, no one from the Offering Pavilion has arrived. General Yi Ying knew that his side lacked top-notch combat power, so he had the embroidered uniform guard deliver the message to me, requesting that I send troops to support him. What are your thoughts? After listening to Yi Yun's account, everyone frowned and pondered. A moment later, Your Highness, what's there to consider? Just fight. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Chu stood up and spoke loudly. Your Highness, let's send troops. Although we don't know how many of those mysterious black-robed figures there are in the Beastman dynasty, we can't just watch hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians die under the enemy's blade. For us soldiers, that is even more painful than dying on the battlefield. Send troops, Your Highness. Yi Yun watched as the generals in the hall volunteered for battle, even though he had already guessed this outcome. At the same time, Yi Yun secretly made a decision in his heart, and then gave instructions to Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and others. Zhongkong and Pengjiu, you two go down immediately to organize the troops and await orders. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Shun, I'll leave the trapped camp to you, and I'll give you another 50,000 soldiers. Jiasu and Fang Xianling will stay here to assist you in defending the city. After we leave, Juyin City will be yours. Yes, Your Highness, I will certainly live up to your expectations. After saying that, he immediately got up and walked straight out the door. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the group, his index finger rhythmically tapping the table in front of him as he pondered deeply. The fact that these mysterious men in black robes were able to withstand the attacks of Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao together shows that their cultivation levels are not low. We still don't know where these people came from or how many there are. As things stand, if these black-robed people gather in Yuhu City, and the people from the Divine Capital Offering Pavilion haven't arrived yet, even if I go to provide support, I can only barely hold them off, and I might even get trapped myself. It seems the only option is to have Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao take the memory beads and see if they can break free from the shackles of this world and successfully advance to the martial emperor realm by restoring their past life memories. However, I only have one from the previous reward, so it seems I'll have to use my power points to buy another one. Fortunately, I haven't spent much power points, so I have more than enough to buy a memory bead. Thinking of this, Yi Yun silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, open the redemption interface. Yes, host. The familiar interface reappeared before Yi Yun's eyes. A moment later, Yi Yun finally found the memory prayer beads on the system exchange interface, and then Yi Yun gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, exchange for a memory rosary. Yes, host. Memory rosary exchange successful. This exchange cost a total of 500,000 power points. The memory rosary has been stored in the system inventory. Please check it yourself. As soon as the system notification sounded, Yi Yun immediately opened his system inventory to check. 2 memory beads were lying quietly in the system inventory. At this moment, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao waited quietly for Yi Yun's orders. But seeing that Yi Yun did not give any further instructions, their faces were full of suspicion. Yi Yun also noticed the strangeness between the two, and then gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, use the memory beads on Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao to awaken their past life memories. Yes, host. Memory rosary successfully used. Please wait patiently, host. As soon as the system finished speaking, 2 beams of light instantly entered the space between the 2 men's eyebrows. After trembling slightly, the 2 men sat there motionless, like dead objects. Yi Yun knew that the memories of their past lives were constantly being awakened, but Yi Yun sighed with a worried expression. If Bai Qi and Siyuan Shao were given the choice, I don't know if they would be willing to awaken their past life memories. I'm just taking the liberty of making the decision for them this time. Host, you don't need to worry too much. For the 2 of them, only the 2 who have awakened their past life memories are the real killing god Bai Qi on the battlefield in their past life, and the Li Tsunxiao who was the greatest general and the greatest king. However, without memories of their past lives, the 2 are ultimately just puppets, possessing only their talents and martial arts skills. The message from the system finally offered some solace to Yi Yun's conflicted mind. At the same time, at this moment, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao's awakening of memories was coming to an end. Suddenly, both of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This aura made Yi Yun's heart tremble, and he could feel how insignificant he was under its influence. As time goes by, half an hour later, the terrifying aura emanating from the 2 gradually subsided, and their faces gradually returned to calm. A moment later, the 2 opened their eyes, which were bloodshot. They then rose and knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Yi Yun. Bai Qi thanks your highness. Li Tsunxiao thanks your highness. I am grateful to your highness for giving me the chance to live again. Bai Qi, Tsunxiao, please rise quickly. Yi Yun quickly came to the 2 of them and helped them up. Looking at their red eyes, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask, if I gave you another chance to choose, would you be willing to awaken this memory of your past life? This humble general is willing. The 2 exchanged a glance, then addressed Yi Yun in unison. Oh, may I ask why? Upon hearing their confident expressions of doubt, Yi Yun asked them earnestly, Your Highness, I have too many regrets left over from my past life. I hope to make up for them in this other world and fulfill my wish. Bai Qi spoke first. Li Tsunxiao nodded to himself. Bai Qi, Tsunxiao, let bygones be bygones. Now that we have been reborn in this other world, we will compete with heroes from all over the world. Let these heroes from other world witness the brilliance of the outstanding people of China. Yi Yin spoke boldly to the two of them. Your Highness, have any of the other generals awakened memories of their past lives? No. Currently, only the two of you have awakened your past life memories, so for the time being, you should not reveal the fact that you have awakened your memories. Yi Yin couldn't help but sigh, and slowly gave the two of them some instructions. Yes, Your Highness. All right, the battle at Yuhu City is urgent. You should also go down and reorganize the troops as soon as possible. Once everything is ready, break camp immediately and set off to support Yuhu City. Yes, Your Highness. The two then strode towards the door, their faces filled with excitement. As Yi Yin watched the two leave, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Chapter 109 Self-Destruction. Royal Tiger City. The great battle continues. Aha! Ding 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 ding. Outside Yuhu City, the Orcish dynasty army, having lost nearly 100,000 men, finally approached this important border city. Furthermore, many siege ladders had just been erected on the walls of Yuhu City. But before the Orcish army could even use these ladders to scale the walls of Yuhu City, the Blood Tiger army and the Divine Capital's reinforcements on the walls began to lift the logs and stones that had been prepared for some time and hurled them down on the Orcish army below. In an instant, before the Orc soldiers below the city walls could react, swathes of the Orcish royal army were crushed. Instantly, screams of agony echoed from below the walls. Corpses were everywhere. The powerful deputy generals and commanders in the Orcish dynasty's army all wanted to fly over to help resist, but they were all stopped by martial artists of similar cultivation levels in Yuhu City as they tried to go. Suddenly, at that moment, two mysterious black figures suddenly appeared in the void outside the city wall. The two wielded long swords and swung them at Yuhu City. Two huge sword beams rushed straight towards the walls of Yuhu City. Upon seeing this, the powerful cultivators on the city wall all circulated their true energy to the limit, trying to join forces to resist the two attacks. However, the mysterious man in black was simply too powerful. Although the defenders of Yuhu City managed to withstand most of the two attacks, they still inflicted great damage on the defenders on the city walls. Seeing this, the mysterious man in black robes did not attack the guards of Yuhu City again, but instead shouted orders to the Orc soldiers beside him. Attack with all your might, and it would be best if you could capture Yuhu City tonight. Yes, sir. Several Orc army lieutenants and commanders in the void respectfully replied to the mysterious man in black robes. After hearing this, the man in black robes stopped talking and leaped into the air towards the scene where Yi Ying and Jia Yifeng were. At the same time, within the battle zone between Yi Ying and Jia Yifeng above Yuhu City, no one else participated besides the two of them. It wasn't that neither side was sending anyone to support their respective commanders. Rather, they were powerless to do so. It's important to understand that Yi Ying and Jia Yifeng are two formidable figures. Yi Ying is a seasoned general who has guarded a strategically important border city for many years, and Jia Yifeng is a marshal capable of commanding an army of millions. Their strength is undeniable. Without such formidable power, it's unlikely anyone would believe it. Both were martial arts experts at the 8th level of Martial Venerable, and the resulting aftershocks of their battle were something that ordinary people could not withstand, let alone participate in. Bang bang. Yi Ying and Jia Yifeng, who were fighting in the sky, clashed again instantly, and the aftershocks generated by their collision were extremely powerful. Soon, after the collision, the two were sent flying backwards for 100 meters before regaining their footing. Just as the two were about to make their move again, two black figures appeared in the void between them. Upon seeing the two figures clearly, Jia Yifeng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly and shouted at Yi Ying. Yi Ying, my reinforcements have arrived. Today you will not escape death. Ha 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 ha. Yi Ying frowned as he looked at the two black-robed men who had suddenly appeared, especially with Jia Yifeng making arrogant and boastful remarks beside him. Yi Ying felt a growing unease. He feared that he might really die here today. The two men in black robes nodded to Jia Yifeng, then looked at Yi Ying and spoke slowly with a hint of coldness. This must be General Yi Ying, the commander of the Blood Tiger Army guarding the northern gate of Yuhu City. I never expected him to command such an elite army and possess the cultivation of the 8th level of Martial Venerable. That's amazing. However, that's all for today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man unleashed an extremely terrifying aura and charged straight at Yi Ying. Martial Lord 9th level heaven. The moment the man in black robes released his aura, Yi Ying sensed his true cultivation level. In an instant, Yi Ying felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, making it difficult to even breathe. He thought to himself that he was only at the 8th level of Martial Venerable, while the two black-robed men opposite him were at the 9th level. Although it was only a small difference of 1 level, at this level, even a small difference was an insurmountable gap for martial artists. It seemed that he was probably doomed today. Thinking of this, Yi Ying gritted his teeth, held his spear, and fully circulated his internal energy, bringing his Martial Venerable 8th heaven cultivation to its limit. Kill! Yi Ying shouted, and his figure vanished without a trace. Bang 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 bang. The black-robed man raised his broadsword and blocked Yi Ying's full-force spear attack. He then circulated his inner energy, causing Yi Ying to be instantly sent flying. Seeing this, another man in black robes also swung his broadsword without hesitation and flew towards Yi Ying, who was flying backward. Seeing this, Yi Ying knew he was powerless to resist, so he forcibly raised his spear with both hands to block the black-robed man's attack. However, his cultivation was ultimately insufficient, and the black-robed man's attack still caused Yi Ying great damage. Yi Ying coughed up blood, flew backward, and finally crashed onto the city wall. Yi Ying was in a terrible state, covered in several hideous wounds, his armor stained with blood, and he lay on the ground panting heavily. Upon seeing this, the soldiers guarding the city wall couldn't help but shout loudly, "General, General!" Finally, with the help of several soldiers, Yi Ying struggled to his feet. He was extremely weak, but his eyes were still fixed on the two black-robed figures in the void. Cough, 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 cough. Yi Ying coughed weakly twice and slowly spoke to his deputy and commander. "Brothers, I have let you down, but behind us are tens of millions of people in the north. Even if we die in battle, we must not retreat even a single step, otherwise our families will be slaughtered by the enemy. I am willing to fight to the death with the general. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." Upon hearing Yi Ying's words, all the soldiers shouted in unison, "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." The black-robed figure in the void looked at the situation on the walls of Yuhu City and roared angrily. Then, holding a long sword, he flew straight towards the walls. Among the garrison of Yuhu City, several deputy generals at the Martial Emperor level stepped forward first. They exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and then cupped their hands to Yi Ying. "Marshal, we shall take our leave now." After they finished speaking, without waiting for Yi Ying and the others' response, they took to the air and rushed towards the black-robed man who was charging at them. Their true energy was circulated to the limit, and their bodies continued to expand. Upon seeing this, the two men in black robes instantly changed their expressions and roared, "Oh no, get out of the way. These guys are going to self-destruct." Although the cultivators who self-destructed were only at the Martial Emperor realm, the power of their self-destruction, which involved burning their life force, was still terrifying. Bang bang bang. Several loud explosions rang out in succession, and the true energy emitted from the explosions formed an extremely powerful energy aftershock. They scattered in all directions. At the same time, the two men in black robes were caught off guard by the sudden explosions and, due to their slow reaction, still suffered some damage. Puff! The two felt a sweet taste in their throats, and instantly, blood gushed from the corners of their mouths. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves, "What a bunch of lunatics." Chapter 110 by Qi and Li Tsunxiao arrive. Everyone on the walls of Yuhu City watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but shout the names of the several vice-generals who had self-destructed towards the sky. Seeing this, Yi Ying couldn't help but speak in a hoarse voice. "You." But in the end, he could only choke out 2 words, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. Huff huff. Soon, the aftershocks of the explosion hit. On the walls of Yuhu City, everyone felt an extremely powerful gust of wind. In an instant, Both the defenders on the walls and the orc army below felt unsteady and had to crouch down to maintain their balance. However, at this moment, several deputy generals at the martial grandmaster level beside Yi Ying, and even a martial venerable level 1 general who came to provide support, slowly walked out. He approached Yi Ying and bowed respectfully. Then, General Wang Feng, who was at the first level of martial venerable, grinned and said, "General, as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, you must not be harmed. Otherwise Yuhu City will be completely finished. I entrust my men to your care. General, we'll be going now. Take care. Take care, General." The other lieutenants also spoke in unison to Yi Ying. The group exchanged glances, nodded, and channeled their inner energy to its maximum before charging straight at the two black-robed figures in the void. The aftershocks of the self-destruction had just dissipated where the two men in black robes stood, and they had just breathed a sigh of relief when they saw several black dots moving rapidly toward their position. By the time the two could see the situation with the black dot clearly, they saw that several people were already close to the point of explosion. The two of them immediately shouted, "Not good." But how could Wang Feng and the others give the two of them a chance? Boom, 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 boom. Several more explosive explosions echoed through the void. Moments later, the aftershocks from the explosion were more than 100 times stronger than before, spreading outwards. As time passed, the aftershocks quickly disappeared, and everyone's attention was now focused on the site of the explosion in the void. Soon, as the smoke and dust dissipated in the void, two extremely disheveled figures appeared. Cough, 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 cough. The two had lost their original mysterious appearance, and the black robes that covered their bodies were almost completely destroyed in the two explosions. At this moment, although the two survived the self-destruction of the crowd, they each paid the price of losing an arm, and their internal injuries were extremely serious. It can be said that their foundations were completely destroyed, and after they recovered, it is estimated that their cultivation level would be difficult to return to its peak. The two exchanged a glance, and then spoke slowly to Jia Yifeng. "The battlefield is now in your hands. Others will come to your aid soon." "Good." After they finished speaking, the two supported each other and sped off towards the Orc dynasty. After the two left, Jia Yifeng immediately circulated his inner energy, waved his hand to disperse the dust around him, and then roared at the Orc army outside Yuhu City. "Kill, kill." Instantly, shouts of battle resounded throughout the heavens and earth once again. Jia Yifeng flew to the gate of Yuhu City, gathered his inner energy into the great sword in his hand, and after a moment, he shouted and slashed straight at the gate of Yuhu City. Yi Ying and the others wanted to stop them, but due to the gap in their injuries and cultivation levels, they were powerless to do so. Suddenly, just as Jia Yifeng's sword energy was about to reach the gate of Yuhu City, a sharp sword suddenly fell from the sky and instantly shattered Jia Yifeng's sword energy. "Who? If you have the guts, come out and fight. Hiding in the shadows and only launching sneak attacks, what kind of hero are you?" Upon seeing this, Jia Yifeng looked around, but he did not see who had made the move. He then shouted loudly, "Since you're so eager to see me, what are you going to do with me now that I've come out?" Two figures appeared instantly above Yuhu City, and one of the men, a man in black armor, spoke slowly. That's right, the two were none other than Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao. After consuming the memory beads and awakening their past life memories, the shackles within their bodies were also broken, and both of them successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm. After the army broke camp, Yi Yun was worried that the black-robed man would attack Yuhu City, so he specially sent Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao to provide support first, while he and Su Chu led the army to come. That's why we had the scene where Bai Qi was attacked by Jia Yifeng in the groin. "Who are you? Why have you come to participate in our war against the White Tiger dynasty?" "Ha ha ha, you don't recognize us anymore? You should know that the army of your Orc dynasty that attacked Juyin City was wiped out by our own hands. So it's you guys. I haven't even gone to settle accounts with you yet, but you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Humph, you think you can take me? Go and call out those masters behind you." Li Tsunxiao, who was standing to the side, spoke slowly. Jia Yifeng thought to himself, judging from how Jia Yifeng blocked his full force attack with just a sword, Jia Yifeng's strength was definitely beyond his ability to contend with. Moreover, He could smell the scent of death emanating from the faint aura emanating from the two of them. Seeing this, and knowing that the mysterious black-robed men were no longer there, and that he was outnumbered and outmatched, Jia Yifeng finally gave the order to the orc army outside the city under the threat of death. Withdraw troops. With the order given by Gaifeng, the orc army retreated like a tide, heading straight into the distance. Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Although they were both powerful warriors at the martial emperor level, the number of orcs outside the city was simply too large. The defenders of Yuhu City had suffered heavy losses and could not provide any assistance. Even if the two of them were capable of killing, there were many powerful experts among the orc army, and the numerous mysterious black-robed figures had not yet appeared. Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao dared not gamble with the soldiers and hundreds of thousands of civilians of Yuhu City. Seeing the orc army retreat, the two went straight to the city wall, walked up to Yi Ying, and asked in a low voice, "General Yi, I apologize. The prince ordered us to come to provide support first, and he personally led the troops to follow. But we were still a step too late." "It's not too late, it's not too late. I must thank you both on behalf of the soldiers of Yuhu City for your timely arrival. General Yi, you are too kind. Your injuries are serious. Please go and receive proper treatment. With the two of us here, Yuhu City will surely be safe and sound. Someone, quickly take General Yi away to treat his wounds. The rest of you should also withdraw all the wounded brothers and settle them in the rear, and send someone to treat them properly. The bodies of our fallen brothers should be carefully preserved. After the war ends, we will take them home." "Yes, General." Afterwards, Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao walked along the city wall, looking into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 111: Cleaning up the battlefield. As Bai Qi's orders gradually spread, the soldiers of Yuhu City began to help and carry the wounded soldiers to the rear for treatment. At this moment, both on the city walls and outside the city, Yuhu City was littered with severed limbs, broken swords and blades, and a vast number of corpses piled up everywhere. There were soldiers from the Tiger City garrison and soldiers from the Orc Dynasty army. The air throughout Yuhu City was filled with an extremely strong stench of blood, making people feel extremely uncomfortable and unwilling to stay there for even a moment longer. The land outside the city, and the sturdy and towering walls of Yuhu City, were already stained red with blood, and as time went by, some areas had turned into dark blood scabs. 2 hours later, the soldiers finally gathered and put away the bodies of the Tiger City defenders and the orc soldiers who had died on the battlefield. Fearing that such a large number of corpses would cause a plague, Bai Qi ordered his soldiers to burn them. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately lit torches and threw them in various directions toward the pile of corpses. As the soldiers threw torches into the two piles of corpses, fires instantly broke out, and soon two huge beams of flame shot into the sky, illuminating the entire city of Yuhu. The night passed peacefully, and the Orcish royal army did not launch a surprise attack. However, after burning all night, the two flames finally extinguished by the early morning of the next day. At the same time, the wounded soldiers of Yuhu City also received good medical treatment. Yi Ying has also received treatment and his injuries have stabilized, but it would probably be very difficult to restore him to his peak strength in less than a month. Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao got up early in the morning to check on the situation in Yuhu City. They saw that the bodies of the soldiers who died in Yuhu City and the soldiers who died in the Battle of the Beastman Dynasty had been burned. They then ordered the soldiers to put the ashes of the soldiers who died in Yuhu City in something and take them home after the war was over so that they could be laid to rest. As for the ashes of the Orcish Dynasty soldiers, of course, the Orcish Dynasty soldiers should collect them themselves. Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao and the others did not believe that the Orcish army scouts would have missed the two enormous flames last night. Moreover, the place where the bodies were burned was quite far from Yuhu City. If Jia Yifeng didn't send anyone to collect the ashes of the fallen soldiers, then he could only blame himself for being too cowardly. These ashes will not pose any harm to Bai Qi and the others, so there is absolutely no need to worry. A moment later, several squads of the Orcish dynasty appeared at the site of the fire. Several scouts kept a close watch on the situation in Yuhu City, while the other Orsish dynasty soldiers quickly and carefully collected the ashes of the fallen Orsish dynasty soldiers. After watching for a short while, Bai Qi and the others stopped paying attention. They instructed their deputy generals to observe carefully and be on guard. Then, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao walked quickly towards Yi Ying's room. A moment later, the two arrived outside Yi Ying's room and saw a squad of Yi Ying's personal guards, the Blood Tiger Army soldiers, quietly standing watch. The Blood Tiger Army soldiers responsible for guarding the area also saw Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao arrive, and immediately bowed respectfully to the two of them. We pay our respects to General Bai and General Li. Get up. Thank you, General. How is General Yi Ying's injury? Upon seeing this, Bai Qi immediately asked the team leader. Reporting to General Bai, after the physician's treatment and taking the healing pills, the injury has basically stabilized. However, it will probably be difficult to recover to the peak strength in a short period of time. However, the general just took another pill and fell asleep not long ago. Upon seeing this, the head of the personal guards immediately explained Yi Ying's situation. It's good that he's all right. As for his cultivation level and strength, he'll recover quickly once his injuries heal. General Li and I originally came here to visit General Yi Ying in person, but General Ye's injuries are too severe and he needs to rest more. Since General Yi has just fallen asleep, we won't go in and disturb him. You must protect General Yi here. When he wakes up, please tell him that he can focus on recovering and that Yuhu City will not be lost with me and General Li here. After hearing this, Bai Qi slowly spoke to the Blood Tiger Army captain in front of him. Yes, General. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao immediately turned around and strode straight toward the Lord's Mansion of Yuhu City. Evening. Inside the main hall of the city Lord's Mansion. At this moment, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao were examining the map of the northern border with the Blood Tiger Army and several generals from the Divine Capital's supporting army, discussing the matter incessantly. Knock, 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 knock. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Come in. Upon seeing this, everyone stopped their discussion and turned to look at the gate. Bai Qi spoke to the gate. Come in. Then the door was slowly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in the armor of a Blood Tiger Army commander walked in quickly and bowed respectfully to everyone. Your subordinate, Wang Xing of the Blood Tiger Army, pays his respects to all the generals. Wang Xing, what brings you here in such a hurry? Upon seeing this, Bai Qi immediately spoke up and asked. Reporting to the general, our scouts have discovered a large army 20 miles south of Yuhu City, which is rapidly advancing towards Yuhu City. When Wang Xing saw Bai Qi ask a question, he immediately blurted out the answer. What? Did you manage to identify which force this army belongs to? Reporting to the general, the army is advancing rapidly, and there are many martial arts experts among them. The scouts dare not act rashly, so they have not been able to determine which force it belongs to. After hearing Wang Xing's words, Bai Qi couldn't help but wonder to himself, why has such a large army suddenly appeared? Could it be the prince? Thinking of this, Bai Qi then addressed the crowd. Let's go up to the city wall and see for ourselves. After saying that, he strode straight out the door. Li Tsunxiao, Wang Xing and the others followed Bai Qi's footsteps without hesitation. The group marched in a grand procession toward the city wall. Chapter 112 Reinforcements arrive. Soon, Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, and the others arrived at the city wall of Yuhu City. But when everyone looked into the distance, there was nothing there. It was unusually quiet in the distance. At this moment, General Xia, one of the generals from the reinforcements from Shindu, immediately questioned Wang Xing. Wang Xing, are you sure the scouts saw clearly that the army is heading towards my Yuhu City? General Xia, the army outside the city was seen by my scouts with their own eyes. There is no way they could have made a mistake. Besides, it was an army of tens of thousands, not just one or two people. How could they possibly make such a mistake? Upon hearing the doubts about him, Wang Xing immediately began to explain. General Xia, what Wang Xing said makes sense. How could the scouts be wrong about an army of hundreds of thousands? It's possible that this suddenly appearing army was delayed for some reason. Let's send scouts to investigate again. After listening to Wang Xing's explanation, Bai Qi then slowly spoke to General Xia. Wang Xing, take your men. Just as Bai Qi was about to order Wang Xing to lead scouts out to investigate, he was interrupted by the deafening sound of horses' hooves before he could finish his sentence. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Everyone looked in the direction from which the deafening sound came, and saw a large army riding horses rapidly toward Yuhu City in the distance. The scale and momentum were extremely large. As far as the eye could see, there were fully armed soldiers in black armor, wearing elite armor and wielding sharp blades. A moment later, a strikingly large banner appeared in the midst of the army, embroidered with a giant white tiger and a large character, Yit, Yi in the center. Among the army were other banners, embroidered with the words Jinbei. The black armored army trembled wherever it went. At this moment, the cavalry units of the black armored army were less than 8 miles away from Yuhu City. However, when Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others on the city wall saw the patterns and words on the banners, they realized that the prince had led a large army to provide support. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao exchanged a glance, and then Bai Qi addressed the crowd. Generals, please calm down and don't worry. The troops coming from outside the city are not enemy troops, but reinforcements led by the prince himself to support Yuhu City. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, everyone began to chat amongst themselves. Gentlemen, let's go downstairs to the city gate to welcome the prince into the city. Seeing this, Bai Qi immediately interrupted the conversation and spoke calmly to everyone. Yes, General Bai. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi immediately led the way towards the foot of the city wall. At the same time, outside the city, Yi Yun, dressed in black armor and riding a fine steed, was escorted by 18 Yin Yun riders and was rapidly advancing towards Yuhu City with the army. Suddenly, a fast horse galloped towards Yi Yun. Your Highness, Yuhu City is less than 8 miles ahead, and General Bai and his men have already opened the city gates to welcome us. No. Go and inform Generals Su Chu and Yu Fei to lead the army on their normal march. I will lead the 18 riders of Yin Yun ahead of you. After listening, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to the soldiers. Yes, Your Highness. The soldier responded, then turned his horse around and galloped quickly toward where Yu Fei and Su Chu were. Yinda, lead the 18 riders of Yin Yun to follow me. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately shouted to Yinda, the leader of the 18 riders of Yin Yun, and then spurred his horse forward, galloping straight towards Yuhu City. Yes, Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Yinda immediately led the 18 riders of Yin Yun to follow behind Yi Yun. A moment later, Yi Yun and his group, riding their war horses, galloped towards Yuhu City and arrived at the city gate. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao were already leading their men to welcome him at the city gate. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao were overjoyed to see Yi Yun arrive, and they immediately stepped forward to greet him respectfully. This humble general, Bai Qi, greets Your Highness. This humble general, Li Tsuanxiao, pays his respects to Your Highness. We pay our respects to Your Highness. The soldiers of Yuhu City also bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. No need for formalities. Generals, please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. After everyone expressed their gratitude, they all stood up and turned their gazes toward Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke slowly again. Gentlemen, I have only arrived here ahead of time. I have led an army of nearly 500,000 to provide support. The main army will arrive shortly, and I will need your help to settle my soldiers. Upon hearing that the reinforcements numbered as many as 500,000, the crowd whispered among themselves. At this moment, Bai Qi walked out and calmly spoke to Yi Yun. Your Highness, Yuhu City has already received the 300,000 troops sent by the capital to provide support. Now, I'm afraid our nearly 500,000 troops will be unable to enter the city and settle down. Is there no longer any place to settle in the city? Are there any suitable places to set up camp near Yuhu City outside the city? Upon hearing Bai Qi's reminder, Yi Yun was initially quite surprised and then directly asked the crowd. Upon hearing the question, everyone frowned and lowered their heads in thought. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao were also helpless at this point, as they had only been there a short time and were not very familiar with the surrounding area. This was understandable. Seeing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Yun was about to ask Yinda to inform the embroidered uniform guard to see if they had any suitable places. Just then, Chun Zhan, the commander of the Blood Tiger Army, spoke to Yi Yun. Your Highness, there is a former camp of my Blood Tiger Army located 3 miles outside the west gate of Yuhu City. That site was originally intended to be used to train new members of the Blood Tiger Army, but later, due to the small number of new members, they were brought into the city for training, and that site was left abandoned. Well, in that case, General Chun Zhan will have to make the trip later. While everyone was talking, Yu Fei and Su Chu led their army to the city gate. Then, Yu Fei and Su Chu rode their horses together to Yi Yun, dismounted, and respectfully bowed to him. This humble general, Yu Fei, pays his respects to your highness. This humble general, Su Chu, pays his respects to your highness. Pengju Zhongkong rise. The army's encampment has been arranged. You two will lead your troops to the camp with General Chun Zhan shortly. After you have made proper arrangements with the troops, the two of you will come to the city to see me. Yes, your highness. After hearing Yi Yun finish speaking, the two of them glanced at Chun Zhan. Upon seeing this, Chun Zhan first spoke to Yi Yun, then turned to Yu Fei and Su Chu. Your highness, I shall take my leave now. General Yu, General Su, lead your troops and follow me. Upon seeing this, the two men immediately led their soldiers and followed Chun Zhan, slowly heading towards the camp. Seeing this, Bai Qi quickly said to Yi Yun, Your Highness, let's talk about this later. Let's go into the city first. Good. Seeing that Yi Yun responded, Bai Qi turned to the side and spoke again. Your Highness, this way please. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately led the 18 riders of Yanyun Strait towards Yuhu City. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others quickly followed behind Yi Yun. Chapter 113 Life-Giving Pill. Royal Tiger City. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun was seated in the main seat, with the generals sitting on either side of him in the hall. After everyone had taken their seats, Yi Yun slowly began to ask, Why is General Yi Ying nowhere to be seen today? It's no wonder Yi Yun was unaware of the situation in Yuhu City. Yi Yun was busy leading his army on a rapid march towards Yuhu City, so he had no time to check intelligence along the way. Your Highness, General Yi Ying was seriously injured in yesterday's battle by two mysterious black-robed figures who suddenly appeared from the Orcish dynasty's army. If it weren't for Generals Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao arriving in time, I'm afraid my Yuhu City wouldn't have been able to hold out until your Highness's arrival. A middle-aged man dressed in red armor stood up, bowed to Yi Yun, and said, This man was a commander among the reinforcements from the capital, named Zhao Lijia. General Yi Ying is injured? Yi Yun was surprised after hearing this. Ever since he led his troops to wipe out the 400,000-strong orc army outside Jian City, Yi Yun knew that those mysterious black-robed men would make their move in the Battle of Yuhu City. But Yi Yun never expected that they would arrive so quickly, and even Yi Ying was seriously injured. Fortunately, only two of the mysterious black-robed figures attacked Yuhu City directly this time. If they had all attacked together, Yuhu City would probably have been breached in an instant. Strangely enough, despite launching such a large-scale siege of Yuhu City, only two men in black robes appeared. Where were the others? Yi Yun couldn't help but think to himself. Thinking of this, Yi Yun, who still couldn't understand, stopped thinking about it. Now that Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao had both broken through to the martial emperor realm, what did he have to fear? Just as Yi Yun was about to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by a guard's announcement. Your Highness, Generals Yu Fei, Su Chu, and Chun Zhan are requesting an audience outside the gate. Let them in. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, the guard immediately stood up and quickly walked towards the door. A moment later, then Yu Fei, Su Chu, and Chun Zhan arrived at the back of the hall one after another. They then bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. Get up. Pengju, have the soldiers been settled? Your Highness, everything has been settled, and the scouts have all withdrawn. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Yu Fei quickly and respectfully replied, That's good. Please have a seat. Then Yi Yun looked at Chun Zhan and spoke directly to him while taking out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket. General Chun, I just learned from the other generals that General Yi Ying was seriously injured while defending the city. There is a life-giving pill in this bottle. Please take it and give it to General Yi Ying. He should recover quickly. What? Revival pill? This is a top-grade heaven-level pill. This humble general thanks your highness on behalf of the general. All right, get up. No need for formalities. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Chunzhan immediately stood up and stepped forward, taking the porcelain bottle from Yi Yun's hand and carefully placing it in his bosom. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke up again. General Chun, please go to General Yi Ying's place and give him the pill. As for the matters to be discussed later, if they involve you, I will have someone notify you later. Thank you, Your Highness. This humble general takes his leave. Chunzhan responded, then turned and strode quickly out of the hall. Yi Yun watched Chunzhan's departing figure, then addressed the remaining generals. Generals, now we should discuss how to fight the next battle. At the same time, the Orcish dynasty's army, led by Gaifeng, was in the midst of battle. At this moment, Jia Yifeng was looking at the map of the northern border on the table, as well as a letter that had come from the capital. The letter was full of dissatisfaction with Jia Yifeng and many questions of accountability. After reading the letter, Jia Yifeng picked up the wine pot next to him, filled a cup, and drank it all in one gulp. After repeating this action 3 or 4 times, Jia Yifeng became more and more annoyed and smashed the wine cup in his hand onto the ground in front of him. At that moment, a guard's announcement reached Jia Yifeng's ears. Reporting to the marshal, General Garuda requests an audience. Let him in. After listening, Jia Yifeng immediately gave instructions to the guards. Yes, Marshal. A short while later, Garuda came quickly into the tent. When he saw the wine glass on the ground, he guessed that Jia Yifeng was on the verge of anger, so he bent down to pick it up and went straight to Jia Yifeng's table to put it down. And he cautiously asked, Marshal, what happened to make you so angry all of a sudden? See for yourself. Upon hearing Garuda's question, Jia Yifeng picked up the letter on the table and threw it at Garuda, speaking loudly with a hint of anger. Upon seeing this, Garuda quickly caught the letter that his marshal had thrown to him and opened it to examine it carefully. A moment later, after reading it, Garuda was furious and shouted at Jia Yifeng, Marshal, are these people in the capital just bored and have nothing better to do? We led our brothers to fight to the death on the front lines, but all they do is gossip about us every day. We should just take them to the battlefield and let them fight a few battles, then see what they can do. All right, Garuda, let's not talk about them anymore. Have the casualty figures for the soldiers been tallied yet? Seeing that Garuda had finished reading the letter and was still cursing incessantly, Kagai Kaze spoke up to stop him and asked him a question. Reporting to the marshal, the statistics have been completed. In this battle, we suffered heavy casualties, with more than 90,000 soldiers killed, 30,000 seriously wounded, and 110,000 lightly wounded. What? So many? Have the wounded soldiers received proper medical treatment? Have the bodies of the fallen soldiers been recovered? Reporting to the general, all the wounded soldiers have been treated by shamans, and the bodies of the fallen soldiers have been collected and cremated by the garrison of Yuhu City. I have also sent men to collect the ashes of the soldiers and store them properly. Why did only 2 of those black-robed men come to help in this battle? Where are the others? If a few more men in black robes had come, our soldiers wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. We might not even be here now, but inside the city of Yuhu. Come, Garuda, come with me to that group's camp. I want to ask them what they're thinking. Upon hearing of the heavy casualties among his soldiers, Jia Yifeng's anger, which had just subsided, erupted once more, this time directed at the man in black robes. He then gave instructions to Garuda. After saying that, he picked up his personal sword and walked straight out of the tent. Upon seeing this, Garuda put the letter in his hand on the table and quickly followed. Chapter 114 Rematch. The next day, Yi Yun's commanding army camp. Early in the morning, Bai Qi led his army of 150,000 soldiers, fully armed, out of the camp and rushed towards the camp of the Orcish dynasty army. Rumble. Bang 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 bang. The 150,000-strong army marched out of the camp in a grand display, as if they were afraid the enemy wouldn't know they had sent troops. Just as Bai Qi led his army out of the camp, the Orc scouts discovered the large-scale troop movement at Yuhu City and immediately sent someone back to report to their marshal. Orc Army Camp. Inside the command tent, Jia Yifeng no longer wore the sorrowful expression of yesterday. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Last night, I led Garuda to the encampment of the mysterious black-robed men to find out why only 2 black-robed men assisted in the battle during the day. However, when Jia Yifeng and Jia Li arrived, the scene before them surprised them. Inside the large tent, 100 or so blood-red, masked men and the corpses of dozens of men in black robes were neatly arranged. After learning the reason, they realized that the group of mysterious men in black robes had received news that the whereabouts of the experts from the offering pavilion sent by the White Tiger dynasty to support the northern border had been found. Therefore, they left 2 people to support them and sent the rest of their men to intercept and kill the experts from the offering pavilion. Although the mysterious group of men in black robes suffered heavy losses on this trip, according to them, almost all the experts from the offering pavilion sent by the White Tiger dynasty in the capital were wiped out. Only a few escaped, but they were seriously injured and no longer a threat. Next, this group of mysterious men in black robes can provide him with tremendous military assistance. Suddenly, a guard outside the tent lifted the tent flap and strode in, bowing respectfully to Jia Yifeng before speaking. Reporting to the marshal, a scout is requesting an audience outside the tent, saying he has important intelligence. Let him in quickly. Yes, marshal. The soldier responded, and then got up and walked quickly out of the tent. A short while later, a fully armed scout appeared in the tent. He quickly approached Jia Yifeng and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate, Feng Yan, a soldier from the Wolf Scout Squad of the Reconnaissance Battalion, pays his respects to the marshal. Get up. Just tell me what information you have. Yes, marshal. Early this morning, our Wolf Map Squad discovered that the soldiers who were supposed to reinforce Yuhu City yesterday had begun to move around frequently on a large scale. Then, the general in black armor who suddenly appeared yesterday led about 100,000 troops out of the camp and headed towards our camp. The captain ordered me to come and inform the marshal immediately. Yes, go down and continue to monitor Yuhu City's every move. Yes, marshal. Jia Yifeng watched the departing scouts back and then shouted loudly to the guards outside the door. Someone come here. Your subordinate greets the marshal. What are your orders, marshal? Go and invite General Tianwei, General Garuda, and the leader of that group of black-robed men to my camp. There are important matters to discuss. Yes, marshal. A moment later, Garuda, Tianwei, and 2 mysterious men in black robes arrived one after another at Jia Yifeng's command tent. Gentlemen, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Just now, a scout reported that the black-armored general who suddenly appeared in Yuhu City that day is personally leading an army of about 150,000 men toward our camp. Garuda, Tianwei, you 2 will lead an army of 200,000 to meet this man in this battle. Yes, marshal. Garuda and Tianwei respectfully accepted the order, then bowed and quickly withdrew from the command tent. Jia Yifeng watched the 2 leave, then turned to the mysterious man in black robes beside him and said something. Second Elder, we still need your help in this battle. That black-armored general is quite extraordinary. I'm afraid Garuda and Tianwei alone won't be able to handle him. Marshal, rest assured, I will arrange for men to accompany the 2 generals. Then I, the general, thank you very much, Second Elder. Marshal Jia Yifeng. Then this elder will take his leave. Please go ahead, Elder. In the blink of an eye, Garuda, Tianan, and others led an army of 200,000 to a plain 30 miles away from the Orc dynasty's army camp, where they awaited the arrival of Bai Chi's army. Among the Orc army, it was quite obvious that there were also about a dozen mysterious figures in black robes. Boom, boom, boom. Tiger City is not far from the camp of the Orc dynasty army. After a half-hour march, Bai Chi's army spotted the Orcish dynasty's army led by Garuda and others in the distance. Upon seeing this, Bai Chi led his legion to a stop less than 8 miles away from the Orcish dynasty's army. Upon seeing this, Garuda immediately rode forward alone and shouted loudly towards Bai Chi's army. May I ask who your general is? Would you be so kind as to come out and speak with him? Upon hearing Garuda's call, Bai Chi immediately rode forward. I'm here. Speak quickly, General, May I ask your name? Garuda looked at Bai Qi, who had stepped forward and couldn't help but ask. Bai Qi. Bai Qi said coldly. General Bai, as a commander, I thank you for collecting and burning the bodies of our fallen soldiers, and for allowing our army to boldly collect all the ashes of our fallen soldiers. General Bai, surrender. You cannot win this battle. Garuda was not angry because of Bai Qi's coldness, but spoke slowly. Oh, you're that confident? Who gave you the courage? Do you really think you can rely on the 200,000 troops behind you, or on those 10 or so men in black robes? If that's the case, then you really underestimate me. General Bai, I have treated you with such respect and have tried my best to persuade you. Please don't be ungrateful. Ha ha ha. Why should I need to show respect? Words are useless. Let's see who's the real deal on the battlefield. Goodbye. Bai Qi laughed loudly after hearing this, then turned his horse around and headed straight for the army camp. Upon seeing this, Garuda also returned to the front of his army, drew his greatsword, slowly raised it, pointed the tip of the sword directly at Bai Qi's army, and shouted loudly, Soldiers, kill kill. As soon as Garuda finished speaking, the 200,000 troops behind him shouted and charged towards Bai Qi's army. Kill kill. Kill. Warriors of the martial king rank and above soared into the air and charged towards Bai Qi's army from the void. In a short while, the shouts of battle and the neighing of war horses resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Boom, 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 rumble. Chapter 115, Slaying the Man in Black Robes. The cavalry of the Orcish dynasty's army quickly charged a great distance. Seeing the Orcish army getting closer and closer, Bai Qi immediately gave orders to the army behind him. Order the entire army to attack. Yes, General. At this moment, the messengers in the army acted on their orders, galloping back on their horses and shouting loudly. The general has ordered the entire army to attack. The general has given orders. As soon as the order was given, Bai Qi's soldiers moved into action. Rumble, rumble. Kill, kill. Kill, boom. Instantly, war horses galloped wildly, and shouts of battle resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The distance between the two armies was covered in the blink of an eye during the fierce charge, and soon the soldiers clashed. In an instant, bang bang, bang bang, clang 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 clang. The sounds of weapons and armor clashing and colliding were incessant. Countless soldiers were slashed and fell to the ground, trampled by war horses, their fate unknown. The entire plains battlefield was in complete chaos, with no discernible tactics or strategies. At this moment, both sides' soldiers were bloodthirsty. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I live. There can be no mercy, or you won't even know how you died. A moment later, the once lush and boundless plains have been trampled into ruins by the iron hooves of war horses, and the land has been stained red with blood. Kill, kill, kill. The fighting on the plains continued, with soldiers falling on both sides. Garuda and the Skyguard, amidst the Orc army, watched as more and more of their soldiers fell, their faces filled with rage. They then spoke to the mysterious black-robed man beside them. Everyone, we can't keep fighting like this. Let's all attack together. Good. One of the men in black robes responded with a slightly hoarse voice. Upon receiving a response from the man in black robes, Garuda roared and soared into the air. War. Upon seeing this, a dozen or so men in black robes quickly followed suit and flew into the void. At this moment, Bai Qi also saw Garuda Yi and the man in black robes join the battle, and then flew straight towards them. In an instant, in the sky, Bai Qi instantly appeared before Garuda Yi and the man in black robes, confronting them in the air. At this moment, Bai Qi held the god of slaughter sword, calmly watching Garuda and the man in black robes. At the same time, Garuda held a large sword, and the men in black robes also held weapons, their eyes fixed on Bai Qi. Bai Qi, you don't mean to think you can fight all of us by yourself, do you? I really don't understand. Who gave you the courage? Garuda looked at Bai Qi, who was facing off against them alone, and couldn't help but sneer. I don't need anyone else to deal with you bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. I alone am enough. The courage I gave myself. Bai Qi looked at Garuda Yi and the man in black robes with disdain on his face. Since you're courting death, you can't blame us. Everyone, let's attack together. Garuda was furious when he saw that Bai Qi didn't care about them at all. 100 Emperor Blade. Garuda Yi circulated his true energy and gathered it in his hands. He twirled his broadsword several times, and in an instant, hundreds of broadswords appeared around Garuda Yi. A chilling aura was clearly visible on the broadswords. Then, Garuda pushed forward with both hands, and hundreds of broadswords rushed straight towards Bai Qi in an instant. The speed was incredibly fast. Seeing this, the men in black robes also unleashed their martial arts skills, frantically attacking Bai Qi. The Ghost Blade. Flying Scorpion Demon Slash. Azura. Deep Luo Strength. In an instant, all sorts of martial arts techniques rushed towards Bai Qi. Seeing this, Bai Qi said with a slight smile, "Good timing." With a wave of his hand, he channeled his inner energy, instantly forming a massive protective shield that enveloped Bai Qi. Boom boom. Bang bang bang. Soon, hundreds of broadswords and various martial arts techniques slammed into Bai Qi's true energy shield. In an instant, the huge energy shockwave generated by the collision spread outwards. After the aftershock subsided, Garuda and the group of black-robed men stared in shock at Bai Qi, who was completely unharmed. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi slowly spoke. "Now that you've all made your moves, it's my turn. If you survive this sword strike, I will spare one of your lives." As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, he raised the God of Slaughter's sword in his hand, circulated his true energy, and swung it at Garuda Yi and a dozen or so men in black robes. There were indeed no fancy moves throughout the entire process. However, before Garuda and the others could react to Bai Qi's words, a very ordinary sword aura attacked them. At first glance, they thought it was just a simple sword aura that they could withstand. However, as the sword aura drew closer, Garuda and the black-robed man realized just how terrifying the power within it was. Bai Qi's attack arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The people could only raise their weapons and circulate their true energy to the maximum to resist Bai Qi's attack. However, as a martial artist at the martial emperor level, even Bai Qi's ordinary attacks are not so easy to defend against. In an instant, Bai Qi's attack occurred the instant he made contact with Garuda and the others. Boom boom. An even larger energy storm than before swept across the entire sky from the center of the collision. A moment later, as the aftershocks dissipated, Garuda and the dozen or so black-robed figures were nowhere to be seen in the void. At the same time, on an open space in the battlefield, there were now more than a dozen corpses, all dead beyond any doubt. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and they were surrounded by short-bladed soldiers. Everything that had just happened was witnessed by Tianwei, who was commanding the army from the rear. Seeing how strong Bai Qi was, Tianwei no longer had the courage to fight. If they continued fighting like this, he might die here. Then, Tianwei immediately gave an order to the soldiers beside him. "Retreat. Retreat quickly." After saying that, he led his personal guards and rode his horse at full speed toward the Orc army camp, wanting to inform his marshal of the news as soon as possible. On the battlefield, the Orcish soldiers of the dynasty saw their commander killed in battle, and even the mysterious and powerful Black Runners were killed, in addition to the retreat order issued by the Heavenly Guard. The Orcish soldiers throughout the battlefield scattered and fled at an extremely fast pace. Seeing this, Bai Qi did not order his soldiers to pursue the Orcish dynasty army, but instead arranged for them to clean up the battlefield. Because Bai Qi knew very well that the top combat power in the Orc dynasty had not yet appeared. The only thing to do now is to wait for the Orcish dynasty army to reveal its trump card. That will be the time for the northern soldiers to launch a counterattack. Chapter 116, Tianwei's Birth. Evening. Inside the main hall of the Lord's mansion in Yuhu City. At this moment, Yi Yun was carefully examining the map of the Orc dynasty in his hand. He sometimes frowned and sometimes relaxed, and it was unclear what he was thinking. After reading for a moment, Yi Yun then looked at the letter on the table, which was delivered by the embroidered uniform guard and concerned the situation of the war on the southern border. The letter stated that the war on the southern border had made no progress, and it seemed that the Xuanwu dynasty did not want to clash head-on with the Baihu dynasty's army. The situation was strange, and the Jinyui was still investigating the specific reasons. After reading the letter, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh to himself. What a turbulent time. At the same time, Bai Qi, dressed in military uniform, hurriedly arrived outside the main hall. Seeing Huang Yi and the others guarding the place, he immediately asked them questions. Commander Huang, is the prince in the palace? General Bai Qi, the prince is here. Upon seeing that it was Bai Qi who had come, Huang immediately responded. Please trouble Commander Huang to inform the prince that Bai Qi has important business to discuss with him. General Bai Qi, please wait a moment. Huang Yi responded, then turned and went into the main hall, where he respectfully bowed to Yi Yun and said, Your Highness, General Bai Qi is requesting an audience outside the palace. Quickly let Bai Qi in. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately gave Huang Yi a loud order. Yes, Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi quickly went outside the hall and respectfully addressed Bai Qi, then stepped aside to signal Bai Qi to go inside. General Bai Qi, the prince requests your presence. Thank you. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute to Huang Yi in return. Soon, Bai Qi arrived in the main hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. This humble general, Bai Qi, pays his respects to your highness. No need for formalities. Please rise and sit down before we talk. Thank you, your highness. How is the war going? Yi Yun asked after Bai Qi got up and sat down to the side. Your highness, our army has won a great victory in this battle. The enemy General Garuda and a dozen or so men in black robes were all killed by me on the battlefield. Good. Next, I will see how long those rats in the orc army can remain hidden. If the enemy dares to come out, I will make sure they never return. Bai Qi spoke coldly. Ha ha. With your and Suen Xiao's strength, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. All right, that's enough for now. You and your soldiers have worked hard in this battle. Give the order to reward the soldiers well. Make sure it's properly repaired. I have a premonition that the final battle is coming soon. Yi Yun immediately smiled and gave the instructions. Yes, your highness. This humble general takes his leave. After Bai Qi rose and bowed respectfully, he strode quickly towards the outside of the hall. Watching Bai Qi's departing figure, Yi Yun couldn't help but think to himself that a great battle was about to begin. He then shouted towards the door. Huang Yi, your subordinate is here. Pass down the order. No one is allowed to enter this hall until I emerge. Yi Yun coldly commanded Huang Yi. Yes, your highness. Huang Yi responded, then turned and went outside the hall to gather men to guard the main hall. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun, who was in the main hall, silently recited the mantra in his mind. System, open the hero summoning interface. Yes, host. Soon, that familiar white interface reappeared in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at the number 3 after the available summoning opportunities on the interface and couldn't help but mutter to himself. So it's been this long since we last summoned it. Coming to his senses, Yi Yun silently gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, use one chance to summon a hero. Yes, host. Summoning opportunity successfully used. Please wait, host. I wonder which outstanding figure will be summoned this time. Please don't let me down. Yi Yun muttered to himself as he listened to the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the ancient evil Dian Wei. The outstanding person has been summoned and will come to serve the host within 3 hours. Dian Wei. I never expected to summon this guy. You know, this guy was known as the invincible warrior in foot combat during the Three Kingdoms period. Yi Yun was overjoyed. With Dian Wei's arrival, Gao Shun's trapped camp could be directly deployed to the Legion to maximize its effectiveness. Yi Yun was extremely satisfied with being able to summon Dian Wei. He then didn't rush to summon other heroes, but instead gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, open Dian Wei's attribute panel. Yes, host. As the system notification sound faded, a pale blue light screen appeared in front of Yi Yun. Name, Dian Wei. Title, Ancient Evil Lie. Cultivation level, Martial, Venerable, 9th Heaven. Technique, Divine Demon and Ghostly Fiend Technique. Physique, Blood Demon God Physique. Weapon, Demonic Twin Halberds. Unit type, Tiger Demon Guard. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. Chapter 117 Continuous Summoning. After reviewing Dian Wei's attribute panel, Yi Yun was extremely satisfied. Tiger Demon Guard. Upon seeing Dian Wei's exclusive troop type, Yi Yun couldn't help but feel curious, and then mentally instructed the system. System, open the exchange interface for the exclusive unit of outstanding individuals. Yes, host. Soon, a flash of white light appeared before their eyes, and the content on the light blue panel changed. Tiger Demon Guard, Dian Wei's exclusive troop type. The Tiger Demon Iron, Silver, and Gold Guardians have been unlocked and can be redeemed at any time. The Tiger Demon Divine Guardian is not yet eligible for redemption. To exchange for one Tiger Demon Iron Guard Martial Spirit 9th Heaven Martial King 9th Heaven, 1,000 power points are required. To exchange for one Tiger Demon Silver Guard Martial Emperor Level 1 Martial Emperor Level 9, 10,000 power points are required. To exchange for a Tiger Demon Golden Guard Martial Sect Level 1 to Martial Sect Level 9, 100,000 power points are required. After reading the description on the panel, Yi Yun couldn't help but gasp. This exclusive unit was incredibly expensive. My meager savings can't withstand such a drain. Yi Yun then closed the exchange interface, since out of sight, out of mind. Then, Yi Yun gave another instruction to the system. System, use the remaining 2 summoning opportunities together. Host, aren't you annoying? Can't you just say it all at once? Stop talking nonsense and summon them quickly. Summoning heroes, please wait, host. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Qin General Li Xian. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mischievous Cheng Yaojin. The heroes have been summoned. Li Xian and Cheng Yaojin will come to join the host within 3 days. Holy crap, Li Xian and Cheng Yaojin. How did I summon those two? Li Xian was a general at the end of the Qin dynasty, and he achieved considerable military exploits in the war to destroy Yin. Cheng Yaojin's nickname, the Mischievous Demon King, is indeed quite intimidating. In his previous life, he was an emperor, and after surrendering to the Tang dynasty, his status was extremely high. Moreover, he was jokingly called a lucky general. Yi Yun was speechless, but since it had already become a fact, he could only accept it. He then gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, view Li Xian and Cheng Yaojin's attribute data. Yes, host. Name, Cheng Yaojin. Titles, Mischievous Demon King, Lucky General. Cultivation level, Martial Sect 9th Heaven. Physique, Stellar Physique. Technique, 36 Styles of Heaven Turning Technique. Weapon, Xian Tai Axe. Unit type, none. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty. Name, Li Xian. Title, none. Cultivation level, Martial Venerable, First Heaven. Physique, Tiger King Physique. Technique, Rainbow Sword Technique. Weapon, Qin Sword. Unit type, none. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty. After reading it, there was nothing surprising about it. He could easily serve as a deputy general in the army. Although his cultivation level was a bit low, the talents he summoned were all extremely good, and he could improve them quickly. He then exited the system space. After logging out of the system, Yi Yun sighed inwardly, then got up and walked straight out of the main hall. Creak creak. Soon, Yi Yun arrived at the main hall and opened the door. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi and the others immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets your highness. Get up, everyone. Huang Yi told them to disperse. You are the ones who should come with me for a walk in Yuhu City. Yes, your highness. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun strode straight towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, Huang immediately shouted orders to the guards standing nearby. Brothers, go and rest. Yes, Commander Huang. After Huang Yi finished speaking, he quickly caught up with Yi Yun with the other 3 iron guards, and then slowed down to follow behind Yi Yun. Because of its location on the border, Yuhu City has barren land. As a result, small groups of soldiers from the Orc dynasty would occasionally raid villages on the border, making Yuhu City's commerce anything but prosperous. Moreover, the people of Yuhu City lived in great hardship. Fortunately, Ying often ordered people to provide relief, which enabled many people to survive. Yi Yun has many feelings about his journey so far. And so, Yi Yun wandered around and eventually came to a densely populated residential area in the south of the city. Although it's called a residential area, it's practically a slum. The houses are all simply built of wood. Yi Yun never expected that there would be such a barren place in Yuhu City. Looking at the mess of garbage and all sorts of things scattered around, one can imagine what kind of life the people living here lead. It was evening, and people who had been busy at work were gradually returning home. This was the busiest and most relaxing time for every household. Yi Yun slowly walked and observed this residential area. Many children were sitting quietly in front of their own doors, not playing with the children of their neighbors. Their faces were devoid of smiles, and their eyes lacked any of the unique charm of children. Yi Yun thought for a long time before he understood that it wasn't that they didn't want to play with other children their own age, but that playing would consume a lot of energy, which was something that these children, for whom even getting enough to eat was a luxury, simply couldn't even imagine. Yi Yun secretly resolved in his heart to change this situation. Children should have the nature that children should have. If this continues, a country will be unable to even solve the basic livelihood problems of its people, and that country is not far from its demise. Moreover, this is only what I can see. What I can't see is what I can see. Huang Yi, after you go back, inform Jia Su to allocate 100,000 dan of grain from the military rations, bring it into the city, and distribute it to the poor people in Yuhu City. Yes, Your Highness. Afterwards, Yi Yun wandered around for a while, just as he was about to leave the residential area through an alley. Suddenly, Huang shouted loudly towards the back of them. Who's there? Come out. Chapter 1:18 Little Linger. Upon hearing Huang Yi's shout, Yi Yun turned around and looked behind him. A small figure dressed in tattered clothes slowly walked out. At this moment, the little girl slowly raised her dirty little face, which was full of fear, and her eyes were fixed on Yi Yun. Huang Yi put it away. Upon seeing that it was a little girl, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to Huang Yi. Your Highness, you mustn't. Seeing that Yi Yun was about to step forward, Huang Yi couldn't help but speak up to stop her. Yi Yun ignored Huang Yi's advice, looked at the little girl, walked up to her, squatted down slowly, and asked her a question. Little sister, is there something you need from us? As the little girl watched Yi Yun walk towards her and squat down in front of her to ask her a question, she instinctively took a small step back. They didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yi Yun gently comforted the little girl. Little sister, don't be afraid, big brother won't hurt you. Tell me, is there something you need my help with by following the older brothers? Looking at Yi Yun's serious expression, the little girl timidly spoke softly. Could you give me something to eat? That's easy, but you need to tell your older brother what your name is? Why are you still out so late? Why aren't you home for dinner? When Yi Yun saw the little girl in front of him speak, he also spoke gently. Seeing Yi Yun's gentle demeanor, the little girl couldn't help but want to get closer to him, and her guard down considerably. She then whispered something to Yi Yun. Daddy and Mommy used to call me Linger. After Daddy and Mommy came back a couple of days ago, they have been sleeping the whole time. Daddy and Mommy must be too tired. I couldn't wake them up, so I thought I would go out and ask for some food. That way, when I get back and give Daddy and Mommy some food, they won't have to keep sleeping and they can play with Ling. Yi Yun was taken aback after hearing Xiao Linger's incredibly innocent words. He couldn't help but think to himself that Xiao Linger's parents were probably in grave danger. Yi Yun then rubbed Xiao Linger's head. Due to long-term malnutrition, her hair was very dry and yellow, just like withered grass. Then, Yi Yun took out several packets of snacks from his system backpack and placed them in Xiao Linger's hands. Thank you, big brother. Little Linger held the snacks given to her by Yi Yun in both hands, and thanked Yi Yun repeatedly with a happy expression. Seeing how polite Xiao Linger was, Yi Yun couldn't help but pinch Xiao Linger's dirty little face, and then slowly spoke. Little Linger, it's so late, and I'm worried about you going home alone. How about I take you home? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Xiao Linger couldn't help but think about it in her mind. In the past, when I was hungry, I would go out to ask for some food, and people would look at me with disgust and even curse at me. But today this older brother actually spoke to me softly and gave me so many delicious snacks. You know, these snacks are only for wealthy families. Now even the older brother is afraid of getting dark and not being safe, so he personally takes me home. Little Linger raised her head and spoke to Yi Yun in a clear, crisp voice. Good. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun picked up Xiao Linger and then said with a smile, Linger, can you give Big Brother directions? Otherwise, Big Brother won't be able to find Linger's house. Okay, Big Brother, let's go this way. Okay, let's go home. Yi Yun then laughed loudly and walked quickly in the direction Xiao Linger was pointing. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi and the others exchanged glances and then simply followed behind Yi Yun. Soon, under Xiao Linger's guidance, Yi Yun and the others arrived at the door of a house in the residential area. Although it's called a door, it's more like a dilapidated door panel leaning against the ground. There's a huge gap between it and the ground. Yi Yun couldn't help but think that Xiao Linger might have crawled out from under there. If someone were to actually try to enter the house, even a hard touch to this door panel would likely cause it to collapse instantly, serving no purpose whatsoever as a barrier or cover. Big Brother, this is my home. At this moment, the voice of Xiao Linger, who was in Yi Yun's arms, instantly pulled Yi Yun back to his senses. Yi Yun then gave Huang Yi a wink. Huang understood immediately, went straight to the door, moved the dilapidated door aside, and then walked directly into the house. Little Linger, do you usually live here? Yes, Big Brother. At this moment, Xiao Linger, who was in Yi Yun's arms, was struggling to get down. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately put him down. He then took the pastries Yi Yun had given him and ran into the room. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun quickly followed and entered the house. The interior of the house was extremely small, and it felt a bit crowded once Yi Yun and the others entered. As soon as they entered the house, a mixture of various smells assaulted Yi Yun and the others, including an unbearable odor. Huang Yi and the other guards couldn't help but frown. However, Yi Yun remained unchanged, and his eyes were filled with tenderness when he looked at Xiao Linger. At this moment, Xiao Linger was seen rocking a couple lying on a makeshift bed covered with weeds. These must be Xiao Linger's biological parents. Although Yi Yun had already guessed it, he still nodded to Huang Yi beside him. Upon seeing this, Huang stepped forward and examined the two individuals with his fingers. A moment later, Huang Yi shook his head at Yi Yun. Linger, don't cry. Your father and mother have gone to a very, very far place. Yi Yun then went to Xiao Linger's side and gently comforted her. Big Brother, do father and mother not want Linger anymore? Little Linger said to Yi Yun with a slightly tearful voice. How could that be? Linger is so cute. How could she not want you? They will turn into a little star and always watch over our little Linger from the sky. So little Linger, be a good girl. If you miss your father and mother, look up at the stars in the sky. At this moment, Yi Yun heard the little Linger's sobs in his arms getting softer and softer. He then looked down into his arms and saw that the little one had fallen asleep while crying. Yi Yun looked at the dirty little face covered in tear stains and couldn't help but smile. Yi Yun then whispered the instructions to Huang Yi. Arrange for someone to bury Xiao Linger's parents properly. Yes, Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately picked up Xiao Linger and left the house, heading quickly towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 119 Lu Yun of the Offering Pavilion. The next day, Yi Yun got up very early. He went straight to the main hall of the city lord's mansion to examine the intelligence recently sent by the embroidered uniform guard. Unfortunately, since the Orcish army was defeated by Bai Chi's army yesterday, the scouts responsible for monitoring the camp reported that the Orcish army camp was unusually quiet and there was no large-scale military movement. Even Yi Yun's imperial guards failed to uncover the true intentions of the Orc army. The quieter the Orc army became, the more worried Yi Yun became. Yi Yun firmly believed that Jia Yifeng and that group of mysterious black-robed men would not give up so easily. They are probably plotting a huge conspiracy that we have not yet discovered. Just then, a guard came straight into the hall, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and slowly spoke. Your Highness, 3 burly men and an old man have arrived outside the city lord's mansion. They claim to have come specifically to seek refuge with Your Highness and are currently requesting an audience outside the mansion. Bring them in. Yi Yun then gave instructions to the guards. But Yi Yun thought to himself that it must be Dian Wei, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Xian that he had summoned. But who exactly is this fourth person? It could never have been summoned by itself. Yi Yun couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. So he simply stopped thinking about it and figured he would understand soon enough. He then continued to examine the letter in his hand. A moment later, a commotion arose outside the hall. Yi Yun looked up and saw a guard leading 4 people walking briskly toward the main hall. Soon, the group arrived at the main hall, where the guards were the first to bow respectfully. Your subordinate greets your highness. We pay our respects to your highness. Jian Wei, Li Xian, and the others then respectfully bowed to Yi Yun in unison. Get up, everyone. You can go down now. Yi Yun then gave instructions to the guards. Yes, your highness. I'll take my leave. After the guard finished speaking, he immediately turned around and strode out of the hall without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun looked at the 4 men. Li Xian was dressed in Qin army armor and held a sword, his face resolute. Cheng Yaojin was also in armor, while Jian Wei was in black armor, his appearance extremely fierce, but his face revealed a kind and honest look, and his physique was extremely robust. The other old man was pale, suggesting he had recently suffered serious injuries. Alai, Yaojin, and Yu Cheng, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Yun looked at the 3 of them and spoke. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Who is this? You 3 should introduce him to me. Yi Yun looked at the pale-faced old man, and then asked along with Jian Wei and the other 2. Your highness, we don't know him. Jian Wei spoke first. Oh, you don't know him? Then why did you bring him to see me? Don't you have anything better to do? No, your highness, we don't know him, but he knows you. Cheng Yaojin, who was standing nearby, quickly jumped out and said something. What do you mean by knowing each other? Hurry up and tell me the whole story in detail, or you'll be in big trouble. Yi Yun was confused by the group, and then he said fiercely to the 3 of them. All right, Prince Jinbei, please don't make things difficult for them anymore. Let this old man explain it to you. You really know me? Seeing the old man's pale face, but still his confident demeanor, Yi Yun couldn't help but speak up. Sir, please sit down first. We can talk after you sit down. All right, the old man replied. After the old man took his seat, he slowly began to speak. My name is Lu Yun. I am a guest elder of the Baihu Dynasty's Hall of Worship. This time, I have been entrusted by His Majesty of the Baihu Dynasty to lead the experts of the Hall of Worship to support the Northern Territory. Yi Yun was startled when the old man revealed his identity and immediately asked him a question. Elder Lu, since you have led the experts of the Offering Pavilion to support the Northern Territory, why did not a single person from your Offering Pavilion appear when the Orc Dynasty's army attacked my Yuhu city a few days ago? Furthermore, since you brought other experts from the Offering Pavilion with you, why are you alone to see me now, and why are you so badly injured? What exactly happened in between? I hope Elder Lu can tell me the whole story without leaving anything out. Even if you didn't ask me, Your Highness, I would still tell you the whole story. The story begins again in the City of God. When the Orcish Dynasty's army began to invade our northern border, His Majesty mobilized 300,000 troops to support the northern border, obeying Your Highness's orders. Not long after, His Majesty came to our Hall of Worship to discuss with the Grand Elder and the Royal Ancestor, hoping that the Hall of Worship could send experts to the northern and southern battlefields respectively. Shortly afterward, I received orders to lead a force to support the north. I then led the support team directly toward the north. Just 3 days ago, we were supposed to reach Yuhu City very quickly, but somehow our whereabouts were leaked, and we were ambushed by a group of mysterious men in black robes. These black-robed men are extremely powerful in martial arts. The experts in the Offering Pavilion under my command are also quite skilled. However, there are several black-robed men with terrifyingly high cultivation levels. I am at least a first-level martial saint, but that man severely injured me in one move. Later, it was because the team members risked their lives to block the enemy so that the news of our worship team being attacked by their mysterious black-robed man could be spread, giving me a chance to escape. After escaping, I fainted in the woods. If it weren't for the 3 of them saving me, I'm afraid I would have perished as well. The old man slowly recounted the events. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Elder Lu. However, I see that you are seriously injured. I will have someone take you away to rest properly. As for the attack on you and the experts from the Offering Pavilion, I will have someone send a message back to the capital immediately. After Lu Yun finished speaking, Yi Yun immediately spoke up. Thank you, Your Highness. Someone, take Elder Lu down to rest, and take good care of him. Yes, Your Highness. The guard quickly responded to Yi Yun, and then spoke to Lu Yun. Elder Lu, this way please. Upon seeing this, Lu Yun immediately stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yi Yun, and said, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. Yi Yun nodded. The three of you should also go and rest. After you've rested, I will make arrangements for you. Yes, Your Highness. Then the group walked out of the main hall. Watching the departing figures of the group, Yi Yun fell into deep thought. Chapter 120 Yi Linger. Just as Yi Yun was in a daze, a guard hurriedly entered the main hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. What is it? Seeing the guards in such a hurry, Yi Yun coldly uttered 2 words. Your Highness, the little girl you brought back last night has woken up and is crying incessantly, demanding to see you. The maids are at a loss. Your Highness, I have no choice but to come and inform you. The guard quickly spoke up and explained what had happened. Little Linger is awake. Come, take me to see this. Upon hearing that it was about Linger, Yi Yun immediately stood up and gave instructions to the guards. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Huang Yi and the others, who were secretly protecting Yi Yun, saw that Yi Yun instantly perked up upon hearing the news of Xiao Linger. They exchanged glances, all of them looking shocked. The group couldn't help but think to themselves, could this little girl have some special relationship with His Highness? That shouldn't be the case. We helped bury the little girl's biological parents. How could she be related to the prince? The group couldn't figure it out, so they simply stopped thinking about it. In any case, under their noses, anyone who dared to harm their prince would be dealt with ruthlessly. Then, the group exchanged a glance, and their figures vanished instantly. A moment later, led by the guards, Yi Yun arrived at a residential courtyard in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Before they could even enter the house, they could hear Xiao Linger crying from afar. Yi Yun quickly walked into the house. When Xiao Linger saw Yi Yun arrive, she immediately climbed off the bed and ran barefoot towards him. Seeing this, Yi Yun quickly stepped forward, squatted down, picked up Xiao Linger who had run over, and said with a smile, Linger, don't be afraid. They are all your big brother's subordinates and won't hurt you. Yi Yun looked at Xiao Linger's tear-streaked face and her soft, pitiful appearance, and couldn't help but pat her little head. Then he said comfortingly, Linger is almost crying like a little kitten. I'll have these older sisters take you to wash up and change into clean clothes. Big brother will wait for you here, okay? Little Linger in Yi Yun's arms looked up at Yi Yun, then at the maids in the distance, and then whispered, Good. Big brother, you have to wait for me here. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun laughed loudly. Haha. Okay, big brother won't go anywhere. He'll just wait here for our little Ling. Immediately, several maids with keen insight stepped forward, took Xiao Linger from Yi Yun's arms, and then took her to wash up and get ready. As Yi Yun watched Xiao Linger being led away by the maid, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister from his previous life. Little Linger looks exactly like her younger sister from her previous life. In his previous life, Yi Yun's parents had long since passed away. Among all the people in his previous life, the only one Yi Yun could still care about was probably that little girl. Although I transmigrated to this other world, I have grown from an infant in swaddling clothes to what I am now. I've experienced so many things along the way, but my feelings for my sister from my past life have never diminished or changed in my memory. The only thing is that this beautiful memory and the longing for that little girl from my past life can only be hidden deep in my heart. The appearance of Xiao Linger was something Yi Yun had never expected. The moment Yi Yun saw Xiao Linger, Yi Yun's memories, which were deep within his heart, surged forth like a tide. This is why Yi Yun treated this little girl so kindly when he met her last night. Yi Yun is applying the feelings he had for his sister in his previous life to this little girl. As for the younger sister Yi Yun had previously recognized in Jinbei City, Yi Yun actually had his own purpose. Otherwise, why would Yi Yun casually recognize a little girl as his younger sister for no reason? Moreover, it was someone who spoke rudely to me. In fact, Yi Yun's purpose was very simple. The little girl had extremely strong cultivation talent and possessed an unparalleled physique. However, due to the low level of his cultivation technique and insufficient cultivation resources, his physique has not yet truly awakened, and his cultivation talent has not yet been revealed. However, for Yi Yun, who possesses the system, it holds no secrets whatsoever. Shangguan Ting possesses the cold soul divine body, which, once awakened, grants her an incredibly fast cultivation speed. Although I have a system that allows me to summon outstanding individuals, I don't need to go to such great lengths to cultivate people from other worlds. Yi Yun had also pondered this question, but after much thought, he felt that the system was only providing him with assistance. Moreover, he had only occupied the northern border at present, and if he could control the area more and more in the future, he would be able to achieve his goal. The number of people I need is increasing, and even with the system I possess, it's just a drop in the ocean. We still need to find opportunities to cultivate more people in this world with good cultivation talent. This way, you won't find yourself in a situation where you have no one to rely on in the future. Suddenly, Xiao Linger's clear voice rang out in the courtyard, instantly pulling Yi Yun back to reality. Big brother, little Linger is here. Yi Yun looked up and saw the little girl wearing a light yellow dress, running quickly toward him. At this moment, Xiao Linger was completely different from the one I saw in the residential area last night. Now, after washing up and dressing, she looked just like an angel from a fairy tale. Linger, did your parents only call you Linger before? Do you know your full name? I don't know. As far back as I can remember, my father and mother have only ever called me Ling. All right, Linger, would you mind if you had another older brother in the future? Yi Yun asked with great trepidation. I don't mind. From now on, you will take my surname and be called Yi Linger. You are my sister, Yi Yun. The maids and guards around them were shocked by Yi Yun's words. This was no ordinary family reunion. They had suddenly gained a new mistress. Everyone cast envious glances at the little girl in Yi Yun's arms. Big brother, really? The little girl looked up at Yi Yun with a face full of anticipation. Uh-huh. Great. I have a name now, and I have a brother too. My name is Yi Linger. Just then, a guard hurriedly came into the courtyard and respectfully saluted Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets your highness. What urgent matter brings you to me in such a hurry? Yi Yun looked at the hurried guards and then asked them a question. Your highness, Chen Tian, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, has important military intelligence to report. Commander Chen Tian is currently waiting for his highness in the main hall. When Yi Yun asked, the guard slowly explained the reason for his visit. You can go down now. I'll be there soon. After listening, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to the guards. Big brother, go ahead and do what you need to do. Linger can play by herself. Little Linger's crisp voice rang out. Yi Yun looked down at the sensible little Linger and said with a smile. Linger is such a good girl. Big brother will go and take care of things first. You can play with these older sisters. If you get hungry, just tell them what you want to eat. Okay, big brother. Seeing this, Yi Yun reached out and patted Linger's head, then gave instructions to the maids. You guys take good care of Linger. Yes, your highness. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to Xiao Linger. Linger, your big brother is leaving now. Goodbye, big brother. Then, Yi Yun walked straight out of the courtyard and strode quickly toward the main hall. Chapter 121, The Black-Robed Conspiracy. A moment later, Yi Yun arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion, where he found Chen Tian already waiting for him. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Chen Tian immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate, Chen Tian, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, pays his respects to your highness. No need for formalities. Sit down and let's talk. Seeing this, Yi Yun glanced at Chen Tian and then slowly spoke. After saying that, he walked straight toward the main seat in the hall. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian immediately spoke up decisively. Thank you, your highness. Soon, Yi Yun sat down in his seat and then looked at Chen Tian and asked him a question. Chen Tian, why are you in such a hurry to see me? What important military information do you need to tell me in person? Your highness, our brothers from the embroidered uniform guard have inadvertently discovered that since last night, the Orsish dynasty's army has been secretly making large-scale troop movements. Their troop movements are extremely secretive. If it weren't for that embroidered uniform guard brother, we would probably still be deceived by their appearance. After discovering this situation, I originally intended to lead a few Imperial guards to infiltrate and investigate. However, before we even got close to the Orc army camp, we discovered several powerful auras within the camp. We were afraid that our cultivation was insufficient and that rushing in would alert them. So I immediately led my men back, and then had them observe from a distance while I quickly returned to report to Your Highness. Chen Tian slowly recounted what had happened. Chen Tian, you did very well and reacted promptly. I want to tell you clearly that there is an extremely powerful and mysterious force in the Orc Dynasty's camp. Even the experts from the offering pavilion sent by the God Capital to provide support have been killed by them. If you had gone there rashly, you would probably already be beheaded by now. Yi Yan said calmly and slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian felt a wave of fear wash over him, and a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. All right, your intelligence is very timely. Go find your commander to collect your reward, and take your men to rest for a few days. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately gave instructions to Chen Tian. Your Highness, I am very grateful for your generous gift. Your subordinate takes his leave. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian bowed to Yi Yan in thanks, then got up and strode quickly out of the main hall. Yi Yan watched Chen Tian's departing figure, then shouted loudly to the guards outside the door. Someone come here. As Yi Yan's voice fell, a guard quickly walked in from outside the hall and respectfully addressed Yi Yan. Your Highness, what are your orders? Send someone to notify the commanders and deputy commanders of the various armies in Yuhu City to come to the main hall of the city lord's mansion and say that I have important military matters to discuss. Looking at the guards before him, Yi Yan slowly spoke. Yes, Your Highness. The guard responded loudly, then got up and walked quickly out of the hall. Seeing this, Yi Yan couldn't help but pick up the map on the table again to examine it. A moment later, Yi Yan felt a strange unease about the news that Chen Tian and the others had discovered. He then shouted towards the empty hall. Huang Yi. Huang Yi's figure appeared in the main hall in an instant and respectfully called out to Yi Yan. Your Highness. Huang Yi, you must have heard what Chen Tian said earlier. Now go and inform General Li Tsunxiao what Chen Tian said, and ask him to secretly investigate the Orc Dynasty's army camp. Tell Li Tsunxiao that this is what I said, and that he should be extremely careful not to alert the enemy. Yi Yan looked at Huang Yi, who had suddenly appeared, and spoke directly. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as Huang finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the main hall. Yi Yan had considered sending others to gather information, but the cultivation levels of the others were all inferior to those of Li Tsunxiao and Bai Qi. Bai Qi was currently preparing his army, which had just experienced a major battle. Moreover, the group of mysterious black-robed figures in the Orcish dynasty's army were exceptionally powerful. They had even wiped out the experts from the temple of worship sent by the gods to provide support. As a result, Yi Yan had to be extremely careful when dealing with this matter. One moment of carelessness could bring about utter disaster. Orcish dynasty army camp. Inside Jia Yifeng's command tent. At this moment, all the generals and the mysterious man in black robes were gathered in the command tent. The leader of the men in black robes looked at the people in the tent and then slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news to tell you. Elder, I have suffered repeated losses of soldiers and generals, and things have come to this point. Where can I find any good news? Sitting in the commander's seat, Jia Yifeng couldn't help but laugh at himself. No, Marshal Jia Yifeng. The defeat in battle is not a big deal in my opinion. This good news is enough to make up for the marshal's mistakes on the battlefield. Upon hearing Jia Yifeng's self-deprecating remark, the man in black robes spoke slowly and mysteriously. What? Elders, what have you done? What good news is there? Upon hearing this, Jia Yifeng immediately became interested and hurriedly asked the black-robed man at the head of the group. The good news is that I personally led a team to intercept and kill the experts from the offering pavilion sent by the White Tiger Dynasty to support Yuhu City. I spent a lot of effort and finally succeeded in killing almost all of the experts from the offering pavilion who came to support us. However, despite the desperate resistance of the experts from the offering pavilion, my men also suffered considerable losses. But compared to the almost complete annihilation of the offering pavilion, this battle can be considered extremely ideal. What? You intercepted and killed all the reinforcements from the White Tiger Dynasty's Imperial Pavilion. Jia Yifeng stood up instantly, his face full of shock. Unfortunately, their leader still managed to escape, but he has been seriously injured by me. Even if he reaches Yuhu City, he won't pose much of a threat to us. I've finally figured it out. Your visit yesterday to have me start mobilizing troops was probably because of this matter, and you probably have some other plans. Jia Yifeng looked at the man in black robes and asked, Indeed, Marshal Jia Yifeng, I do have a plan. If this plan succeeds, we will surely take Yuhu City. Marshal Jia Yifeng, please let me explain slowly. Chapter 1, 22 Countermeasures. Outside Yuhu City, Orcish Dynasty Army Camp. Inside the command tent of Jia Yifeng, Yi Yan looked at the black-robed man who was talking eloquently beside him, and after hearing his plan, he was surprised. Elder, do you mean that now that you have killed all the experts of the White Tiger Dynasty's offering pavilion, and that there are no experts to support Yuhu City, we should take the opportunity to launch a night attack on Yuhu City? Isn't this too reckless? Although the experts from the offering pavilion sent by the White Tiger Dynasty to provide support were intercepted and killed by you, with only one person escaping with serious injuries, the original garrison of Yuhu City, plus the troops brought by that Jinbei king, who came to provide support, make up a 1,000,000-strong army. Moreover, one of the generals just killed my subordinate Garuda Yi and the dozen or so experts you sent to provide support a few days ago. This shows that its strength should not be underestimated. Marshal, you are mistaken. For this night raid, we don't need to launch a large-scale attack on Yuhu City. We only need to gather the martial kings and above in the army, as well as my disciples, to infiltrate Yuhu City first. The army's experts will burn down Yuhu City's granaries, and then we will seize the north gate of Yuhu City first. Then we just need to hold out until the army that has been lying in ambush outside the city arrives. At that time, Yuhu City will be within our grasp. I will lead my disciples and protectors to deal with the strongmen in Yuhu City. Besides, with the strength of myself and my men, I don't believe there are any strongmen in such a remote place who can defeat me. After hearing this, Jia Yifeng fell silent, not making any decision immediately. To be honest, the black-robed man's plan had already impressed him. Seeing Jia Yifeng's state, the man in black robes was not in a hurry and did not urge him to make a decision loudly. Instead, he picked up a cup of hot tea from the table and drank it. After a moment of thought, Jia Yifeng looked up at everyone, then looked at the man in black robes and spoke slowly. Elder, I agree to your plan. I will personally select the strongest soldiers in the army. The rest is up to you, Elder. All right. I knew the marshal would agree. I'll make the arrangements now. After hearing Jia Yifeng's agreement, the old man in black robes stood up and smiled, then led his men straight out of the command tent. Jia Yifeng watched the departing group of men in black robes, then gave instructions to the generals in the main hall. You all heard the plan just now. I want you to personally select the warriors in your army who have a cultivation level of Martial Emperor or above. Accompany the elders and the others. I have only one request for you. Open the north gate of Yuhu City and hold out until the arrival of the army lying in ambush outside the city. After this battle, I will personally petition His Majesty to award you all the merits. Yes, Marshal. Go and prepare. I await your good news. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes were watching their every move and word from the shadows. Their seemingly flawless and perfect plan was being overheard without a trace. This person was Li Tsuanxiao. Originally, Li Tsuanxiao was on his way to the city lord's mansion when he was suddenly intercepted by Huang Yi. Huang Yi then explained all of Yi Yan's instructions. After hearing this, Li Tsuanxiao immediately used his powerful cultivation to conceal his presence and quietly infiltrated the orc army camp. Upon learning of the orcs and the black-robed man's plan, Li Tsuanxiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Your Highness's concerns were indeed correct. If I hadn't come to investigate and learned of this news, Yuhu City would have been in danger tonight. Even if we manage to defend Yuhu City in the end, we will pay an extremely terrible price. Seeing that there was no more information to investigate, Li Tsuanxiao, who was hiding in the shadows, then flashed away and headed straight for Yuhu City. At the same time, inside the main hall of the Lord's mansion in Yuhu City. By this time, almost all the generals in the army had arrived. Chen Zhan, the commander of the Blood Tiger army of 10,000 men who had been sitting to the side waiting, spoke first to Yi Yun. Your Highness, what important matter brings you to summon us here so lavishly tonight? Gentlemen, I have received some extremely important military information today, and I have already dispatched men to investigate further. This matter concerns the lives of the soldiers of the three armies, and I have no choice but to take it seriously. Please be patient and wait. Half an hour later, suddenly, an announcement drew everyone's attention. A guard hurriedly walked in and bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. What is it? Your Highness, General Li Tsuanxiao has returned and is now requesting an audience outside the palace. The guard hurriedly said, Let him in directly. Upon hearing the guard's words and learning that Li Tsuanxiao had returned, Yi Yun was overjoyed and immediately gave instructions to the guard. Yes, Your Highness. After the guard finished speaking, he immediately got up and ran quickly towards the door. At this moment, the generals in the hall were all taken aback when they heard the guard's words. What kind of news could it be that the prince would send General Li Tsuanxiao to investigate in person? Soon, Li Tsuanxiao strode into the hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. Being filial, there's no need for excessive formalities. Sit down and talk slowly. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to Li Tsuanxiao and gestured for him to sit down to the side. Thank you, Your Highness. After Li Tsuanxiao sat down, Yi Yun slowly spoke again. Tsuanxiao, how's the reconnaissance going with the Orc army? Your Highness, during my investigation this time, I did indeed discover the battle plan that the Orc army's marshal, Jia Yifeng, and the man in black robes were plotting. It turns out that the intelligence from the embroidered uniform guard brothers was true. There was indeed a large-scale military mobilization within the Orcish dynasty's army, and the mobilization was carried out with extreme caution. If the embroidered uniform guard brothers hadn't discovered it by chance, it would have been impossible to detect any signs of mobilization under normal circumstances. Moreover, there are many powerful individuals in their camp, making it virtually impossible for ordinary people to infiltrate. Li Tsuanxiao said slowly. What? You also overheard their secret battle plan? Tell us in detail. The story goes like this. Li Tsuanxiao recounted everything he had overheard about the black-robed elder and Jia Yifeng's secret night raid plan. After finishing, he said nothing more and quietly waited for everyone to process the information. Everyone was taken aback after hearing this. A moment later, Yi Yun gave an incredibly wicked smile. Since they insist on coming, let's make sure they don't leave alive. General Yi Ying, you lead your Blood Tiger army and the army supporting you from the capital. The defense of the 4 gates of Yuhu City and the granary is now in your hands. Yes, Your Highness. After taking the pills given to Yi Yun and recuperating for a while, Yi Ying's injuries had healed. Bai Qi, Siyu and Xiao, you two gather the martial kings and above from your respective legions. The black-robed man is your responsibility. Furthermore, the troops under your command will be temporarily handed over to the Deputy General and will be subject to Su Chu's orders. Yes, Your Highness. Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao responded in unison. Su Chu, I am temporarily entrusting you with the command of Bai Qi and Tsuanxiao's legions. You are to make your own arrangements and deployments in advance. If you don't know what to do, consult the strategist. After the battle begins, I want you to do your best to annihilate the Orcish dynasty's army that is lying in ambush outside the city. Yes, Your Highness. Gentlemen, this battle may be our final battle. If we win, we can further expand our territory. If we lose, even our deaths will not be enough to atone for our sins. Gentlemen, I'm entrusting this to you. After Yi Yun finished speaking, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed to the generals in the hall. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The generals rose, knelt on one knee, and said in unison, Everyone, go and make your preparations. Upon hearing this, the generals respectfully departed. Chapter 123 Night Raid. In a dense forest outside the Orcish dynasty's army camp, Tianwei removed his armor and cloak, donned a black outfit, and looked anxious. Surrounding him were hundreds of masked men dressed in black, who were waiting quietly. A moment later, a figure appeared instantly beside Tianwei and asked a question. You are Tianwei? Yes, I am indeed a heavenly guard. Elder, are you the only one who came? Where are your disciples? Seeing that only the old man in black robes had appeared, Tianwei couldn't help but ask. Slap slap. The old man in black robes smiled, then raised his hands and clapped rhythmically a few times. Swish swish. Suddenly, a sound was heard, and countless people dressed in several different styles of black robes appeared around Tianwei and the others. Tianwei was speechless with shock at the sudden appearance of so many men in black robes. All right, General Tianwei, time is of the essence. Let's set off immediately. Okay. Then, the black-robed elder and the heavenly guard took to the air and flew towards Yuhu City. The black-clad figures behind them also took to the air and flew rapidly towards Yuhu City. King Wu and above are able to take to the air. Half an hour later, in a dense forest 10 miles outside of Yuhu City, thousands of men in black, led by the heavenly guards and the old man in black robes, arrived here, and everyone waited quietly. At this moment, the old man in black robes lowered his voice and spoke to the heavenly guard who was observing the situation of Yuhu City. General Tianwei, as the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. Let's rest here for a quarter of an hour, and once we've recovered our strength and are back to our peak condition, we can launch a night raid. This way, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The elder is right. Upon hearing the words of the old man in black robes, Tianwei immediately responded. Then, the old man in black robes made a gesture to the crowd, and all the men in black robes immediately sat down on the spot and began to meditate and regulate their breathing. The other hundreds of men in black did not immediately sit down to rest, but instead turned their attention to Tianwei. Seeing this, Tianwei nodded to himself. At this moment, everyone sat down on the spot and began to meditate and regulate their breathing to restore their condition and prepare for the upcoming battle. 15 minutes later, the group set off again, but this time they were much more cautious than before. North Gate of Yuhu City. This place is the main battlefield for the direct defense of the Orcish dynasty, and the traces left by the previous great battle are still clearly visible. Braziers were lit on the city walls, and patrols of soldiers, each carrying a torch in one hand and a sharp blade in the other, constantly patrolled back and forth. The braziers and the torches of the patrolling soldiers illuminated the entire city wall, and the patrolling soldiers looked radiant. The defenses on the entire city wall were extremely tight. At this moment, Tianwei was leading a few people watching everything happening in front of them from a short distance away. Tianwei and the others had not expected that so many braziers would be lit in Yuhu City. In this situation, the moment they appear, they will be spotted by the guards. However, having come this far, Tianwei didn't want to return empty-handed. He gazed at the city gate so close at hand and fell into deep thought. At the same time, Yuhu City Granary. Whoosh whoosh. Outside the granary, dozens of dark figures moved swiftly, heading towards the building where the granary was located. These were the people who had been assigned to burn down the granaries of Yuhu City. Suddenly, as the men in black approached the granary, one of them accidentally alerted the patrolling soldiers. The patrolling soldiers shouted loudly. Who is it? As the soldiers shouted, the surrounding patrols rushed over. Not good. The leader of the men in black muttered to himself, then quickened his pace and rushed toward the building where the granary was located. Upon seeing this, the patrolling soldiers' expressions changed drastically, and they shouted loudly. Quickly, we must not let it get near the granary, or the consequences will be dire. Seeing this, the men in black hiding in the shadows stopped trying to conceal themselves and instantly split into two groups. One group went to block the soldiers, while the other group ran straight towards the granary. Kill kill. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic, filled with the sounds of clashing swords and shouts of battle. Since the men in black were all martial artists with at least the cultivation level of a martial king, the patrolling soldiers suffered heavy losses the moment they made contact. Soon, reinforcements from surrounding areas continued to arrive. Meanwhile, Tianwei and his men, who were hiding not far from the north gate of Yuhu City, heard a series of noisy shouts coming from the direction of the Yuhu City granary. They then realized that the men sent to burn down the enemy's granary had been exposed. If they don't act now, once the raiders have killed all the men who attacked the granary, they will definitely increase patrols and make the defenses more stringent, making it even more difficult for them to complete the mission of opening the city gates. Thinking of this, Tianwei immediately gave instructions to the people behind him without hesitation. Pass down the order, take action. The men in black beside Tianwei nodded in acknowledgement, then got up and left in several different directions. Seeing this, Tianwei immediately got up and slowly approached the city gate, hoping that the guards would discover them a little later and give them a better chance of opening the gate. Chapter 124: The Death of the Heavenly Guard. In the void of Yuhu City, the group of black-robed figures, who had used secret techniques to conceal themselves in the darkness, all changed their expressions drastically upon hearing the shouts of battle coming from below. The old man in black robes never expected that the night raid had barely begun before the heavenly guards had already been discovered by the garrison inside Yuhu City. They're a complete bunch of useless trash. It seems that tonight's night raid plan will not succeed. Thinking of this, the old man in black robes wanted to order his disciples to retreat. Just then, an incredibly loud voice rang out. Since you're already here, why are you thinking of leaving so soon? Hearing the sound, everyone in the void turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a figure dressed in black armor flying rapidly towards them. The old man in black robes thought to himself, "Not good." Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in black armor stopped in front of the old man in black robes and spoke to the group of people in black robes. "Are you the mysterious force within the Orcish dynasty's army?" Upon hearing this, the old man in black robes did not answer immediately, but calmly countered. "Who are you? I just killed about 10 of your disciples 2 days ago. I didn't expect you to forget me so quickly. It seems that the memory I left on you is not deep enough." Bai Qi looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a slightly bloodthirsty gaze and said coldly, "What? It's you." The old man in black robes spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. At this moment, Yi Ying and his men, who had been hiding for a long time, led their troops out to attack the granary of Yuhu City, the 2 orc armies at the north gate, and the 2 important targets of the black-robed man's night raid. The man in black was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Outside the granary, dozens of men in black were caught off guard by the Yuhu City garrison, who had been hiding nearby. In just a few moments, dozens of men in black were brutally killed by the Yuhu City garrison. At the north gate of Yuhu City, the Heavenly Guard's expressions changed drastically when they saw the large groups of Yuhu City garrison soldiers charging out. He shouted out loud, "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Everyone move closer to me and concentrate our efforts to break through." In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic, and countless men in black, upon hearing Tianwei's voice, began to move closer to him. In just a short while, a group of more than 200 people had gathered around Tianwei, but the group of men in black also suffered heavy casualties under the ambush of the Yuhu City garrison. Seeing that the number of troops guarding Yuhu City was increasing, Tianwei realized that if they continued to fight like this, they would only face certain death. The only way now is to concentrate our forces and fight our way out to reunite with the black-robed figures in the sky. Only then might we have a glimmer of hope. However, how could the Heavenly Guards know that the group of black-robed figures are also deeply mired in trouble? He then spoke loudly to the group of men in black beside him. "Brothers, it seems that our attempt to open the city gates is nothing but a pipe dream. If we stay here, we will only die. Our only way out is to break through and meet up with the black-robed man in the void. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Brothers, kill them." After Tianwei finished speaking, he immediately circulated his inner energy, soared into the air, and charged towards the black-robed man. Seeing this, the group of men in black also joined the Heavenly Guards in the charge. Upon seeing this, Ying immediately understood Tianwei and the others' thoughts. How could he let Tianwei and the others have their way so easily? Ying then gave instructions to his subordinates. "Soldiers, these people have killed my comrades and slaughtered my people. Today, not a single one of them can be let go. Soldiers, follow me and intercept them." After Yi Ying finished speaking, he immediately circulated his inner energy and charged straight at Tian Wei and the others at an extremely fast speed. Seeing their general charging into battle like this, how could the soldiers lag behind? They all took to the air and charged straight at the men in black. In an instant, Yi Ying arrived in front of Tian Wei and the others. Seeing Yi Ying charging towards him with his spear, and sensing Yi Ying's immense power, Tian Wei quickly circulated his inner energy to its maximum and raised his long sword to defend himself. Bang bang. Boom. Soon Yi Ying's attack collided with Tian Wei's defense, and a huge explosion was heard from it. A huge aftershock of energy spread outwards. Because it was not far from the city wall, the flames and the braziers on the city wall were affected, making it seem as if the flames could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, the heavenly guardian above, who had been blocking Yi Ying's attack, exhaled a breath of turbid air, continuously channeling his true energy into the blade to prolong the duration of the energy shield, while keeping a close eye on Yi Ying's every move. Upon seeing this, Yi Ying couldn't help but smile slightly. Upon seeing this, Tian Wei immediately sensed something was wrong. Yi Ying gathered his true energy on the spear once more, and with a wave of his hand, thrust it forward with force. The energy shield of the heavenly guard was instantly pierced by the spear. The spear did not stop, but instead went straight for the heavenly guard. Upon seeing this, Tian Wei's expression changed drastically, and he felt a chill rush to his head. "General, be careful. General." The men in black surrounding Tian Wei shouted in unison upon seeing this. But Tian Wei's reaction was a beat too slow, and Yi Ying's spear pierced through Tian Wei's chest in an instant. Blood splattered across the sky in an instant. Tian Wei's face was filled with disbelief, followed by panic, as he could clearly feel his life force rapidly slipping away. In an instant, Tian Wei's body plummeted downwards. Upon seeing this, the group of men in black abandoned the opening they had painstakingly created and rushed straight towards where Tian Wei's body had fallen. Boom! Tian Wei's body crashed heavily to the ground, and he instantly coughed up blood. Soon, the remaining dozens of men in black came to Tian Wei's side. Looking at the dying Tian Wei, they couldn't help but call out, "General!" Cough, 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 cough. "What are you doing here?" "General." Tian Wei looked at the disappointed expressions on everyone's faces and spoke haltingly. "It's Almi's fault for being incompetent, leading you into this desperate situation. It's not the general's fault. It's just that we are too weak to help him." Okay, live on. As soon as the words fell, Tian Wei's life force was completely gone. "General." The group of men in black knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. A moment later, a man in black stood up and spoke loudly. "Brothers, the general is dead, but we are still alive. Those who are not afraid to die, follow me and avenge the general." After he finished speaking, he took out a sharp blade, leaped into the air, and charged straight at Yi Ying and the other guards of Yuhu City. Kill. Seeing this, the men in black followed suit, brandishing their sharp blades and charging straight towards the garrison of Yuhu City, disregarding their own lives. Chapter 125. The Black Robe is annihilated. In the sky, the old man in black robes looked at the situation at the granary and the north gate from afar, and couldn't help but frown. He realized in his heart that their night raid plan tonight had completely failed. But the old man in black robes couldn't figure out what went wrong. The garrison of Yuhu City reacted too quickly, as if they knew they were coming and had set up a trap for them long ago. "Ha! You don't actually think you can keep all of us here by yourself, do you?" The old man in black robes looked at Bai Qi and said with a smile, "Oh, who told you that I am alone?" After hearing the black-robed elder's words, Bai Qi couldn't help but speak with a slight smile. "What?" The old man in black robes immediately changed his expression. "Come out, everyone. Don't let people think we're so rude. Ha! Why bother with manners when dealing with enemies? If they are our enemies, they must be prepared to face death." As Bai Qi finished speaking, an even louder voice instantly entered everyone's ears. Swish, swish. As soon as the sound faded, a huge tiger's paw slammed straight towards the black-robed old man with lightning speed. Upon seeing this, the man in black robe's expression changed drastically. He quickly circulated his inner energy and forcibly moved his body to dodge the sudden and powerful attack. Ha! Not bad. You actually managed to dodge my palm strike. A moment later, Li Tsuanxiao appeared out of nowhere and arrived in the void, looking at the old man in black robes and laughing loudly. Snort. The man in black robes snorted coldly as he looked at Li Tsuanxiao, who had suddenly appeared. Then he spoke viciously. With you included, there are only two of us. Isn't that a bit too dismissive of us? To deal with a bunch of shrimps like you, we don't need anyone else to help. The two of us are enough. However, to show how much we value you, our prince has arranged for quite a few people to welcome you. As for them, you might as well take a closer look around. Li Tsuanxiao spoke to the old man in black robes with a disdainful expression. Come out. As soon as Li Tsuanxiao finished speaking, Bai Qi coldly spoke up. Swish swish. In an instant, hundreds of black-robed men were surrounded by powerful figures from Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao's army, who densely encircled them. What? How did these people get around us without us noticing at all? The old man in black robes looked at the large number of soldiers in standard armor that appeared around him, and his face was filled with shock. He muttered to himself. How about that? We've treated you with enough importance, haven't we? So what if you surround us? Let's see who's the real deal. Kill. Upon seeing this, the old man in black robes spoke loudly. Immediately, countless blood-red, ghostly figures appeared as the black-robed elder continuously gathered his true energy, growing larger and more terrifying in their aura. Ghost imprint. The man in black robes waved his hand and sent the object flying directly at Bai Qi and the others. Upon seeing this, the group of black-robed men behind the old man in black robes also brandished sharp blades and charged towards the surrounding Tiger City guards. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Upon seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao and Bai Qi exchanged a glance. Li Tsuanxiao immediately stepped forward and met the black-robed old man's massive attack head-on. Soon, the black-robed elder's attack collided with Li Tsuanxiao's. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Tsuanxiao instantly disintegrated the seemingly terrifying attack of the black-robed elder. What? The old man in black robes was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. However, Li Tsuanxiao did not give the black-robed elder a chance to react. After deflecting the elder's attack, he charged straight at the black-robed elder. Li Tsuanxiao and Bai Qi had already discerned that the old man before them possessed the cultivation of a martial saint at the 9th level. Among the other black-robed men, there were also 2 martial artists at the late stage of martial saint. Soon, Li Tsuanxiao's attack arrived. Upon seeing this, the old man in black robes immediately circulated his true energy to defend himself, but he had greatly underestimated Li Tsuanxiao's strength. His defensive shield was instantly shattered by Li Tsuanxiao, and an extremely powerful shockwave struck the black-robed old man directly. In the blink of an eye, the old man in black robes was blasted backwards. Upon seeing this, the other men in black robes shouted out in unison. Elder! Many men in black robes tried to rush forward to catch the old man in black robes who was flying backward, but as they tried to do so, Li Tsuanxiao and Bai Qi's soldiers, who were fighting him, intervened and stopped them. The old man in black robes was sent flying backwards and landed on a house. He immediately coughed up blood, looking utterly pathetic. How is this possible? How could this happen in a place like this? You are actually the martial emperor. The old man in black robes spoke in a trembling, hoarse voice, his face filled with disbelief. After he finished speaking, he breathed his last and died. Li Tsuanxiao's seemingly simple move just now actually destroyed the black-robed old man's heart meridian. In the void, the black-robed men who were fighting against Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao's soldiers were all taken aback when they heard the old man in black robes' words. Emperor Wu. How could a martial emperor-level expert possibly appear in a place like this? Everyone's first reaction was exactly the same as the old man in black robes. When the many black-robed men saw that the old man in black robes had lost all his life force and died in battle, 2 other black-robed men who were at the late stage of martial saint were immediately enraged. He knew all too well the terror of a powerful martial emperor, and that they knew they were doomed to die no matter what. Since death is inevitable anyway, I will definitely not let the enemy get away with it. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Then, stealing their resolve, they frantically circulated their inner energy. He then spoke loudly to Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao. Although we don't know how you broke through to the martial emperor level, someone will avenge us. Just you wait. Even if we die today, you won't have an easy time either. As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies began to expand rapidly, quickly reaching an unbelievable size. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and laugh loudly. You think you can just self-destruct in front of me? That's just wishful thinking. As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, he drew the God of Slaughter's sword and casually swung it twice in the direction of the two men. Two black sword beams moved with incredible speed, slicing straight towards the necks of the two men. In an instant, both of them lost all life and fell to the ground. At this moment, the remaining black-robed men had no courage to continue resisting and fled in all directions. But how could Bai Qi and his men give them a chance to escape? Seeing this, Bai Qi coldly uttered a single word to the soldiers. Kill! Instantly, the soldiers in the void chased after them in all directions, and moments later, screams echoed continuously from the void around Yuhu City. Chapter 126: The Death of Gaifeng. At the same time, 10 miles outside the city, Jia Yifeng personally led a large army and hid there. They were anxiously waiting for the gates of Yuhu City to open. Suddenly, a scout rushed toward Jia Yifeng and quickly arrived in front of him, bowing respectfully. Your subordinate pays respects to the marshal. No need for formalities. What's the situation? Has the north gate of Yuhu City been opened? Jia Yifeng anxiously inquired of the scout. Reporting to the marshal, your subordinates have detected sounds of a great battle coming from within Yuhu City and in the sky, but no fires have been seen burning in the city, and there is no sign that the north gate has been opened. The scout then recounted all the information he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Jia Yifeng immediately sensed something was wrong. It seemed that they had been discovered by the Yuhu City garrison beforehand. Explore again. Jia Yifeng then gave the scouts another order, expressing his disbelief that with so many black-robed men working together, they still couldn't take down Yuhu City. If it were the old guard of Yuhu City, let alone so many black-robed men participating together, just a few leaders among them would have been enough to wipe out Yuhu City. But who could have imagined that Yi Yun, such a huge variable, would be involved? Jia Yifeng's idea was destined to fail, and he would have to pay an extremely heavy price for it. At the same time, in a dense forest 20 miles away from Jia Yifeng's army, one could see countless elite warriors clad in armor and wielding sharp blades. These warriors, fearing that the reflection of their armor and swords would alert the enemy, all wrapped themselves in a layer of black cloth to conceal their movements. The army here was led by Su Chu, and Su Chu himself was among them. Suddenly, two soldiers appeared in front of Su Chu from nowhere and bowed respectfully to him in a low voice. Your subordinate pays respects to General Su. There is no need for formalities on the battlefield. Is there anything wrong? Reporting to the general, General Wu Tianxi sent me to inform you that his 2nd Legion is ready and awaiting your orders. Reporting to the general, the 3rd Army Corps led by General Hua Rong has also reached its designated position and is ready to attack at any time. The two soldiers answered Su Chu's questions one by one. All right, go back and tell the two generals that the fire will be the signal. After our army breaks out, I hope the two generals will also lead their troops to attack and complete the encirclement as soon as possible. After listening, Su Chu slowly gave instructions to the two of them. Yes, General. Your subordinate takes his leave. After they finished speaking, the two quickly and carefully ran off in different directions. 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man dressed in the armor of a lieutenant general, covered in blood and holding a sharp blade, approached Su Chu, led by a soldier, and bowed respectfully to him. This humble general, Lu En, deputy commander of the 2nd Army Corps, pays his respects to General Su. His Highness sent me to inform you that the battle in the city is about to end. General Su is requested to launch an attack immediately and annihilate the Orc army. Yes, Your Highness, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Lieutenant General Lu, please rest here for a while. I will go and make the arrangements immediately. After Su Chu finished speaking, he walked straight towards a gathering place. Pass down the order. set fire to the entire army and assist the brothers of the 2nd and 3rd Legions in encircling the Orc army, and ultimately annihilate them. Yes, General. In an instant, flames erupted throughout the dense forest. Su Chu took the lead, leaping into the air and charging towards the Orc army. The generals and soldiers of the rank of Martial King and above also took to the air, closely following behind Su Chu, while the soldiers below the rank of Martial King quickly moved to their warhorses, mounted, and brandished their swords, charging into battle. Wu Tianxi and Lu and saw flames shooting into the sky in the direction where Su Chu was, and then gave orders to the soldiers. Order the entire army to attack. Meanwhile, Jia Yifeng, who was lying in ambush outside Yuhu City, was still quietly waiting, hoping that the north gate of Yuhu City would open as he wished. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a soldier's frantic and urgent report. Reporting to the general, enemy troops are charging towards our direction. What? How many enemy soldiers are there? Jia Yifeng looked shocked and then asked. Reporting to the general, there are countless of them. They are everywhere all around us. General, we are surrounded. The soldier said, sounding slightly flustered. Order the entire army to prepare and follow me into battle. With Jia Yifeng's order given, the Orc army quickly sprang into action. However, how could their speed of organizing a defense possibly keep up with the charging speed of the legions under Su Chu, Wu Tianxi, and others? Soon, the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and Su Chu soldiers charged to the front of the Orc army. In an instant, the soldiers used the momentum of their galloping warhorses to smash the Orc army's still forming defensive formation into pieces, and the scene became chaotic. Jia Yifeng also saw Su Chu in the void at this moment, and then soared into the air and went straight to kill Su Chu. At this moment, Su Chu, who was in the sky, charged towards the Orc army with the power of a Martial King or higher. Bang bang. Ah! Hammer after hammer blow was continuously delivered. Instantly, the power carried by his hammer was terrifying. Wherever the hammer passed, several, or even a dozen or so Orc army warriors above the Martial King level died under its hammer. Su Chu soon noticed Jia Yifeng charging towards him. However, Jia Yifeng ultimately underestimated Su Chu. Su Chu had already broken through the Martial Venerable realm and reached the Martial Saint realm. How could Jia Yifeng be his match? Su Chu then flashed forward, raised his hammer, and smashed it straight at Jia Yifeng with a whooshing sound. Boom! The hammer slammed down with force. In an instant, a loud crash resounded. Under the attack of the hammer, Jia Yifeng was sent flying backward and finally fell onto a patch of grass. At this moment, Jia Yifeng's face was pale, and he was spitting blood. His once exquisite armor was now tattered and broken, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. Martial Saint. This is definitely a Martial Saint. To have beaten me, a 9th level Martial Venerable, to this state with just one strike, this is definitely the work of a Martial Saint. The Martial Saint is far beyond my ability to resist. At this moment, Su Chu was like a god descending to earth. He landed from the air and walked slowly towards Jia Yifeng step by step. Jia Yifeng looked at Su Chu as he walked towards him step by step, his face ashen. He knew that he could not escape death today, so he asked, "Who are you? May I ask your name?" Jia Yifeng has been leading his army to attack the northern border for so long, but he has never seen the man in front of him. He wants to know who killed him. Seeing this, Su Chu stared coldly at Jia Yifeng and said in a strong voice, "Su Chu, commander of the 4th Army Corps under the Prince of Jinbei." Knowing that he was no longer able to fight, Jia Yifeng decided to take the opportunity to self-destruct and take Su Chu down with him. However, he ultimately underestimated martial artists at the Martial Saint level. Snort. To think you could burn your life force and self-destruct in front of me is a gross underestimation of my authority. Su Chu snorted coldly and said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chu's hammer, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, slammed straight down on Jia Yifeng. In an instant, the earth cracked open, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. A moment later, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. This person was Su Chu. When the smoke and dust finally dissipated, a huge crater was visible on the ground, along with a tattered weapon. As for Jia Yifeng, he had long since vanished. Thus ended the life of the marshal who led a million-strong army to invade the White Tiger dynasty, a renowned general of the Orc dynasty. Chapter 127: The End of the Orc Army. At that moment, accompanied by this loud bang, all eyes were drawn to this place. Upon seeing this, the soldiers of the 2nd Army Corps, the 3rd Army Corps, and the 4th Army Corps under Su Chu shouted, and cheers erupted across the battlefield. However, the Orc army at this moment was ashen-faced, having lost the courage and fighting spirit to continue fighting against the soldiers of the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 4th Legion under Su Chu. The morale of the Orc army plummeted to rock bottom following the fall of Gaifeng. The fall of Gaifeng became the final straw that broke the camel's back for the entire Orc army. The marshal has died in battle. The marshal has fallen. With shouts echoing, countless Orcs abandoned their resistance and fled in all directions, creating utter chaos. Upon seeing this, Wu Tianxi and Hua Rong immediately gave the order: surround and kill them with the entire army. After saying that, he immediately charged straight into the fray. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 4th Legion under Su Chu were overjoyed, for these were all battle achievements. As they spoke, the soldiers brandished their swords and charged towards the Orc army. Soldiers from the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 4th Legion under Su Chu surrounded the Orc army from all sides, reaping the lives of their soldiers. An hour later, the encirclement was complete, and it was impossible for any of the Orcs in the encirclement to escape. At this moment, the entire battlefield was stained red with blood, broken blades and broken soldiers, fallen banners, and the aura of bloodlust filled the entire battlefield. The Orc army still has a full 300,000 troops trapped here. The soldiers in the Orc army watched one after another of their former comrades die tragically before their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel fear. They threw away their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy from the soldiers of the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 4th Legion under Su Chu. I surrender. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other Orc soldiers followed suit, immediately throwing their swords aside and kneeling in surrender. Now, perhaps only surrendering offers a sliver of hope. Half an hour later, of the 300,000 troops, 280,000 Orc soldiers surrendered. The remaining 20,000 soldiers who refused to surrender were killed by the soldiers of the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 4th Legion under Su Chu. As for the 280,000 Orcs who surrendered, they all discarded their weapons and were surrounded and watched by the soldiers. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Su Chu then arrived around the group, calmly speaking as he channeled his inner energy. His loud voice instantly reached the ears of the soldiers of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Legions. The soldiers of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Legions obeyed orders, brandishing their blades and continuing to encircle the Orcs, their eyes fixed sharply on the surrendered soldiers before them. At the same time, Su Chu's words were like a thunderclap, and countless Orc soldiers shouted in unison. We have already surrendered. Why do you still want to exterminate us? Aren't you afraid that one day you will be treated the same way? However, Su Chu ignored the Orc soldiers' questions and curses. He was simply following Yi Yun's orders. The army needed to launch a counterattack against the Orc dynasty, and these Orc soldiers could not be spared because there were not enough soldiers to supervise them. If not handled carefully, these Orc soldiers could pose an unpredictable and enormous threat to the north. An hour later, the massacre gradually came to an end. At this moment, blood flowed freely on the ground, corpses littered the ground, and the air was filled with an extremely strong stench of blood. The entire battlefield was a truly gruesome sight. Upon seeing this, Su Chu immediately gave instructions to the soldiers. Carefully collect the bodies of our fallen brothers, and we'll take them home after the war is over. As for the corpses of the Orc army, collect them and burn them to prevent the spread of plague. Yes, General. 2 hours later, the battlefield was cleaned up, and Su Chu, Wu Tianxi, and others led their troops back to Yuhu City. Royal Tiger City, the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun was pacing back and forth in the main hall, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle. Although Bai Qi, Li Tzu and Xiao, and others were more than capable of dealing with the orc army and the black-robed men. Yi Yun was still somewhat worried about this great battle. Suddenly, just as Yi Yun was pacing back and forth, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the main hall. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, a soldier hurriedly entered the main hall. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. How is the battle going? Yi Yun asked aloud. Your Highness, the enemies who infiltrated the city were all experts at the Martial King level or above, and they have now been wiped out by the troops led by Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and General Yi Ying. General Su Chu outside the city also sent word that the battle is over. The orc army and its commander, Jia Yifeng, have all been killed. The soldiers are cleaning up the battlefield and will soon lead the army back to the city. When Yi Yun asked the question, the soldier slowly replied, Good. After they're done with their work, have them come to see me. Furthermore, send down the order to prepare wine and food to reward the troops. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Yun watched the departing guards, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 128 Blood Fiend Sect. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Yun, with the help of his maids, washed up and got ready, and went straight to sit on a stone bench in the pavilion in the garden of the city lord's mansion. He carefully reviewed the battle reports from Yi Ying, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, Su Chu, and others from last night. By the time Yi Yun finished cleaning up the battlefield and Su Chu led his troops back to the main camp outside Yuhu City, it was almost dawn. Therefore, Yi Yun did not summon the generals again that night. Instead, he instructed the commander to write the battle report and leave it in the city lord's mansion, and then go back to get some rest. Therefore, the scene at the beginning where Yi Yun got up early to check the battle report occurred. Yi Yun looked at the battle report in his hand, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing. Time slips away unnoticed. 2 hours later, the sound of conversation came from outside the garden. General Bai Qi, General Li Tsuanxiao, are you here to see the prince? Huang Yi, who was guarding the entrance to the garden, saw Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao rushing over and immediately asked them questions. Yes, Commander Huang. We hope Commander Huang can help us inform the prince that we have urgent business with him. Upon seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao was the first to speak and respond. All right, please wait here for a moment, generals. After saying that, Huang Yi turned around and strode quickly into the garden. Soon, Huang Yi came to Yi Yun and bowed respectfully to him. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. What is it? Your Highness, General Bai Qi and General Li Tsuanxiao are currently outside the garden requesting an audience with you. From my observation, the two generals seem to have urgent business with you. Oh, you just went through a big battle. Instead of resting properly, you came here. Go, let them in. Yi Yun was quite surprised after listening to Huang Yi's story. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Huang immediately got up and quickly walked towards the garden entrance. Your Highness has kept you waiting. Please allow them to enter. Thank you, Commander Huang. Generals, there's no need for such formalities. This is my duty as commander, and I hope you will be accommodating. Generals, please go in quickly. Don't keep the prince waiting too long. This way, please. Huang Yi respectfully addressed Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao, gesturing for them to proceed and stepping aside to allow Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao to pass. Thank you. After bowing and thanking Huang Yi in unison, the two men walked straight past him and strode into the garden. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. Soon, Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao arrived in front of Yi Yun and respectfully bowed in unison. All right, get up, everyone. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao thanked them in unison and then stood up straight under Yi Yun's gaze. Didn't I instruct you two to rest well this morning and meet with me in the afternoon? Why are you in such a hurry to see me at this time? Looking at the two people in front of him, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask. Your Highness, we have something important to tell you. Oh, tell me, what is it that you two find so important that you're in such a hurry to see me? Yi Yun looked at the two of them and couldn't help but ask curiously. Your Highness, when we were fighting those men in black robes last night, we sensed that they didn't seem to be from the Orcish dynasty, so we paid special attention to them. Afterwards, my subordinate and others successfully killed them. Through the secret method of soul searching, I learned the identities of these people and their purpose in helping the Beastman dynasty invade our border by combining the memories of the three black-robed men with the highest cultivation level with the contents of their storage space. Bai Qi spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun frowned and then spoke. Continue. This group of men in black robes comes from a sect called the Blood Fiend sect. Thousands of years ago, the Blood Fiend sect was one of the most powerful sects on the continent. They mainly gathered in the Blood Cloud Mountains, north of the Orc dynasty. At its peak, the cities within a radius of more than 100 miles around the Blood Cloud Mountains were all managed by the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. The Blood Fiend sect has hundreds of thousands, even millions, of disciples. Among them, there are tens of thousands of elite disciples such as those in green robes and those in blood robes. It should be noted that at that time, disciples in green robes of the Blood Fiend sect had to have at least the cultivation level of Martial King to Martial Emperor, while disciples in blood robes had to reach the level of Martial Grandmaster or above to enter. Among them, the elders and protectors were peerless experts above the level of Martial Saint and Martial Emperor. However, because the Blood Fiend sect acted extremely cruelly and its cultivation methods were extremely evil, it was called the demonic sect at that time. At that time, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect in various cities were extremely cruel to the ordinary people under their jurisdiction. The people's lives were simply unbearable. The Blood Fiend sect's exploitation and cruelty were hated by the world. One day, a man in purple robes appeared out of nowhere. After hearing about the Blood Fiend sect's actions, he took his sword and headed straight for the Blood Fiend mountain range. No one knew how powerful this man in purple robes was. With a casual swing of his sword, the Blood Fiend sect's protective formation was instantly destroyed, and the sect's disciples suffered heavy casualties. After an unknown amount of time, some curious individuals mustered their courage and came to investigate, only to find that the once magnificent Blood Fiend sect was now in ruins. Apart from the disciples outside the sect, hundreds of thousands of disciples and elders within the sect had been slaughtered, leaving no survivors. The scene was horrific, with corpses strewn everywhere. Later, the remaining disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, having offended too many forces before, feared being hunted down, so they began to hide themselves, develop in a low-key manner, and no longer easily appeared in the world. They secretly inquired about the purple-robed man, but no one ever saw that purple-robed man again. However, a year ago, the current sect leader of the Blood Fiend sect somehow learned that the royal family of the Beastman dynasty knew the whereabouts of that purple-clad man. So he went to the Beastman dynasty's palace alone, hoping to get the information he wanted. Originally, I thought that the sect leader's actions were tantamount to walking into a trap. I never expected that the Beastman dynasty would actually agree to the sect leader's request. However, the emperor of the Beastman dynasty also demanded that the Blood Fiend sect agree to one condition. Bai Qi recounted all the information he had obtained from the Soul Search. The Orc Emperor's condition is that he attacks my White Tiger dynasty. Your Highness, not only that, the Orc Emperor's condition is to help him destroy the other 4 great dynasties and help him rule the entire continent. This Orc Emperor's ambition is extraordinary. I think even the so-called sect master of the Blood Fiend sect probably didn't expect that this is just the beginning and he has already suffered heavy losses. By the way, Bai Qi, do you have any information about this mysterious sect leader? Your Highness, no? According to the memories in their sea of consciousness, this sect leader never showed his true face when he ordered them to do things, so no one knows who this mysterious Blood Fiend sect leader is. So mysterious? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun fell into deep thought. Someone come here. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yun shouted, Your Highness. Huang appeared in front of him in an instant and greeted him respectfully. Huang Yi, go and notify all officers of the rank of Deputy General and above to immediately gather in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion for a meeting. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to Huang Yi. Yes, Your Highness. After hearing this, Huang Yi immediately turned around and strode away from the garden. Bai Qi, Siyu and Xiao, do not tell everyone about the Blood Fiend sect for now. What we need to do now is to expand our gains as much as possible. Come, follow me to the main hall. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 129. Intending to launch a northern expedition, reinforcements depart. Royal Tiger City. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Yi Yun, Bai Qi, and Li Tsunxiao were looking at a topographical map of a large territory near the northern border of the Beastman dynasty, which had been sent by the embroidered uniform guard, and were discussing something. Soon after, Yi Yun smiled and said to Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao, Bai Qi, Tsunxiao, we've had enough of talking. Let's find some seats. Let's make specific arrangements when they arrive. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing this, Yi Yun ignored the two and walked straight towards the main seat. Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao followed suit and strolled over to the seats to the side. Suddenly, just as Yi Yun was about to sit down, a guard hurriedly ran in, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and said, Your Highness, Mr. Jia, General Yu Fei, General Yi Ying, and many other generals from the army have arrived and are now requesting an audience outside the palace. Let them in. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Yi Yun turned to look at the guard and spoke calmly. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately got up and quickly left. Shortly after Yi Yun took his seat, a group of people, led by Yi Ying, Su Chu, Jia Su, and others, quickly entered the main hall. This humble general, Yi Ying, pays his respects to Your Highness. This humble general, Yu Fei, pays his respects to Your Highness. This humble general, Su Chu, pays his respects to Your Highness. Your subordinate, Jia Su, greets Your Highness. This humble general. Just then, the sound of bowing in different languages rang out in the main hall. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke slowly. No need for formalities, please get up and find a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone responded in unison, and then got up and found seats on both sides of the hall. After everyone was seated, Yi Yun slowly began to speak. Gentlemen, the main reason I've gathered you all here today is to discuss how to handle the upcoming battle. Everyone is welcome to share their thoughts. There is no right or wrong answer. Everyone can speak freely. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, a great deal of discussion broke out in the hall. Your Highness, haven't the Orcish dynasty's invading army in our northern border been completely wiped out? What other battles are there? Suddenly, a general stood up and respectfully asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked up and followed the sound, only to see that the general was He Tian, a general from the capital who had been sent to provide support. Although the war against the Orcish army's invasion of my northern border has ended, it does not mean that the war is over. Who stipulated that only the Orc dynasty is allowed to invade the northern border of my White Tiger dynasty? I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I intend to send troops to attack the Orcish dynasty, to take a piece of their land, and let them know that my northern territory is not so easy to conquer. If you've done something, you have to be prepared to face its wrath. Gentlemen, I do not force you to participate in this battle. If any of you do not wish to participate, you may leave now, and I will not stop you. Yi Yun glanced at everyone in the hall and said loudly, Your Highness, although I also wish to attack the Orc dynasty, we were ordered to support the war in the north. It is a difficult task to obey the Emperor's orders. Now that the war in the north has ended, it is time for us to return to the capital. Perhaps the southern border will still need us. After listening to Yi Yun's story, He Tian couldn't help but feel admiration. However, as a soldier, he couldn't disobey military orders, so he slowly spoke to Yi Yun. General He, it's all right. I am already extremely grateful that you led your troops to support the northern border. I will not stop you from leaving now. This is my handwritten letter. When you return to the capital, the cities in the northern border will provide you with assistance based on this letter. Yi Yun smiled at He Tian, then picked up a pen and wrote on a blank piece of paper on the table. After a moment, he folded it and handed it to Huang Yi, who was guarding the side, indicating that he should give it to He Tian. After He Tian took it, Yi Yun slowly spoke. This humble general thanks Your Highness. Please take good care of yourself. Yi Yun nodded to him. This humble general takes his leave. After He Tian finished speaking, he led the support army from Shundu, and the generals left the main hall of the city lord's mansion and flew towards their own camp. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the crowd. At this moment, apart from his own generals, only the Blood Tiger army generals remained in the main hall. Yi Yun then turned his gaze to Yi Ying and slowly spoke. General Ying, what are your thoughts? Your Highness, if it weren't for your army coming to our aid, I think Yuhu City would probably be a dead city by now, and we would all be dead long ago. We also wish we could invade the territory of the Orc dynasty. Now that your Highness has this idea, we will definitely follow you. Moreover, our Blood Tiger army is also a garrison in the Northern Territory, so we should obey your Highness's orders. Seeing Yi Yun looking at him and asking a question, Yi Ying stood up and responded loudly. Good. However, your Blood Tiger army suffered heavy losses in the previous battle during this attack on the Orc dynasty, so you don't need to go this time. Your Highness, this. Upon hearing that he was not allowed to lead his troops along, Yi Ying immediately spoke up. General Yi Ying, please don't be in a hurry. Let me finish speaking. Before you arrived, I had already discussed this battle with Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao for a while, and we have made corresponding battle arrangements. Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, Yu Fei, Su Chu, and Jia Su, listen to my command. Your subordinate is here. The group quickly stood up and respectfully responded. In this attack on the Orc dynasty, Bai Qi was the commander-in-chief, Yu Fei was the deputy commander-in-chief, Li Tsunxiao and Su Chu were generals, and Jia Su was the accompanying military advisor. They led the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th legions, totaling 600,000 troops. Losses from previous battles have not yet been replenished on the expedition. This subordinate obeys the order. Several people responded in unison. In addition, Yi Ying should continue to guard Yuhu City, recruit and train soldiers again, and replenish the Blood Tiger Army's organization as soon as possible. Otherwise, your legion will not have a chance in the next major battle. Yes, Your Highness. Go and prepare. We will take our leave. After they finished speaking, everyone strode out of the hall. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the crowd, then quickly turned his gaze back to the map on the table in front of him, where he lingered for a long time. Chapter 130 Collective Awakening. The next day, inside a secret room in the city lord's mansion, Yi Yun, accompanied by Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao, stood to the side, looking at Su Chu, Wu Tianxi, Dian Wei, Gao Shun, Hua Rong, Zhou Tsong, Yu Fei, Liang Shitai, Jia Su, Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, Li Xian, and others. The group of people were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, their brows furrowed and relaxed intermittently. The annihilation of the Orcish dynasty's million-strong army, along with a large number of remaining disciples and elders of the Blood Fiend sect, brought Yi Yun immense power. After careful consideration, Yi Yun decided to spend a huge amount of power points to purchase memory beads so that the Chinese heroes he had summoned would awaken their past life memories. His generals were about to lead the army to conquer the Orc dynasty. Only those who truly awaken their past life memories can be considered true heroes of China. After making his decision, Yi Yun instructed Huang Yi to notify the outstanding individuals currently in Yuhu City to come to the city lord's mansion to see him early in the morning. As for Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao, who had already awakened their memories, Yi Yun had summoned them to protect him. Although with the system, there shouldn't be any problems with outstanding individuals awakening their memories, Yi Yun felt it was better to be cautious in such matters. Suddenly, the aura emanating from the group of people sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed began to rise continuously, and their cultivation levels were also rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun, Bai Qi, and the others immediately circulated their own true energy to form a defensive shield, thereby resisting the oppressive aura emanating from the crowd. At the same time, Yi Yun silently recited to the system in his mind. System, shield the external influences brought about by the awakening memories of everyone. Yes, host. Hearing the system notification, Yi Yun finally felt relieved and quietly looked at the people in front of him with their eyes closed. Half an hour later, the crowd's breathing gradually calmed down. Looking at the people in front of him, Yi Yun knew that their memories had been successfully awakened and they would wake up soon. A moment later, suddenly, Yu Fei opened his tightly closed eyes. A sharp light flashed from them, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. Pengzhu, quickly withdraw your oppressive aura. How does it feel? Upon seeing this, Yi Yun smiled and spoke. This humble general thanks your highness for your life-saving grace. Pengzhu, You won't blame me for awakening your past life memories without prior notice, will you? After all, your past life memories were a very painful experience for you. Yi Yan spoke to Yu Fei. Your Highness, I am so grateful to your Highness that I would never blame you. Although there were many regrets in my past life, there were also beautiful moments. Moreover, I am fortunate to be able to live another life and fight alongside my Yu family army brothers from my past life. I am already very content. Yu Fei said calmly. Let bygones be bygones. Now that we've come to this other world, let's work together and show the people of this world the might of the Chinese people. As Yi Yan spoke, Su Chu and the others also awoke from their awakened memories. Seeing that everyone had woken up, Yi Yan was about to speak when he saw Su Chu and the others stand up, kneel on one knee, and respectfully address Yi Yan in unison. We are very grateful to your Highness for saving us. Get up, all of you. It is fate that we have met in this other world. We will need your help in the future. We are willing to die for your Highness. What do you mean by death? Stop talking about death all the time. You all need to live well. I want you all to accompany me in building an unparalleled dynasty in this other world and reigning over the world together. Yes, your Highness. Looking at the people in front of him, Yi Yan felt that the nearly 6 million power points were well spent, especially since everyone's memories had been awakened and their cultivation levels had undergone tremendous changes. Among them, Yu Fei's cultivation level changed the most, leaping from the 6th level of Martial Saint to become the 3rd Martial Emperor level expert under Yi Yan. Su Chu has also progressed from just breaking through to the Martial Saint realm to the 6th level of Martial Saint. Originally, Dian Wei and Liang Shirtai, who were at the late stage of Martial Venerable, broke through to the Martial Saint realm. Even Zhou Tsang and Hua Rong, who originally only had the cultivation of Martial Sect, took the opportunity to break through to the Martial Venerable realm. Yi Yan's forces are now incredibly powerful. The strength of the generals has now undergone tremendous changes. If we follow yesterday's plan and set out, the results may not be optimal. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yan slowly addressed the crowd. Your strengths have changed dramatically. I think yesterday's battle plan may not have been able to maximize the results. I wonder if any of you have any good suggestions. Upon hearing this, everyone snapped out of their joy at awakening their memories and improving their cultivation and began to ponder. A moment later, Jia Su stepped forward and respectfully addressed Yi Yan. Your Highness, I have some ideas, but I don't know if they are feasible. If you have any thoughts, please feel free to speak them. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately spoke up. Yes, Your Highness. Now, General Bai Qi, General Li Tsuanxiao, and General Yu Fei are all powerful figures at the Martial Emperor level. According to the intelligence of the embroidered uniform guard, the strongest person in the Orc dynasty on the surface is only a high priest with the cultivation of the 3rd level of Martial Saint. The Orc dynasty is now thinking of cooperating with the Blood Fiend sect, a crumbling evil sect, so I don't think the powerful figures hidden in the shadows are that strong. Although we have many top-tier experts, we still have too few soldiers. Even if we occupy too much territory, we don't have enough soldiers to garrison it. Forcing garrisoning would only make our forces too scattered and greatly weaken our strength. Therefore, I suggest that for this campaign against the Orcish dynasty, we only need to capture its 24 southern cities. If we exceed that number, the situation I just described will occur. Furthermore, I suggest that the original plan of one main army be changed to 3 separate armies led by Generals Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and Yu Fei, each responsible for one of the 8 cities. In this way, we can take these 24 cities as quickly as possible. By the time the Orcish dynasty reacts, we will have already established a firm foothold. Even if the Orcish dynasty launches a counterattack, we will be able to resist. As for General Su Chu and his army, they will return to Jinbei City with us. After all, General Yi Ying's Blood Tiger army in the north has been severely weakened by this battle and has not yet recovered. Although General Qin Xiong's first army has 150,000 combat-ready soldiers, it is still a bit of a stretch for the vast territory of the north. Jia Su then explained his thoughts one by one. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan gave the order directly. You have all heard Wen's plan, so let's proceed according to Wen's plan. I would like to emphasize two things. In this expedition, Jia Su will accompany Li Suanxiao's army as his military advisor. As for the specific personnel allocation and the distribution of cities to be attacked, I will not concern myself with that. You may discuss it yourselves. Yes, Your Highness. Go and prepare. I will be waiting for your good news in Jinbei City. We will take our leave. After everyone finished speaking, they slowly left the secret room. Seeing this, Yi Yan also left the secret room and went outside, heading straight towards Yi Linger's courtyard. Chapter 131: Sending Troops to the Beastman Dynasty. Afternoon. On an open space 5 miles north of the north gate of Yuhu City. At this moment, banners fluttered in the wind, spears stood in rows, and sharp blades gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The soldiers of the 4 legions were quietly assembled here, waiting for orders without making a sound. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers did not utter a single noise from their ranks. This demonstrates the strictness of military discipline. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Li Suanxiao, and others, dressed in armor and riding war horses, stood quietly in front of their respective legions, waiting. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of horses' hooves rang out from the direction of Yuhu City. Tap 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 tap. Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others looked up toward the direction of the sound, and soon saw a group of people riding war horses galloping toward them. However, due to the galloping war horses and the dust flying everywhere, Bai Qi and the others could not see the people coming at all. A moment later, as the group drew closer to Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others, they finally realized that the newcomers were Yi Yun and his 18 Yin Yun riders. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others immediately spurred their war horses toward Yi Yun and his group. Whoosh whoosh. Upon seeing Bai Qi and his group approaching, Yi Yun and the others pulled hard on the reins and shouted. His warhorse immediately stopped. Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others quickly arrived in front of Yi Yun, then dismounted and respectfully saluted him in unison. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. With armor on, there's no need for formalities. Let's go and see the soldiers. Yes, Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately rode his horse towards the front of the army formation. Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and the others also quickly mounted their horses and followed behind Yi Yun. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, the soldiers of the 3 legions all bowed respectfully and shouted, "We pay our respects to Your Highness. All soldiers, you may rise." In an instant, hundreds of thousands of soldiers rose to their feet, and the clanging of armor echoed through the air. Ding dong. My soldiers, I will not go on and on here. In short, I will be waiting in Jinbei City for your report of victory in planting the White Tiger King's banner at the highest point of the Orc Dynasty's city. We await your triumphant return. We will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations. The soldiers shouted in unison. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan nodded to Bai Qi and the others. Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Suanxiao immediately understood and rode forward from the side. Set off for war. Bai Qi raised his right hand and shouted. The messenger, who had been waiting for a long time, sprang into action, riding his horse through the ranks and shouting orders. The general has ordered the army to march out. The general has ordered the army to march out. The general has given orders. With the military order issued, the soldiers of the 3 legions rushed off in 3 different directions. Before long, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Suanxiao saw that their soldiers had already gone quite far, and they all spoke to Yi Yun. Your Highness, it's time for this humble general to depart as well. Go ahead, I will have the embroidered uniform guard assist you. If you need anything, just let me know. I will be waiting for your good news in Jinbei City. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 responded, and then spurred their horses toward the direction their respective legions were heading. A moment later, as Yi Yun watched Yu Fei, Bai Qi, and the army disappear from his sight, he spoke to the 18 riders of Yin Yun beside him. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. After saying that, he immediately turned his horse around and galloped straight towards Yuhu City. Soon, Yi Yun and his group arrived at the south gate of Yuhu City. At this moment, Yi Ying and his Blood Tiger army generals had been waiting here for a long time. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Ying led his generals in a respectful bow. Get up. Big brother, you're finally here. Ling thought you didn't want me anymore. At the same time, little Ling, nestled in the arms of her maid, said pitifully. How could that be? Big brother is just busy with something. Wait here for big brother. I'll take you home as soon as I'm done. Upon hearing Xiao Lingner's voice, Yiyun immediately dismounted, went straight to her, pinched her cheek, and said with a smile. Good. Little Lingner said in a soft, sweet voice. Upon seeing this, Yiyun turned to Ying and the Blood Tiger Army generals and spoke. Ying, I'm entrusting Yuhu City to you. You'd better hurry up and recruit and train soldiers to restore the Blood Tiger Army's combat strength. Otherwise your legion might not be able to fight in the next major battle. Yes, Your Highness. We will certainly live up to your expectations. Take these cultivation resources and make good use of them. I hope that when we meet again, the Blood Tiger Army will have become a strong army once more. As Yiyun spoke, he took out a storage bag from his bosom and handed it to Ying. Yes, Your Highness. Ying responded, and then respectfully took the storage bag from Yiyun's hand, but he did not open it immediately. Seeing this, Yiyun smiled and said, All right, that's enough for now. It's getting late, and I need to keep going. After saying that, he walked straight toward the carriage where Xiao Ling'er was, and gave instructions to Yinda beside him. Yinda, go and inform Su Chu that the army should set off immediately and return to Jinbei City. Yes, Your Highness. Yinda responded and immediately spurred his horse towards Su Chu's army. Oh, right. Huang Yi, inform the embroidered uniform guard to tell Zhang Jujing that I will be returning to the city soon. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi vanished from everyone's sight in a flash, and no one knew where he went. Ling'er, let's go home. Yiyun smiled and said to the little girl Ling. Now, under the careful care of the maids in the city lord's mansion, this little girl has completely changed from the way she used to live in the slums. Set off. Yiyun then took Xiao Ling'er into the carriage, and a moment later, Yiyun's voice came from behind the carriage again. Upon seeing this, the caravan slowly headed towards Jinbei City, with the 18 riders of Yinyun guarding both sides of the carriage to protect Yiyun's safety. Chapter 132 The Birth of Yuan Tiangang. 5 days later, at dawn, on the official road 50 li outside Jinbei City, a large, elite army was slowly advancing. This army was none other than Yiyun and the soldiers leading the 4th Legion. At this moment, Yiyun slowly woke up from his sleep in the swaying carriage. Yinda, how much longer until we reach Jinbei City? Yiyun lifted the curtain beside the carriage and asked Yinda, who was riding a war horse and guarding the carriage. Your Highness, General Su Chu just sent someone to inform us that the army is expected to arrive at Jinbei City in 2 hours. Upon seeing this, Yinda quickly responded. Upon hearing Yinda's response, Yiyun simply returned to the carriage. Just then, a system notification sound entered Yiyun's mind, even though the system was usually extremely quiet. Ding! The monthly summoning opportunity has been refreshed. Would you like to summon immediately? Yes, summon immediately. Yiyun instantly realized that another month had passed, and without hesitation, he silently recited it in his mind. Yes, host. The summons of outstanding talents is underway. Please wait patiently, host. Ding! The summoning of outstanding individuals has been successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yuan Tiangang, the Grand Preceptor of the Tang Dynasty. The outstanding person has been successfully summoned and will come to join the host within 3 hours. Please wait patiently. What? Yuan Tiangang. They actually summoned this great god. I wonder if this villain is his exclusive unit. Upon hearing the system notification, Yiyun frowned, but after a moment, he was overjoyed. It's worth noting that this person was involved in the creation of the famous Tuebei two-back pushing diagram in history. Historically, he was a metaphysician and astronomer who knew everything about astronomy and geography. He was an extremely talented person. In this fantasy world, knowing the fate of a nation and its fortune is extremely important. In the future, we will still have to rely on these strong people who understand feng shui and metaphysics. Thinking of this, Yiyun silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, open Yuan Tiangang's character information. Yes, host. In an instant, A familiar white light screen appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. Name, Yuan Tiangang. Cultivation level, Martial Saint Ninth Heaven. Physique, Heavenly Gang Physique. Technique, Heavenly Gang Sacred Technique. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. Noon. South Gate of Jinbei City. At this moment, Zhang Jujing and Qin Xiong were leading everyone and quietly waiting for Yi Yun's arrival. General Qin, when will the prince arrive? Zhang Jujing asked Qin Xiong. Lord Zhang, according to the messenger's report this morning, the prince was only about 3 hours away from Jinbei City. Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. Qin Xiong looked up at the sun in the sky, then turned to Zhang Jujing and spoke slowly. Suddenly, just as the two were talking, the sound of horses' hooves and the footsteps of a large number of soldiers marching came from afar. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Zhang Jujing and Qin Xiong immediately looked up into the distance and saw a densely packed army marching in an orderly fashion, with no sign of disorder in the entire formation. Soon, the army arrived in front of Jinbei City. Zhang Jujing was the first to speak and asked the question. General Su, where is the prince? The prince is in the Central Army's carriage behind me and will arrive shortly. I will lead the troops back to camp first. General Su, please go ahead. The camp has been prepared for the soldiers. This way, please. Thank you. After Su Chu finished speaking, he pulled on the reins and steered his horse toward the camp. A moment later, Yi Yun's carriage finally arrived at the town's north gate. Your Highness, we have arrived at the city gate. Lord Zhang and General Qin are here to greet you. Upon seeing this, Yinda immediately spoke to Yi Yun inside the carriage. Yi Yun responded in a low voice, then lifted the carriage curtain and jumped straight down from the carriage. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiong and Zhang Jujing quickly went to greet Yi Yun and respectfully bowed to him. Your subordinate greets your Highness. No need for formalities. I appreciate your hard work in guarding the rear for me during this time. It's not hard work, it's our duty as subordinates. Your Highness, I have informed the people of the Jinbei Prince's mansion of your upcoming return, and they should be ready to welcome you. Your Highness, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you go back to the palace and rest for a while? Nothing major has happened recently, and I will report back to you later. As for the soldiers under General Su Chu, we can make the arrangements here. All right, then I will return to the palace first, and the soldiers will be in your care. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately waved to a soldier beside him, led over a war horse, mounted it, and turned to give instructions to Yenda and the others. Let's go back to the prince's palace. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing this, Yenda and the others immediately escorted the carriage and quickly followed Yi Yun. A moment later, Yi Yun and the others arrived at the gate of the prince's mansion. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Yun tightened the reins and shouted. At that moment, Sun Yue was leading a group of people waiting outside the gate of the prince's mansion. Yi Yun immediately dismounted and walked towards the carriage behind him. Linger, we're home. Wake up quickly. Little Linger, still half asleep in the carriage, rubbed her eyes and got off with the help of her maid. Big brother. Linger looked at Yi Yun in front of her and called out softly. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun picked him up and turned to walk towards the gate of the prince's mansion. Upon seeing this, Sun Yue quickly came forward and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. This servant greets your Highness. Get up, everyone. Yue, instruct the servants to make arrangements for the soldiers and prepare food and drink for them. Yes, your Highness. This is my adopted sister. From now on, she will be the young mistress of the prince's mansion. You must take good care of her. Yes, your Highness. Everyone responded in unison. Linger, why don't you go wash up with this older sister? You're almost a little cat covered in grime, okay? Yi Yun looked down at Linger in his arms and said softly. Little Linger looked up at Sun Yue and then at Yi Yun and said in a soft voice. Good. After Sun Yue took Xiao Linger, she spoke to Yi Yun. Your Highness, then this servant will take her leave now. Go. Upon seeing this, Sun Yue immediately gathered a few maids and left. Yi Yun then headed towards his room. Chapter 133 The Position of Offering. Evening. The study of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. Yi Yun was sitting alone at the table, holding a report from the embroidered uniform guard regarding the marching situation of Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsunxiao. A moment later, Yi Yan put down the letter in his hand and muttered to himself. With such a rapid march, battle reports should arrive soon. Just then, a guard's announcement interrupted Yi Yan's thoughts. Tap, 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 tap. Yi Yan looked up and saw a guard rushing in. The guard bowed respectfully to Yi Yan. Your subordinate greets your highness. Get up, what's the rush? Yi Yan asked aloud. Your highness, there is a man outside the palace requesting an audience. He claims his name is Yuan Tiangang and that your highness once did him a favor, so he has come to seek refuge with your highness. The guard quickly replied. Go quickly and invite him in. Do not neglect him. After hearing this, Yi Yan nodded to the guards and then gave them instructions. Yes, your highness. Upon receiving the order, the guard immediately turned and strode straight out of the study. A moment later, a middle-aged man dressed in black and white, with an ordinary appearance and dressed as a Taoist priest, entered the study under the guidance of a guard. Your highness, Master Yuan Tiangang has arrived. This humble Taoist priest, Yuan Tiangang, pays his respects to your highness. The two went straight to Yi Yan and respectfully bowed. Okay, you can go now. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately gave instructions to the guards. After the guards left, Yi Yan turned to look at Yuan Tiangang beside him and said with a smile, Taoist master, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Taoist master, please be my servant in the royal palace for now. This humble Taoist will follow your highness's arrangements. Upon hearing Yi Yan's account, Yuan Tiangang respectfully replied. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, exchange for a memory rosary. Yes, host. Ding, the memory prayer beads have been redeemed and are stored in the system space. The host may retrieve them at will. Taoist, I have a kind of pill called the memory rosary, which can help outstanding people awaken their past life memories. As for whether to use it, that is up to you. As Yi Yan spoke, he retrieved it from the system and handed it to Yuan Tiangang. Your highness, this. As a hero summoned by the system, Yuan Tiangang naturally knew what the memory prayer beads were. He never expected that Yi Yan would bestow such a great favor upon him so soon after his birth. After receiving the pill, Yuan Tiangang swallowed it without hesitation. Yi Yan was also bewildered, not expecting that Renjia valued his past life memories so much. Immediately, Yi Yan made a silent resolution in his heart that he would awaken the memories of all the outstanding individuals he had summoned. Soon, under the influence of the memory prayer beads, Yuan Tiangang's memories began to slowly awaken. His aura was growing stronger and stronger out of control. Half an hour later, Yuan Tiangang's breathing gradually stabilized, and his terrifying aura subsided. Yi Yan knew that his memories had been successfully awakened. Soon, Yuan Tiangang opened his eyes, and his previously dull eyes had become incredibly deep. Yuan Tiangang then respectfully addressed Yi Yan. This humble Taoist thanks your highness for granting my request. Taoist master, you are too kind. I will have to trouble you more in the future. If your highness gives any further instructions, I will do my utmost. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Tap, 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 tap. Knock, knock. Soon, the sound of a guard announcing his arrival was accompanied by knocking on the door. Your highness. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan immediately shouted loudly. Come in. Soon, the guards entered the study, bowed respectfully to Yi Yan, and said, Your highness, General Qin Xiong and Lord Zhang Jujing are outside requesting an audience. Yes, let them in. Yes, your highness. A moment later, Qin Xiong and Zhang Jujing entered the study together and bowed respectfully to Yi Yan. Your subordinate Zhang Jujing pays his respects to your highness. This humble general, Qin Xiong, pays his respects to your highness. All right, Uncle Bao, no need for formalities, please get up. Thank you, your highness. After saying that, the two of them stood up straight. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately spoke up. I was just about to come find you too, but I didn't expect you two to arrive ahead of time. Your highness, may I ask who this gentleman is? Zhang Jujing looked at Yuan Tiangang beside him and couldn't help but ask Yi Yan a question. Oh, that's something I overlooked. Come, let me introduce you two. This is Yuan Tiangang, a retainer of our royal palace, with the cultivation level of the first level of martial emperor. Hiss. Upon hearing that the man dressed as a Taoist priest actually possessed the realm of a martial emperor, the two men couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. However, neither of them showed any sign of their reaction, and they bowed to Yuan Tiangang. I have met Yuan Gongfeng. This humble Taoist greets General Qin and Lord Zhang. All right, you can go and discuss the details after you've finished talking about this matter. Seeing that the three of them were getting further and further off topic in their conversation, Yi Yun couldn't help but speak up. Then, Yi Yun's smile vanished, and he spoke seriously. In this northern war, hundreds of thousands of our northern soldiers died on the battlefield. All of them are on the list, and their ashes have been brought back. Even for those soldiers whose bodies could not be found, I ordered that a handful of blood and soil be brought back. Therefore, I wish to build a cemetery for these heroes of the northern frontier and erect a monument to them. The names of all the fallen heroes will be engraved on it, so that future generations can pay their respects and commemorate them. The soldiers who died in the north should not be forgotten. They should be remembered forever. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Qin Xiong was stunned for a moment. Then his face was filled with excitement, and he stood up straight. Your Highness, is this true? This is a very good move. Zhang Zhuzheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Your Highness, since you intend to build a cemetery for fallen heroes and erect a monument to them, I, a humble Taoist, possess some secret feng shui techniques. I can adjust the feng shui so that the fallen heroes can rest in peace and protect our northern border. Upon seeing this, Yuan Tiangang stood up and slowly spoke to Yi Yun. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Taoist master. Your Highness, there's no need to be so polite. It's only right that we do something for the fallen heroes. Shu Bao, you work with the Taoist priest to choose a construction site and start construction as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness. Then you can go ahead and get busy. Uncle, just stay here and report to me on the recent events in Jinbei City and the cities in the northern border. This humble general takes his leave. This humble Taoist priest takes his leave. The two then left the study directly. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuzheng slowly spoke to Yi Yun. Your Highness, things have been very difficult in Jinbei City lately. Chapter 134 News reaches back to the Orcish capital. The capital of the Orcish dynasty. The main hall of the imperial palace. Emperor Kedar of the Orc dynasty was sitting on his throne, surrounded by ministers. The guards outside rushed in and respectfully addressed Kelda. Your Majesty, the soldiers under Marshal Jia Yifeng are requesting an audience outside the palace. Send it quickly. Upon hearing this, Kedar was taken aback for a moment, and then said. Upon hearing this, the officials in the hall began to whisper among themselves. This cannot be blamed on Kedar and the courtiers. After all, there had been no news of Gaifeng's army returning to the court for a long time. Upon seeing this, the guard immediately stood up and ran quickly towards the outside of the hall. A moment later, a soldier covered in blood, his armor tattered, looking disheveled and extremely weak, was slowly brought into the main hall by two palace guards. Your subordinate, Guru Feng, captain of the 1st Squad of the 5th Battalion of the Legion under Marshal Jia Yifeng, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Garuda spoke respectfully to Kedar, his words coming out haltingly. Please, no need for formalities. Someone, quick, summon the witch doctor. Soon, an old man, led by a guard, entered the main hall. The witch doctor bowed respectfully to Kedar. This old minister pays his respects to Your Majesty. Quickly, take a look at this soldier. He must be healed no matter what. Kedar gave the order directly to the old man. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon seeing this, the witch doctor went straight to the soldier, examined him, and after giving him some pills, the soldier's complexion improved considerably. A moment later, the witch doctor rose and respectfully addressed Kedar. Your Majesty, this soldier's injuries are not serious, just some superficial wounds. He is only extremely weak because he did not receive proper treatment after the injury and also experienced a long journey. I have already given him some medicine, and his injuries will recover after a period of rest. Very well. I have some questions to ask this soldier, just in case something unexpected happens. The witch doctor, please wait here for a while. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as the witch doctor finished speaking, Kedar turned his gaze to Garuda and then slowly asked, Garuda, why are you in such a sorry state? What is Marshal Gaifeng doing with the army? Why has there been no news from the army for so long? Your Majesty, the army has been almost completely wiped out. The men in black robes are all dead, and Marshal Jia Yifeng has also been killed in action. Garuda's condition had improved considerably after treatment, and upon hearing Kedar's question, he slowly answered. The soldier's words struck everyone's hearts like thunder. What? My Orc dynasty's million-strong army was wiped out. Jia Yifeng was killed in battle, and even the black-robed men were all annihilated. Upon hearing Garuda's words, Kedar, seated on his throne, widened his eyes and stared intently at Garuda in the hall, exclaiming in disbelief. At the same time, the officials in the hall were in an uproar. The hall was instantly filled with chaos. Yes, Your Majesty. The black-robed man had already successfully annihilated almost all the experts from the Imperial Pavilion sent by the White Tiger dynasty to support Yuhu City. Later, an old man among the black-robed men proposed a night raid plan to Marshal Jia Yifeng. But to our surprise, the people of Yuhu City seemed to have known about our plan all along, waiting for us to walk right in. We originally planned to break through, but we didn't expect that the people who led the troops to besiege us in and outside Yuhu City were all extremely powerful. The most terrifying thing was that the black-robed leaders killed 2 generals in Yuhu City before they even had a chance to meet them. He has probably broken through the Martial Saint realm and reached the Martial Emperor realm, which few people can achieve. You should know that the leading elders among the black-robed men have the cultivation of the late Martial Saint stage. Because my cultivation level was insufficient, I was assigned to the army outside the city, waiting for the city gates to open so we could all charge into the city together. But what I waited for was not the open city gates, but an ambush by the Yuhu City army. I and a few other soldiers fought to the death to escape, but we got separated from the other soldiers during the escape. Garuda recounted the events in detail, filled with resentment. What? The people of the White Tiger dynasty's Hall of Worship have all been wiped out? Who on earth led the army to annihilate you and the black-robed men? After listening to Garuda's account, Kedar couldn't help but ask a question. Your Majesty, these men are all soldiers under the command of Yi Yun, the 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty, who is now the prince of Jinbei. The generals under Jinbei King Yi Yun are all martial arts experts. Among them, 2 generals named Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao are particularly terrifying. With just one move from the 2, the 3 leaders of the black-robed men all died tragically under their attacks. Furthermore, his soldiers are also extremely elite, all of them being battle-hardened veterans with considerable skill. Yi Yun, the prince of Jinbei? Kedar sat on the throne, muttering to himself in thought. He had never heard of Yi Yun before, nor had he ever heard any news about the 2 powerful warriors named Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao. With a single move, he killed the 3 leaders of the black-robed men. This level of strength is not something an ordinary person can possess. Kedar was well aware of the strength of that group of black-robed men. Furthermore, his soldiers were able to annihilate Jia Yifeng and his nearly 1 million-strong army in just one night, with only a few managing to escape. This strength is truly not to be underestimated. It seems it's time to have a chat with that person. This time, the White Tiger dynasty's Jinbei King Yi Yun caused him such heavy losses, he's probably furious. A moment later, Kedar glanced at everyone in the hall and then shouted, General Niuzhan, your subordinate is here. A burly man with a full beard and wearing animal armor stepped out from the side of the main hall and responded loudly. Niuzhan was one of the few commanders in the Orcish dynasty army, and his status was even higher than that of Jia Yifeng. General Niuzhan, immediately assemble 500,000 of my soldiers and head to the border to guard it. I fear that the Prince of Jinbei will take the opportunity to seize my imperial city. When you return in triumph, I will personally celebrate your victory. Yes, Your Majesty. Niuzhan immediately accepted the order, and without any hesitation, turned around and strode quickly out of the main hall. Furthermore, issue an order that all garrison troops in various regions must be on extremely high alert. Those who disobey will be executed. Watching Niuzhan leave after receiving the order, Kedar continued to give instructions to everyone in the hall. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 135 Conferring the title of King of Qin. White Tiger Dynasty. The capital city. Deep within the palace, in the pavilion dedicated to the emperor. What? The troops from the Hall of Offerings who went to the Northern Territory to provide support were ambushed by a mysterious man in black robes, and almost all of them were wiped out. Now only one person has survived. The elderly man at the head of the group shouted loudly. Yes, Your Excellency. This news was sent by Yi Yun, the Prince of Junbei, through his subordinates. Of the experts from the Gongfeng Pavilion who were sent to provide support, only the leader, Gongfeng Lu Yun, is still alive. However, he was also seriously injured in the sneak attack by the black-robed man, and is now recuperating in Junbei City in the Northern Territory. Yi Batian stood respectfully in front of the elder in charge, and spoke respectfully. Batian, since almost all the experts from the Hall of Worship who went to the Northern Territory were wiped out, what is the current situation of the invasion by the Northern Orc Dynasty? Should we send reinforcements immediately? And have you found out which faction the black-robed men who attacked the offering pavilion belong to? Your Excellency, there is no need to worry about the war in the northern border. The Prince of Junbei has already sent back the battle report. In addition, the Hidden Dragon Guard under my command will also send back the information they have gathered in the northern border. The war in the Northern Territory is now over. The million-strong army of the Orcish dynasty that invaded the Northern Territory has been completely wiped out. Their commander, Gaifeng, was killed in battle, and the group of mysterious black-robed men were also killed by their subordinates. In addition, Yi Yun also explained the identity of this group of mysterious black-robed men in the battle report. They are the remnants of the Blood Fiend sect from 1,000 years ago. Faced with the old man's questions, Yi Batian patiently explained them one by one. I never expected that the Blood Fiend sect would still have remnants surviving to this day. How could Yi Yun have such a powerful subordinate who could so easily kill this group of Blood Fiend sect remnants? You should know that the experts from the offering pavilion that we sent to support us were not weak. The elder in the lead couldn't help but sigh. This is also what frustrates Batian the most. I also sent the Hidden Dragon Guard to investigate whether his generals and legions had any other forces involved. However, after the Hidden Dragon Guard's secret investigation, they were ultimately unable to find out where these people came from. It was as if they had suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yi Batian couldn't help but retort. Now that the war in the north is over, we can put it aside for the time being. Now we should focus on resolving the war in the south. As for those people in the north, as long as they don't make any major mistakes under Yi Yun's command, we can ignore them for now. With us old guys around, they can't cause any trouble. However, the Hidden Dragon Guard's investigation will continue and cannot be stopped. The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke to Yi Batian. Yes, Your Excellency. Then I shall take my leave. The war in the southern border will require more expert support from the Grand Secretary. Go ahead. I will arrange for people to go and provide support in the southern region, so there is no need to worry. Upon seeing this, Yi Batian turned around and walked downstairs. The elder at the head of the group murmured to himself as he watched Yi Batian's departing figure. What a turbulent time. Are people from that other world also going to extend their reach to this remote place? Back in his study in the palace, Yi Batian looked at the war report on the northern border and fell into deep thought. A moment later, Yi Batian then spoke to the eunuch beside him. Someone, pass on the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon seeing this, the eunuch quickly made preparations. Soon, the eunuch had prepared the items for recording. Upon seeing this, Yi Batian slowly spoke to him. The Northern Orc Dynasty's million-strong army launched a massive invasion of our northern border. Fortunately, the soldiers of the northern border worked together to successfully resist the Orc Dynasty's army and keep them outside the northern border. The 9th Prince Yi Yun personally led his troops to fight against the million-strong army of the Orc Dynasty and successfully annihilated them, inflicting a heavy blow on the Orc Dynasty. This northern defense battle was a major victory with great influence, and the contributions of Prince Junbei Yi Yun and his troops were indispensable. The 9th Prince, Yi Yun, has been granted the title of Prince of Qin. This has been reported to the Ancestral Temple. He has also been awarded 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1 million gold and silver. The Ministry of Rites is ordered to prepare immediately and send someone to the northern border to deliver the decree. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch immediately took the letter, got up, and ran quickly out of the study. 3 days later, Jinbei City. The Prince of Jinbei's mansion. Yi Yun was reading ancient books in a pavilion in the garden, while Xiao Linger played with Sun Yue beside her. The scene was quite beautiful. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Tap, 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 tap. Soon, Huang Yi rushed into the pavilion where Yi Yun was in the garden and respectfully addressed Yi Yun. Your Highness, a guard just reported that someone from the capital has arrived and is currently waiting outside the gate. Oh, it's been a while since we sent the battle report back to the capital. Judging by the time, the people from the capital should be arriving soon. Have the guards bring all the people from the capital to the reception hall and tell them that I will be there shortly. Yes, Your Highness. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi quickly left and ran towards the location where the guard had just been informed. Yi Yun watched Huang Yi leave, then put down the ancient book in his hand, turned around, and smiled at Xiao Linger beside him. Linger, your big brother has some things to take care of. You can play here. Big brother, you go ahead and do your work. Sister Yue is here with me. Yue, I'm entrusting Linger to you. Take good care of this little girl. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing this, Yi Yun stopped talking and walked straight towards the reception hall of the prince's mansion. Chapter 136 Confusion. Jinbei City. The Prince of Jinbei's mansion. Inside the reception hall, several royal guards and eunuchs were waiting. A moment later, Yi Yun arrived at the entrance of the hall and, seeing this, quickly walked into the hall, saying with a smile as he went, "Thank you for keeping me waiting, sir. Your Highness is too kind. Your Highness, now that you're here, I won't waste any more words. Please accept the decree." Upon seeing this, the head eunuch took out the imperial edict directly from his storage bag, held it respectfully with both hands, and said loudly, "Your subject Yi Yun receives the imperial decree." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately knelt down respectfully. The head eunuch nodded to himself upon seeing this, and then immediately opened the imperial edict. By imperial decree of the White Tiger dynasty, succession to the throne is a matter of virtue and destiny. Prince Yi Yun is diligent and conscientious, of upright character, strict with himself, and of extraordinary talent and wisdom. In the Battle of the Northern Frontier, he personally led his troops to kill enemies on the battlefield. He knows how to use people well and has repeatedly made great achievements. The 9th Prince Yi Yun is hereby granted the title of Prince of Qin, and the matter shall be reported to the ancestral temple. He shall also be awarded 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 million gold and silver, cultivation techniques, and a number of supplies. So be it. As the eunuch finished speaking, Yi Yun immediately bowed respectfully. Your subject Yi Yun accepts the imperial decree and expresses his gratitude. After receiving the imperial edict, Yi Yun immediately stood up and gave instructions to Huang Yi, who was standing to the side. Huang Yi, give the eunuch and the imperial guard some money for tea. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Yi responded, then turned and left. The head eunuch watched as Yi Yun respectfully accepted the imperial edict, his face beaming with smiles, and looked at Yi Yun. Your Highness, the Emperor values you highly. You should know that you are currently the only prince in the court to be granted the title of prince. I must thank you, Your Excellency, for traveling a great distance to personally deliver the imperial decree to me. Your Highness is too kind. This is merely my duty. By the way, Your Highness, besides announcing the imperial decree, there is another matter I need Your Highness's help with on my trip to the Northern Territory. Oh, please speak freely, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to assist you. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke directly. Your Highness, before I came here, His Majesty instructed me to bring back to the capital along with Lu Yun, the consort of the imperial household, who is recuperating in the Northern Territory. The head eunuch quickly spoke up. That's easy. I'll arrange for someone to prepare the carriage right away. At the same time, Huang Yijing walked in carrying a tray containing 1,000 taels of silver. Huang Yi glanced at Yi Yun, and seeing Yi Yun nod inwardly, He then carried the tray directly to the eunuch and handed it to the head eunuch. Upon seeing this, the head eunuch's smile widened, his eyes practically closing into slits. "Thank you, Your Highness. Huang Yi, go prepare a carriage. Also, take the eunuch and the others to see Lu Yun, and tell him as soon as possible that they are taking Lu Yun back to the capital." Seeing this, Yi Yun gave Huang Yi another instruction. "Yes, Your Highness. Father-in-law, this way please." Huang Yi then addressed the head eunuch, and then gestured for him to enter. "Your Highness, then I shall take my leave. Take care, sir." Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the crowd, then sat alone in the main seat of the hall, gazing at the imperial edict on the table, lost in thought. Yi Yun never expected that during this war in the northern border, his father would actually bestow upon him the title of Prince of Qin. You must know that even the most favored princes in the capital have not yet been granted the title of a prince. Based on past experience, even if the war in the northern border were won, the most I would receive as a nobody in the palace would be some cultivation supplies, which would be quite a good reward. But now that he has been infeft as the king of Qin, Yi Yun simply doesn't believe that his father, the emperor, had a change of heart and was giving him compensation. Yi Yun pondered alone in the hall for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. A moment later, Huang Yi then returned to the hall and respectfully addressed Yi Yun. "Your Highness, all the people from the capital have been sent away." "Good. Huang Yi, what's your opinion on this matter?" Hearing Huang Yi's voice, Yi Yun gradually came out of his reverie and looked at Huang Yi with a smile. "Your Highness, it's fine for me to fight on the battlefield, but the intricacies of these matters are a bit difficult for me." Upon hearing that Yi Yun had actually asked him about this matter, Huang Yi looked at Yi Yun with a helpless expression and respectfully replied, "Ha ha ha, you rascal." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately laughed and scolded. Tap tap tap. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Soon a guard rushed in, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and said, "Your Highness, Attendant Yuan and Lord Zhang Jujing are outside requesting an audience." "Go, let them come in directly." Upon hearing that Yuan Tiangang and Zhang Jujing had arrived, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to the guards. "Yes, Your Highness." Soon, Zhang Jujing and Yuan Tiangang quickly entered the hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "Your subordinate greets Your Highness. Please rise, both of you. There's no need for such formalities." "Thank you, Your Highness." After Zhang Jujing got up, he saw the imperial edict on the table and couldn't help but ask a question. "Your Highness, have people from Shindu arrived?" Upon seeing this, Yi Yun smiled and said, "Uncle, you have sharp eyes. That's right, the gods sent people here, and they were just sent away. Your Highness, may I ask what brings these messengers from the capital?" "What else could it be? One is to confer upon me the title of Prince of Qin. Another is to provide some cultivation resources, and also to bring back Lu Yun, the offering from the offering pavilion, to the capital." "That's wonderful news, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing quickly smiled and said, "It's a good thing, but I feel like something's not quite right. Your Highness need not overthink it. That person from the capital was merely trying to appease you. Your Highness, you must know that the war in the northern border is now over. However, during the entire war in the northern border, almost all the experts from the offering pavilion sent by the divine capital were wiped out. Yet Your Highness led your troops to quell the war in the northern border. Can't that person in the capital even see the strength of the prince's forces? I bet some of our information is already on that person's desk. However, the war in the southern border is very difficult right now, and the eastern border has also been very unstable recently. Therefore, Your Highness need not think too much about it for the time being." Zhang Jujing slowly explained to Yi Yun. "Well, in that case, Uncle, inform the northern border that you are in charge of changing the royal flag." After hearing Zhang Jujing's analysis, Yi Yun stopped dwelling on it and gave him his instructions. "Yes, Your Highness. By the way, what brings you two here to see me?" "Your Highness, I almost forgot. I came with Yuan Gongfeng to inform you that the mausoleum and the monument to the martyrs have been completed." "Oh, come, take me with you to see this." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately put the imperial edict on the table into his storage space and walked straight out of the hall. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jujing and Yuan Tiangang exchanged a glance and then quickly followed. Chapter 137. The cemetery is completed and the monument to the martyrs is erected. The next day, 5 miles outside Jinbei City. This place was once a barren mountain forest, but now a huge mausoleum has been built here. At its entrance stands an enormous stone tablet inscribed with countless names, and around it stand numerous Qin character royal flags, which flutter in the wind. At the same time, before this massive monument to the fallen heroes, Yi Yun, his generals, and many people from the northern border gathered. It turned out that after Yi Yun went to see the completed mausoleum and monument to the martyrs with Yuan Tiangang and Zhang Jujing yesterday, he returned to the palace and immediately ordered his men to notify his generals to attend the completion ceremony of the mausoleum and monument to the martyrs. He also sent people to inform the people of the whole city that anyone who wanted to attend the ceremony could go there on their own. That's how the opening scene came about. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Yun gave instructions to Qin Xiong, who was standing to the side. "Shu Bao, let's begin." "Yes, Your Highness," Qin Xiong responded, then turned to the rows of soldiers under his command, who were dressed in armor, with white cloths tied around their waists, and holding urns containing the ashes of fallen heroes, and gave them instructions. "The time has come. All soldiers, listen to my command. This subordinate obeys your command." The soldiers all shouted in unison. However, the voice was slightly low, as if the soldiers were afraid of disturbing the heroes in the jars they held in their hands. "Send the martyrs to their final resting place, so that they may return to their roots." "Yes." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun personally took the urn containing the ashes of a general that had been prepared for a long time from a soldier, and then walked straight into the cemetery. Seeing this, Qin Xiong and the others also carried urns containing the ashes of the martyrs and followed closely behind Yi Yun, slowly walking towards the cemetery. An hour later, all the soldiers who died in the battle in the north had been buried. At this moment, Yi Yun and the others gathered again in front of the monument to the martyrs. Seeing that all the soldiers in the cemetery had come out and lined up, Yi Yun then gave instructions to Yuan Tiangang, who was standing to the side. "Master, I'll have to trouble you again from now on. Your Highness is too kind. It is my great honor to be able to do something for the heroes who died in the northern frontier." Seeing that his lord was being so polite to him, Yuan Tiangang quickly replied respectfully. After speaking, he walked a few steps forward and looked at the towering monument to the martyrs and the densely packed names on it. Yuan Tiangang then soared into the air, standing tall in the void. He then slowly closed his eyes, as if he were carefully sensing something. His brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. A quarter of an hour later, a smile gradually appeared on Yuan Tiangang's face, who had his eyes closed. Soon, his eyes snapped open, and a golden light flashed through them. The people on the open ground below were all amazed by what they saw and began to whisper among themselves and those they knew. However, the noise quickly disappeared completely because Yuan Tiangang in the void made a new move. Yuan Tiangang held a floating weapon and waved it a few times in the distance, while shouting loudly, "Heroes of the North, may your souls return." As the words fell, a slight tremor was felt throughout the space surrounding the cemetery. Upon seeing this, Yuan Tiangang shouted loudly again, "Heroes of the North, if you don't return now, when will you?" With this loud shout, wisps of blood-red energy emerged from the cemetery and the surrounding void, eventually converging above the cemetery. Gradually, as time passed, more and more blood energy gathered, and the sky above the cemetery was shrouded in this terrifying blood energy. "Heroes of the northern frontier, heed my command, condense." Yuan Tiangang, standing in the void, shouted once again. In an instant, the massive blood energy gathered above the cemetery was disrupted and began to recombine. A moment later, the blood-red aura gradually condensed into blurry figures. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang circulated his internal energy again, chanting incantations continuously. As Yuan Tiangang's true energy continued to circulate, a tremendous change was taking place around the entire cemetery, with gusts of cold wind constantly sweeping in. In an instant, the temperature around the cemetery seemed to drop significantly. Heroes of the North, your heroic spirits live on forever, immortal and indestructible, protecting our people and our land. Return home quickly. As Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, countless points of light rushed in from all directions, converging directly towards the blurry figure formed by the blood energy above the cemetery. A moment later, as the points of light disappeared into the bloody aura above the cemetery, the previously blurry figures transformed into rows of brightly colored, armored, and neatly arranged northern soldiers, each wielding a sharp blade. However, all of them had their eyes closed. Disperse. At Yuan Tiangang's command, the neatly arranged heroes of the northern frontier transformed into white light and sped off in all directions, though some remained in the cemetery. Just like before when Yi Yun personally led them to the battlefield. In an instant, the area around the cemetery, which had been extremely oppressive, became incredibly comfortable. Your Highness, I have already adjusted the fortune around the cemetery, so the heroes of the northern border will be able to rest in peace. Furthermore, I have used the monument to the martyrs and the prayers and blessings of the people of the northern border for these fallen soldiers to send them on their way. But many soldiers were unwilling to leave, and their heroic souls remain in this cemetery. These heroic souls will silently protect the people of the north. Yuan Tiangang flew to Yi Yun's side and spoke slowly. Very good. Since these heroic souls are unwilling to leave, then let them not leave. After hearing Yuan Tiangang's account, Yi Yun first praised him. Then he turned to the crowd and spoke loudly. Issue the order that the cemetery and the monument to the martyrs be open to the public, and that people may come to pay their respects. Also, send soldiers to guard the area around the cemetery. Any act that dares to damage or insult the cemetery and the monument to the martyrs will be executed without reporting it. From now on, all soldiers who die in battle in our northern border will be buried in the cemetery, and their names will be forever engraved on the monument to heroes, so that future generations can pay their respects. In addition, all officials of all ranks in my northern territory must personally come to the cemetery every year to pay tribute to the fallen heroes. But those who disobey will be severely punished. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 138, The Blue Lion Legion. Southern border of the White Tiger Dynasty. Late at night, on a high ground outside Yunhai City, a group of soldiers clad in dark blue elite armor were gathered there, waiting quietly. If the Grand General of the White Tiger Dynasty and others were here, they would surely recognize these people as the elite Azure Lion Legion of the Black Tortoise Dynasty. The leader was Yin Zheng, the commander of the Azure Lion Legion of the Xuanwu Dynasty. He stood on the high ground, looking at the defenses and city gates of Yunhai City not far away. For a martial arts master at a high level, this distance is naturally not a problem. Looking from a distance, the gates of Yunhai City were tightly closed, and there was no one outside the gates. However, the city walls were brightly lit by pots of flame. The walls of Yunhai City are also very sturdy, standing over 10 zhang high. Moreover, there are guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps on the city walls, as well as small teams of soldiers constantly patrolling back and forth. On this massive city wall, there are countless defensive weapons, their blades gleaming with a cold light that chills anyone who sees them. The defenses of Yunhai City are extremely formidable. However, the general and soldiers guarding Yunhai City never expected that the Xuanwu Dynasty's army would bypass the passes guarded by the Grand General and others and launch a surprise attack on the rear city. Even so, the defenses of Yunhai City remained so tight, which shows the strict discipline of the Yunhai City commander and that his strength must not be weak. Yin Zheng gazed at the heavily guarded Yunhai City from afar, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, and his aura of killing intent emanating from him was so intense that even those around him found it difficult to withstand. General. At this moment, one of his lieutenants spoke up to remind him. Yin Zhengkai gradually came to his senses and suppressed his intense killing intent. Yin Zheng unexpectedly obtained this city that could be used by a large army and bypassed the Xinghua army. After discussing it with the marshal, he originally thought that with the marshal and the others leading the army to confront the Xinghua army led by the Grand General of the White Tiger Dynasty, he could take the opportunity to bypass the city and launch a surprise attack on Yunhai City. With the help of his army, he was confident that he could break through the gates of Yunhai City in a short time. Once the gates were breached, the city would be within his grasp. However, Yin Zheng did not expect that Yunhai City would still be so heavily guarded even in the dead of night. Although the defensive weapons on the city walls would not pose a great threat to his generals, his soldiers would be unable to withstand them. If he launched a reckless attack, even if he eventually won and occupied Yunhai City, it would be of no use. Moreover, there were no troops available to coordinate with their own marshal in encircling the Jinghua army. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Zheng. He turned around and slowly gave instructions to everyone. Pass down the order. The army shall rest on the spot, replenish their strength and restore their inner energy. During the rest period, no fire shall be lit, and no one shall whisper among themselves. They shall conserve their energy and build up their strength. We will attack the city in 2 hours. Also, send out scouts to keep a close watch on the surroundings. Kill any strangers who approach without exception. Our whereabouts must not be exposed in advance. Yes, General. The generals responded in hushed tones. Go and make the arrangements. Yes, we will take our leave. Yin Zheng nodded to the generals and said nothing more. Upon seeing this, the generals all turned and scattered in different directions. Elder Yuan, in order to ensure the success of this plan, I specially asked the marshal to bring you along. Your cultivation is above all of ours. Therefore, we hope that the martial arts experts in Yunhai City will take action and strive to take over the entire city in the shortest possible time. Rest assured, General, now that I am here, I will do my utmost to assist you. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, it's still early before the close attack. You should go and rest. All right. Yin Zheng watched the departing old man's back, then turned to look at Yunhai City in the distance, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. 2 hours later, the sparse starlight in the sky was now obscured by dark clouds, making the already gloomy night even darker. The dim environment seemed to foreshadow the impending carnage. At the same time, Yin Zheng spoke in a low voice to his generals. Pass down the order. The army shall set out. The entire army must proceed cautiously and stealthily, and must not alert the enemy. Yes, General. Soon, Yin Zheng personally led his army to a dense forest less than a kilometer from the city wall on the outer side of Yunhai City. In front of it was a wide, open flat area with nothing to obstruct its view. If his soldiers were to venture out rashly, they would likely be discovered by the defenders on the walls of Yunhai City in an instant. At that time, what awaited him would not be a victory, but rather a barrage of arrows. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation, and Yin Zheng nodded to a general behind him. The general glanced at Yin Zheng and then turned and left. A moment later, the general who had just left returned to Yin Zheng's side, but this time he was followed by dozens of men dressed in black brocade robes. The men in black exuded a chilling aura that made even the ordinary soldiers around them tremble with fear. Yin Zheng glanced at the dozens of men in black who had come to his side and said in a low voice, Are you all here? Reporting to the general, everyone has arrived. Good, you are all elites of my Azure Lion Legion. With your martial arts skills and the stealth techniques you were taught to practice recently, you must have achieved something. You've been training your troops for 1,000 days, but now it's time for you to show your skills. Do you see the city ahead of us? It will be your target tonight. My request to you is very simple. Do everything you can to climb the city wall and destroy as many of the defensive weapons on it as possible. Gentlemen, I'm entrusting this to you. Yin Zheng spoke slowly to the dozens of men in black in front of him. Yes, General. We are determined to complete this mission, even at the cost of our lives. The group of men in black spoke in a deep voice. Action. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of men in black vanished from Yin Zheng's sight in an instant, stealthily making their way towards Yunhai City at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 139. The city gates are destroyed and the defenses are about to fall. In a short while, in an instant, dozens of men in black moved, transforming into streaks of black shadows, and stealthily made their way towards the walls of Yunhai City at an extremely fast speed. The group of men in black remained expressionless and composed, their blades gleaming coldly. The dozens of men in black dispatched by Yin Zheng were not easy to spot unless the soldiers guarding Yunhai City were highly skilled, as they possessed considerable martial arts prowess and had developed stealth techniques. Soon, the group of men in black arrived at the foot of the city wall right under the noses of the Yunhai City garrison. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the men in black from the Azure Lion Legion circulated their inner energy, leaped into the air, and landed in a corner on the city wall. Under the cover of the corner of the city wall, the soldiers guarding Yunhai City, just a few meters away, did not notice anything unusual. Upon seeing this, the men in black couldn't help but smile wickedly. They then stopped trying to conceal their intentions and scattered to attack the Cloud Sea City soldiers guarding the city walls. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the city wall, and the black-clad men's blades gleamed with a chilling light. In an instant, due to the sudden attack by the men in black, the Cloud Sea City garrison had no time to react, and countless soldiers became the victims of the Green Lion Legion's black-clad guards. Fortunately, as a major city in the southern region, Yunhai City had a very strong defense force on its city walls. When the soldiers guarding the city from 100 meters away suddenly appeared on the city walls and started killing everyone, they were completely bewildered and unable to defend the city. It wasn't until the men in black gradually approached that he came to his senses, and then he ran straight back while shouting, "Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack!" Upon seeing this, a man in black immediately twirled his long sword, channeling his inner energy into the blade before casually tossing it aside. The long sword flashed out instantly, like a deadly chain, heading straight for the shouting city guards. Uft! The long sword instantly killed him, and the man in black leaped to his side, casually drew his longsword, and charged straight at the other soldiers guarding the city. At the same time, seeing the men in black wreaking havoc on the city walls from the dense forest outside the city, Yin Zheng immediately gave the order. Action! In an instant, the densely packed Azure Lion Legion rushed straight toward Cloud Sea City. The highly skilled generals flew to the top of the city wall to help the black-clad guards continue to expand their gains. When the highly skilled generals arrived at the city wall, they were shocked to see the corpses scattered all over it. They never expected that their general had such a terrifyingly powerful guard. It's absolutely terrifying. The sounds of fighting and the deafening shouts of battle had completely alarmed the garrison of Yunhai City, and countless soldiers were gathering in all directions. There were also several auras of extremely powerful cultivation mixed in. Seeing this, Yin Zheng knew he could not delay any longer and had to open the city gates immediately. Otherwise, as the Yunhai City garrison gathered, he would be in a very difficult situation. Yin Zheng took a deep breath, holding a sharp long sword in his hand, and flew to the sky above the gate of Yunhai City. He then channeled all his inner energy into his longsword and unleashed a powerful strike at the enormous city gate of Yunhai City. In an instant, a pale blue blade of light flashed past and struck the city gate directly. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and dust filled the sky. The defenders of Yunhai City were utterly shocked by what they saw. They never imagined that their fortified city gate could be breached by a single stroke from the person before them. A moment later, as the smoke cleared, the once massive and sturdy gate of Cloud Sea City was now reduced to ashes, leaving behind a huge gaping hole. "General, you are mighty. General, you are mighty." Seeing their general so brave, the soldiers of the Green Lion Legion were instantly filled with high morale and couldn't help but shout loudly. As soon as the city gate was breached, Yin Zheng found himself in midair and shouted loudly, "All troops, listen to my command. Kill." After saying that, Yin Zheng took the lead and charged towards the Yunhai City garrison. As Yin Zheng issued his military order, the soldiers of the Azure Lion Legion surged into Yunhai City like a tidal wave, engaging in fierce battles with the Yunhai City defenders who came to their aid. The Azure Lion Legion lived up to its reputation as the elite legion of the Xuanwu dynasty. In the instant they clashed with the Cloud Sea City garrison, countless Cloud Sea City defenders perished under the Azure Lion Legion's blades. In an instant, the gates of Yunhai City were transformed into a hellish scene of corpses strewn across the land and blood flowing freely. "Who dares to invade my Yunhai City? I will tear you all to pieces." Three figures, exuding murderous intent, rushed over. The leader, seeing the tragic state of Yunhai City before him, turned bloodshot, and his murderous aura became even more solid. These three men were Lu Yunfeng, the garrison commander of Yunhai City, and his two deputy generals. At the same time, upon seeing this, Yin Zheng stopped his killing spree, then flew directly into the void and spoke calmly to Lu Yunfeng and the others. I am Yin Zheng, the commander of the Azure Lion Legion of the Xuanwu dynasty. I have been ordered to destroy your Yunhai City. I advise you to surrender obediently if you know what's good for you. Maybe I will spare your lives if I am in a good mood. Looking at the enemy general in front of him, who was covered in blood and exuded a murderous aura, Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but be secretly surprised. What? People from the Xuanwu dynasty. The Jinghua army is still confronting the Xuanwu dynasty ahead, but I didn't expect the Qingshi Legion to bypass the Jinghua army and head straight for my Yunhai City. No, we must inform the general immediately, otherwise if Yunhai City is lost, the Jinghua army will be attacked from both sides. At that time, the Jinghua army will be in danger. Lu Yunfeng was not blinded by hatred, and immediately gave instructions to the deputy general beside him. Wang Lin, go to the front line of the Jinghua army immediately and tell the general about the situation in Yunhai City, otherwise it will be too late. And please also pass on a message to the general. I, Lu Yunfeng, will live and die with Yunhai City. Yes, General. General, take care. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately cupped his hands in greeting to Lu Yunfeng, and then his figure flashed as he sped off into the distance. Yin Zheng hurriedly flew forward to stop him, but Lu Yunfeng intercepted him halfway. Yin Zheng looked at Lu Yunfeng, who had stopped him, and immediately became furious. Court Death. Chapter 140. The Old Man in Green appears. While they were talking, enraged, Yin Zheng attacked, wielding his sword in his right hand. He leaped forward, his attack hurtling towards Lu Yunfeng with incredible speed. Seeing Yin Zheng unleash a lightning-fast attack in his rage, no amount of fancy words could describe the oppressive feeling it brought. Before Lu Yunfeng could even think, Yin Zheng's furious attack was already upon him. Seeing the fierce attack coming at him, Lu Yunfeng's expression gradually became serious. He quickly took out his weapon, circulated his internal energy to the maximum, and carefully dealt with Yin Zheng's attack. Bang bang. Boom 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 boom. As the two attacks collided, an enormous sound instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Faced with Yin Zheng's furious attack, Lu Yunfeng suffered a slight loss due to the haste. However, since Lu Yunfeng's cultivation level was 2 minor realms higher than Yin Zheng's, he was able to neutralize Yin Zheng's furious attack by only flying back about 10 steps. I thought you had some skills, but this is all you've got. With your meager abilities, you can't even tickle me properly. After Lu Yunfeng stopped, he couldn't help but secretly mock Yin Zheng in the distance. Since your attack has stopped here, then you shall taste my attack. My long sword has not tasted the blood of the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers for a long time, and it is thirsting for blood. Are you prepared to die? Seeing that Yin Zheng did not react at all, Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but shout loudly. Humph, you think you can kill me here? Do you even have the ability? After listening to Lu Yunfeng's clamor, Yin Zheng responded coldly. Haha, then give it a try. As soon as Lu Yunfeng finished speaking, he took a step forward, emerging from the void. Holding a long sword, he steadied himself and, with a roar, unleashed an extremely dense aura of malevolence. A massive black sword beam hurtled straight towards Yin Zheng. Cloud Moon Aurora Slash, 6th form killing. This strike was Lu Yunfeng's most powerful attack without harming himself. Yin Zheng, who was also in the void, looked at the black blade light that was rapidly approaching him and felt a slight threat of death from this attack. However, a general who could become the commander of the Xuanwu dynasty's army would not be a cowardly coward who fears death. Facing the deadly attack, Yin Zheng showed no fear, but rather excitement, his entire body radiating a fierce fighting spirit. It had been a long time since I had fought such a big battle. Although I often sparred with others before, I hadn't experienced a fight like this in a long time. This murderous intent towards me is genuine. If I'm not careful, I could really die here. Thinking of this, Yin Zheng couldn't help but become cautious. Immediately, his murderous aura surged, and he directly met the rapidly approaching blade with his longsword. Bang! Boom! The attacks collided instantly, producing a loud sound. After a brief stalemate between Lu Yunfeng's blade and Yin Zheng's defense, a loud bang was heard. The center of the battle was instantly filled with white light, making it impossible to see what was happening in the center of the battlefield. After the white light dissipated, the situation in the void was finally clear. Uft! Yin Zheng immediately coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. Despite resisting Lu Yunfeng's all-out blade strike for a moment, he ultimately failed to neutralize it, and the blade still struck Yin Zheng with nearly 30% of its power. In an instant, with the power of 3 layers striking Yin Zheng, he was sent flying backward, nearly 100 meters away before he could barely regain his footing. At this moment, Yin was in a truly sorry state. Lu Yunfeng severely injured Yin Zheng with a single blow. Yin Zheng stared intently at Lu Yunfeng, who stood in front of him holding a knife. He then raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and burst into laughter, mocking him. Ha ha ha, that's great. But your strongest attack is nothing more than this. At the same time, Lu Yunfeng, who was also in the void, frowned as he looked at Yin Zheng, who was still laughing wildly 100 meters away. His expression changed repeatedly. He knew that this was the strongest strike he had ever made without any backlash. Unexpectedly, Yin Zheng, the so-called commander of the Azure Lion Legion, was quite capable. After a moment, Lu Yunfeng's expression darkened, as if he had made some kind of decision. Looking at Yin Zheng, who was 100 meters away, he said coldly, I didn't expect you to have some strength, but that's all for now. My Cloud Sea City is not something a mere martial venerable at the 3rd level can take over. But since you've come here today, you're not leaving. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to the soldiers and civilians of my White Tiger dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunfeng's murderous aura surged, mixed with a hint of dark red, and his imposing presence gradually increased. Humph, your words underestimate me, and even the Xuanwu dynasty. When did I ever tell you that this attack on Yinhai City was solely my responsibility? Elder Yuan, if you don't act now, when will you? Yin Zheng sensed an even stronger and more terrifying killing intent emanating from Lu Yunfeng than before, and immediately shouted, Military affairs are urgent, this old man is here. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man in blue robes appeared beside Yin Zheng. Humph, what difference does one more person make? I will execute them without hesitation. Lu Yunfeng sensed an extremely powerful aura from the suddenly appearing old man in blue, and then increased the strength of his hand, and the originally sparse blood-red color became clearly visible. Cloud Moon Aurora Slash, final move God of Slaughter. As Lu Yunfeng delivered his final strike, he managed to steady himself, barely managing to avoid falling. In an instant, a crimson blade of light, carrying the power of heaven and earth, seemed poised to cleave the sky in two. Facing the imposing, intensely murderous crimson blade light before him, the old man in blue robes quickly formed hand seals, and a defensive light barrier formed by true energy instantly protected the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the crimson blade light struck the old man's true chi defensive shield directly. Boom boom. With a loud explosion, smoke and dust billowed into the air, enveloping the entire center of the collision and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Chapter 141: The Fall of Yinhai City. As the smoke and dust cleared, it was revealed that the defensive shield formed by the old man in green with his true energy had only a few cracks under such a powerful attack. Upon seeing this, Lu Yunfeng, the garrison commander of Yinhai City, was immediately shocked. What? As soon as he finished speaking, he suffered a backlash from the final move of the God of Slaughter, martial art that he had just forced to use by burning his blood energy, a move he had not yet mastered. He instantly coughed up blood, his anger overwhelming him, and could no longer maintain his form in mid-air. Like a stone, he plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the city wall. Upon seeing this, the Yinhai City garrison shouted out loud, then broke free from the Green Lion Legion soldiers around them and rushed towards the spot where Lu Yunfeng had fallen. General! General! On the city wall of Yunhai City, corpses littered the ground, including soldiers from the Cloud Sea City Garrison and the Azure Lion Legion. Blood was everywhere, even staining the city walls crimson. Limbs and broken weapons were scattered all around. With the help of the soldiers guarding Yunhai City, Lu Yunfeng struggled to his feet, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the battlefield before him, Lu Yunfeng felt that the surroundings had become exceptionally quiet. So quiet that he could hear his own rapid heartbeat and panting. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Knock, 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 knock. The backlash from forcibly using martial arts techniques was extremely strong, and Lu Yunfeng was in agony every single moment. The sounds of battle continued all around, along with the constant screams of the Cloud Sea City defenders. Lu Yunfeng was immediately subjected to physical and mental torment. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yunfeng pushed away the soldiers who were supporting him, and with his blood-stained longsword in hand, he barely managed to steady his trembling body. "Ah!" Lu Yunfeng shouted, enduring the pain in his body, and stood up unsteadily. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely disheveled. "I, Lu Yunfeng, will fight to the death and never retreat." Looking at the old man in blue robes and Yan Zheng, who were unharmed by his strongest attack, Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but shout loudly. "Yunhai, fight to the death! Yunhai, fight to the death!" As soon as Lu Yunfeng finished speaking, the soldiers who were still fighting desperately all around Yunhai City shouted angrily. At the same time, the old man in blue robes and Yan Zheng in the void looked at the spirited Lu Yunfeng with admiration. However, despite his admiration, the possibility of persuading him to surrender under these circumstances was extremely slim. The old man in green robes circulated his true energy and casually inhaled, and a long spear fell directly into his hand from the ground. The old man in blue casually waved his hand, and his spear rushed towards Lu Yunfeng like a wild horse. Upon seeing this, several Yunhai City soldiers standing next to Lu Yunfeng rushed out from the side and piled their bodies on top of each other to protect Lu Yunfeng. In an instant, the spear pierced straight through the chests of several soldiers from Yunhai City, like the scythe of death, instantly reaping their lives. Upon seeing this, the old man in blue robes frowned and then shouted angrily, "Humph, since you want to stop me, I'd like to see just how many of you are willing to stand in my way." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in blue robes did the same thing as before, and a long spear came flying towards Lu Yunfeng. Several soldiers stepped forward to block them. As time passed, very few soldiers remained beside Lu Yunfeng. Watching his soldiers die one after another trying to save him, Lu Yunfeng was already in tears, muttering to himself. No. Soon, there were no surviving soldiers left around Lu Yunfeng. All that remained in front of him were the corpses of the Yunhai City garrison. At that moment, the whole world seemed to fall into complete silence, with only drops of blood dripping from the spear tip onto the city wall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A moment later, looking at his soldiers who had died countless times trying to save him, Lu Yunfeng's eyes were filled with guilt. He thought to himself, "Brothers, I, Lu Yunfeng, have wronged you in this life. In the next life, I, Lu Yunfeng, will repay you by serving you like a cow or a horse. Wait for me. I'll walk with you on the road to the underworld." Then, Lu Yunfeng picked up his long sword that had fallen to the side, stood up unsteadily, and stared intently at the old man in blue and Yan Zheng. Then, the murderous aura emanating from Lu Yunfeng changed, becoming even more terrifying than before. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Lu Yunfeng's eyes had become completely empty. "Even if you manage to take Yunhai City today, I will still make you suffer heavy losses. Kill." Lu Yunfeng spoke loudly to the old man in blue and Yan Zheng. He then endured his injuries and leaped into the air, attacking the old man in green and Yan Zheng. He exuded an extremely intense murderous aura, and his armor was now stained red with blood, making him look like a demon who had emerged from hell. "Humph, since you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, then I'll grant your wish." The old man in blue looked at Lu Yunfeng, who was rapidly attacking them, and said with annoyance. Then, with a wave of his hand, he gathered his energy into his fist and fiercely met Lu Yunfeng's attack. Lu Yunfeng watched as the old man in blue robes rapidly attacked him. Facing such a terrifying fist attack, he showed no fear whatsoever. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he quietly gathered his inner energy into his dantian without anyone noticing. Not good. Meanwhile, Yin Zheng, who was observing the entire battle from the rear, noticed Lu Yunfeng's eerie smile and subtle movements, and immediately thought to himself. Then he shouted loudly at the old man in blue. "Elder Yuan, be careful, he's about to self-destruct." "What?" Upon hearing Yin Zheng's booming voice, the old man in blue robes exclaimed in surprise. "Ha ha ha, isn't it too late to realize this now? You will all be buried with me and my soldiers today." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening explosion echoed from the void. Boom boom. The aftershocks of the explosion caused strong winds to rise. A moment later, when the smoke and dust cleared, the two figures were no longer in the void. The old man in green was covered in wounds, and blood was constantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. It's obvious that he's seriously injured. At this moment, Yin Zheng also flew from a distance to the old man in blue and asked anxiously, "Mr. Yuan, how are your injuries?" "He won't die for now. I didn't expect Lu Yunfeng to be so resolute. Now that Lu Yunfeng is dead, Yunhai City is practically Longzhong's possession. You should hurry up and clean up the mess. Take complete control of it as soon as possible, and then restore order to Yunhai City." "Okay, Mr. Yuan. You few, take your men and guard Elder Yuan well. If you are negligent, you will be executed without mercy." "Yes, General." After giving instructions to several of his personal guards, Yin Zheng led his troops into the city to wipe out the remaining forces of the Yunhai City garrison. Half an hour later, Yin Zheng's Azure Lion Legion successfully took over Yunhai City, and the white tiger banner that once fluttered above Yunhai City has now been replaced with the black tortoise banner. Chapter 142, A Belated Cry for Help. Flying Dragon City. This city can be considered the gateway to the Southern Territory. Once Dragon City falls, it will mean that the entire Southern Territory will be lambs to the slaughter in front of the enemy. At this time, General Qin Bin, the Assistant General of the state, and his Jinghua army were stationed here, facing off against the Xuanwu Dynasty army not far outside the city. The two sides had fought dozens of battles before, with each side winning and losing, but for the past month, the Xuanwu Dynasty army had been completely quiet. At the same time, a figure dressed in armor, looking disheveled, was frantically heading towards an open space not far outside the city. Whoosh! The soldiers guarding the city wall immediately spotted the suddenly appearing figure. The Deputy General of Yunhai City looked at the three large characters, Flying Dragon City, written on the city wall in front of him, then stopped far away, took a deep breath, and shouted to the guards on the city wall. "Brothers on the city wall, I am Zhang Yun, Deputy General under General Lu Yunfeng, the garrison commander of Yunhai City. I have important business to discuss with the Grand General. Please inform him." "Do you have any proof?" A voice responded from atop the walls of Flying Dragon City. "This is my identity token. The general can verify its authenticity." Upon hearing the response from the city wall, Zhang Yun immediately shouted back. As he spoke, he took out his identity token from his storage magic treasure, circulated his true energy, and threw it towards the city wall. In an instant, the token flew rapidly toward the city wall guard, who simply reached out and gently caught the token that Zhang Yun had thrown. After a moment of careful inspection, the garrison commander looked up at Zhang Yun below the city wall and spoke in a slightly gentler tone than before. "General Zhang, please wait a moment outside the city. This matter is not something I can decide. I will go and inform General Chun Bin immediately." "It's all right, I'll wait here. I'll have to trouble you to inform the general." Upon hearing the response from the city wall commander, Zhang Yun clasped his hands in return. After a moment, no more sounds came from the city wall. Zhang Yun then stopped talking and walked straight to a relatively tidy grassy area. He sat down cross-legged and silently circulated his true energy to make up for the consumption caused by the rapid journey. The Lord's Mansion of Flying Dragon City. Inside the council hall, inside the main hall, a dozen or so military generals were gathered, looking at the map before them and engaging in a heated discussion. "General, what do you think the Xuanwu dynasty has been up to lately?" They seemed so confident of victory before, but now they're not only not sending troops, but even when we challenge them, they haven't shown any intention of engaging us in direct combat. That's exactly what I'm wondering about. Logically speaking, if the Xuanwu dynasty wants to further encroach on the territory of my Baihu dynasty, then Filong City is equivalent to the first gateway to the southern border of my Baihu dynasty. Did I overlook something? Chen Bin slowly voiced his question. Upon hearing Chen Bin's question, the generals in the hall all frowned. Indeed, the recent reaction of the Xuanwu dynasty army was too abnormal. Tap, 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 tap. At the same time, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the main hall. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Bin and the generals in the hall all looked up towards the entrance of the main hall. Tap, 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 tap. As the footsteps drew closer, the general who had been guarding the city wall entered the main hall and came into view of Chen Bin and his generals. The garrison commander strode quickly toward Chen Bin and his men, soon arriving before them. He then knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Chen Bin. This humble general, Wang Feng, commander of the 8th Battalion of the Jinghua Army, pays his respects to the general. Get up. Thank you, General Xie. Instead of properly guarding the city walls at night, you've come in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? Chen Bin looked at Wang Feng after he got up and then slowly asked him. Reporting to the general, I have urgent news to report. There is a man outside the city who claims to be the deputy general under General Lu Yunfeng, the garrison commander of Yunhai City. He has come to Filong City to request an audience with the general. This humble general has verified his identity token, and there is no problem whatsoever. Upon hearing Chen Bin's question, Wang Feng slowly began to recount the events in detail. Oh, what are the people from Cloud Sea City doing in Flying Dragon City at this time? Chen Bin was immediately filled with doubt. After pondering for a moment, he slowly gave instructions to Wang Feng. Where is that person now? Reporting to the general, this person is still waiting outside the city. All right, Wang Feng, go and bring him to the city lord's mansion to see me immediately. Yes, general. After responding, Wang Feng turned around and quickly walked away from the main hall. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Chen Bin and his generals watched Wang Feng leave in a hurry, all of them showing thoughtful expressions. On the grassland outside the city, Zhang Yun was still meditating and adjusting his breathing. Creak. Boom. Suddenly, the gates of Flying Dragon City opened slowly, and General Wang Feng led several soldiers out of the city. Zhang Yun was also attracted by the sound the moment the gate opened. He immediately ended his meditation and got up to walk quickly toward the city gate. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, General Zhang. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Yun who had arrived and said politely, It's all right, General Wang, I understand. The general is still waiting at the city lord's mansion. Let's talk as we walk. Good. General Zhang, this way please. Wang Feng then stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Soon, led by Wang Feng, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Chen Bin and the others had been waiting for a long time in the council hall of the city lord's mansion. Led by Wang Feng, Zhang Yun slowly entered the council hall, and the two of them respectfully bowed to Chen Bin. This humble general pays his respects to the great general. Get up. Wang Feng, get back to your post immediately and strengthen security. Yes, General. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he immediately got up and left. I wonder what business Vice General Zhang has with me in Flying Dragon City so late at night. General, please send reinforcements to Yunhai City immediately. What? What exactly happened in Yunhai City? Tell me in detail right now. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin was immediately shocked and anxiously asked Zhang Yun. General, this is what happened. A moment later, Zhang Yun recounted the entire incident in detail, leaving Chen Bin and the other generals utterly astonished. No wonder the Xuanwu dynasty's army has been so quiet lately. Their ambitions are considerable. Chen Bin pondered for a moment, then gave the order. Lin Heng, obey my command. Your subordinate is here. Lead your elite troops and accompany Vice General Zhang. If Yunhai City has already fallen, do not act rashly. Retreat to Yunhai City and then make further plans. Yes, General. Zhang Yun thanks the general. After they finished speaking, the two quickly walked out of the main hall and headed towards the military camp outside the city lord's mansion. Chun Bin watched the two figures leave and thought to himself, given the timeline and the meticulous preparations made by the Xuanwu dynasty, Yunhai City is probably doomed. Well, let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 143 Besieged on all sides. Early the next morning, Cloud Sea City. In a dense forest far outside the city. Hidden within the dense forest was a massive army clad in elite black armor. These men were none other than the soldiers of Lin Hunheng's Jinghua army, who had come to provide support under the command of Zhang Yun, the deputy general of the Yunhai City garrison. The crowd looked toward the distant Cloud Sea City and saw flames shooting across the city walls. Soldiers were moving about everywhere, cleaning up the battlefield. Soldiers with sharp blades patrolled and guarded the area. The white tiger banners that used to flutter in the wind on the city walls had been replaced with black tortoise banners. Seeing this scene in Yunhai City in the distance, Zhang Yun was immediately filled with sorrow, because he knew his general Lu Yunfeng's temperament well. Since Yunhai City had fallen, Lu Yunfeng, the defender of Yunhai City, must have already been beheaded. We were too late after all. Lin Heng sighed as he looked at the scene before him. It's my fault, it's all my fault. If I could have reached Flying Dragon City faster, Cloud Sea City wouldn't have fallen, and the general wouldn't have died in battle. All right, Vice General Zhang, this isn't entirely your fault. It's just that these enemies of the Xuanwu dynasty are too cunning. We don't have enough manpower to retake the city right now. We should hurry back and inform the general. With Yunhai City fallen, our Flying Dragon City's million-strong army will be attacked from both sides. We should inform the general as soon as possible so that he can make preparations. As for the revenge for Yunhai City, we will avenge it sooner or later. The sons and daughters of our White Tiger dynasty will not die in vain. Seeing Zhang Yun's face full of regret and his agitated emotions, Lin Heng couldn't help but speak up to comfort him. General Lin, I have lost my composure and made a fool of myself in front of you. You're right. The most urgent thing now is to tell the general about the situation here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be something we can't afford. We might even be wiped out if we're not careful. As for the grudge against the soldiers and generals of Yunhai City, I'll remember it. I'll settle this score with the Xuanwu dynasty sooner or later. After a moment, Zhang Yun calmed himself down and slowly spoke to Lin Heng. General Zhang, you're right to think that way. Don't worry. Our Jinghua army has also remembered the grudges of the Yunhai City garrison and General Lu Yunfeng. We will settle this score with the Xuanwu dynasty sooner or later, with interest. Thank you. Seeing this, Zhang Yun simply uttered two words. Seeing this, Lin Heng didn't say anything more, but instead whispered an order to one of his personal guards. Someone, pass down the order. The rear guard will become the front guard, and they must retreat carefully without making any noise to attract the attention of the enemy forces inside Yunhai City. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. Yes, General. After responding in a low voice, the guard carefully ran into the dense forest behind him and quickly disappeared into the dark night. A moment later, seeing that his soldiers had all gone far away, Lin Heng spoke to Zhang Yun beside him. General Zhang, that's enough. Let's retreat. Good. After several hours of non-stop travel throughout the night, Lin Heng, Zhang Yun, and the others finally returned to Flying Dragon City at noon. Lin Heng then ordered his deputy to lead the troops to the military camp for rest, while he himself, along with Zhang Yun, headed straight for the city lord's mansion without stopping. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, the commander of the guards in front of the city lord's mansion immediately stepped forward and asked, General Lin, didn't you lead your troops to rescue Yunhai City? Why are you back so soon? Commander Feng, I have urgent business to discuss with the general. Please inform him immediately. Good. Seeing the serious expressions on Lin Heng and Zhang Yun's faces, Commander Feng became solemn and dared not delay. He then personally ran quickly towards the city lord's mansion. At the same time, inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Chun Bin was in the main hall examining a map of the southern border hanging in front of him. His brows furrowed and relaxed at times, but he always had a sense of foreboding, as if something big was about to happen. Tap, 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 tap. Just then, A series of hurried footsteps came, and Commander Feng quickly came to Chun Bin in the main hall and respectfully bowed. This humble general pays his respects to the great general. What's the rush? Reporting to the general, General Lin Heng and Zhang Yun, the deputy commander of the Yunhai City garrison, have returned and are now requesting an audience with you outside the gate. Upon hearing Commander Feng's account, Chun Bin immediately sensed something was wrong and thought to himself. Lin Heng and the others returned so quickly. It seems my guess was right. Yunhai City has been breached. He then gave the urgent instructions directly to Commander Feng. Send it quickly. Yes, General. After responding, Commander Feng quickly ran towards the gate. As Chun Bin watched Commander Feng's departing figure, he couldn't help but speak loudly to the guards outside the door. Someone, summon the generals for a meeting. Yes, General. As soon as Chun Bin finished speaking, a loud response rang out from outside the door. A moment later, tap 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 tap. With a series of hurried footsteps, Lin Heng and Zhang Yun entered the main hall and respectfully bowed to Chun Bin. This humble general pays his respects to the great general. No need for formalities. Tell me quickly, what's going on in Cloud Sea City? Reporting to the general, Vice General Zhang Yun and I arrived outside Yunhai City at dawn this morning. We secretly observed for a long time in a dense forest and finally confirmed that Yunhai City has been breached by the enemy. During this support mission, I sensed an extremely powerful aura of martial artists within the city. I dared not act rashly, so I left a small squad of soldiers to secretly monitor the situation in Yunhai City. I will lead the troops and Deputy General Zhang Yun back temporarily to await the general's instructions. Lin Heng then slowly recounted what had happened. Indeed, my Flying Dragon City is now an isolated city, besieged on all sides. Now that the Xuanwu dynasty has bypassed us and taken Yunhai City, they will definitely send strong soldiers to support Yunhai City along their previous route to strengthen its defenses. Upon hearing Lin Heng's account, Chun Bin looked as if he had just expected it, and the last glimmer of hope that Yunhai City still existed in his heart was instantly shattered. Chun Bin couldn't help but sigh. Then he slowly spoke to Zhang Yun. Deputy General Zhang, now that Yunhai City has fallen, you will serve in my army for the time being. Yes, General. Lin Heng, I am about to teach you a crucial task that concerns the lives of millions of soldiers and countless innocent civilians in Flying Dragon City. General, please speak freely. Lin Heng is determined to complete the mission to the death. Upon hearing that the matter concerned the lives of 1 million soldiers and the entire city's inhabitants, Lin Heng immediately knelt on one knee, cupped his hands, and spoke loudly. I instruct you to do whatever it takes to inform His Majesty of our situation. Please. Chun Bin looked solemn and then cupped his hands in greeting. Yes, General, Lin Hengding has fulfilled his mission. After finishing speaking, Lin Heng stood up and quickly left the main hall. Chun Bin watched Lin Heng's hurried departure, his face full of worry, and muttered to himself. This time, it's something I owe you. Chapter 144 Martial Lord. Jinbei City. Inside the study of the Prince of Qin's residence. At this moment, Yi Yun was carefully reviewing the intelligence gathered by the embroidered uniform guard during this period, as well as the battle reports sent by Bai Qi and others. Since Yi Yun built the mausoleum and erected the monument to heroes, his life has been quite comfortable. Every day, he would play with Xiao Linger, practice his cultivation, and meet up with Li Shihan. Their relationship was also rapidly warming up as they spent more time together. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow as he looked at the battle report in his hand, his face full of joy. The battle report in his hand read, Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, and others have successfully led their armies to occupy all 24 cities of the Orc dynasty near our northern border, as planned. During this time, the 3 armies led by Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, Yu Fei, and others repelled the Orc dynasty's reinforcements. Currently, all 24 cities urgently need to dispatch personnel to handle government affairs and restore people's livelihoods. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yun called out towards the door. Huang Yi. Tap 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 tap. As Yi Yun finished speaking, a series of footsteps came in first, and soon Huang Yi came to Yi Yun's side and respectfully bowed to him. Your subordinate greets your highness. What are your orders, your highness? Go and inform Zhang Jujing to come to the prince's residence to see me. I have important matters to arrange. Yi Yin looked at Huang Yi, who was extremely respectful in front of him, and then slowly gave his instructions. Yes, Your Highness. After responding, Huang Yi immediately got up and strode out of the study. Watching Huang Yi's departing figure, Yi Yin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With their strength increasing, Huang Yi and the others no longer have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation level to protect them from the shadows. Yi Yin hadn't come up with a good idea yet. He had even considered using his power points to exchange for a silver guard, or, even further, a gold guard. However, the thought of the terrifying power of the Heavenly Emperor's golden guards made Yi Yin feel a pang of heartache, and he remained conflicted. However, by sheer coincidence, not long ago, I actually got a hero summoning card from the daily check-in annual check-in. After Yi Yin used it, he actually managed to summon a top-tier assassin. With someone secretly protecting Yi Yin's safety, that's more than enough. During this period, Yi Yin also distributed some of the good things he had checked in every day, such as weapons, pills, spirit stones, battle formations, and so on. A moment later, Yi Yin came to his senses and decided to stop thinking about it, then shouted out into the air. Jing Ku, Shua Shua. As soon as Yi Yin finished speaking, a black figure appeared in front of him and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Your Highness. That's right, the top assassin summoned by the previous hero summoning card was Jing Ku. Its character attributes are perfect for hiding in the shadows to protect oneself. Name, Jing Ku. Cultivation level, Martial Saint Ninth Heaven. Physique, Shadow God Body. Technique, Azura Ghost Shadow Technique. Weapon, Blood Shadow Dagger. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. You protect me while I cultivate here for a while. When Zhang Jujing arrives, please remind me. Yi Yin looked at Jing Ku, who was dressed in a black outfit, and then slowly spoke. Yes, Your Highness. After responding, Jing Ku went straight to the study door and stood silently guarding Yi Yin with his back to him. Upon seeing this, Yi Yin immediately got up and went to the bookshelf next to him. Suddenly, he turned an inconspicuous ornament, and instantly a secret room entrance appeared in front of him. Yi Yin then walked straight into the room, and the door to the secret chamber closed as he entered. Tap, 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 tap. The only sound in the entire secret corridor was the sound of Yi Yin's footsteps. He quickly arrived inside the secret chamber, where he found a very large space. But the furnishings were extremely simple, consisting of only a meditation cushion and a table with some tea on it. Yi Yin then walked to the futon, sat down cross-legged, and took out a small pile of spirit stones from his system backpack and placed them around himself. Then, Yi Yin formed hand seals, slowly closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy from the surrounding spirit stones surged into his body along with the circulation of his internal cultivation technique. Yi Yin has been cultivating from time to time during this period, and he has already reached the great perfection of the 9th level of Martial Sect. It can be said that he is only one step away from breaking through to Martial Venerable. As time passed, it had absorbed and refined a large amount of spiritual energy from the spirit stones, but its cultivation level of great perfection showed no signs of breaking through. Yi Yin's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed, as if he had made an important decision. Soon, Yi Yin flipped his right hand, and a pill that was entirely green and exuded a powerful energy aura instantly appeared in his hand. That's right, this pill was one of the incredibly powerful pills he had previously signed in with, called the Breakthrough Pill. It could help martial artists below the Martial Venerable level break through the barrier of a major realm. Yi Yin didn't linger and directly put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted upon entering his mouth. In an instant, Yi Yin felt an extremely powerful spiritual force surge through his body, rampaging through his meridians. Yi Yin dared not be careless and quickly circulated his cultivation technique to refine and absorb it. As Yi Yin continued to refine the spiritual energy, he felt the tearing sensation in his meridians caused by the chaotic flow of spiritual energy. If it weren't for his strong physique and the fact that his meridians were strengthened by a small amount of spiritual energy each time he practiced the technique, Yi Yin would probably have fainted from the pain by now. As time passed, Yi Yin's refining speed increased, and a large amount of spiritual energy was refined and absorbed into his dantian. At this moment, Yi Yun could clearly feel that his cultivation was steadily improving, which was much better than the effect of absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones earlier. Soon, Yi Yun's aura became terrifyingly powerful. Bang! Yi Yun only felt a very faint sound coming from within his body, and his aura surged to another level. Yi Yun is broken through. Martial Lord First Level Heaven. At the same time, Jing Ku, who was guarding the study, also opened his eyes instantly, looking at the fluctuations in energy coming from the direction of the secret room. He smiled slightly and muttered to himself, "It seems that your highness has made a breakthrough." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and silently guarded the place. Inside the secret room, after breaking through, Yi Yun did not stop cultivating. Instead, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones placed around him, constantly stabilizing his newly achieved realm. Chapter 145: The Fall of 24 Cities. Half an hour later, Yi Yun had already stabilized his newly achieved cultivation level, and since continuing to cultivate would not lead to much further progress, he stopped cultivating. He then gathered up the spirit stones that had lost all their spiritual energy and stood up straight, striding out of the secret chamber. Bang! Creak! As the door to the secret room in the study gradually opened, Yi Yun emerged from it. As soon as Yi Yun came out, he looked around and saw Huang Yi, Zhang Jujing, and others respectfully waiting in the study. It seems the two of them have been here for some time. When Zhang Jujing, Huang Yi, and the others saw Yi Yun appear, they immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to him. "We pay our respects to your highness." "Congratulations, your highness, on successfully breaking through to the next realm. No need for formalities. You must have been waiting here for quite some time." "Jing Ku, didn't I tell you to inform me after Uncle De arrives?" "Your highness, this matter is not the fault of Guard Jing. It was I who took it upon myself to tell him not to disturb your highness." "Oh, is that really the case?" "It is absolutely true. After receiving the notification, I packed up and came to the prince's residence. When I arrived, I only saw Guard Jing guarding the study. After inquiring, I learned that your highness was breaking through to the next realm. So I took the liberty of telling Guard Jing not to disturb you and that I would wait here." "Oh, uncle, I don't even know what to say to you." "All right, since that's the case, let's leave it at that. Let's get down to business." After listening, Yi Yun looked at Zhang Jujing and smiled, but when he mentioned serious matters, he quickly regained his serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing straightened up slightly, waiting for Yi Yun to continue his story. "Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao and others have sent battle reports from the front lines. They have now successfully captured 24 cities of the Beastman dynasty that are close to our northern border. They urgently need a large number of officials to govern these cities. Uncle, you will have to take good care of this matter and select the appropriate officials as soon as possible and arrange for them to take up their posts." "Yes, your highness. I will make arrangements for this immediately." "Good. By the way, uncle, how are the remaining aristocratic families in the north doing these days? Are there any stubborn ones?" Yi Yun asked again. "Your highness, since your highness dispatched troops to sweep through the major cities and unify the northern border, most of the stubborn and wicked aristocratic families were wiped out. Now, the remaining aristocratic families are quite obedient and extremely strict with their disciples. Many families have even sent their disciples to join our various legions." Not bad. At least you have some self-awareness." "That's all right then. Uncle, you can go ahead and get back to work." After listening, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile and say, "Yes, your highness." Yi Yun watched Zhang Jujing leave, and then spoke to Huang Yi who was standing beside him. "Huang Yi, come with me to the garden." After Yi Yun finished speaking, he didn't wait for Huang Yi's reply and strode out of the study. "Yes, your highness." At the same time, the news of the fall of the 24 cities of the Orcish dynasty has now reached the ears of the Orcish dynasty emperor, the capital of the Orc dynasty. Inside the main hall of the imperial palace, Kedar frowned, his face filled with disbelief. "Tell me this isn't true. How could my 24 border cities have fallen so quickly, and even General Niu Zhan was defeated?" "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. The soldiers attacking us are extremely powerful, and the leader of the enemy is even more unfathomably skilled. None of the soldiers defending the city could withstand a single blow from him. Even General Niu Zhan was seriously injured after taking one of their blows and is still unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. Upon hearing the mention of the enemy army, the reporting soldier was overcome with fear and trembled all over. Have you found out which faction the other side belongs to? Upon seeing this, Kedar, seated high on his throne, immediately spoke up again to inquire. Your Majesty, the enemy's banners bear a white tiger pattern and the Qin King's banner. The Qin King's banner? There was a Prince Jinbei in the north before, and now there's a Prince Qin. Can any of you tell me what's going on? Upon hearing the soldier's reply, Kedar roared loudly at the assembled courtiers in the hall. Your Majesty, according to intelligence from the White Tiger Dynasty's spies, the Prince of Jinbei was recently promoted to Prince of Qin by the White Tiger Dynasty's emperor for his meritorious service in defending against the enemy. This newly appeared Prince of Qin should be the former Prince of Jinbei. The forces that captured 24 cities on my southern border this time must be the troops under the command of this King of Qin. A middle-aged man in armor walked out from one side of the hall and spoke respectfully to Kedar, who was on the throne. Hiss! Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. This Prince of Jinbei, or rather, Prince Qin's troops, had previously wiped out the Blood Fiend sect members with ease. How could the current dynasty possibly withstand the generals and soldiers under the command of the King of Qin of the White Tiger Dynasty with its apparent strength? Kedar looked at the ministers conversing in the hall and then spoke loudly. Silence! Look at the state of you all. As soon as Kedar finished speaking, the hall fell silent instantly. After looking around, Kedar spoke loudly and solemnly. Issue the order to strengthen the defenses of all major cities in the south, and also to transfer the Mad Serpent Legion to guard Cloud Valley in the south. I will take care of the rest. Yes, Your Majesty. Dismiss the court. Upon seeing this, Kedar then stood up and slowly walked towards one side of the hall. Chapter 146: The Siege of the Southern Territory. White Tiger Dynasty. The capital city. Inside the main hall of the Imperial Palace, Yi Batian was currently in a high position, listening quietly and patiently to the reports from the ministers in the hall below about some recent important events. Suddenly, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps could be heard outside the main hall, mixed with some hoarse shouts. Tap, 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 tap. Urgent report from the southern border, from the Grand General of the state. A moment later, a royal guard in armor was seen carrying a blood-stained battle report and rushing into the hall. He quickly arrived in front of Yi Batian, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Majesty, this is an urgent report from the Grand General of the state. After the palace guard finished speaking, he held the battle report high above his head, waiting for someone to come and take it. Bring it up here quickly so I can see it. Upon hearing that the report concerned the war in the southern border, Yi Batian urgently instructed the eunuch beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch beside him spoke respectfully in a shrill voice, then turned and walked towards the guards below the steps. He took the battle report from their hands with both hands, then quickly returned to the high platform and respectfully handed it to Yi Batian with both hands. After receiving the blood-stained battle report, Yi Batian did not immediately examine it. Instead, he asked the palace guards in front of him a question. Where is the messenger? Your Majesty, when we saw the messenger from the Jinghua army, he was covered in blood and seriously injured. I arranged for his immediate treatment. During this time, the Jinghua army soldier tremblingly told me that there were more than 2,000 of them who had broken through the blockade of the Xuanwu dynasty army with battle reports and letters requesting reinforcements. After handing the battle reports to me, he died because his injuries were too severe and he had not received effective treatment for a long time. Upon hearing Yi Batian's question, the palace guards quickly responded and explained. Yes, a loyal and brave man. Give that soldier of the Jinghua army a proper burial. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Batian looked at the assembled officials below the hall and spoke slowly. Your Majesty is wise. Upon hearing this, the ministers couldn't help but shout in unison. After Yi Batian finished speaking, he slowly opened the blood-stained battle report in his hand to examine it, ignoring the shouts of the ministers in the hall. As time passed, Yi Batian became increasingly alarmed as he looked at the battle report in his hand. What shocked him was not the report itself, but the secret report it contained. The contents of the secret report made Yi Batian tremble involuntarily as he read it. The Xuanwu dynasty somehow managed to flank Feilong City from behind and launched a night attack on Yunhai City. Now Yunhai City has fallen, and Feilong City is now an isolated city. General Chen Bin and his Jinghua army are now attacked from both sides. Once the Xuanwu dynasty recovers, Flying Dragon City, General Chen Bin and his million soldiers will face unimaginable difficulties, and in the worst case, they may even be completely wiped out. My esteemed ministers, do you have a solution? After a short while, Yi Batian slowly recounted the contents to the ministers in the hall and then asked them questions. Yi Batian had just finished speaking. The once noisy hall was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop, as all the officials inside were shocked by the news Yi Batian had shared. A moment later, "Your Majesty, is what you said true?" An elderly man dressed in civil official robes walked out from the side of the main hall and asked Yi Batian, still unwilling to give up. "Of course, the secret message in the battle report is here. How could it be false?" Yi Batian looked up at the person who had asked the question, casually waved the blood-stained battle report with the secret letter written on it, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to mobilize troops and appoint generals to lead the rescue. Otherwise, if Flying Dragon City falls and the Jinghua army is defeated, the consequences will be something we absolutely cannot bear." At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor stepped out from the military officer ranks beside the main hall and spoke anxiously. "Ministry of War, how many troops can be mobilized from the vicinity of the capital at the fastest speed?" "Your Majesty, there are currently 600,000 new troops near the capital who are still training. Their training time is short, their combat effectiveness is generally low, and they have not yet been formed into an army. They cannot be mobilized for this battle. Since the troops around the capital have already been mobilized and drawn from the city once, and the troops in the surrounding cities have not yet been replenished, if we try to gather the maximum number of troops in a short period of time, we can probably only have 100,000 troops. Of the 300,000 troops previously transferred to support the northern border, about 150,000 have returned to their camps near the capital and can participate in the battle. But once these 200,000 troops are withdrawn, there will be no elite soldiers available to deploy near the capital, leaving only the soldiers guarding the capital." Upon hearing about the troop strength, Yi Batian frowned. This number of troops was far from sufficient to support the southern border and resolve its current predicament. Upon hearing about the troop strength, everyone in the main hall fell into deep thought. The large armies in the east and west cannot be mobilized lightly now. It would take too long to draw them from remote cities, and the combat effectiveness of the soldiers drawn from various places would be limited. Silence fell once again in the main hall. Suddenly, at that moment, a middle-aged man in armor stepped out from the ranks and respectfully bowed to Yi Batian. If you were here, you would definitely recognize this person. He is one of the generals who led the troops to support the northern border, named Li Qing. "Your Majesty, we have no troops left to deploy. Even if we were to draw upon and assemble them, the fighting strength of the army would be limited. I have a suggestion that can solve this urgent problem. I don't know if this is a suitable suggestion. Generally, please feel free to speak." "Yes, Your Majesty. This humble general suggests that Prince Qin, Yi Yun, and his troops be sent south to relieve the siege of the Jinghua army. This humble general has led troops to support the northern border war and has a close understanding of Prince Qin's troops. In this humble general's opinion, Prince Qin's troops are all veterans of countless battles and can be described as extremely elite. I believe that with Prince Qin leading his troops south, the siege of the southern border will be resolved." The king of Qin marched south. After hearing Li Qing's words, Yi Batian couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the same time, many ministers who had already secretly chosen sides in the main hall spoke up. "No, Your Majesty. This siege of the southern border is extremely important. How can we easily hand it over to the Prince of Qin? This matter is of great importance. I urge Your Majesty to consider it carefully." His Majesty. Yi Batian ignored the noisy ministers in the main hall and kept thinking about the feasibility of the matter. As time passed, Yi Batian thought about it more and more and found it feasible. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, all traces of his previous sorrow had vanished. Yi Batian frowned as he looked at the noisy crowd below the stage. He knew exactly what they were thinking. He then shouted a reprimand. "Silence! What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? Your Majesty, please forgive me." Seeing Yi Batian's anger, everyone shouted loudly. Seeing this, Yi Batian stopped arguing with him and instead spoke loudly. "Someone, issue an order that after King Qin Yiyun has arranged the defenses of the northern border, he should lead his army south to provide support and relieve the siege of General Chen Bin. All major cities must grant King Qin and his southward-bound army preferential treatment. If anyone causes trouble, King Qin may act as he sees fit." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Furthermore, the Ministry of War should speed up the training of the new army. If this happens again, you will lose your position as Minister of War." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Minister of War replied in a trembling voice. Chapter 147, Forging the Holy Court, Human-Shaped Scroll. Offering Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Batian stood respectfully in front of several elders, completely devoid of the domineering imperial majesty he had exuded in the main hall just moments before. "Is everything you're saying true?" the elderly man at the head of the group asked. "Your Excellency, this news was relayed back by the soldiers of the Xinghua army at all costs, and it is absolutely true." Yi Batian gave the old man a resolute reply. "It seems that the Xuanwu dynasty has been planning this for a long time. This time, their aggressive approach suggests they have much more to gain. Why be afraid of him? At worst, we'll fight." "Who's afraid of who?" Then another elder in the cabinet shouted loudly. "Fifth brother, you need to control your temper a bit. This matter is of great importance, and we must handle it carefully. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, the consequences will be far beyond what my White Tiger dynasty can bear." The elder at the head addressed the crowd, then turned his gaze to Yi Batian and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Batian, how have you arranged this matter? How will you allocate troops? And who will lead the army to provide support and relieve the siege of the southern border?" "Your Excellency, it is truly impossible to spare more elite soldiers from the vicinity of the capital for the battle. After discussion, I have decided to send Prince Qin Yiyun to lead the army south." Yi Batian answered truthfully. The king of Qin led his army south. After hearing Yi Batian's words, the elder in the lead murmured in a low voice. A moment later, "I have heard some things about the army under the command of the king of Qin from Lu Yun. If the king of Qin leads the army south, the siege of the southern border can be lifted. However, just in case, our offering pavilion will personally dispatch experts to secretly follow them. If any unexpected situation occurs, our offering pavilion's experts will appear immediately." "Thank you, Your Excellency. Then I'll take my leave." "Go." Upon hearing this, Yi Batian slowly withdrew from the offering pavilion. Once outside, Yi Batian regained his usual imperial majesty and strode towards his palace. The north, Jinbei City. Inside a secret cultivation chamber in the study of the Qin prince's mansion, Yi Yun's eyes were closed, and the ground around him was covered with piles of spirit stones. The spiritual energy emitted by the spirit stones in the secret room was almost misty. If anyone else were here at this moment, they would definitely start cursing the spendthrift. It's important to understand that a single ordinary low-grade spirit stone is enough for an average martial artist to cultivate for several days across the entire Tianwu continent, let alone high-grade or even top-grade spirit stones. Inside the secret chamber, the almost misty spiritual energy was constantly circulating as Yi Yun practiced his cultivation technique. The spiritual energy in the secret chamber surged wildly into the acupoints around Yi Yun's body like a tidal wave. It was clear that Yi Yun's forehead was covered with a fine layer of sweat, indicating that he had been cultivating like this for some time. As Yi Yun cultivated, he unconsciously emitted a trace of aura, indicating that his cultivation level had improved once again. A moment later, Yi Yun stopped circulating his internal energy cultivation technique to absorb and refine spiritual energy. As his cultivation ceased, the sharp edge that Yi Yun originally possessed was also concealed. Yi Yan opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and muttered to himself. My cultivation has finally reached the peak of the first level. But the consumption is just too terrifying. If it weren't for the spirit stones and pills I get from daily check-ins, I really wouldn't have enough resources for cultivation. Yi Yan looked at the dim and lifeless spirit stones scattered around him, which contained almost no spiritual energy, and smiled helplessly. Just then, a familiar system notification sound appeared in Yi Yan's mind once again. Ding! Today's check-in has been refreshed. In addition, today's check-in is a 6-month check-in, which will grant a critical hit bonus. Would you like to check in today immediately? Sign in. Check-in successful. Lucky critical hit bonus in progress. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Supreme Secret Manual, the Human Character Scroll of the Forging Holy Court. As the two system notifications faded, Yi Yan couldn't help but think to himself. Casting the Holy Court's Human Character Scroll? System, does the Holy Court's secret manual have different levels? Yi Yan then silently recited the command to the system in his mind. Ding! Host permissions are insufficient to obtain information. What? Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Yan was instantly speechless with shock. He didn't even have the authority to understand the level of the Forging Holy Court. I'd like to see what's so extraordinary about this thing of yours that it even has different levels. Yi Yan looked at this secret manual of the Forging Holy Court in his system inventory and couldn't help but think to himself before taking it out of his system inventory. I opened it carefully and began to examine it. The secret canon of the Sacred Court states that all things in the world have their own unique destiny. However, for ordinary people, there is not much difference in luck. The deeper one's fortune, the more astonishing their achievements will be. Even more so, some are born with great fortune, truly darlings of heaven and earth, and their achievements will be extraordinary. Conversely, the less luck one has, the more likely one is to experience constant hardships, wandering through storms, and wasting one's life. However, the secret manual for forging the Holy Court requires the creation of a unified nation, which is different from the 5 existing dynasties on the Tianwu continent. Instead, it needs to rely on the Qi luck as its foundation, offer sacrifices to heaven and earth, obtain heaven and earth's approval, and condense the Qi luck golden dragon. Only then can the dynasty within the secret manual be forged. Once the dynasty is successfully established as the ruler of the dynasty, as long as one is within the territory of the dynasty, one can mobilize the power of the golden dragon of the dynasty's fortune to improve one's cultivation level in a short period of time. As the country develops and grows stronger, and as the people gain recognition and support, the golden dragon of fortune will become increasingly powerful. Furthermore, once the dynasty is established, all officials of the dynasty will receive a certain boost in cultivation speed after being formally appointed. This manual is simply an unparalleled secret manual. The first volume is already so powerful, one can only imagine how terrifying the later volumes are. Now, the arrival of this secret manual can be seen as pointing the way for the path I will take next. Gather the vital energy, establish a dynasty, conquer the world, collect the vital energy of the world for your own use, and achieve the supreme imperial cause. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. Yi Yan's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't help but think to himself. However, the matter of establishing a dynasty is of great importance and cannot be rushed. We need to discuss it thoroughly with Uncle Da and Wenhe and proceed gradually. Thinking of this, Yi Yan put the secret manual in his hand into his system backpack, stood up, and slowly walked out of the secret room. Chapter 148 The Army Returns in Triumph. Creak. The secret door to the inner room in the study opened slowly with a soft sound. Yi Yan then strode out with a slight smile. He went straight to the table and picked up the ancient book he hadn't finished reading before, beginning to examine it carefully. A moment later, a series of chaotic footsteps sounded outside the door. Soon, accompanied by increasingly close footsteps, several urgent knocks came from the door. Knock, 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 knock. Who? Upon seeing this, Yi Yan raised an eyebrow and asked in a deep voice. Your subordinate, Huang Yi, has important business to discuss with your highness. Huang Yi's incredibly familiar voice came in as soon as Yi Yun finished speaking. "Come in." Creak. As the study door was pushed open, Huang Yi quickly walked into the study and came to Yi Yun, bowing respectfully. "Your subordinate greets your highness." "Get up." "Huang Yi, why have you come to see me in such a hurry, saying you have something important to tell me? What is it?" Yi Yun looked at the extremely respectful Huang Yi in front of him and then asked, "Your Highness, according to news from the embroidered uniform guard, Generals Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsunxiao, along with their armies, are less than 100 li from Jinbei City and are expected to arrive there by noon today." "Oh, I received the news the day before yesterday that it was still 3 days away from Jinbei City. I didn't expect to arrive so quickly." Yi Yun was quite surprised. He then glanced at Huang Yi in front of him and gave the order directly. "Huang Yi, inform Zhang Zhuzhing of this matter and let him make arrangements. I will personally go out of the city 10 miles to welcome my northern warriors home." "Yes, Your Highness." After Huang finished speaking, he walked quickly out of the study. Watching Huang Yi's departing figure, Yi Yun lost all interest in concentrating on examining the ancient book in his hands. He put it down and got up to stroll out of the study. Noon. It is located 10 miles outside the north gate of Jinbei City. The once sparsely populated official road was now crowded with soldiers and civilians from the northern border, and even officials of all ranks from the entire Jinbei City had gathered there. Yi Yun was also among them, standing with his hands behind his back at the front of the group, his gaze fixed on the end of the official road. At the same time, on an official road 20 miles away, a massive and extremely elite army was rapidly advancing towards Jinbei City. The entire team looked like a giant dragon lying on the ground. At this moment, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsunxiao rode side by side at the front of the formation, seemingly exchanging information with each other. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats rang out. Tap, 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 tap. A soldier rode a warhorse swiftly toward Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsunxiao. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi immediately raised his hand, and the entire marching force halted, quietly awaiting the commander's next order. There was not a single sound from the entire force, demonstrating the strictness of the military discipline. Control. The soldiers, riding swiftly, soon arrived before Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsunxiao. Holding the reins, they respectfully bowed to the 3 men and said, "Reporting to the 3 generals, we will reach Jinbei City in about 30 miles. His Highness is personally leading the officials and a large number of people of Jinbei City and is waiting for us 10 miles outside the north gate of Jinbei City." "What? The prince himself is here to greet us." Upon hearing the soldier's message, the 3 were immediately taken aback. "Okay, you can go now." "Well, it seems we need to speed up our march, generals. We can't keep the prince waiting too long." Bai Qi was the first to regain his senses and slowly began to speak. "That makes sense. Someone come here." Bai Qi then shouted to his personal guards. "General." As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, a guard behind him rode out on horseback and responded. "Order the entire army to accelerate their advance." "Yes, General." Upon hearing this, the guard immediately responded. As he spoke, he spurred his warhorse and charged toward the army behind him, shouting loudly as he did so. "The general has ordered the entire army to advance at full speed without fail." The general has given orders. Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsunxiao exchanged glances, spurred their horses, and galloped off towards Jinbei City. Upon seeing this, the soldiers behind him quickly followed and ran after him. In an instant, dust billowed up all over the official road, creating a spectacular sight. 15 minutes later, it is located 10 miles outside the north gate of Jinbei City. Yi Yun and the others have been waiting here for quite some time. Seeing that there was no movement at all on the official road ahead, Yi Yun frowned and thought to himself, "Could it be that the information from the embroidered uniform guard is wrong? We've been waiting for ages and haven't seen a single ghost." However, given the intelligence capabilities of the embroidered uniform guard, it's impossible for them to make a mistake on this kind of information. Perhaps Bai Qi and the others were delayed on their way. Let's wait and see. Just as Yi Yun was imagining things, he felt the ground shake and heard the rapid sound of horses' hooves coming from afar. Da-da-da-da. Yi Yun and the others all looked up in the direction from which the sound came. A moment later, A group of cavalrymen clad in black armor, led by Bai Qi and his men, were seen rushing rapidly toward them. Behind him were countless soldiers from the 3 legions, stretching as far as the eye could see. Soon, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Li Tsuanxiao rode their warhorses to a spot not far from Yi Yun and the others. They pulled on the reins, quickly stopped their horses, dismounted, and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. This humble general pays his respects to your highness. Please rise, 3 generals. The 3 generals have achieved remarkable military exploits in this campaign. I have already arranged a banquet to celebrate their triumphant return. Come with me. Yi Yun smiled and stepped forward to help the 3 of them up before saying something. Yi Yun noticed the hesitation in the 3 people's eyes and then couldn't help but laugh again. You 3, don't worry, how could I forget? I have already instructed Uncle Da to prepare everything for the soldiers of the 3 legions in the camp. Uncle Da will take good care of them. Thank you, your highness. Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Tsuanxiao thanked Yi Yun in unison. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yes, your highness. The 3 men then went to their respective warhorses, mounted them, gave instructions to their guards, and then rode off into the city alongside Yi Yun. Chapter 149. The Embroidered Uniform Guard arrives. Noon on the 2nd day. The Prince of Qin's mansion. Inside Yi Yun's residence. That feels so good. Yi Yun lazily sat up from the bed, stretched, and muttered to himself in a lazy tone. At the banquet last night, the generals took turns toasting Yi Yun, and Yi Yun accepted every toast, showing a posture as if he wanted to fight the generals for 300 rounds. Everyone possessed considerable martial arts skills and could have used their internal energy to dispel the effects of drunkenness, but none of them did so. Instead, they drank back and forth, thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the end, it was only with the help of the guards in the palace that the drunken group was sent back to their respective residences. Someone come here. Yi Yun shouted loudly towards the door. Creak. Tap 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 tap. With the sound of a door opening and hurried footsteps, Sun Yue quickly approached Yi Yun, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Highness, you're awake? What time is it now? Looking at Sun Yue, who was showing a hint of concern, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, it is already noon. What? I slept for so long. Upon hearing Sun Yue's answer, Yi Yun was immediately startled and muttered to himself, Drinking really does lead to trouble. You must never drink like that again. Yue, get ready. I need to take a bath and change my clothes. Yes, your highness. This servant will arrange it immediately. Upon hearing this, Sun Yue immediately agreed and hurriedly turned and left with several maids. Soon, with the help of maids, Yi Yun bathed and changed into a black brocade robe before entering the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, little Linger was playing happily with her maid. Big brother, you've come? When Xiao Linger saw Yi Yun arrive, her eyes lit up, and she ran towards him with a big smile, calling out to him. Seeing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the running Xiao Linger, and spun her around twice. Yi Yun's actions made Xiao Linger laugh uncontrollably. A moment later, Yi Yun smiled as he looked at the smiling little Linger in his arms and couldn't help but ask, Little Linger, have you missed your big brother? I think about it every day. Linger said in a soft, sweet voice. Okay, big brother, come and play with Linger whenever you have time, okay? Okay. When Xiao Linger heard that Yi Yun would play with her, she was overjoyed and cried out in Yi Yun's arms. Go on, keep playing with them. Big brother, go sit in the pavilion for a while and watch our little Linger play, okay? Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately put down Xiao Linger in his arms, squatted down, and slowly spoke to her. Good. Little Linger spoke softly, then walked straight toward the maid who had been playing with her earlier. Yi Yun stood up and looked at the maid, he playing happily with Xiao Linger. He couldn't help but smile knowingly, then turned around and walked straight towards the pavilion in the courtyard. Soon, Yi Yun slowly sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion in the courtyard, and the maids brought out some fruits and snacks for Yi Yun to eat. After watching Xiao Linger play for a while and seeing that she was having a lot of fun, Yi Yun stopped focusing his attention on Xiao Linger and instead picked up an ancient book that the maid had just placed on the stone table and began to examine it carefully. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze swept by, lifting a strand of Yi Yun's hair. If anyone else were here, they would surely be amazed. What a handsome young man. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar, instantly shattering the beautiful atmosphere. Tap, 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 tap. As the footsteps grew closer, Huang Yi hurriedly approached Yi Yun and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate greets your highness. No need for formalities. Huang Yi, what brings you to me in such a hurry? Yi Yun looked at Huang Yi in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Your highness, Chen Tian, a commander of the embroidered uniform guard, requests an audience with you. He says he has important news from the capital to inform you. News from the capital? What news from the capital that requires me to be informed personally? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's face was filled with doubt. Where is Chen Tian now? After pondering for a moment, Yi Yun asked Huang Yi, Your Highness, I have had someone take him to the reception hall to wait, and I will come to inform you shortly. Huang Yi said respectfully, Yes, let's go. Come with me to see Chen Tian. Yi Yun glanced at Xiao Linger, who was having a great time, and then slowly spoke. Yes, Your Highness. Reception hall. At this moment, Chen Tian was sitting upright in a chair on one side of the hall, occasionally picking up a cup of tea to drink. Tap, 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 tap. As footsteps approached, Yi Yun strode into the reception hall, with Huang Yi following closely behind. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Chen Tian immediately put down his teacup, stood up, and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Your subordinate, Chen Tian, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, pays his respects to your highness. Yes, get up. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun spoke calmly, then went straight to the main seat and sat down. Thank you, your highness. After Yi Yun sat down, he slowly began to ask, Chen Tian, what important news from the capital requires me to come and tell you in person? Your highness, it is like this. A few days ago, Lord Zhao Gao found our Jinhui brothers in the capital and told us some news. Commander Baihu felt that this matter was of great importance. So he ordered me to come to the northern border to inform your highness of this news so that your highness could make preparations as soon as possible. Oh, what news is it? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke up urgently. Your highness, the message from Lord Zhao Gao is that the war in the southern border is in a stalemate. What's worse is that the Grand General of the state and his Jingguo army are now trapped in Feilong City. The Xuanwu dynasty has unexpectedly captured Yinhai City. Now, General Qin Bin and the Jingguo army are attacked from both sides, and Feilong City has become an isolated city. Just 2 days ago, His Majesty personally ordered your highness to lead the army south to relieve the siege of the southern border. The messenger who delivered the order has already set off, and is expected to arrive at Jinbei City soon. What? You want me to lead my army south? Yi Yun was shocked upon hearing Chen Tian's news. A moment later, Yi Yun calmed himself down and then gave instructions to Chen Tian. You informed me of this matter at just the right time. Otherwise, if the envoy from the capital had arrived, I might have been caught off guard. You must be tired from your journey. Go down and rest well. I will remember your contributions. Thank you, your highness. I will take my leave now. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Chen Tian bowed respectfully to Yi Yun and said. He then walked quickly out of the hall. Yi Yun watched Chen Tian's departing figure and murmured to himself, These are truly turbulent times. Then Yi Yun gave Huang Yi a deep, stern instruction. Huang Yi, go and inform the generals and several officials in charge in the city to come to the palace tonight, and tell them that you have important matters to discuss with me. Yes, your highness. Chapter 150 Late Night Meeting. Night. The main hall for receiving guests in the Prince of Qin's residence. Compared to the other rooms, the main hall was brightly lit. Generals of various armies, including Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, Yu Fei, and Qin Xiong, as well as Zhang Jujing and Fang Xianling, who were in charge of the administration of Yi Yun's territory, arrived at the main hall one after another. After everyone arrived, they chatted amongst themselves, creating a lively scene. In a corner of the main hall, Su Chu, unable to contain his impatience, approached Bai Qi and the others and asked in a low voice, General Bai, you have just returned in triumph. Why has the prince summoned us here in such a hurry? Do you know why? I don't know. Bai Qi glanced at Su Chu and uttered two words indifferently. Haha, Zhongkong, don't worry about it. The prince's sudden summons of us must mean that something big has happened, and it is very likely that it is closely related to us. Otherwise, the prince would not have summoned us so late at night for no reason. At this moment, Qin Xiong couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Chu being humiliated in front of Bai Qi. Just then, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside the door. Tap, 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 tap. A moment later, as the footsteps drew closer, a loud announcement instantly filled the hall. His Highness the King of Qin has arrived. Yi Yun, dressed in a black outfit, appeared first in everyone's sight, looking very capable. Closely following behind him was Jian Wei, Yi Yun's bodyguard. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, everyone stood up and respectfully bowed to him. We pay our respects to your highness. Please, everyone, no need for formalities. I am deeply sorry to have summoned you all here so late at night, as there are important matters to discuss. In particular, Generals Bai Qi, Sun Xiao, and Yu Fei have just returned in triumph and haven't had a proper rest before I've summoned them here again. Yi Yun smiled and addressed the crowd in the main hall. It is our duty to share the burdens of the prince. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Bai Qi, Li Sun Xiao, and Yu Fei all spoke in unison. Upon seeing this, the others in the hall couldn't help but shout at Yi Yun. We are willing to share your highness's burdens. Haha, okay. Please take your seats, everyone. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun burst into laughter, then gave instructions to the people standing in the main hall. After speaking, he walked straight towards the main seat in the hall, and Jian Wei followed slowly behind. A moment later, after everyone was seated, Yi Yun put away his smile and then spoke seriously. Gentlemen, I imagine you are all curious as to why I have summoned you here so late at night. Well then, I will satisfy your curiosity. I received intelligence from the Imperial Guards in the capital today that the war in the southern border has taken a turn for the worse. Yinhai City has fallen, and General Chen Bin and his Jinghua army are trapped in Feilong City, facing attacks from both sides. However, it is no longer possible to draw elite soldiers from the vicinity of the capital to form a rescue army. Even if we force them to be drawn, it will not be able to form a strong fighting force. At that time, let alone rescue, we will be lucky if we don't get caught up in it. Because our campaign in the north has been so successful, a general who previously led troops to support the north suggested to His Majesty that I lead troops south to relieve the siege of the south. His Majesty has finally made the decision on this matter, ordering me to lead the army south to relieve the siege of the southern border. The messenger from the capital who came to deliver the decree should already be on his way. Gentlemen, what do you think we should do about this? After hearing this, everyone in the hall frowned. A moment later, Li Sun Xiao couldn't help but stand up first and speak loudly. Your Highness, what's so difficult about that? It's just war, just fight, and it'll be over. General Sun Xiao is right, let's just fight. The Orc dynasty's army was routed by us, so what are we afraid of about the Xuanwu dynasty? Upon seeing this, Su Chu immediately stood up and shouted loudly. Hey, war isn't as simple as you think. How do you manage the logistics of hundreds of thousands of troops? Yi Yun looked at Li Sun Xiao and Su Chu and couldn't help but sigh. Your Highness, I think General Li and General Su's words are quite reasonable. We have no choice but to fight this battle. First of all, although we have now unified the northern border and even occupied more than 20 cities of the Orcish dynasty, and our territory is already extremely large, we can barely control the number of soldiers under our command. Although there are no soldiers available in the capital at present, if we show the slightest sign of rebellion, we will likely face a counterattack from the entire White Tiger dynasty. Even if we win by force, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, will the other major dynasties around us give us time to rebuild? No, absolutely not. The most terrifying thing at that time is that we will be surrounded by enemies on all sides, and only destruction awaits us in the end. Therefore, we must accept this decree from the capital, and the prince must personally lead the armies south. Of course, what I analyzed before was the worst-case scenario. This southward march is not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, Your Highness can take this opportunity to consolidate your prestige and lay a solid foundation for unifying the world in the future. As for the supplies for the army's expedition, there is absolutely no need to worry. The grain seeds that Your Highness entrusted to us before the new year have now been successfully cultivated, and the first batch has already been successfully harvested, which is enough to support the army's operations. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jujing stood up and respectfully and slowly expressed his thoughts to Yi Yun. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, Uncle's analysis makes a lot of sense. Since it can't be avoided, then let's fight. Uncle, your subordinate is here. It's too late tonight. Here's what we'll do. You, Xinling, and the other major army commanders should discuss and come up with a feasible plan to lead the army south within the next 2 days, and then present it to me. Yes, Your Highness. Gentlemen, leading the army south this time is no small matter. I hope you will consider it carefully and not take it lightly. Yes, Your Highness. In that case, everyone should return to their residences and rest. Thank you, Your Highness. We will take our leave now. After everyone responded respectfully in unison, they turned around and quickly left the main hall. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of everyone and then got up, slowly walking towards his room. Chapter 151 The Imperial Decree arrives. The next day, the Prince of Qin's mansion. Yi Yun, who had just finished breakfast, was about to get up and leave to go to Luyun Auction House to find Li Shihan. Suddenly, a system notification sound entered Yi Yun's mind, startling him. Ding! This month's summoning opportunities have been refreshed. Shall we begin summoning now? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and murmured softly. I can't believe how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. System, initiate the summoning. A moment later, Yi Yun shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and then silently recited to the system in his mind. Yes, host. The summons of outstanding individuals is underway. Please wait patiently, host. As the system notification sound faded, the familiar white screen in Yi Yun's mind began to flash continuously, with images of countless outstanding figures flashing across it. A moment later, a dazzling white light flashed through Yi Yun's mind. The next second, the system notification sounded in Yi Yun's mind again. Ding! Successful summoning of a hero. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the hero, Snow Moon Sword Immortal Li Hani. The outstanding individual has been summoned and will join the host within 2 hours. What? They actually summoned Li Hani? Yi Yun was quite surprised to hear the system notification, but his face was full of questions. System, how did you summon Li Hani? Li Hani isn't a historical or fictional hero, is she? Yi Yun asked the system in his mind, full of questions. Reporting to the host, since the last system update, the summoning range of this system is no longer limited to the historical and fictional characters known in the host's previous life, but also includes characters appearing in various novels and movies. As soon as Yi Yun finished asking his question, the system's response came out in detail. Why didn't you tell me about this good thing sooner? Host, you didn't ask me either. You? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun twitched involuntarily, his expression quite remarkable. After a moment, he couldn't help but silently give instructions to the system in his mind. System, remember to notify me next time there's an update like this. Also, open Li Hani's attribute interface. Yes, host. The outstanding person attribute interface has been opened. Please view it yourself. Name, Li Hani. Title, Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Cultivation level, Martial Emperor, 3rd level. Technique, Moon Breath Divine Sword Technique. Physique, Moon Shadow Heavenly Sword Physique. Weapons, Iron Horse and Icy River. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. Martial Emperor at the 3rd heaven. This is too strong. You should know that Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, Yu Fei and Yuan Tiangang under my command are only at the peak of the 1st level of Martial Emperor. This Li Hani has suddenly become the strongest in my forces. At this moment, Yi Yun was also looking forward to Li Hani's arrival. He really wanted to see this amazing martial arts heroine from his previous life's novels. Knock, 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 knock. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door of Yi Yun's room. As the knocking sounded, a voice, breathless from rushing in, came from outside the door. Your Highness, Huang Yi has urgent business to discuss with you. Come in. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow when he heard the knocking, and then, seeing that it was Huang Yi's voice, he spoke softly to the door. Come in. Crunch. With the sound of a door being pushed open, Huang Yi hurriedly came to Yi Yun and respectfully bowed to him. Your subordinate greets your highness. All right, get up. What urgent matter brings you to me in such a hurry? Your highness, the people from the capital have arrived, led by the people from the imperial palace. Oh, they arrived so quickly. It seems the war in the southern territory might be worse than we anticipated. Huang Yi, come with me to meet the people from the Imperial Academy who came to deliver the imperial decree. Yes, your highness. After saying that, the two of them quickly walked one after the other into the main hall of the Qin Prince's mansion. At the same time, the gates of the Qin Prince's mansion were wide open. The dozen or so Jinhui soldiers responsible for guarding the prince's mansion outside were still quietly guarding the mansion in their respective positions outside the gate. However, at this moment, hundreds of royal guards, fully armored and wielding sharp blades, stood solemnly as they descended the steps in front of the palace gate. These palace guards were true imperial guards, not half-baked reserve guards like Luin. Their faces were all covered with black veils, and they involuntarily exuded a murderous aura. A closer look reveals that these royal guards are all battle-hardened veterans who have fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Right in front of these guards, an old man was resting with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for something. If Yi Yun were here now, he would recognize this person as Lu Yun from the Offering Pavilion, whom he had saved during the Northern Border War. Tap, 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 tap. As footsteps approached, Lu Yun immediately opened her eyes and looked towards the gate of the prince's mansion. As the footsteps drew closer, Yi Yun finally appeared before everyone. At this moment, Yi Yun also noticed Lu Yun in front of the group. He did not expect that the person from the Imperial Pavilion sent by the capital to deliver the Imperial Decree would be Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Yi Yun approaching, and then smiled as she went to greet him. He then took out the Imperial Edict from his storage bag, opened it, and shouted loudly. The Imperial Edict has arrived. Prince Qin, receive the edict. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately understood Lu Yun's meaning and respectfully knelt down, speaking loudly. Your subject Yi Yun accepts the imperial decree. Seeing this, Lu Yun did not hesitate at all and immediately read aloud the contents of the imperial edict. Imperial decree. Since Prince Qin was stationed in the northern border, he first repelled the invading army of the Beastman dynasty, ensuring the safety of the people and allowing them to live and work in peace. However, the Xuanwu dynasty is now ambitious, and the situation in the southern border war is critical. I have heard that my son is brave in battle, and his soldiers are all veterans. Therefore, I hereby order Prince Qin to immediately reorganize his troops and lead them south to relieve the siege of the southern border. Furthermore, the King of Qin is hereby granted the authority to act expediently. So be it. After reading the imperial edict, Lu Yun handed it to Yi Yun. Your subject obeys. After receiving the imperial edict, Yi Yun immediately stood up and smiled. Lord Lu, shouldn't you be recuperating in the capital? Why are you here to deliver the imperial decree? Your Highness, after returning to the capital, my injuries have almost healed. The war in the southern border is critical, which is why His Majesty ordered us to come at full speed. I hope Your Highness will lead the army south as soon as possible to save the people of the southern border from their suffering. Yes, I will make arrangements later. I will head south soon. Since you have come from afar, why don't you stay at my residence for a while so that I can show you some hospitality? Your Highness is very kind, but I must return to the capital immediately to report this matter to His Majesty. I dare not linger any longer. Your Highness need not waste your energy on these matters. I urge Your Highness to attach great importance to this campaign to lead the army south. I understand. In that case, Your Highness, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the group, ordering his men to quickly rush towards the capital. Yi Yun watched the departing figures of the group, his eyes flickering, and it was impossible to know what he was thinking at that moment. Chapter 152, Li Hani arrives. Noon. Inside the study of the Prince of Qin's residence. Yi Yun sat at his desk, looking at the imperial edict casually placed on it. His brows furrowed and relaxed at times. Yi Yun couldn't help but ponder to himself. Currently, he only has 5 legions under his command. These legions have suffered losses in several battles and are no longer at full strength. It seems that this time, when leading the army south, we will still need to use our influence to summon a batch of soldiers to replenish the various legions. The soldiers recruited locally can still be used to defend the city. Thinking of this, Yi Yun silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, open the redemption interface. Yes, host. A flash of white light appeared, and a pale blue screen instantly appeared in Yi Yun's mind. Yi Yun first checked his current available power value, and he was shocked by what he saw. Looking at his current power value balance, Yi Yun was overjoyed. He realized that he had unknowingly accumulated so many power values. The light blue panel clearly showed in the upper left corner that the current available power value was more than 20 million. System, use power points to exchange for 50,000 elite infantry and 50,000 elite cavalry of the Flying Tiger Army. Exchange 50,000 Black Riders and 50,000 Killing God Iron Guards. Exchange for 50,000 elite Tiger Guard infantry and 50,000 elite cavalry. Yes, host. This exchange will consume a total of 9 million power points. Would you like to proceed? Exchange. Okay, host. The corresponding soldiers have been successfully redeemed and are temporarily stored in the system inventory. You can check them yourself. System, exchange another 100 Heavenly Emperor Iron Guards and 10 Heavenly Emperor Silver Guards for me. Yes, host. Exchange successful. This exchange cost a total of 2 million power points. The corresponding soldiers have been stored in the system inventory. This power value is a good thing, but it's too easy to spend. Just as Yi Yun was about to take a closer look at the contents of his system backpack, a series of urgent knocks came from the door. Knock, 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 knock. After a few knocks on the door, a guard announced their arrival. Your Highness, there is a woman outside the palace who claims to be Lihani and has come to seek refuge with you. Please invite her to the study. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to the guards outside the door. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, the voice of a guard rang out again outside the study. Your Highness, Lihani has arrived. Let her come in by herself. You go do whatever you need to do. Yi Yun responded immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Creak. As the words fell, the sound of a door opening was heard. Soon, a figure dressed in white, holding a long sword, and wearing a mask appeared in front of Yi Yun. That's right. This person is none other than Lihani, who is known as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects. Lihani looked at Yi Yun and bowed slightly in greeting. Yes, no need for formalities. From now on, you'll be with me all the time. I'm entrusting my safety to you when I travel. Yi Yun looked up at Lihani, waved casually, and said with a smile. Jing Ku. Yi Yun then casually called out. Lihani looked puzzled. Whoosh. Suddenly, a man dressed in black appeared in front of Yi Yun and respectfully greeted him. Your Highness. Lihani was startled when she saw the man in black suddenly appear before her. She was surprised that she had not noticed that there was a person hiding in the room despite her cultivation level of the 3rd level of Martial Emperor. Seeing the look of shock on Lihani's face, Yi Yun smiled and spoke. Honey, come here, let me introduce you. This is Jing Ku, a top-notch assassin, mainly responsible for protecting my safety in secret. I called him out so that you two could get to know each other. After all, you two will be responsible for my safety, one in the open and one in the shadows, to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to accidental injuries. Jing Ku has met Miss Li. Han Yi greets guard Jing. After exchanging greetings, the two were considered to have gotten to know each other. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to Jing Ku. Jing Ku, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Yes, Your Highness. No sooner had Jing Ku finished speaking than his figure vanished without a trace. But Yi Yun knew that he must be silently guarding his safety somewhere. Honey, there are still many powerful martial artists in this world, including many peerless swordsmen with unparalleled skills. Your strength has now reached the Martial Emperor realm, but there is still the Martial God realm above that. As for whether there are other realms above the Martial God realm, We do not know. If you wish to spar in the future, for the time being, only Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and Sun Xiao under my command have reached the martial emperor realm. But I guarantee that there will be no fewer strong people in the future. Thank you, Your Highness. When Li Hani heard that Yi Yun had considered her feelings, she immediately thanked him respectfully. Haha, no need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, then you should refrain from wearing a mask when you're alone with me in the future. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Li Hani blushed instantly and responded in a low voice. Good. Let's go. Come with me to the palace for a stroll. Yes, Your Highness. Creak. Yi Yun then opened the study door and strode out. At this moment, Huang Yi and the others who had been guarding the gate saw Yi Yun come out and immediately bowed and greeted him. Greetings, Your Highness. Get up, everyone. Thank you, Your Highness. Huang Yi, here's what you'll do. Go and inform Generals Qin Xiong, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Li Sunxiao, and Su Chu, as well as Lords Zhang Jujing and Fang Xinling, that after you've finished dealing with your current matters, come to the prince's residence to see me tomorrow morning and say that you have important matters to discuss. Yes, Your Highness. After receiving the order, Huang Yi led Huang Er and 2 other iron guards straight towards the main gate of the prince's mansion. Seeing this, Yi Yun ignored it and, accompanied by Li Hani, began to stroll around the prince's mansion. Chapter 153 Xianhuang Nirvana Golden Elixir. The next morning, the Prince of Qin's mansion. At this moment, Yi Yun was drinking tea in the main hall of the prince's mansion, waiting for Bai Qi, Yu Fei, and others to arrive. But before Yu Fei, Bai Qi, and the others could arrive, the daily check-in system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding, the daily check-in has been refreshed. This check-in is a monthly check-in, which has a certain degree of luck attribute bonus. Would you like to check in? Sign in. Without a second thought, Yi Yun silently recited it in his mind. Yes, host. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Xianhuang Nirvana Golden Pill. The primordial elixir of Nirvana? Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun frowned, his face full of questions. With a thought, a golden pill appeared in Yi Yun's palm. In an instant, the specific effects of this pill appeared in Yi Yun's mind. The Xianhuang Nirvana Golden Elixir seizes the creation of heaven and earth. It can cleanse one's marrow and molt one's fur, transform one's body and bones, forge one's body, and be reborn. It has the supreme power of nirvana, recasting an immortal physique and pointing directly to the body of the great Tao. After reading the introduction about the 9-aperture exquisite golden pill sent by the system, Yi Yun's face immediately lit up with a smile. He was extremely excited. Although he was able to reach the martial venerable realm with the help of the overlord battle body rewarded by the system, he still felt that he was not perfect because he did not lay a good foundation when he was young. Even after undergoing the fusion and marrow cleansing of the overlord battle body, Yi Yun always felt that he still had many flaws. But now that's good. With this Xianhuang Nirvana Golden Pill, Yi Yun can undergo a Nirvana rebirth and make up for all his previous shortcomings, creating a powerful physical body that points directly to the great Tao. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's expression suddenly became extremely excited. At this moment, Yi Yun could no longer stay there for even a quarter of an hour. He put away the pill in his hand and prepared to go to the secret room to take it. Unfortunately, just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. As the footsteps grew closer, a guard from the prince's palace appeared directly in the main hall, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and said, "Your Highness, General Bai Qi, General Yu Fei, and 4 other generals, along with Lord Zhang, Lord Jia, and Lord Fang, have arrived and are currently outside the gate requesting an audience with Your Highness. Let them in directly. I have been waiting here for a long time." "Yes, Your Highness." A short while later, Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Zhang Jujing, and others arrived at the main hall. Seeing that Yi Yun was already there, they all respectfully bowed to him. "Greetings, Your Highness. We are late and have kept Your Highness waiting. Please forgive us." "All right, I was just waiting for you here because I had nothing else to do. Besides, I didn't give you a specific time, so what crime have you committed? Please take your seats, everyone. Let's sit down and chat." Thank you, Your Highness. After everyone expressed their gratitude, they all sat down on the chairs nearby. Yi Yan slowly began to speak after everyone had taken their seats. The imperial edict from the capital has arrived. In order to save travel time, the capital has dispatched people from the Hall of Worship to deliver the edict. I'm afraid the war in the southern border is worse than we imagined. Gentlemen, how are the preparations of the various legions progressing? Are the provisions and other supplies ready? Your Highness, since receiving the news of the upcoming southward march, all the legions have been making preparations as quickly as possible. However, due to the short notice and the fact that my legions, General Tsuanxiao's legion and General Yu Fei's legions have just returned from battle, none of the three of us are currently at full strength. Among them, General Yu Fei's legion is relatively well organized after being replenished during this period. Besides those who are still recovering from their injuries, my subordinate and General Li Tsuanxiao's army each have only 100,000 soldiers who are ready to fight. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately stood up and respectfully explained the situation in detail to the general. After hearing this, Yi Yan nodded to himself and then said with a smile, "There is no problem with troop strength. I have already made preparations. These are the mobilization tokens for 3 armies, each with 100,000 men. Among them, the Flying Tiger Army under Tsuanxiao has 50,000 infantry and 50,000 cavalry. The Killing God Iron Guard under Bai Qi has 50,000 and the Black Cavalry has 50,000. The Tiger Guard Army under Su Chu also has 50,000 infantry and 50,000 cavalry. Each of you take your token and go to a location 50 miles outside the city to mobilize the troops under your command and replenish your respective legions. Hurry up and prepare, as we don't have much time left." Whoosh. As Yi Yan spoke, he took out 3 similar-shaped tokens from his system inventory and tossed them to Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and Su Chu. "Yes, Your Highness." After receiving the tokens, the 3 bowed in response. Bai Qi and the others took the token and saw that the front of the token featured the images of their Iron Guards and Black Riders, while the back had a large character, Yi on it. Seeing that the problems with the troop strength of the various legions had been resolved, Zhang Jujing slowly rose and respectfully addressed Yi Yan. "Your Highness, the army's provisions, equipment, and other supplies are almost all prepared. Another day will be enough to prepare the remaining supplies. In addition, we received a letter from the 24 cities of the Orcish dynasty that we have occupied. After the officials we sent out promulgated our northern border policy, they were supported by the people in the cities, which means that we have initially brought them under our northern border jurisdiction. Yes, I trust Uncle to handle things. Gentlemen, this time I am leading the army south, and I do not intend to bring too many people. The army under Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao, totaling 400,000 troops, will accompany me south. The rest of the army will remain to guard the northern border. During my absence, Yu Fei will take command of the military. Your Highness, are 2 legions too few? The Xuanwu dynasty has come with great force this time, and they must have been planning for many years. 2 legions, 400,000 elite troops, plus 2 commanders at the martial emperor level, that's enough. Gentlemen, you must know that the Northern Orc dynasty is eyeing our northern territory with covetous intent. The northern territory is my territory, my rear base, and the foundation upon which I will contend for supremacy in the future. Therefore, nothing can go wrong in this territory. Yes, Your Highness. We will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations." Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and respectfully addressed Yi Yan in unison. "All right, everyone, since that's the case, go and make preparations. I will lead my army south. Pengzhu, please stay behind." "Yes, Your Highness." We take our leave. After everyone finished speaking, they quickly walked out of the main hall, leaving only Yu Fei standing alone in the main hall. A moment later, Yi Yan then walked up to Yu Fei and slowly began to speak. "Pengzhu, I don't know how long I will be traveling south this time, so I will entrust the military defense of the northern border to you. Although Qin Xiong and Su Chu are both stationed in the northern border, their overall ability to oversee the situation is not yet sufficient. I dare not gamble, nor can I afford to. With a powerful commander like you stationed in the northern border, I can feel much more at ease. Pengzhu, I entrust the northern border to you. Please help me guard it well." "Yes, Your Highness. This humble general will certainly live up to your highness's expectations. Haha, Pengju's words are enough. Go do your thing, there's nothing else. This humble general takes his leave. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei responded respectfully and then turned and left. Seeing that everything had been taken care of, Yi Yun quickly walked out of the main hall and headed towards his cultivation chamber. Chapter 154 Martial Lord, Fifth Heaven. The Prince of Qin's mansion. After leaving the main hall, Yi Yun couldn't wait to go to his cultivation chamber. He instructed his guards not to let anyone disturb him and ordered Jing Ku to protect him before entering the chamber. Looking at the familiar secret room before him, Yi Yun went straight to the futon, sat cross-legged, and then eagerly took out the Xianhuang Nirvana golden pill from his system backpack. Looking at the peerless golden pill before him, Yi Yun immediately wanted to swallow it. Just then, Yi Yun seemed to think of something and stopped what he was doing, while silently reciting something to the system in his mind. System, will consuming this Xianhuang Nirvana golden pill produce any heaven-defying phenomena? Will any old monsters be able to detect my presence? Host, rest assured, after you take this pill, the system will automatically eliminate any abnormal phenomena caused by taking the pill and isolate you from all detection and spying. As the familiar system notification sounded, Yi Yun immediately swallowed the pill without any hesitation. Boom. Thump. As soon as the pill entered the mouth, it melted instantly, transforming directly into an extremely pure and powerful golden energy. These golden energies surged forth like a river bursting its banks, rushing wildly towards Yi Yun's body and limbs. In an instant, the golden light transformed from the Xianhuang Nirvana golden elixir had already covered his entire body, and he sat upright on the futon like a small golden man. A moment later, Yi Yun was covered in sweat and his brows were furrowed, showing that he was enduring unimaginable pain. If a martial artist with strong martial arts skills were here at this moment, they would be able to clearly see that Yi Yun's meridians were being destroyed and rebuilt by the golden light. Tiny beads of blood continued to seep from Yi Yun's body. This is precisely the wonder of the Xianhuang Nirvana golden elixir, which allows one to be reborn from the brink of death. At this moment, Yi Yun was fully aware of everything that was happening to him. So despite the unimaginable pain he was enduring, he gritted his teeth and persevered without uttering a single scream. As time passed, Yi Yun's meridians were constantly destroyed and rebuilt, and his original martial venerable cultivation level was rapidly declining, while his aura became weaker and weaker. Martial Master First Level Heaven. The Ninth Heaven of Martial Sect. Martial Sect First Heaven. Martial Emperor Martial King Martial Master. Yi Yun's cultivation level only stabilized after falling to the warrior level and then stopped falling. At this moment, Yi Yun was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained red with blood, as if he had just been pulled out of a dye vat. At this moment, Yi Yun's meridians, after being continuously destroyed and reforged by the golden light, condensed into extremely thick golden meridians that covered his entire body. Seeing that the meridians had been rebuilt, a large amount of golden light surged into Yi Yun's flesh and blood. In an instant, Yi Yun's flesh and blood underwent extremely terrifying changes that were visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yi Yun's physical body was also undergoing tremendous changes under the constant reforging of the golden light. The Overlord Saint body, which had originally undergone the fusion of the newbie gift pack, was now silently evolving in an extremely terrifying direction. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Yun felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the pain he had been in completely disappeared. At this moment, Yi Yun has undergone a complete transformation from the inside out, achieving an ultimate metamorphosis and rebirth. At this moment, Yi Yun still possessed a large amount of residual medicinal power. Having undergone a rebirth, Yi Yun's body was like a sponge, frantically absorbing the remaining golden energy. The Heavenly Emperor technique also unconsciously began to operate, frantically refining the golden energy. Yi Yun refined and absorbed a large amount of golden energy. Boom. In an instant, Yi Yun felt the weakness he had felt earlier vanish, and his fallen cultivation level began to surge. Martial Master Level 1. Martial Master Level 5. Martial Master Ninth Heaven. Military General. King Wu. Emperor Wu. Martial Sect. The ninth heaven of martial sect. Wu Zun. In just a short while, his cultivation level, which had originally fallen to the warrior realm, surged directly to the martial venerable realm before gradually slowing down. Although the growth trend has slowed down, it is still climbing towards the martial saint realm. For a moment, Yi Yun was also frightened by this terrifying speed of advancement. I never expected the Xianhuang Nirvana Golden Pill to be so potent. Even the remaining effects are terrifying, and it hasn't been fully absorbed and refined yet. Yi Yun immediately stopped enjoying the pleasure of his rapidly rising cultivation level and instead circulated his internal energy technique to suppress the still rising cultivation level with all his might. Yi Yun knew that a tall building starts from the ground up, and no matter how powerful one's cultivation, a good foundation is essential. As the saying goes, if the foundation is not solid, the ground will shake. Although he could advance to the martial saint level with the help of elixirs, his physique had just undergone a rebirth, and he had not yet fully mastered it. He had not yet had time to adapt to this surge in cultivation. If one focuses solely on improving one's cultivation level at this point, it will only narrow one's future path, which would be a loss. 2 hours later, Yi Yun finally managed to suppress his soaring cultivation to the 5th level of martial venerable. But the medicinal power of the pill was simply too strong, and a large amount of medicinal power remained temporarily stored in Yi Yun's meridians and flesh. These dormant medicinal powers will continuously emerge when Yi Yun cultivates in the future, further strengthening Yi Yun's body and flesh. A moment later, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes and saw a golden light flash through them. His right hand was slightly clenched into a fist, and a pale golden spiritual energy could be seen constantly flowing and swirling around his arm. It's several times stronger than before. Yi Yun murmured to himself. At this moment, the entire secret chamber was filled with the stench of blood emanating from Yi Yun, which was extremely unpleasant to smell. Looking at his disheveled appearance and the bloodstains in the secret room, he couldn't help but shake his head, then got up and went straight to the room outside the secret room. Your Highness. When Jing Ke saw Yi Yun come out, he immediately bowed respectfully. Okay, it's all right, you can go now. Thanks for your hard work. This is my duty. As soon as Jing Ke finished speaking, he vanished from Yi Yun's sight in an instant. Seeing this, Yi Yun was not too surprised, and then shouted loudly to the guards outside the door. Someone come here. Your Highness, what are your orders? As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, a guard came straight into the room and respectfully asked Yi Yun, give the order to prepare some water for me. I wish to take a bath. Also, send someone to clean and tidy up the cultivation chamber in the room. Yes, Your Highness, I will make the arrangements immediately. Chapter 155 Nine Heavens Emperor Body. The Prince of Qin's Mansion. Creek. After being bathed and changed by the maids, Yi Yun, dressed in a black brocade robe, opened the door of the room and walked out alone. That feels so good. Yi Yun stretched his body and murmured softly. At this moment, Yi Yun was no longer the disheveled and messy man he had been just moments before. He now resembled a noble young master in fine clothes residing in a royal palace. In an instant, as if he had thought of something, Yi Yun strode towards the study. A moment later, after Yi Yun arrived at the study, he immediately sat down at the table. He closed his eyes and silently recited the command to the system in his mind. System, open my properties panel. Yes, host. Name, Yi Yun. Identity, 9th Prince of the White Tiger Dynasty, Prince of Qin. Cultivation level, martial venerable, 5th heaven. Physique, 9 heavens Emperor physique. Technique, Heavenly Emperor technique. Weapons, Heavenly Emperor sword, Heavenly Emperor robe, Dark Knight God and Demon spear. Factions, Embroidered Uniform Guard, Trapped Camp, 5 Great Legions, Heavenly Emperor's Iron Guard 100-man squad, Heavenly Emperor's Silver Guard 10-man squad, Yan Yun 18 riders, etc. Outstanding figures, Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, Li Tsuanxiao, Zhang Juzhing, Jia Su, Fang Xianling, Wu Yunzhao, Wu Tianxi, Cheng Yaojin, Zhou Tsang, Mao Xiang, Zhao Gao, etc. Backpack. My original Overlord battle body actually underwent a transformation and rebirth after consuming the golden pill. This Xianhuang Nirvana golden pill truly lives up to its reputation as a peerless elixir. Ha ha ha. Yi Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. With his current strength and the vast power under his command, he can basically do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't clash with those old monsters. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. Tap 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 tap. Just then, a series of extremely hurried footsteps came from outside the study. Yi Yun frowned as he heard the hurried, chaotic footsteps getting closer to the study. In an instant, accompanied by increasingly rapid footsteps, there was a knock on the study door. Knock 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 knock. Your Highness, your subordinate Huang, he has important business to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's brows immediately relaxed, and he slowly spoke towards the door. Come in. Creak. As soon as Yi Yun gave the order, the study door was opened instantly, and Huang Yi quickly walked up to Yi Yun and respectfully bowed to him. Your subordinate greets your Highness. Get up. What urgent matter is it that you've come to see me in such a hurry? Thank you, your Highness. Your Highness, General Bai Qi and General Li Tsunxiao have sent word that the army has been fully organized and supplies are ready. The army is ready to march south at any time. Well, in that case, according to the news from the embroidered uniform guard, the situation in the southern border is very bad. Moreover, it has been several days since the imperial edict from the capital arrived here. It is no longer reasonable to delay any longer. It is now imperative for me to lead my army south. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but think to himself. Thinking of this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to Huang Yi. Huang Yi, your subordinate is here. Notify Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao that the army should assemble outside the city and depart south at noon tomorrow. Yes, your Highness. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi immediately responded and was about to turn and leave. At this moment, Yi Yun seemed to have thought of something and quickly called out to Huang Yi, who was about to leave. Huang Yi, does your Highness have any other instructions? Huang stopped in his tracks and turned to Yi Yun respectfully. Take these pills and hurry up and improve your cultivation. Yi Yun took out some pills and casually tossed them to Huang Yi, saying slowly, Thank you, your Highness. After Huang Yi respectfully accepted it, he immediately thanked Yi Yun. Go down. Yes, your Highness, I shall take my leave. Watching Huang Yi's departing figure, Yi Yun fell into deep thought. I wonder if this trip south will be a blessing or a curse. A moment later, after pondering for a long time, Yi Yun murmured to himself, Why think so much? If something really happens, I'm sure my forces can handle it. I'm just being a bit of a worrywart. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. He then got up, gave instructions to the guards, and entered the secret chamber to cultivate, to see what benefits the Nine Heavens Emperor body, which had undergone nirvana and rebirth, could bring to his cultivation. The next day, inside the secret room of the Qin Prince's study, Yi Yun, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. A golden light flashed from his eyes. Yi Yun stopped cultivating, raised his hand to look at his palm, and murmured to himself, This Nine Heavens Emperor body is too powerful. It's many times stronger than the previous Overlord battle body. In just one night of cultivation, I've mastered the realm. I just broke through to the 5th level of Martial Venerable, and even made a small step forward. Just as Yi Yun was about to get up and leave the cultivation chamber, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Today's check-in has been refreshed. Would you like to check in? Sign in. Without a second thought, Yi Yun silently recited the command to the system in his mind. Yes, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50 yellow-class cloud ships. They have now been stored in your system inventory and are available for your use. Cloud ship. System, what is this cloud ship? What is its purpose? As the system notification sound faded, Yi Yun looked puzzled and asked the system in his mind. Replying to the host, the cloud ship is a warship created to cope with war. Its entire hull is made of countless rare materials and forged day and night by weapon refiners. Inside the hull, there are array masters who have set up defensive arrays that can withstand attacks from martial venerable experts. The host has only obtained the lowest level yellow-grade cloud ship this time. It can accommodate 40,000 people at a time and has a total of 8 spirit cannons around the ship, which enhances the cloud ship's attack capabilities. However, in order to use it, it is necessary to add mid-grade spirit stones to it, and each attack will consume 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition, activating this cloud ship also requires a large amount of spirit stones. Yellow class cloud ship? There are other classes in the system. As soon as the system notification finished, Yiyan couldn't help but ask the system in his mind again. Yes, host, above the yellow level there are the profound level, the earth level, and the heaven level. The yellow level is already considered a weapon of war. I really don't know how terrifying the Xian level and heaven level will be. With this thing, my trip south will be much more convenient. However, it consumes a lot of spirit stones. If I didn't have the system, I might not be able to afford it. The appearance of the cloud ship will probably cause quite a stir. A moment later, Yiyan checked the cloud ship in his system inventory and then logged out of the system. With the thought of the army's imminent departure today, Yiyan stopped thinking and got up to leave the secret room. Chapter 156, Leading the Army South. The Prince of Qin's Mansion. In the garden, a little girl was playing happily with Sun Yue. Her bright smile revealed the innocence unique to children. That's right, the little girl is none other than Xiaoling. After finishing his cultivation in the secret chamber, Yiyan came out and, accompanied by Li Hani, went to see the little guy, since he didn't know when he would return from his trip south. Seeing that little Linger was playing happily with Sun Yue and the others, Yiyan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, little Linger, who was playing with Sun Yue, saw Yiyan standing not far away. She was overjoyed and ran straight towards Yiyan, shouting as she did so, "Brother, brother." Upon seeing this, Yiyan quickly set off to meet him, afraid that the little guy might fall over because he was running too fast. "Your subordinate greets your highness." This maid greets your highness. Upon seeing Yiyan's arrival, the maids and guards in the garden all bowed respectfully. Yiyan picked up Xiaolinger and then spoke to the maids and guards around him. "Get up. I've only come to see this little fellow." "Linger, have you been good lately?" "Brother, Linger is a good girl. Linger must study hard and eat well. It's just that I haven't seen you, brother, for so long." Xiaolinger spoke in a softer and softer voice. Seeing this, Yiyan couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, there's nothing I can do about it. I've been so busy lately. I came here in advance to let you know that I'm leaving the palace for a while. Once your brother is done with this busy period, how about spending a few days playing with our little Linga?" "Really? Real? Yue, I will be leading my army south this time. During my absence, I will be entrusting Xiaolinger to your care. If there is any emergency, you can contact General Yu Fei or Lord Zhang Jujing in the City Lord's mansion. If necessary, they will send a message to me. Linger, go play with Sister Yue." As they spoke, Yiyan handed the little Linger in his arms to Sun Yue and said to the little Linger with a smile, "Goodbye, brother. Don't forget your promise to Xiaoling." "Okay, brother won't forget." Looking at Xiaolinger's appearance, Yiyan couldn't help but pinch her chubby little face and said with a smile, "All right, I'm leaving now, go have some fun." After saying that, Yiyan turned around and walked straight toward the gate of the prince's mansion. Li Hani followed him. At the same time, on a giant drill ground 5 miles outside Jinbei City, the usual deafening battle cries of training were nowhere to be seen. The entire training ground was eerily quiet. The army continued to assemble on the ground, soldiers clad in armor, wielding sharp blades, fully prepared and solemn. Before the main army, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, Hua Rong, Wu Tianxi, and others, also dressed in elite armor, stood quietly on their war horses, waiting silently. On the vast training ground, not a single sound of disorder could be heard, only the rustling of banners. The soldiers in the entire army had an extremely powerful killing intent that was faintly revealed in their eyes. Anyone who looked at them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Boom. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. In an instant, the rapid sound of galloping war horses came from outside the training ground. Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others all turned their heads to look in the direction from which the sound came, only to see dust flying everywhere, and ultimately could only hear the sound but not see the person. A moment later, as the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Yi Yun, clad in black armor and a black dragon cloak, rode a war horse, followed by Li Hani and Jian Wei, leading about 100 men as they galloped toward Bai Qi and his group. Soon, Yi Yun and his group arrived at the training ground. Upon seeing Yi Yun arrive, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others leaped off their war horses and strode quickly toward Yi Yun and his group. Seeing this, Yi Yun and the others also pulled on the reins and stopped their war horses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This humble general pays his respects to your highness. Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. No need for formalities. Yi Yun then led Bai Qi and the others to the high platform of the training ground. Looking at the densely packed, imposing elite soldiers in front of him, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Soldiers! Swish, swish, swish. Yesiases! The soldiers responded loudly in unison. The soldiers of the three armies shouted a few times, and their whole bodies were filled with a murderous aura that permeated the entire training ground. Although this malevolent energy could not be seen with the naked eye, the oppressive atmosphere of the surrounding space was very obvious, and even the temperature dropped by several degrees. Raise the royal flag. As Yi Yun finished speaking, in an instant, a huge black battle flag appeared in the middle of the training ground. The royal flag is black with white as the main color and gold accents. The front features a large Qin character, while the back depicts a lifelike white tiger. With the appearance of the royal flag, the fighting spirit throughout the training ground almost materialized. Seeing the scene before him, Yi Yun nodded to himself and then waved his hand in the open space around him. 40 cloud ships were quietly parked to one side. Yi Yun's actions left Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others looking at the enormous creatures beside them with expressions of utter confusion. This is what I recently acquired. It is called a cloud ship and is specifically designed for war. Each cloud ship has 6 energy cannons, but its energy consumption is quite high. This concerns the specifics of the cloud ship and its operation. Yi Yun casually pointed at Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao, and 2 beams of white light instantly entered their minds. Soon the two opened their eyes, their faces full of smiles. Your Highness, this cloud ship is simply too overpowered. All right, that's enough, it's a waste of time. Pass down the order. All officers and soldiers, board the ship and prepare to depart. Yes, Your Highness. His Highness has ordered that preparations be made to depart, and the army be boarded. As messengers relayed the orders, the soldiers under Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao's command began to land on the various cloud-shaped warships, led by their generals. 1 hour later, seeing that the soldiers in charge of the operation were already familiar with it, and that there were not many soldiers left to land, Yi Yun leaped into the air and landed directly on the lead cloud ship. Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others exchanged glances, and then followed closely behind Yi Yun onto the cloud ship. A moment later, all that could be heard were sounds coming from the various cloud ships. By order of the prince, the army shall set out. Boom, boom. With a series of loud noises, bursts of white light appeared around the cloud ship, and the war machine began to operate. The large array inside the cloud ship was activated, and various intricate patterns flashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, one cloud ship after another soared into the sky and sped off towards the south. Chapter 157 The Army Approaches the Sea of Clouds. 3 days later, Yi Yun stood on the deck of the cloud ship, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, Li Hani stood behind Yi Yun, silently guarding him. Hani, how much longer until we reach Yanhai City? A moment later, Yi Yun broke the silence and spoke to Li Hani beside him. Your Highness, according to the message sent by General Bai Qi, the army will arrive outside Yanhai City by noon tomorrow. Yes, send orders to Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao to speed up the advance of the army. I want to take back Yanhai City in one fell swoop tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. After Li Hani responded, she turned and whispered instructions to a soldier beside her. Yi Yun, seeing this, remained silent and continued watching the direction the cloud ship was heading. At the same time, southern border. Inside the city lord's mansion in Flying Dragon City, the lights were on full display. General Chen Bin, the Grand General of the state, sat in the main seat, with the generals of the army lined up in 2 rows in the hall. Unlike when Chen Bin summoned his generals for a meeting, there were now 5 elderly men in the main hall. These 5 men were none other than the 5 of the 10 grand secretaries of the Hall of Worship. After learning of the siege of the Southern Territory, Yi Batian, who was in the capital, went to the Hall of Worship to explain the situation to the elders. The elders understood the seriousness of the matter and, after some discussion, arranged for 2 of the 10 elders to lead 4 other elders and some members of the Hall of Worship to come to the Southern Territory to provide support. The experts from the Offering Pavilion also paid a price to enter Flying Dragon City successfully. Since Flying Dragon City was besieged, the Xuanwu dynasty has not launched a large-scale military invasion or assault on Flying Dragon City. Instead, it has simply kept Flying Dragon City under siege, just as it is now. Meanwhile, the emperor himself was constantly drawing troops from within the imperial territory to massively reinforce the Azure Lion Legion in Yunhai City and the Xuanwu dynasty army outside Feilong City. At the same time, a large number of powerful individuals were dispatched, including many martial grandmasters and martial venerables, and even some martial saints from royal families and military families within their territory. According to intelligence from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Xuanjizi, the prime minister of the Xuanwu dynasty, wanted to join forces with the Azure Dragon dynasty, the Vermilion Bird dynasty, and the Beastman dynasty to launch an attack on the Xuanwu dynasty and jointly divide up the White Tiger dynasty. However, it seems that the 3 major dynasties, the Azure Dragon dynasty, the Vermilion Bird dynasty, and the Beastman dynasty, have no intention of destroying the White Tiger dynasty. As a result, the attempts by Xuanjizi, the prime minister of the Xuanwu dynasty, to communicate and mediate with him yielded no good results. However, judging from the fact that the Xuanwu dynasty is constantly reinforcing its troops on the front lines, even if the other 3 major dynasties do not participate, the Xuanwu dynasty probably still wants to take a piece of flesh from the Baihu dynasty, just like it did back then. Gentlemen, the main reason I have gathered you all here tonight is to share some good news with you. His Majesty has ordered His Highness Prince Qin to lead his army south to support us. The reinforcements are already on their way, and the time for us to escape our predicament is fast approaching. Although the Xuanwu dynasty's army outside the city has only besieged us here and has not launched an attack, I urge you all not to be careless and to be cautious. Otherwise, if we cause the loss of Flying Dragon City and the annihilation of 1 million soldiers, we will be the sinners of the entire White Tiger dynasty. In the main hall, Chen Bin, who was seated in the main seat, looked at everyone present and then slowly spoke. Yes, General. There's no need to be so pessimistic. There are still 1 million troops in the city, and we old guys can still put up some action in terms of top-tier combat power. Besides, that kid, the King of Qin, is on his way to provide support with a large army. The strength of that kid's army is not something that ordinary armies can withstand. Seeing the extremely oppressive atmosphere in the main hall, the second elder of the Offering Pavilion, who was sitting to the side, slowly spoke up to ease the tension. What the Grand Secretary said makes sense. I have only one request for you all. Before His Highness the King of Qin's reinforcements arrive, you must all be on high alert. Otherwise, if I discover you, you will be executed without mercy. All right, that's all I needed to say. Now everyone can get back to what they're doing. Yes, General. The next day, noon, in the void outside Yunhai City, Yi Yun's cloud ship, carrying an army of 400,000, was less than 10 miles away from the city. Yi Yun and the others were now able to make out the outline of Yunhai City. The Xuanwu dynasty's spies had already spotted Yi Yun and his group's arrival. On the walls of Yunhai City, countless Xuanwu dynasty soldiers were gathered, clad in armor and armed, their faces solemn. Gazing at the densely packed cloud ships in the void outside the city, the air felt heavy with tension. The Xuanwu dynasty soldiers stared intently at these enormous, never-before-seen machines in the void, daring not to be the slightest bit negligent. After all, the cloud ships were far too mysterious to them. At this moment, Yin Zheng, the commander of the Azure Lion Legion, also arrived on the city wall. Beside him were several gray-robed elders. Looking at the huge fleet of warships in the void outside the city, he was immediately shocked. How could the White Tiger dynasty possess such powerful weapons of war and in such large quantities? You should know that this warship can only be successfully forged by a weapon refiner of the 9th rank or above. Nowadays, the weapon refiner lineage on the continent has been severed, and even weapon refiners of the 6th rank or above are extremely rare. How could they possibly be able to forge such a warship? Do you know whose troops are leading the enemy? Yanzheng snapped out of his shock and asked the gray-robed old man beside him. Reporting to the general, according to reliable sources, the White Tiger dynasty has sent 2 groups of troops to support the southern border. One group consists mainly of experts from the Offering Pavilion, who have now entered Flying Dragon City and joined up with Chun Bin's Jinghua army. The other group is led by the Prince of Qin, who is responsible for guarding the northern border of the White Tiger dynasty. Presumably, the troops outside the city are led by this Prince of Qin. One of the gray-robed elders spoke up to explain to Yanzheng. The King of Qin? It seems we've met a formidable opponent this time. Yanzheng murmured softly. Since taking over Yunhai City, he has been sending out spies to investigate the situation of the White Tiger dynasty. He has a certain understanding of this Prince Qin. He led his generals to defeat the million-strong army of the Orc dynasty and captured 24 border cities, deterring the Orc dynasty from sending troops again. This shows the strength of his forces. Among his generals, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and Yu Fei were renowned throughout the world, known to all. Pass down the order. Prepare to meet the enemy. Yanzheng looked at the cloud ship in the distant void, showing no fear whatsoever, but rather his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yes, General. One of the gray-robed elders cupped his hands in greeting to Yanzheng, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the rooftop. Chapter 158 The Battle of the Cloud Sea begins. On the deck of the cloud ship, Yi Yun, dressed in black armor and wearing a dragon-patterned cloak, looked at Cloud Sea City not far away, a few imperceptible glints flashing in his eyes. Huang Yi, order Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao to capture Yunhai City as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Yi immediately accepted the order and took to the air, flying straight towards the cloud ship where Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao were. Not long after Huang Yi left, all the cloud ships except Yi Yun's began to be mobilized, and the soldiers on the cloud ships were on high alert. Soon, the soldiers were ready, and the huge Qin character royal flag on the cloud ship fluttered in the wind in the void. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene reached its most tense moment. All troops attack. As Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and others issued their orders, the energy cannons on the cloud ship roared, and in an instant, countless white energy projectiles hurtled toward Cloud Sea City. Boom! The first wave of energy projectiles all struck an energy defense shield, causing no real damage to Cloud Sea City. Tsuanxiao, I never expected that the Xuanwu dynasty would go to such great lengths to set up a defensive formation in Yunhai City. But to think that such a low-level defensive formation could stop the prince's army from advancing is simply wishful thinking. Seeing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but smile and say to Li Tsuanxiao, Someone, pass down the order. Keep the energy cannons on the cloud ship firing, and break this turtle shell as quickly as possible. Yes, General. Li Tsuanxiao also gave instructions to the messenger beside him. Execute according to General Bai Qi's orders. Yes, General. As Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao issued their orders, the sound of energy cannons firing from the cloud ship rang out continuously. Boom, boom. A moment later, as countless energy projectiles rained down on the defensive array of Yunhai City, as if they were free, many cracks appeared in the array, and it would soon be destroyed. Boom. Suddenly, as energy cannonballs bombarded the protective array of Cloud Sea City once again, a huge roar was heard, and the white light curtain that had enveloped Cloud Sea City due to the protective array had vanished without a trace. The protective formation of Yunhai City has been broken. Without the protective array to hold them back, the energy cannons on the cloud ship unleashed their energy projectiles at will, bombarding the walls of Cloud Sea City. With a series of loud explosions, countless soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty defending Yunhai City were lost in an instant. When Yanzheng, the head coach, saw this scene, he was immediately shocked and exclaimed in surprise. How could that be? I specially invited the protective array of Yunhai City, which I painstakingly arranged by requesting the marshal to send the only level 5 array master in the dynasty. How could the protective formation be breached so easily? They had hoped that the defensive array meticulously set up by the array master would be able to withstand the mighty army under the renowned King Qin of the White Tiger dynasty. Unexpectedly, the defensive formation that they had painstakingly set up was breached after only a short while under the attack of the White Tiger dynasty's reinforcements. Now that the defensive formation is gone, we have no choice but to fight to the death and not let it ruin the marshal's plans. Yin Zheng thought to himself. Boom boom. As a large number of energy cannons on the Cloud ship bombarded the walls of Cloud Sea City, the roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and smoke filled the air. Even though Cloud Sea City was built from various special minerals and was incredibly sturdy, the constant bombardment of energy cannons from the Cloud ships left the city walls scarred and in ruins everywhere. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Upon seeing this, Yin Zheng immediately shouted to his troops, then drew his weapon and flew straight towards the Cloud ship. Soldiers, prepare to meet the enemy. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao quickly issued orders to their subordinate generals. All troops attack. Although the Cloud ship's energy cannons are powerful, victory in a battle still depends on the bravery and strength of its soldiers. The Cloud ship mainly played a supporting role in the war. Its greatest strength was its transportation capacity, which was excellent for both deploying troops and transporting supplies. Considering that it only took about 4 days to travel from the Northern Territory by Cloud ship, one can imagine the speed at which Cloud ships can travel. In an instant. Upon hearing their orders, the 400,000-strong army under Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao swiftly sprang into action. Blades were drawn, and their killing intent soared. Like tigers charging forward, they frantically charged towards the Xuanwu dynasty's Azure Lion Legion soldiers in Yunhai City. Upon seeing this, the soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty in Yunhai City, whose cultivation levels were sufficient to support aerial combat, rushed towards Yi Yun's troops in the void. The remaining soldiers, under the leadership of their respective commanders, opened the city gates to welcome the troops under Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao and launched a counterattack. Soon, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao's legions clashed with the soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty. The great battle thus began, and the battle for Yunhai City commenced. At the same time, Li Tsunxiao smiled and spoke to Bai Qi beside him. General Bai, there's no need for you to take action this time. Let me handle these small fry. Very well, it is rare to find General Tsunxiao with such refined tastes, but remember that His Highness has instructed us to finish this quickly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After Li Tsunxiao finished speaking, he leaped into the air and disappeared from the deck of the Cloud ship. When he could be seen again, he was already standing in front of Yin Zheng. Are you the commander of the Xuanwu dynasty in Yunhai City? I am the general. And who are you? As Yin Zheng was engrossed in the killing, he noticed the strange man who had suddenly appeared opposite him asking him a question. Yin Zheng couldn't help but ask back. I am Li Tsunxiao, the commander of the 3rd Legion under the Qin King of the White Tiger dynasty. What? You are Li Tsunxiao? Upon hearing Li Tsunxiao reveal his family background, Yin Zheng was immediately shocked, as Li Tsunxiao's reputation was legendary. Now that you know who I am, it's not too late for you to lay down your weapons and surrender. Seeing the shock on Yin Zheng's face, Li Tsunxiao slowly spoke. Ha ha ha. As the commander of the Azure Lion Legion of the Xuanwu dynasty, how could I possibly surrender? Since we're already here, let's fight. Good. You have courage. In that case, as long as you can withstand one of my attacks and survive, I will spare your life. Upon seeing this, Li Tsunxiao immediately curled his lips into a contemptuous smile and said. In an instant, as soon as Li Tsunxiao finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Boom. Chapter 159 Recapturing the Cloud Sea, Raising an Army in Flying Dragon. Li Tsunxiao clenched his right fist, gathered his inner energy, and swung it towards where Yin Zheng was. A powerful and extremely sharp fist intent rushed straight towards Yanzheng. As Li Tsunxiao threw a punch, the world seemed to lose its color. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, upon seeing this, Yanzheng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly gripped his sharp blade and channeled his true energy to its limit to form a defensive shield, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Soon, the punch arrived as expected, colliding with Yanzheng's defensive shield. Click. In an instant, the defensive shield that Yanzheng had painstakingly built with his own true energy was shattered, and the fierce fist attack went straight towards Yanzheng. Boom. Before he could react, Yanzheng took the full force of Li Tsunxiao's punch and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the city wall of Yunhai City. But this punch is not so easy to catch. You must know that Li Tsunxiao is now a powerful expert at the martial emperor level. It is already quite good that he was not blasted into dust. Upon seeing this, the soldiers on the city wall of Yunhai City shouted loudly and rushed forward to check on Yanzheng's condition. General, Yanzheng was deathly pale, coughing up blood, and completely lifeless, his eyes filled with disbelief. Soldiers, the enemy commander is dead. We must finish this quickly. Kill. Upon seeing this, Li Tsunxiao immediately raised his weapon and shouted loudly. In an instant, as soon as Li Tsunxiao finished speaking, the morale of his soldiers reached its peak, and they charged straight towards the Yunhai City garrison. In contrast, the morale of the Yunhai City garrison had plummeted following Yanzheng's death. The entire battlefield of Yunhai City was shrouded in murderous intent, with bloodthirsty energy soaring into the sky, as if it were about to change the color of the heavens. A moment later, the entire battlefield was stained with blood, with countless corpses scattered everywhere, truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, the entire Yunhai City battlefield had become a Shura field, with sharp weapons and soaring murderous aura everywhere. Within the Xuanwu dynasty's camp, several gray-robed elders, seeing this, knew that if things continued this way, their entire army would be wiped out. The group exchanged glances, then their figures flashed, and they surrounded Li Tsunxiao. Form ranks. The leader, an elderly man in a gray robe, was the first to speak, shouting loudly. "Ha! You think you can fight against me with just a formation? You're underestimating me far too much." Li Tsunxiao immediately saw through their thoughts and couldn't help but speak up in mockery. "Whether it works or not isn't up to you to decide. Let's see how it goes." Seeing that Li Tsunxiao disregarded them, the old man in the gray robe flew into a rage. "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." After saying that, he brandished his weapon and charged straight at the group. Swish swish. With a few afterimages flashing by, in an instant, the arrogant people who were just moments before were now decapitated. Then, Li Tsunxiao flashed back to the cloud ship. Half an hour later, all the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers in Yunhai City were slaughtered, and Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao's troops have successfully taken control of Yunhai City. At this moment, Yi Yun, accompanied by Li Hani, led a group of heavenly emperor guards to the top of the Cloud Sea City wall. "This humble general pays his respects to your highness." Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao immediately bowed respectfully. "With armor on, there's no need for formalities." "Thank you, your highness." Yi Yun stood atop the city wall, watching the bloody battlefield, where the corpses of soldiers were being carefully collected by the surviving ones. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke slowly and in a low voice. "We will carefully collect the ashes of the fallen soldiers and bring them home after the war is over. In addition, hurry up and clean up the battlefield and detach a portion of the troops to garrison Yunhai City. Then, take a quick rest and set off in 2 hours, with Filong City as our destination." "Yes, your highness." Upon hearing this, the two immediately responded loudly. 3 hours later, Yi Yun and the others drove their cloud ships in a grand procession towards Flying Dragon City. As for the defense of Yunhai City, it was led by Wu Tianxi, a deputy general under Bai Qi, with 40,000 soldiers. In addition, the soldiers who were seriously injured in the Battle of Yunhai City were all left behind to recuperate. At the same time, outside Flying Dragon City, the Xuanwu dynasty's army, which had initially only been besieging the city, finally began to move after accumulating enough strength. Lu Zhan, the war king and commander of the Xuanwu dynasty army, gathered his troops and marched towards Feilong City in a mighty force, showing a determination to take the city in one fell swoop. On the walls of Flying Dragon City, Chen Bin, his generals, and several elders of the Imperial Academy looked at the densely packed army outside the city, and a hint of worry appeared between their brows. You must understand that although there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers available in the city, the massive army outside the city is easily more than 1,000,000 strong. Moreover, the Xuanwu dynasty came prepared this time, with siege weapons outside the city. Who knows how many other tricks they have up their sleeves. Boom boom. Although Flying Dragon City is the largest city in the southern territory of the White Tiger Dynasty, the White Tiger Dynasty lacks high-level array masters, rendering low-level defensive arrays ineffective against a major city. Therefore, Flying Dragon City lacks any large-scale defensive arrays. Countless siege weapons from the Xuanwu Dynasty bombarded the walls of Flying Dragon City. In an instant, a series of roars rang out, and smoke filled the air. Even though the walls of Flying Dragon City are made of special, or they will eventually succumb to the attacks of countless siege weapons. We must not allow the soldiers of the Xuanwu Dynasty to attack at will. Thinking of this, Chen Bin immediately shouted loudly, "Order the Pajun crossbow to be prepared." Instantly, the messenger's voice echoed continuously on the walls of Flying Dragon City. The general has ordered that the Breaking Army crossbow be prepared. The general has given orders. As the order was given, rows upon rows of enormous crossbows were neatly arranged on the city wall. Each crossbow was like a full moon, with 8 enormous arrows arranged in a row, gleaming with a blue light. Even from a distance, you can feel the chill emanating from it. Put. Seeing that the soldiers were ready, Chen Bin shouted loudly. In an instant, countless enormous crossbow bolts formed a rain of arrows that rushed straight toward the Xuanwu Dynasty army outside the city. Chapter 160 Death Battle. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a rain of arrows from the giant crossbow bolts plunged straight into the front ranks of the Xuanwu Dynasty army. The Xuanwu Dynasty's vanguard was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. Once they realized what was happening, highly skilled martial artists in the army immediately flew forward, using their own true energy to form defensive shields. This greatly reduced the lethality of the Flying Dragon City's Breaking Army crossbows. On the walls of Flying Dragon City, Commander Chen Bin looked at the situation before him, his eyes gradually becoming more resolute. Unexpectedly, the Xuanwu Dynasty has mobilized so many highly skilled martial artists to fight this invasion. With the current strength of the garrison in Flying Dragon City, the only way to contend with them is to fight to the death. Moreover, the commander-in-chief of the Xuanwu Dynasty army, Zhanwang Lu Zhan, possesses unfathomable cultivation, and with his generals and other generals under his command, the chances of victory for our side are slim. However, as the commander-in-chief, I absolutely cannot lose my composure at this moment, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Even though they knew their chances of victory were slim, they still had to fight to the death, because it was their duty as soldiers to hold their ground, and even holding out for half an hour longer would be good. The King of Qin is currently on his way to provide assistance, and we must buy him as much time as possible. Otherwise, once Flying Dragon City falls, the southern territory will be indefensible, the Xuanwu Dynasty's army will be able to advance unimpeded, the entire southern territory will be devastated, and we will all become the sinners of the White Tiger Dynasty. The Xuanwu Dynasty army. Soldiers, Flying Dragon City is right before us. All troops, listen to my command. After we breach the city, I will grant you 5 days of revelry. Kill. Standing in the center of the army, Lu Zhan looked at the Flying Dragon City that was right in front of him, then drew his sword, raised it high above his head, and shouted to the Xuanwu Dynasty army. In an instant, as Lu Zhan finished speaking, a burst of excitement erupted from the Xuanwu Dynasty army, like a group of bloodthirsty beasts. The 5-day carnival meant that once they breached Flying Dragon City, their soldiers could freely burn, kill, and plunder for 5 days. For the lower-ranking soldiers of the Xuanwu Dynasty, Lu Zhan's move was an extremely generous reward, which drove them crazy. Kill. kill. In an instant, the battle cries of the Xuanwu dynasty army resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the banners fluttered in the wind. A surge of malevolent, murderous, and bloodthirsty auras continuously emerged, converging and instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. As it drew closer to Flying Dragon City, this oppressive atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Although the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers outside the city were generally not very powerful, the murderous aura they released when they gathered together was astonishing. Meanwhile, the Jinghua army and other garrison troops of Filong City, watching the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers approaching and the overwhelming murderous aura filling the sky, frowned and unconsciously tightened their grip on their swords. Upon seeing this, Chen Bin immediately soared into the air, standing tall in the void, his cloak fluttering behind him, and shouted loudly to the soldiers on the city wall. "Soldiers, the enemy is right in front of us, and behind us is our homeland, our wives, children, and parents. It is the place we will protect for the rest of our lives. Now that the enemy's army is pressing in, if we retreat, our homes will suffer endless destruction from the enemy. Therefore, I, the commander, urge you to hold your swords tightly for the sake of your homes, wives, parents, and children, and tell the invaders that all men of the White Tiger Army are warriors. Soldiers, fight to the death." The hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the walls of Flying Dragon City and inside the city remained silent for a moment, then responded loudly, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" In an instant, the shouts of the Flying Dragon City soldiers resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, soaring into the sky. "Ha ha, well done. This is the spirit that my White Tiger warriors should have. I know that some of you soldiers are afraid. I am human too, and I am also afraid of death, but we have no way out. Behind us are countless people, the homes we depend on for survival. Once the city falls, the enemy's iron hooves will sweep in unimpeded, and our homeland will suffer devastating blows, with countless lives lost. Here, I have some good news to tell you all. I didn't originally intend to say this, but the King of Qin was recently ordered to lead his army south to aid us. I believe you have all heard of the strength of the King of Qin's army. Once the King of Qin's army arrives, the siege of the southern border will be largely lifted. I am informing you of this news not so that you may lower your guard, but because even God has not abandoned us. We still have hope, and we are not fighting alone. Of course, many of you may die today, including myself, but our deeds will be remembered forever. Now I have only one request for you. Fight to the last man, and the city will stand as long as you live. Soldiers, fight to the fullest for our country." Chen Bin, standing in the void, roared loudly with a ferocious expression on his face. "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" In an instant, the war drums on the city wall sounded like a storm, and the soldiers shouted in unison. The oppressive aura of murderous intent released by the Xuanwu dynasty outside the city had vanished without a trace. The soldiers on the city wall were now at their peak, their faces filled with a look of fearlessness in the face of death. "Good. Prepare the breaking army crossbow." Chen Bin, who was in the void, watched the Xuanwu dynasty army getting closer and closer, then drew his sword, raised it high and shouted loudly. "Put!" Swish swish. In an instant, a rain of arrows once again rushed towards the Xuanwu dynasty army. Many of the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers at the forefront fell to the ground, but even so, there were too many enemy soldiers, and they could not kill many of them. Moreover, the Xuanwu dynasty army had more than a dozen enormous siege chariots in front of them, and the Pajun crossbows could not break through their defenses at all. Upon seeing this, the commander of the vanguard of the Xuanwu dynasty, while defending against the massive crossbow bolts hurtling towards him, shouted loudly to his deputy beside him. "Pass down the order to speed up the attack, or we'll all be sitting ducks." "Yes, General." With the military order issued, the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers accelerated their advance. Chapter 161 Flying Dragon City, in peril. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the void, dozens of enormous creatures could be seen speeding toward Flying Dragon City. On the deck of the cloud ship, Yi Yun sat upright with his eyes closed, resting. Li Hani stood guard quietly beside him, looking around. Not only were there soldiers from Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao's legions on the deck, but Yi Yun's heavenly emperor guards were also lined up around the deck, firmly guarding Yi Yun in the middle. The defenses were exceptionally strong. Swish! With a whooshing sound, two figures sped toward the deck where Yi Yun was. Who? Upon seeing this, Li Hani's eyes swept over the scene sharply, her long sword poised to strike, and she shouted in a cold voice. Li Gongfeng, do not make a move. Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao have come to see the prince. Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao both felt that they were being targeted by an extremely powerful force. In an instant, Bai Qi seemed to realize something and shouted loudly first. Upon hearing this, Li Hani fell silent. The terrifying killing intent that had been emanating from her vanished instantly, and she returned to her usual self. As Bai Qi finished speaking, the two of them instantly felt the aura that had been locking onto them vanish. In an instant, Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao appeared on the deck. The two stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. This humble general pays his respects to your highness. Get up. What brings you two to me? Has something happened in Flying Dragon City? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun opened his eyes, looked at the two of them, waved his hand, and slowly said, Your Highness, we have received news that the Xuanwu dynasty's army has launched an attack on Flying Dragon City. The Xuanwu dynasty had been planning this for a long time, and this time it was led by the invincible war king Lu Zhan, whose forces were several times larger than those in Filong City. The disparity in strength between the two sides was severe, and Filong City suffered heavy casualties. With the current defensive strength of Flying Dragon City, it probably won't last long. How long until we arrive at Flying Dragon City? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun frowned and then asked, Your Highness, we are about an hour and a half away from Flying Dragon City. In that case, Xuanxiao, you shall immediately select warriors of martial emperor rank or above from the army to go ahead with me to support Flying Dragon City. Bai Qi shall stay in the army and lead the army to advance at full speed. Once you arrive, you may decide on your own battle plan. After a moment of silence, Yi Yun slowly spoke. Your Highness, let Xuanxiao and I lead the troops ahead first. You may remain in the central command. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi was immediately startled and couldn't help but speak up to Yi Yun to offer some advice. Yes, Your Highness. Li Xuanxiao immediately echoed this. If you two leave, who will command the 400,000-strong army? You both know what an excellent commander means to an army. But, Your Highness, Bai Qi wanted to offer some advice, but Yi Yun interrupted him. All right, it's decided then. Go and get ready. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, a team of over 1,000 people assembled and, led by Yi Yun, Li Xuanxiao, and others, sped towards Flying Dragon City. At the same time, Flying Dragon City. Under Chun Bin's leadership, the garrison of Filong City has repelled the Xuanwu dynasty's attacks time and time again. The city walls are covered with ruins, countless corpses, and blood has stained the entire city walls crimson. Outside Flying Dragon City, the scene was even more horrific, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. This was no battlefield, it was a veritable carnage. The air was filled with a strong stench of blood. Outside the city, within the Xuanwu dynasty's camp, War King Lu Zhan, looking at the smoke-filled Flying Dragon City that had withstood countless fierce attacks, was filled with boundless rage. He couldn't help but shout at the generals beside him. Are you all a bunch of useless trash? With a force several times larger than the Flying Dragon City garrison and the most powerful siege weapons, you've attacked so many times and still haven't taken it down, while your own soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. What use are you to me? Oh, Your Highness, please give us another chance. We, your humble servants, promise that if we still fail to capture Flying Dragon City this time, we will offer our heads in gratitude. The disheveled generals immediately knelt down and loudly begged Lu Zhan for his assurance. Very well, now is the time when we need manpower. I will spare you this time. If you fail to take this city this time, you don't need to come back. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the group quickly and respectfully agreed. A moment later, the Xuanwu dynasty army launched another attack, with a densely packed force brandishing swords and spears as they charged straight toward Flying Dragon City. Defend against the enemy, defend against the enemy. Upon seeing this from the top of Flying Dragon City, Chen Bin immediately shouted loudly. The Xinghua army on the city wall lived up to its reputation as a famous army of the White Tiger dynasty. Upon hearing the general's order, they quickly and orderly organized themselves. The archers drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Once the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers were within range, at a command, arrows rained down on the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers like a storm. In an instant, like harvesting wheat, soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty fell in droves, but the gaps left by the fallen were quickly filled by soldiers from behind. The battlefield has become a meat grinder. One wrong move, and you'll be crushed to pieces, your head severed from your body. At the same time, upon seeing this, Lu Zhan, who was in the central command, stood up, took out his long sword, and spoke to the men beside him. Elders, we can't drag this out any longer. Let's act together and finish this quickly. Yes, Your Highness. Several elderly men bowed in response. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhan immediately rolled up his cloak and flicked it, holding a long sword. He stomped his right foot and soared into the sky, flying through the void. He arrived directly in the void not far in front of Flying Dragon City, his whole body exuding a murderous aura, revealing an unmistakable kingly aura. They showed no fear in the face of the arrows hurtling towards them from Flying Dragon City. Looking at Flying Dragon City before him and Chen Bin and the others from the offering pavilion on the city walls, Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile coldly. Then, he gathered his true energy and tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. An extremely large blade of light shot straight towards Flying Dragon City. Before Chen Bin and the others could react, Lu Zhan's attack landed directly on the city wall. In an instant, the city walls were severely damaged, the earth shook violently, dust flew everywhere, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties wherever the attack went. Chapter 162 The Power of the Soul, Destroying Bao. Elders, we must stop Lu Zhan and his men. Otherwise, if we allow them to continue their attack, the city walls will soon be breached, and our situation will become even more difficult. Upon seeing this, Chen Bin quickly spoke to the people in the offering pavilion who were standing nearby. All right, General, don't worry. Lu Zhan is in the care of us old guys. The elder in the lead quickly responded. After saying that, he took the lead and soared into the air, shouting loudly at Lu Zhan. You arrogant brat, your opponent is me. If you have the guts to fight, come with me. You old scoundrel, if you want to fight, then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan instantly flew into a rage, roared, and then chased after him. Meanwhile, the old men who appeared with Lu Zhan continued to attack the city walls and slaughter the soldiers. Upon seeing this, Chen Bin's face turned furious, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared loudly at the generals behind him. Bring me the soul-destroying Bao and the heaven and earth profound yellow arrows. I won't be satisfied until I've shot them all dead today. Although Lu Zhan, whose attacks were the most terrifying, had been lured away and held back by several elders, the strength of the several old men who appeared with him should not be underestimated. If they were allowed to attack the city walls and their own soldiers, they would be in serious trouble. The walls and soldiers of Flying Dragon City could not hold out for long. A moment later, several soldiers clad in black armor carried a giant crossbow, as black as ink and made of an unknown material. Behind them, several soldiers each carried a giant arrow, over 10 feet long and entirely black. The arrowhead even emitted a faint blue light, which was enough to make anyone who saw it feel a chill and trepidation. The soul-destroying Bao is a powerful weapon of the White Tiger dynasty. It was forged by the royal family from an ancient tomb hundreds of years ago. The dynasty then spent a great deal of money to collect materials and barely managed to forge a few dozen bows and crossbows. The soul-destroying Bao is a powerful weapon capable of killing even martial Venerable Realm experts. Unfortunately, over the course of hundreds of years of history, its forging secrets have been lost. Only 7 soul-destroying bows remain today, and fewer than 3 are equipped with the complete set of 4 arrows: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. This demonstrates just how precious the soul-destroying Bao and its crossbow bolts were to the Imperial dynasty. Reporting to the general, the soul-destroying Bao is ready. Good. What? The soul-destroying bow. When the elders of the Xuanwu dynasty saw the soul-destroying bow, which was entirely black, set up on Flying Dragon City, they couldn't help but frown and exclaim in great shock. They were well aware of the power of the soul-destroying bow. Hundreds of years ago, the White Tiger dynasty used this soul-destroying bow to kill many martial venerable level experts. If the arrows fired from the soul-destroying bow were to land on us, we would likely be doomed. Even if we were lucky enough to survive, we would probably be severely injured. Moreover, being severely injured on such a battlefield is no different from waiting to die. Don't think that just because you've brought out this soul-destroying bow, we'll be afraid of you. I doubt you even have many arrows for it. My Xuanwu dynasty has countless powerful warriors. How many can your soul-destroying bow possibly kill? Now my Imperial army has surrounded Flying Dragon City in layers. Can you withstand the onslaught of my Imperial army? Today, Flying Dragon City will surely fall. Your only way out is to give up resistance and open the city gates. The elderly man at the head of the group came to his senses, composed himself, and shouted arrogantly. Humph, wishful thinking, prepare to die. Upon hearing this, Chun Bin flew into a rage. He immediately stepped forward, took an arrow from a soldier, drew his bow, and drew the arrow to its fullest extent. He reversed his inner energy, forcibly forcing a drop of blood from his mouth to fuse with the arrow's fletching. In an instant, a flash of blood appeared, and the power of the arrow was unleashed to its fullest extent. Call out. With a whooshing sound, the arrow, carrying an irresistible force, hurtled towards the elder in the void like a malevolent dragon. Upon seeing this, the elder at the head of the group in the void had a drastic change in expression. He had not expected Chun Bin to be so decisive, even at the cost of sacrificing his own life essence to fully unleash the power of the soul-destroying bow. The old man dared not be negligent in the slightest. He quickly circulated his true energy to its limit and gathered it on the sharp blade in his hand, hoping to use the power of the weapon to block the attack of the soul-destroying bow. Boom boom. The arrow from the soul-destroying bow collided directly with the old man, and in an instant, a deafening explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, distorting the void at the center of the explosion. Those soldiers with lower cultivation levels who were too close to the explosion's epicenter suffered heavy casualties from the aftershocks. Even the other elders sustained injuries of varying degrees. This shows that its power is so great that it is beyond the ability of ordinary people to withstand. A moment later, once the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, there was no trace of the old man left in the void. Only a broken sword lay embedded in the ground. Seeing this, everyone understood that the old man in the lead was probably already dead. At the same time, Chun Bin had already taken the second arrow and looked at the other old men in the void with bloodlust in his eyes. Seeing this scene and recalling the old man's miserable state just now, the elders of the Xuanwu dynasty in the void exchanged glances and nodded to each other. They couldn't help but shout loudly and respectfully to the rear camp of the Xuanwu dynasty. We respectfully request that our ancestor lend us a helping hand. We respectfully request that our ancestor lend us a helping hand. We respectfully request that our ancestor lend us a helping hand. Chapter 163 On the Verge of Collapse. As the voices of several elders in the void faded, a terrifying aura instantly swept towards Flying Dragon City. Then, an old man dressed in black robes appeared directly in the void. Chun Bin and the others never found out how the old man appeared in the void. The old man in black robes stood in the void, his hands behind his back, coldly reprimanding the group. The War King lured away the enemy's most powerful cultivators and engaged them in battle, creating such a golden opportunity for you. I never expected that you couldn't even take down a small flying dragon city, and even suffered heavy losses. What use are you? Reporting to the ancestor, it is not that we have failed in our duties, but rather that there is a complete soul-destroying bow in this flying dragon city. Our strength is completely ineffective against this soul-destroying bow. Oh, this city actually has such a peerless weapon as the soul-destroying bow. In that case, it's no wonder you're all so blaming. Over the centuries, countless highly skilled martial artists have perished under the arrows of this soul-destroying bow. In the same way, Many martial artists from my Xuanwu dynasty have also died under its arrows over the centuries. The soul-destroying bow has thus become famous throughout the world and is feared by all martial artists. However, since the White Tiger dynasty lost the secret method for forging such a deadly weapon, the soul-destroying bow has gradually been overlooked by the world. But I never expected to encounter this in Flying Dragon City today. Perfect, I'll come and see the White Tiger dynasty's famous weapon of mass destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in black robes turned his gaze to the walls of Flying Dragon City, circulated his inner energy to amplify his voice, and spoke loudly. Now the ancestor is giving you one last chance. Open the city gates and surrender immediately, or you will live. Otherwise, you will all perish here today. Ha ha ha, what a joke. How could a man of the White Tiger clan surrender without a fight? Soldiers, the enemy outside the city, many times stronger than us, is demanding our surrender. Defeat or die. I ask you, are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Soldiers, let us tell the enemy loudly what our choice is. War, war, war. In an instant, shouts of battle that resounded throughout the heavens, and the earth echoed continuously from Flying Dragon City. Very well, since that's the case, I, your ancestor, will grant your wish today. Upon seeing this, the old man in black robes was instantly enraged. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually gathered power in one hand, and an enormous fist shadow rushed straight towards Flying Dragon City. Seeing this, Chunbin knew he was in trouble. It was too late to activate the soul-destroying bow. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth, activate all his true energy, and fly towards the fist shadow. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded, and the aftershocks from the violent collision blinded everyone, even causing severe distortion in the space around the center of the impact. Chunbin's strength was already inferior to that of the suddenly appearing black-robed elder. In addition, he had just forced out his own essence blood to substitute for the power of the soul-destroying bow. Although the final effect was good, it also caused him some damage. He had thought that he could withstand a casual attack from the black-robed old man if he tried his best, but as soon as he made contact with the old man's attack, Chunbin realized that he had seriously underestimated the old man's cultivation level. He was definitely not just a martial venerable. Bang! Under the shadow of the black-robed old man's fists, Chunbin tried his best to fight back, but unfortunately, in just one moment of collision, Chunbin was blasted away and fell heavily onto the city wall. At this moment, Chunbin was in a terrible state, with a lot of blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. He tried to struggle to stand up, but unfortunately, he could not stand up even with all his strength. Seeing this, the old man in black robes, as the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, immediately turned his right hand and drew a long sword from somewhere, attaching his true energy to the sword, and then flung it in Chunbin's direction. Call out. With a whooshing sound, the longsword swiftly attacked Chunbin, who was lying on the ground, heavily injured. While the other generals were focused on Chunbin atop the walls of Flying Dragon City, only the veteran General Xia Yuansheng was the first to notice the black-robed old man's intentions. The veteran Xia Yuansheng thought to himself, this is bad. He knew that he could not withstand the sudden attack from the black-robed old man with his own strength. He then went to the soul-destroying bow alone, reversed his true energy, and forced out 3 drops of blood essence to merge into the arrow of the soul-destroying bow. In an instant, the power of the soul-destroying bow increased exponentially, but the veteran General Xia Yuansheng felt that it was still not safe enough, so he forced out 3 drops of blood essence to merge into it. The bloodthirsty aura on the soul-destroying bow increased greatly, and its power reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, General Xia Yuansheng, who had lost almost half of his life essence, was pale and extremely weak. He used the last bit of his true energy to launch the arrow. Whoosh! As the arrow shot from the soul-destroying bow hurtled away, General Xia Yuansheng smiled slightly, his body crashing straight to the ground. Fortunately, the soldiers beside him reacted quickly and caught him. Otherwise, General Xia Yuansheng would have likely slammed heavily to the ground. On the other side of the city wall, the soldiers also came to Chunbin's side, helped him up, and asked him questions. General, are you not done yet? Fine. Cough, 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 cough. Chun Bin waved his hand again, then burst into another violent cough. Boom. The arrow fired from the soul-destroying bow collided with the long sword thrown by the black-robed elder, and another earth-shattering explosion resounded in the void above Flying Dragon City. The power of this soul-destroying bow is nothing special. What? You can't even withstand my casual attacks? With such little strength, you dare to boast that you can fight against me? If that's all you've got, are you prepared to die? Seeing that Chun Bin had exerted all his strength and paid a heavy price to block his casual punch, and that General Xia Yuanqing had only managed to block a weapon he had casually thrown by infused with most of his own blood essence into the soul-destroying bow, the old man in black robes looked straight ahead and shouted arrogantly at Chun Bin and the others. Upon hearing this, Chun Bin steadied himself, pushed away the soldiers who were supporting him, and forcibly circulated the little true energy he had left, shouting loudly. Soldiers, I am sorry, I must break my promise this time and cannot bring you home. However, since we have chosen to wear this armor, we are now part of the Imperial Army. I believe you are prepared to shed your blood on the battlefield and die on the battlefield. Soldiers, we cannot cede an inch of our territory, otherwise how will we answer to the people and our descendants? We will certainly defend the dignity of our White Tiger warriors and swear to defend our imperial territory to the death. Kill. Kill. Chapter 164 Life or Death. Upon seeing this, the black-robed elder in the void was instantly enraged, shouting fiercely with a glint in his eyes. The ancestor kindly gave you a way to live, but since you don't cherish it, the ancestor will grant your wish, and you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in black robes drew his weapon, and his aura gradually became more and more terrifying. Black energy filled the entire void, and the originally bright and sunny sky was now shrouded in black energy, turning into darkness at a visible speed, just like the arrival of night. In the void, a sword shadow was constantly growing larger. The old man in black robes used his true energy to form the sword shadow, and with the help of the weapon, he gathered the power of heaven and earth. It was fierce and awe-inspiring, and it exuded an aura of death. On the walls of Flying Dragon City, even seasoned veterans like Chun Bin and his companions were deeply shocked by the scene before them. They hadn't expected the black-robed elder's full power to be so terrifying. Upon seeing this, Chun Bin immediately shouted loudly, "No, we absolutely cannot allow it to continue gathering the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, once it succeeds in gathering power, if such an attack lands on Flying Dragon City, the entire city will be completely reduced to ruins, and we and the people in the city will have absolutely no chance of survival. Gentlemen, I entrust Flying Dragon City to you. I shall take my leave now." After saying this, Chun Bin tried to push away the soldiers who were supporting him, but unfortunately, he was too weak to circulate his internal energy because he had been seriously injured in the previous fight. Seeing this, the 6 deputy generals of the Jinghua army beside him exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then they stepped forward and respectfully addressed Chun Bin. "General, the enemy's cultivation is now powerful. We know that only by fighting to the death can we have a chance of survival. As the commander-in-chief, you cannot be harmed, otherwise the army will be thrown into chaos. Since we joined the army, we have followed you in battles across the country and are prepared to die on the battlefield. Today, let us risk our lives for our brothers and the people of this city to fight for this chance of survival. General, we will go first to lead our soldiers to live on. We will come back in our next life to continue following you." The 6 deputy generals of the Jinghua army shouted in unison. "General, take care." After speaking, the 6 people turned around and took to the air, rushing towards the old man in black robes. Nonadont. Upon seeing this, Chun Bin's eyes immediately reddened, and tears streamed down his face. He watched the 6 figures speed away, murmuring to himself. Perhaps due to the severity of his injuries, Chun Bin's head lolled to the side, and he fell into a deep sleep. "Someone come quickly. Get the general to the city to find a doctor for treatment immediately. Hurry up." Seeing Chun Bin unconscious, Chen Kaiyu couldn't help but shout loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a general, accompanied by a physician and several soldiers, quickly came to the side. The doctor first gave Chun Bin a brief examination of his injuries, then took out a white porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and fed it to him. He then instructed several soldiers to carefully place Chun Bin on the simple carriage they had brought with them. The physician then turned to the generals and said, "Generals, the general's injuries are extremely serious, and he urgently needs to be taken to the city. I and the other physicians will then treat him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Upon hearing this, Chen Kaiyu roared in anger. The physician understood the general's feelings and didn't say much. He then turned and ordered several soldiers to carry Chun Bin quickly towards the city. At the same time, the 6 deputy generals of the Jinghua army rushed toward the black-robed old man in the void, getting closer and closer to him. The 6 deputy generals of the Jinghua army desperately burned their own essence and life force in exchange for his ever-increasing cultivation level. The 6 men all wore expressions of resignation to their fate. Despite the excruciating pain of burning their life essence and vitality, they gritted their teeth and persevered, hoping to inflict maximum damage on the black-robed elder during their self-destruction and secure a slim chance of survival for the soldiers and civilians of Flying Dragon City. The old man in black robes watched the group rushing towards him, then continued to gather the power of heaven and earth with one hand, while forming a defensive shield within 5 meters in front of him with the other. His eyes were full of contempt. Soon, when the 6 deputy generals of the Jinghua army collided with the black-robed old man's defensive shield, they saw that his body was rapidly expanding. He was originally a martial artist at the martial venerable realm, and with his reckless burning of his own essence and life force, the cultivation of all 6 of them was forcibly raised to the peak of the martial venerable realm, and their aura reached its peak. The leader roared loudly, "Gentlemen, let's be brothers together in our next life." Boom! As soon as the words were spoken, a tremendous collision and explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, 6 collisions and explosions followed one after another. With the continuous sound of the explosions that resounded through the heavens and earth, the entire world seemed to tremble, and the void around the explosions was distorted to a certain extent. Blood mist filled the air, and a strong stench of blood permeated the air, transforming the entire Flying Dragon City battlefield into a true battlefield of carnage. After the aftershocks subsided, the old man in black robes was still standing unharmed in the void, as if the self-destruction of the 6 deputy generals of the Jinghua army had not caused him any damage. It still failed. On the city wall, the faces of the soldiers of Flying Dragon City instantly darkened. At the same time, the black-robed old man in the void swallowed the blood in his mouth without making a sound, but a trace of blood inevitably remained on the corner of his mouth. The black-robed elder was only at the first level of martial saint cultivation. At this moment, he had to concentrate on gathering the power of heaven and earth, while also building a defensive shield to withstand the self-destruction of 6 people who had been forcibly elevated to the peak of martial venerable. This caused considerable damage to the black-robed elder. The old man in black robes never expected to be injured by the generals he regarded as ants, and he was instantly enraged, roaring at them, "You have thoroughly enraged me. All of you die." 9 netherworlds suppressed the souls. The old man in black robes instantly unleashed his martial skill, which he had been condensing for a long time. In an instant, black energy filled the sky, and he seemed to be the ruler of darkness, proclaiming the death sentence of the Flying Dragon City garrison. Seeing the powerful attack rapidly approaching Flying Dragon City, Chen Kaiyu stepped forward despite the oppressive force and shouted loudly, "Soldiers, all men of the White Tiger Dynasty are warriors. We have no habit of dying standing up, but living on our knees. Today, facing a powerful enemy, even if we perish in life and death, even if our souls are destroyed, I will still defend the majesty of the White Tiger Dynasty with my flesh and blood. We are willing to follow the general and defend the dignity of our dynasty with our own flesh and blood. We are willing to follow the general and defend the dignity of our dynasty with our own flesh and blood. I await your wish." As the shouts grew louder and louder, the people in the city couldn't help but shout along. At this moment, even when facing death, they showed no fear on their faces. Boom. A collision and explosion dozens of times more powerful than before resounded once again throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 165, Yi Yun arrives. A moment later, the generals on the walls of Flying Dragon City thought they were doomed, but when the sound of the collision and explosion rang out, they were only blasted away by the aftershocks and fell onto the walls. They did not suffer any real damage. Those with strong martial arts skills only suffered some minor injuries, and those with lower skills were not seriously injured. Upon seeing this, Chun Kaiyu and the other generals immediately helped each other to their feet and looked up at the center of the explosion above them. The void that was originally shrouded in black mist has now been torn apart, and sunlight shines on the earth once again. At the same time, a beautiful female swordswoman dressed in white stood gracefully above them, holding a long sword. She effortlessly neutralized the black-robed elder's long concentrated attack, her killing intent emanating from her body, her aura so powerful it was like a celestial female war goddess descending upon the world, causing everyone to dare not look directly at her. That's right, this person is Li Hani, who came ahead of Yi Yun. In the void, the black-robed elder could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. His body swayed violently, and if he hadn't quickly steadied himself, he probably would have fallen straight down. You must know that the attack just now was his full strength, and he gathered the power of heaven and earth. Its true power had already surpassed the strongest attack that the black-robed old man could launch. It was equivalent to the attack of a third-level martial saint. The old man in black robes never expected that this woman who suddenly appeared would so easily neutralize his full-force attack, and that her sword energy would even cause him extremely serious injuries. The old man in black robes wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Li Hani in front of him, and asked with great apprehension, "Who are you? Why are you attacking this old ancestor?" Before Li Hani could answer, a domineering voice echoed from the distant void. "Ha ha! You have invaded the borders of my White Tiger dynasty and slaughtered my people. Tell me, should I take action against you? Who is it? Since you've come all this way, why not show yourself? What kind of hero hides his head and tail?" Upon hearing this, the old man in black robes looked around but still couldn't find any trace of him, and then he couldn't help but roar loudly. "Ha ha ha, hide? I have always acted openly and honestly, and I never hide my face. But what can you do now that I've come out?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun appeared in everyone's sight, followed closely by his personal guards and hundreds of martial artists above the martial emperor realm. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, Li Hani immediately flew forward and respectfully bowed to him. "Han Yi greets your highness. No need for formalities, you did a good job." On the walls of Flying Dragon City, Chun Kaiyu and his generals were overjoyed to see Yi Yun and his group arrive, as well as the White Tiger King flag bearing the character Qin held by their ranks. They immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun in the void. "This humble general pays his respects to your highness, the King of Qin." "We pay our respects to his highness, the King of Qin." "We pay our respects." "Rise, I am late. Leave the rest to me." Yi Yun looked around and saw that Flying Dragon City was full of ruins, dismembered limbs, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a truly horrific sight. He calmed himself down, looked at the soldiers on the walls of Flying Dragon City, and then spoke slowly in a trembling voice. He then turned to look at Li Hani, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent, and said coldly, "Hani, let's finish this quickly. I've traveled a long way and haven't had a proper rest yet." "Yes, your highness." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Hani turned around, took out her long sword, and flew forward, looking at the old man in black robes with icy eyes. In an instant, Li Hani brandished his long sword, a hint of killing intent surging from his eyes. His sword intent erupted directly, condensing into a giant sword phantom, like the sword of judgment of an immortal in the heavens, ready to punish the source of evil in the human world. A powerful and extremely violent sword light filled the entire void. Accompanied by a low hum, a giant sword phantom tens of feet long descended from the void, striking the black-robed old man with lightning speed. The domineering aura of the giant sword phantom made everyone on the battlefield breathless. Fortunately, Yi Yun had Bai Qi, who was also at the martial saint realm, by his side, using his own true energy to isolate him from it. At the same time, the black-robed elder, who was also in the void, immediately realized that his aura had been locked onto. He was terrified and tried to use his true energy to escape. However, due to the self-destruction of the Deputy General of the Jinghua Army and the backlash that had just occurred, he was now unable to circulate his true energy under Li Hani's powerful aura. His movements were restricted, and he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nanoyu can't kill me. If you kill me, the Xuanwu dynasty will never let you go. Seeing the giant sword phantom getting closer and closer, the black-robed old man couldn't help but panic and roar loudly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the phantom of the giant sword arrived and struck the black-robed old man directly. The black-robed elder was instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, and even his primordial spirit was shattered into dust. The black-robed old man, a martial artist at the martial saint realm, was killed by Li Hani with such ease. At this moment, the entire battlefield became extremely quiet, eerily quiet. No one expected that such a peerless expert as the black-robed elder would be killed so easily. At this moment, both the soldiers of the White Tiger dynasty and the Black Tortoise dynasty had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Your Highness, Han Yi has successfully killed him, as he has fulfilled his mission. Seeing that the old man in black was beyond dead, Li Hani sheathed his sword and flew back to Yi Yun's side, speaking respectfully. Hani, you've worked hard. Looking at the dashing Li Hani in front of him, Yi Yun couldn't help but reach out and pat Li Hani's head, speaking softly. In an instant, Li Hani's face turned bright red, her expression filled with shyness. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers, having regained their senses, abandoned their armor and fled back to their camp. Right now, only one thought lingered in their minds. Run, run for their lives. With their ancestor and many elders dead, and the War King's fate unknown, and the White Tiger dynasty now having such powerful reinforcements led by the Prince of Qin, the Black Tortoise dynasty's army was in grave danger. On the contrary, the soldiers on Flying Dragon City, upon seeing this, couldn't help but weep with joy, and some of them shouted in celebration. Long live the King of Qin! Long live the King of Qin! Upon seeing this, Yi Yun was about to fly to the city wall of Flying Dragon City to find out the current situation of Flying Dragon City when suddenly, he saw several dark figures rushing towards Yi Yun and the others from a distance. Li Hani and the others, unsure whether the newcomer was friend or foe, immediately stepped forward and formed a defensive formation, protecting Yi Yun within it. Whoosh! Your Highness, please don't misunderstand, it's me. Upon seeing this, Li Tsunxiao realized something and immediately shouted out. Chapter 166 The Army Arrives. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun waved to Li Hani beside him and said with a smile, Winter clothes, it's all right, it's Tsunxiao who's back. Yes, Your Highness. Although Li Hani responded verbally, he did not make any actual move. With his cultivation level, he could clearly see that there were only a few old men following behind Li Tsunxiao. Since it concerned the safety of his prince, Li Hani dared not be careless without knowing whether they were friend or foe. Soon, Li Tsunxiao and his group arrived in front of Yi Yun and the others. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness. I, Tsunxiao, have fulfilled my mission and successfully killed Lu Zhan. This is his head. Please take a look, Your Highness. Ha ha, please rise quickly. With Tsunxiao taking action, how could that Lu Zhan possibly escape? Yi Yun then stepped forward and personally helped Li Tsunxiao up, laughing loudly. Then Yi Yun turned his gaze to the several old men behind Li Tsunxiao and asked Li Tsunxiao a question. Tsunxiao, why don't you introduce these gentlemen to me? May I ask who they are? Upon hearing this, Li Tsunxiao quickly and respectfully replied, Your Highness, these are the elders of the Hall of Offerings, specially dispatched by the capital to support Flying Dragon City. It was they who held Lu Zhan back, buying us a lot of time. Otherwise, Flying Dragon City would probably be gone by the time we arrived. After listening to Li Tsunxiao's story, Yi Yun clasped his hands and bowed to the group. I was unaware that several esteemed elders from the Imperial Academy would be here. Please forgive any rudeness I may have caused. Your Highness, you are too kind. Fighting for the country is our duty. It was His Highness the King of Qin who led his army all the way from the north to the south to rescue us from our perilous situation. Your Highness, this is not the place to talk. Let's head to Flying Dragon City first. Seeing this, Bai Qi couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Yes, gentlemen, we'll talk again later in Flying Dragon City. After saying that, he flashed and quickly ran towards the place where Chen Kaiyu and the other generals were on the city wall of Flying Dragon City. Seeing this, Li Hani and the others followed behind him. Soon, Yi Yun arrived at the top of the city wall. Upon seeing this, Chen Kaiyu's generals all knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. Your humble servants pay their respects to your highness. Generals, please rise. Yi Yun glanced around, frowned, and then asked a question. Where is General Chen been? I haven't seen him. Upon hearing this, the general's initial joy at Yi Yun's arrival in killing the black-robed elder and temporarily resolving the crisis in Flying Dragon City vanished instantly, replaced by extremely grim expressions. Could it be General Chen Bin? Upon seeing this, Yi Yun had a very bad premonition that instantly welled up in his heart. Your Highness, General Chen Bin did not hesitate to burn his own life essence to fight against the black-robed elder in order to stop him from destroying the walls of Flying Dragon City. However, the black-robed elder's strength was too great. In just one round, the general was seriously injured. In addition, he burned his own life essence and is now in a coma. According to the news from the city's physician, the general is exhausted and there is no way to save him. Faced with Yi Yun's speculation and questions, Chen Kaiyu said sadly, Yes, burning one's lifeblood and fighting to the death is indeed the old general's style. However, I will not allow the old general to abandon such a mess and wash his hands of it now. Chen Kaiyu, this bottle contains 2 drops of the life spring. Take them and give them to the old general. Once he has fully absorbed the life spring, he will be able to wake up. Yi Yun muttered a complaint to himself, then took out a small white medicine bottle from the system space and handed it to Chen Kaiyu, before slowly saying, Is what your highness said true? Upon hearing this, the generals were shocked. Chen Kaiyu was the first to recover and shouted loudly, Real? Yi Yun nodded. After receiving Yi Yun's affirmative answer, Chen Kaiyu quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and then carefully took the small medicine bottle from Yi Yun's hand. Your highness, then I will. Go and get the old general well as soon as possible. The old general still needs to clean up this mess in Flying Dragon City. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun smiled and said, Thank you, your highness. The rest of you, listen to my command. Lead your troops to clean up the battlefield. Remember to properly collect the bodies of the fallen soldiers, burn them, and keep them safe until we return to the capital. Yi Yun watched Chen Kaiyu rushing towards the city and then spoke loudly and seriously. Yes, your highness. The sun is setting. Standing atop the city wall, surveying the entire battlefield, one is filled with the thick stench of blood. Everywhere there are broken walls, limbs, corpses, and broken swords and arrows strewn across the ground. Yi Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The success of one general is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. This saying is absolutely true. Boom boom. Suddenly, a booming sound came from the distant sky, and everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came. Soon, dozens of huge warships were seen rapidly approaching the sky above Flying Dragon City. Look, what's that? The soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My soldiers, there is no need to worry. The fleet in the void is my own legion. You may continue to clean up the battlefield. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately circulated his true energy and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the soldiers continued cleaning up the battlefield, though those who knew each other occasionally whispered among themselves. However, all the generals were martial artists with considerable cultivation, so they could naturally see the extraordinary nature of the warship. When they sensed the cultivation level of the soldiers on board, the generals were completely shocked. He had not expected that the army under the Qin King's command would be so powerful. Whoosh! The black figure standing atop the lead cloud ship flashed and flew towards Yi Yun's location in an instant. Greetings, Your Highness. I am late, and hope Your Highness will forgive me. You haven't delayed the battle, so what crime have you committed? Please rise quickly. Yi Yun looked at Bai Qi in front of him, quickly stepped forward to help him up, and said with a smile. Bai Qi, I've roughly surveyed the area around Flying Dragon City. Only the terrain north of the city is relatively flat and open, so let's anchor the fleet there. After traveling day and night to capture Yunhai City, the soldiers haven't had a proper rest yet. Let them rest for the next couple of days. In addition, apart from Han Yi and 10 guards who remain with me, Siyuan Xiao and the rest of the guards, and those temporarily transferred from the army, should return to their respective units. Yes, Your Highness. After Bai Qi responded, his figure flashed, and he returned to the cloud ship, commanding the fleet to fly north of the city. Li Tzu and Xiao then led several hundred people back to the cloud ship. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to Li Hani, who was standing to the side. Hani, accompany me to see General Chun Bin. Chapter 167 Victory news arrives in the capital. 2 days later, the capital city. Giddy up, giddy up. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of rapid hoofbeats from afar caught the attention of the people on both sides of the street. After all, there were prohibitions in the capital city that forbade people to ride horses in the capital unless it was a major event. A soldier dressed in the armor of the Jingguo army, carrying a red flag and holding a battle report aloft, rode his horse swiftly towards the palace. It's a red flag. This is the highest level of information transmission. No one is allowed to obstruct it. Anyone who tries to block the transmission will be executed on the spot. The war in the southern border has been going on for so long. It seems that some battle reports have been sent back. Many people who knew about this couldn't help but think to themselves. Urgent red alert from the Southern Territory. Your Highness, the Grand General's token is here. Open the palace gates immediately. Yuan soon saw the palace gate and immediately shouted loudly. Riding horses and carrying weapons are prohibited in the palace. Please dismount and remove your weapons. Upon seeing this, the palace guards immediately responded. At the same time, the main hall of the imperial palace. Yi Batian sat in the main seat, with a group of ministers standing in the hall below. Gentlemen, the King of Qin has led his army south for some time now. Have any battle reports arrived regarding the war in the southern border? Yi Batian addressed the crowd in the main hall, asking them a question. Your Majesty, we have not yet received any battle reports regarding the southern border. Upon hearing this, the Minister of War stepped forward and respectfully responded to Yi Batian. Upon hearing that there was no battle report from the Southern Territory, Yi Batian frowned. He was about to reprimand someone when he was interrupted by a sudden announcement from outside the main hall. Report. Immediately after the announcement, a royal guard strode into the main hall, bowed respectfully to Yi Batian, and spoke. Your Majesty, a messenger from the southern border is requesting an audience outside the palace. Send it quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Batian, realizing that a messenger from the southern territory had arrived, immediately gave a loud order. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, a soldier dressed in the armor of the Jingguo army came straight into the main hall and respectfully saluted Yi Batian. This humble general, Yuan, Deputy Commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Jingguo Army, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Deputy Commander Yu, please rise quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty. How is the war in the southern border going? Upon seeing Yuan stand up, Yi Batian eagerly inquired. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Qin arrived with his army not long ago. With the strength of his army, he successfully recaptured Yunhai City in the shortest possible time. He also led hundreds of soldiers to Filong City ahead of time to support us. If His Highness Prince Qin had not arrived in time, our Jingguo army would probably have been completely wiped out. Now that the crisis in the southern border has been resolved, His Highness Prince Qin is planning a counterattack against the Xuanwu dynasty. The specific details of the battle have been recorded in the battle report. Please review it, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately took out a battle report from his storage magic treasure and respectfully handed it to Yi Batian, then slowly spoke. With a wave of his hand, Yi Batian sent the battle report from Yuan's hand directly into his own. Then, Yi Batian opened it and began to examine it carefully. At this moment, the hall became completely silent, so quiet that the sound of everyone breathing could be heard. Very good, as expected of my son. A moment later, Yi Batian was extremely excited after reading the battle report and proudly shouted, "You should also pass this battle report about the southern border around and take a look at it." Yi Batian then handed the battle report to the eunuch beside him, signaling him to pass it on, and then slowly addressed the people in the hall. The ministers quickly passed around the battle report to examine it. In an instant, when they read what was said in the report, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They never expected that His Highness the King of Qin had grown to such a level. Yi Batian observed the reactions of the officials in the hall and then spoke. By imperial decree, General Chun Bin is seriously wounded. The war in the southern border will be temporarily overseen by the Prince of Qin. He is permitted to act as he sees fit in case of special circumstances. Further rewards will be determined when the army returns in triumph. Furthermore, all ministers must ensure that the food and supplies on the southern front are sufficient. If there is even the slightest mistake, you know the consequences yourselves. Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, southern border. The Lord's mansion of Flying Dragon City. Yi Yin sat in the main seat, with Chun Bin beside him, and the other generals took their seats in order. Gentlemen, now that the two martial Saint Realm experts of the Xuanwu dynasty have been killed, the Xuanwu army is leaderless. My legion has also finished its preparations and is ready to join the battle at any time. Therefore, I have decided to take action against the Xuanwu army in a few days and drive them out of the territory of my White Tiger dynasty. What are your thoughts? Your Highness, I have a question. Although the Xuanwu army has lost most of its top combat power, its organization is still almost intact. Now that the Jinghua army has suffered heavy losses, it is simply unable to spare any troops to participate in the battle. Can Your Highness's army alone deal with the Xuanwu army? Your Highness, it's not that I don't trust your army, but the Xuanwu army still has 1,000,000 soldiers. Chen Kaiyu was the first to stand up and respectfully asked Yi Yun. Yes, it's all right, General Chun. But I'll let General Bai Qi answer your question. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun spoke slowly, then turned his gaze to Bai Qi beside him. Even if he has 1,000,000 troops, they are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of the 2 legions under my command and General Li's command, totaling 400,000 troops. Of course, I am not making this claim out of mere words. However, I can reveal some information to you all. Even the ordinary soldiers in my and General Li's legions have some martial arts cultivation. Upon hearing this, and seeing Yi Yun turn his gaze to him, Bai Qi immediately stood up and spoke calmly to everyone. Although Bai Qi's voice was calm, his tone was full of contempt for the Xuanwu army. Even ordinary soldiers possess the cultivation level of martial generals. Upon hearing this, Chen Kaiyu and the other generals of the Jinghua army couldn't help but gasp. What a luxurious and powerful army this is. Consider that the Jinghua army is the elite legion of the White Tiger dynasty, but the minimum standard for ordinary soldiers is only the 5th level of warrior. It should be noted that martial artists at the general level are qualified to serve as centurions in the Jinghua army. The Qin King's army consisted of warriors with martial arts skills as soldiers and warriors with even higher skills as generals. This army configuration was simply terrifying. However, if it were just a small unit, this configuration would be acceptable, but it has a full 400,000 troops. I really don't know how they managed to assemble such an army. A moment later, the generals, having regained their senses, stood up, clasped their hands respectfully to Yi Yun, bowed deeply, and shouted loudly. Your Highness, please tell us your plans. We are willing to follow your orders. Chapter 168 Raising an Army in Shaoqing. Gentlemen, the Jinghua army has suffered heavy losses in the previous battles and is unable to participate in large-scale operations in the short term. Therefore, I will not include you in the upcoming battles, but I will take both of my 2 major legions with me. Therefore, I have only one request of you, to guard Flying Dragon City for me. Can you do that? Seeing this, Yi Yun loudly gave orders to the generals. Yes, Your Highness. We will defend Flying Dragon City to the death. Chen Kaiyu and the other generals were well aware of the current situation of the Jinghua army, So they immediately knelt on one knee, clasped their fists, and responded loudly. Your Highness, this. At this moment, Chen Bin, who was standing to the side, spoke in a slightly weak and hoarse voice. General, there's no need to say more. Just do as I say. Your Xinghua army has shed enough blood. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin said nothing more. Seeing this, Yi Yan looked at the elders of the offering pavilion and spoke slowly. Elders, you have expended a great deal of energy to hold off Lu Zhan. Currently, there are no strong warriors in the Xuanwu dynasty's army. Even if the Xuanwu dynasty sends another strong warrior to support us, I believe that Han Yi, along with generals Bai Qi and Siyuan Shao, will be able to handle the situation. But once we leave Flying Dragon City, there will be no top experts left. If the same thing happens again in Cloud Sea City, it will be a great loss. Therefore, I would like to ask the elders to temporarily assist General Chen Bin in guarding Flying Dragon City. Upon hearing this, the leading elder spoke first. In that case, we old men will do as your Highness Qin arranges. However, your Highness, if things become unmanageable, you must prioritize your own safety. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. I am well aware of the situation. All right, now that things are settled, everyone can go home and get back to your own business. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he led Li Hani, Bai Qi and the others away from the main hall. The next morning, outside Flying Dragon City. At this time, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao were leading their large armies to assemble here. The enormous Qin character White Tiger King banner fluttered in the wind, and the soldiers of the three armies stood in neat formation, stretching as far as the eye could see. The soldiers of the two legions stood proudly, their blades gleaming coldly, and an aura of malevolence emanating from them. The convergence of this malevolent energy caused the temperature of the entire space to drop several degrees in an instant. At the same time, the dragon-like power of the soldiers brought the entire legion's military might to its peak. At this moment, Chen Bin and the others, who had come together to see Yi Yan off as he led his army to battle, looked at the two great legions in front of them and couldn't help but sigh. Truly a powerful army. Bai Qi looked at Yi Yan on the city wall, then rode forward, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and shouted loudly to Yi Yan. Your Highness, the army has assembled. Please give your instructions. Fellow soldiers, the Xuanwu dynasty has invaded our territory and slaughtered our people. Today, we are not fighting for ourselves, but for the soldiers who died defending our country, and for the countless people who died tragically under the enemy's blade. In this battle, we must let the enemy know that the consequence of arbitrarily starting a war, invading our territory, and slaughtering our people is death and destruction. Soldiers, tell me, are your swords still sharp? War. Kill. Kill. As soon as Yi Yan finished speaking, the soldiers of the three armies brandished their sharp blades, and shouts of battle echoed throughout the void. The weapons gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and a powerful aura of killing intent surged into the sky. The army marches forth. Seeing this, Yi Yan immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao both nodded to the messengers standing to the side. Seeing this, the messenger rode his horse back and forth through the camp, shouting loudly. By order of His Highness, the army shall march forth. By order of His Highness, the army shall march forth. Your Highness. As military orders were continuously issued, the soldiers under Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao quickly sprang into action, rushing towards the Xuanwu dynasty's military camp. Generals, it is time for me to depart. I will have to leave Flying Dragon City to you. Your Highness, rest assured, unless we perish in battle, Flying Dragon City will never be lost. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin immediately assured Yi Yan. Farewell, everyone. Seeing this, Yi Yan didn't say anything more, but smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Then, he and Li Hani flashed to the warhorses that had been waiting outside the city. We wish your Highness a swift victory in this battle, and we await your triumphant return. Watching Yi Yan's departing figure, Chen Bin immediately led everyone to cup their hands in greeting to Yi Yan and shout loudly. At the same time, Sand City. This is a small city on the southern border of the White Tiger dynasty. It was the first city to be occupied by the Black Tortoise dynasty. The army that Lu Zhan led before has now retreated here, waiting for the arrival of the powerful figures sent by the dynasty. At this moment, the main hall of the city lord of Shacheng was brightly lit. A middle-aged man in armor was examining a secret report. After a moment, he slowly put the report down, glanced at the generals in the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, according to our scouts, the Prince of Qin of the White Tiger dynasty is personally leading 2 legions, totaling 400,000 troops, and is rushing towards Sand City. They are expected to arrive here soon." Upon hearing this, the generals of the Xuanwu dynasty in the hall couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had long heard of the formidable reputation of the Qin King's army. Now that His Highness the War King had died in battle and the army had suffered heavy casualties, it would be virtually impossible for them to withstand Yi Yun's advance with their remaining army in the small city of Shacheng. What's even more terrifying is that the Qin King of the White Tiger dynasty has several incredibly powerful generals under his command, and this time there are 2 of them. "General, we don't need to worry so much. We sent news back to the capital about the situation at the front a few days ago. Yesterday, we received news that His Majesty has dispatched General Wu Yun with 3 royal ancestors and several generals, who are on their way to provide reinforcements. We expect to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. At that time, our predicament will be resolved, and we might even be able to take the opportunity to invade the heart of the White Tiger dynasty." In that case, everyone, in order to ensure that we can wait for the arrival of the general's reinforcements, please go down and make good preparations to defend the city. We must make sure that we can hold out until the general arrives with his strong reinforcements. Otherwise, we would all probably perish here. I'm begging you all." Upon seeing this, the leading general immediately stood up, clasped his hands in greeting, and addressed the crowd in the hall. "Yes, General." Chapter 169. On the eve of the Great Battle. The marching speed of Bai Qi and Li Xuanxiao's army was incredibly fast. By evening, they had led their troops to a place 100 miles away from the border town of Shacheng. On the city walls of Sand City, 100 miles away, countless soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty, clad in armor and armed with weapons, stood solemnly watching the situation outside the city. Their lives were at stake, and none of the soldiers dared to slacken their vigilance. The atmosphere in Sand City was exceptionally oppressive. Patrol soldiers constantly moved back and forth, and even the slightest movement in any place would attract the attention of the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers in Sand City. Inside the Lord's mansion of Shacheng, the remaining high-ranking generals of the Xuanwu dynasty were gathered here to discuss how to defend against the enemy, delay the advance of the Baihu dynasty's army, and hold out until the arrival of the dynasty's powerful reinforcements. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the main hall. Inside the main hall, all the generals of the Xuanwu dynasty couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. Soon, as the footsteps grew closer, a soldier in armor appeared at the gate and strode directly into the main hall, where he respectfully bowed to the crowd. This humble general, Li Zheng, commander of the scout battalion, greets all the generals. Get up. Among the generals, Lu Ping, the only one still possessing the cultivation of a martial venerable, dressed in black armor, couldn't help but tense up. He then waved his hand and casually said something. "Thank you, General Xie." "Li Zheng, weren't you out scouting enemy positions with your scout battalion? What brings you here, and why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that the army of the White Tiger dynasty has come to attack?" After Li Zheng stood up, Lu Ping slowly spoke up with a question. "Reporting to the general, your guess is correct. We have discovered the tracks of the White Tiger dynasty's army, but they are not attacking Sand City. Instead, they are setting up camp 100 miles away from Sand City." "What? How could the White Tiger dynasty's army march so fast? Did you see it clearly? How is that possible? In the Battle of Flying Dragon City, not only did our Xuanwu dynasty's army suffer heavy losses, but the White Tiger dynasty's losses must have been enormous as well. It's already quite an achievement that they were able to defend Flying Dragon City well, so how could they have led their army to catch up with us in such a short time?" As Li Zheng finished speaking, before Lu Ping could say anything, the generals in the main hall began to exclaim and discuss in surprise. "Reporting to my generals, I am not mistaken. They are indeed the army of the White Tiger Dynasty, carrying the Qin character White Tiger King banner. Qin character White Tiger King banner. Then there must be no mistake. I'm sure you all still remember the news that the scouts sent a few days ago. Then, Lu Ping raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then slowly began to speak. General, are you referring to the White Tiger Dynasty leading its 2 legions towards Sand City? Yes, that's right. I had already anticipated a fierce battle between us and the Qin King's army of the White Tiger Dynasty, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. It seems we seriously underestimated the strength of the army under the Qin King of the White Tiger Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping slowly spoke. Gentlemen, we have nowhere to retreat now. We can only fight to the death and hold out until the imperial reinforcements arrive. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would all die in this remote border town. Gentlemen, pass down the order. Those on duty must be on their best alert and thoroughly inspect the city's defenses. At this critical juncture of life and death, anyone who dares to show the slightest negligence will be executed on the spot. In addition, the remaining soldiers will take turns to rest and recuperate in order to prepare for the upcoming fierce battle. Yes, General. Upon hearing this, the generals in the hall all cupped their hands in response, and then quickly left for their posts outside the hall. Looking at the empty hall, Lu Ping, who was temporarily in charge of the Xuanwu dynasty's army, couldn't help but sigh heavily and murmur to himself. I never imagined that my years of planning would be ruined by a mere King Qin. The disparity between us and the enemy in the upcoming battle is too great. For a top expert at the Marshal Saint level, it is not something that can be defeated simply by sheer numbers. I just hope that the imperial support will arrive soon, otherwise we will probably all die. At the same time, Yi Yun, who was in the army camp, was the opposite. Yi Yun was seen looking at the marching map in front of him while eating the sumptuous dinner that his guards had just brought him, looking extremely content. 15 minutes later, belch. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Yi Yun leaned back in his chair and let out a satisfied burp. Rubbing his stomach, he couldn't help but sigh. That feels so good. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and the clanging of armor came from outside the tent. Soon, the sound of conversation outside the tent could be heard directly inside. I have met you, General Dian. I have met General Bai and General Li. General Dian, is the prince in his tent? Bai Qi went straight to Dian Wei and asked him the question. Yes, His Highness is having a meal in his tent. Do you 2 generals have urgent business with the prince? Shall I inform him? In response to Bai Qi's question, Dian Wei immediately replied. There's no need for such trouble. There's nothing urgent. We can wait here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun, who was inside the tent, tidied his appearance and then shouted loudly at the tent. Bai Qi, see you in Shao. Since you're already here, don't just stand in the tent, come in. As Yi Yun finished speaking, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao exchanged a glance, greeted Dian Wei, and then strode straight into the tent. This humble general, Bai Qi, pays his respects to your highness. This humble general, Li Tsunxiao, pays his respects to your highness. Get up, all of you. There's no need for such formalities with a major battle imminent. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately smiled and said, Thank you, your highness. Has the army been properly settled? Everything has been settled. How do you intend to fight this battle? Your highness, after discussing with General Li, we have decided to attack the city first thing tomorrow morning. In response to Yi Yun's question, Bai Qi immediately replied respectfully. Oh, why launch the siege tomorrow? Can't we just launch a night attack tonight? Chapter 170, The Enraged Third Prince. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Bai Qi immediately shared their thoughts. Your Highness, our army has undergone a long march in order to reach this border town as quickly as possible. The soldiers are not in the best condition at the moment. Although it is not difficult to capture this border town and annihilate the remaining generals of the Xuanwu dynasty with the help of our elite troops. However, facing the Xuanwu dynasty's army, which has been on high alert in the city, our soldiers' casualties will increase exponentially. Therefore, in order to minimize casualties, General Li and I have decided to launch the attack on the city early tomorrow morning. Moreover, given our grand arrival, The generals of the Xuanwu dynasty's army must already be aware of our arrival, and the city of Sha is probably already on high alert. Yes, that's very thoughtful. You are in full charge of this annihilation campaign. I will not interfere in any way. I only want one result, that all those who have shed the blood of my White Tiger dynasty's people and soldiers shall be spared. After listening to Bai Qi's story, Yi Yan nodded and then slowly spoke to the two of them. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao immediately clasped their hands in respect and responded. Okay, go ahead. This humble general takes his leave. After saying that, Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao turned around and left Yi Yan's tent. Yi Yan watched the two figures leave and fell into deep thought. At the same time, the White Tiger dynasty, divine capital. At this moment, everyone in the capital was still immersed in the joy of the great victory at Flying Dragon City. Throughout the entire capital, from royalty and nobles to commoners, everyone was filled with this joyous atmosphere. The inner city of the capital. An extremely luxurious mansion was guarded at the gate by several elite martial artists. Above the grand gate hung an extremely heavy and extravagant plaque. The words Zhao Wangfu, Prince Zhao's mansion, are engraved on it in 3 very formal gilded characters. That's right, this is the residence of Yi Lin, the 3rd prince of the White Tiger dynasty. At this moment, Yi Lin was extremely enraged, like a furious lion. He was smashing and destroying various things in the main hall of the palace to vent his dissatisfaction. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. As Yi Lin continued to smash things, it wasn't long before the main hall of the prince's mansion was also in a mess. If I didn't know the reason, I would have thought that the prince's mansion had been ransacked. How could this good-for-nothing have accomplished such a tremendous feat? Why would so many talented people be willing to condescend to serve in such a wild and uncivilized place as the North? And how long has it been since he left the capital? When he left, he was a useless piece of trash with no cultivation, probably unable to even defeat an ordinary soldier. When did he become so powerful? Yi Lin roared alone in the main hall. Then he vented his anger on the items in the hall, and a new round of smashing and destroying began. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. Half an hour later, nothing in the entire hall remained intact. Yi Lin had smashed almost everything, nearly tearing the entire hall apart. Yi Lin had vented enough and gradually calmed down. Tap, 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 tap. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came straight in from outside the main hall. Soon a guard appeared at the entrance of the main hall, then bowed respectfully to Yi Lin and said, Your Highness, the 6th Prince Yi Zheng is currently outside the residence requesting an audience. 6th brother? Why did Lao Lu come to see me at this critical juncture? Did he come to see me make a fool of myself? Upon hearing this, Yi Lin looked puzzled and murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lin gave the order directly to the guards. Go and take the 6th brother to the side hall. I'll wait for him there. Yes, Your Highness. Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately turned and left the main hall, hurrying towards the gate of the prince's mansion. Then, Yi Lin spoke again to the steward of the prince's mansion who was standing to the side and gave him instructions. Have someone tidy this place up and prepare another table of food and wine to be sent to the side hall later. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Lin then walked straight out of the main hall, composed himself, and strode toward a side hall. At this moment, the steward of the prince's mansion looked at the mess in the main hall, couldn't help but sigh heavily, shake his head, and then went to arrange for people to deal with it. Inside the side hall, Yi Lin stood with his hands behind his back in front of a picture hanging on the wall. It was unclear what he was thinking. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst a flurry of footsteps, the 6th Prince Yi Zheng, led by his guards, arrived directly into the side hall. Your Highness, the 6th prince has arrived. Upon entering the hall, the guards immediately and respectfully addressed Yi Lin. Seeing this, Yi Zheng also respectfully clasped his hands in a salute to Yi Lin. 6th brother greets 3rd brother. Okay, you can leave now. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin immediately turned around and said something to the guard, then stepped forward to help Yi Zheng up, smiling as he spoke. We're all brothers, so let's not stand on ceremony on my turf. Come, let's sit down and talk. Thank you, 3rd brother. 6th brother, it's been so long since you've come to see your 3rd brother. Why did you suddenly think of me today? Is there something you need? After Yi Zheng sat down, Yilin immediately asked with a smile. No, it's just that I haven't seen you for a while and I missed you, so I came to have a drink with you. Seeing this, Yi Zheng couldn't help but make up a story. All right, sixth brother, stop with the nonsense. Just say what you need to say tonight. Upon hearing this, and seeing that Yilin had pointed it out directly, Yi Zheng no longer held back. He looked around and then whispered, Third brother, you know about what happened in the southern border, right? Upon hearing this, Yilin was startled, then nodded to Yi Zheng inwardly, his face full of frustration. Seeing Yilin's appearance, Yi Zheng spoke slowly again from the side. Now that Lao Jiu's power is incredibly strong, if we don't take action soon, we may only face death. Chapter 171 The Birth of Han Xian, the God of War. It's time to make some serious plans. Upon hearing this, Yilin pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Knock knock, knock knock. Just then, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Who? Seeing this, Yilin immediately said in a cold voice. Your Highness, it's me. The wine and dishes are ready. When would you like to serve them? Bring it up now. I want to have a good drink with Lao Lu. Upon hearing this, Yilin immediately gave a loud order to the steward outside the hall. Yes, Your Highness. Not long after Yilin finished speaking, the butler led a group of maids to place plates of delicious food on the table in front of the two of them. Soon, a table full of delicious food was laid out on the table in front of the two of them. Seeing this, Yilin immediately gave instructions to the butler standing to the side. You're done here, you can go now. Yes, Your Highness. Then, Yilin smiled and said to Yi Zheng beside him. Sixth brother, come on, let's drink until we drop tonight. All right, come on. Third brother, let me toast you. Upon hearing this, Yi Zheng immediately filled his wine cup to the brim, raised it, and slowly spoke to Yilin. Good. The two talked until late at night, and no one knew what they were planning. The next morning, southern border. Inside Yi Yun's tent at the army camp. Yi Yun awoke from his cultivation and murmured softly with a slight smile on his lips. At this rate of cultivation, it won't be long before he makes another breakthrough. Suddenly, at this moment, Yi Yun seemed to remember that he had used the heroic summoning skill in the past few months, but since he had the system turn off the daily sign and notification, he hadn't checked his sign and gains for a long time. I happen to have some time now, so I can take a look. Thinking of this, Yi Yun immediately opened his system inventory and began to check. I was shocked by what I found in the system inventory. Although most of the items were ordinary spirit stones, food, and military supplies, the sheer quantity was astounding. What surprised Yi Yun the most was that there were still 2 monthly sign and gift packs and a semi-annual sign and gift pack inside that had not yet been opened. I wonder what good stuff might come out of there. Seeing this, Yi Yun excitedly rubbed his hands together, calmed his mind, and composed himself before giving instructions to the system in his mind. The system will first open the 2-month sign and gift pack. Yes, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the gift pack and obtained 1 substitute puppet, 5 troop exchange cards, and 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. As the system notification sound faded, Yi Yun looked at the new items in his system inventory and was shocked. He hadn't expected that such valuable items would come from just 2 monthly sign and gift packs. System, what is the purpose of this substitute puppet? Reporting to the host, this substitute puppet was created by the system through special means. When the host encounters a powerful enemy, this puppet can be used to replace your own death once, and no one will be able to detect that the host faked your death through the puppet. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a moment, he gradually came to his senses and exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean I have an extra life? Yi Yun took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions and couldn't help but sigh to himself. I never expected to be so lucky today, actually getting such an amazing life-saving item in this monthly sign and gift pack. As for the troop exchange cards, Yi Yun casually checked them. Each troop exchange card could be exchanged for 100,000 troops, and these were organized 100,000 troops, not the lowest-ranking troops. There are a total of 5 troop exchange cards. If he could exchange them all, his army would instantly reach 1 million strong, and these would all be elite warrior legions. One can imagine how terrifying such a legion would be on the battlefield. The items obtained from the 2 monthly gift packs were extremely valuable and of great help to Yi Yun, which made him even more eager to see what he could get from the remaining semi-annual gift pack. Then, with a mix of trepidation and excitement, Yi Yun mentally gave instructions to the system. System, open the semi-annual sign and gift pack. Yes, host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a random hero summoning card. As the system notification sounded, Yi Yun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to get a random hero summoning card from the semi-annual sign and gift pack. The summoning of heroes in this random hero summoning card will be random, and what you get depends entirely on luck. However, you might have been lucky with the monthly gift pack you just opened, but it's hard to say with this semi-annual sign and gift pack now. Then, Yi Yun took a deep breath and gave the system a direct instruction in his mind. System, use a random hero summoning card. Okay, host, a random hero is being summoned. Please wait patiently. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the military genius Han Xian. He has been placed within 100 miles of your residence and will come to join you within 3 hours. What? My God, did I hear that right? They actually summoned Han Xian. No words could describe Yi Yun's excitement at that moment. As soon as the system notification sounded, Yi Yun's mind was filled with disbelief, and an exclamation immediately escaped his lips. Now, after calming down, I thought of Han Xian's life and experiences. In history, he was a master strategist, winning battles from afar, and a man of unparalleled renown. This person is someone who has brought the art of military strategy to its pinnacle. He was a master strategist, a god among men. He was praised as a military genius and a divine commander. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but feel eager to see the charisma of this peerless commander as soon as possible. Then Yi Yun gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, view Han Xian's attribute panel. Yes, host. As the system notification faded, the familiar white light screen reappeared in front of Yi Yun. Name, Han Xian. Cultivation level, Martial Saint, 3rd level. Physique, War God Physique. Cultivation technique, Divine Control Technique. Weapon, Divine Spear of War. Troop types, Imperial Guard, Great Han Iron Cavalry, Great Han Elite Soldiers. Loyalty, Unwavering Loyalty. Chapter 172 Siege. After reviewing Han Xian's attribute panel, Yi Yun was extremely satisfied. He truly lived up to his reputation as a military genius in history. Yi Yun then felt a sense of anticipation for Han Xian's arrival, eager to witness the charisma of this unparalleled commander. Tap, 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 tap. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. As the footsteps drew closer, Dian Wei's booming voice soon echoed from outside the tent. Your Highness, Generals Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao have sent messengers. Let him in. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke up. Yes, Your Highness. As Dian Wei finished speaking, a soldier in armor walked straight into the tent, looked at Yi Yun in front of him, and then stepped forward to respectfully salute. Bai Wu, commander of the scout battalion under General Bai Qi, pays his respects to Your Highness. Get up. With a great battle imminent, what important matter does Bai Qi have that you summoned to see me at this time? Looking at Bai Wu, who was dressed in full armor and exuded respect, Yi Yun asked in confusion. Your Highness, General Bai Qi and General Li Tsuanxiao are about to attack the city. They specifically sent me to inquire whether Your Highness wishes to observe the battle from the sidelines. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Bai Wu immediately responded respectfully. No need. Just tell Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao that I won't be going to watch the battle. I only want a result. That means every enemy soldier who has ever set foot in my White Tiger dynasty will be killed without exception. As soon as Yi Yun uttered the word kill, Bai Wu felt a shiver run through his body. Bai Wu then respectfully cupped his hands and responded loudly. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, he turned around and quickly left Yi Yun's tent. Soon, Bai Wu relayed Yi Yun's instructions to Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao without missing a single word. Then, the two of them led their army in a grand procession towards Shaqing. In an instant, various sounds rang out throughout the military camp, and dust flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, the army had already left the camp, leaving only a few guards. 15 minutes later, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao then led their troops to the outside of Shaqing. At this moment, the Xuanwu dynasty army on the Sand City also spotted Bai Qi and his group and shouted loudly, "The White Tiger dynasty's army is here. The White Tiger dynasty's army is here." In an instant, chaos erupted on the walls of Shaqing. The noise from the city wall also alerted Lu Yun, the only remaining martial venerable level general in the Xuanwu dynasty army, who was personally overseeing the operation from the front of the city wall. He then stood up and looked at the densely packed army outside the city, radiating a murderous aura, and then gave instructions to the deputy general beside him. "Order the entire army to prepare to engage the enemy." "Yes, General." The lieutenant bowed to Lu Yun, responded respectfully and loudly, then turned and quickly left. Soon, with Lu Yun issuing the order, the Xuanwu dynasty army in Shaqing lost its previous panic and quickly prepared to meet the enemy under the leadership of their respective commanders. Outside the city of Sha, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao watched the movements of the Xuanwu dynasty army without any change in expression. They then exchanged a glance, and Bai Qi nodded directly to Li Tsunxiao. Li Tsunxiao understood immediately, then raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Send the order to prepare the catapults." Soon, following the order from General Li Tsunxiao, rows of giant catapults were slowly pushed out by the soldiers on the right side of the army, and huge boulders were placed on the open ground beside them. One can imagine what it would be like if such a huge rock crashed onto the city wall, and how much damage it would inflict on the soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty. Under Li Tsunxiao's watchful eye, the soldiers placed huge stones onto the catapults. A moment later, the catapults were all ready and poised to go. Upon seeing this, Li Tsunxiao shouted directly, "Fire the catapults." As Li Tsunxiao's voice fell, the boulders on the catapults rose into the air in an instant. Under the influence of their immense inertia, the boulders, like wild horses, hurtled towards the border town of Shaqing with incredible speed and a series of whooshing sounds. In an instant, bang bang, bang bang, bang, countless boulders crashed directly onto the walls of Sand City, the deafening sound of the boulders colliding echoing continuously. Boulders and fragments of the city wall flew everywhere, and in an instant, the entire Sand City was filled with dust. Countless Xuanwu dynasty soldiers in the Sand City panicked and tried to escape in all directions, but the boulders were too densely packed, leaving them nowhere to run. After the first wave of boulder attacks ended, the entire Sand City was littered with stone fragments and countless corpses of Xuanwu dynasty soldiers. However, before the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers in Sand City could catch their breath, Li Tsunxiao's second wave of boulder attacks struck again. The particles of the boulders were no different from before, and their power remained immense. At this moment, some generals with considerable martial arts skills in the Xuanwu dynasty army stepped forward and used their own cultivation to block the rapidly flying boulders as much as possible. This approach was indeed very effective, but because there were so many boulders, many of them still struck the Sand City directly, causing great casualties to the soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty. Seeing this, Li Tsunxiao couldn't help but smile and say to Bai Qi, "General Bai, this catapult is incredibly powerful. Just 2 rounds, and it's already caused such massive damage. It's a true siege weapon." "Haha. Of course. When have you ever seen anything inferior that the prince takes out?" Upon hearing this, Li Tsunxiao nodded, and then spoke directly. "General Bai, I think the catapults have already bombarded the city twice. The Xuanwu dynasty army in the city must be in complete chaos by now. It's time for us to make our move." After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to look at the weapon in his hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded in agreement and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke. "So, General Li, I will temporarily assign 50,000 men from my army to you. Add to that the 200,000 soldiers in your army, for a total of 250,000 soldiers. You shall immediately lead them in an attack and make sure to win this battle quickly. Once the city falls, the Xuanwu dynasty's army will definitely flee towards the border of the Xuanwu dynasty. I will personally lead the remaining 100,000 troops to ambush them at Fenglei Valley, the only road leading to the Xuanwu dynasty. In this battle, we must annihilate all these enemies who have invaded our territory. Yes, Commander Bai. Chapter 173, Mao Xiang arrives. Then, Li Tsuanxiao raised his weapon and shouted loudly, "Soldiers, follow me and kill." Subsequently, Li Tsuanxiao took the lead, wielding his weapon and charging straight towards Shaqing. Upon hearing Li Tsuanxiao's command and seeing his leading figure, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, armed with sharp blades, charged towards Shaqing like tigers descending a mountain. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the sky, and shouts of killing shook the heavens. Fight the enemy. Prepare for the enemy. Upon seeing this, the generals of the Xuanwu dynasty in Sand City shouted loudly. In an instant, archers on the city walls of Sand City drew their bows and nocked their arrows, while catapults in the city prepared themselves, awaiting orders. Seeing the White Tiger Dynasty army getting closer and closer and entering attack range, the Black Tortoise Dynasty general on Sand City no longer hesitated and shouted loudly. Put. As the order was given, the archers on the city wall released their grip, and the arrows that had been waiting for a long time shot out instantly, attacking the attacking soldiers led by Li Tsuanxiao. The catapults that had been prepared in the city roared into action. In an instant, casualties began to appear among Li Tsuanxiao's soldiers. Subsequently, in order to reduce the damage caused by the Xuanwu dynasty's attack, the commanders at all levels of the army stepped forward and used their own true energy to form energy shields on their shields, temporarily blocking most of the Xuanwu dynasty's attacks. Looking at the situation below, Li Tsuanxiao raised his weapon and swung it towards Sand City. In an instant, an extremely fierce attack shot straight towards the densely packed archers on the Sand City wall. Seeing this, Lu Yun, who was above the Sand City, thought to himself, "Not good." He then lunged forward to intercept Li Tsuanxiao's attack. However, Li Tsuanxiao, being a martial saint, could not withstand even a casual strike from him. Moreover, with Li Tsuanxiao watching from the sidelines, how could he possibly give Lu Yun that opportunity? Just as Lu Yun was about to fly over to intercept him, Li Tsuanxiao appeared directly in front of him, saying with a mocking expression, "I'm here. Do you think you can get past me?" Boom. Just then, Li Tsuanxiao's attack slammed into the densely packed city walls, producing a tremendous roar. When the dust settled, not a single archer could be seen in the area where they had been so densely packed. Instead, a large gap appeared in the city wall. "I'll fight you to the death." Upon seeing this, Lu Yun was filled with rage. He immediately dashed towards Li Tsuanxiao and shouted, "Humph, trying to play such petty tricks in front of me is a gross underestimation of me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun realized that his idea of self-destruction had been guessed, and he immediately increased his speed again, praying in his heart that it would succeed. Otherwise he and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in this Sand City would probably be doomed. Seeing Lu Yun's speed suddenly increase again, Li Tsuanxiao's expression did not change. He then circulated his internal energy to attach to his weapon and casually flung it at Lu Yun. Uft! The weapon pierced straight through Lu Yun's body, pinning him firmly to the city wall of Shaqing. At the same time, on the Sand City walls, seeing the only martial venerable level warrior in the army so easily killed, they couldn't help but shout, "The general is dead. Run!" In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic, and the soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty in the Sand City scattered and fled. At this moment, Li Tsuanxiao's soldiers had also breached the city gates, and the battlefield instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. Half an hour later, on the city wall of Shaqing, a soldier in armor quickly approached Li Tsuanxiao and respectfully spoke. "Reporting to the general, there are no enemy soldiers left in Shaqing. The commander sent me to ask for your instructions. There are about 100,000 enemy troops from the Xuanwu dynasty fleeing towards the border." "Oh, so the enemy troops fled towards Snowwind Valley?" "Yes." "In that case, order the troops not to pursue. The army should quickly clean up the battlefield, tally the casualties, and instruct the wounded brothers to receive treatment as soon as possible. Also, send someone to report the battlefield situation to the prince truthfully." Upon hearing this, Li Tsunxiao immediately gave the order. Yes, General. At the same time, Yi Yun's army camp, 100 miles away from Shaqing. Inside Yi Yun's tent, Yi Yun was seen alone, examining an ancient book. Suddenly, at that moment, Dian Wei walked into the tent, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and said, Your Highness, Commander Mao is outside requesting an audience. Oh, shouldn't Mao Xiang be in the Western Territory at this time? How come he's suddenly in the Southern Territory? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun looked puzzled and put down the ancient book in his hand before speaking. Okay, let him in. Yes, Your Highness. Dian Wei then turned and left. Soon, Mao Xiang, dressed in a black outfit, strode into the tent, knelt respectfully on one knee before Yi Yun, and bowed deeply. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. Get up. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke calmly, and then asked again. Mao Xiang, according to the information from the embroidered uniform guard, weren't you supposed to be in the Western Territory? Why are you here in the Southern Territory? Your Highness, I have come all the way from the Western Territory to request an audience with you. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiang immediately responded. Oh, so you've come specifically to see me? What brings you here? Hearing Mao Xiang's response, Yi Yun became even more curious and then asked, Your Highness, this matter is of utmost importance. Mao Xiang then slowly began to speak, before glancing around the camp tent with a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Yi Yun understood Mao Xiang's meaning perfectly. It seemed that something big was about to happen, otherwise Mao Xiang wouldn't be so cautious in his own tent. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's expression hardened, and he shouted towards the outside of the tent. Dian Wei. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Dian Wei appeared directly in the tent and respectfully responded to Yi Yun. Your Highness, pass down the order that no one is allowed to approach within 50 meters of my camp. You will personally lead the guards. Anyone found trespassing will be killed on sight. Yes, Your Highness. Dian Wei then strode quickly to the outside of the camp and gathered his men to seal it off. Chapter 174 Conspiracy. After the surrounding area was sealed off, Mao Xiang respectfully spoke to Yi Yun in a low voice. Your Highness, according to information gathered by the embroidered uniform guard, Prince Zhao Yilin is colluding with the Vermilion Bird Dynasty and is carrying out an extremely large plan. The embroidered uniform guard paid an extremely heavy price, but only managed to steal some clues, and these clues all pointed to the capital. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun frowned, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Is there any conclusive evidence for this? Your Highness, Prince Zhao handled this matter with great secrecy. Moreover, all those who came to contact the Vermilion Bird Dynasty were powerful individuals with considerable martial arts skills. In order not to alert the enemy, the embroidered uniform guard could only conduct investigations from a distance. Finally, after the embroidered uniform guard informed his subordinates personally followed Prince Zhao for more than a month before finally confirming that Prince Zhao and the people of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty were plotting a huge conspiracy. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Mao Xiang immediately responded, Yes, I understand. The war in the southern border is nearing its end. You will be in charge of this matter personally. Do your best to find out what the third Prince Yilin and the people of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty are plotting. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun pondered for a moment before giving Mao Xiang a deep instruction. Yes, Your Highness. Then I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Mao Xiang immediately cupped his hands and responded loudly. Just as Mao Xiang was about to turn and leave, Yi Yun called out to him, Etc. Does Your Highness have any other instructions? Upon hearing this, Mao Xiang immediately stopped what he was doing and respectfully inquired. Come out, Jingke. When Mao Xiang asked him a question, Yi Yun did not respond immediately, but instead shouted directly into the tent. Seeing this, Mao Xiang couldn't help but look puzzled. There were only himself and his prince in the tent, so where was there a third person? Moreover, there was nowhere to hide in the tent. Just as Mao Xiang was puzzled, he heard a whoosh sound, and a figure dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and wearing a black headscarf appeared directly in front of Yi Yun. He then knelt respectfully on one knee and bowed to Yi Yun before calling out, Your Highness, get up. Yi Yun then nodded to Jing Ku and said softly. Seeing this, Mao Xiang couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, who is this gentleman? Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile, and then slowly began to explain. His name is Jing Ku. He has been secretly guarding my safety. He is a top-notch assassin, and he is among the best in the world in terms of both martial arts skills and stealth. You just mentioned that the enemy has many strong warriors, so I will have Jing Ku accompany you to assist you. With his help, you should be able to avoid many troubles. After hearing Yi Yun's introduction, Mao Xiang did not agree, but immediately denied it. Your Highness, this is absolutely unacceptable. Guard Jing is your Highness's personal bodyguard in secret. If he leaves with me, who will protect your Highness's safety? If something happens to your Highness because of this, how can I explain to my colleagues? I would be guilty even if I were to die 1,000 deaths. Your Highness, please rescind your order. It's all right. You don't need to worry about my safety. Seeing Mao Xiang's reaction, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile, and then slowly said, Your Highness, that's the decision. Jing Ku, you will leave with Mao Xiang later to assist him in investigating the conspiracy between the king of Zhao and the Zhuge dynasty. I have only one request for you. While ensuring your own safety, try your best to find out what King Zhao is planning. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately made a loud decision. Yes, Your Highness. We will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations. Upon hearing this, the two said nothing more and responded in unison. Go. This subordinate takes his leave. Watching Mao Xiang and Jing Ku's departing figures, Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself. I didn't expect that even the Vermilion Bird dynasty would be involved this time. This is even more interesting. Not long after Mao Xiang and the others left, Dian Wei walked straight in, bowed respectfully, and began to speak. Your Highness, General Li has sent word that the army has successfully captured Shaching, and General Li and his men are currently cleaning up the battlefield. Where is the person now? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, given the elite status of Li Tsuanxiao, Bai Qi, and their legions, it was not surprising that they had captured Shaching so quickly. Then Yi Yun looked at Dian Wei and asked him a question. Your Highness, the man is currently outside the tent. If Your Highness wishes to see him, I will allow him to enter immediately. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Dian Wei immediately responded respectfully. Let him in. I have a few questions to ask him. Yes, Your Highness. Commander Li, come in. The prince summons you. As Dian Wei finished speaking, a soldier in armor strode into the tent, knelt down on one knee before Yi Yun, and respectfully greeted him. This humble general, Li Cheng, commander of 1,000 men under General Li Tsuanxiao, pays his respects to Your Highness. Get up. Thank you, Your Highness. Is the battle of Shaching over? After Li Cheng stood up, Yi Yun immediately asked. Your Highness, the battle of Shaching is almost over. The only martial venerable level expert in the Xuanwu dynasty army was killed on the spot by the general on the city wall. Most of the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers have also been annihilated, with only about 100,000 fleeing towards the border of the Xuanwu dynasty. General Bai Qi is currently leading an army of 100,000 to ambush in Snowwind Valley, a necessary route to the border of the Xuanwu dynasty. With General Bai and his troops, dealing with the 100,000 defeated soldiers is a piece of cake. At that time, all Xuanwu dynasty soldiers who enter the territory of my White Tiger dynasty will be annihilated. Not one will be left. After listening to Li Cheng's story, Yi Yun looked at Li Cheng's excited face and asked again, have you detected any signs of a powerful reinforcement attack from the Xuanwu dynasty? No. Yes, I understand. Tell Li Tsuanxiao and Bai Qi to finish dealing with the war and come to see me after they've done so. In addition, we must do a good job in defense. It's impossible that the enemy hasn't reported the situation of the war in the southern border to the Xuanwu dynasty after so long. Perhaps the Xuanwu dynasty's reinforcements are already on their way. Upon hearing Li Cheng's resolute answer, Yi Yun's expression hardened, and he slowly gave Li Cheng his instructions. Yes, Your Highness. Yes, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded and waved his hand. This humble general takes his leave. Seeing this, Dian Wei and Li Cheng bowed to Yi Yun, then turned and quickly left the tent. Chapter 175 Han Xian arrives. Evening. Having just finished dinner, Yi Yan noticed that Li Tsunxiao and the others had not yet arrived, and he had nothing to do. He then instructed Dian Wei not to disturb him, as he would cultivate for a while and wait for Li Tsunxiao and Bai Qi to wake him. Tap, 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 tap. Before Yi Yan could speak, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. A conversation followed immediately. Outside the tent, Dian Wei looked at Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao who had come with him, and then stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, General Bai and General Li. Greetings, General Dian. Have you two generals come to see the prince? Seeing this, Dian Wei asked. Yes, I wonder if His Highness is in the palace now. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded and then asked. The prince has just finished his dinner and is in his tent. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately called out to the people outside the tent. Erlai, let Bai Qi and Tsunxiao come in directly. Also, you can instruct someone to prepare some food and bring it to my tent. I suppose Bai Qi and Tsunxiao have been busy all day and haven't had a proper meal yet. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yan's voice coming from inside the tent, the three of them respectfully responded in the direction of the tent. Then, Dian Wei smiled and said directly to Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao, Generals, please go in and see the prince first. I will immediately order someone to prepare a meal for you. Thank you, General Dian. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao bowed to Dian Wei and thanked him with smiles. Haha, we're brothers, you're too kind. Then we'll go in first. Seeing this, Bai Qi spoke again. Please. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei immediately stepped aside, gestured for him to enter, and said loudly. Seeing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao did not refuse and strode straight into the tent. Dian Wei watched Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao leave, then called over a soldier beside him and gave him instructions. Inside the camp, Yi Yan sat in the main seat. Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao soon arrived at the tent and knelt down on one knee to greet Yi Yan respectfully. This humble general, Bai Qi, pays his respects to Your Highness. This humble general, Li Tsunxiao, pays his respects to Your Highness. Haha, generals, please rise. The fact that the Battle of Shacheng ended so quickly is largely thanks to the two of you. Seeing this, Yi Yan immediately got up and went to the two of them, helping them up and laughing loudly. Your Highness is too kind. The victory was achieved so quickly thanks to the soldiers' desperate efforts. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi immediately responded respectfully. How could I forget the merits of the soldiers? But the merits of you two are even greater. I will remember all your and your soldiers' merits, and reward you after things have been completely stabilized. Seeing this, Yi Yan patted the two of them on the shoulders and said slowly, Serving Your Highness, we, your humble servants, do not seek any reward. All right, what's the situation at the front now? Then, Yi Yan's expression hardened, and he asked seriously, Your Highness, all the Xuanwu dynasty soldiers who invaded the southern territory of my White Tiger dynasty have been annihilated by us, but several thousand still managed to escape and have now probably entered the territory of the Xuanwu dynasty. We have also made proper arrangements for defense. Even if a martial saint expert from the Xuanwu dynasty attacks, the soldiers responsible for guarding the area, led by the deputy generals in the army, will be able to use the battle formation to hold off the enemy for a short time, giving us enough time to provide support. At this point, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao exchanged a glance, then knelt down, their expressions respectful and filled with remorse, and loudly addressed Yi Yan. We failed to annihilate all the soldiers of the Xuanwu dynasty, and we have failed Your Highness's trust. We beg Your Highness to punish us. Get up. It's only a few thousand people. So what if they fled? There were already many enemies. It's already extremely commendable that you've managed to do this much. Seeing this, Yi Yan waved his hand and said with a smile, This humble general thanks Your Highness. At the same time, at the camp gate, a man clad in black armor and wielding a long spear appeared directly at the entrance. He murmured to himself, The prince is in this military camp. These soldiers must all be under the prince's command. Not bad, as expected of a prince. The soldiers here are all elite. At the same time, the soldiers on guard saw a figure suddenly appear at the gate, and their expressions changed drastically. They immediately shouted a reprimand. Who goes there? Upon hearing this, the man in black armor smiled and shouted loudly. I am Han Xian. I have been summoned by the prince. Please convey my message to the prince on my behalf. Upon hearing this, the commander in charge of guarding the camp did not lower his guard to respond to Han Xian, but instead looked him over before slowly speaking. Please wait a moment, brave man. I will go and inform the prince immediately. Thank you. Upon seeing this, Han Xian immediately cupped his hands in thanks. He then gave an order to a soldier standing nearby, who immediately ran towards Yi Yun's tent. The commander in charge of guarding the area still stared intently at Han Xian with a wary expression. Soon, the soldier in charge went straight to Yi Yun's tent, explained his purpose to Jian Wei, and Jian Wei shouted into the tent. Your Highness, the soldiers in charge of guarding the camp say they have important matters to discuss with you. Let him in. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Jian Wei immediately ordered the guards to go inside. After receiving Jian Wei's permission, the soldiers immediately went straight forward and quickly entered the camp. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion pay their respects to Your Highness. Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Seeing this, Yi Yun asked directly. Your Highness, there is a strong man named Han Xian outside the military camp. He claims to have been summoned by Your Highness and is currently waiting outside the camp gate. Oh, Han Xian has arrived. Please come in quickly. Upon hearing Bai Yin's story, Yi Yun was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, it had finally arrived. Yi Yun then gave the instructions directly to Bai Yin. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, Bai Yin stood up straight, quickly left the tent, and rushed towards the camp gate. Chapter 176 Urgent Delivery. Upon hearing this, Li Tsunxiao was shocked. How could he not have heard of Han Xian's deeds in his previous life? He immediately asked, Your Highness, is this General Han that? Ha ha, Tsunxiao, you guessed right. It's the one you were thinking of. Upon hearing Li Tsunxiao's question, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile and respond. Your Highness, who is this General Han? Bai Qi, who was listening from the side and was completely confused, couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look on his face. Bai Qi, it's normal that you didn't know this General Han in your previous life in the Qin dynasty. I can only tell you that this man's ability to command troops is extremely strong, and he has the titles of God of War and Divine Commander. As for the rest, you'll have to get to know them gradually as you spend more time together in the future. In response to Bai Qi's question, Yi Yun slowly began to explain. A moment later, led by his soldiers, Han Xian went straight to Yi Yun's tent. The soldier quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Yi Yun, and said, Your Highness, Han Xian has arrived. You can go down now. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to the soldiers. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately left the tent respectfully. At this moment, Yi Yun looked Han Xian up and down. He saw that Han Xian was wearing dark red armor, a black cloak, a sword at his waist, and a purple gold spear in his hand. His face was extremely serious, and his eyes were bright and piercing, occasionally revealing a glint of shrewdness. This humble general, Han Xian, pays his respects to Your Highness. Immediately, Han Xian stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Ha 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 ha. Please rise quickly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately stood up, laughing heartily, and went forward to personally help Han Xian up. Thank you, Your Highness. Come here, Han Xian, let me introduce you to two people. This is General Bai Qi, and this is General Li Tsunxiao. Both of them are now commanders-in-chief of their respective armies. Yi Yun then pulled Han Xian aside and introduced him to Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao. I have met General Bai Qi and General Li Tsunxiao. As I've traveled this far, I've seen that all the soldiers in the army are elite, which shows how strong the two generals are in commanding and training troops. I'll need to ask the two generals for your continued guidance in the future. Upon seeing this, Han Xian immediately clasped his hands in greeting to the two men. We have met General Han. General Han, you are too kind. From now on, we should work together, serve the prince, and help each other. Upon hearing the prince's introduction, Bai Qi wondered if someone hailed as a military genius and divine commander could be an ordinary person. Although he had no plans yet, becoming the commander-in-chief of an army was only a matter of time. He then clasped his hands in a fist salute and returned the salute with a smile. As for Li Tsuanxiao, who was standing to the side, he had already awakened his memories of his past life and knew all about this person's deeds. He then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and responded, "All right, Han Xian, you don't need to envy them for being able to command an army now. We are currently fighting in the southern border, so it's inconvenient to build an army. Once we return to the northern border, I will personally build a legion for you." Looking at the group of people talking, Yi Yun then spoke to Han Xian. Upon hearing this, Han Xian's eyes lit up, and he excitedly responded loudly to Yi Yun. "Thank you, Your Highness." Tap 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 tap. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. As the footsteps drew closer, Dian Wei appeared directly in the tent, then quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness." "Get up. Erlai, what business do you have with me?" Seeing Dian Wei suddenly enter, Yi Yun couldn't help but ask a question. "Your Highness, the wine and dishes you just ordered have been prepared. Would you like them brought over now?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Dian Wei immediately responded respectfully and explained, "Okay, send them all over." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei responded immediately, then turned and quickly left the tent to make arrangements. Before long, several tables of different dishes and wines were set out in the tent. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun smiled and said to Han Xian, Bai Qi, and the others, "Come on, let's sit down and eat and chat." "Yes, Your Highness." Bai Qi, Han Xian, and Li Tsuanxiao all bowed in response. After Yi Yun took his seat first, the three of them found a place to sit down. At the same time, White Tiger Dynasty, the capital city. In the dead of night, darkness enveloped everything. The moonlight was hazy, and the shadows of the trees swayed, as if the whole world had been paused. But at this moment, the capital city was like a ray of light in the darkness. At this moment, on the outer city wall of the capital, there were countless squads of soldiers patrolling back and forth. Countless elite soldiers, clad in armor and armed with weapons, are holding fast to their posts, constantly scanning the surrounding area outside the city walls, fearing that some audacious bandits might break into the capital. However, due to the long hours spent concentrating on their posts, coupled with the fact that this is the time when people are most prone to drowsiness, the soldiers were all feeling a bit sleepy. Tap 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 tap. Tap tap. Just then, the sound of extremely fast hoofbeats suddenly rang out outside the city. Due to the poor visibility at night, the soldiers were unable to see what was happening. He then shouted involuntarily, "Someone come here. There's a situation outside the city. Someone come quick. Quickly go and report to the general." Before long, a middle-aged man dressed as a general in armor hurriedly arrived at the city wall, led by a soldier. Hearing the approaching hoofbeats from afar, but still unable to make out the appearance of the approaching people due to the poor lighting, the general shouted orders to the soldiers on the city wall to avoid accidental killing. "Soldiers, do not fire arrows without my order." "Yes, General." Perhaps the sounds from the city walls reached the ears of those rushing towards them, and then they heard sounds coming from outside the city. "Urgent battle report from the southern frontier. Open the city gates immediately." Urgent battle report from the southern frontier. Open the city gates immediately. Upon hearing the words, "urgent dispatch from 800 li away," the general guarding the city dared not be careless in the slightest. He immediately ordered his soldiers to lower the drawbridge over the moat, and then personally led his men to the city to open the city gates, waiting for the soldier who was delivering the urgent battle report to arrive. As the sound of approaching hooves grew louder, it wasn't long before the defending general, using the firelight on the city wall, could clearly see who was coming. Chapter 177 Initial Signs of Fear. The person arrived very quickly, reaching the city gate in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, the city's general immediately ordered his soldiers to step forward and verify the person's identity. At this moment, the general guarding the city also looked the soldier up and down. He saw that the soldier was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, his armor was nowhere to be seen, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a very sorry state. However, There was not even a trace of anxiety or panic on his face. Instead, there was a hint of joy. "General, your identity has been verified." Just then, after verifying the identities of the soldiers responsible for checking them, they respectfully and loudly addressed the city's garrison commander. "Brother, is this battle report good or bad?" Seeing this, the city's garrison commander nodded, but finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked him a question. Upon hearing this, the soldier delivering the battle report couldn't help but smile and say, "I'm so happy. Ha ha, great victory." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier spurred his horse and galloped towards the capital like an arrow released from a bow. A great victory? Upon seeing this, the city's defender was taken aback and murmured aloud. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically, and he burst into laughter. "Great victory, huh?" Since it was already late at night, there were hardly any people on the streets of the capital. Tita, tita. The rapid sound of horses' hooves was particularly clear in the dead of night, instantly waking up some people who were already resting and some martial artists who were cultivating. Urgent dispatch from the Southern Territory. A great victory. Urgent dispatch from the Southern Territory. The bewildered people got up and looked out onto the street. They saw the newcomer riding a horse at full gallop, shouting loudly. "Urgent dispatch. They're from the southern border again. Could it be that something has happened in the war there? What are you thinking? Didn't you see him still shouting great victory? It must be that His Highness the King of Qin has won another battle." Indeed, with His Highness the Prince of Qin and his army in the southern border, the war there will surely be quelled soon. In an instant, the awakened commoners and martial artists began to discuss the matter amongst themselves. At the same time, the soldier responsible for delivering the battle report arrived near the imperial city gate in the capital. Before he could even get close to the gate, the shouts of the royal guards on the palace wall came directly out. "Who goes there? How dare you ride wildly through the capital in the dead of night, and come to the palace gates in such a grand manner? What is your punishment?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers who were galloping on their horses did not stop immediately. Instead, they took out a token from their pockets, raised it above their heads, and responded loudly. "Urgent battle report from the southern frontier. His Highness the King of Qin's token is here. Open the palace gates immediately. Within the palace, riding horses and carrying weapons are forbidden. We request that you dismount, remove your weapons, and proceed on foot." Upon hearing the response from the person galloping on horseback, the royal guard commander dared not delay and immediately ordered the palace gates to be opened before slowly speaking. Upon hearing this, he rode his horse to the palace gate and, without any hesitation, dismounted, removed his weapons, and quickly ran into the palace. Watching his disheveled figure running towards the palace guard commander immediately ordered his personal guards to relay the news to the emperor. At this moment, in the imperial study of the imperial palace, Yi Batian was currently cultivating here. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, I have important matters to discuss with you." Immediately following was an extremely sharp voice that rang out. Upon hearing this, Yi Batian snapped out of his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Come in." Creak. As soon as Yi Batian finished speaking, a eunuch dressed in purple robes hurriedly walked in. If Yi Yin were here now, he would be very surprised. The eunuch in purple robes was none other than Zhao Gao, who had previously sent him into the palace. Unexpectedly, he managed to gain a foothold in the palace in such a short period of time and even won Yi Batian's trust. He truly deserves to be called one of the most famous eunuchs in history. Then Yi Yin quickly walked up to Yi Batian and respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, this humble servant pays his respects. What urgent matter brings you to me so late at night?" Seeing this, Yi Batian immediately asked, "Your Majesty, news has just arrived from the palace gates that there is an urgent battle report from the southern border, delivered by express messenger." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao immediately responded respectfully. "Zhao Gao, give the order to bring the man to the side hall. I will go there myself." After listening to Zhao Gao's words, Yi Batian remained expressionless and immediately stood up to give Zhao Gao his instructions. "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately, Yi Batian, surrounded by a group of people, quickly entered the side hall. Soon, Yi Batian and his entourage arrived at the side hall. Just as he sat down on the dragon throne, a disheveled soldier, led by a palace guard, came straight into the main hall. "Your Majesty, the messenger from the southern border has arrived." The palace guards then bowed respectfully to Yi Batian and said, "Okay, you can go now." "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, the palace guards turned and quickly left the hall. Seeing this, the disheveled messenger from the southern border bowed to Yi Batian, then took out a battle report from his pocket, held it high above his head, and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, this is an urgent battle report from the Southern Territory. His Highness Prince Qin personally led his army to a great victory over the remaining forces that had invaded the Southern Territory at Shaqing, and finally annihilated them completely in Xiefeng Valley, which is 300 miles from the border of the Xuanwu dynasty. This battle annihilated 800,000 enemy troops, and the Xuanwu dynasty's invading army in the southern border has now been completely wiped out. In addition, His Highness Prince Qin also instructed me to inform His Majesty that the crisis in the southern border has been basically resolved, and His Highness will personally lead his troops to guard the border to prevent a counterattack from the Xuanwu dynasty's reinforcements. However, the soldiers suffered heavy losses in this war in the southern border. I hope Your Majesty will select capable generals and strong men, mobilize troops, and quickly go to the southern border to take over the city." Upon hearing this, Yi Batian was stunned, his heart filled with shock. Seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately stepped forward to take the battle report from the messenger from the southern border, then quickly went to Yi Batian's side and respectfully handed it to him. Without hesitation, Yi Batian took the battle report and quickly opened it to read it. A moment later, Yi Batian slowly put down the battle report in his hand, his face serious. He looked at the messenger from the southern border and then shouted to the outside of the hall, "Someone come here." "His Majesty." As soon as Yi Batian finished speaking, a royal guard strode in. "Take this messenger down and settle him in properly. Treat him to the best wine and food." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the messenger quickly and respectfully thanked Yi Batian, and then left the main hall with the palace guards. At this moment, only Yi Batian and Zhao Gao remained in the main hall. Yi Batian couldn't help but ask Zhao Gao in a deep voice, "Zhao Gao, do you think the king of Qin's power is too great?" Chapter 178 Letters. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao was greatly alarmed and immediately knelt down, speaking in a panic. "Your Majesty, this concerns matters of the royal family. Your Majesty is wise and powerful and will make the decision. How dare this servant speak so presumptuously? I've told you so many times, there's no need to act like this in front of me. Your abilities are far superior to those power-hungry, good-for-nothing playboys in the court." Seeing this, Yi Batian couldn't help but smile and looked at Zhao Gao helplessly. "Even if this servant is strong, he cannot compare to Your Majesty. Moreover, everything this servant has now is given to him by Your Majesty. Naturally, this servant must do his best to serve Your Majesty in order to repay Your Majesty's kindness." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao once again showered Yi Batian with flattery. "Haha, it's you, Zhao Gao, who make me feel most comfortable when you speak." Then, Yi Batian's expression changed, and he gave Zhao Gao a very serious order. "Zhao Gao, issue an imperial decree. Tomorrow morning at court, I require all officials, high and low, of the capital to be present. Anyone not present will be executed immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, Zhao Gao spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, it is late at night now. I will send someone to escort you back to your palace to rest." Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, Yi Batian didn't say anything more, but simply nodded. Upon seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately understood and then called out directly to the door, "Where are the palace guards?" As Zhao Gao's sharp voice fell, a palace guard walked straight in and respectfully bowed to Yi Batian. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Get up." Seeing the palace guard stand up, Zhao Gao went straight to the side and loudly gave orders. "You lot, prepare the dragon coffin and escort His Majesty to his bedchamber to rest." "Yes, I will prepare it right away." A moment later, the palace guard from before hurried in and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Long Lian is ready." Yi Batian didn't speak, he just nodded, and then strode out of the hall. No one knew what he was thinking. Upon arriving outside the hall, Yi Batian walked straight towards Long Lian. Seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately gave instructions to the captain of the Imperial Guard squad standing to the side. "You all better watch out for our family. If there's any oversight, you'll all lose your heads." "Don't worry, Eunuch Zhao, we understand." Upon hearing this, the captain of the Royal Guard squad quickly assured him. Then, escorted by a group of palace guards, Yi Batian quickly headed towards his bedroom. Upon seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to Long Lian. "Your Majesty, this humble servant respectfully sees you off." Soon, Yi Batian and his group disappeared from Zhao Gao's sight. Immediately, Zhao Gao's smiling face turned extremely gloomy. He then walked quickly toward his residence. A moment later, Zhao Gao returned to his residence. Not long after, in a place where no one was paying attention, a black figure flashed and sped away from the palace. In the capital of God, Zhao Gao, dressed in black, appeared in front of a very inconspicuous house. Knock, 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 knock. Zhao Gao cautiously looked around, and after confirming that no one was there, he knocked on the door a few times in a rhythmic manner. Soon, the wooden door opened directly, and Zhao Gao quickly entered. Then a middle-aged man dressed as an ordinary citizen came out, looked around, and after confirming that no one was following him, closed the wooden door. Then, the middle-aged man respectfully bowed to Zhao Gao. Iron 19 of the Luo Wang assassin group pays respects to the leader. "Get up. Where is Yi? Take me to get him." Seeing this, Zhao Gao asked in a low voice. "Reporting to the chief, Commander Yi is currently underground. I will take you there immediately." Upon hearing Zhao Gao's question, Tai Shizhou quickly responded, "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao coldly addressed Tai Shizhou. "Chief, this way please." Then Tai Shizhou led Zhao Gao into the house and tapped 3 times rhythmically on the wall next to a very inconspicuous bookshelf. Thump, thump, thump. A moment later, the spot where the knocking had been made was suddenly opened with a loud bang, and a person walked straight out. When he saw that the person who came was Zhao Gao, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Your subordinate greets the leader." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao remained silent, but Tai Shizhou, who was standing to the side, gave him the order directly. "Iron 41, you will temporarily take my place. I will take the leader to the underground secret room to find Commander Silver One." "Yes." Upon hearing Tai Shizhou's instructions, Tai Sishii agreed without hesitation. Then, Tai Shizhou led Zhao Gao straight inside. The underground chamber was extremely spacious and brightly lit, clearly indicating that it had been built at a considerable cost. Before long, Tai Shizhou led Zhao Gao to an iron door at the deepest part of the underground chamber, and then stopped. He shouted loudly into the iron gate with a respectful expression. "Reporting to Commander Yi, the leader has arrived." As Tai Shizhou finished speaking, the iron gate was opened directly, and a middle-aged man dressed in black stepped out. Upon seeing Zhao Gao standing beside Tai Shizhou, he immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Zhao Gao. "Your subordinate, Yi greets the leader." "Get up." Zhao Gao's shrill voice rang out again. "Thank you, Chief." "Chief, is there something urgent that you've come to see me so late at night? Why don't we go inside and sit down to talk?" Yi asked cautiously. "No need. I shouldn't stay out for too long. Time is limited, so I'll keep it short." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao immediately spoke up to stop him, and then gave instructions. "Yi, I want you to go to the southern border in person and deliver this letter to the prince personally. This matter is of utmost importance, and we must not allow the slightest mistake to occur. Even if something terrible happens to you, you must make sure this letter doesn't fall into the wrong hands, understand?" Upon hearing Zhao Gao's instructions, Yi's expression changed drastically, and her gaze hardened. The fact that their leader valued the letter so highly speaks volumes about its importance. Yi immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, Chief, I will deliver this letter to His Highness intact." After saying that, he solemnly took the letter from Zhao Gao's hand. "Be careful in everything you do. I'll head back now. Seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately spoke to Yi. Your subordinate respectfully sees the leader off. Tai Sergio, escort the leader for me. Upon hearing this, Yi bowed to Zhao Gao and then gave instructions directly to Tai Sergio. Yes, Commander Yi. Subsequently, Zhao Gao, led by Tai Sergio, returned along the same route. Watching the two figures quickly disappear into the distance, Yi also went into the room. When he came out of the room again, he was dressed in a black robe. Chapter 179 Soul Control Pill Without Gods. The next day, southern border. Yi Yun, groggily waking from his sleep, shook his head to clear his head, then rubbed his forehead and sighed. I can never drink with Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and their group again. They are bottomless pits, and each of them can drink more than the last. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on himself, Yi Yun frowned and looked disgusted. He then gave instructions to the guards outside the door. Someone come here. Upon hearing Yi Yun's shout, Dian Wei, who was guarding outside the tent, immediately lifted the tent flap and strode in. After bowing respectfully to Yi Yun, he slowly asked, Your Highness, you're awake. Is there anything you need? It's a lie. You've come at the perfect time. All right, go and tell the guards to prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath and freshen up. I am feeling extremely unwell, reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing Dian Wei's arrival, Yi Yun immediately gave his orders. Your Highness, the matter you just mentioned was already explained to me by Miss Hani this morning. I have already given the order to have people start making preparations, and they should be almost ready by now. I will immediately send them over as soon as possible to ensure the prepared items are delivered. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun didn't say anything more, but simply nodded. Seeing this, Dian Wei quickly left Yi Yun's tent. Half an hour later, after taking a shower and tidying up, Yi Yun sat down in a chair and sighed. It feels so much better after it's all cleaned up. Immediately, Yi Yun ordered the guards to pack up all the bathing supplies in the tent. Just then, two very familiar system notification sounds entered Yi Yun's mind again, causing him to swallow the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. Ding! Today's check-in has been updated. Would you like to check in? The monthly number of summons for outstanding individuals has been refreshed. Would you like to summon someone? As the system notification sound faded, Yi Yun was quite surprised. Time had flown by so quickly, he could summon heroes again. Let's try our luck with a daily check-in first. Yi Yun couldn't help but think to himself. He then gave the instructions to the system in his mind. System, check-in. Check-in in progress. Please wait patiently. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 Saint-grade pills, the Soul Control Pill. The reward has been stored in your system inventory. The Soul Controlling Pill? What kind of elixir is this? I've never even heard of it before. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun frowned and murmured in a low voice. Unable to understand, Yi Yun then asked the system in his mind. System, what exactly is the purpose of this Soul Control Pill? I've never even heard of it. Are you just trying to fool me with some junk pill? Returning to the host, the system will not deceive the host. The Soul Control Pill is a saint-level pill, but its formula has been lost to history, and there are very few records about it. Therefore, it is normal that the host does not know about it. As for its function, just as its name suggests, it controls the soul control, it controls the soul of the martial artist. Anyone who takes this pill will be completely controlled by the host. The life and death of the controlled person will be in your hands. Furthermore, even a saint-level expert cannot escape this pill. As for martial emperors and godless experts with higher cultivation levels, forget about it. A powerhouse who has reached that level cannot be controlled by a mere saint-level pill. Of course, it is not impossible to control them. There is nothing that this system cannot do. However, with the host's current strength, it is still too early. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Yun was filled with shock. He never expected to draw such a treasure in this daily fortune-telling session. His luck was truly incredible. If the 3 soul control pills are used well, I might be able to add 3 saint-level experts to my ranks. It seems I need to think carefully about how to maximize the effectiveness of these 3 pills. Then, Yi Yun gave the system another instruction in his mind. The system uses the monthly opportunity to summon outstanding individuals. Yes, host. The summons of outstanding individuals is underway. Please wait patiently, host. Congratulations, host. The summoning of the hero has been successful. Congratulations on obtaining Zhang Liao. The hero has been successfully summoned and will come to join you within 2 days. Zhang Liao, one of the 5 tiger generals? Upon hearing the system's notification sound again, Yi Yun was startled, not expecting that he would be the one summoned this time. Although Zhang Liao is not as famous as Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, Yu Fei, and others, he can be considered a commander with both literary and military talents. It should be noted that Zhang Liao in his previous life personally led 800 soldiers to attack the 100,000-strong army of Eastern Wu and defeated them decisively. Furthermore, when the Eastern Wu army was withdrawing, he inflicted a major defeat on famous Eastern Wu generals such as Gan Ning and Ling Tong, and almost captured Sun Quan alive. His name was renowned throughout the world for a time, and he was famous for the story of Zhang Liao stopping a child's crying. He even gained another title, Liao Babai, 800 Liao. Thinking of this, Ling Feng immediately gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, view Zhang Liao's character attributes. Yes, host. As the system notification sound faded, the white light screen that Yi Yun was so familiar with reappeared in front of him. Name, Zhang Liao, courtesy name Wen Yuan. Dynasty, 3 kingdoms. Cultivation level, martial venerable 8th heaven. Physique, formation breaking divine body. Technique, divine technique for breaking formations. Troop type, breaking formation army, Great Wei iron cavalry. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty. After reviewing Zhang Liao's attribute panel, Yi Yun was extremely satisfied. He even had some preliminary plans for Zhang Liao's future. Yi Yun then logged out of the system, eagerly awaiting Zhang Liao's arrival. Then, Yi Yun seemed to have thought of something, and shouted loudly to Dian Wei outside the tent. Evil come. Dian Wei responded quickly into the tent and replied respectfully. Your subordinate is here. Summon generals Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and Han Xian to the camp for a meeting. Yes, Your Highness. Just as Dian Wei was about to turn and leave, Yi Yun inadvertently glanced at the things he had just used for bathing, which were still scattered haphazardly in the tent. He then called out to Dian Wei. Evil come. Does Your Highness have any other instructions? Have someone come and tidy up this tent. Seeing this, Yi Yun gestured to Dian Wei and then slowly gave his orders. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei immediately understood and responded loudly. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 180, Planning a Return to the Northern Territory. Half an hour later. At this moment, Yi Yun was in his tent reviewing the intelligence reports sent by the embroidered uniform guard regarding various regions. He could be seen frowning at times and relaxing at others, and it was unclear what these intelligence reports contained. Just then, Dian Wei walked straight into the tent, bowed to Yi Yun, and respectfully said loudly, Your Highness, General Bai Qi, General Li Tsuanxiao, and General Han Xian have arrived and are waiting outside the tent. Let them come in. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun looked up at Dian Wei and then gave the order. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei immediately bowed and responded, then strode quickly out of the tent. A short while later, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and Han Xian then entered the tent together, and the 3 of them respectfully knelt on one knee in front of Yi Yun to pay their respects. This humble general, Bai Qi, greets Your Highness. This humble general, Li Tsuanxiao, pays his respects to Your Highness. This humble general, Han Xian, pays his respects to Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun put down the letter in his hand, looked at Bai Qi and the other 2 with a smile, and slowly spoke. Get up, everyone. Thank you, Your Highness. After the 3 of them stood up, Bai Qi was the first to ask a question. Your Highness, is there something important that has prompted this sudden summons for a meeting? Let's all sit down and talk. Upon hearing Bai Qi's question, Yi Yun did not respond directly, but instead slowly gave instructions. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and the other 2 bowed in response, and casually found a place to sit down. After everyone sat down, Yi Yun was about to speak, but then he suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly towards the outside of the tent. Someone come here. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Dian Wei, clad in armor, strode in and bowed to Yi Yun in response. Your Highness, Erlai, take men and seal off my camp. No one is allowed to approach within 10 meters. Anyone who violates this order will be killed without mercy. Looking at Dian Wei in front of him, Yi Yun spoke directly and solemnly, giving his orders. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's solemn order, Dian Wei dared not delay and immediately responded loudly before quickly leaving the tent. Soon, the sounds of soldiers gathering and the clanging of armor could be heard outside the camp. At the same time, upon hearing this, Bai Qi and his two companions in the tent were all startled, wondering to themselves what had happened that made their lord so cautious. A moment later, the sounds outside the tent vanished without a trace, and the entire tent became utterly silent. Seeing this, Yi Yun put down the intelligence reports from various regions that the embroidered uniform guard had sent him, and slowly looked at the three of them and said, Gentlemen, the war in the northern border is almost over now. Once the capital sends an army to take over the city, we can return to the capital. However, according to the news from the embroidered uniform guard, Prince Zhao is suspected of having some kind of scheme with the Vermilion Bird dynasty, but what exactly he is planning is still unknown. I have ordered Mao Xiang, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, to go and investigate this matter personally, and I expect to receive news soon. Furthermore, my ability to quell the war in the southern border in a short period of time must be known to all, and the strength of Bai Qi and Sun Xiao is now common knowledge. As a vassal king with such powerful forces, I think that the one in the capital city is probably already suspicious of me. I plan to wait until the army dispatched by the capital arrives, and then instead of returning to the capital, I will find a reason to go directly back to the northern border. Only by returning to the north can we regroup and prepare for our next move. What? That dog emperor actually dares to be suspicious of Your Highness. Why don't I just go to the capital and kill him? Your Highness, you might as well just ascend the throne and become emperor. Upon hearing Yi Yun's account, Li Tsunxiao instantly erupted in anger and shouted loudly. If that were truly the case, where would you place the prince? Besides, this is currently only the prince's speculation. Bai Qi immediately responded, then looked directly at Yi Yun and said respectfully, Your Highness, returning directly to the northern border is indeed the best course of action, but the reason for this is problematic. Tell me, what could be more important than the orcs invading our territory again, and me leading troops to their aid once more? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun smiled and asked with a hint of doubt. Upon hearing Yi Yun's account, Bai Qi and Han Xian's eyes lit up. That's right. This time, His Highness led a large army south, leaving the northern border defenses weak. The Orc dynasty launched an invasion of the northern border from this point. In order to rush to the aid of the northern border, His Highness personally led the army to rush to its aid. This reason is sufficient to address everything. However, Your Highness, how can we persuade the Orcish dynasty to obey our call to invade our territory? Let the Orcish dynasty invade our borders? Who said that the Orcish dynasty must have its soldiers invade its borders for it to launch a military invasion? Don't forget that the northern territory is now our territory, with the presence of the Imperial Guards. When we say that the orcs are raising an army to invade, it means that a large orc army is invading our territory. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly realized their mistake and secretly regretted not having considered this connection. Seeing this, Yi Yun then gave Han Xian the order. Han Xian, you have nothing to do here in the southern border, and I cannot recruit an army for you. Therefore, take my token and immediately go to the northern border alone. Go to Jinbei City and find Yu Fei and Zhang Jujing. Tell them to immediately block all news from the northern border and to kill any spies from other forces they discover. In addition, you can start preparing to build your legion in Jinbei City. The day I return to the northern border will be the day your legion is established. After saying that, Yi Yun waved his hand, and a token appeared directly in front of Han Xian. Upon seeing this, Han Xian respectfully accepted the token and responded with a fist and palm salute. Yes, Your Highness. Then, Yi Yun turned his gaze to Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao and spoke directly. Bai Qi, Tsunxiao, you two should seize the time to reorganize the army in the next 2 days. Once the news spreads, we can lead the army back to the northern border as quickly as possible. Even if something unexpected happens, everything can be resolved once we return to the northern border. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsuanxiao both loudly clasped their fists in response. Seeing this, Yi Yun didn't say anything more, but just smiled and nodded. After bowing to Yi Yun, the three of them strode out of the tent. Chapter 181 The Net's Men. Watching Bai Qi and the others quickly depart, Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself, I hope everything goes smoothly and nothing unexpected happens. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun turned his gaze back to the densely packed notes of information on the table. Evening. Outside Yi Yun's tent. At this moment, Dian Wei was constantly looking around, silently guarding Yi Yun's safety. Suddenly, Dian Wei's expression hardened, his eyes fixed on a certain direction in the darkness, and he coldly rebuked. Who is it? Get out here and show yourself. If you don't come out now, don't blame me for taking action. As soon as Dian Wei finished speaking, an urgent response came from the darkness. General, please wait. Then, accompanied by a whooshing sound, a black figure appeared directly in the open space not far in front of Dian Wei and the others. Seeing the unfamiliar man in black suddenly appear in front of him, Dian Wei couldn't help but speak coldly again. Who are you? What brings you here without permission? If you can't give me a straight answer, I'm going to make you suffer a terrible death today. Upon hearing this, Yin Yi, dressed in black, immediately began to explain to Dian Wei. Greetings, General Dian. I am Yin Yi, the commander of the Silver Rank Assassins under Lord Zhao Gao's command. I have come to see Your Highness on important business, as instructed by Lord Zhao Gao. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei was utterly astonished, and then asked in a low voice, What do you mean? However, he did not lower his guard against Yin Yi in the slightest. Zhao Gao, what proof do you have? Upon hearing this, Yin Yi immediately took out a black iron token from his pocket, tossed it directly to Dian Wei, and said respectfully, in a slow voice, General Dian, this token was personally given to Lord Zhao Gao by the prince. I believe this token is sufficient to prove my identity. Dian Wei then took the black iron token that Yin Yi threw to him and examined it carefully. The token was engraved with a large character, Yi. Seeing this, Dian Wei immediately spoke to Yin Yi. Commander Yin Yi, this is my duty, and I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing Dian Wei's apology, Yin Yi waved his hand and spoke in a gentle tone. General Dian, you flatter us. Your safety is at stake, so it's only right that you be cautious. How could we possibly have any complaints? Now that my identity has been verified, please help me spread the word as soon as possible, General Dian. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei looked troubled and then explained to Yin Yi. Commander Yin Yi, it's not that I didn't want to inform you, but the prince is currently cultivating in his tent, and it's really not appropriate for us to barge in without permission. At the same time, Yi Yun, who was meditating and cultivating in his tent, was startled by the conversation between Dian Wei and Yin Yi outside the tent and immediately woke up from his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun directly asked loudly towards the outside of the tent. Erlai, why is it so noisy outside? Upon hearing this, Dian Wei, who was outside the tent, quickly walked into the tent, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Highness, Yin Yi, the commander of the Silver Rank Assassins under Zhao Gao's command, is outside requesting an audience with you, saying that Zhao Gao has an important letter for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. People from the Luo Wang Net of Heaven? What business does Zhao Gao have sending people from the Luo Wang to see me at this time? Could something have happened to my mother? Or has some major event occurred in the capital? Thinking of this, Yi Yun immediately gave instructions to Dian Wei. Era, go and let Jinichi come in alone. Yes, Your Highness. Dian Wei immediately bowed and quickly left. Outside the tent, Yin Yi, filled with anxiety, watched Dian Wei stride out and immediately stood up and stepped forward to ask him urgently. General Dian, how is it? Seeing Yin Yi's anxious face, Dian Wei didn't delay any longer and spoke directly to him. Commander Yin Yi, you may enter. The prince summons you. Thank you, General Dian. Upon hearing this, Yin Yi immediately clasped his hands in thanks to Dian Wei. Seeing this, Jianwei smiled and said, "Please." After saying that, he stepped aside to make way for Yin Yi to pass. Seeing this, Yin Yi no longer stood on ceremony and strode quickly toward the tent. Yin Yi quickly arrived at the tent, went straight to Yi Yun, clasped his hands in greeting, knelt on one knee, and bowed respectfully. Yin Yi, commander of the silver rank assassins under Lord Zhao Gao's command, pays his respects to your highness. Get up. Thank you, your highness. Looking at Yin Yi in front of him, Yi Yun immediately asked, Yin Yi, shouldn't you be staying in or around the capital? Why are you suddenly looking for me in the southern region? But what happened in the capital? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Yin Yi immediately responded respectfully. Your highness, nothing major has happened in the capital recently. Before Yin Yi could finish speaking, Yi Yun interrupted him. Nothing major has happened. What brings you to the southern territory to find me in such a hurry? Yin Yi respectfully explained to Yi Yun. Your highness, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. The night before last, Lord Zhao Gao came to our secret stronghold in the capital in a hurry to find me and gave me a letter, instructing me to deliver it to the prince personally. Even if I die, this letter must never fall into the hands of others. Upon hearing Yin Yi's explanation, Yi Yun's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but think to himself, what exactly was it that made Zhao Gao value it so much? Then, Yi Yun went straight to Yin Yi and asked him a question. Where's the letter? Upon hearing this, Yin Yi quickly took out the letter from his storage bag, stepped forward, and respectfully handed the letter to Yi Yun with both hands. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun immediately took the letter, opened it, and began to examine it carefully. As Yi Yun examined the situation, his expression grew even more serious. A moment later, Yi Yun circulated his internal energy, and with a wave of his hand, the letter in his hand turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Then, Yi Yun spoke directly to Yin Yi and gave him instructions. Yin Yi, go back and tell Zhao Gao that I am aware of the letter and that I will soon send people to find him, and that he must cooperate with the people who are looking for her. In addition, please pay attention to your own safety during this period. If it is really impossible, you can lead the Luo Wang members to the Northern Territory in secret. Go ahead, and be careful on the road. Yes, your highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Yin Yi immediately responded respectfully. Then, Yin walked quickly out of the tent. Watching Yin Yi's departing figure, Yi Yun tapped his index finger repeatedly on the table in front of him, lost in thought. Chapter 182 Zhang Liao arrives. The next morning, Yi Yun woke up early in the morning from his cultivation. After tidying up, just as Yi Yun was about to give instructions to Jianwei outside the tent, the system's voice rang out in Yi Yun's mind. Today's check-in has been updated. Would you like to check in now? Sign in. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun responded directly in his mind. Having checked in for so long, Yi Yun knew that the items he received each day were not extremely valuable, unless he was incredibly lucky and managed to draw something good. Otherwise, it would basically consist of cultivation resources such as pills, spirit stones, and spiritual herbs, or war machines, and hundreds or thousands of soldiers. Yi Yun organizes these things every now and then. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 Breaking Emperor pills. The corresponding reward items have been stored in the system inventory. The host can go and check them himself. Soon, a system notification sound indicating successful check-in echoed in Yi Yun's mind once again. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun murmured softly, his face full of doubt. The Breaking Emperor pill? Yi Yun had never heard of, let alone seen, the reward he received for signing in. Yi Yun then opened his system inventory, and with a wave of his hand, a Breaking Emperor pill appeared directly in his palm. As the Emperor Breaking pill was taken out, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The Emperor Breaking pill was golden in color and had some mysterious patterns on it. All signs indicate that it is extraordinary. At this moment, Yi Yun also learned about the effects of the Breaking Emperor pill through the system. It can help martial artists at the great perfection of the ninth heaven of Martial Emperor break through their bottlenecks and break through to the Martial Emperor realm without any obstacles, becoming a martial venerable level powerhouse. Furthermore, Martial artists who break through bottlenecks by taking the Breaking Emperor pill will not experience any side effects. Not only will they not experience side effects, but they can even use the medicinal power of the Breaking Emperor pill to temper their bodies. This demonstrates the extraordinary nature of the Broken Emperor's elixir. He had obtained a full 50 Breaking Emperor pills this time. If he had enough martial artists at the great perfection of the 9th level of Martial Emperor, wouldn't that mean he could add 50 martial artists at the Martial Venerable level to his ranks in a short period of time? Thinking of this, Yi Yun was overjoyed, his mind filled with the image of 50 Martial Venerable Realm warriors standing in front of him. A moment later, Yi Yun gradually came to his senses, and with a flick of his hand, he took out a Broken Emperor pill from his hand and put it away. Then, Yi Yun murmured to himself, his face filled with joy. I never expected to get such a good reward from my daily check-in today. I wish I could get more rewards like this. Just as Yi Yun was filled with joy, Dian Wei's loud voice came straight in from outside the tent. Your Highness, I have important business to discuss with you. Hearing Dian Wei's voice coming from outside the tent, Yi Yun calmed down his excited emotions and then shouted loudly to the outside of the tent. Come in. As Yi Yun finished speaking, Dian Wei, clad in armor, carrying 2 halberds, and incredibly burly, strode in. He then came to Yi Yun, bowed respectfully, and slowly began to speak. Your Highness, the soldiers guarding the camp just reported that a strong man who calls himself Zhang Liao is outside the camp requesting an audience with Your Highness, saying that he has come specifically to seek refuge with Your Highness. Oh, Zhang Liao is here. Alai, quickly invite him in. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was overjoyed and immediately gave instructions to Dian Wei. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Dian Wei led a tall, middle-aged man straight into the tent. Dian Wei was the first to bow respectfully to Yi Yun and then spoke. Your Highness, Dian Wei has arrived. Seeing this, Zhang Liao also respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Yi Yun. Zhang Liao pays his respects to Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun waved to the two of them and said with a smile, Get up, everyone. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei and Zhang Liao both respectfully thanked Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun also looked Zhang Liao up and down. Zhang Liao was dressed in plain gray linen clothes, without any fancy colors. However, he was estimated to be over 2 meters tall, and the gray linen clothes could not hide his bulging muscles. His physique can be described as extremely robust. There were no weapons on him. Presumably he had put them away. Although he may seem unremarkable on the surface, if you underestimate him because of that, you're not far from death. You should know that in his previous life, he was someone who dared to fight against 100,000 people with only 800 men at Ziyajin, and he even won. Haha. Wen Yuan, I have been waiting for you for a long time. From now on, you will serve as the deputy commander of Li Xuanxiao's 2nd Army Corps, assisting Xuanxiao in leading the 2nd Army Corps well. Yi Yun looked Zhang Liao up and down and was quite satisfied. He then laughed and gave Zhang Liao his instructions. Your Highness, I am new here and have not yet made any contributions. How can I be entrusted with such an important position? Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Zhang Liao immediately responded respectfully. Wen Yuan, I am well aware of your talents. I will not discuss anything else with you, only your abilities. I believe that with your addition, the 2nd Legion's combat power will be further enhanced. Do not disappoint my expectations of you. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke loudly and firmly, and then stepped forward and gently patted Zhang Liao on the shoulder. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liao immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in a fist, and respectfully promised Yi Yun. Haha, with Wen Yuan joining us today, I have gained another great general under my command. This is a cause for celebration. Erlai, pass down the order to prepare lunch. I, the king, wish to welcome Wen Yuan back. Also, remember to send someone to inform Bai Qi and Xuanxiao. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei immediately responded loudly, and then took his leave and left the tent. Come on, Wen Yuan. Ignore him. Let's sit down and talk. Watching Dian Wei's departing figure, Yi Yun then spoke to Zhang Liao beside him. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 183. Li Hani goes to the capital. Evening. Yi Yun slowly woke up from his rest. After the welcoming ceremony for Zhang Liao left with Li Tsunxiao and the others, while Yi Yun returned to his tent alone for a short rest. Then, Yi Yun got up and went to his desk to open the intelligence that Mao Xiang had sent earlier that day. A moment later, after reading the intelligence sent by Mao Xiang, Yi Yun frowned and murmured to himself, "It seems like this is truly a turbulent time." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yun then got up and walked straight out of the tent. "Your Highness." When Dian Wei and several soldiers outside the tent saw Yi Yun come out, they immediately bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded and then gave instructions to Dian Wei. "Erlai, come with me to Li Gongfeng's camp." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei immediately bowed and responded loudly. Yi Yun then strode quickly toward Li Hani's tent. Seeing this, Dian Wei quickly gave instructions to the soldiers outside the tent. "You few, guard the prince's tent well, and absolutely do not let anyone sneak into the prince's tent." "Yes, General." Upon hearing Dian Wei's command, the soldiers on guard all responded respectfully and loudly. Seeing this, Dian Wei quickly caught up with Yi Yun and stayed close by his side. A moment later, Yi Yun and Dian Wei then arrived at Li Hani's tent. At the same time, Li Hani, who was resting with her eyes closed in her tent, had already sensed Yi Yun's arrival. She then got up, tidied herself up, and prepared to go outside the tent to greet Yi Yun. The two soldiers guarding the tent also noticed Yi Yun and Dian Wei's arrival and quickly stepped forward to bow respectfully. "Your subordinate greets Your Highness." "Greetings, General Dian." Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke up. "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, the two soldiers respectfully clasped their hands in thanks to Yi Yun. As soon as the two soldiers stood up, before Yi Yun could speak, Dian Wei took the lead and asked the two soldiers a question. "I wonder if Li Gongfeng is currently in the camp." Reporting to General Dian, "Li Gongfeng is here now. How about I go and inform Li Gongfeng?" Upon hearing Dian Wei's question, one of the soldiers immediately responded. Just as the soldier finished speaking, the tent flap was lifted, and Li Hani's figure appeared directly in front of everyone. "I was unaware of Your Highness's arrival and failed to greet you properly. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." "Ha ha ha, honey, what are you saying? I came uninvited, and I don't blame you for disturbing your cultivation." Upon hearing Li Hani's words, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh and say loudly, "Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour?" Seeing this, Li Hani really didn't know why Yi Yun was looking for her at this time, and her face was full of doubt. She couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing Li Hani's question, Ling Feng did not answer directly, but pointed to this and then said with a smile, "Honey, are you going to make me speak outside this tent? Won't you invite me inside?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Li Hani immediately realized what was happening, and her expression turned extremely awkward. She quickly and respectfully addressed Yi Yun. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, it was Han Yi who didn't think things through." "Your Highness, please." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun smiled but didn't say anything more. Instead, he immediately gave instructions to Dian Wei. "Erlai, take your men and guard the camp. No one is allowed to approach. Anyone who approaches without permission will be killed without mercy." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon seeing his lord's serious instructions, Dian Wei immediately arranged for guards to be stationed there. In a short while, the area around the entire camp became like an iron barrel, and no movement could escape the eyes of the guards. Seeing this, Yi Yun quickly walked into Li Hani's tent. Seeing this, Li Hani knew that Yi Yun was about to tell her something very important, otherwise he wouldn't be so serious. He then followed closely behind Yi Yun and quickly entered the tent. "Your Highness, can you now tell me why you have come to see me at this time?" Upon entering the tent, Li Hani spoke directly to Yi Yun again, asking him a question. "Han Yi, according to the intelligence brought by Mao Xiang, the king of Zhao is suspected of colluding with the Vermilion Bird dynasty. I don't know what he is plotting, but I guess it is probably related to the throne. In addition, there is a message from Zhao Gao's side that I have been too high profile recently, and the strength I have shown has made the person in the capital feel threatened. Therefore, I have a very bad feeling that something big will happen in the capital soon. Upon hearing Li Hani's question, Yi Yun began to explain slowly before even sitting down. What does your highness need me to do? Upon hearing this, Li Hani seemed to be deep in thought, and after pondering for a moment, she asked again. But all of these situations are within my expectations. My only worry is that my mother is still in the cold palace in the capital. Although Zhao Gao is taking care of her in the palace, I am afraid that if a major change occurs, Zhao Gao may not be able to take care of her. At that time, they may make trouble for my mother. Therefore, the reason I came to see you so late is to ask you to set off for the capital, contact Zhao Gao, and find a way to bring my mother out of the cold palace without anyone noticing. Then, take my mother to the northern border immediately. In this way, even if any major changes occur, I will not be hindered by them. Upon hearing Li Hani's question again, Yi Yun immediately stated his requirements. Yes, Your Highness. In that case, it's better to leave sooner rather than later. I'll pack up and set off immediately. We will definitely bring Your Highness's mother to the northern border safely. Upon hearing this, Li Hani's expression immediately hardened, and she solemnly assured Yi Yun. Please. Seeing this, Yi Yun also spoke to Li Hani in a very solemn voice. A moment later, after tidying herself up casually, Li Hani went straight to Yi Yun and bowed. Your Highness, farewell. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded to Li Hani and then responded softly. Be careful in everything you do. See you in the north. Upon hearing this, Li Hani didn't say anything more, but turned around and disappeared into the night in a flash. Watching Li Hani's departing figure, Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself. Hope everything goes well. Chapter 184 Martial, Lord, 8th Heaven. The next morning. Bite. Host, today's check-in has been refreshed. Would you like to check in now? Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun was slightly startled and slowly awoke from his cultivation. Time flies when you're cultivating. Unexpectedly, another day has passed in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Yi Yun gave the system instructions in his mind. System, check-in. Okay, host, check-in in progress. Please wait. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 years of cultivation, which has been temporarily stored in the system's inventory. You can go there to retrieve and merge it yourself. 5 years of cultivation? I never expected that a simple sign-in today would yield such results. Good. Then, Yi Yun opened his system backpack, and with a thought, a ball of energy radiating a dazzling white light appeared directly in front of him. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Yi Yun's mind again. Testing 5 years' worth of cultivation energy. Does the host wish to proceed with the fusion immediately? Integration. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun felt a surge of true energy suddenly welling up within him, rushing wildly around his body before rushing headlong towards his dantian. At this moment, the cultivation technique within Yi Yun's body also began to operate wildly as true energy continued to flow in. As time went by, Yi Yun's cultivation level was also undergoing tremendous changes, and it was rapidly increasing at an extremely fast pace. Martial Master 5th Level Heaven. Wuzuan 6th Heaven. Martial Lord 7th Heaven. Martial Master 8th Level. After reaching the 8th level of Martial Venerable, his cultivation finally stopped rising. At this moment, Yi Yun also opened his eyes and silently felt the abundant true energy in his body and the incredibly solid feeling of his realm, which was not at all weak or unstable due to any forced advancement. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile, his face full of joy. System, view my attribute information. Yes, host. As the system notification sound faded, the familiar character attribute panel reappeared before Yi Yun's eyes. Name, Yi Yun. Identity, Prince Qin of the White Tiger Dynasty, 9th Prince of the White Tiger Dynasty. Cultivation level, Martial Venerable 8th Heaven. Physique, 9 Heavens Emperor Physique. Technique, Heavenly Emperor Technique. Weapons, Heavenly Emperor Sword, Heavenly Emperor Robe, Dark Knight God, and Demon Spear. Powers, Embroidered Uniform Guard, Trapped Camp. 5 Great Legions, each legion has 200,000 men, Heavenly Emperor's Iron Guard 100-man squad, Heavenly Emperor's Silver Guard 10-man squad. Yan Yun 18 riders, etc. Outstanding Figures by Qin Xiong, Yu Fei, Li Tsunxiao, Dian Wei, Han Xing, Li Hani, Yuan Tiangang, Zhang Jujing, Jia Su, Fang Xianling, Wu Yunzhao, Wu Tianxi, Cheng Yaojin, Zhou Tsang, Mao Xiang, Zhao Gao, etc. Backpack. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 100 bottles of Imperial Extreme Pills, 100 bottles of Sect Extreme Pills, 50 bottles of Venerable Martial Pills, 500 Earth-grade cultivation techniques, 100 Heaven-grade cultivation techniques, 10 Saint-grade cultivation techniques, etc. After briefly browsing through his own attribute panel, Yi Yun couldn't help but nod to himself, extremely satisfied with his attribute panel. Yi Yun then shut down the system and got up to tidy up. Noon. Yi Yun had just finished lunch and was thinking that since there was nothing else to do, he planned to rest for a while. Suddenly, Dian Wei's loud voice came straight in from outside the tent, interrupting Yi Yun, who was about to rest. Your Highness, Li Hong, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Scout Battalion, is requesting an audience outside the tent. Come in. Upon hearing Dian Wei's voice, Yi Yun's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he immediately shouted loudly towards the outside of the tent. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, a middle-aged man of medium build and ordinary appearance, dressed as a scout, strode in. He then knelt respectfully on one knee and clasped his hands in greeting before Yi Yun. Li Hong, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Scout Battalion, pays his respects to your Highness. Get up. Thank you, your Highness. Li Hong then thanked Yi Yun and stood up. Seeing this, Yi Yun asked directly, Li Hong, what brings you here to see me in person? Your Highness, according to news from our scouts, the army from the capital that came to relieve us, led by General Chen Bin, is rushing toward our camp. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Li Hong quickly and respectfully replied, Oh, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought it would take several more days. Li Hong, how far is the approaching army from us? Approximately when will they arrive? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was quite surprised, and then directly asked Li Hong again. Your Highness, General Chen Bin and his entourage are about an hour and a half away from us, and are expected to arrive around 3 p.m. Upon hearing Li Hong's answer, Yi Yun nodded to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to Li Hong in a deep voice. Li Hong, pass down the order. The Scout Battalion must keep a close watch on the whereabouts of the Grand General and his entourage at all times, and report any developments immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Li Hong responded loudly, then turned and quickly left the tent. Watching Li Hong's departing figure, Yi Yun shouted loudly to Dian Wei outside the tent. Evil come. Your Highness. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Dian Wei appeared directly, clasping his hands respectfully and calling out. Erlai, informed by Qi and Li Tsunxiao that the army dispatched by Shendu is expected to arrive at Shenshur today. Tell them to pass on the order that the army should prepare to break camp and proceed according to the previous plan. Judging by the time, Han Xian should have arrived in the northern border long ago, and Uncle Da and the others should have made arrangements according to plan. Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke up and gave a loud order. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei's expression hardened, and after responding seriously, he turned around and quickly left. I hope everything goes smoothly according to plan, and that nothing changes along the way. Watching Dian Wei's departing figure, Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself. Chapter 185 The Safety of the Northern Border? Shenshur 3, 5 p.m. The camp of Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao's army. At this moment, Yi Yun was talking with Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao about the army's situation. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. Tap, 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 tap. Soon, Dian Wei appeared directly in the tent. Your Highness, the Grand General of the state has arrived with the reinforcements from the capital and is currently outside the camp requesting an audience with you. As Dian Wei finished speaking, Li Tsunxiao, without waiting for Yi Yun to speak, immediately began to complain. It's finally here. Seeing this, Yi Yun smiled, and then gave instructions directly to Dian Wei. Erlai, prepare yourself. I will personally go to the camp to greet you. Yes, Your Highness. After Dian Wei left, Yi Yan spoke again to Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao, speaking slowly. Bai Qi, Tsunxiao, proceed according to plan. We absolutely cannot let Chen Bin and the people from Shun do see through our scheme. Upon hearing Yi Yan's instructions, Bai Qi immediately assured him, Your Highness, rest assured, everything has been arranged properly, and I guarantee they will not be able to detect any flaws. Seeing this, Li Tsunxiao quickly and respectfully assured him, Your Highness, please rest assured. General Bai Qi and I have rehearsed the plan dozens of times, and there will absolutely be no flaws. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan nodded to the two of them. A moment later, Yi Yan then spoke to the two of them again, giving them instructions. Let's go together to welcome the Grand General and his entourage. After saying that, Yi Yan stood up straight and strode out of the tent. Seeing this, Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao didn't have time to think much and immediately got up to follow Yi Yan. When the three of them stepped out of the tent, they saw that Dian Wei had already arranged for his soldiers to prepare the horses, and he was now quietly waiting on the side. Seeing this, Yi Yan quickly stepped forward and gave instructions directly to Dian Wei. Erlai, you don't need to accompany me on this trip. Generals Bai Qi and Li Tsunxiao, along with my personal guards, will suffice. After you take me away, have your soldiers quickly pack up everything. I will break camp when I return. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Dian Wei's response, Yi Yan nodded, then mounted his horse and galloped away from the camp. Seeing this, Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao, and Yi Yan's personal guards all mounted their horses and followed closely behind Yi Yan. Tap, 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 tap. In an instant, the sound of horses' hooves rose all around, and dust flew everywhere. Watching Yi Yan and the others quickly depart, Dian Wei immediately gave loud orders to the soldiers beside him. Someone passed down the order to quickly prepare the military equipment. Once the prince returns to camp, the army will immediately break camp. Yes, General. As soon as Dian Wei finished speaking, all the soldiers responded respectfully and loudly. Soon, Yi Yan led Bai Qi, Li Tsunxiao and others to the outside of the camp. Looking at the densely packed army on the flat ground not far away, and after confirming the location of Chen Bin and the others, he rode his horse and galloped towards their location. At the same time, Chen Bin and his men, who were on the plains in the distance, also spotted Yi Yan and his group. They then led several generals on horseback to meet them. In the blink of an eye, the two groups of people met up. This humble general pays his respects to Your Highness, the King of Qin. Chen Bin immediately dismounted and bowed respectfully to Yi Yan. We pay our respects to His Highness the King of Qin. Upon seeing this, several generals behind Chen Bin dismounted and saluted in unison. General, please rise. Yi Yan immediately dismounted, went straight to Chen Bin, helped him up, and hurriedly said. He then glanced at the several generals behind Chen Bin and said loudly, Please, everyone, no need for formalities. General, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought you would be a few more days away. Your Highness, the King of Qin, His Majesty in the capital is eagerly awaiting your triumphant return with your army. Therefore, the army responsible for taking over the defense has not dared to delay and is marching swiftly toward the southern border. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin was the first to speak and explain. I see. These two unfamiliar generals behind me must be the ones who led the troops to take over the border defense this time. Hearing Chen Bin's explanation, Yi Yan nodded and smiled, then looked at the two unfamiliar generals behind Chen Bin and slowly spoke. Your Highness, the King of Qin has a keen eye. These two generals are the ones dispatched by the capital to take over the defense of the southern border. This is General Lin, a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial venerable realm. His skill with the broadsword is truly divine. As for the one next to me, that is General Hua, a martial venerable level 1 warrior. He once fought and killed a martial venerable level 3 warrior with just a long spear. Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, Chen Bin couldn't help but laugh, and then proceeded to introduce Yi Yan to everyone. Not bad. I am relieved to entrust the border defense to the two generals. Bai Qi, take General Lin and General Hua with you to hand over the defense duties. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yan's instructions, Bai Qi immediately clasped his hands and bowed in response. Bai Qi then spoke directly to the two of them. General Lin, General Hua, please. Thank you for your help, General Bai Qi. Upon seeing this, the two immediately clasped their hands in a respectful gesture. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yi Yun and Chen Bin, the group led their army at breakneck speed toward the border city. Watching Bai Qi and the others leave, Yi Yun withdrew his gaze and slowly asked Chen Bin, General, the handover of defenses can't be completed in a short time. Why don't you come with me back to my residence to rest for a while? That would be excellent, but it would be too much trouble for your highness, Prince Qin. Not at all. General, you flatter me. It was just a small favor. Yi Yun then attempted to mount his horse and return to his camp. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hoofbeats rang out, and a soldier dressed as a scout was seen riding a horse galloping towards them from the direction of the camp. In the blink of an eye, the soldier dressed as a scout arrived in front of Yi Yun and the others. He then dismounted, took a few steps forward, knelt on one knee, took a deep breath, and respectfully greeted Yi Yun with clasped hands. Your Highness, messengers have arrived from the northern border with crucial military intelligence concerning the safety of the northern border. Please return to camp immediately. The safety of the north. Upon hearing the scout's report, Yi Yun feigned shock and, without waiting for anyone's reaction, immediately mounted his horse and galloped towards the encampment. Seeing this, Li Tsuanxiao, Chen Bin, and the others also mounted their horses and chased after Yi Yun, galloping quickly towards the camp. Chapter 186, Deceiving the Heavens. A moment later, Yi Yun and his group returned to their camp, where they saw a disheveled middle-aged man dressed in the armor of a northern soldier, being helped by Jian Wei's soldiers to drink water in large gulps. Upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to your highness. Seeing this, the disheveled middle-aged man stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Li Tian, commander of the scout battalion under General Yu Fei, pays his respects to your highness. Commander Li, there's no need for such formalities. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately stepped forward to help Li Tian up and said loudly, Erlai, have you sent a military doctor? Then, Yi Yun asked Jian Wei, who was standing to the side. Your highness, we have already sent someone to summon him. Upon hearing this, Li Tian quickly stopped Yi Yun. Your highness, there's no need for that. I only have some superficial injuries and am not seriously hurt. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded and then asked directly, Li Tian, why do you look so disheveled? What happened in the northern border that made you so anxious to deliver this message to me? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Li Tian paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke to Yi Yun. Your highness, the Northern Orc dynasty has once again launched an attack. Tens of thousands of soldiers have already died on the northern border. General Yu Fei has also assembled his army and rushed to the border as soon as possible. However, after arriving at the border battlefield, he discovered that the Orc dynasty's fighting strength this time is more than several times that of the last time. The disparity in troop strength between the two sides is enormous. Seeing the enemy's fierce advance, General Yu Fei is afraid that he cannot hold out for long. Subsequently, under General Yu Fei's orders, he sent his subordinates with dozens of brothers to the southern border to inform the prince of this news. Then I led several dozen of my brothers and set off. After listening to Li Tian's explanation, Yi Yun's expression changed immediately. He nodded and then couldn't help but ask a question. Since you led dozens of men from the north to come south to find me, why are you in such a sorry state? And why are you the only one here, with only dozens of soldiers who came with you? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Li Tian was immediately startled, a look of sadness flashing across his face, followed by a reply filled with grief and indignation. Your Highness, we encountered wave after wave of men in black during our journey south. These men in black are extremely mysterious in origin and are also very powerful. Dozens of brothers who set out from the north with his men also perished along the way due to repeated ambushes. Even after we reached the southern border, these men in black never gave up their attempt to ambush us. If it weren't for the last few brothers who risked their lives to protect us, I might not have been able to see your Highness alive. Hearing Li Tian's explanation, everyone present was shocked, and Yi Yun exclaimed in amazement. What? Someone dares to intercept and kill you within the territory of the dynasty. Then Yi Yun spoke directly to Chen Bin, who was standing to the side. General, the Orcish dynasty's invasion, this time, is likely ambitious. I brought most of the troops from the Northern Territory with me, and now the Northern Territory is short of soldiers and generals. I must lead the army back to the Northern Territory immediately, otherwise, once the Orcish dynasty's army breaks through the pass, the Northern Territory will be devastated. As for the matter of returning to the capital, the military situation is urgent, and it is probably not possible. I hope that the general will inform His Majesty of this matter. I thank you very much. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin's expression was already very serious after listening to Li Tian's military report. He knew that once the northern border was breached and the Orc dynasty launched a large-scale invasion, it would not only be an extraordinary disaster for the northern border, but also a devastating disaster for the White Tiger dynasty, which had just finished the war in the southern border. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, he immediately clasped his hands respectfully and made a firm guarantee. Your Highness, please rest assured to lead your army back to reinforce the northern border. Leave the rest to me. If His Majesty blames you, I will take full responsibility. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately smiled and said, General, there's no need for that. You just need to tell His Majesty what you know. I believe His Majesty will understand once he knows the details. Of course, if Your Majesty truly wishes to blame me, then this is my personal conduct and has nothing to do with the Grand General. Your Highness, this. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Chen Bin was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Yun waved his hand and looked at Chen Bin with a serious expression. General, there's no need for further discussion. This is the decision. However, we will still have to trouble the general at that time. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing Yi Yun's serious expression, Chen Bin could only respectfully reply. Seeing that Chen Bin agreed, Yi Yun then gave instructions to Dian Wei, who was standing to the side. Alai, informed by Qi and Sun Xiao that the army should assemble immediately and march into the northern border in half an hour. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei stepped forward and respectfully responded loudly. He then strode quickly out of the tent. Then, Yi Yun turned his gaze to Chen Bin and the others again and slowly began to speak. General, the military situation is urgent. I will pack up and lead the army back to the northern border immediately. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Your Highness, what are you saying? The safety of the northern border is of utmost importance. Your Highness, please go ahead and make preparations. You need not worry about us. We will go straight to the border to take a look in a while. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin quickly and respectfully responded. Thank you for your understanding, General. Your Highness is too kind. Then we will not linger here and delay Your Highness's preparations. This humble general still needs to go to the border to check on how the defenses are being carried out. Seeing this, Yi Yun looked around and then smiled helplessly. Time is of the essence, so I will not keep you any longer. After I have resolved the crisis in the northern border, I will personally pay you a visit when I arrive in the capital. Very well, then I will be waiting for Your Highness's arrival in the capital. Your Highness, please take your leave. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Chen Bin did not hesitate any longer. He led the generals behind him and quickly left the tent, riding his horse towards the border city not far away. At this moment, Yi Yun also stepped out of the tent and watched Chen Bin and the others ride away on horseback, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. After this parting, I wonder if we will be enemies or friends when we meet again. Chapter 187 Mysterious Plan? Late at night, the moon and stars are sparse. 100 miles away from the capital, in a mountain range with dense trees, 5 men dressed in black move through the mountains and forests, seemingly very familiar with the place. However, what the 5 men in black in front of them didn't know was that 2 pairs of eyes were watching their every move not far behind them. The 2 men looked at each other, nodded, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Then, the 2 exchanged another glance, and in a flash, they stood up and carefully followed closely behind him. At the same time, inside a dark mountain cave, at this moment, a group of people in black robes were gathered here, exchanging information with each other. The 6 people at the head were also completely shrouded in black robes, making it impossible to tell whether they were men or women? Blood robe, how's everything arranged? One of the men in black robes, who was in the lead, spoke directly to the person in front of him and asked a question. The black-robed man who asked the question had a very hoarse voice, indicating that he was an old man, but his voice was full of energy, which showed that his cultivation was certainly not bad. At the same time, the man in black who was asked the question quickly stepped forward, bowed to the 6 people in the lead, and then respectfully replied. Reporting to the third ancestor, everything has been arranged according to plan, and it is expected to be completed tonight. The man in black robes simply nodded after receiving the answer, then closed his eyes and ignored it. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, at that moment, a series of hurried footsteps came straight in from outside the cave. The black-robed man, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them at that instant and stared in the direction of the cave entrance. It's no wonder these men in black robes are so cautious. After all, this is the heartland of the White Tiger dynasty. If the news of their gathering here were to reach the capital, not only would their painstakingly planned scheme be ruined, but they themselves would also face a situation of being surrounded by enemies. Even if he himself possesses powerful cultivation and can leave, it is likely that none of his subordinates will be able to escape. A moment later, a man dressed in black, who was in close-fitting clothes, ran in quickly and spoke respectfully to the 5 people in the lead. Your subordinate Xue Tian greets the 5 patriarchs and the blood-clad commander. Reporting to the 5 patriarchs, the Prince of Zhao of the White Tiger dynasty has arrived. Oh, please come in quickly. Upon hearing this, the 5 leaders were startled, and one of them immediately gave instructions to the man in black who had come to report. Yes, 6th patriarch. Upon hearing his ancestors' instructions, the man in black responded respectfully, then turned around and strode quickly out of the cave. A short while later, a man in black robes, led by Xue Tian, walked straight up to the group of men in black robes. Seeing this, the man in black robes immediately took off the hat covering his head and smiled as he spoke to the other men in black robes in front of him. Greetings to several seniors, blood-clad commander. If Yi Yun were present at this moment, he would be extremely shocked, because the person who came was none other than Yi Lin, the Prince of Zhao of the White Tiger dynasty, whom he had sent Mao Xiang and Jing Ku to investigate and monitor. As for the black-robed figures in front of him, they were probably from the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Your Highness, you are too kind. With the operation imminent, Your Highness Prince Zhao, what brings you here so late at night? Does His Highness Prince Zhao intend to back out now? Upon hearing this, the black-robed man who had just been addressed as the 2nd ancestor spoke up and asked, Senior, you flatter me. Although I, Yi Lin, am not a good person, I am definitely not the kind of person who breaks his word. I have come here today to tell you all some good news. Oh, the plan has reached a critical juncture. Your Highness, please speak frankly if you have any news. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, the black-robed man, known as the 2nd ancestor, frowned slightly before slowly speaking. Senior, I have just received news that the Northern Orc dynasty has once again amassed a large force to invade the northern border. The King of Qin, whom you all fear the most, has already led his army back to the north from the south. At this moment, he has to lead his exhausted troops to fight against the Orc dynasty's army. The King of Qin, whom you fear most, and his generals are now too busy to take care of themselves. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin couldn't help but smile, and then slowly spoke. What? Are you telling the truth? Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, the leading black-robed figures were all shocked, with the black-robed man known as the 6th ancestor standing up in astonishment. Of course, what benefit would I gain from lying to you? If that's the case, then the probability of our plan succeeding will increase significantly. Haha, Your Highness Prince Zhao, you have truly brought us good news this time. However, Your Highness, the plan is about to begin. At this crucial moment, it is not advisable for you to stay out for too long, lest you attract attention and affect the plan. What you say makes sense, Senior. Then I will take my leave. I will await your good news in the capital. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin clasped his hands in a fist salute and said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and walked away quickly. Watching Yi Lin's disappearing figure, Xue couldn't help but feel indignant. Elders, Are we really going to agree to those conditions of this King Zhao? Ha ha, Bloodrobe. Do you think we old guys would do something so thankless and exhausting? There are some things that involve secrets, so I'll tell you, but I can give you some pointers on the others. Bloodrobe, if this plan succeeds, what do you think will happen to the White Tiger dynasty? Upon hearing this, the black-robed man at the head, who was referred to as the second ancestor, first laughed loudly and then slowly asked, if this plan succeeds, it will be a devastating blow to the White Tiger dynasty. At that time, the dynasty will likely be engulfed in internal strife and fall into a chaotic war of warring states. Upon hearing his ancestor's question, Shui pondered for a moment before slowly replying. Indeed, what do you think would happen if our imperial army marched straight in now? Hiss. Upon hearing the hypothesis, Shui gasped in shock, for he knew all too well what would happen if the imperial army were to advance unimpeded. Then, Shui knelt down on one knee with a respectful expression and said loudly, Your Excellency is truly wise. I am in awe. All right, get up. Pass down the order to prepare for the attack on the capital of the White Tiger dynasty late the night after tomorrow. Chapter 188 The Tumultuous Times in the Divine Capital Part 1. At the same time, in a dense forest not far from the cave, after watching Zhao Wang Yilin go inside for a short while, and then come out and leave in the direction of the capital, the two exchanged a glance, and Mao Xiang spoke first in a low voice. It seems that this is the group that is conspiring with the king of Zhao. However, there are several auras among them that are far stronger than yours and mine. We cannot get too close, otherwise we may attract the attention of the people inside. Otherwise, we would know today what this King Zhao is plotting. Upon hearing this, Jing Ku, who was standing to the side, slowly responded. Commander Mao, although we do not know the specifics of their conspiracy, this place is not far from Shendu. The fact that they chose this place as their hiding place further confirms that their conspiracy is very likely related to Shendu. Furthermore, although this group of people are shrouded in black robes, it is not difficult to tell from the weapons in their hands that these weapons are standard-issue weapons of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty army. After listening to Jing Ku's words, Mao Xiang nodded and then waved to Jing Ku. Upon seeing this, Jing Ku instantly understood Mao Xiang's meaning. Then, the two slowly retreated, their figures gradually disappearing into the night. Soon after, the two stopped in a dense forest. After glancing around, Mao Xiang looked at Jing Ku in front of him and then spoke first. Brother Jing Ku, the situation is now basically confirmed. Judging from the aura of those people in the cave just now, something big is probably about to happen in the capital. According to the news from the embroidered uniform guard, the prince has already set off to return to the northern border. Next, we will have to trouble Brother Jing Ku to personally inform the prince of the information he has gathered during this period, so that the prince can make plans as soon as possible. If something major really happens in the capital, the prince will have sufficient countermeasures. Yes, Commander Mao. Upon hearing this, Jing Ku respectfully clasped his hands in response. Brother Jing Ku, there's no need for that. We've known each other for a while now. I'm older than you, so if you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Mao in private. Seeing this, Mao Xiang stepped forward, patted Jing Ku on the shoulder, and slowly spoke. Jing Ku greets Brother Mao. Haha, okay. Brother Jing Ku, there's no time to lose. You'd better set off as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiang burst into laughter. Brother Mao is right. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed. Brother Mao, I'll take my leave now. The enemy is coming on strong, so you must be careful in your actions in this capital. I'll be waiting for you to return in the Northern Territory, and then we brothers can have a good drink together. Take care of yourself. After hearing Mao Xiang's words, Jing Ku quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiang immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute and said loudly, It's a deal, take care. Seeing this, Jing Ku smiled and nodded. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Watching Jing Ku's disappearing figure, Mao Xiang's smile vanished instantly. His eyes narrowed, and after cleaning up the remaining traces around him, he too disappeared into the darkness of the dense forest. 2 days later, late at night, the earth slumbers, blood stains the sky, and stars twinkle, their light dim. In the imperial city's Chengtian Hall in the divine capital, Emperor Yi Batian of the White Tiger dynasty sat at the head of the Chengtian Hall, constantly reviewing the memorials and intelligence reports sent from various places during this period. So much has happened in the dynasty during this period that some instability has emerged within it. Since the Northern Orc dynasty amassed 1 million troops and invaded the northern border of the imperial dynasty, although the Orc dynasty was ultimately defeated by the king of Qin, countless imperial soldiers still died on the battlefield. Of the 300,000 elite troops that the imperial dynasty had gathered to provide support, less than half returned, and even a martial venerable level general died in the northern border. In the eyes of the strong, a weak life is like a blade of grass, whose life and death can be decided at will. Then came the war in the southern border. The Xuanwu dynasty, which had been plotting for a long time, once again launched an invasion. General Chun Bin led hundreds of thousands of Jinghua army soldiers to the expedition, but unexpectedly suffered a great defeat. Although the Prince of Qin arrived in time to quell the unrest in the southern border. However, the Jinghua army is now less than half the size it once was, and the number of powerful martial artists in the army has been severely reduced, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. The strength displayed by the 9th prince himself made Yi Batian, the ruler of the dynasty, feel a sense of lingering fear. It has only been a short time since I appointed him as the king of Jinbei, and now his powerful men and army have developed to such an extent. If he is allowed to continue to develop like this, it is unimaginable. Thinking of this, Yi Batian murmured to himself, "It's time to intervene in Xiao Jiu's development." Tap, 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 tap. Creak. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. As the footsteps grew closer, the gates of Chengtian Hall were pushed open, and the royal guards responsible for guarding the hall outside strode in. "Your humble servant, Wang Gui, captain of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Palace Guard, pays his respects to your majesty." "Get up. Why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing this, Yi Batian slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Your Majesty, General Chun Bin, the Assistant Minister of State, and the 3 Grand Secretaries are requesting an audience." Upon hearing Yi Batian's question, Wang Gui quickly and respectfully responded, "Oh, General Chun Bin, the 3rd Grand Secretary? Shouldn't they still be in the Southern Territory? I have no idea when they return to the capital." Upon hearing this, Yi Batian was startled, his face filled with disbelief. He quickly came to his senses and hurriedly gave instructions to Wang Gui. "Quickly go and invite General Chun Bin and the 3 Grand Secretaries in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing Yi Batian's urgent instructions, Wang Gui immediately bowed and responded. Then, without daring to delay, he quickly ran towards the outside of the hall. A short while later, General Chun Bin, the Grand General of the state, and the 3 Grand Secretaries of the Imperial Academy, led by Wang Gui, went straight to the main hall of Chengtian Hall. Upon entering the hall, Wang Gui immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Yi Batian, and loudly reported, "Your Majesty, General Chun Bin, the Assistant General, and the 3rd Grand Elder of the Imperial Academy have arrived. You can go down now." Upon hearing this, Yi Batian nodded, then waved to Wang Gui, and slowly gave his instructions. "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon receiving the order, Wang Gui quickly responded, and then hurriedly left the main hall. Chapter 189: The Tumultuous Times in the Divine Capital Part 2. At the same time, Chun Bin and the 3 elders of the Offering Pavilion immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Batian. "General Chun Bin, Assistant to the State, pays his respects to Your Majesty." Yi Zhao, the 3rd Grand Secretary of the Imperial Palace, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Yi Batian immediately turned his gaze to the 2 of them. He saw that Chun Bin was wearing a black suit of armor, while the 3rd elder was dressed in a white robe. The 2 looked somewhat tired. Seeing this, Yi Batian quickly spoke to the 2 of them. "Please rise, both of you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the 2 loudly thanked Yi Batian, who was sitting at the head of the table, and then slowly stood up. After the 2 stood up, Yi Batian spoke directly and slowly voiced the questions that had been on his mind. "Chun Bin, Third Grand Secretary, shouldn't you two still be in the Southern Territory? How could we have suddenly returned to the capital without me receiving even the slightest news? Upon hearing Yi Beishan's question, Chun Bin and the third elder Yi Zhao exchanged a glance. Chun Bin then stepped forward, cupped his hands, and respectfully responded to Yi Batian. Your Majesty, we originally planned to return with His Highness Prince Qin and his army. However, just as we were handing over border defenses, people came from the north. Upon hearing this, Yi Batian frowned and asked in a serious tone of surprise. Someone from the north? Upon hearing this, Chun Bin was not affected by Yi Beishan's interruption and responded decisively. Yes, Your Majesty, they are indeed from the north. Upon hearing Chun Bin's affirmative answer, Yi Beishan's heart sank, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Chun Bin, do you know why the people from the northern border have come to see the king of Qin this time? Upon hearing Yi Beishan's question, Chun Bin quickly and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I am aware that I was present when the people from the northern border came. The reason for the arrival of the people from the north is that the Orcish dynasty has once again amassed a large army to invade our northern border. However, most of the military force in the north was taken away by His Highness Prince Qin during his southward campaign. As a result, the northern frontier is now short of troops and can only fight desperately to barely hold off the Orcish dynasty's attack. The messengers from the north have come to inform His Highness Prince Qin of a message, hoping that His Highness can lead his army back to aid the north. Otherwise, once the Orc dynasty breaks through the border, the north will once again be doomed, and its people will suffer a massacre at the hands of the Orc dynasty. Upon receiving the news, His Highness the King of Qin immediately summoned his army and hurriedly headed towards the northern border. Before he left, he told me that he could not betray the trust that the people of the north had placed in him, and asked me to inform His Majesty of what had happened. After listening to Chun Bin's account, Yi Batian nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Batian couldn't help but ask again, such a significant military intelligence as the Orcish dynasty's invasion of our borders, why did the entire dynasty not receive a single word of it, while the people of the northern border personally delivered this news to the King of Qin? Your Majesty, according to the people from the north, they had previously sent messages through official channels of the imperial court, but all of them were ignored and no response was received. In the end, it was decided to send elite scouts from the army to deliver the message, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by men in black on their way to the southern border. Of the dozens of people from the northern border who came with them, only one person managed to reach the southern border with serious injuries thanks to the desperate resistance of his companions, and then deliver the message to the King of Qin. Furthermore, I personally examined the injuries of the scout who came from the north, and they do not appear to be fake. Upon hearing Yi Beishan's question, Chun Bin slowly responded, as if he had already anticipated Yi Beishan's question. After hearing Chun Bin's explanation, Yi Batian frowned, and a faint killing intent enveloped him. In an instant, the temperature in the entire hall dropped several degrees. A moment later, Yi Batian slowly gave instructions to Chun Bin and the third elder Yi Zhao. Chun Bin, this matter is entrusted to you. You must investigate thoroughly. I need to know what kind of monsters and demons are involved. Third elder, this matter is of great importance, and the offering pavilion must cooperate fully. Yi Beishan's icy voice sent chills down the spines of even highly skilled individuals like Chun Bin and Yi Zhao, the third elder. They knew all too well that Yi Beishan's current demeanor was the most terrifying. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the two responded in unison. Seeing this, Yi Batian nodded, his expression softening slightly, and then asked Chun Bin again. General, the Jinghua army suffered heavy losses in the southern border war. How is the Jinghua army recovering now? Your Majesty, after the last war in the southern border, the strength of the Jinghua army has been reduced to 200,000. Although I have done my best to recover it during this period, the conditions for the Jinghua army are much more stringent than those for ordinary troops. We have only just recruited 200,000 new soldiers, and they have just begun training. Upon hearing this, Chun Bin responded respectfully. General, I have a very bad feeling about restoring the strength of the Jinghua army. After listening to Chun Bin's words, Yi Batian nodded and then gave instructions in a solemn tone. Yes, Your Majesty. This humble general will certainly do his utmost. Upon seeing this, Chen Bin immediately clasped his hands in a fist and loudly assured him, You may leave, I am tired. Upon hearing this, Yi Batian waved his hand and gave instructions to Chen Bin and the third elder Yi Zhao. Yes, Your Majesty. We will take our leave. After bowing to Yi Batian, the two turned and quickly left the hall. After Chen Bin and the third elder Yi Zhao left, Yi Batian's eyes narrowed, and he spoke coldly to the empty hall. Hidden One. As soon as Yi Batian finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in black brocade robes, wearing a mask, and carrying a long sword appeared in the main hall with a whoosh. He then respectfully called out to Yi Batian. His Majesty, you heard what I just said, didn't you? Doesn't your hidden dragon guard have an explanation for this? Looking at the middle-aged man in black who had suddenly appeared before him, Yi Batian asked in an icy tone, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I truly knew nothing about this matter. I hope Your Majesty can give me a chance to make amends. I will certainly find all these monsters and demons. Faced with Yi Batian's question, Yi broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy and promise Yi Batian. Snort. Seeing this, Yi Batian couldn't help but snort coldly. At this moment, Yi knelt in the main hall, not daring to breathe, hoping that Yi Batian could give him a chance. A moment later, Yi Batian spoke in a deep voice. Yi, I'm giving you 3 days to give me a satisfactory result, or you don't need to come back. Upon hearing Yi Batian's icy words, Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly and respectfully assured Yi Batian. Yes, Your Majesty. Within 3 days, I will certainly give Your Majesty a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 190 The Tumultuous Times in the Divine Capital Part 3. Just as Yi finished speaking, and Yi Batian was about to tell him to leave, he suddenly seemed to sense something. His expression changed drastically, his brows furrowed, and his eyes turned sharply towards the outside of Qingtian Hall. At this moment, Yi also noticed it. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Batian spoke first in a deep voice. Yi, give the order, a powerful enemy is attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Batian's aura suddenly erupted, revealing his cultivation level of the 9th level of Martial Venerable. His divine sense instantly enveloped the entire divine capital. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from Qingtian Palace and quickly headed towards the void above the capital. At the same time, the palace guards and the Imperial Household Department all noticed the unusual activity at Qingtian Hall and were taken aback. After Yi Batian left, Yi quickly reacted, and then his figure flashed, and he quickly arrived in the void outside Qingtian Palace, shouting loudly. A powerful enemy is attacking. Where are the hidden dragon guards? Your subordinate is here. As soon as Yi finished speaking, hundreds of men in black, exuding terrifying killing intent, suddenly appeared in the void above the imperial city and shouted in response. Upon seeing this, Yi immediately shouted loudly, I swear to protect Your Majesty with my life. After saying that, he flashed away and sped off in the direction of Yi Batian. Yes, Commander. Upon hearing their commander's order, the group of men in black, exuding a terrifying aura, responded in unison and then flashed to follow closely behind Yi. Upon seeing this, the royal guards and the palace staff finally realized that something serious had happened. A powerful enemy had attacked the capital. In an instant, the royal guards and those with strong martial arts skills in the imperial palace also took to the air, closely following behind the hidden dragon guards. I didn't expect that even though we were being so careful, you still found out. Just then, in the void outside the capital, a blood-red mist filled the air, and hundreds of figures stood out prominently within it. If Mao Xiang and Jingku were here now, they would surely recognize that these people were none other than the group they had seen a few nights ago. The fact that these people from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty were able to enter the heartland of the White Tiger Dynasty's capital was entirely due to the help of King Zhao, Yilin. They promised Yilin to help them kill Yi Batian and help him ascend the throne of the White Tiger Dynasty. After the event was completed, the White Tiger dynasty became a subordinate dynasty of the Vermilion Bird dynasty and provided the Vermilion Bird dynasty with a certain amount of tribute every year. However, the Vermilion Bird dynasty did deceive Yi Lin. Their main purpose in cooperating with Yi Lin was to steal the power of destiny from the White Tiger dynasty. Once they had successfully stolen the power of destiny from the White Tiger dynasty, it would no longer matter to them who would become the emperor of the White Tiger dynasty. Otherwise, why would the Vermilion Bird dynasty send several patriarch-level figures to help Yi Lin, a mere prince with no power? Do you really think the Vermilion Bird dynasty is some kind of benefactor? Who are you, you coward, daring to trespass on the capital of my White Tiger dynasty? Hearing the voice coming from within the blood-red mist, Yi Batian stood above the void of the divine capital and shouted in a cold tone. Ha 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 ha, Yi Batian, can't you even recognize my voice? As soon as Yi Batian finished speaking, the blood-red mist slowly dissipated, and a hoarse voice came out from the leader. After speaking, he slowly removed the black robe that had been covering his head. Upon seeing this, Yi Batian's eyes narrowed. He knew this person all too well and exclaimed in disbelief. How were you able to infiltrate the heart of the imperial court so easily? Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to your good-for-nothing son, King Zhao. Otherwise, how could we have gotten so close to your capital so easily? What? That rebellious son Yi Lin. Upon hearing what the old man in black robes said, Yi Batian was furious. Kill. As the saying goes, a subject dies when his lord is humiliated. The hidden dragon guards behind Yi Batian, seeing their lord being so humiliated by the enemy, did not wait for Yi Batian's orders. Yi led dozens of men, drawing their sharp blades and exuding a terrifying aura, and charged straight at the group of men in black. Seeing this, the black-clad elder at the head of the group gave an order to Xue Yi, who was standing to the side. Blood-clad, kill them all, leave no one alive. Yes, ancestor. Upon hearing his ancestor's instructions, Xue Yi responded respectfully and then shouted directly to the group of Xue Yi guards behind him. All members of the blood-clad guards, follow me and kill them all, leave no one alive. Understood. The group of blood-clad guards behind blood-clad spoke in unison. Chun. In an instant, the long sword was drawn. Soon, the two sides clashed in the void. Although the hidden dragon guards were very brave and had considerable strength, they were ultimately outnumbered. The hidden dragon guards shed their blood in the void, sacrificing their lives for their country. Watching the hidden dragon guards fall one after another before his eyes, Yi Batian's eyes turned bloodshot, his face filled with rage, and his entire body emanated a chilling, killing intent, his murderous aura soaring straight into the sky. These guys from the Vermilion Bird dynasty actually dared to venture deep into the heart of the dynasty and so blatantly come to attack the capital. They really have no respect for the White Tiger dynasty at all. Now, they are even slaughtering his most loyal warriors right in front of him, the emperor. Do they really think he, the ruler of the White Tiger dynasty, is just a figurehead? Thinking of this, Yi Batian couldn't help but shout loudly. Bull, you're all courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Batian's aura suddenly erupted, and a soaring murderous aura enveloped the people of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared directly in his grasp. Then, his true energy continuously gathered on the sword, and he suddenly swung it forcefully towards the people of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. In an instant, the sword's light instantly illuminated the entire night sky, carrying immense power as it hurtled towards the people of the Vermilion Bird dynasty at an incredible speed. Upon seeing this, the black-robed elder at the head of the group's expression changed drastically. Then, his figure flashed, and he arrived directly in front of the group of blood-clad guards. He raised his right hand, and his true energy continuously gathered on his fist. Suddenly, he swung his right hand fiercely, and an incomparably powerful fist force respectfully met the sword light head-on. Suddenly, the two powerful attacks collided head-on, the sound of which resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and could even be heard dozens of miles away from the capital. Boom boom. Chapter 191 The Tumultuous Times in the Divine Capital Part 4. The loud crash instantly drew the attention of everyone in the capital city. After effortlessly deflecting Yi Beishan's attack, the old man in black robes couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha! I didn't expect that the emperor of the mighty White Tiger dynasty would only have such meager strength. It's a bit disappointing for this old man. Hearing the black-robed elder's mocking voice, Yi Batian frowned and roared at him. Humph! Even if I only have this much cultivation, it's enough to deal with you bunch of petty villains. After saying that, he brandished his long sword and kept muttering to himself. Suddenly, true energy began to gather on the sword, and golden light from the heavens and earth also began to converge on it. The already imposing blade, with the continuous gathering of true energy and golden light, was now exuding an even more terrifying aura. Seeing this, the black-robed elder's face turned serious, and he even sensed a threat of death from Yi Batian. He then roared loudly. This is bad. He is using the power of the nation's destiny to achieve this. We absolutely cannot let him complete it, or the consequences will be unimaginable. After the old man in black robes finished speaking, he immediately took out his weapon, a blood-red longsword. Seeing this, Yi Batian knew that his purpose had been discovered by the old man in black robes, but he couldn't help but grin and say with a loud laugh, "Ha ha, you're only realizing it now? Don't you think it's too late? Since you have the audacity to attack the capital of my White Tiger dynasty, you should be prepared to die. Go to hell, all of you." Azura Dragon Cloud / ninth form. After saying that, Yi Batian raised his long sword and swung it fiercely towards the direction where the black-robed old man was. In an instant, the sword light instantly transformed into countless dark dragons, carrying overwhelming pressure and unstoppable power as they hurtled directly towards the black-robed elder and his companions. Roar! As Yi Beishan's attack, which faintly resembled a dragon's roar, was unleashed, the black-robed elder in the void not far away couldn't help but look solemn. Although he possessed the cultivation of a martial saint, he dared not be careless in the slightest. Then, he brandished his blood-red longsword, unleashing a full burst of true energy as he roared. Blood Extreme Netherflame Slash. In an instant, the crimson attack instantly transformed into a sky full of blades of light, directly meeting the rapidly attacking dark dragon. At the same time, the group of people in blood-stained clothes behind the black-robed old man wanted to take advantage of Yi Beishan's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack from the side, but they were discovered by Chen Bin and the enshrined members of the offering pavilion behind Yi Batian. "You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" Seeing this, Chen Bin and some ordinary worshippers from the offering pavilion revealed their full cultivation levels, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Shui and the others. In the blink of an eye, battles broke out in the void, with sounds of collisions of all sizes echoing throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, the third and second elders of the offering pavilion also arrived. Before coming, they had sent people to awaken the remaining 6 elders of the 10 elders in the divine capital from their cultivation. Rian was also on her way. Seeing the group already engaged in battle in the void, the third elder and the second elder immediately flew to Yi Beishan's side to join forces with him and take down the black-robed elder as quickly as possible. After exchanging a glance, the two figures flashed and sped straight towards Yi Beishan's location. However, just as they were halfway there, an extremely powerful fist suddenly slammed towards them. Seeing this, the two had no choice but to stop and dodge the fierce attack. Then, the second Grand Secretary shouted angrily, "Who are you? You coward who resort to underhanded tactics. If you have the guts, come out and fight." "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" As soon as the words were spoken, a black figure appeared out of nowhere in the void not far in front of the two of them. "Kill." The second and third Grand Secretaries exchanged a glance, then nodded and said in a deep voice. In an instant, the air above the entire capital was filled with shouts of battle and the sounds of attacks colliding. However, since both sides fighting in the void were top-tier martial arts experts, the aftershocks of the battle caused extensive damage to houses in the city, and the civilians suffered heavy casualties. A moment later, Yi Batian, who had been aided by the power of the nation's destiny, had already fought the black-robed elder who had led the battle for over 100 rounds. At this moment, Yi Batian was in a terrible state. His face was extremely pale, and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that Yi Batian was seriously injured. If he hadn't been holding on with the power of the nation's fortune, he would probably have been decapitated by now. Compared to Yi Batian, the old man in black was in much better condition. Seeing Yi Batian's appearance, the old man in black couldn't help but laugh loudly. Yi Batian, is this all you've got? The mighty emperor of the White Tiger dynasty is about to die a miserable death at my hands. It's truly been worth the trip I've made. Suddenly, just as the black-robed elder was about to attack Yi Batian again, a huge explosion came from the direction of the forbidden area of the imperial city, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Upon seeing this, Yi Batian's expression hardened, and he murmured a question in a low voice. The forbidden area of the imperial city? Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Batian glanced at the black-robed old man in the distant void, and a very bad feeling welled up in his heart at that moment. Unlike Yi Batian, the black-robed elder's face was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that the second ancestor and his group have succeeded. A moment later, several black figures were seen rushing towards them from the direction of the forbidden area of the imperial city, followed closely by several gray-robed elders who roared loudly. You scoundrel, stop right there. Second brother, third brother, Batian, stop these people. They have stolen most of the dynasty's national fortune. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Upon hearing this, the third elder, the second elder, and Yi Batian of the offering pavilion all tensed up. It was the voice of the first elder, but what shocked them even more was that they had not expected these people to have come to steal the dynasty's fortune. Everyone knew the importance of the nation's fate to the dynasty, so they all shook off their enemies and rushed straight at the men in black. However, they underestimated the strength of these men in black. In just one exchange, they were killed by the men in black who had fled from the direction of the forbidden area of the imperial city. Chapter 192 The Tumultuous Times in the Divine Capital. The End. Upon seeing this, the third and second elders of the offering pavilion immediately tried to fly forward to block them. However, how could the man in black, who had just fought with them, let them pass so easily? The man in black then flashed and arrived directly in front of the two of them, loudly mocking them. Gentlemen, the fight isn't over yet. What's the rush? I advise you to get out of the way immediately, otherwise. Upon seeing this, the two grand secretaries were furious. However, before the second elder could finish speaking, the man in black arrogantly interrupted him. Otherwise what, you can't possibly kill me, can you? Ha ha. Seeing the arrogant manner of the man in black, the second elder's fiery temper flared up instantly, and he immediately shouted angrily. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. After saying that, he immediately unleashed his full power, revealing his cultivation level as a second-level martial saint. With a flash, he raised his long sword and charged straight at the man in black. Seeing the second elder rapidly approaching, the man in black remained expressionless, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he muttered to himself. If it weren't for stalling for time, I would have been fighting with you two for so long. Now that the second ancestor has succeeded, it's time to deal with you too. He then brandished his long sword, his eyes filled with bloodlust. The black-clad man's reaction was observed by the third elder, who was not far away. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly shouted to the second elder. Second brother, retreat quickly. Hearing the voice of the third grand secretary from behind, the second grand secretary immediately saw the man in black, not far away, laughing. Yes, that's right, he's laughing. In an instant, the second grand secretary felt a sudden tightness in his heart and thought to himself, oh no, this is a trap. He immediately stopped and quickly retreated. Upon seeing this, the man in black couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think it's too late to realize this now? After saying that, his cultivation level exploded, and he charged straight toward the second elder with his long sword. His speed was so fast that afterimages appeared in the void. Seeing the overwhelming aura emanating from the man in black, both the second and third grand secretaries were taken aback. Martial Saint Fifth Heaven Cultivation. In just a moment, The man in black had arrived in front of the second elder, slashing down with his long sword. Faced with this incredibly powerful attack, the second elder could only do his best to defend passively. However, the defense that the second elder had painstakingly built up shattered instantly upon contact. Reaching the Martial Saint realm means that each minor realm is a new level, and breaking through a minor realm is extremely difficult. Not to mention that the two are now 3 minor realms apart. The long sword pierced through his body, and the second Grand Secretary died instantly, his blood gushing into the void. Seeing this, the 3 elders who were not far away knew that they were no match for the eldest elder, so they quickly rushed towards him and shouted for help. "Big brother, he's a martial saint at the 5th level. Save me." Seeing this, the man in black who had just killed the second elder in the void did not stop. Instead, he brandished his long sword and arrived behind the 3rd elder in the blink of an eye. The man in black's long sword went straight through the chest from behind. "How dare you?" The Grand Elder, who was not far away, saw the 2nd and 3rd Grand Elders die tragically and was immediately enraged. At this moment, the black-clad men who had come from the direction of the forbidden area of the Imperial City also gathered together in the void, and the old man in black robes at the head asked in a loud and deep voice, "Second Ancestor, have you obtained the item?" These people are all crazy now. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. This place is not safe to stay. Withdraw." In response to the question from the old man in black robes, the man in black, known as the Second Ancestor, nodded and then said in a deep voice, "Yes, Second Ancestor." The old man in black robes was overjoyed to receive a response and immediately bowed in reply. He then gave the order directly to the man in blood-stained clothes, arranged for men to cover the rear. "Yes, 5th Patriarch." Blood Robe then gave orders to the dozens of Blood Robe guards beside him. "You stay behind to intercept the pursuers." "Yes, Commander." Then, the man in black sped off into the darkness. Watching their commander and others leave, one of the dozens of blood-clad guards left behind shouted, "Brothers, for the sake of the dynasty's dominance, let's walk together on the road to the Yellow Springs." "Good. Kill." Then, the blood-clad guards launched a suicide attack on those pursuing them in the capital. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, explosions echoed across the capital city, and clouds of blood mist burst open in the void, filling the surrounding air with a thick, pungent smell of blood. 1 hour later, the battle had just ended, and the capital was now a scene of devastation, with countless civilians dead and wounded, their cries of agony echoing amidst the ruins. The imperial court had also suffered heavy losses among its powerful figures. Seeing the tragic scene in the capital below, Yi Batian forced himself to come to the Grand Elder's side and spoke slowly and weakly. "Grand Secretary, it is all my fault. I never thought I would raise such a rebellious son. I am ashamed of my ancestors, and even more sorry for all those who died in battle tonight. I just forcibly used the power of the nation's destiny to fight the enemy. Now the enemy has stolen nearly 80% of the nation's destiny. The backlash of the nation's destiny will soon take effect on me. With my current cultivation level and condition, it is impossible for me to withstand the backlash of the nation's destiny. The mess I left behind will require the Grand Secretary's continued attention. If it were me." Before Yi Batian could finish speaking, he fainted. Upon seeing this, everyone panicked, and the Grand Elder immediately gave instructions to the 4th Grand Elder. "Time is of the essence, so I'll keep it brief. 4th brother, you stay here to handle the post-war matters. I'll take His Majesty back to heal his wounds first. Anything that can't be resolved can wait until I'm done here." After saying this, the Grand Elder, without waiting for the 4th Elder and the others to respond, picked up Yi Batian and sped off towards the forbidden area of the Imperial City. "Yes, brother." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's instructions, the 4th Elder immediately responded respectfully. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the world. Zhao Wang Yilin of the White Tiger Dynasty colluded with warriors of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty to attack the capital in order to seize the throne. Emperor Yi Batian of the White Tiger Dynasty was seriously injured and remains unconscious. His fate is unknown. The 2nd and 3rd Grand Secretaries of the Imperial Palace were killed in battle. Li Yu, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Palace Guards of the dynasty, all members of the Hidden Dragon Guards, and Shin Bin, the Assistant General of the state, were killed in battle. The Vermilion Bird dynasty attacked, killing hundreds of warriors, but dozens escaped. Nearly a quarter of the entire capital city was destroyed, and the number of dead and injured in the city is estimated to be in the millions, according to incomplete statistics. The capital of the White Tiger dynasty is now shrouded in sorrow and panic. The White Tiger dynasty's court is temporarily under the management of the Imperial Palace, while the Royal Palace Guards are under the command of General Wang Quan. Chapter 193. Reorganizing the Army and Preparing for War. The whole world was shocked. No one expected that the Vermilion Bird dynasty would be able to lead people into the heart of the White Tiger dynasty and attack its capital, with dozens of people escaping after the attack. People are discussing why the Vermilion Bird dynasty would suddenly send someone to infiltrate the heart of the White Tiger dynasty and attack its capital, a city teeming with powerful figures. For a time, people were filled with conflicting opinions. Some say it's for unparalleled martial arts techniques. Others say it's for unparalleled spiritual medicines. And some even more exaggeratedly say that the Vermilion Bird dynasty has nothing better to do and is just bored. At the same time, the north, Jinbei City, inside the study of the Prince of Qin's residence. Wenhe, Shuda, what do you think about the attack on the capital by the Vermilion Bird dynasty? Yi Yun had already led his troops back to the northern border early yesterday morning. This morning, he had just gotten up when he received news from the embroidered uniform guard that the capital had been attacked. Yi Yunduan sat in the main seat of the study, with the letter that the embroidered uniform guard had delivered that morning on the desk in front of him. He then asked Jia Su and Zhang Jujing, who were in front of him, about the matter. 2 days ago, after Jing Ke returned and told Yi Yun everything he and Mao Xiang had discovered, Yi Yun knew that something big was going to happen in the capital, but he did not expect the impact of this matter to be so huge. This morning, after reviewing the message sent by the embroidered uniform guard, Yi Yun was shocked. He had not expected that the capital of the dynasty, which had so many powerful figures, would suffer such a heavy price from the attack. To Yi Yun's surprise, his brother dared to collude with the Vermilion Bird dynasty to plot such a major event. Everyone had been deceived by appearances. However, what shocked Yi Yun even more was that although the news circulating outside did not mention the theft of the national fortune power, how could this be hidden from the investigation of the embroidered uniform guard? According to the investigation of the embroidered uniform guard, the Vermilion Bird dynasty actually stole nearly 70% of the national fortune power of the White Tiger dynasty. With the national fortune power lost, the dynasty will face an unprecedented crisis. However, having obtained nearly 70% of the national fortune of the White Tiger dynasty, the Vermilion Bird dynasty will likely produce a martial artist at the martial emperor level in the near future. Once the Vermilion Bird dynasty possesses a martial artist at the martial emperor level, the balance among the 5 great dynasties will be instantly broken. At that time, the other 4 great dynasties will only have 2 paths to take: surrender or be destroyed. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, both of them fell into deep thought. After a moment, Zhang Jujing was the first to speak and respond. Your Highness, the White Tiger dynasty has lost nearly 70% of its national fortune and is beyond saving. The only way out is to establish a new order and give birth to a new dynasty. The one in the capital is currently unconscious and his fate is unknown. However, in my opinion, he forcibly used the power of the nation's destiny to fight during the Great Battle, and he is probably at his last gasp now. Once he passes away, those people will probably not let such a good opportunity pass by, and may have already taken action. Your Highness, let's prepare for battle. After listening to Zhang Jujing's analysis, Yi Yun did not make a decision immediately, but instead turned his attention to Jia Su. Seeing this, Jia Su respectfully spoke up. Your Highness, Lord Zhang's analysis makes a lot of sense. The White Tiger dynasty has lost nearly 70% of its national fortune. Its powerful figures have suffered heavy casualties, and the dynasty's standing in the hearts of the people has plummeted. Such a dynasty is practically useless to us. Therefore, as Lord Zhang said, The only thing we can do now is to establish a new order and thus establish a new dynasty. As for the princes of the current emperor, I have learned some details about them from the embroidered uniform guard. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of punching bags and are not worth worrying about at all. However, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Prepare for battle, Your Highness. After listening to Jia Su and Zhang Jujing's words, Yi Yun understood what they meant. They simply wanted to establish an order of their own, a dynasty completely under their control. Without further hesitation, Yi Yun shouted loudly at Dian Wei outside the door. Evil come. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Dian Wei's burly figure pushed open the door and strode in, respectfully bowing to Yi Yun and calling out, Your Highness, Erlai, send word to summon the commanders of all the major legions to my residence for a meeting immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei responded with utmost respect, clasping his hands in a fist salute. He then turned around and strode quickly out of the study. Half an hour later, inside the main hall of the Qin prince's residence, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, Yu Fei, and other army commanders had all arrived and were sitting in the main hall waiting for Yi Yun's arrival. Su Chu, who was standing to the side, couldn't sit still any longer and couldn't help but ask loudly, Gentlemen, do you know why the prince has summoned us here in such a hurry? It must be related to the attack on the capital by the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuanxiao, who was standing to the side, said in a deep voice. Then, the generals began to discuss the matter, each offering their own perspective. Why speculate? We'll know everything when the prince arrives. Hearing the discussion, Bai Qi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly spoke up. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the main hall. Tap, 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 tap. Inside the main hall, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and others all turned their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. Soon, as the footsteps grew closer, Yi Yun, accompanied by Jia Su and Zhang Jujing, appeared directly at the entrance of the main hall. Upon seeing this, all the generals in the hall stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun as he entered. We pay our respects to Your Highness. No need for formalities. Seeing this, Yi Yun waved his hand and said with a smile, Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, all the generals thanked him in unison. Don't stand, everyone, please sit down. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun waved his hand and slowly spoke. He then looked at Zhang Jujing and Jia Su beside him and gave them instructions. You two should find a seat too. After saying that, he walked quickly toward the main seat in the main hall. Chapter 194 The 6th Legion Han Xian. After everyone was seated, Yi Yun slowly began to speak. Gentlemen, you must have all received the news by now. Prince Zhao, Yi Lin, colluded with the powerful figures of the Vermilion Bird dynasty to attack the capital. The current emperor, Yi Batian, is seriously injured and unconscious, and his fate is still unknown. 2 elders of the Offering Pavilion have died in battle, as have several generals and ministers in the court. Over 1 million people in the capital have been killed or wounded. However, what you may not know is that, according to information obtained by the embroidered uniform guard at great risk, the damage caused to the capital by this attack is not only that. The main purpose of these people in this attack was to steal the national fortune of my dynasty. The powerful figures of the Vermilion Bird dynasty have taken advantage of Zhao Wang Yi Lin's greed for the throne and have now successfully stolen nearly 70% of the national fortune of my White Tiger dynasty. What? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Bai Qi, Li Tsuanxiao, and the others were all shocked. They are well aware of the importance of national destiny to a country. Now that nearly 70% of the White Tiger dynasty's national destiny has been stolen, the White Tiger dynasty is probably nearing its end. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the generals, Yi Yun did not stop, but continued to speak slowly. However, this is not what worries me the most. What worries me the most is that the Vermilion Bird dynasty has successfully stolen 70% of the national fortune. Once those old guys in the Vermilion Bird dynasty use this national fortune for cultivation, their cultivation speed will be unimaginably fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before martial artists at the martial emperor level appear in the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. When the Vermilion Bird Dynasty produces a martial artist at the martial emperor level, what will become of us? Upon hearing Yi Yan mention this, Su Chu, who was standing to the side, was the first to stand up and speak. Your Highness, just tell us what you want us to do. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan waved to Su Chu and then addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, I originally did not intend to take any position so soon, but the situation has now reached a critical point, and I have no choice but to consider my own interests and those of my forces. Therefore, I have finally decided to accelerate the consolidation of forces. All the major legion commanders should complete the consolidation of their legions as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. I have only one requirement for you, that you be able to deploy your legions into battle at any time and place, and that you guarantee victory in every battle. Everyone, I'm begging you. Yes, Your Highness. We will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Yan's instructions, everyone in the hall immediately stood up and respectfully responded to Yi Yan in unison. Seeing this, Yi Yan seemed to have thought of something, and then gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, open the soldier exchange interface. Yes, host. As the system notification sound faded, the familiar light blue screen reappeared before Yi Yan's eyes. Without further ado, Yi Yan immediately began searching in the exchange interface. A moment later, Yi Yan then located the troop type under Han Xian's command. 1 Han Iron Cavalryman, 1 unit with 100 power points. 1 elite soldier of the Great Han is worth 50 units of strength. 1 commander is worth 1,000 points in the Imperial Guard. Seeing this, Yi Yan immediately gave instructions to the system in his mind again. System, how many power points do I currently have? Back to the dormitory. According to the system statistics, the host currently has a total of 21 million power points. Upon hearing the system's reply, Yi Yan was immediately taken aback, never expecting that he had accumulated so much power points without even realizing it. However, I currently have 5 troop cards, each capable of summoning a fully fledged army of 100,000. 3 of these cards can summon 100,000 Han Iron Cavalry and 200,000 Han Elite Soldiers, so I don't need to spend power points to summon them. I only need to summon some Imperial Guards. As for the other 2 troop cards, Bai Qi and Sun Xiao both suffered losses in their legions during their southern campaign, so these 2 troop cards were just enough for each of them to make up for the losses in the Southern War. Thinking of this, Yi Yan immediately gave a deep command to the system in his mind. System, use power points to summon 10,000 Imperial Guards. Yes, host. Ding. 10,000 Imperial Guard soldiers have been successfully redeemed. Summon them immediately. No. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yan quickly recited it silently in his mind. He then gave the system another instruction in his mind. System, use 3 troop cards to exchange for 100,000 Han Iron Cavalry and 200,000 Han Elite Soldiers. Use the remaining 2 troop cards to exchange for 100,000 Black Riders and 100,000 Flying Tigers respectively. Redeem successful. As soon as Yi Yan finished speaking, the system notification sounded in Yi Yan's mind again. Seeing this, Yi Yan immediately gave another instruction to the system. System, summon all the soldiers you have exchanged and place them 50 miles outside the city. Yes, host. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he went straight to the system. Looking at the generals in the hall, Yi Yan waved his hand, and 3 tokens appeared directly in front of him. Upon seeing this, all the generals in the hall tensed up. Bai Qi, Li Sunxiao, and other legion commanders knew what the appearance of these tokens meant. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan immediately shouted, Han Xian, your subordinate is here. Upon hearing Yi Yan call his name, Han Xian, dressed in military uniform, immediately stood up and respectfully responded loudly. When I was in the Southern Territory, I told you that when I returned to the Northern Territory, I would build an army for you. But now the world is in turmoil, and war could break out at any moment. Are you confident that you can build an army in a short time to fight for me? Upon hearing this, Yi Yan slowly spoke. Your Highness, I dare not presume to presume. Although I have been preparing to build a legion since I arrived in this territory with the help of Lord Zhang Jujing, without enough elite soldiers, I am afraid that even if we hastily build a legion, it will be difficult to guarantee that it will have strong combat power. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Han Xian did not give an arrogant affirmative answer, but calmly expressed his concerns. After listening to Han Xian's words, Yi Yun nodded, extremely satisfied, and then laughed loudly. Haha, okay. If I were to provide you with an elite army of 300,000, allowing you to form a brand new legion and fight for me on this continent where turmoil is about to erupt, would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Han Xian was immediately startled, but quickly recovered and responded loudly. Your Highness, if this is the case, Han Xian and his army will surely be the sharp blade in your Highness's hand, and all those who dare to hinder your Highness's progress will be dead souls under the feet of our army. Haha, that's enough. Han Xian, listen to my command. From this day forward, you are the commander of the 6th Legion. Be ready to establish the 6th Legion immediately. After hearing Han Xian's words, Yi Yun smiled at first, then his expression changed, and he spoke loudly and seriously. Yes, Your Highness. This humble general will certainly live up to Your Highness's high expectations. Chapter 195. Is there more to it than meets the eye? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded, then waved his hand, and a dark black token appeared directly in front of Han Xian. He then slowly spoke. Han Xian, take this token and go directly to the place 50 miles outside the city to receive your army. There are a total of 310,000 troops, including 10,000 Imperial Guards. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Han Xian's face was filled with joy. He then respectfully accepted the token in front of him with both hands and responded loudly and respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Han Xian then put away the token and slowly stepped aside. Seeing this, Yi Yun called out to Bai Qi and Li Cunxiao again. Bai Qi, Cunxiao, your subordinate is here. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and the other two immediately stood up, stepped forward, and respectfully responded to Yi Yun. Your legions suffered heavy losses in the Southern Territory. To prepare for the upcoming changes, I have prepared 100,000 elite soldiers for each of your legions to make up for the losses in the Southern Territory. Similarly, you can take the token to a place 50 miles outside the city to receive the soldiers. After saying that, Yi Yun waved his hand, and 2 tokens appeared directly in front of the two of them. Upon seeing this, the two respectfully accepted the token and responded respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Then, Yi Yun scanned the entire hall and spoke loudly. Gentlemen, the White Tiger dynasty will likely not be peaceful from now on. The Northern Territory is my stronghold, and I must ensure that the Northern Territory remains stable during this period. We must not allow any villains to cause trouble in the Northern Territory. Zhang Zhuzhing, I'm entrusting this matter to you. When the time comes, I will have the embroidered uniform guard cooperate with you. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Zhang Zhuzhing immediately stood up and respectfully responded. Commanders of each legion, do your best to complete the preparation of your legions during this period. I hope that in the near future, you will be able to sweep across the land for me. Yes, Your Highness. We will certainly live up to Your Highness's expectations. As Yi Yun finished speaking, everyone in the hall stood up and respectfully shouted in unison. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded, then waved his hand and spoke slowly again. Everyone, go and get on with your work. Yes, Your Highness. We will take our leave. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun smiled and nodded, without saying anything more. Afterwards, the group left in 2s and 3s. In particular, Han Xian, Bai Qi, and Li Cunxiao took to the air as soon as they reached the palace, their figures flashing as they rushed out of the city. Watching the departing figures of everyone, Yi Yun, accompanied by Dian Wei, headed straight for the backyard of the prince's mansion. The backyard of the prince's mansion. At that moment, Li Hani was chatting with a woman in the backyard garden. Tap, 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 tap. The female swordswomen guarding the backyard all bowed respectfully upon seeing Yi Yun's arrival. Your subordinate greets Your Highness. Get up. Thank you, Your Highness. These female sword attendants responsible for guarding the backyard of the royal palace were all redeemed through the system using PowerPoints after returning to the Northern Territory. A total of 200 of them were redeemed, since most of the people living in the backyard of the royal palace were women, and it would be inconvenient to have male guards. However, do not underestimate these female sword attendants. They were obtained by spending a lot of power points. Each ordinary female sword attendant has the cultivation of Martial King. The captain of the 10-person team has the cultivation of Martial Emperor, and the commander of 100 people has the cultivation of Martial Grandmaster. Is my mother here? Seeing this, Yi Yun directly asked the female swordsman in the lead. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, the leading female swordsman quickly and respectfully responded. Your Highness, yes, the Empress is currently in the garden with Attendant Li. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded and then gave instructions to Dian Wei, who was standing to the side. Erlai, you may wait here. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei immediately responded in a deep voice. Then, Yi Yun strode straight into the backyard. Tap, 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 tap. As a series of footsteps sounded, the beautiful woman in green and Li Hani, who were chatting happily in the garden, were immediately attracted by the footsteps and turned their eyes in the direction from which the footsteps came. A moment later, Yi Yun's figure appeared directly at the entrance of the garden. Upon recognizing Yi Yun as the newcomer, the beautiful woman in green and Li Hani quickly stood up and went to greet him. Seeing this, Yi Yun also spotted Li Hani and his mother, and immediately quickened his pace, running towards them. Soon, Yi Yun arrived in front of the two of them. Yunner, have you finished taking care of things? Looking at Yi Yun in front of her, the beautiful woman in green was the first to ask a question. Hani greets Your Highness. Seeing this, Li Hani bowed to Yi Yun. It's all taken care of, Mother, you don't need to worry. Hani, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need for such formalities. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun first responded to the question from the beautiful woman in green, and then smiled and spoke to Li Hani. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke to the two of them. Let's not just stand here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Yes, Yunner is right. Look at me, I'm getting senile. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the beautiful woman in green slapped her forehead and quickly responded. Yunner, are the rumors circulating outside about the capital being attacked by the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, and that His Majesty is seriously injured and still unconscious, true? As soon as the three of them sat down, the beautiful woman in green slowly asked a question. It's true. Prince Zhao, Yi Lin, colluded with the Vermilion Bird Dynasty to attack the capital. 2 of the palace attendants were killed in battle, and the one who used the power of the nation's destiny to fight back was seriously injured and remains unconscious. According to intelligence from the embroidered uniform guard, that one is probably. But most importantly, nearly 70% of the White Tiger Dynasty's national fortune power has been stolen. Upon hearing his mother's question, Yi Yun slowly began to explain. What? That's serious. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman in green exclaimed in surprise. A moment later, the beautiful woman in green came to her senses, sighed heavily, and slowly said, Why? Yunner, tell your mother the truth. With such a huge change happening in the White Tiger Dynasty, is your current strength enough to support you in these turbulent times? Upon hearing his mother's words, Yi Yun was taken aback. Despite his confusion, he answered truthfully. Don't worry, mother. I am now strong enough to stand on my own. Hearing Yi Yun's affirmative answer and the confident look on his face, the beautiful woman in green nodded and then said in a deep voice, Now that things have come to this, it seems there are some things you should know. Chapter 196 Background. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yi Yun was taken aback, his heart filled with doubt. What is it that you're only finding out about now? Seeing Yi Yun's questioning expression, the beautiful woman in green did not immediately explain. Instead, she turned her gaze to Li Hani and spoke in a serious tone. Li Hani, obey my command. Your subordinate is here. The sudden change in style startled Li Hani at first, but she quickly recovered and responded loudly with clasped hands. Hani, you will personally oversee the operation, gather all the sword servants, and strictly guard the backyard. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. Anyone who violates this rule will be executed without mercy. Upon hearing the instructions from the beautiful woman in green, Li Hani did not respond immediately, but instead turned her gaze to Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun, though unsure of what his mother was about to do, assumed it was related to what she was about to discuss, and nodded to Li Hani. "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing Yi Yun nod, Li Hani responded in a deep voice. Seeing the two's subtle actions, the beautiful woman in green smiled slightly and nodded to herself. Watching Li Hani's departing figure, the beautiful woman in green then spoke to Yi Yun. "Yunner, come with me." After saying that, he quickly walked towards his room in the backyard. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately responded respectfully. "Yes, mother." A moment later, as Yi Yun followed his mother into the room, he was met with a look of surprise. The beautiful woman in green immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "Your subordinate, Long Qingyi, greets the young master." Upon seeing this, Yi Yun was shocked, his face filled with disbelief, and he stammered in astonishment. "What? Mother, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Long Qingyi seemed to have expected it, and then slowly spoke. "Your Highness, I am not actually your biological mother. I was just your mother's personal maid. But so many things happened back then." Upon hearing Long Qingyi's account, Yi Yun was instantly stunned into silence by the news. A moment later, Yi Yun finally snapped out of his shock and began to speak haltingly. "Mother Aunt Long, please get up first. Tell me about my background. What exactly happened back then?" Seeing that Yi Yun was able to calm down so quickly, Long Qingyi was very pleased. She then thanked him respectfully and slowly stood up. "Thank you, young master." Reporting to the young master, the continent we are currently on is not the complete Tianwu continent. The place we are in is called the Abandoned Land. In the far north, there is a snowfield. Over the past 10,000 years, this snowfield has formed a natural formation that completely isolates the abandoned land from the mainland. Only the defensive shield formed by a martial artist with the cultivation level of martial emperor can withstand the extreme frost and the attacks of the snow blades in the snowfield, thus successfully crossing the 10,000 miles of snowfield to reach the mainland. However, the cultivation environment in the abandoned land is harsh and the cultivation resources are scarce. To date, no martial artist at the martial emperor level has appeared. Over time, people have stopped paying attention to news about the continent outside the snow region. Nowadays, I'm afraid only a few old guys at the martial saint level know these secrets. What? The abandoned land? The far north? A snow-covered region? The martial emperor realm? Hearing Long Qingyi drop so much information at once, Yi Yun's heart was already churning with emotions. He had originally thought this abandoned land was already vast and wonderful. He never imagined that it was now merely a corner of the real continent. It's like thinking you're strong enough, but you never expected you'd still be in the beginner's village. Suddenly, Yi Yun seemed to have thought of something, and then asked a question. "Aunt Long, according to what you said, the cultivation environment on the mainland is excellent, so there must be many experts above the martial emperor realm. Then why is it that in all these years, not a single person from the mainland has crossed the vast snowfield to come to this abandoned land? Even though the cultivation resources in the abandoned land are not abundant, the resources in the abandoned land are still very tempting for martial artists at the martial emperor level." Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Long Qingyi slowly began to explain. "Young master, this is exactly what has been puzzling me all along." Seeing that Long Qingyi was also unaware of the matter, Yi Yun did not press further, but simply nodded. Seeing this, Long Qingyi continued her story. "Young master, I cannot tell you everything that happened back then. Only when you have unified the entire abandoned land will you be qualified to know everything that happened back then. Otherwise, it will be useless to tell you." This was also the meaning behind Mrs. departure. However, given the current upheaval in the White Tiger dynasty, there is one more piece of information I can share with you at this time. Upon hearing that Long Qingyi would not tell him everything that happened back then, Yi Yun was initially disappointed. However, when he heard that there was another piece of information, he was startled and quickly asked, "What news?" "Your Highness, this news is still about you. The man in the capital is not your biological father. Your biological father is his brother. It's just that because the two are twins, they look almost identical, but your biological father's cultivation talent is far, far superior to that of the current one. However, because the people from the mainland were too powerful at the time, They used their cultivation to set up a great array that concealed the secrets of heaven, and outsiders could not know anything about what happened in the array. As a result, very few people know about what happened back then. Later, after everything calmed down, for your safety, that person and I planned to take me as a concubine and make it known to the outside world that you are the 9th prince of the White Tiger dynasty. As for what happened afterward, you know all about it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun, though prepared, still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after hearing what Long Qingyi had said. What? Is my biological father someone else? Aunt Long, let me have a moment. After a short while, Yi Yun finally came to his senses and asked in a deep voice. Aunt Long, so you're saying that arranging for me to be appointed a king in the Northern Territory was all pre-arranged, and everything back then was just an act for me? Yes. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Long Qingyi answered affirmatively. So, you also arranged for that group that tried to assassinate me back then? Having received Long Qingyi's affirmative answer, Yi Yun spoke sharply. No, that was arranged by Yi Baishan's son behind our backs. Actually, you've always had people left behind by Miss to protect you. Even if you don't have your own methods, those people left behind by Miss are enough to protect your safety. However, we did not expect that you would grow so quickly. Later, fearing a conflict, I ordered all those with slightly lower cultivation levels to retreat, leaving only one to continue protecting you in the shadows. He will absolutely not show himself or make a move unless his life is in danger. Chapter 197-9 Netherworld Azure Jade. What? I still have people left behind by my mother protecting me. Upon hearing Long Qingyi's words, Yi Yun was filled with shock and exclaimed in surprise. He then looked at Long Qingyi beside him with disbelief. Seeing Yi Yun's slightly questioning gaze, Long Qingyi remained calm and confirmed with unwavering certainty. Yes. Upon seeing this, Yi Yun's heart sank, and he slowly spoke to Long Qingyi. Aunt Long, please remove the person my mother left behind to protect me. I don't like living under someone else's surveillance. Yes, young master. I will give the order shortly. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Long Qingyi immediately responded respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded, and then spoke again in a deep voice. Aunt Long, what you said today is too important. These are turbulent times, and to avoid causing any trouble, I will still call you mother consort in public. Let's just pretend you never told me anything. This. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Long Qingyi paused, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Yi Yun waved his hand and shouted loudly. All right, this is my decision. It's settled then. Yes, young master. Then I'll be going now. This matter is too sudden. I need to take some time to process it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately spoke up and then prepared to walk outside. Seeing this, Long Qingyi immediately called out to Yi Yun and said respectfully, Young master, wait. Upon hearing Long Qingyi's voice, Yi Yun immediately stopped and turned to look at Long Qingyi, asking her a question. Aunt Long, is there anything else? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Long Qingyi raised her right hand, and a pure white jade pendant, crystal clear throughout, appeared directly in her palm. Then, Long Qingyi respectfully addressed Yi Yun. Young master, this jade pendant was once Miss's personal jade pendant, and it was something Miss left for you when she left in a hurry. Now it is time for me to hand it over to you. After speaking, Long Qingyi stepped forward and respectfully handed the white jade pendant in her palm to Yi Yun. Looking at the jade pendant that Long Qingyi took out, Yi Yun was momentarily dazed and murmured to himself, What was left to me by my mother? Yi Yun then took the jade pendant and began to examine it closely. The jade pendant was crystal clear, pure white and flawless, with a large dragon character carved on it. After examining it for a long time, Yi Yun still couldn't figure out the secret behind the jade pendant. It seemed to be just an ordinary piece of beautiful jade. However, Yi Yun knew that his biological mother's identity must be extraordinary. So how could something she carried as a personal jade pendant be just an ordinary piece of jade? Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun shuddered, but remembering that Long Qingyi was still nearby, he abandoned the idea of immediately using the system to check. Then, Yi Yun put away the jade pendant and slowly said to Long Qingyi, Aunt Long, since that's the case, I'll keep this jade pendant for now. Once I've unified the abandoned land, you must tell me everything that happened back then without reservation. Young master, please rest assured, even if you don't ask, I will tell you everything that happened back then in detail. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Long Qingyi quickly and loudly assured him, That's good. The day when the abandoned lands are unified is not far off. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun smiled and slowly said, Aunt Long, you've shared so much information today. I need to go back and calm down. I'll take my leave now. From now on, do everything I told you before as usual when you're out. After saying that, Yi Yun walked straight out of the room without waiting for Long Qingyi's response. Watching Yi Yun's departing figure, Long Qingyi couldn't help but murmur to herself, Young master, it's not that I don't want to tell you now, but the strength of those people back then was too great. Although I don't know what exactly happened in the snowy region, I'm afraid that those people still have a backup plan in this abandoned land. For your safety, it's better not to know until you have fully grown up. The Prince of Qin's mansion. Inside Yi Yun's room. After returning from Long Qingyi's residence, Yi Yun instructed Dian Wei to guard the room and not allow anyone to disturb him before eagerly entering the room. System, check the jade pendant's attributes. Upon returning to his room, Yi Yun took out the jade pendant given to him by Long Qingyi and immediately gave instructions to the system in his mind. Yes, host. As the system notification sound faded, the familiar light blue screen appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. Item, 9 Nether Azure Jade. Rank, low-grade top-tier weapon above divine weapon. Function, a support weapon, forged from the netherworld jade of the extreme cold. When worn, it automatically gathers spiritual energy from the surrounding air during cultivation, increasing the wearer's cultivation speed by 1 level. Furthermore, this low-grade supreme weapon has been modified using secret methods, containing 3 full force attacks at the 9th level of Martial Peak. Simply inject your own spiritual power into it to activate these 3 attacks. After reading the description of the jade pendant in his hand, Yi Yun's heart sank. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary jade pendant would have such a great background and function. What surprised Yi Yun the most was that the introduction actually included weapon levels and martial artist realms that Yi Yun was unaware of. Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself, a low-grade top-tier weapon? Martial Peak 9th Heaven. Then, Yi Yun directly asked the system in his mind. System, is this Martial Peak realm a martial artist realm above martial god? Byte. Yes, host. Originally, with the host's current strength, it would be impossible to know, but unexpectedly the host obtained this weapon ahead of time. It even contains the attack power of a martial artist at the Martial Peak realm. The specific martial arts realm will only be known after the host establishes the country and the system undergoes a comprehensive update and upgrade. Having received the system's reply, although he couldn't directly know the realm classifications after martial god, he was only at the martial venerable level, not even a martial saint, let alone the realms above martial god that were hundreds of thousands of miles away. The most urgent task now is to stabilize the situation and continue to strengthen ourselves. Thinking of this, Yi Yun stopped thinking about it and exited the system. He then sat cross-legged to the side and placed the jade pendant in front of him. He also took out some spirit stones and placed them beside him, then slowly entered into cultivation. Chapter 198 Heaven and Earth Nirvana Golden Elixir. The next morning, Yi Yun slowly woke up from his cultivation. I didn't expect the 9 Nether Azure Jade to be so effective. The description said it would increase cultivation speed by 10%, but in actual use it far exceeded that expectation. In just 1 night of cultivation, my cultivation level has improved significantly. Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself. At the same time, the system's familiar notification sound appeared in Yi Yun's mind once again. Byte. Today's check-in has been refreshed. Would you like to check in immediately? This check-in is a monthly check-in, and the check-in reward will receive a critical hit bonus. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun was momentarily dazed and murmured to himself. I can't believe another month has passed. Time really flies. System, check-in. Yes, host. As the system notification sound faded, a dazzling light flashed continuously in Yi Yun's mind. Sign-in successful. Reward bonus in progress. Congratulations, host. you have obtained a bottle of Qianquan Nirvana Golden Pill. Congratulations, host, you have received a War Supplies gift pack. The corresponding items have been stored in the system inventory. The host can go and check them himself. The Heavenly Rebirth Golden Elixir? A large gift package of war supplies. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Yun was taken aback, his breath catching in his throat, as this was the first time he had obtained these two items. However, this monthly sign-in event seems to have a unique critical hit bonus, so the sign-in rewards are unlikely to be bad either, and might even be some rare and valuable items. Yi Yun felt that he had always been very lucky, and he was sure that this sign-in reward would not disappoint him either. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yun immediately focused his mind on the system's inventory and scanned the two rewards he had just received with his divine sense. A moment later, after examining it for a while, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, and an uncontrollable joy was fully revealed on his face. This shows that the two rewards he just received were definitely good. Otherwise, Yi Yun wouldn't have shown such an expression. Item: Qianquan Nirvana Golden Pill. Level: Saint level. Effect: a saint level elixir, refined from dozens of precious and rare spiritual herbs, containing a trace of phoenix essence blood, making it extremely rare. After consumption, it can greatly enhance the user's cultivation talent, cleanse the marrow and temper the body, allowing martial artists to undergo a baptism and tempering through the medicinal power, thus achieving a complete transformation and a fundamental metamorphosis. Note: a martial artist can only take one pill in their lifetime. Taking more will have no effect. After reading the introduction to the Qianquan Nirvana Golden Pill, Yi Yun could no longer hide his inner joy and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Cleanse your marrow and refine your body, and be reborn from the ashes. With this pill, my cultivation level may improve significantly. Without hesitation, Yi Yun waved his hand and took out the porcelain bottle containing the Qianquan Nirvana Golden Pill from his system backpack. A flash of white light appeared, and an ordinary dark blue porcelain bottle appeared in Yi Yun's palm. Looking at the ordinary dark blue porcelain bottle in his hand, if Yi Yun didn't know what was inside, probably no one would think that this ordinary porcelain bottle actually contained an extremely rare saint-level pill. Afterwards, Yi Yun carefully took out the pills from the porcelain bottle and counted them one by one. To Yi Yun's surprise, the small porcelain bottle actually contained a full 20 Qianquan Nirvana Golden Pills. Aside from keeping one for himself, if the rest of the pills were given to Bai Qi, Yu Fei, Li Hani, and others, the strength under his command would likely undergo a transformation and rise to a higher level. Suddenly, Yi Yun's eyes narrowed, his pupils shrank, and he stared intently at the pill in his hand. The several mysterious, light golden patterns on the pill deeply attracted Yi Yun's attention. Since the pill is entirely golden, the light golden patterns are not easily noticeable unless you look closely. Looking at the incredibly mysterious light golden patterns on the pill, Yi Yun murmured slowly. Crimson patterns. I never expected there to be crimson patterns. It is important to know that in addition to ordinary pills, there are pills with pill patterns. The more pill patterns formed on a pill, the higher its quality and the stronger its medicinal effect. Any pill, even if it only produces a single pill pattern, will have its efficacy amplified tenfold, or even 100-fold. However, since Yi Yun awakened the system, he has obtained countless pills, but so far he has only obtained one pill with pill patterns. Unexpectedly, today, I actually managed to acquire nearly 20 pills with pill patterns, and all of these pills were saint-level pills. The potency of any single saint-level pill was already terrifying, let alone pills with pill patterns. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the potency of these pills would be. 4 coins with 3 patterns, 7 coins with 6 patterns, and the remaining 9 coins are all 9 patterns. There were a total of 20 pills. Even the lowest grade had 3 patterns, and there were as many as 9 of them with 9 patterns. After Yi Yun carefully examined the area, his face was full of joy, but his heart was filled with shock. 9 patterned sacred pill. 9 is the ultimate, and the highest level of pill patterns on elixirs is the 9 pattern. The 9 patterned sacred pill, which can cleanse the marrow and temper the body, and bring about a phoenix-like rebirth. If the news were to spread, not only would the major powers be tempted to snatch it, but even those old guys would probably be unable to resist making a move to grab it. Yi Yun then carefully placed the remaining 19 pills into a porcelain bottle and put them into his system backpack, leaving only one in his palm. Looking at the golden pill in his palm, Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur, 9 patterned sacred pill. I wonder how much medicinal power it can exert on my body, which has taken the marrow cleansing pill and even undergone 2 physical transformations, and whether it can help me advance further. Thinking of this, Yi Yun immediately raised his hand and swallowed the pill in his hand. Knock, 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 knock. Chapter 199. The Prince of the Feudal State enters the capital. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a loud knock on the door. Yi Yun's raised hand froze in mid-air, and he turned his displeased gaze toward the door. He then reluctantly put away the pills in his hand and said in a cold voice, "Come in." Creak. As the room door was opened, Dian Wei's incredibly imposing figure appeared directly in Yi Yun's sight. Dian Wei then stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "This humble general pays his respects to your highness." "Get up. Erlai, what brings you to me in such a hurry so early in the morning?" Seeing this, Yi Yun waved his hand and asked. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei immediately stood up and responded respectfully. "Your Highness, it is not that I wanted to disturb you so early, but that someone from the capital has arrived and is currently waiting outside the palace." The capital city actually sent someone to find me at this time? What exactly is the intention behind this? Upon hearing Dian Wei's account, Yi Yun's expression darkened, and he thought to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he directly instructed Dian Wei, who was standing to the side. "Erlai, send someone to bring him to the reception hall. I will get ready and come soon." "Yes, your highness." Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei immediately responded respectfully. He then turned around and walked quickly outside. Half an hour later, inside the reception hall of the Prince of Qin's residence. At this moment, a eunuch dressed in a red robe sat upright in the hall, accompanied by several palace guards. Unable to contain himself any longer, the eunuch in red stood up and asked the guards on the side of the hall, "Young general, may I ask when His Highness the Prince of Qin will arrive?" "Please wait a moment, my lord. He will be here shortly." Upon hearing this, the eunuch in red had no choice but to return to his seat and quietly wait for Yi Yun's arrival. Tap, 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 tap. Not long after he sat down, a series of steady and powerful footsteps came from outside the reception hall. As the footsteps grew closer, Yi Yun and Dian Wei soon appeared at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing this, the eunuch in red quickly stood up, strode forward, and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "This servant greets your highness, the Prince of Qin. No need for formalities." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun spoke expressionlessly, then strode past him and went straight to the main seat in the reception hall to sit down. Seeing this, Dian Wei followed closely behind Yi Yun to one side of the hall and quietly stood guard. "Thank you, your highness." After taking his seat, he looked at the red-robed eunuch in the main hall and asked in a sharp tone, "The capital has just suffered such a heavy blow. What brings you to the northern border to see me at this time?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, the red-robed eunuch looked at Yi Yun's imposing figure and the terrifying aura unconsciously emanating from his body, which made him tremble and respectfully reply, "Reporting to your highness Prince Qin, His Majesty is seriously injured and has been unconscious since. According to the elders of the Imperial Palace, His Majesty's days are probably numbered. Therefore, the Grand Elder of the Imperial Palace, after consulting with the Empress, has decided to summon all the princes who are infeft in the provinces to return to the capital immediately." Oh! Upon hearing the red-robed eunuch's words, Yi Yun was startled. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly to the eunuch in red. Go back and report. I will make preparations for a few days and then head to the capital." "Yes, your highness." Seeing this, Yi Yun spoke up again. "Erlai, show the guest out." "Yes, your highness." Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Dian Wei immediately bowed in response, then stepped forward to the red-clad eunuch's side and spoke loudly. "Father-in-law, this way please." Upon hearing this, the eunuch in red respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "Your highness, this servant takes her leave." After speaking, the red-clad eunuch, led by Jian Wei, quickly walked out of the mansion. Watching the red-clad eunuch's departing figure, Yi Yun rhythmically tapped the table in front of him with his right hand, murmuring to himself, "Given the current situation, why are the Empress and the Grand Secretary discussing summoning all the vassal kings back to Shendu? Is there some kind of conspiracy involved?" Thinking of this, Yi Yun then spoke to the empty hall. Jing Ku, whoosh. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Jing Ku, dressed in a black robe, appeared in the hall and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "Your Highness." Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded and then gave the order directly. "Go and inform Mao Xiang, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, to come and see me, Your Majesty." "Yes, Your Highness." After Jing Ku respectfully responded with a cupped hand, he vanished from the hall in a flash. Suddenly, Yi Yun seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why should I make wild guesses here? It would be foolish of me to leave top strategists like Zhang Jujing and Jia Su here to think for myself." Thinking of this, Yi Yun immediately called out to the guards outside the hall, "Someone come here." As Yi Yun's loud voice fell, a soldier in armor who had been guarding outside the hall trotted in quickly and respectfully saluted Yi Yun. "Your subordinate greets Your Highness. Go and inform Jia Su, Zhang Jujing, and Fang Xianling to come to the prince's residence immediately. I have important matters to discuss with them." Seeing this, Yi Yun directly gave the order. "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, the guards responded respectfully, and then turned and ran quickly out of the hall. Watching the guards' departing figures, Yi Yun gradually fell into deep thought. Chapter 200. It's all a conspiracy. Half an hour later, the study of the Prince of Qin's residence. At this moment, Yi Yun was looking through some information about the development of the northern border that Zhang Jujing and others had recently sent. Knock 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 knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came directly from the study door. As the knocking sound subsided, Jian Wei's booming voice followed immediately. "Your Highness, Guard Jing Ku and Commander Mao Xiang are outside requesting an audience. Come in." Upon hearing that Jing Ku and Mao Xiang had returned, Yi Yun immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness." After receiving Yi Yun's instructions, Jian Wei smiled and said to Jing Ku and Mao Xiang outside the door, "Guard Jing, Commander Mao, please." Creak. The study door was opened from the outside, and Jing Ku and Mao Xiang appeared directly in Yi Yun's line of sight. Afterwards, the two turned around and closed the study door, then quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. "Your subordinate, Jing Ku, greets Your Highness." "Your subordinate Mao Xiang greets Your Highness." "No need for formalities. Find a place to sit down." Seeing this, Yi Yun put down the document in his hand and slowly spoke, "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Jing Ku and Mao Xiang immediately thanked Yi Yun in unison, and then each found a seat and sat down. After the two sat down, Yi Yun immediately asked them a question. "Mao Xiang, you must know that the capital has sent envoys to summon the various regional princes to the capital. Has your embroidered uniform guard gathered any intelligence about the capital? What is your purpose in summoning these princes to the capital?" "Your Highness, since the upheaval in the capital, I have intensified my espionage efforts in the capital and dispatched more highly skilled imperial guards to infiltrate it. However, the information we have gathered up to yesterday is all minor, and as Your Highness has likely seen, it is of no real use to us at the moment. However, just as Jing Ku came looking for me, I received a top-level secret document from the imperial guards of the capital, which may contain some important information. I haven't had time to check it yet, and don't know its contents. Please examine this, Your Highness." After saying that, Mao Xiang waved his hand and took out an unopened secret disc from his storage bag. He stood up, stepped forward respectfully, and handed it to Yi Yun. Seeing this, Yi Yun waved his hand, and the secret disc in Mao Xiang's hand went straight to Yi Yun's hand. Looking at the secret disc in his hand that had not been opened, Yi Yun then gestured for Mao Xiang to sit down first. After he sat down, Yi Yun then turned his gaze to the secret disc in his hand. He then opened it directly under the watchful eyes of Mao Xiang and Jing Ku, and carefully examined its contents. The secret document read, "Commander, your subordinate, Wang Tian, a commander of the embroidered uniform guard, reports. A moment later, Yi Yun slowly took a deep breath and murmured softly, I never expected that the imperial palace would actually get involved with the crown prince. This time, sending a vassal king to the capital is quite a grand scheme. Then Yi Yun directly gave instructions to Mao Xiang, who was standing to the side. With the help of Zhao Gao's net, the embroidered uniform guard in the capital has discovered that the summoning of all the princes to the capital was a conspiracy. The crown prince and the imperial household department have reached an agreement to take this opportunity to suppress all the princes. What? How dare they? Before Yi Yun could finish speaking, Mao Xiang, who was standing to the side, suddenly trembled and exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Mao Xiang's reaction, Yi Yun had already anticipated it, and then gave a serious order. Mao Xiang, you must be aware of the importance of this matter. I have only one request for you. Join forces with the Luo Wang and, within this time frame, gather as much information as possible about the Crown Prince and the Gongfeng Pavilion. Yes, Your Highness, I will personally oversee this matter, and there will absolutely be no mistakes. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, Mao Xiang immediately and respectfully assured him. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded, then waved his hand, and 2 pills appeared directly in front of him. These pills were the Qinquan Nirvana golden pills that Yi Yun had just obtained. Seeing the pill emitting a faint golden light in front of Yi Yun, Jing Ku and Mao Xiang were instantly unsettled. They could clearly feel the enormous energy contained within the pill. They couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, Your Highness, what is this? This pill is called the Qinquan Nirvana golden pill. It is a saint-grade pill with pill patterns and contains a trace of phoenix blood essence, making it extremely rare. After taking it, it can greatly enhance the user's cultivation talent, cleanse the marrow and temper the body, and allow the martial artist to undergo a baptism and tempering of the medicinal power, thus achieving a complete transformation and rebirth. Although you two have already reached the 9th level of Martial Venerable, this time you will be facing the Offering Pavilion and the forces around the First Prince. We don't know if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. This pill can help you break through to Martial Saint, at which time your actions will be greatly guaranteed. Seeing their confusion, Yi Yun patiently explained it to them. Your Highness, this pill is so precious, why don't you use it yourself? As for the operation, I will handle it carefully when the time comes. Upon hearing Yi Yun's explanation, Mao Xiang was the first to respond respectfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun smiled and then slowly spoke. It's all right. Each person can only take one of these pills. The second one will have no effect. Besides, I have more. You can take them without worry. After saying that, Yi Yun waved his hand, and 2 pills appeared directly in front of Mao Xiang and Jing Ku. After hearing Yi Yun's words, Mao Xiang and Jing Ku first knelt on one knee, clasped their hands, and respectfully thanked Yi Yun. Your Highness is very grateful for the elixir. We will certainly live up to your Highness's expectations. I swear to serve the prince to the death. All right, I am aware of your loyalty. Get up. Seeing their performance, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile and say. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately stood up, took out a jade box from their storage bags, and carefully collected the pills that were floating in the air in front of them. After the 2 put away the pills, Yi Yun slowly gave instructions again. You 2 should find a place to rest and recuperate these next 2 days, then take this pill to break through. Mao Xiang, after you break through, go directly to the capital. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Yi Yun's instructions, the 2 immediately responded respectfully. Go. Your subordinate takes his leave. After saying that, the 2 turned around and strode quickly out of the study.